Oh, dear family, who understands this? The moment I opened my eyes, a silver-haired handsome man was tearing at my clothes. The plot is utterly exhilarating. The tale begins with a company team-building event, where I found myself tricked into a mountainous encounter with a giant snake, only to be rescued by Baimu. I inadvertently bound myself to a childbirth system, and after an infection set in, he took me to a tribe. The journey was both dramatic and thrilling. Let me tell you, the instant I opened my eyes, I beheld a striking figure with an 8-pack abdomen and flowing silver hair, towering over me. In the blink of an eye, with a rip, the meager fabric covering me was torn to shreds. Oh, who can comprehend this? I was utterly flabbergasted. Was this some sort of paid viewing experience? Had the heavens finally smiled upon me with such extravagant fortune? However, the saga truly commences with my participation in that wretched company team-building event. I am Su Cha, an unremarkable and beleaguered working university student. An orphan, I toil ceaselessly, scraping by with part-time jobs to cover my tuition and living expenses. That day, I had just returned from work, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto my dormitory bed. Suddenly, my phone chimed. The greasy manager for my part-time job had messaged the group about a company outing barbecue at the mountaintop, all expenses covered. He even tagged our little group of young ladies. Upon seeing the word free, my DNA ignited with excitement. The dignity of a poor soul is rendered insignificant in the face of a complimentary barbecue. Swiftly, I sprang up, slung my tattered bag over my shoulder, and dashed out. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, I wore the expression of an elderly person on the subway, staring at my phone. The designated gathering spot was devoid of any sign of life. Checking my phone, Reviolita, no signal. I naively assumed that the main group had already ascended, and I had to hurry to catch up. Thus, I began my solitary trek up the mountain. Not long into my climb, I was drenched in sweat, feeling on the verge of collapse. A glance back revealed the road had vanished, engulfed by towering trees, casting eerie shadows. It dawned on me, had that greasy manager played a trick on me? After wandering for what felt like an eternity, I encountered no one, my water depleted, and my phone completely dead. Panic set in. I was now in a wilderness survival scenario. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed my mind. Being an unencumbered orphan, if I were to perish, so be it. Perhaps I could be reborn into a fortunate life, yearning for a family. With such thoughts, I found a large tree to lean against, nibbling on the last remnants of my meager bread. The darkness fell swiftly, the moon shining large and round, yet the forest at night was terrifying. I leaned against the tree, my nerves taut as a bowstring. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence. I looked up, and lo and behold, a pair of eyes larger than lanterns glared down at me. A snake, a colossal python. In that instant, my mind went blank, and survival instinct propelled me to flee. But how could I outrun it? I stumbled over a tree root, falling and slicing my leg, blood gushing forth. As I gazed at the massive serpent opening its gaping maw, I thought to myself, this is it. Me end has come. Perhaps if I fainted, I would no longer feel pain. Just when I thought I was destined to become snake droppings, a flash of white appeared, and a magnificent white tiger charged forth. The snake, a coward at heart, was frightened by the arrival of this formidable creature and twisted itself into a knot, making a hasty retreat. The great tiger then approached me with graceful feline strides, gently nudged me with its paw, and ultimately tossed me onto its back with its mouth before sauntering away. When I regained consciousness, I was startled awake by the cold. The surroundings were pitch black, my legs ached intensely, and my mind was still haunted by the image of that gaping maw. Terrified, I remained motionless, fearing I might become someone's midnight snack, and thus continued to play dead. Suddenly, the entrance brightened, and a tall figure stepped into the light. As my eyes adjusted, I realized it was a handsome man, with silver hair and silver eyes. His features were sculpted with an artistry akin to that of a statue, and he was draped only in animal skin. I sighed with relief. Thankfully, he was human. As I struggled to rise and express my gratitude, my legs gave way, and I collapsed into his arms. He embraced me and asked, "Little one, what are you doing alone in the forest? Where's your tribe?" I was utterly bewildered. What tribe? What little one? Before I could process his words, he effortlessly lifted me into his arms as if I were a mere doll. It was then that I noticed something amiss. This man was clad in animal skin. Trembling, I queried, "Where is this?" With a look of disdain at the bloodstains on my clothing, he replied, "This is the desolate continent. I found you in the forest." He then carried me outside, leading me to a small stream. And that's when the earlier scene unfolded. With a swift motion, he tore my clothes, intending to toss me into the water for a wash. I was overwhelmed with embarrassment and anger as soon as the water touched my wounds. Tears streamed down my face. The weight of all my grievances from the past years surged forth. I wept for being an orphan, for toiling away at multiple jobs, and for finally reaching my third year of college only to find myself in this desolate place, stripped bare before others. He seemed taken aback by my tears, cradling me gently in his arms, and even extending his tongue to lick away my tears. He actually did that. I was utterly petrified. Then, in a soft voice, he said, "My name is Baimu. I will take care of you from now on. Will you be my companion?" I was flabbergasted. Goodness, we had just met. I hastily pushed him away, asserting that I was 22 years old and not a minor. To my surprise, he appeared even more concerned, believing my slight frame was due to malnutrition, and insisted on feeding me more meat to help me bear young. Bear young? As I stood there in a daze, he swiftly transformed before my eyes into a majestic, snow-white tiger. Upon returning with a soft piece of animal skin in his mouth and reverting to human form, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in my mind. "Congratulations, host. You have bound the offspring system. I am 0728. I was left speechless. When I inquired about the purpose of this system, it cheerfully responded, "To bear young. The more you have, the greater the rewards, and the higher the talents of the offspring, the greater the rewards as well." I truly express my gratitude as I gaze upon the strikingly handsome Baimu before me, thinking to myself, well, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. I affectionately dubbed him Brother Elegant, remarking on his system that predominantly emphasizes cyber companionship. Baimu, quite adept with his hands, swiftly fashioned a leather bustier and a short skirt using his sharp claws and bone needles. To my surprise, the attire looked quite appealing. His gaze upon me was fervent, praising me as the most beautiful female he had ever laid eyes upon. He then embraced me, and we sat at the cave entrance basking in the sunlight as he enlightened me about this world. He spoke of a place called the Wasteland, where males only transform into human form upon reaching adulthood, while females are inherently humanoid. He also shared that he had left his tribe upon maturity, as he was not fond of the females within it. This revelation brought a flicker of joy to my heart. It seemed I had gained an older brother with whom to share my days. Before long, Baimu ventured out to hunt. Transforming into a majestic tiger, he dashed away with a grace that left me in awe. He soon returned with an enormous rabbit, and upon seeing the bloody, raw meat, I exclaimed that it must be cooked before consumption. Baimu, unfamiliar with fire, wore an expression that conveyed the danger of such a thing. Unable to avoid the task, I resorted to demonstrating how to create fire by friction. Despite my hands nearly smoking from the effort, there was no success until he took over astonishingly. Sparks flew within mere seconds. Together, we savored our first experience with roasted meat. The aroma was divine, and I nearly drooled in delight. I wrapped the cooked meat in leaves from what I had found, wincing from the heat but reluctant to part with it. Baimu, noticing my enjoyment, took a bite as well, though he feigned annoyance, his expression betraying his true pleasure. After feasting, Baimu utilized the rabbit's fur to stitch me a pair of boots through the night. When I tried them on, they fit perfectly, and in my excitement, I leapt into his arms. That evening, I nestled in a cozy grass nest within the cave, while he transformed into a tiger, vigilantly guarding my side. I believed that the good days had commenced, only to be met with misfortune as, in the middle of the night, my leg wound became infected, resulting in a high fever. I felt as if I were ablaze, engulfed in a fiery torment. Baimu was utterly alarmed. He touched my feverish forehead, clearly distressed. Repeating the phrase, "Females can die from fever," he transformed back into his tiger form, carefully lifting me onto his back and sprinting frantically from the cave toward the neighboring leopard tribe. The guards of the tribe immediately surrounded him, mistaking him for a rogue beast seeking to abduct a female. Baimu frantically dug at the ground, roaring that his female was feverish and in need of a shaman. Upon hearing this, the leopard warriors grew anxious, swiftly clearing a path and sending one of their own to lead the way. Upon reaching the shaman, an elderly man with a white beard chastised Baimu for his inadequate care of a female while deftly cleaning my wound and applying medicine. He informed me that my survival hinged on the following day. Baimu remained awake throughout the night, reverting to his tiger form, enveloping me with his immense body, his eyes fixed upon me without a single blink. The following day, upon awakening, I found myself utterly devoid of strength, my throat parched and dry. As I opened my eyes, a colossal tiger's head loomed before me, filled with an expression of concern and remorse. Upon realizing I was awake, he erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Shaman, my female has awakened." At the sight of his exuberant demeanor, my heart softened unexpectedly. This foolish giant, despite his peculiar thought processes, genuinely cared for me. A member of the leopard tribe approached, informing us that their chieftain had consented to our temporary stay for recuperation, though we would need to procure our food through Whitevu's hunting efforts. He assisted me in finishing my water and urged me to rest, assuring me that he would take care of everything. No sooner had he uttered these words than the elderly shaman ambled over. He immediately began to interrogate Whitevu, launching a barrage of questions, starting with, "Wait a moment. Why is this frail female accompanied solely by you? Where are the others?" I must tell you, his eyes darted about with an unsettling energy, even while feigning unconsciousness. I sensed his intentions were not entirely benevolent. Yet, this foolish giant remained forthright, explaining that I was still a minor and that he alone was with me. Goodness, I could hear that old man calculating in his mind, nearly smoking with his thoughts. With over 300 bachelors in the Bao tribe and only 30 females, did they not view me as a walking KPI? Just as the old man departed, I opened my eyes to find a magnificent golden leopard squatting by my bedside. The sheer presence of this majestic creature nearly sent me into an ICU-worthy panic. We exchanged wide-eyed stares, the air thick with tension, and I wondered what was to come. Perhaps a physical examination? Just then, the shaman returned, and upon witnessing the scene, he kicked the leopard's rear, exclaiming, "Jin Shun, you foolish beast! Change back at once. Have you no regard for the little female you frightened?" It turned out that this large leopard was their chief. I must say, this first impression plummeted to negative territory. Once the chief transformed back into human form, he appeared quite handsome, though awkwardly scratching his head and requesting medicine. I simply rolled over, pretending to be asleep, grappling with my social anxiety. Who among my family understands? I just did not want to engage with him. Once they both left, I was counting the moments until Bai Mu returned. When he finally did, he had even brought back my precious backpack, which contained my water bottle. Instantly invigorated, I realized I was drenched in sweat and pitifully asked if I could take a bath. He, however, took it upon himself to inquire with the shaman, and only after receiving permission, carefully led me to the riverbank. I instructed him to stand back while I hid behind a rock to wash. After my bath, he transformed into a grand tiger for me to ride. I must say, perched upon his broad back, watching his fluffy ears, my hand seemed to act of its own accord, reaching out to stroke them. To my surprise, he shuddered, as if struck by lightning, and then in a deep, resonant voice cautioned, "Cha-cha, do not casually touch the ears of a beast man again." In that moment, I sensed that this matter was far from simple. Bai Mu returned me to the cave before heading out to hunt and repay a debt. Bored alone, a little leopard cub stumbled into my arms, nearly melting my heart with its fluffiness. Just as I was enjoying the moment, its mother, a robust female beast man, swooped in, snatching the cub away while casting me a disdainful glance. Her eyes were filled with raw jealousy, as if I had usurped her throne. At that moment, I felt utterly deflated. I had no desire to linger in this wretched tribe for another second. When Bai Mu returned that evening, the shaman attempted to sway me, suggesting I remain in their tribe and choose any warrior I wished. Had he lost his mind? Clinging to Bai Mu's arm, I shook my head vigorously, insisting that I would leave with him. Bai Mu, looking tense, held me tightly. We fled under the cover of night. Back in our cozy cave, Bai Mu prepared roasted meat and brought us sweet and tangy fruit. And, as we nestled together, I truly felt that as long as I was with him, I could go anywhere. The following day, we set off to the Sun City to meet his mother. I was filled with trepidation. What a momentous occasion this was. Along the way, I casually plucked a bright red fruit from a bush. It was sweet and delicious, but little did I know, family. This was where fate's gears began to grind ominously. That night, we found a cave to rest in, and Bai Mu caught what appeared to be a spotted beast, roasting its meat to mouth-watering perfection. However, as I ate, I began to feel odd, my body heating up as though I'd been sunbaked all day. By midnight, I was in distress, feeling unbearably hot and squirming on the animal hide like a wriggling worm. When I finally regained consciousness, I felt as if I had been run over by a truck. My body was utterly spent. Bai Mu sat beside me, looking aggrieved, claiming I had taken advantage of him last night. He insisted I'd been quite vigorous, dragging him onto the bed. Looking down, I noticed a white tiger tattoo on my chest, which he explained was the mark of a mate. Goodness, my mind was in a whirl. A delicate woman like myself had, but seeing his pitiful expression, I felt compelled to accept it, agreeing to take responsibility for him. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately swore an oath to the beast god, vowing never to betray me. Just as he finished his pledge, a voice chimed in my mind. My elusive system, self-styled Xiao Sa Gu, suddenly resurfaced, congratulating me on completing the mating process and rewarding me with a beginner's gift pack. Suddenly, I found a lighter, a small bag of salt, and a toothbrush and toothpaste in my hands. I was overwhelmed with emotion. It felt like a timely gift from the heavens, or rather, an ancient airdrop of modern conveniences. When Bai Mu returned from hunting and saw me lighting a fire with a lighter, his eyes widened in astonishment. However, noticing my reluctance to explain, he refrained from asking further. What a wonderful man. I sprinkled the salt on the roasted meat, and the aroma was simply divine. After satisfying our hunger, we continued on our journey. Along the way, we stumbled upon a vast expanse of wild lettuce and cabbage, which thrilled me to no end. I eagerly collected a bunch of seeds, planning to cultivate a joyful farm in the future. After several days of travel, as dusk approached, we arrived at a rabbit tribe settlement. The place was bustling like a marketplace, full of life. As I curiously observed, my eyes widened in disbelief. An old goat was selling gleaming white rice. I was so excited that I nearly dashed over. I lunged at the stall like a fierce tiger, pouncing on its prey. The old goat, chuckling as his beard trembled, informed me that this white rice could only be cultivated by their tribe, making it quite precious. He priced it at 25 animal skins, or 2 colorless crystals for 5 large sacks. I was taken aback. 5 sacks? Were we fleeing famine or going on a spring outing? How could I possibly carry that? I quickly waved my hands, saying, Grandpa, that's excessive. Just 1 sack, and could you spare me some seeds? I wish to start my own joyful farm. The old goat, finding me adorable, smiled and said, All right, little female, I'll gift you the seeds. For just 1 sack of rice, I'll only charge you 10 animal skins. Upon hearing this, I turned to Bai Mu, gesturing for him to take over, indicating I had no money. Without hesitation, Bai Mu handed over the 10 animal skins with an air of authority. The young beast man behind the old goat, blushing, handed over a sack of rice and a handful of seeds. He intended to give it directly to me, but Bai Mu smoothly stepped forward, effortlessly taking all the items. With one hand, he carried the hefty sack of rice, and with the other, he draped animal skins over me, shielding me from prying eyes. Family, who understands his possessiveness? As I sat on his arm, watching him carry the rice and hold me, I felt a twinge of guilt. I suggested I could walk on my own. But do you know what Bai Mu said? He replied, Not just one of you. I could carry 10 cha-chas if I wished. Buy whatever you like. Animal skins and crystals are plentiful. Upon hearing crystals, I wondered what those might be. Some new form of currency? Bai Mu produced a handful from his pocket, sparkling like diamonds in the sunlight. I counted 10 colorless, 2 green, and 1 blue. Bai Mu explained that these were the hard currency of this world, where the more beautiful the color, the more valuable it was, with colorless being the least desirable. He then stuffed all these treasures into my backpack for safekeeping. My heart melted at that moment, and I carefully tucked them away in the innermost part of my bag, zipping it securely. As we continued on our way, I spotted a beautifully crafted leopard print miniskirt and a bandeau top. Without saying a word, I nudged Bai Mu, and he instantly understood, procuring the items for me. Just as darkness began to fall, we arrived at a place called Colorless City. Bai Mu proposed that we spend the night here, stating that he needed to pay a fee for the overnight stay. I was utterly bewildered, hanging around his neck like a mere ornament while stifling yawns. He wrapped me in animal skin, resembling a zongzi, before making his way to the center of the city. After exchanging a colorless crystal, we acquired a stone dwelling. How shall I describe that house? It was predominantly primitive, merely a spacious stone chamber with winds breezing through all 4 sides, lacking even a door. Bai Mu was quite cautious, entering first to ensure it was safe before setting me down. He laid out the animal skins in a corner, even going so far as to offer me the softest piece as a blanket. As night fell, my stomach growled, fatigue overwhelming me, and I clung to him, inquiring about our dinner. He asked what I wished to eat. I gestured toward the wild fruits in my backpack and suggested that we have those, as I longed to sleep afterward. He handed me the fruits, and after a couple of bites, my hunger dissipated. I looked at him and asked, What will you eat? He replied that he wasn't hungry, then effortlessly lifted me and placed me on the prepared bedding, gently patting my back as if I were a child. I soon drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to me, once I fell deep asleep, Bai Mu left a trace of his scent at the door, transformed into a white tiger, and stealthily ventured out to hunt. He returned in the dead of night, clenching a wild boar in his jaws, which he dropped at the entrance before resuming his embrace around me. Even more absurdly, he leaned down and started murmuring to my belly, You must behave and not disturb your mother beast, or I shall come for you, understood? I was in such a deep sleep that I was oblivious to this peculiar declaration. I thought to myself, he wouldn't be opening my belly like a surprise box. Would he? How ridiculous. The following morning, I awoke from hunger. Baimu mentioned that we couldn't light a fire in the city and that we should hasten our departure. We packed our belongings, and he transformed back into a white tiger, carrying me as he dashed away. The speed was exhilarating, and I instantly became alert. We stopped only when we reached an area outside the city with a water source. He went to handle the unfortunate wild boar while I brushed my teeth and washed my face by the water's edge. As I gazed at my reflection, I couldn't help but notice Baimu's flawless skin despite his apparent lack of dental hygiene. Is this world biased towards the males? I helped him start a fire and couldn't help but drool at the sight of a bag of gleaming white rice. But alas, we had no pot. At that moment, the annoying system in my mind suddenly chimed in. Cha-cha, keep up the good work with the offspring for rewards, though I cannot divulge what they are. I nearly dropped the lettuce I was holding into the water in shock. This system certainly knows how to pick its moments. I feigned ignorance and carried the lettuce over. Baimu had already roasted the meat. He tore off a large chunk for himself while thoughtfully wrapping my portion in leaves to cool. When he saw me skillfully using the small wooden sticks he had made, essentially chopsticks, to pick up the meat, he attempted it himself but could not manage, ultimately giving up in frustration. I devoured an entire hind leg by myself and, patting my belly, remarked to Baimu, "Am I getting fat? I feel like my appetite has improved." He came over to touch my belly and said, "Not at all. Cha-cha remains as adorable as ever. Eating more meat will keep you healthy." After satisfying our hunger, we resumed our journey, aiming for the grand trading event at Sunching. However, scarcely had we set off when a pitch-black venomous snake stealthily slid down from a tree near the place where we had lit the fire. Its dark eyes fixed intently on the direction of my departure, hissing as it flicked its tongue. Along the way, we discovered a marvelous fruit resembling a durian, encased in a hard white shell. Baimu smashed it open with a paw, revealing not fruit flesh but a pile of white powder. I sniffed it and realized, lo and behold, it was flour. I quickly instructed him to gather the seeds. Perched on his back, I began to interrogate Baimu about the intelligence of this world. He informed me that crystals were categorized into 6 types: colorless, green, blue, yellow, red, and purple, with the purple being something he had never seen. The cities were built around crystal mines, with the largest being Sunching and Yuliangsheng under the dominion of the Beast King. I jokingly remarked that if we were to discover a new mine, we would become instant millionaires overnight. During our midday break, having grown weary of roasted meat, I craved something lighter. Without hesitation, Baimu scampered up an enormously tall tree and plucked a bunch of sweet, red fruit for me. As he leaped down, sunlight illuminated his silvery hair, casting a glow around him. I must admit, I felt a twinge of infatuation. He handed me the fruits before heading off to hunt again. Sitting on the grass, I nibbled on the fruits, internally criticizing the simplicity and bluntness of naming conventions in this beastman world. Just then, danger approached stealthily. From the bushes behind me emerged 2 stout male beasts, their eyes glimmering green, leering at me with predatory intent. One of them remarked, "That tiger has left. Let us hurry." The next moment, 2 grotesque wild boars charged toward me, their mouths uttering human speech. "Huh, little female, come along with us." Terrified, I took off running, but 2 legs could never outrun 4. In an instant, I was knocked to the ground by a foul stench. I desperately shouted toward the forest, "Baimu, save me." The wild boar taunted, "Your partner is surely afraid of us and has abandoned you." Just as despair set in, a white figure darted toward us like lightning, sending the boar that had me pinned flying. Overjoyed, I shouted Baimu, but upon closer inspection, I realized it wasn't Baimu. It was an incredibly beautiful white wolf with blue eyes. The 2 wild boars, clearly bullies, saw the white wolf and fled in a panic. I stood up to thank the wolf, which gazed at me with sparkling eyes and leaned in for me to pet it. Just as I stroked its fur a couple of times, Baimu returned. Upon seeing me pet another creature, his face turned green with jealousy. He charged over, kicked the white wolf away, and roared, "This is my female." The wolf was undeterred. It transformed into human form, a handsome, silver-haired, blue-eyed man, pointing at Baimu and retorting, "You cannot take care of the little female. If it weren't for me, she would have been captured." The handsome man introduced himself as Han Qing, claiming to be a 1-star ice-type beast spirit, and urged me to consider him. Seeing Baimu's furious expression nearly made me laugh. Han Qing, noticing my amusement, became even more brazen, challenging Baimu. "Let's have a fight." Baimu welcomed the idea, ensuring I was settled before the two transformed into their beast forms. What a sight it was, a black-striped white tiger and a snow-domain white wolf engaged in battle. Han Qing launched an icy attack, but Bai Mu's icy claws melted in an instant. With a fierce electrical charge, he sent Han Qing tumbling, twitching helplessly on the ground. It turned out Bai Mu was a far more formidable 3-star, lightning-type beast spirit. Without sparing Han Qing a glance, Bai Mu approached to take me away. Han Qing lay on the ground wailing, "Hey, don't leave. Help me out." I felt a pang of sympathy, but Bai Mu insisted he would recover soon. To my surprise, we hadn't gone far when Han Qing managed to catch up with us in human form, walking alongside us and chattering incessantly about my name, how many partners I had, and suggesting I consider him. I firmly declined, stating I only wanted one partner. He boldly replied, "I'll just recognize Bai Mu as the boss. Cha-cha. Think about me." This fellow was relentless. Bai Mu, growing increasingly annoyed, zapped him yet again. But before long, Han Qing rejoined us, boasting about a concealed cave he had discovered. Upon reaching the cave, he began to call me Su and attempted to make advances, only to be met with a sharp slap. Unbeknownst to me, Bai Mu had dragged Han Qing outside to confront him. He consented to Han Qing pursuing me, with the stipulation that he must not harm me and that whether it would come to fruition depended on Han Qing's own abilities. Bai Mu even revealed a staggering secret. I was pregnant, though I remained unaware. Han Qing immediately pledged his allegiance, promising that Bai Mu would be the boss and that he would await the next brood of offspring. These two men struck an agreement behind my back while I busied myself organizing my precious seeds in the cave. Han Qing ventured out to hunt while we kindled a fire. To our surprise, this fellow, having descended from the snowy mountains, harbored an intense fear of flames, yet insisted on maintaining a facade of coolness. He nervously sat beside me, and without realizing it, his bushy tail shot out in a sudden display. As he turned to retrieve something, that fluffy appendage swept across the fire, emitting a sharp crackle and a whiff of singed fur. Upon discovering his tail smoking, he let out a heart-wrenching scream and bolted outside. When he returned, his tail's tip was singed bare. He sobbed into my embrace, lamenting the loss of his prized fur, claiming he could no longer boast to other beastmen and insisted that I accept him as my partner. I shot him an exasperated glance and offered him some roasted meat. He initially scoffed, but after tasting it, his eyes widened in delight, exclaiming how delicious it was and questioning what he had previously consumed. Having satisfied our hunger, I felt utterly fatigued, prompting Bai Mu to carry me off to sleep. The next morning, upon awakening, I saw Han Qing returning with his prey. The imposing figure of the white wolf, paired with his now bare tail, was an amusing sight. The moment he spotted me, he shifted into human form and circled around me, presenting a bright red fruit as if it were a treasure and displaying an injury on his arm, exclaiming, "Look, look, em hurt." With a toothbrush in my mouth, I glanced down at his wound, which appeared so minor that had he waited just 3 more minutes, it might have healed itself. I replied with an expressionless face, "Oh, what a terrible wound. Had you delayed any longer, will I have to take you on a tour of your scars?" This fellow, with an astonishing lack of modesty, inched closer, fixated on the foam in my mouth, asking, "Cha-cha, what delectable treat are you enjoying? May I have a taste?" I ignored him, continuing to brush my teeth, while he buzzed around my ear like an annoying fly. After I expelled the foam, I shot him a sidelong glance. "With all this chatter, I ascend to your mouth dry?" He gasped, and then, to my astonishment, he pouted and leaned in. My brain momentarily malfunctioned. His thought process was on a completely different wavelength. Without thinking, I swiftly delivered a sharp slap to his face. He pouted in complaint, covering his face and trailing behind me, saying, "But you asked if my mouth was dry. I was just trying to kiss you." This was absurd. I chose to ignore him. Bai Mu handed me a piece of roasted meat, mentioning that it was our last day of travel, and we would reach the Sun City tomorrow. Han Qing, fearing we might abandon him, hastily devoured his food and eagerly offered to assist Bai Mu in packing. Observing his industrious figure, I curiously inquired, as we head to Sun City, "Is it along your route?" He slung a hide over his shoulder and casually replied, "What a coincidence. I'm heading to Sun City too. This must be fate." He then dashed off to catch up with Bai Mu, his eyes reflecting a mix of envy and jealousy as he watched me being carried while he bore a load of tattered hides. Our pace was remarkably swift, with the wind howling past us, making me feel dizzy as I clung to Bai Mu's back, fighting the urge to retch. Han Qing, ever observant, immediately called for a halt. Bai Mu transformed back into his human form and set me down, patting my back and offering me water. I waved him off, assuring him I was fine, merely puzzled that someone who never experienced motion sickness, was now feeling ill on a tiger's back. Noticing that the sky was dimming, Baimu opted to hold me close, suggesting we rest for a while before continuing to Sun City. He left me with Hanqing while he went hunting. This was clearly an opportunity for Hanqing. Once Baimu was gone, the wolf cub revealed his true nature, coming over to tickle me until tears streamed down my face from laughter. I promptly warned him, "If you keep that up, I'll call Baimu back to deal with you. You can't possibly win against him." Hanqing raised an eyebrow, asserting, "Who says I'm stronger than him?" I stifled a laugh, replying, "Oh, really? How convenient. Baimu is standing right behind you." He yelped and jumped up, spinning around to shout, "Boss, I was just joking." But when he turned back, he found nothing. I laughed until I could barely stand, pointing at him, "Coward." Later, I taught him how to create fire by friction. Despite his previous mishap with his tail, he was eager to try, quickly seizing the materials. Under my astute guidance, smoke finally began to billow. I mentioned that this method could also be used in the snowy mountains, and upon hearing snowy mountains, he promptly seated himself beside me, declaring, "I'm not going back. I'll follow you and be your partner. Baimu can't take care of you alone." Before I could respond, he covered my mouth with his hand, exclaiming, "I knew you would agree. Haha, you truly love me." I was at a loss for words. It seemed I could not shake off this clingy attachment. When Baimu returned, we had successfully started the fire. He had caught 2 game animals, and I joyfully rushed to embrace him, exclaiming, "You're back. Look, I started the fire today." Baimu playfully flicked my nose, praising my efforts before tending to the game. He even brought me some fresh lettuce. And let me tell you, wrapping roasted meat in lettuce is a divine culinary experience. I washed the lettuce and kicked Hanqing, who was lounging nearby. "Get up and help. You're not here to spectate." He stretched, and upon hearing my command, he lazily replied, "Of course, I must help." However, halfway there, noticing my attention was on the fire, he made a swift return, pecked me on the cheek, and dashed off. Enraged, I grabbed a nearby stick and hurled it at him, but he effortlessly dodged with a stylish leap, then whistled at me. What a rogue! His audacity was astounding. Baimu sliced off the tenderest meat from a roe deer for me. Seeing the scratches on his arm softened my heart, and I leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. He paused in surprise, then smiled, ruffling my hair, "You little rascal." Hanqing, mimicking my actions, clumsily attempted to cut meat, resulting in a comical disaster. He insisted that his cooking was superior, yet I guided him throughout the process. Ultimately, I wrapped my roasted meat in lettuce and handed it to Baimu first. Hanqing, incessantly nagging like a debt collector, prompted me to begrudgingly prepare one for him too, saying, "Eat up, you lecherous wolf." After satisfying our appetites, we continued our journey. It wasn't until nightfall that we finally arrived at Sun City. The scene was overwhelming, a veritable sea of people and flames, akin to a bustling market. Baimu enveloped me tightly in his cloak, while Hanqing, surprisingly dependable, helped pull my hat down, whispering, "Don't speak. There are wicked beastmen here." My goodness, this sounded like human traffickers. Terrified, I clung tightly to Baimu, behaving as meekly as a quail. We exchanged 2 crystals for a modest stone dwelling, to avoid drawing attention with fire. Baimu instructed Hanqing to procure dinner himself, and gave me a few sweet fruits to stave off hunger. We barricaded the door with hides, finally feeling a semblance of security. Before long, Hanqing returned, beckoning Baimu outside, where he tossed a prepared game animal onto the ground, proclaiming, "This is for you." He then attempted to snuggle up to me, but I swiftly kicked him away. In this communal sleeping arrangement, Baimu lay beside me, while Hanqing took up position at the door as a guard. I was utterly exhausted, falling asleep the moment my head hit the pillow. The next day, I was jolted awake by the commotion outside. Hanqing was even more excited than I, urging me to rise and join in the fun. Baimu, ever gentle, lifted me up, even preparing my toothbrush for me. Once I was ready, the 3 of us stepped outside, and I was immediately taken aback by the throngs of people. Stalls lined both sides of the street, selling an array of goods. Then, I spotted the merfolk. I must say, those lads were simply my electronic ibuprofen, each more handsome than the last. One, with blue hair, named Jinshi, had eyes as blue as sapphires. I was captivated by the pearl shells at his stall and inquired what I needed to trade. To my astonishment, he flashed a charming smile and said, "Little female, you are truly beautiful. May I be your partner?" I was left utterly speechless. Hanqing was the first to explode with excitement, rushing forward and shouting, "You go to the back of the line. I still don't have a title." Baimu, however, remained as steady as a mountain, calmly informing Jinshi, Your merfolk cannot bond with the beastmen of the continent. Jinchi was unfazed and retorted, whether or not we can is up to the little female. She then proceeded to offer me some items for free. Ultimately, it was Bai Mu who pulled out a crystal stone, engaging in a forceful transaction, and carried me away. I politely waved goodbye to Jinchi. Later, as we continued to explore, I was unexpectedly able to purchase potatoes. I exchanged 3 pieces of beast hide for all the potatoes from the herbivore. At noon, we found a place to rest, and Bai Mu went hunting. I asked Han Xing to start a fire, and to my astonishment, he produced 2 black stones and struck them together to create sparks. I was amazed, asking, "When did you acquire such a marvelous item? Why didn't you bring it out earlier?" He replied with a hint of jealousy, "I bought it in the Sun City. Just now, someone was so entranced by that mermaid that they had no time to notice me." I couldn't help but laugh at his frustration, saying, "What's wrong with appreciating beauty? It's human nature." Han Xing grumbled as he stoked the fire, mumbling to himself. I turned to him, asking, "What are you laughing about?" He immediately shook his head with a serious expression, insisting, "You misheard. I wasn't laughing." After we finished our meal, Bai Mu suddenly announced, "We should reach the Baihu tribe tonight." I almost choked on my food, exclaiming, "What? You intend to take me home to meet your parents?" My composure slipped, and I anxiously tugged at my hair. Bai Mu comforted me, "Don't worry, my mother will like you." When we arrived at the territory of the Baihu tribe, to my surprise, his mother, Lita, rushed out of the cave, embracing Bai Mu and bursting into tears. She then turned to pinch my face, murmuring that I was beautiful but too thin. I awkwardly greeted her as mother and was pulled into the cave. What unfolded next was even more astonishing. Inside the cave sat 5 men, including Bai Mu's father, who had just returned from hunting. That made a total of 6 partners. I was momentarily stunned. Bai Mu led me to the neighboring cave where he had previously lived, and Han Xing had already gone to great lengths to make the bed, wearing an expression that begged for praise. I deliberately ignored him and complimented Bai Mu. "Oh, Bai Mu, you've cleaned up so well, it's impressive." Bai Mu played along. "Yes, I did the cleaning." Han Xing immediately broke down, tearfully declaring, "But I did the cleaning," like a little child vying for attention. Realizing I had inadvertently hurt his feelings, I quickly soothed him, saying, "The bed you made is the softest and most comfortable." However, he insisted that I kiss him first. With no other option, I lightly tapped his face, saying, "There, I kissed you. Now stop crying." Only then did he cover his face, his ears turning red, and quiet down. After a while, Bai Mu's father, the handsome Baiyin, returned, looking at me with amusement, his gaze lingering on my belly, clearly aware of something. He instructed Bai Mu to prepare the game for the evening feast and cheerfully went to find Lita. When Lita arrived with her group of partners, everyone was astonished to see Bai Mu expertly cutting meat and roasting it over the fire, with everyone keeping their distance, fearful of the flames. Baiyin nervously cautioned Bai Mu, "Be careful, fire is dangerous. Without the shaman, no one dares to light a fire." Upon hearing this, Bai Mu chuckled, reassuring his anxious parents, "It's fine, just don't touch the fire. In winter, we can roast for warmth. It's quite nice." He demonstrated by holding his hand over the flames, then placed it in Lita's hands, warm but not burnt. Initially startled, Lita's fear dissipated as she felt Bai Mu's warm hand. In that moment, everyone relaxed, and the atmosphere shifted from that of a primitive tribe to a lively outdoor barbecue. Bai Mu handed the first piece of roasted meat to his mother, reminding his father, "Blow on it to cool it for Mom." Lita cautiously took a bite, her eyes lighting up with delight, as if illuminated by 2 LED bulbs. "Oh my goodness, this is 1,000 times better than raw meat." With the first brave soul to taste the food, others could no longer contain themselves, following suit, and the cave filled with the sounds of sizzling meat and satisfied chewing. Our dear Su Cha got along splendidly with Lita, mainly thanks to Bai Mu serving as a translator, while Han Xing stood by Su Cha's side like a loyal follower, unable to interject a word. By the end of the meal, every last morsel of the game had been devoured. Su Cha was once again astonished by the beastman's appetite. This was no ordinary meal, it was a feast. After satisfying our hunger, Bai Mu patiently taught his father how to start and extinguish a fire, initiating a safety knowledge session. Lita, watching her thriving child, inquired if he intended to stay in the tribe. I must mention that Bai Mu is a 3-star beast soul. He would be a sought-after catch in any tribe. However, Bai Mu shook his head, looking at his mother. "Mom, I don't plan to stay, but I will frequently bring Cha back to visit you." Although Lita felt a twinge of disappointment, she supported her son's decision. His brother Baiyin asked, "When will you leave?" Bai Mu replied, "Tomorrow, the sooner the better." Everyone understood. He wanted to avoid drawing too much attention to his return to the tribe to prevent complications. As the fire was extinguished, his parents took their leave back to their cave. Once inside, Su-cha could no longer contain her curiosity, asking Bai Mu, "Why don't we stay since your parents are here?" Han Qing, content to follow wherever Su-cha went, had already fallen asleep at the cave entrance. Bai Mu gently embraced Su-cha, his voice tender as he said, "I want to find a better place for you, where you can comfortably spend the winter." Su-cha nodded sleepily and soon drifted off. Once she was sound asleep, Bai Mu sat up, gazing at her peaceful face, whispering, "I'm sorry for hiding this from you. I will handle everything." Then he lay down beside her, holding her close. The following morning, Su-cha packed her small backpack, bid farewell to Bai Mu's parents, and the three of them set off. However, dear family, we hadn't gone far when a significant commotion ensued. A hefty female, carried by a group of beastmen, was calling out from 800 meters away, "Bai Mu, you finally returned. Are you planning to accept me?" Lita, hearing this commotion at the cave entrance, sighed in relief that her son had escaped quickly. This woman, named Molly, was the one who had forced Bai Mu to leave years ago, and she was notoriously troublesome. Seeing that she had lost Bai Mu, Molly shouted at Lita, "Where's Bai Mu? Is he back to be my partner?" Having seen Su-cha, Lita looked at Molly with disdain, waving her hand dismissively. "He left. He only came back to see us." I tell you, Molly exploded with rage at that moment. She began to beat and kick the companions who were carrying her, berating them for their incompetence. Once she exhausted herself, she gasped and declared, "Bai Mu is mine. Just wait." With a wave of her hand, she had her companions carry her back. Lita watched from behind, shaking her head, relieved that her child had not followed her. Meanwhile, Su-cha and the others had moved far away, and she asked Bai Mu, "Where are we going?" Bai Mu pondered deeply. Although the Baihu tribe was his home, he couldn't trust Su-cha with that crazy Molly around. That woman would destroy what she could not possess, and with her father being the chieftain, she was capable of anything. After much contemplation, Bai Mu stated firmly, "We will head deep into the forest to find a strong tribe to settle in." Han Qing listened intently, his expression conveying unwavering support for whatever Bai Mu decided. Su-cha nodded in agreement, and Han Qing quickly declared his loyalty. "I'm a single beast now. You must take me in." Bai Mu cast a fleeting glance at him and said, "Let us go together. Winter is approaching." Thus, the trio set forth once more. This time, Bai Mu deliberately chose a route abundant in water sources and flourishing trees. Winter in the beast realm was no trivial matter. One had to guard against both beast tides and the plundering of rival tribes. With females being physically weaker, many succumbed to illness during the winter, necessitating the need for a reliable protector to endure the season. As they journeyed on, the trees grew taller, and the forest echoed with the roars of various wild beasts, instantly heightening the tension in the air. Han Qing turned around and noticed Su-cha's pallid complexion, mistakenly believing her to be frightened, and hurriedly urged Bai Mu to quicken their pace. Suddenly, Su-cha clutched her abdomen, her voice wavering. My stomach hurts." Cold sweat poured down her face. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Qing swiftly transformed back into his human form and lifted Su-cha off Bai Mu's back. Su-cha writhed in agony on the ground. Bai Mu was momentarily stunned, his mind ringing with alarm as he scooped Su-cha into his arms and sprinted ahead, with Han Qing, equally terrified, closely trailing behind. Bai Mu, seasoned in navigating the wilderness, recalled the existence of a nearby tribe. As he ran, he reassured Su-cha, "Cha-cha, hold on. I will find a shaman. We will be there soon." Halfway through their frantic flight, they collided with a group of lion tribe beastmen who were returning from a hunt. The opposing party, upon seeing them, immediately assumed a combat stance, noting the strength of both Bai Mu and Han Qing. Bai Mu, however, had no time for idle threats and exchanged a meaningful glance with Han Qing. To his astonishment, Han Qing charged forward and clasped the thigh of the leading lion, weeping profusely. "Our female is injured. She is on the brink of death. Please save her." Bai Mu was flabbergasted. He had intended for Han Qing to subdue them, not to enact a tragic performance. Yet, surprisingly, this tactic proved effective. The lion tribe members, upon hearing of the injured female and witnessing Han Qing's genuine distress, were moved. The leader, Shi Wu, pushed Han Qing aside and approached Bai Mu. Observing Su-cha's pale visage and her cries of pain, his heart ached at the sight of such a beautiful female, and he shouted at Bai Mu, "Hurry, follow me." A throng of beastmen surged back towards the tribe. Shi Wu led them directly to the shaman's cave, bellowing at the entrance, "Sabai, come out." A female is injured. A languid yet magnetic voice emanated from within. Who is it? Is someone wasting my herbs again? Bai Mu, unable to wait, rushed inside with Su Cha in his arms, only to come face to face with the shaman, Sabai. This shaman was absurdly youthful, his head wrapped in animal skin, strikingly handsome. Han Qing shouted from behind, "Hurry! Sabesusu! She is on the verge of death." Bai Mu, disregarding everything else, blurted, "She is pregnant and has been complaining of stomach pain." Upon hearing this, Sabai pointed to a stone bed, instructing them to place Su Cha upon it. He examined her closely, stating, "She is merely overexerted. These little ones are quite resilient. She can still be saved." He then busied himself in a corner, preparing medicinal herbs. When he finished concocting the medicine, he stood up and unleashed a tirade, pointing accusatorily at Bai Mu and Han Qing. "Are you both out of your minds? A female in her condition should not be working. Are either of your mates?" Bai Mu was rendered speechless by the reprimand, while Han Qing, contemplating his own negligence in caring for Su Su, broke down in tears. Sabai, exasperated by Han Qing's weeping, snapped, "Enough with the crying. You're driving the poor female to her grave with your sobbing." Silence. Terrified, Han Qing immediately covered his mouth, stifling his cries. Sabai then turned to Bai Mu. "Look, do you not see the blood flowing beneath her? Fetch a clean animal hide to replace it." Bai Mu gasped, feeling the warmth of blood on his hands. Overcome with guilt, he slapped himself and hurriedly replaced Su Cha's soiled covering with a clean hide. Sabai approached with the prepared medicine. Noting Su Cha's unconscious state, he instructed the two fools, "She must drink this. Delay any longer, and the little ones will be lost." Bai Mu's head drooped lower, while Han Qing clutched Su Cha's hand, crying out, "Su Su, please don't die. I will give up the little ones." Sabai, unable to tolerate their antics any longer, pushed them aside. "What noise is this? Go wait outside and do not disturb me." Once they exited, Sabai sat beside Su Cha, his gaze fixated on her with a peculiar fondness. He mused aloud, "Such a tragic fate. If I heal you, you shall belong to me. I'm far more useful than those two mates of yours." Then came the shocking moment. Dear readers, he drank the dark potion himself and leaned down, mouth to mouth, administering it to the female protagonist. I was left utterly bewildered, thinking, brother, is this taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state a bit too blatant? Afterward, he collapsed onto Su Cha, panting, claiming that the little female had an impressive grip. As she wouldn't release his tongue, I scoffed. Was this saving her or merely serving his own interests? Exiting the cave, he berated the two sentinels once more. "The female needs to rest. Do not tire her further. If you mistreat her, I will report to the Beast King and have you expelled." At last, Bai Mu lifted his head and inquired, "What of Cha Cha?" Sabai replied curtly, still unconscious, "Her condition is too weak. Let her stay here. You can sleep wherever you wish." He added, "I have calculated. This year's blizzard will arrive early and will be the most severe in history. You would do well to remain here for the winter." Upon hearing the shaman's words, Bai Mu could only nod in gratitude and led the still-dazed Han Qing to seek the tribe leader. Sabai watched them depart, exhaling a sigh of relief. Before returning to the cave to sit beside Su Cha, his gaze filled with admiration as he gently kissed her lips. Truly, his intentions were as conspicuous as daylight. The following morning, Su Cha woke to find a strikingly handsome man lying beside her. Startled, she bolted upright and retreated to the corner, asking, "Who are you? Where are Bai Mu and the others?" Sabai propped his head up lazily. "Awake are we? Bai Mu and the others are next door. I have forbidden them from coming near you." He then recounted how he had saved her, expressing concern for her well-being, and admitted that he had inadvertently dozed off. Upon hearing this, Su Cha felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Sabai continued, "I am Sabai, the shaman of the lion tribe. You are pregnant and have overexerted yourself. You must recuperate here, or the little ones will be at risk." Su Cha was left utterly astounded. "I'm pregnant?" She hurriedly requested Sabai to summon Bai Mu. When Bai Mu burst in, Su Cha confronted him. "Did you already know I was pregnant?" Bai Mu nodded, his expression filled with remorse. "I feared you would not be pleased." Su Cha was both furious and heartbroken. "You should have told me sooner. The little ones were nearly lost. If something had happened, I would have been devastated." Bai Mu embraced her, repeatedly apologizing and assuring her that he had spoken to the lion tribe leader about staying for the winter. As their conversation continued, fatigue overtook Su Cha once more. Sabai approached, saying, "The little female needs a rest." Bai Mu had no choice but to glance back repeatedly as he exited. Sabai assisted Su-cha in lying down, and she promptly fell into a deep slumber again. When she awoke, it was already midday. Sabai had prepared roasted meat, cutting it into small pieces to offer her. Su-cha wished to freshen up first, and Sabai promptly carried her next door. Bai Mu was busy digging a cave. Upon seeing Su-cha, he eagerly took her from Sabai's arms. Once Su-cha finished rinsing her mouth, she assumed the role of chief designer, directing the construction. Here, create a master bedroom. It must have a stone bed. Over there, reserve a single room for Han Qing. He would be quite lonely otherwise. At the entrance, design an entire kitchen. Dig down in the corner for a basement to store supplies. Oh, and next to the master bedroom, add a smaller room for the little ones. Goodness, this was not merely digging a cave. It was akin to orchestrating a grand renovation. Bai Mu stood behind her, nodding vigorously, jotting down her directives. Upon stepping outside, Su-cha realized their home was perched on a mountainside, offering a breathtaking view, with only Sabai as a neighbor. Just then, Han Qing returned, excitedly bounding back with prey in his mouth, exclaiming, "Su-su, you are better." He tossed the prey to Bai Mu and rushed over to Su-cha, conducting a thorough examination of her. Then he hurried off to start a fire for roasting meat. Su-cha's appetite was insatiable, devouring 2 large beast legs by herself. After feasting, Sabai approached with a bowl of dark, murky medicine. Upon seeing it, Su-cha's face turned pale, and she hid behind Han Qing, pleading, "Must I drink it? It's so bitter." Sabai shook his head, and Han Qing, with utmost seriousness, pulled her out, saying, "Su-su, you must drink the medicine to recover swiftly." Su-cha helplessly looked towards Bai Mu for assistance. He gently patted her head, assuring, "Be good, drink it, and I'll bring you delicious food tomorrow." With a resolute heart, she downed the concoction in one gulp, her face contorting with the bitterness. Han Qing quickly offered her a sweet fruit to ease the taste. That evening, Bai Mu escorted Su-cha back to Sabai's place before returning to continue the renovations. While Sabai went out to gather herbs, Bai Mu diligently followed Su-cha's blueprint, chiseling out the bedroom, nursery, and kitchen one by one. When Han Qing returned, Bai Mu explained the layout of their new abode. On the left is where Cha-cha will sleep, and the smaller room next to it is for the little one. The outermost area is the kitchen, and we just dug a cellar. The room on the right is specifically reserved for you. Upon hearing this, Han Qing's tail shot up in excitement, wagging like a propeller. His face radiated both confidence and joy as he muttered, "Hee, I knew it. Su-su is already accepting me. Oh my, this pure-hearted warrior of love is truly beyond salvation." One might wonder if this fellow's thought process is simply clear yet foolish. While he was lost in dreams, Sabai was far from idle. Su-cha, initially feeling a bit shy, asked, "If I sleep in your bed, where will you sleep?" To her surprise, Sabai transformed into a magnificent lion right before their eyes, laying at the cave entrance, implying, "I'll sleep at the door with those 2 fools." "Don't worry." Bai Mu, who had been cautious, felt reassured by this display and settled down to sleep. Han Qing, on the other hand, sprawled out comfortably, his feet resting on Bai Mu's side. But was this truly the end? Not at all. This fellow had ulterior motives. In the dead of night, noticing the 2 beside him were sound asleep, he stealthily slipped back into the cave and on his Su-cha's bed. Su-cha, groggy from sleep, felt the warmth of a large body beside her and instinctively nestled closer, blissfully unaware. The 2 at the entrance remained oblivious. The next morning, the commotion echoed like a construction crew had arrived. Su-cha was abruptly awakened and, thinking Bai Mu was demolishing their home, stormed next door, shouting, "Bai Mu, are you tearing down the house?" Instead, Han Qing, appearing disheveled yet enthusiastic, bounded over, wagging his tail with excitement. "Su-su, look, I've smoothed out the stone bed. Now you can sleep comfortably." Realizing her mistake, Su-cha felt embarrassed, looking down on her toes, but then her mind sparked with inspiration. "Let us build. This cave is as bare as a shell, with not even a door." She grabbed Han Qing, exclaiming, "Let us go. We need to chop down trees. We'll make a door, a table, and chopsticks." Without hesitation, Han Qing transformed back into his wolf form, carrying Su-cha as they dashed into the forest. His massive paws made quick work of the trees, toppling them like cucumbers. Just as they were pondering how to transport the wood back, Bai Mu returned from hunting. Perfectly timed. Upon hearing Su-cha's plans for renovations, he wasted no time. One carried the wood while the other carried Su-cha, and they marched home triumphantly. Upon arriving at the cave, the construction team officially commenced work. Bai Mu reminded them, "We only have 2 laborers here. Other families have at least 5 partners. If we don't work hard, we'll be left to face the winter winds." After hearing this, Han Qing's motivation skyrocketed. He eagerly volunteered to make the door, but while he succeeded in crafting it, he was stumped on how to install it. There were no hinges. The situation became quite awkward. All right, let us set the door aside for now and make a table. This time, it looked promising, but Han Qing insisted on testing its weight, resulting in a loud crack as both he and the table collapsed. Su Cha could hardly bear to watch. Thankfully, Han Qing, a master craftsman, redeemed himself with smaller items: chopsticks, bowls, spoons, and even a lovely little vase, all exquisitely smooth and beautiful. However, the real triumph awaited in the form of our taciturn Bai Mu. Without a word, he skillfully carved out a table and several stools from stone, sturdy and reliable. Su Cha was overjoyed, placing flowers in the vase on the stone table, directing them to carve niches in the walls for the bowls and utensils, then neatly stacking the remaining wood as firewood. Remarkably, after all this, it began to feel like home. After a busy morning, their stomachs growled with hunger. As soon as Su Cha mentioned being famished, Han Qing vanished in a flash, declaring, "Wait here, I'll be right back." Just as Bai Mu managed to start a fire, Su Cha noticed smoke swirling inside the cave and urgently pointed to the ceiling, saying, "Bai Mu, we need a skylight here, or we'll be suffocated." Bai Mu's eyes lit up, realizing how clever the little female was. In no time, Han Qing returned, breathless, holding a few fresh lettuce heads he had picked far away, exclaiming, "I ran quite a distance to get these for you." Su Cha beamed like a flower, grilling him a second piece of meat. This big dog radiated joy with just a little sunshine, his tail wagging furiously. After their meal, Bai approached with that ancestral bowl of dark green concoction, announcing it was the final dose of medicine. Su Cha's expression was akin to facing execution. She closed her eyes and gulped it down in one go. After drinking, she fell drowsy, and Bai Mu and Han Qing proceeded to tidy up their new home. There was one room for Su Cha, another for Han Qing, and one for future offspring. After taking a quick tour, Su Cha suddenly realized, "Wait, Bai Mu, where will you sleep?" She pointed at the wall between her and Han Qing, suggesting, "Why don't you make another room here?" Upon hearing this, Han Qing's infatuated mind short-circuited. He assumed Su Cha was implying that he and Bai Mu would guard her, and with a howl, he rushed over to help dig, his wolf claws nearly sparking. Once the room was completed, he leaned in to blow the dust off his claws, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Aren't I impressive?" Su Cha laughed at his antics and absent-mindedly patted his ears. Alas, this ignited something. Han Qing covered his ears, his eyes sparkling with stars, murmuring, "She loves me. She touched my ears. She is confessing to me." Bai Mu, observing the scene, remarked dryly, "Cha-Cha doesn't he understand such things? Don't get carried away." I could almost hear the sound of the pure-hearted warrior's heart shattering. Just moments ago, his tail was soaring high, but now it drooped dismally, leaving the entire wolf dejected. As Su Cha succumbed to sleepiness from the medicine, Bai Mu carried her back to her room. Once he confirmed she was fast asleep, the two boys wasted no time planning to gather more wood and hut. They even made a special request to Bai to keep an eye on Su Cha, allowing them to venture into the forest with peace of mind. This time, they unleashed their full potential. Bai Mu took charge of chopping wood while Han Qing focused on hunting. Why did he capture live prey? The reason was utterly absurd. He was irked by the sight of those two long-eared beasts displaying affection, so he decided to catch one. He also picked some wild fruits for Su Cha. The duo continued deeper into the forest, and Bai Mu, experienced and astute, soon discovered a water source marked by the presence of a large creature. They crouched in the grass like special forces, and before long, a wounded, solitary giant long-horned beast appeared. It was a treasure. Bai Mu pounced, biting its hind leg, while Han Qing expertly targeted its neck with a bite. Their flawless coordination resulted in an easy capture. On their way back, laden with spoils, they processed the game by the river, attracting envious glances. Bai Mu skillfully stripped the skin from the long-eared beast, declaring he would make winter shoes for Su Cha. Meanwhile, Han Qing, the rough-and-tumble type, damaged a bit of the hide, earning Bai Mu's disapproval and being sent off to deal with the larger longhorned beast. In this place, the two of them were reaping a bountiful harvest, while on the other side, Su Cha had awakened and was squatting in its Bai cave, diligently organizing herbs. To my surprise, Su Cha displayed quite the talent in this regard, and the two struck up an engaging conversation. As evening approached, captivated by the exquisite sunset, Su Cha excitedly tugged Bai outside to admire the view. I must say, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Beneath the setting sun, Bai's golden hair was bathed in a warm glow, leaving Su Cha entranced, perceiving him as resembling a celestial being. Almost by some whimsical fate, her hand, seemingly possessed, reached out and gently brushed against Sabai's hair. I tell you, in that instant, both of them felt as if they had been jolted by electricity. Sucha quickly withdrew her hand, her face flushing with embarrassment. Just as the awkwardness enveloped them, a booming voice from afar called out, "Su, we're back." This timely shout was like a lifeline for Sucha, who dashed towards them in relief. Once home, she was immediately captivated by the strawberries brought back by Han Qing. Completely forgetting the earlier moment of subtle tension, she clung to Bai Mu's arm, playfully insisting that she too would accompany them on the next hunting trip, to which Bai Mu, unable to resist her charm, readily agreed. During dinner, as they enjoyed barbecued meat, the atmosphere was particularly delightful. Han Qing, ever the braggart, recounted the difficulties of catching the longhorn beast. Listening intently, Sucha suddenly felt overwhelmed, realizing she hadn't contributed anything, and burst into tears. Bai Mu quickly embraced her, reassuring her that the home they shared was built through her efforts, and that she was indeed the most remarkable among them. Han Qing joined in, wiping her tears and jokingly attempting to evoke a smile. What began as tears soon transformed into laughter, thanks to his antics. After the meal, the three gathered at the cave's entrance to gaze at the moon. As the evening breeze whispered, Sucha felt a chill and instinctively nestled closer into Bai Mu's embrace. He held her tightly, his hand gently resting on her abdomen. Sucha instinctively touched it as well, and to her delight, it seemed a bit larger. Excitement surged within her. Could it be that the little ones were growing? Bai Mu nodded emphatically, his eyes sparkling with adoration as he remarked, "Yes, come winter, our little ones will be ready to stir up some mischief." Just the thought of several tiny fur balls scampering about in winter filled my heart with joy. As drowsiness washed over me, I nestled into Bai Mu's arms, allowing him to carry me back to sleep. Without a moment's hesitation, he swept me up in a princess carry, calling back to Han Qing, "Come back to sleep, close the door." The tone was reminiscent of a sibling playfully commanding their simple-minded brother. The following morning, while still drowsy in bed, I felt someone tugging at my blanket. Squinting my eyes, I was met with the sight of Han Qing, resembling a wolf, bounding onto the bed, mouth agape, clumsily exclaiming, "The weather is fine, let us dry the animal skins." With that, he attempted to strip away my blanket. My family, who could possibly understand? I was furious, demanding that he remove this rogue wolf from my presence. Just in time, Bai Mu arrived, swiftly tossing Han Qing out the door by his tail, executing the task with remarkable efficiency. Finally, I emerged from my cocoon, dressed hastily, only to realize my animal skin ensemble was hardly suitable for winter. Clearly, I needed to prioritize crafting winter attire. As I stepped down from the bed, I opened my arms towards Bai Mu, seeking a hug. He playfully tapped my nose, lifting me effortlessly while handing me a toothbrush, mentioning the tooth cleaning powder was nearly depleted. As I brushed my teeth, it dawned on me that Bai Mu had ventured far early that morning to fetch water. I resolved that it was imperative to construct a water storage system at home. Upon voicing this idea, Bai Mu and Han Qing immediately sprang into action. I spoke, and Bai Mu executed, the two muscular men laboriously extracting a large chunk of rock. Under my guidance, as the chief designer, they crafted a water tank taller than myself. They even fashioned 3 smaller ones, one of which was portable enough for me to carry. Han Qing was exhilarated to discover that the stone tank did not leak. Incessantly inquiring about the purpose of the smaller one, I replied with a knowing smile, "You'll find out tonight." With nothing pressing to do in the afternoon, Bai Mu transformed back into a majestic tiger, inviting me to ride on his back, declaring he would take me out for a delightful meal. Upon hearing I could venture outside, I promptly stashed some salt and climbed up, the 3 of us bolting out like untamed wild dogs. I must tell you, no sooner had we left than the neighboring golden-haired lion, the shaman Sabai, sauntered out. His gaze fell upon the stone tanks at our doorstep. His expression a complex blend of emotions. Perhaps he was taken aback by my ingenuity. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, I discovered a verdant paradise, complete with a babbling brook, an ideal location for cultivating potatoes and peppers. I leaned closer to Bai Mu's ear, sharing my thoughts, as Han Qing eagerly approached, thumping his chest, boasting of his agricultural prowess. Upon inquiry, I learned he had merely observed the goat clan cultivating lettuce. Well then, at least his theoretical knowledge was solid. While discussing, I suddenly spotted a vast expanse of wild cabbages and lettuces across the stream. I waved for them to come closer, instructing them to pluck a few for tasting, and proposed that in a couple of months, we would return for a grand harvest to stock our cellar for winter hot pot meals. I sat by the stream, soaking my feet, when I noticed a sizable fish swimming in the water. My eyes lit up, and I pointed excitedly at the water, calling to Bai Mu, "Catch the fish. I want to eat fish." Han Qing, ever the wet blanket, chimed in, complaining that fish had too many bones and little meat, thus not worth the trouble. How naive. Soon he would witness the delightful truth. Without hesitation, Bai Mu plunged into the water, and the fish, oblivious to the danger, only realized its peril once caught. After securing the plumpest fish, Bai Mu ventured into the forest for hunting. Meanwhile, I took charge on the shore, directing Han Qing on how to catch fish. "Over there, under the water plants. Oh, it's swimming this way. Han Qing, you are so clumsy." After much splashing about, he finally managed to catch a small, pitiful fish no larger than a palm. He had the audacity to grin, claiming the larger ones had fled in fear of Bai Mu, and that the smaller ones were still edible. I rolled my eyes, taking the fish from him to demonstrate how to prepare it properly. Once the fire was lit, Bai Mu returned with a game. The three of us gathered around the fire, grilling meat and fish in utter bliss. Initially, Han Qing focused on grilling fish, but when Bai Mu handed me a piece of perfectly grilled meat, he immediately protested, insisting the forest was dangerous and I should not accompany him on hunts. Bai Mu, with a serious demeanor, gazed at me and gently placed a hand on my abdomen. There was the understanding I was now a protected being, not to be reckless. Soon, the aroma of the fish wafted through the air. I looked at the two of them triumphantly. "See, I told you it would be delicious." Han Qing's mouth nearly watered at the scent. Bai Mu, ever considerate, deboned the fish before serving it to me. My family, who could comprehend such dedication. While they devoured the fish, they chewed through the tiny bones with ease. I was astounded. What remarkable resilience. Han Qing, with a smug expression, boasted that they could crush the larger bones too. Indeed, they were impressive. After feasting to our heart's content, we continued to meander through the forest. Unexpectedly, we encountered Bai once more, not on a hunting expedition, but rather for gathering herbs. I warmly invited him to join us, and he accepted without hesitation. Then, right before my eyes, he shed his animal skin skirt and transformed into a resplendent golden lion. I was momentarily taken aback and quickly averted my gaze. I must say, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Han Qing, the little wolf cub, immediately bristled, insisting on positioning himself between Bai Mu and Bai, his eyes darting suspiciously. Bai, however, paid no heed to him, wearing an expression rife with disdain for the foolish wolf. As we reached the forest's edge, Bai Mu and Han Qing prepared for hunting, and to my astonishment, Bai voluntarily offered to stay behind and watch over me. I was intrigued by his method of herb gathering, and to my surprise, Bai Mu consented. Once they departed, Han Qing whispered to Bai Mu, expressing his doubts about Bai's character. Remarkably, Bai Mu responded by explaining that my beauty destined me to be cherished by many, and all that was required was for them to protect me. My goodness! Bai Mu's enlightened thinking was at least 5 centuries ahead of his time. As I followed Bai into the depths of the forest, he suddenly remarked that the ground was slick with grass, expressing concern that I might slip and urging me to climb onto his back. At that moment, I pondered whether this progression was a tad too swift. Yet, thinking of the child within me, I timidly acquiesced. He ambled at a leisurely pace, occasionally bowing his head to inhale the fragrance of the flowers and grasses. As we continued, he plucked a few crimson fruits, claiming they were ordinary yet toxic. I believed him, only to later discover they were known as Tsuechingua. What a rascal. After a while, he unearthed a plant that I instantly recognized as Dimian Sao, renowned for its ability to clear heat and detoxify. My previous life had been spent studying traditional Chinese medicine. To my astonishment, Bai, that sly fox, insisted I declare that he had taught me this medical knowledge, claiming it was to protect me. Let me tell you, this man is as cunning as a coal mine. Then he began to press his advantage, tentatively inquiring, what if I wished to be Susu's partner? My face flushed crimson, and I quickly ran away. Who could withstand such a proposition? He trailed behind me, unhurriedly pointing to a thorny bush, claiming there were red berries within. As he shielded himself from the thorns while picking, I, seeing his struggle, stepped in to assist. The next thing I knew, I found myself nestled in his embrace. He leaned down, affectionately rubbing my head, praising me for my efforts. I can tell you, such a refined hunter often appears in the guise of their prey. His compliments left me dizzy, making me feel like the most exceptional little female in the world. By the time we finished foraging for herbs, Bai Mu and Han Qing had yet to return. Sabai gazed deep into the forest. And suddenly his demeanor darkened as he muttered about relying on those two fools for hunting, fearing they would starve in winter. The thought of me suffering from hunger and cold in winter incited his ire against them. I cautiously poked him, inquiring about his distress. He turned, seriousness etched on his face, and declared, "I want to be your partner, right now." I was utterly taken aback. Before I could muster a coherent refusal, he leaned in and kissed me. Initially, I resisted, but soon my legs grew weak. Observing my compliance, he released me, nuzzling my neck, saying, "Su Cha, grant me the chance to protect you, will you? You may love Bai Mu a little more, but please do not overlook me." His eyes shone like the sun, warm and bright, melting my heart and prompting tears to cascade down my cheeks. Strangely compelled, I found myself responding affirmatively. Then, this fellow solemnly swore to the heavens his everlasting loyalty to me. It was a moment of great gravity. I embraced him, assuring him that as long as we loved in the present, that was sufficient. As fate would have it, just then, Bai Mu and Han Qing returned from their hunt. Witnessing me and Sabai hand in hand, our faces flushed like ripe peaches. Family, that scene was a live broadcast of a dramatic encounter. Sabai, undeterred, boldly proclaimed before Bai Mu, "I am now partnered with Su Cha. I will be part of this family from now on." I was genuinely impressed by Bai Mu. Surprisingly, displayed no anger, merely raising an eyebrow and suggesting we discuss it at home. With me, too shy to meet his gaze, we made our way back. Meanwhile, Han Qing stood frozen, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Sabai, that crafty fox, leaned closer to Han Qing, whispering, and from the looks of it, he was imparting tips on courting women. Along the way, I felt like a child caught in wrongdoing, stealing glances at Bai Mu. He playfully pinched my nose, saying, "Little coward, I approve. Now, Su Cha will have one more person to cherish her." I was overjoyed. Tears streamed down my face, akin to a tap left running. Every grievance I had endured in the modern world felt justified in that moment. Bai Mu held me gently, soothingly assuring me that he would always be my support. Once my tears subsided, my spirits lifted. We encountered an utterly adorable little female named Gua Er, and we instantly clicked, making plans to play together in the future. At last, I had a close friend. I was elated and kissed Bai Mu, declaring my love for him. Upon returning home, Sabai and Han Qing were busy organizing their belongings. I dashed over and leaped onto Han Qing's back, inquiring what they had been whispering about. Han Qing promptly complained, "Wah, Susu, Sabai is bullying me." Sabai stood up, swiftly scooping me from Han Qing's back into his arms, coolly stating, "He talks too much. It's irritating." Bai Mu silently offered me freshly washed strawberries before tending to the fire. I bit into a strawberry, shoving half into Sabai's mouth, boasting about my new friend. During dinner, I pointed excitedly at the smallest stone pot, announcing my desire to cook rice and potatoes. We all collaborated. Bai Mu was in charge of grilling meat. Sabai prepared the stove, and I was responsible for the rice. Our family atmosphere was harmonious. At that moment, Bai Mu surveyed the new family member and began assigning tasks. From now on, 2 of you will go hunting daily, while 1 remains to accompany Su Cha, taking turns. Neither Sabai nor Han Qing objected, with Sabai eagerly claiming he would accompany me the following day. As we squatted there waiting for our meal, Bai Mu glanced at Sabai and casually remarked, "Su Cha is carrying tiger cubs. You ought to be cautious." Oh, the subtext was palpable. Bai Mu's position as the primary partner was firmly established. That evening, a delicious pot of rice captivated the souls of the men present. I tell you, no matter how delectable the grilled meat was, it could not rival the allure of carbohydrates. The aroma of the rice was irresistible, and in my eagerness, I attempted to grasp the stone pot, only to scald myself. Quick as lightning, Sabai seized my hand, blowing gently on it with a worried expression, admonishing next time, "Call me, don't take it yourself." Oh, that tenderness melted my heart. Once the meal was served, I mixed the soft potatoes with the rice. Bai Mu, ever attentive, diced the grilled meat into small pieces and added them in, sprinkling a bit of salt. My goodness, the flavor was divine. I scooped a generous spoonful into my mouth, my eyes squinting in bliss. The 3 of them observed my gluttonous display, laughing heartily. I, being considerate, fed each of them in turn. Bai Mu and Han Qing praised the dish, but when it came to Sabai, his fastidious nature kicked in. He insisted that the spoon had been used by the others and demanded a clean one before he would eat. All right, your wish is my command." After finishing, he coolly remarked, "It is indeed delicious, but I still prefer meat." Typical carnivores. In the end, I devoured an entire pot, leaving me stuffed and leaning against the wall in the living room to digest. Baimu approached to rub my belly, looking concerned, saying he would have to monitor my eating next time. Sabai also chimed in, playfully tapping my forehead, advising that I should walk around, or else I would suffer later. Family, who understands? A modern person accustomed to rice, having been so hungry for so long, how could one resist? After the stroll, I was just about to return to my room for rest when the main event unfolded. Sabai swept me up in a princess carry, boldly declaring before Baimu, "She will sleep with me tonight." To my surprise, Baimu did not protest, merely cautioning, "Be gentle, watch out for Sucha's belly." Sabai set me down on the bed, swiftly shedding his beast skin to lie beside me. Startled, I turned away, only to be gently turned back by him. In that dim light, his eyes shone like searchlights, frighteningly bright. He launched into a heartfelt confession, professing that he had been enamored with me from the first sight and loved me fiercely. Who could withstand such fervor? My cheeks flushed so deeply I could probably illuminate the room like a night light, and I could only curl into his embrace, softly conceding, "All right, though my love may be on an installment plan, I assure you, my share is guaranteed." And thus, after a previous encounter with Baimu under the influence of enchanted waters, this time I faced him with a completely natural appearance. Upon awakening the next morning, I found Baimu lying beside me. We three tidied up, preparing to venture out for our endeavors. Han Qing was particularly animated, exclaiming that the prey was all set, pointing to a large stone pot filled with neatly arranged meat, clearly a result of Sabai's instruction. We three, me riding on Han Qing's wolf back, set forth with great enthusiasm, charging out of the tribe. Upon arriving at a vast prairie, Sabai immediately proclaimed, "This winter is set to arrive earlier than expected. We must hasten to stock up." I was taken aback, pondering how even winter had to be expedited in this otherworldly realm. Consequently, our plans shifted dramatically. Baimu and Sabai, the two strongest hunters, ventured forth while Han Qing accompanied me. We meandered around the nearby hills, unexpectedly discovering a treasure. Han Qing pointed at a thorny tree, and as I leaned in to sniff, I realized it was indeed Sichuan pepper. I plucked one and tasted it. The numbing sensation was astonishing. Han Qing, in his eagerness, mimicked me and ended up performing a comical dance, unable to control his tongue, which left me in stitches. Energized, we gathered several large bags of the pepper. Continuing our exploration, I spotted a familiar plant and, in my excitement, slid down the hillside. Han Qing, alarmed, swiftly transformed into a wolf and intercepted me. His serious gaze locking onto the large stones I narrowly avoided. Just as I was about to reassure him, he insisted I climb onto his back. Faced with his stubbornness, I complied. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, he set me down and pointed to the plant. To my astonishment, it was potatoes. I was thrilled and immediately began to dig. Han Qing, more fervent than I, used his paws to unearth an entire plant laden with tubers. We worked in tandem. He dug while I harvested, soon filling a large bag with gleaming potatoes. On our way back, fatigue set in, and Han Qing insisted I ride on his back. Seeing the hefty bag of potatoes he was already carrying, I hesitated. However, he boldly declared, "Susu, if you do not climb aboard, I shall mate with you here." I was astounded. Who could withstand such an overbearing proclamation in this fantastical world? I swiftly climbed onto his back, compliant as a quail. Upon reaching the designated riverside, Han Qing took a bath, feigning innocence to coax me into giving him hides. His chiseled abs glistened with water. I quickly tossed the hides aside and fled, fearing I might succumb to temptation. As the sun began to set, Baimu and Sabai had yet to return, and I grew frantic. Just as I was on the verge of tears, two figures appeared from the forest, bloodied. My heart raced, and I dashed towards Baimu, asking where he was injured. Sabai reassured me, "Do not worry. It is merely the blood of our prey." They had fortuitously stumbled upon a skirmish between two packs of beasts and seized the opportunity to benefit from the chaos. My heart soared with relief. But in a fit of anger, I punched each of them, exclaiming, "You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought I might become a widow." They froze at the mention of widowhood, and upon understanding, they promised to return home on time in the future. Back at home, I proudly presented the Sichuan pepper and potatoes I had found, explaining their significance. Sabai lifted me as if I were a kitten, showering me with praise. After dinner, he mentioned he had matters to discuss with the tribe leader. I spent some time with Baimu, but soon fatigue overtook me, and he gently carried me to our room. The next morning, the tribe leader summoned everyone for a meeting. As we descended the mountain, we encountered many acquaintances. I spotted my new friend, Air, who excitedly waved at me. I realized I had finally found my internet counterpart. She was vivacious, immediately grasping my hand and showering me with compliments, while secretly inquiring how I had captured by the aloof shaman. Blushing, I confessed I had 3 partners. To my surprise, she retorted that she had 8. 8? What concept? It was as if she were running a male idol group. I was utterly awestruck. She playfully pinched my cheek, remarking on my smooth skin, claiming that if she were male, she would definitely pursue me. We chattered joyfully, while Bai Mu and the other males stood by, acting as our background. The males performed their role admirably. Bai Mu set me down, and I quickly took Air's hand, seeking a clean spot to stand. Being of similar height, we could hardly see the speakers on a high platform, only hearing the tribe leader's voice. Meanwhile, Bai Mu, Han Xing, and Air's male companions formed a protective circle around us, creating an atmosphere akin to a VIP fan meeting. In my excitement to chat with Air, I lost track of when Bai had disappeared. Suddenly, I heard the tribe leader call out, "Let us welcome our shaman, Bai, to share a few words." I turned to find he was nowhere to be seen. Bai Mu leaned in to whisper, "Bai is the tribe's shaman and also responsible for predicting natural disasters." I was astonished. I had thought he was merely a healer, but it turned out he was a part-time meteorologist as well. At that moment, Bai had taken the small stone stage, announcing that winter was arriving early and urging everyone to stockpile food. My new friend Air immediately leaned in, her excitement palpable. "Let me tell you, you have no idea how popular Bai was in the tribe." I perked up, eager for gossip. Air, noticing my curious expression, continued, "Fortunately, I had the foresight not to pursue him. You have no idea about his temper. He has no neighbors because he dares to scold even the tribe leader." I nodded in agreement, chuckling as I realized why his surroundings were so deserted. It was not by choice, but due to his fierce reputation. We laughed heartily, while the surrounding females looked on in disbelief. Bai was passionately speaking on stage, unaware of the secrets we were uncovering about him. After finishing his address, he strode directly toward us, and the crowd parted dramatically, reminiscent of Moses parting the sea. Air fell silent, as if muted, and pulled me straight, standing as stiffly as students facing a stern teacher. When Bai approached, he merely ruffled my hair before seamlessly positioning himself behind Bai Mu. The tribe leader concluded the meeting, urging everyone to set out for hunting. Reluctant to part ways, Air and I gazed longingly at our respective partners. Bai Mu immediately understood and suggested to Air's partner, Shiwu, "How about we team up?" Given their strength, collaboration was unnecessary. It was merely a ploy to allow me more time with my new friend. Sherwin nodded in agreement, stating, "All right, we can keep one of us here to watch over them." Instantly, Air and I sprang to life, joyfully linking hands once more. Bai scooped me up, and Sherwood did the same with Air as our group set off toward the edge of the tribe. Upon reaching the grassy area, we were set down, hand in hand, and raced toward the water, leaving the men to discuss hunting strategies. They ultimately decided to leave one of Air's partners, named Shitu, nearby to keep an eye on us. Before departing, Bai affectionately ruffled my hair, instructing, "We are going to hunt. Be good and wait for us with Air." With a bold pat on his chest, Air confidently affirmed, "Rest assured, Bai, Susu is in my care." Once they left, I took Air to gather something special. Upon arrival, I pointed to a patch of lettuce, and she looked bewildered. "Susu, why are we picking grass?" I asked her to wait while I dashed over to harvest 2 large heads. As I returned, I called out, "Don't come over. There are too many stones." Brother Shitu, displaying great insight, came forth and took the lettuce from my hands. As we were making our way back, we spotted Bai Mu and the others returning, their heads bobbing as they searched for us, their fierce expressions eliciting laughter. Upon seeing me, Bai Mu dropped his catch and shouted, "Susu, come here. I brought you strawberries." Hearing this, I dashed toward him. Shiro also gathered some for Air. By the water's edge, we washed strawberries together. The moment Gwr took a bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. I then handed her some lettuce, saying, "This is called shanghai. It's perfect for wrapping around roasted meat." To my surprise, Gwr replied, "Roasted meat? We usually don't light a fire. It's too dangerous. Who understands this in this day and age? Eating raw meat." At that moment, I resolved to introduce her to the wonders of human civilization. I exclaimed, "Let us dine outside today. I shall roast meat for you." I rushed to inform Bai Mu and the others, and Bai Mu patted my head, saying it's up to Cha-Cha. Elated, I returned to share the news with Gwr. Bai Mu consulted with Shi Wu and the others, and before long, the group of beastmen began to bustle about, gathering firewood and preparing the game. Bai Mu struck a spark with flint, causing Guer and the others to initially shy away in fear, but they soon grew accustomed to it. I pulled Guer to sit by the fire and explained, "You see, as long as you don't touch the flames, you're safe. It even provides warmth in winter." Guer gazed at me with bright eyes, filled with admiration, saying, "Su, you are amazing." Once the meat was perfectly roasted, I wrapped a generous piece in a lettuce leaf and handed it to Guer, urging her to taste it. The moment she bit into it, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she mumbled through her mouthful, "Delicious. Su, I shall never eat raw meat again." Bai Mu patiently instructed Shi Wu and the others on how to roast meat, then handed me the first piece of the perfectly cooked meat. We exchanged a glance, and I winked at him. Shi Wu quickly learned and offered Guer a piece, which earned him a sweet kiss, much to the envy of the other companions, who promptly gathered around Bai Mu for urgent lessons. In the next moment, Guer turned and planted a kiss on my cheek as well. My face flushed instantly, and she giggled while pinching my cheeks, exclaiming, "Su, you are so adorable." After a delightful morning, we had exceeded our hunting goals for the day. Sated in content, it was time to return. I reluctantly bid farewell to Guer, promising to play again the next day. Feeling weary, I yawned when Zabai picked me up, my eyes brimming with tears. He chuckled and tapped my nose, saying, "If you wish to play, we can always go tomorrow. It won't run away." Leaning against him, I soon drifted into slumber. When I awoke, the sky was nearly dark. I stepped out of my room to find the three of them sitting at the cave entrance. Confused, I asked, "What are you doing? Why didn't you call me?" Zabai approached and gently rubbed my belly, saying, "Pregnancy makes one sleepy. The little ones are growing. The Hu tribe's gestation period is 3 months, and you're already a month and a half along." I looked down and was startled to see my belly had indeed grown quite a bit. I sometimes forget that I am even pregnant. Bai Mu, noticing my dazed expression, assumed I was frightened and quickly embraced me, saying, "Don't worry, Cha-Cha. Tiger cubs are easy to bear." I looked up at him, asking, "Will the cub be just like you? A fluffy little tiger baby? I can hardly wait." The atmosphere was just right as Bai Mu led me to see the meat they had marinated, filling 4 large jars. I was astonished, exclaiming, "Did you process all of today's game?" I instructed them on how long to press each jar and how long to dry others. Bai Mu mentioned they were short on stone jars, prompting Han Qing to volunteer to craft new ones. With only Bai Mu and me left at home, he asked what I wanted for dinner. I expressed a desire for rice, and, after much effort, he managed to create a clay pot rice dish. It was almost like he had a cast iron pot. Had I not seen his beast form with my own eyes, I would truly suspect he was another time traveler, as his culinary skills were simply extraordinary. Zabai, drawn by the tantalizing aroma, joined us, and Bai Mu served him a bowl as well. When Han Qing returned from crafting the stone jars, he leaped towards Bai Mu like a playful puppy. Bai Mu, feigning in disdain, swatted away his wolf paws and shared a bowl with him. He then came over and lifted me onto his thigh, feeding me bite by bite. I graciously accepted his offerings, knowing they could never finish it all, and it would ultimately be Bai Mu who dealt with the leftovers. After our meal, Zabai supported me as we strolled around the living room, suggesting that walking would be good for my health. Han Qing, who was afraid of fire, was now cuddling a fire pit for warmth, blissfully squinting his eyes. I was happily playing with Han Qing's tail when he lost control of his strength, and his tail smacked me in the face. I was momentarily stunned, tears welling in my eyes as I looked at him. Bai Mu and the others were equally alarmed and rushed over. I claimed it didn't hurt, but inside I was seething. Han Qing, oblivious, cheerfully said, "See, I didn't use any force." I forced a smile and replied, "Shall we play again?" He foolishly extended his tail towards me again, and I seized it, taking a bite. Han Qing yelped and jumped up, looking at me with a pitiful expression. "Didn't you say you wouldn't be angry?" I exhaled a sigh of relief and sat on Bai Mu's lap, mimicking his tone. "I also didn't use any force. Does it hurt?" Bai Mu and Zabai exchanged amused glances, stifling their laughter. It seemed that in this household, no one would dare to provoke me. Having napped too long in the afternoon, I was not sleepy and requested Bai Mu to carry me back to my room to rest. As we lay there, the atmosphere shifted. He leaned closer, and I instinctively wrapped my arms around his neck. The ensuing activities were likely quite loud, causing Zabai and Han Qing in the next room much distress. I heard that Han Qing was so aggrieved he even started gnawing on bee skins. The next morning, I groggily woke up to Bai Mu lifting me up to feed me porridge. Zabai also came over, and they both took turns holding and feeding me, treating me like a baby. As I regained my composure, I realized I was completely bare, and with a huff, I dashed back to my room to wear my beast skin. When I returned, I saw Han Qing sprawled at the cave entrance, looking utterly defeated. I kicked him gently, and he mumbled, "Su Su, when will you accompany me?" I heard everything yesterday. I awkwardly changed the subject, focusing on grooming him. Before long, Bai Mu and Zai Bai prepared to leave for hunting, and surprisingly, they did not call Han Qing, implying he would stay with me today. Han Qing perked up, transforming back into human form and eagerly pulling me along, emphasizing his desire for companionship. We basked in the sunlight at the cave entrance, and he hinted at wanting to engage in more intimate activities. I quickly replied, "Not today. I'm tired. Perhaps next time?" Though he huffed in annoyance, he obediently massaged my shoulders and legs. Meanwhile, Bai Mu and Zai Bai split up on their hunting expedition. Zai Bai aimed for a treacherous peak to find a herb called Su Ling, said to be life-saving for females experiencing severe bleeding during childbirth. After climbing for half the day, he finally discovered a clue on a sheer cliff. Grasping a vine, he began to descend but, unfortunately, still found nothing. Peering down, he could see nothing but mist below. Just then, his ears perked up, and he suddenly looked up. It was too late. A shadow, accompanied by a rush of wind, shot toward him, revealing menacing fangs. It was a snake. The creature struck, making a close connection with my brother Zai Bai's shoulder. Stunned, he instinctively retaliated, executing a swift move to seize the snake's neck, slamming it against the stone wall. He wouldn't release his grip until it was entirely still. Only then did he let go, feeling himself sway precariously. At that moment, his mind went blank with only one thought. It's over. I'm done for. Was the snake venomous? How potent was the venom? There was no time to ponder. With the last remnants of clarity, he struggled to reach the snake's den. Spotting a vibrant green plant, without a second thought, he grabbed it and began to chew. What the heck, I'll take my chances. Unfortunately, it was not enough. The last thing he saw was himself plummeting downward, the sky so blue, and his final thought was, what is Su Su doing right now? Meanwhile, back at home, no one understood the turmoil brewing for Su Su. She had been napping when suddenly she jolted upright, gasping for breath as if in a horror film. Han Qing, who had been keeping vigil by her side, quickly transformed back into human form, wrapping her in his arms and gently stroking her back, saying, "Don't be afraid. Su Su, you had a nightmare. I'm here." But Su Su was too preoccupied to notice anything else. She yanked off her beast skin skirt and touched the lion beast mark on her waist, feeling its intense warmth. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed to Han Qing. I dreamed that Zai Bai fell off a cliff. I failed to grasp him, and I could only watch helplessly as he fell, sobbing. Upon hearing this, Han Qing became serious, casting an envious glance at the lion on Su Su's waist. He reached out to touch it, and indeed, it was scalding to the touch. This left him bewildered, and he could only muster the courage to console her, saying, it's all right. Although Tsabai is just an ordinary beast man, Bai Mu is a 3-star beast soul. What could possibly happen to them together? Yet, Su Su could not absorb his words. The image of Tsabai's desperate eyes from her dream lingered in her mind. Grasping Han Qing, she urgently inquired, what time is it now? Why are they not back yet? Han Qing carried her to the cave entrance and looked up at the sky. It's still early. How about we go find Guirer to play? Su Su weakly shook her head. No, I will wait right here for them. Neither of them noticed that the beast seal on Su Su's waist had darkened in color. They waited until the sun was nearly set, and finally, Bai Mu returned from hunting in the forest with 5 long-eared beasts in tow, a bountiful haul. However, he looked around and realized Tsabai was nowhere to be found. A jolt of dread struck his heart as he thought of the lettuce that Su Su adored, which was quickly running out. He hurried to the grassy patch to pick some more, but this delay had caused the sky to darken. Other beastmen returned one after another, yet Tsabai was still missing. Now, Bai Mu was genuinely anxious. His claws scratched the ground incessantly before he decided to return home first. Thinking perhaps that the lad had slipped back ahead of them, he raced back to the tribe, feeling restless. Han Qing had sat with Su Su at the cave entrance all afternoon, and upon seeing Bai Mu return alone, his heart sank. It was known that Bai Mu was the most level-headed among the 3. If he was this flustered, something serious must have happened. Su Su stood up, looking at the empty space behind Bai Mu, and with a choked voice asked, "Where's Tsabai? Why didn't he come back with you?" Bai Mu tossed the prey towards Han Qing and, transforming back into human form, wrapped himself in a beast-skin skirt, his brow furrowed. He didn't come back? I thought he had returned first. Su Su, now disregarding her shyness, removed her bee-skin skirt, and pointed to the bee seal on her waist. "Look, it's been burning all afternoon. I even dreamt he fell off a cliff." Baimu crouched down to inspect. The lion seal was not only hot, but its eyes had lost their luster. He instantly understood. This was the sensation of the mate's mark. Susu could sense that Tsabai was in trouble. Baimu took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and helped Susu put on her bee-skin skirt. "It will be cold at night. I will inform the chief and gather people to search. After all, Tsabai is our shaman." Susu immediately nodded and pulled him, insisting, "I want to go too. I saw where he fell." Baimu could not allow her to take such a risk and shove her into Hanqing's arms. "Take care of her." He then turned and sprinted towards the chief's cave. Susu anxiously called after him, "Hanqing, hurry up." The cave of the lion tribe's chief was at the heart of the tribe. Baimu rushed in, explaining the situation and requesting the chief to dispatch people. The chief, an elderly lion, darkened upon hearing that the shaman was missing. The absence of anyone in the tribe was a grave matter, especially that of the shaman. He looked at the composed Baimu, as well as the tearful Susu and the serious Hanqing, and with a hoarse voice asked Susu, "You're Tsabai's mate? What have you sensed?" A nearby beast man quickly tugged at the chief. "Yuenli, lower your voice. You might frighten the young female. Be cautious, or Tsabai will return and hold you accountable." Yuenli then softened his tone. "Don't be afraid, young female. I am Yuenli, the chief of the lion tribe. The most important task now is to find Tsabai." Susu stepped forward from behind Baimu, her lips nearly blistered from anxiety. "I dreamt he fell off a cliff, and his bee seal has been burning hot." Upon hearing this, Yuenli deemed the matter credible. He pointed to the onlooking tribesmen at the cave entrance, shouting, "Go! Fetch Chuangu!" Instantly, someone dashed off. Susu, in her desperation, implored, "Can't we go find him now? Every minute counts." Baimu could only reassure her, "Don't worry. Tsabai is not as weak as you think." No sooner had he spoken than a golden-haired lion burst in, causing Chief Yuenli to chuckle in frustration. "How many times must I say it? Transform into human form while in the tribe." The lion reluctantly shifted into human form, revealing an eye-catching, unclothed physique. Susu quickly hid in Baimu's embrace, stealing glances at this beast-man named Chuangu, who was tall and handsome, exuding a sense of strength. Chief Yuenli pointed at Chuangu and issued a command. "Tsabai may be in danger. Take people to search. Go now." He then gestured towards Susu and the others. "Take them along. This young female is Tsabai's mate, and she will lead." Chuangu's gaze then fell upon the tear-streaked Susu nestled in Baimu's arms, pondering. No wonder Tsabai is so taken. She is truly beautiful. Baimu stepped forward, saying gravely, "I am Baimu." The two top-tier males exchanged glances, sparks flying. But now was not the time for rivalry. Finding Tsabai was urgent. Chuangu transformed back into beast form and howled towards the sky at the cave entrance. Soon, a multitude of lions surged forth from all directions. He commanded, "The shaman Tsabai is missing. We must find him as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, the beastmen became frantic, their claws scratching the ground in haste. Baimu accompanied Susu, keeping pace with Chuangu. Upon reaching the forest, Baimu pointed in a direction, stating, "Tsabai and I parted ways here. He said he would go to that mountain peak to gather herbs." Susu quickly relayed the characteristics of the cliff she had seen in her dream. Chuangu, listening nearby, was somewhat surprised. He had initially thought the young female would only cry but found her quite resourceful. Baimu indicated the highest peak, split into two groups. One will ascend to the summit, while the other will go to the base. This aligned with Chuangu's thoughts. Thus, Baimu took Susu and a group of others to the base, while Chuangu and Hanqing led a party up to the summit. Meanwhile, at the foot of the cliff, my brother, Tsabai, finally regained consciousness. He realized he was quite fortunate. The vines that had entangled his waist during the fall had saved his life, although he had injured his waist. As he severed the vines and looked up, he was astounded to find that the cliff was so high that he could not see the top. Climbing back up was impossible, yet he still harbored thoughts of gathering herbs. Dragging his injured leg around the mountain's base, he suddenly spotted something glowing ahead and rushed over in excitement. Unfortunately, a sharp pain shot through his waist again, forcing him to advance slowly. He discovered that it was not the herb he sought, and, feeling disappointed, turned around to find that the nearby plants resembled those illustrated on the bee skin scroll. He was so thrilled that he momentarily forgot about his waist injury, carefully uprooting the herb and also taking the glowing plant, planning to bring it back for Susu. Now, he had found the herbs, but how could he return? With his injured waist, he could not move quickly, and having lost his bee skin pouch in the fall, he could only carry the herbs in his mouth, inching along the rocky wall. At the summit, Chuan-gu stood at the edge of the cliff, peering down but seeing nothing. However, he could indeed smell Sabai's scent in the air. Han Qing sniffed around and approached Chuan-gu. According to Su, Sabai must have fallen from here. I can smell blood. Chuan-gu suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice to Han Qing. Why are you so concerned? With one less mate. Wouldn't that mean one less competitor for females? Isn't that a good thing? Han Qing was momentarily taken aback, struggling to discern whether this fellow was friend or foe. He glared at Chuan-gu. We are family. If he is missing, of course we must search for him. With that, he grasped the vine and leaped down. Chuan-gu watched Han Qing disappear into the mist, waved his hand to direct the other tribesmen to the base, and then followed suit. At the cliff's foot, Han Qing quickly discovered bloodstains where Sabai had been bitten by the snake. He slid down the vine, pondering. How could a fall from this height not result in a pancake of a lion? However, upon landing, he found Sabai's bee skin pouch. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Chuan-gu jumped down as well. Han Qing was startled, his claws instinctively unsheathing. His thought process was peculiar, and he blurted out, You don't mean to come down and check if Sabai is dead to send him off, do you? Chuan-gu rolled his eyes, too disinterested to respond to this foolish wolf, his nose twitching as he dashed off in a direction. Han Qing dared not let him wander alone. What if he found Sabai first and took advantage of the situation while he was incapacitated? He hurriedly followed closely behind. The preceding Sabai also heard the commotion and, frightened, quickly concealed itself in the grass. A voice called out, Come out, it's me, Chuan-gu. Only then did Sabai reluctantly emerge, grumbling. Couldn't you howl like a wolf? I thought a beast had come to devour me. Han Qing, seeing Sabai's pitiable state, swiftly transformed back into human form to support him, secretly whispering, Chuan-gu is no good. He wants to stab you. Fortunately, I followed you, or you would have had your throat slit. As he spoke, he mimicked a choking gesture. I nearly burst into laughter. Sabai probably rolled his eyes to the heavens at that moment. He was too weary to explain and simply inquired, How is Su? Is she well? Han Qing immediately grew solemn, replying, Not good. Su woke up from a nightmare at noon, saying you fell off a cliff. She has been waiting at the cave entrance for you, without eating dinner. Upon hearing this, Sabai's heart ached. He handed the herbs he had been chewing to Han Qing, saying, Take this, it's for Su. Han Qing cautiously accepted it, supporting Sabai while keeping a wary eye on Chuan-gu. He insisted that Sabai revert to human form so he could carry him. But Sabai tried and found himself too injured to stand. Han Qing had no choice but to lie down, allowing Sabai to climb onto his back, while he clutched the bee skin pouch, glancing back at Chuan-gu every few steps. They hadn't traveled far when they encountered Bai Mu and the others. The moment Han Qing saw Bai Mu, he became smug, huffing at Chuan-gu. Now let us see how arrogant you can be. Our capable ones have arrived. Chuan-gu remained silent. Upon noticing Sabai's pale face on Han Qing's back, Bai Mu quickly urged Su to dismount. Su rushed over, and Sabai, still trying to put on a brave face, comforted her, Don't worry, it's just a back injury, I'll be fine. Su, not daring to delay, hastily instructed Han Qing to carry Sabai back, while she climbed onto Bai Mu's back. Upon returning to the tribe, the chieftain and several elder beastmen rushed over. After inspecting the wound, one elder jokingly remarked, It's nothing serious, but you won't be able to mate for a few days. Just as Sabai was about to explain, Su, serious as ever, pressed down on him, saying, Don't move, be obedient. The chieftain and the others, seeing the lad unscathed, departed with a sense of schadenfreude. Su carefully examined, discovering Sabai's bone was dislocated and needed to be set back. Her small strength made the task daunting. She couldn't afford to be careless, lest he end up paralyzed for life. Ignoring Sabai's protests, she turned and called Bai Mu over. Seeing the situation, Sabai sensed impending danger and trembled in fear. Don't come over. Han Qing, save me. Su chuckled mischievously. No one can save you. Just behave. Bai Mu, go. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the dark tribe. It was a heart-wrenching sound. On the stone bed, Su patted Sabai's face, saying, Stop screaming. We've just begun. We need to set your bones. With a sharp crack, Sabai went completely limp. Once Su finished cleaning him up and brewing the medicine, he began to recover. Next door, Bai Mu and Han Qing were roasting meat. Su, famished, devoured a large mouthful, feeling revitalized. Han Qing brought a piece of meat that was charred on the outside and raw on the inside to Sabai, who didn't mind and finished it in one bite, prompting Han Qing to return. Susu and Bai Mu brought a pot of bitter medicine, which Sabai gulped down without blinking. Susu yawned and wished him good night, to which Sabai nuzzled her, leeringly saying, "Once I recover, I'll treat you well." Susu spat at him, calling him a lecher, and ran off. Sabai leisurely retorted, "I'm not a wolf. I'm a lustful lion." This day exhausted everyone. Susu clung to Bai Mu to sleep, and soon all three fell into a deep slumber. The next day, Bai Mu, rarely sleeping in, carried the still slumbering Sabai to the cave entrance to bask in the sun. Sabai informed him that the herbs he gathered yesterday were for females experiencing severe postpartum bleeding. Bai Mu, feeling the weight of this revelation, murmured a thank you. Sabai languidly replied, "Susu is also my female. She deserves it." At noon, Susu awakened. While brushing her teeth, she suddenly remembered her system, Shausage, which had been offline. To her astonishment, upon calling out, the system responded. It had gone to upgrade. Upon returning, it painted grand visions for Susu, encouraging her to have more offspring to help it dominate the Beastman continent. Susu, seizing the opportunity, demanded benefits, leaving Shausage with no choice but to secretly exchange some of its points for a soap recipe, currently sulking in a dark corner. With the recipe in hand, Susu felt elated and hummed a tune while helping Bai Mu and the others dry the jerky. At lunch, Bai Mu tenderly fed Susu rice porridge, sharing bites that were overwhelmingly sweet. Poor Sabai could only watch longingly, gnawing on Hanqing's charred meat, plaintively protesting to Bai Mu, "I want to eat what you roasted." Bai Mu promised to roast for him that evening. This remark was overheard by Hanqing, who stormed out in anger, saying, "Just eating mine is already a privilege. How dare you be picky? You'll eat mine for the next few days." After that, he stomped back inside. In the afternoon, Bai Mu and Hanqing ventured out to hunt, while Susu lay beside Sabai, basking in the sun. She expressed her concerns over Sabai's perilous excursion. Sabai explained that during his fall off the cliff, he thought he was doomed, but the thought of Susu, fearing she might be cold and hungry, filled him with the will to survive. Hearing this, Susu buried her head in his warm fur, feeling a mix of sweetness and sorrow. As they chatted, Susu drifted off to sleep, using Sabai's paw as a pillow. Sabai dared not move, admiring her peaceful visage, his lips curving into a smile. When Susu awoke, she felt a wetness on her face. Oh no, she had drooled all over his paw, determined to hide the evidence. She looked up only to find Sabai grinning at her. Her face flushed crimson as she quickly accused, "Look at you, drooling while you sleep." Sabai shook his head, and Susu pointed at his damp paw, causing him to respond with an amused, "Oh," as he took in her flustered state, clearly delighted. "Susu, I wasn't asleep." Susu, her cheeks burning, awkwardly chuckled, "Oh, then perhaps that was my own little production." She hurriedly stood to flip the meat and attend to the herbs, seeking any task to occupy herself. Sabai propped his heavy head to watch her busying about. His lion face was inscrutable, yet his eyes sparkled with mirth. After completing her tasks, Susu snuggled back by his side, feeling bored and wondering where Bai Mu and the others had wandered off to. She thought of seeking Gyor to play, but was reluctant to leave Sabai, her big cat, alone at home. She reached out to continue stroking his fur. Ah, the texture was splendid. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the outskirts of the forest, where Bai Mu was hard at work chopping wood into small triangular pieces, binding them with vines. Hanqing, not idle, had gathered a large amount of lettuce and cabbage, rushing back with his sack. Bai Mu assessed the pile of firewood, deeming it sufficient, and they found a place to set down their load before commencing their hunting KPI for the day. In the past few days, Bai Mu had been scouting for prey with thick fur. A few days prior, he had caught a long-eared beast, perfect for crafting a pair of fluffy shoes. But he still needed a decent piece of clothing. Hanqing followed him like a devoted shadow. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they encountered more beastmen, prompting them to take detours to avoid unnecessary socializing. Suddenly, Hanqing halted and suggested, "Why don't we try our luck at the place where Sabai fell off the cliff yesterday? There are fewer people there." Bai Mu contemplated this and nodded. In a flash, the two figures sped towards their destination. Back at the tribe, Susu was busy munching on the bee skin scroll provided by the system. Thank heavens, she still recognized the text. The method of making soap the soap tree, covered in thorns, possesses maximum cleansing power. The formula consists of 20 g of Zhaojiao, 30 g of Jihashou, along with some Huanzi, Donggue, Aya, and Sabaya. Wait a moment. Sabai. She glanced at the drowsy lion beside her, realizing that this was indeed its name. Su's heart swelled with joy as she continued to immerse herself in her reading. The steps were also quite simple. Soak in water overnight, then boil for 2 hours until it thickens, after which it can be jarred. It seemed manageable. But what was this G? The system's voice drifted in softly. I will tell you when the time comes. Su was filled with excitement. For the bee skin scroll recorded 2 methods. Besides Zhao Jiao, there was also soap. Let us delve into the process of making soap, which appeared to be somewhat more intricate, and she doubted she could manage it alone. Pig fat was easy to obtain, as Bai Mu and the others occasionally caught wild boars. The recipe was 500 grams of pig fat, approximately 70 grams of plant ash, and 200 grams of purified water. First, render the pig fat, then burn some bean stalks to ash. Soak the plant ash in water, filter it, and let it settle to obtain lye. Combine the lye with the pig fat and stir vigorously until a thick, white substance forms, which can then be poured into molds and left in a cool place to set. This seemed overly complicated. Sabai was stirred awake by her murmurs and curiously leaned closer. Su, what are you talking about? He immediately spotted the bee skin scroll in her hands. Realizing that such scrolls were exclusive to the main city, surprised that this little female possessed one. However, he could not decipher any of the characters. Su gasped, realizing she had become overly excited and had inadvertently spoken aloud. She quickly turned to Sabai. Nothing, just admiring the scenery. Sabai raised an eyebrow, but did not pursue the matter further. Su eagerly offered the beast's skin scroll to him. Can you understand this? Could you help me make it? After all, this clever big cat might surprise her. Sabai gazed into her expectant eyes and shook his head. The characters here are different from mine. I cannot comprehend them. He then asked Su to retrieve his own bee skin scroll from his cave. Su dashed inside, while Sabai took a keen interest in her scroll. Before long, Su emerged with another scroll in hand, presenting it to Sabai. He laid both scrolls on the ground, and indeed, the characters were different. However, Su recognized some of the characters from his scroll. She pointed to each character one by one, reading them aloud to Sabai, and, astonishingly, she got them all right. Sabai observed Su earnestly. Have you studied this before, Su? Su's heart skipped a beat. Recalling her 9 years of compulsory education, she nodded fervently but dared not say a word, fearing exposure. Fortunately, Sabai did not press further. He pointed to the bee skin scroll. I do not recognize these. Could you explain to me what this is for and how it is made? Thus, Su recounted the methods of making Zhao Jiao and soap, though she vaguely brushed over the G unit, substituting it with appropriate amount. Sabai listened intently. His interest piqued. Once my waist is healed, we can try this. Su beamed at him. Then I can wash my hair and take a bath. Ha. I will give you a massage. Sabai was the type who blossomed with a bit of sunshine. Upon hearing this, he squinted his eyes and emitted a contented purr. Ah, splendid. A bit more pressure to the right a tad. It tickles, scratch my left side. Su was not annoyed. While massaging him, she inquired, is this the spot? Sabai nodded in satisfaction, prompting her to exert even more effort. Eventually, as Su felt her hands were near exhaustion, and seeing him on the verge of slumber, she finally asked, is that comfortable? Do you need more? Internally, she vowed that if he nodded, she would surely thump his lion's head. Sabai looked at her, shook his head, and then gently massaged her arm with his paw. You've worked hard, Su. I'm injured one. Next time, I shall massage you. Su exhaled in relief. All right, once you're better, we will begin making soap and Zhao Jiao. Her heart brimmed with anticipation, yet as she touched her belly, a flicker of concern arose. With just over a month until her delivery, there was nothing here. If something were to go awry, she would be in dire straits. Sabai, observing her frown as she caressed her belly, immediately reassured her. Do not worry, Su. I shall personally assist in your delivery. Trust me, everything will be fine. Su regarded him and nodded. After all, he was a shaman. She could only hope for the best. As the sun no longer reached this spot, Su stood up, gathered the herbs into the cave, and gradually moved the meat inside as well. Sabai was nearly jumping with urgency, calling out to her, Su, just collect the herbs. Leave the heavy stuff for Bai Mu and the others when they return. Unfortunately, his injury prevented him from stopping her. Su shook her head. At night, there will be many insects. It is unsanitary. I will carry them little by little. It is fine. You watch outside and keep the insects away from the meat. She then hummed a cheerful tune, merrily transporting the meat and placing it in a clean stone jar. They could not be stored in the cellar yet. They needed to dry first. Sabai, exasperated, could only watch as she moved the items, and whenever he saw her carrying too much, he would shout in alarm. Susu had no choice but to set some down and carry them piece by piece. Sabai huffed in satisfaction, thinking, "You thought you could outdo me." The story reached chapter 56, whereby Mu began researching a new recipe. When Bai Mu and the others returned from hunting, they found Susu joyfully transporting food, while Sabai could only lie at the cave entrance, wagging his tail. Bai Mu felt a strange resemblance between Sabai and Han Qing, sensing an uncharacteristic demeanor. Han Qing, seeing the diminutive Su, who was heavily pregnant and moving items, felt a pang of sympathy and rushed over to snatch the items from her hands. Su, how can you do such heavy work? Be careful with your belly. He then set down the game and firewood, hastily carrying the food back into the cave. Bai Mu approached, ruffling her hair, and first moved the food back home before organizing the firewood neatly in the kitchen. He followed her like a devoted attendant, asking, "What did you do at home today? Did you take a good afternoon nap?" Susu's eyes sparkled as she nodded. "I did. I even helped Sabai collect herbs." Han Qing entered with the firewood, placing it on the ground, while Bai Mu stacked it neatly. Last time, Han Qing had piled it so high that it toppled over with the slightest touch, earning prolonged laughter from Susu, and since then, Bai Mu had taken on the task of stacking the firewood. Susu handed a piece of wood to Bai Mu, and Han Qing took the opportunity to ruffle her hair again before dashing out to fetch more firewood. Susu picked up a piece of wood and tossed it at Han Qing. Missed. Bai Mu, watching her, found it amusing and smirked. "I will help you deal with him later. Don't be upset. Today we harvested fresh cabbage, and later we will cook white rice for you." Susu's appetite had grown, and hearing about delicious food made her mouth water. At the cave entrance, Sabai wagged his tail forlornly, thinking, "Bai Mu returns and forgets about me." Meanwhile, beneath the river outside the tribe, a dark head slowly surfaced, flicking its serpent-like tongue. "Hiss, is this the place? Little female, I have finally found you. The scent of that white tiger ended here," he observed as beastmen approached, submerging once more. He sought an opportunity to abduct the little female, desiring her solely for himself, with no one else sharing. However, the little female was accompanied by a third-tier beast spirit, which posed a challenge. As for that seemingly dim-witted wolf, he did not regard it as a threat at all. Two beastmen finished processing their prey and cheerfully departed. In the tribe, Susu joyfully squatted beside Bai Mu, following him wherever he went, while keeping an eye out for Han Qing's sneak attacks. Sabai, listening to Han Qing's laughter, suddenly found the sound of that foolish wolf rather grating. He shouted into the cave, "Foolish wolf, stop laughing, it sounds dreadful." Han Qing, reveling in mischief, emerged, letting out two playful yelps while leaning against the cave entrance, gazing at the lying Sabai. "You're merely envious. Tonight you shall feast on the meat I roast." The Sabai flicked its tail impatiently. "Just move me inside. It's windy out here." Han Qing chuckled and declined. "You can stay here for a while. When it's time to eat, I'll bring you out." "I have no time. I still want to play with Susu." With a swaggering gait, he returned to the cave. The Sabai looked at the foolish wolf, feeling quite irritated, but alas, it could not move. Bai Mu noticed the sky darkening and lit a fire, then remembered there was still someone at the entrance. Stepping outside, he discovered the Sabai was indeed still there. Thinking Han Qing had carried it inside, the Saibai's eyes brightened upon seeing Bai Mu. Understanding the unspoken, Bai Mu helped it up and placed it by the fire. Susu, spotting the majestic lion, rushed over to pet its fluffy fur, relishing the delightful texture. She had always wanted a dog, but her finances had not permitted it. Now, however, she found herself in a place where even her husband was furry. Still, she secretly preferred Han Qing's beastly form. He was so handsome. If only he were black and white, like a husky. The Sabai noticed the ungrateful child had finally remembered it. Seeing Susu draw closer to Bai Mu, Han Qing felt a pang of dissatisfaction and walked over, pulling her along. "Susu, teach me how to cook white rice. When Bai Mu is busy, I will prepare it for you." Susu was led to the kitchen, where she patiently guided Han Qing in washing rice and adding water. The Sabai watched their departing figures, feeling a surge of annoyance. Well, this foolish wolf had grown bold enough to steal his companion. Once he recovered, he would certainly teach him a lesson. Bai Mu was indeed busy. The sky was now dark, and he was still preparing the meat in the stone pot, cutting it into small chunks for later. He handed the prepared meat to the two sitting by the stone pot, and then placed Susu on his lap. "Once the white rice is done, I'll make you some meat soup to try and see if you like it." He was aware of Susu's growing appetite. Susu looked up at him. In that moment, Bai Mu seemed like a radiant angel, Handsome, skilled in cooking, and utterly devoted to her. He instantly gained another layer of charm in her eyes. Just standing there, he captivated her. Bai Mu felt a fervent gaze upon him and glanced down to find the little female staring at him with sparkling eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, continuing to roast the meat. Su Su was utterly smitten. What a handsome husband she had. She leaned in and gave Bai Mu a big kiss, exclaiming, "I love you so much, husband." Bai Mu gazed tenderly at her. Husband means partner, right? Su Su nodded, and they drew closer, completely disregarding the two beside them. Han Qing leaned in. "Su Su, I want a kiss too." Su Su pushed his large head away. "Stop being silly. Go roast meat for the side-by." "I'm fine here with Bai Mu." Han Qing huffed, angrily departing to roast a piece of charred meat, which he unceremoniously shoved into the side-by's mouth. "Eat this. If it's not enough, I'll roast more." The side-by wanted to spit it out, but met Han Qing's cheerful gaze. "Want to eat what Bai Mu roasted?" "I doubt that. He is busy taking care of Su Su." Now he hoped the side-by would recover quickly to divert Su Su's attention. Otherwise, she would be completely focused on Bai Mu. Reluctantly, the side-by swallowed the meat without chewing. After one piece, it refused Han Qing's further feeding. Its gaze yearningly directed towards Bai Mu. Bai Mu approached with a piece of perfectly roasted meat and offered it to the side-by. "Didn't you want to eat?" "Here, I was just too busy before." The side-by eagerly bit into it. It was delicious. Han Qing's cooking was nothing compared to this. After finishing, it looked at Bai Mu, still hungry. Bai Mu fetched another piece, letting Su Su feed it while he went to prepare the soup. This was his first attempt, and he was uncertain if it would turn out well. Su Su called out to Bai Mu, "I want potatoes. Add some potatoes." Bai Mu went to the cellar and retrieved 2 potatoes, slicing them under Su Su's guidance, adding them to the pot along with fatty and lean meat, and some cabbage, which looked quite appealing. Meanwhile, Su Su fed the side-by, and the delightful aroma wafted through the air. Once the side-by finished the last bite, it refused to eat more, and Su Su washed her hands before rushing to Bai Mu's side. Gazing at the bubbling pot, the soup was a milky white, quite appetizing, and she inquired about the ingredients. Bai Mu stirred the pot with a spoon. "The water looks unappetizing, so I added some fatty meat. It will be removed later. There are also potatoes and cabbage, as well as slices of lean meat." He knew Su Su did not eat fatty meat. Su Su nodded. Bai Mu was correct. The clear soup indeed lacked appeal. It seemed they needed to render some lard for cooking, which could also be used for stir-frying later. As the story reached chapter 57, the side-by finally recovered. The soup was soon ready, and Bai Mu brought the pot to the table, serving Su Su a steaming bowl filled with fragrant soup. The aroma made her eager to drink it, but it was too hot. Bai Mu scooped some white rice for her, noticing her little movements, gently swatting her hand away with chopsticks. "It's hot. Wait a moment." Su Su covered her hand, looking at him with anticipation. Bai Mu, feeling helpless, blew on the soup to cool it down before handing it to her. "Drink this first, then eat the white rice." Su Su accepted the bowl, took a sip, and felt warmth spread through her body, nodding in satisfaction. The side-by and Han Qing watched the two with envious eyes. Han Qing gritted his teeth. "Side-by, it's up to you now. Hurry up and recover, or Su Su will forget about us." The side-by glanced over calmly. "I'm not in a hurry. It's you who hasn't found a companion yet." This remark struck a nerve with Han Qing, causing his fur to bristle in frustration as he furiously dug at the ground. The noise was grating, prompting Su Su to turn her head. "What are you two doing?" The side-by shook its head innocently. "Nothing. Han Qing and I are just bonding." Han Qing had transformed into his wolf form, lying beside the side-by, silent and only making soft whimpers, no longer digging. Su Su merely responded with an "oh" and continued sipping her meat soup. Bai Mu drank a bowl and resumed eating roasted meat. Once they finished, they prepared medicine for side-by. Today, it was Han Qing who delivered the medicine, and just as he placed the herbs down, he heard someone calling from the cave entrance, a bright and cheerful boy. "Su Su, we're back." Hearing that voice, she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, Bai Mu and the others are back." She hurried outside, intending to leap onto Bai Mu, but was intercepted mid-stride by Han Qing, who scooped her up, his hand naturally resting on her belly. "Slow down. I know you missed me, but be gentle with the little one." What could she say? She could only lean into his embrace as he carried her over to Bai Mu and the side-by. In just a few words, the side-by recounted the arrival of new neighbors at the mountaintop. The Xinyu clan would be residing above them from now on. Han Qing was curious. "Oh, why would they come here?" "Winter is approaching. Shouldn't they be hoarding supplies?" I explained, "This is a matter of utmost importance for the beastmen, unless something significant has occurred in their home." Observing Han Qing's clear, yet foolish expression, the sidebar bluntly revealed, Han Qing, is this your first time venturing far from home and encountering Bai Mu? Han Qing, still grinning foolishly, responded, Wow, you knew this, shaman? That's incredible. The side-by-side, likely feeling overwhelmed, then explained, the leader of the Xianyu clan said their home climate has changed, causing many eggs to fail to hatch this year, forcing them to relocate. Their entire tribe has become environmental refugees. Bai Mu nodded in understanding and, together with the side-by, began moving today's catch into the cave. I found myself seated upon Han Qing's arm, directing the task at hand. These meats could be dried for another day, though one could only wonder if the sun would make an appearance again during winter. Han Qing cradled me and suddenly produced a leaf-wrapped parcel from Bai Mu, presenting it to me with an encouraging gesture to unveil its contents. With swift hands, I tore it open and exclaimed in delight, strawberries, plump and crimson. They were a sight to behold, eliciting an involuntary salivation. Han Qing affectionately ruffled my hair, a picture of indulgence. Go ahead, they're freshly washed by Bai Mu. Without hesitation, I popped one into my mouth, and the sweet juice erupted within, an exquisite sensation. I promptly grabbed another to offer Han Qing, then requested to be set down so I could share one with Bai Mu and Zabai. To my dismay, these gentlemen showed little interest in sweets and left me to enjoy them alone. I settled on a small stool, savoring the strawberries while observing their lively conversation and labor. Han Qing, ever the affectionate one, noticed my solitary state and soon nestled beside me, lifting me into his lap. Well, given that the stone bench was rather hard, having a warm cushion was a welcome change. At long last, once Bai Mu concluded his serious discussions, he approached and whisked me away from Han Qing's embrace. Playfully pinching my nose, Cha-cha, what have you been up to at home today? Did you behave and get enough rest? I nodded eagerly, yes. I grilled the meat for lunch. I'll grill for you again tonight. I even managed to nap for a bit. Bai Mu's tutin me intenti, sending a shiver down my spine. He suddenly leaned down to lock eyes with me. Cha-cha, you become quite the trickster. Haven't tea you? I shot a glare at Zabai, who hastily shook his head, signaling that he hadn't spilled any secrets. Bai Mu redirected my attention. It wasn't him. You must promise to get your rest, understood? Seeing that he was no longer upset, I eagerly leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek. Today, I went out with Gua, and even visited the Xuanyu tribe. Their wings are enormous. Bai Mu held me close, listening intently as I chattered about my day, while he tended to the fire. The day was drawing to a close, and we needed to stoke the flames quickly. Feeling slightly in the way, I requested to be set down. Watching him squat beside the fire, adding wood, I took his hand and gently placed it on my rounded belly, whispering, Today, the little ones kicked me. They seemed eager to greet the world. The moment his hand made contact, a powerful kick resonated from within. In that instant, Bai Mu appeared utterly stunned, withdrawing his hand as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with a mix of astonishment and joy as he gazed at me. Life, in its essence, is truly wondrous. I couldn't help but chuckle at his rare, bewildered expression. Isn't it marvelous? Soon, our home will be filled with fluffy little bundles of joy. He snapped back to reality, enveloping me tightly in his arms, his voice quivering slightly. You've worked hard. Cha-cha, I love you. Just as I was about to respond with equal fervor, Han Qing's voice drifted in from the entrance, causing us to startle and separate. Goodness. The effects of pregnancy were quite overwhelming, and my cheeks burned with embarrassment. When Zabai entered, however, his discerning gaze immediately detected the peculiarities of Bai Mu's demeanor. Likely thinking to himself, another attempt at indulgence. Good thing we arrived just in time. He then slipped into the adjoining room and returned with a luminescent object. Han Qing, too, appeared mesmerized, momentarily forgetting the freshly processed prey, as everyone's attention was drawn to Zabai's intriguing item. I was the most curious. Leaning in closer, what is this? It's so beautiful. It glows. Zabai approached, holding a flower pot fashioned from a beast's skull. Placing it before me. I found this after falling from the cliff last time. I thought you would surely appreciate it, so I brought it back. It only glows at night. How could my family not understand? This plant emitted light from its very being, not merely from its leaves or fruits, but from its roots, stems, and leaves. It radiated a gentle glow. The leaves were heart-shaped, hiding clusters of purple fruits beneath, a splendidly cyberpunk, luminescent flora. Upon noticing only one specimen, I lamented, Zabai, was this the only one you found? How lovely it would be to cultivate a patch at home. It could serve as a nightlight. Bai Mu promptly chimed in. If Cha-Cha likes it, We shall go find more tomorrow and fill our home with them. Elated, I cradled the glowing plant, placing it at my room's entrance before dashing back to accept a skewer of grilled meat from Baimu. Today, I'll grill for you all. Naturally, the first bite was fed to Baimu, who savored it with satisfaction. Delicious cha-cha. My confidence soared. Yet after only a few skewers, Baimu offered to assist. Realizing my solitary efforts wouldn't suffice for their hearty appetites. After feasting to our heart's content, Zabai initiated his postnatal care seminar. Keep moving, and you shall have healthy little ones. From now on, someone must accompany Susu for a stroll after every meal. Due to my lack of midday rest, fatigue soon overcame me, and I collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep almost instantly. The trio, even while cutting and marinating meat, moved with utmost caution, fearful of awakening me. The following morning dawned bright and clear, though a chill lingered in the breeze. Hanqing approached Baimu, ruffling his short hair. It's a bit chilly. Let us ensure Susu is warmly dressed. Baimu, observing Hanqing stretching nearby, declared, Today we shall hunt, capture any furry ones we see alive. I will handle the skins. He was contemplating crafting a new winter outfit for me. Upon awakening and hearing their plans to venture out, I was instantly filled with excitement and raced outside. I want to go too. We can eat outdoors for lunch. Baimu, noticing my bare feet on the cold ground, hurried over to scoop me up, playfully pinching my nose while chiding, Cha-cha, up so early today. He carried me back inside, dressing me in shoes, clothes, and wrapping me in a hooded cloak, ensuring I was snug and warm. As he dressed me, I gestured, You can make long sleeves and pants. Cover my arms and legs completely. Baimu, gazing at me bundled in white fluff with my chubby cheeks, leaned in to kiss my forehead. Cha-cha, you look lovely. He even pinched my cheek affectionately. While brushing my teeth, I noticed Hanqing emerging from the cellar with cabbage, which reminded me of my Sichuan peppercorns. I quickly informed Baimu, asking him to craft a stone mortar and pestle upon his return, as I desired to create some seasoning. Breakfast consisted of meat and cabbage porridge. I savored 2 hearty bowls, feeling quite content. Baimu handed me a new knife, and let me tell you, it was stunning, crafted from the horn of that longhorn beast, light and sharp, complete with a sheath. I joyfully accepted it, testing its balance with glee, then leaned to plant a kiss on Baimu's cheek. Thank you, I adore it. Baimu lamented. It's a shame, the creature possessed only one horn. Hanqing, watching us from the entrance, wore an expression of envy as if a cauldron of jealousy had spilled over. At that moment, Zabai emerged from the next room. Let us go. I prepared everything. Held in Baimu's arms, I saw Hanqing racing ahead to catch Zabai, listening to his sulky complaints about Baimu crafting me a knife and exchanging a kiss. Zabai retorted, Oh, then tonight we shall have no chance. Asusu will surely sleep with Baimu. I must tell you, those words sent Hanqing into a frenzy, his ears and tail shooting out in response, only to droop in defeat, looking utterly pitiful. Exiting the tribe, the 3 of them transformed into their beast forms, initially seated on Baimu's back. I soon switched to Hanqing's as he insisted on taking me strawberry picking. Little did I know, a lurking predator had set its sights on me. A massive black serpent emerged from the riverbed of the tribe, drawn by my scent. We swiftly arrived at the base of the cliff where Zabai had previously fallen. They split up. Hanqing went hunting, Zabai foraged for herbs, while Baimu guided me in search of luminescent plants nearby. Not far off, a snakehead peeked out from a large tree, eager as it watched us separate, hissing in excitement. It perceived this as an opportunity. Baimu led me around the cliff, acutely aware that we were being followed, yet upon glancing back, he saw nothing amiss. I dismounted from him and walked on my own, indulging in a childhood game, blowing at the little dust whirlwinds on the ground, which summoned a small beetle known as Dojianyo. Just as I became distracted, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow in my peripheral vision. Too swift to discern clearly, rubbing my eyes, I looked again, but it had vanished. A chill ran down my neck. Behind me, the serpent demon Chi Yi was startled, thinking, this little female has remarkably keen eyes. However, upon seeing my appearance, his intentions shifted. Initially, he merely aimed to capture me for breeding before releasing me. Now, he desired to possess me entirely. After wandering in circles without finding anything, we encountered the side cypress sliding down from above. As soon as it landed, it approached and pinched my cheek, speaking in a slow, teasing manner. Am I not quick enough, Susu? I rolled my eyes to the heavens and kicked him away, exclaiming, Get lost, you lewd creature. Yet he was undeterred, his hand creeping toward my waist. I swiftly formed a scissor gesture with my fingers, pointing below with a fierce glare. If you reach out again, I shall sever your second brother. In that moment, both Bai Mu and the side cypress felt a sudden chill below, instantly standing at attention, scarcely daring to breathe. Finally, having completed our circuit, Han Qing returned, bringing with him a wild boar, precisely the kind I desired. To please me, Han Qing insisted on lifting me and spinning around. But his grip under my armpits made me laugh until tears flowed. Once on the ground, I promptly kicked him, warning, if you dare tickle me again, I shall have you trimmed as well. The side cypress, nearby, kindly explained to this foolish wolf what trimmed entailed. Upon hearing this, Han Qing turned pale, hastily covering himself. That won't do. I haven't even mated with Su yet. We lit a fire to roast meat, while the serpent demon Chi Yi, who despises fire, became rigid as a stick, quietly slinking away. Bai Mu held me tenderly, expressing pride in my transformation from a frail little creature he had rescued to a plump one under his care. Oh, who understands the joy of nurturing? As we dined, Han Qing's culinary skills were nothing short of abysmal. His piece of meat was encased in a charred exterior with raw sashimi within, making me want to gag. Thankfully, Bai Mu could not bear it and grilled another piece for him. After our meal, the four of us ventured into the forest, preparing to capture a herd of plum deer. This time, I rode on Han Qing's back as he promised to show me the deer. We stealthily entered the woods, our paws silent against the ground. Suddenly, an eerie bird call echoed through the trees, sounding like a voiceover. My lord, we are surrounded. This made me tense. Lightening my breath, reaching a large tree, Han Qing instructed me to hide, while the three of them set off to hunt. As I observed the slumbering herd of plum deer, I understood they were about to undertake significant business, so I obediently crouched behind the tree roots, tightly gripping the horn knife Bai Mu had given me. They crouched low and charged forth with precision and ferocity, resulting in a cacophony of cries. I remained hidden in anxious anticipation, fearing a wild beast might approach. Yet, what I dreaded came to fruition. The serpent demon Chi Yi seized the opportunity, revealing his true form as a massive python, sliding towards me like lightning. With a rapid flick of his tail, he ensnared me. I tell you, darkness enveloped my vision, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself wrapped in the coils of a long, thick creature. The hissing filled my ears. I have an aversion to snakes. My DNA was in turmoil. In fright, I called out towards Bai Mu and the others. Yet the serpent's speed was too swift. The side cypress was the first to hear the commotion, turning to see I was gone, only catching a glimpse of a shadow before pursuing. Bai Mu and Han Qing quickly followed suit, encircling the creature like a scene from a police film. I felt myself nearing asphyxiation, fear notwithstanding. I was no helpless prey. Suddenly, I remembered the horn knife in my hand and thrust it against the serpent's body with all my might. However, it penetrated not, thwarted by the scales. Regaining my composure, I emulated the act of filleting fish, fiercely prying at the scales with the knife's tip. My hands were cut, yet at last, I pried open a section. Beneath, flesh was revealed. Switching hands, I summoned all my strength and plunged the knife deep. The serpent demon hissed in pain, yet he did not release me. Instead, he coiled tighter, drawing me into his embrace. He looked down at my bleeding hand and, to my horror, extended his tongue to lick it, his voice icy. You are injured. I quickly withdrew my hand, seizing the opportunity as his grip on my mouth loosened. I cried out desperately, Bai Mu, I'm over here. Chi promptly covered my mouth again, attempting to escape with me via the water route. Upon hearing my voice, Bai Mu and the others pursued with even greater fervor. Besides, Cypress let out a lion's roar, summoning the tribe for aid. At that moment, aerial support arrived. Xian Yu's tribe leader, Xian Qing, descended like a great bird, blocking Chi Ye's path. Soon after, Chuan Gu and his kin surrounded us from all directions. Chi realized escape was futile, yet gazing at me, he ominously declared, I will not relinquish you. Relinquish you indeed. The moment he spoke, he bared his venomous fangs, thrusting them toward my heart. I tell you, the sensation was both painful and numbing. Darkness consumed me, and I fainted. Just before losing consciousness, I seemed to hear him whispering in my ear, declaring that upon our next meeting, I would be his mate, and should I attempt to flee again, he would consume me. Good heavens, what madness had befallen reality? When I regained consciousness, I found myself cradled in Xian Qing's arms. I speculated that Qi Yi, that wretched fiend, had used me as a shield, deliberately allowing Qianqing to catch me while he made his escape. Qianqing held me tightly, and with a swift motion, struck the serpent's vital point with a fierce blow. Seeing that I was safe, Bai Mu and the others erupted with fury, furiously pursuing the serpent. Ultimately, they cornered Qi Yi by a foul-smelling dark river. Qianqing had already taken me back to the tribe, and my blood stained the tiger skin mark Bai Mu had crafted for me, a dire sight. Upon noticing the serpent-shaped beast mark on my arm, Qianqing's expression darkened. I must tell you, the venomous python was a detested entity on the Beastman continent, known for forcibly binding mates and possessing cold-blooded natures, none being benevolent. Meanwhile, Bai Mu and the others had encircled Qi Yi. Bai Mu, radiating electricity with fury, was the first to charge. The foolish wolf Han Qing flanked him, ready to bite. Qi Yi, beset by 3 formidable men, still found the audacity to threaten. I tell you, I am already Su Su's mate. Try to harm me, and she will suffer too. Upon hearing this, Bai Mu halted, understanding the serpent's sinister ability to enforce such bonds without consent. Han Qing remained skeptical, disbelieving it could happen so swiftly. Yet Qi Yi pressed on, taunting that should they kill him now, Su Su would not survive either. Incensed, Bai Mu retaliated with a punch. Fine, we won't kill you, but we shall beat you to a pulp. What ensued was a brutal display of one-sided bullying. Besides Cypress and Bai Mu led the charge, while Han Qing pulled at Qi Yi's scales, cursing him for threatening Su Su. Qi Yi howled in agony, yet clung to Han Qing's tail even in his final moments. Ultimately, he was left barely conscious, sprawled like a dying serpent. Besides Cypress stepped on his tail. Asking Bai Mu what now? Bai Mu pointed towards the dark, murky river, coldly stating, toss him in, let him fend for himself. Without hesitation, Chuangu seized the limp Qi Yi and unceremoniously flung him into the river, not even looking back. Meanwhile, I found myself in Qianqing's embrace as he soared back to his mountaintop lair. Upon landing, he shouted, Shunjiang, come fort. A birdman flew over, and upon seeing Qianqing's demeanor, hurriedly entered the cave. I was filthy, and to my astonishment, Qianqing, despite his severe cleanliness obsession, placed me in his own nest without a second thought. Xinjiang understood at that moment. This was undoubtedly true love. Qianqing, in a state of urgency, shouted at him, what are you standing there for? Hurry and take a look. If you need any herbs, just let me know. Xinjiang leaned in for a closer inspection and remarked, Elder, you need to clean the wound first. It's covered in mud, and I cannot proceed. Just as Qianqing hesitated, Bai Mu and the other 2 rushed in anxiously. So Bai was the first to pounce forward, asking, how is Su Su? Han Qing, upon seeing me lying there motionless, was on the verge of tears. Qianqing, feeling overwhelmed, quickly reassured, it's nothing serious. She just fainted from being forced into a bond. Su Bai, noticing the 2 bite marks on my chest, clenched his fists in anger, exclaiming, that vile serpent should have been slain on the spot. Bai Mu, silent yet cautious, gently lifted me as if I were a rare treasure, and turned to leave, saying to Qianqing, thank you. If anything arises, I will come to you. Upon returning to our home, Han Qing had already prepared hot water. Bai Mu and Su Bai swiftly helped to clean me up, with Su by applying herbal medicine to my wounds. Qianqing arrived with a doctor named Xinjiang. After examining me and covering me with a beast hide, he stated, she is fine. The serpent did not inject poison, and the wounds are healing. However, regarding this beast mark, what do you plan to do? The family members, knowing well the gravity of the situation, faced the most daunting question. Bai Mu asked solemnly, is there a way to remove it? Qianqing leisurely replied, I do have a method, but it depends on your willingness. All eyes swiftly turned to him. He shook the crystal at his waist, saying, it's simple. She must cut away the flesh with the mark herself. However, it will grow back, so she must do this 3 times to be completely rid of it. Had I been awake, I would have certainly expressed my gratitude to him. This procedure was outrageous, cutting flesh 3 times. Bai Mu and the others erupted in protest, with Su Bai being the first to shout, no way. Absolutely not. I would rather guard her every day and confront that serpent repeatedly than let her endure such agony. At that moment, a sudden, intense pain gripped my abdomen, and I writhed in bed, drenched in cold sweat. They suddenly remembered that I was carrying a child. Su Bai's voice trembled as he called out to me, while Bai Mu hesitated to touch me. In this critical moment, it was Qianqing who stepped in, stating, I have a solution, but I need your assistance. He instructed Bai Mu to place his hand on my belly, close his eyes, and use his thunder-type beast soul power to soothe the frightened offspring. Bai Mu promptly complied, and a gentle electric glow enveloped my abdomen, gradually alleviating the pain. Yet this was merely a temporary measure. Qianqing pulled the exhausted Bai Mu aside, asserting, "This is only a temporary relief. To ensure the safety of both her and the child, we must provide her with vitality." Upon hearing the term vitality, Subai turned pale, exclaiming, "Isn't that something only a dying beast requires? How do you know of such a method?" Qianqing shot him a glance. "There is no time for explanations. You either follow my instructions or prepare for the loss of both lives." As he attempted to leave, Subai quickly stopped him, softening his stance in apology. Qianqing then turned back, saying, "If you wish to save her, first remove your beast hides. I need to assess your capabilities." Without hesitation, Bai Mu and Subai complied. Han Qing, still defiant, protested, "You're quite perverse. We only care for Su Su." His body, however, was honest enough to follow suit. The esteemed identification master Qianqing scanned them and declared, "Bai Mu, 3-star thunder type. Han Qing, 1-star ice type. Subai, impressive 2-star fire type. You have concealed your strength well." Bai Mu and the others were astonished, eyeing Subai with suspicion. Subai had no choice but to confess that he had hidden his abilities to evade enemies from Moon City. Qianqing stroked his chin and remarked, "Very well. I understand your backgrounds. However, relying solely on the three of you is insufficient. The energy is too chaotic for her body to endure. We require a powerful 5-star B-soul to stabilize the situation, and this individual must share a bond with her." Han Qing, feeding on Sius, exclaimed, "I haven't even shared a bed with Su yet. Where would the bond come from?" Bai Mu lamented, "Where are we supposed to find a 5-star B-soul expert?" I could only think Qianqing was right there, shaking the bright crystal at his waist, his gaze flitting among them, as if to say, "Isn't it obvious that I am the one?" Subai was the first to grasp it, fixing his stare on him. "You have a solution, don't you?" Qianqing slowly nodded, revealing the magnificent 5-star beast mark on his arm. "Indeed, it is I, 5-star wind type. If you wish to save her, simply allow me to become her partner." Bai Mu was taken aback, "But Cha-Cha is still unconscious. How can we?" Qianqing wore a confident expression. "I have my methods. You all should leave." Once everyone exited, this fellow approached my bedside, first tending to the wounds on my hands. And then he lay down beside me, profoundly stating, Su, from this day forth, we are the closest of partners." After speaking, he immediately consummated our bond. I was unconscious but felt his presence. It was as if someone was there, yet I could not awaken. After he finished, he got up, flushed and panting, and looked at the newly appeared Xian Niao beast mark on my back before stepping outside to address the others. Next, Han Qing, "Come in." Upon their entrance, Bai Mu and Subai immediately sensed the change in atmosphere. Han Qing's face turned as red as a ripe peach as he gazed at me, stammering, "Isn't this inappropriate? What if Su awakens and disagrees?" Qianqing switched to PUA mode, asserting, "This is the only way to save her. Besides, such a beautiful female. If the people from Moon City's Sun City find out, do you think you could protect her?" His words rendered Han Qing speechless. Bai Mu added, "When Cha-Cha awakens, I will explain." Qianqing, with a hint of redness at the corners of his eyes, urged, "Hurry up. Do you want me to teach you? Who needs your instruction?" Han Qing, flustered, hurried over, shooing them out. Bai Mu remained unconvinced, stating, "No, you lack the finesse. We must supervise to prevent you from harming Cha-Cha." I felt as if my CPU were about to overheat at that moment. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the three, Han Qing marked me as well. The scene was utterly remarkable. When the wolf head beast mark appeared on my shoulder, Qianqing nodded approvingly. "All right, we can begin. You go first. If she shows any signs of rejection, I will intervene." Bai Mu was the first to channel his energy, followed by Han Qing, and then Subai. As three distinct energies surged in my body, I immediately began to struggle, crying out in discomfort. Witnessing this, Qianqing swiftly pressed down on me, using his powerful 5-star B-soul to forcibly suppress the three energies, bringing them into a strange balance within me. This operation felt akin to receiving a cybernetic ascension gift package. As my complexion gradually returned to a healthy hue and the bite marks faded, Qianqing instructed them to cease. After this ordeal, Bai Mu and Subai were visibly exhausted, swaying on their feet, while Han Qing nearly collapsed. Qianqing did not miss the opportunity to tease him. "Han Qing is simply weak. A good night's sleep will suffice." Once they all departed, I realized that night had fallen. Qianqing lounged like a lord, waiting for dinner, while Han Qing, irritated, remarked, "Our home has no room for you." Xianqing shamelessly retorted, "No worries. After all, Su's bed is large." Furious, Han Qing displayed his claws and retreated to the adjacent room to dig out a new space for himself. That night, as I prepared to sleep, Xianqing comfortably nestled into my blankets, lying on my left side. Bai Mu entered, his expression unreadable, and lay on my right. Han Qing, witnessing this, rushed over to hug my feet. Sabai, initially scoffing from outside, soon followed suit, grasping my other foot. My dear family, who could comprehend this? Upon awakening, I felt as if I were entangled like an octopus, and upon opening my eyes, I saw Han Qing's fluffy head gnawing at my toes. At that moment, I was still groggy and instinctively kicked, sending him flying out. His howl startled everyone awake. Xianqing, the most irritable among us, got up and dragged Han Qing from the ground, throwing him out of the cave. He then returned to gently pat my back, reassuringly saying, "Sleep, sleep, you were just dreaming." I dozed off once more in a daze. When I finally woke up completely, I opened my eyes to find a handsome stranger lying beside me, with dark hair and striking features, our hair tangled together. I was so startled that I dared not move, thinking, surely not, have I been captured by another wandering beast? As soon as I stirred, the handsome man woke up, pulled me close, and teasingly whispered in my ear, "Su, if you don't wake up, I'll kiss you." Upon hearing his voice and taking in my surroundings, I realized I was at home. My courage surged instantly, and I kicked him off the bed, exclaiming, "Who are you? How dare you cause a ruckus in my home? Wait until Bai Mu returns. He will deal with you." The man, who turned out to be Xianqing, rolled to the side in compliance, clutching his chest and exclaiming in pain, "Ah, Su, how cruel you are. I saved you, and now you don't acknowledge me?" Ignoring him, I looked down and was stunned to see a mark of a winged suanio on my back and a wolf head imprint on my shoulder. I was completely at a loss, as I had no recollection of what had transpired. My memory only extended to being bitten by that dead snake before everything went blank. Seeing my bewilderment, Xianqing donned his flamboyant sheer attire and approached me, saying, "I am Xianqing. As for the details, wait for Bai Mu to explain when he returns." Before long, Bai Mu and the others returned. The moment I saw Bai Mu, tears streamed down my face, overwhelmed with a sense of injustice. Bai Mu hurried over to embrace me and recounted everything that had happened, concluding with, "Cha-cha, I know you feel wronged, but I cannot bear to watch you and the little ones perish. I would rather it be me." I placed my hand on my belly, sensing the little ones were still there, and immediately felt relieved. I told Bai Mu, "It's all right, as long as the little ones are safe. We can let things unfold naturally with Xianqing." Bai Mu held me as we stepped outside, where Bai handed me a toothbrush. Han Qing, still embarrassed from yesterday's incident, dare not look me in the eye. Xianqing was the most proactive, bringing over a pile of beautiful sheer fabrics and crystals, promptly undressing me and dressing me in new clothes while styling my hair beautifully. They fussed over me like a doll, and after Bai fed me 2 bowls of porridge, I lost my appetite and requested to be carried to the cave entrance to bask in the sun. Without hesitation, Xianqing scooped me up and sat me on his lap, warning me, "You must not reject me, Su. I would be heartbroken." Reclining against him in the sunlight, I suddenly felt a surge of power within me. I extended my hand, and a flash of green light flickered. The scratch on my hand, inflicted by Chia, slowly began to heal. Xianqing and the others were astonished. Xianqing, with a serious expression, remarked, "This seems to be the legendary healing ability, found only in Yuehua City and Sun City. I must implore you to keep it a secret from outsiders, or we shall all be doomed." I gazed at Xianqing and in a carefree manner said, "You've lived for over 100 years, how old?" "I'm only 22. Doesn't this count as an old bird courting tender grass?" He was not the slightest bit offended. Instead, with confidence, he touched his face and replied, "Su, you must not abandon me. After all, a partner as handsome and capable as I am is hard to come by." Upon scrutinizing him closely, I realized he truly was extraordinarily attractive, especially with those slightly brown eyes that made me feel a bit shy, so I lowered my head and muttered, "I didn't mean to." Bai Mu and the others were accustomed to Xuanqing's flamboyant demeanor and remained unfazed. Once I felt better, Bai Mu went to prepare the stone mortar and pestle for grinding peppercorns. Xianqing continued to hold me at the cave entrance, basking in the warm sunlight, which lulled me back to sleep. When I awoke again, I was drawn from slumber by the enticing aroma of meat. Stretching, I felt invigorated and announced my intention to grill meat as a treat for Xianqing. Upon entering the cave, I saw the 3 of them busily working away. Sabai rushed over to lift me onto his lap, fearing I might tire myself. I complimented him on his improved cooking skills, and he proudly responded that he could not be compared to Han Qing. After grilling a piece of meat, I handed it to Xian Qing. Upon tasting it, his eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Susu, it's delicious." Then, to my surprise, he patted my bottom. I covered my rear and dashed to Bai Mu, exclaiming, "Pervert!" He touched my bottom. Bai Mu calmly rubbed my back and replied, "Does it hurt?" "The porridge is ready. Wait a moment." I glanced at Bai Mu's handsome figure and mumbled, "Humph, you've also gone bad. It must be his influence." I shot another glare at Xian Qing, who responded by winking at me. I quickly averted my gaze and closely followed Bai Mu, while Sabai had already cut a piece of grilled meat into small bits on a plate. Let me tell you, Sabai's culinary skills were astounding. The grilled meat was crispy on the outside and tender within. I devoured 3 bowls of rice in one go. Truly, my belly swelled, yet they kept feeding me. However, when I turned around, I was greeted by the sight of Xian Qing staging a disaster in the kitchen. He insisted on learning to grill meat. And as soon as Sabai left, he produced a piece that was, how should I describe it, black and shiny, akin to an artifact freshly unearthed from Sangsingdui. Han Qing burst into laughter, rolling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. When I approached to see, I was at a loss. "Buddy, is this grilled meat or alchemy?" Han Qing's first attempt at grilling was at least edible, but this piece looked like even a dog would turn away. Xian Qing himself was utterly appalled, wearing an expression of disbelief at what he had created, and he tossed the charred mess aside. Fortunately, our kind Bai Mu handed him a properly grilled piece, gently saying, "It's all right, take your time." Xian Qing, probably feeling defeated by Han Qing's laughter, accepted the meat and fell silent, quietly gnawing on it. I hurried over to pat his head in comfort, reminding him that it was only his first try. He should learn from Bai Mu, and there would be opportunities to become a grilling master in the future. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Bai Mu convened a strategic meeting. He stated that as the days grew colder, we needed to stockpile food and firewood, lest we find ourselves facing starvation. In the afternoon, he took Xian Qing and Sabai hunting, leaving Han Qing, our conspicuous pack member, to stay behind and look after me. Bai Mu specifically pointed to the meat in the kitchen, instructing Han Qing to remember to season it with salt for preservation. I must tell you, as soon as they left, Han Qing crept onto my bed like a thief. He lay beside me, gazing at my sleeping face with an infatuated smile, desperately trying to suppress his laughter by covering his mouth. It was truly endearing. Meanwhile, Bai Mu and the others wandered through the woods when suddenly a red figure darted past them. Sabai's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "It's a fox, a red one. Its fur is so beautiful. It would make a splendid winter coat for Susu." Upon hearing this, Xian Qing wasted no time, spreading his wings and soaring into the sky. I must say, he looked incredibly handsome, resembling a drone in the air, keenly locking onto the little creature below. He likely thought the fiery red color suited me, and with a graceful dive, his sharp claws accurately captured the fox, ensuring not to damage its beautiful fur. Upon landing, he transformed back into human form, displaying the fox by its nape for them to see. Bai Mu was particularly pleased, stating that now I had a source for my winter clothing. While they were happily tying up the fox, unbeknownst to them, deep within the dark riverbed cave, the snake spirit, Chia, whom we had defeated, was regaining consciousness. He flicked his tail, realizing he was still alive, and began to swim upstream, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Truly, he was like an unkillable cockroach. As for me, I woke up shortly after they had left. As I turned over, I was startled by a face filled with obsession suddenly thrust before my eyes. Han Qing saw that I was awake and was overjoyed, immediately lowering his head to apologize, saying he had acted without my consent. "Oh, this silly child." I earnestly assured him that Bai Mu had informed me, and moreover, I was willing. Upon hearing this, he instantly lifted his head and embraced me, grinning foolishly. Just then, my best friend Guar arrived. The moment she saw me, she rushed over for a bear hug, her voice tinged with tears, exclaiming, "You scared me to death. They all said you were abducted by a stray beast." I comforted her in return, saying I was fine and had even poked that stray beast. She inspected me from head to toe, and only after confirming I was unharmed did she relax. She also introduced me to her new partner, mentioning that her Lion Wu was extraordinarily busy these days, hunting every day. As we were chattering away, Xian Qing and the others returned. Xian Qing descended dramatically, exuding confidence. His eyes nearly popped out as she seized me, whispering excitedly as if she had discovered a new continent. "Wow, Susu, Did you really win him over? Tell me, is he impressive? I was mortified as she asked such a question directly in front of the subject. My face flushed crimson, and I hurriedly covered her mouth. The sisters in this beastly world truly understood me, boldly asking anything. Xianqing leaned against the cave entrance, grinning mischievously at me, making my embarrassment even more acute. Fortunately, Bai Mu and the others arrived as well, prompting me to quickly change the subject. Gur, your lion was come to fetch you. Before leaving, Gur pinched my cheek and winked, whispering, Su, let's continue our discussion next time. He. I promptly pushed her away, thinking to myself, if others overheard our conversation, how could I face them? Once Gur departed, Xianqing approached me, feigning ignorance, asking what we had just discussed. I refused to divulge, pushing him aside and running towards Bai Mu. Bai Mu presented me with a vibrant red fox fur. It was incredibly soft and smooth, and the color was perfect. I adored it immensely and immediately gave him a big hug. Then I dashed to the kitchen, wrapping my arms around the stoic Sabai, who was busy cutting meat, and playfully touched his firm abdomen. With greasy hands, Sabai could not embrace me back, insisting that once he finished with the meat, we would need to redo the hug. After embracing both of them, I noticed Hanqing was tidying up, so I ran over to help. However, seeing me neglect Xianqing, he swiftly came over, snatched the items from my hands, and took the opportunity to plant a quick kiss on my cheek, chuckling. Since Su is too shy, I must take matters into my own hands. What a rogue. Suddenly, I remembered the wild boar from earlier. Yes, I needed to render some lard. This was a precious commodity. I hurriedly directed them to set up the stone pot and cut the pork fat into small pieces to render. Hanqing, having never seen this before, was bewildered and asked what it was for. I tapped his head lightly, saying, it has great use, you will find out later. While I was stirring, a splatter of hot oil hit my hand, causing me to shudder from a burn. Bai Mu, ever observant, swiftly pulled me away, grabbing my wrist and rushing me to the kitchen sink, anxiously asking, did it burn? Is it serious? Sabai followed suit, and I, amused and exasperated, pushed them both out, saying it's nothing, just a minor incident. Just as I tried to return to stirring, Bai Mu was quicker, snatching the ladle from me, declaring, I will handle this. My skin is tough, you just direct from the sidelines. Before long, the golden, crisp bits were retrieved, and the lard was poured into the stone pot to solidify. I pinched a piece of crackling, savoring its delightful flavor, which instantly transported me back to my childhood in the orphanage, where the matron would render lard, and each child would receive a small piece. Back then, I was small and frail, and when I finally received my share, it was snatched away by the older children before I could even warm it in my hands. Bai Mu noticed me staring blankly at the plate, and hurried over to inquire what was wrong. I snapped back to reality, realizing that things were different now. I had them and the baby in my belly. I picked up a piece of crackling and fed it to Bai Mu, smiling brightly. It's delicious. Hanqing was nearby, exclaiming loudly, and I fed him a piece as well. When it was Xianqing's turn, he insisted on being fed mouth to mouth, but I would not indulge him, simply shoving a piece into his mouth, saying, eat it if you like it. With nothing to do that evening, I recalled that I still needed to grind the Sichuan pepper. My memory during pregnancy was truly lacking. Thus, the few of us gathered around the stone mortar, taking turns grinding the pepper, which proved to be quite enjoyable. By the time we finished, it was getting late, and I yawned, asking Bai Mu to carry me back to our room for sleep. Once everyone had returned, I noticed that Xianqing, that crafty rascal, had not gone back to his own room. He stealthily slipped in through Sabai's cave entrance, tiptoeing straight to my bed. Sabai was actually awake, peeking with his eyes open but not making a sound. Bai Mu heard the commotion but ignored it. My goodness, what a setup. Satisfied, Xianqing wrapped his arms around me, and in my drowsiness, I mistook him for a large pillow, rolling over to embrace his waist, sinking deeper into slumber. The next morning, as I opened my eyes, I was greeted by the sight of Xianqing's enlarged, handsome face, his fingers in his mouth. I was taken aback. Just as I prepared to kick him off, he playfully turned the tables on me, dramatically placing a hand on his chest and feigning innocence. Su, you wouldn't be tempted by my physique, would you? Did you buy me here while I was asleep? I could no longer tolerate this absurdity. Grabbing the animal hide from the bed, I swung it at him. Bai Mu, hearing the commotion, stealthily approached and, seizing the opportunity, landed a punch on Xianqing's head, which made me laugh uncontrollably. Xianqing was genuinely hurt by Bai Mu's blow, covering his face and looking at me with a pitiful expression. Su, look, my beautiful face has a blemish now. I shot him a glare. That's what you get for sneaking into my bed and slandering me. Once the commotion settled, Bai Mu suddenly mentioned that we were out of white rice at home, and he would have to embark on a trip to the herbivorous tribe to trade for some, which would take at least a day or two. Hearing this, I was incensed that he wouldn't take me along, standing up and demanding, "Where are you going? Why not take me?" He wanted to hold me close and soothe me, claiming that my condition made it inconvenient, but I refused to listen, hugging his waist and shaking my head stubbornly. "No, I want to eat any white rice. I want to be with you." Xianxing and the others observed my reliance on Bai Mu, their expressions tinged with jealousy. Bai Mu was distressed, but still unconvinced. At that crucial moment, Sabai stepped forward, suggesting, "Then bring Su Su along. We cannot confine her to the tribe for fear of danger, can we? How is that different from those who treat females as mere breeding tools?" His words struck a chord in Bai Mu, leaving him speechless as he quietly walked away. I intended to follow, but Xianxing, ever clever, scooped me up, saying, "Let him be for now. Come, Su Su, I'll take you to play in our Xianyu tribe." With a flap of his wings, we soared into the sky. Goodness, I had never flown before in my life, experiencing a real-life flight. Initially, I was so frightened I dared not open my eyes, the wind howling in my ears. Xianxing held me securely, encouraging me to try opening my eyes. Gradually, I grew bolder, and to my astonishment, the clouds were right beside me. I spread my arms wide, feeling like the goddess of wind, and shouted, "I think I can touch the clouds and the wind." Xianxing, holding my waist, laughed. "Isn't it fun? Once you get used to it, we'll fly higher to see the sunset and the evening glow when we return from our flight." Bai Mu had come to terms with it and was waiting for us at the entrance. Upon seeing me, he rushed over to tightly embrace me, apologizing, "I'm sorry. Cha-cha, I was just too worried about you and wanted to take you with me." Yes, I was so thrilled that I leapt onto him, exclaiming, "You think just like I do. We can gather seeds along the way." Now everything was set. The team immediately began to divide tasks, packing luggage and preparing roasted meat for the journey. Bai Mu went to my room to pack our backpack, filling it with water and a horn knife. Sabai ventured next door to retrieve the bee skin roll and carefully packed some salt and Sichuan pepper into my bag. Hanqing, the adorable one, transformed into his wolf form and lay beside the fire, inviting my affection with soft, rumbling sounds emanating from his throat. His fluffy fur was an exquisite delight to the touch. Meanwhile, Sabai assured Bai Mu in the kitchen that I need not worry. The little ones in my belly were thriving, and upon our return from this journey, I would likely be giving birth. He promised to assist me personally during the delivery. My heart swelled with emotion when Xuanqing sauntered in leisurely, casting a serious glance at Sabai, inquiring if Su Su might deliver prematurely. To my astonishment, he seemed well informed about the perils of premature birth. Sabai nodded gravely, acknowledging the possibility, as Su Su's belly had grown quite large. He cautioned that we must avoid any unforeseen incidents during this trip. Without hesitation, Xuanqing scooped me off the ground into his embrace, settling me on his lap, and picked up a skewer of roasted meat. Enveloping my small hand with his larger one, he said, "Su Su, teach me how to roast meat." The scene unfolded like an elaborate hands-on teaching session. I guided him on when to flip the meat, when to sprinkle salt, and made sure to remind him to add the Sichuan pepper later for optimal flavor. When the meat sizzled and oozed with juice, a sprinkle of Sichuan pepper transformed the aroma into something divine. He cut the roasted meat into small pieces and offered me a bite. My eyes sparkled with delight. Perhaps due to the Sichuan pepper, it tasted better than any previous occasion. Bai Mu joined us, lifting me onto his lap while feeding me, simultaneously cautioning, "This time, you must not stray from us even a step. Do you understand?" My mouth was stuffed with the spicy, numbing meat, and in my bliss, I could only nod, gazing at him with my clear, innocent eyes, silently urging him to continue, not to stop. Bai Mu, observing my expression, sighed, realizing that I had likely absorbed none of his words. After our feast, he extinguished the fire, and we set forth from the tribe. I reclined comfortably on Bai Mu's broad back, swinging my legs and caressing my round belly, feeling like a little waist. Just as I was indulging in my contentment, Xuanqing buzzed over, insisting, "Su Su, let us have cubs together. Our Xuanyu clan's offspring are far easier to bear." My mind momentarily blanked, taken aback by the notion of laying eggs. "Yes, eggs are quite small and easy to bear," he continued to advocate fervently. Who among my family understood? Hanqing beside me looked as if he might crush his rear teeth, his gaze aimed at Xuanqing, as if wishing to pull him down from the sky. I hastily chuckled, "But I cannot incubate eggs. I have no fur to keep them warm." To my surprise, Xuanqing calmly responded, "In our Xuanyu clan, it is the males who incubate the eggs. Did you not know? Oh dear, I was so embarrassed I could have dug a three-bedroom apartment with my toes. Desperately shifting the topic, I turned to Hanqing and asked, Hanqing, do you not miss home? He immediately shook his head, his ears twitching, now that I have Su. Of course I want to be with Su. My mother and father are there to care for me. Upon hearing this, I exclaimed, then let us visit your mother in the snowy realm when we have the chance. His delight was palpable as he leapt into the air, howling and running about, his silly antics eliciting laughter from us all. I then turned to Tsabai, who had been walking silently. Tsabai, what about your family? I don't believe I've ever heard you mention them. He shrugged nonchalantly. They think I perished while hunting. My mother left the tribe. I was raised by the clan leader. My heart ached at his words, envisioning a tragic tale of the orphaned little Tsabai, abandoned and forlorn. With tears brimming in my eyes, I vowed from now on, we shall accompany you. Tsabai, amused by my watery-eyed expression, chuckled. All right. Due to my pregnancy slowing us down, we traveled at a particularly leisurely pace. As we walked, Tsabai approached Bai Mu, eager to gossip about how we had met. Instantly, Hanqing and Xuanqing perked up like radar antennas, gathering close. I was nearly dozing off, but the commotion roused my interest. I too wished to hear. Bai Mu, with no choice but to oblige, recounted the tale of how he had rescued me. Once he finished, I eagerly added, let me tell you, I was terrified at the time. I thought a giant snake was going to take me for supper. Xuanqing's eyes glinted with envy. His gaze sharpened towards the unseen snake who had saved me, while Hanqing proudly puffed up, as if to boast. I was the second to encounter Su. Tsabai found his antics hysterical, playfully giving him a gentle shove. Then Xuanqing swooped down, whispering something to Hanqing, who immediately bristled, attempting to claw at him, but unable to reach. I couldn't catch their words, but the atmosphere was reminiscent of a schoolyard brawl. I paid no mind, focusing instead on Bai Mu's fluffy ears, which were an absolute delight to touch, round and plump. Bai Mu flicked his tail at me. Don't be mischievous. I ignored him, asking, are you not curious about what they are discussing? Bai Mu shook his head, clearly having heard, but unwilling to share. Xuanqing, the cunning bird, leaned in. Su, plead with me, and I shall tell you. I was not to be fooled, waving my hand dismissively. Speak if you wish. Thus, amidst our playful banter, we ventured further from the tribe. Meanwhile, at the riverbed outside the tribe, the great snake Chief finally emerged, having kept watch for an entire day and night. Oblivious to our departure, as I had not napped during the day, I soon dozed off on Bai Mu's back. When I awoke, I felt slightly dazed, as if I were on a moving bed. Upon opening my eyes, I saw trees whizzing by, finally realizing we were on the road. I sat up and tugged at the bee's skin covering me. Why did he not wake me? The afternoon breeze was still a bit chilly. Bai Mu immediately transformed into human form, cradling me in his arms. Awake? We need to find a place to spend the night. Xuanqing's voice floated down from above as he descended. If we cross the mountain ahead, there is a small forest with a water source. We shall spend the night there. Let's hurry. Bai Mu replied tenderly, asking, Cha-cha, do you still wish to sit on me? I shook my head and reached for Tsabai. I want to sit on Tsabai. Bai Mu chuckled and handed me over, and with that, they quickened their pace towards the mountain. Satisfied, I perched on Tsabai's back, beginning to pinch his ears, which felt just as delightful as Bai Mu's, so adorably fluffy. Before long, we scaled the mountain and arrived at the forest Xuanqing had mentioned. The sun was setting, and we needed to find a cave quickly. Bai Mu asked Xuanqing to fly higher and scout for any nearby caves, while Hanqing plunged headfirst into the woods, seemingly on a mission. As I sat on Tsabai's back, I suddenly exclaimed, how beautiful! There was a field of flowers. Bai Mu and Tsabai turned to follow my pointing finger, and indeed, a vast sea of flowers lay at the forest's edge. Seeing my delight, Bai Mu said, I will check if there is a place to stay near the flowers. Shortly, he returned, announcing, there's a small cave beside the flower field. My excitement soared as I instinctively moved towards the blossoms. Tsabai and Bai Mu quickly flanked me, guiding me to the cave's entrance, which lay on a grassy patch adjacent to the flower sea, where a myriad of blooms flourished, particularly the sunflowers, which were larger than my face. Bai Mu and Tsabai began to prepare the cave, and Xuanqing returned, with Bai Mu instructing him to take me to play in the flower field. Standing on the grass, I gazed at the flowers towering nearly to my shoulders, my enthusiasm bubbling over. Without a word, Xuanqing lifted me into his arms, soaring above the blossoms. I shouted with exhilaration, fly lower, fly lower. I could reach out to touch the flowers below, and then I spotted a striking crimson blossom resembling a rose, yet so immense it rivaled even the sunflowers. I pointed at it, exclaiming, "I want that red one." Xianqing immediately swooped down and plucked it for me. It seemed he had spotted something in the flowers, urging me to return. Assuming he was tired from flying, I nodded in agreement. Just as we reached the cave entrance, we encountered Hanqing and Bai Mu, who had returned from hunting. I excitedly called out to Hanqing, and upon seeing me, he joyfully yelped on the ground. Xianqing handed me over to Hanqing and flew back to the sea of flowers. Before I could fully comprehend the scene, I saw him swiftly and precisely snatch something with his claw, soaring high into the air, discarding a plump green caterpillar far away, and washing his claws in midair before returning. What a meticulous creature he was. I rushed over to Xianqing with the flower, asking him, "Isn't it fragrant?" He sneezed, claiming it was indeed fragrant, but his body betrayed him as he hurried off to assist Bai Mu with the food, evidently not fond of the floral aroma. As the sun set, the sky turned a soft pink hue. I lay on Hanqing's fluffy form, gazing at the sky in utter bliss. Suddenly, Bai Mu lifted me up, saying, "Come over to the fire. It will be cold tonight." The four of us gathered around the fire, with Bai Mu, Hanqing, and Xianqing roasting meat. Hanqing attempted to roast a piece himself, only to be met with the collective admonition, "If you roast it, you must eat it yourself. No wasting." Hanqing chuckled sheepishly and returned to meat. Unable to sit still, he poked at the fire with a stick, causing sparks to fly onto Zhuobai's legs. Zhuobai hissed in response and swiftly smacked him on the head. Hanqing, holding his forehead, looked at me with a pitiful expression. "Su, he hit me." "Woo, woo, woo." Just as I was about to speak, I met Zhuobai's teasing gaze, who asked, Su, what's the matter?" I promptly shrank back into Bai Mu's embrace, shaking my head and feigning ignorance. That gaze was too intimidating. Xianqing quietly remarked, "Foolish wolf." Hanqing shot back, "Birdman." The night turned completely dark, leaving us with only a small circle of light. Feeling a bit frightened, I nestled closer to Bai Mu, who held me tighter and fed me pieces of roasted meat. After a satisfying meal, I felt inclined to explore, but my courage faltered. So Bai Mu stayed by my side. While I was enviously stroking his flat belly, I suddenly shrieked, pointing towards the flower-filled expanse. "Look, what is that?" Everyone's gaze shifted in unison, and we beheld countless lights rising from the flowers like stars. "Fireflies!" I exclaimed in delight. Xianqing flew ahead to scout, confirming there was no danger before returning to beckon us. "Come on, let's take Su to play." Oh my, that scene is etched in my memory forever. I twirled like a little sprite amidst the swirling fireflies, reaching out to grasp those tiny lights. Bai Mu and the others lay on the grass, watching me with smiles. Eventually, I pulled them down beside me, marveling at the glowing river of fireflies streaming above us, a sight as beautiful as stars cascading from the heavens. Leaning against Bai Mu's shoulder, I sighed, "This beauty is almost surreal." Just then, we heard Hanqing let out a dramatic yowl. Xianqing calmly remarked, "Did Su not say it was unreal? Look how loudly Hanqing cries. It must be real." I burst into laughter, realizing he had pinched Hanqing. I yawned, and Bai Mu lifted me up, stating, "Time to go back. Cha-Cha is sleepy." Upon returning to the cave, we faced a dilemma. It was too small for more than two to sleep. Without hesitation, Bai Mu laid down beside me. Xianqing was quicker, darting in and declaring it's cold at night. "And my fur isn't as thick as Hanqing's. I will sleep inside with Su." Hanqing, gritting his teeth in frustration, had no choice but to comply, transforming into a wolf and lying at the cave entrance to shield us from the wind. Zhuobai also transformed into beast form, guarding the other side. Thus, I found myself snugly sandwiched between two warm creatures, sleeping soundly. The next morning, I awoke to the sunlight streaming in. Bai Mu was already awake, shielding my eyes with his hand. Groggy, I rolled over to Xianqing, who promptly spread his wings like a great canopy over me, allowing me to continue my slumber. Bai Mu and Zhuobai quietly slipped out to hunt, while Xianqing struggled to remain asleep due to Hanqing's thunderous snoring at the cave entrance. Even in my dreams, I furrowed my brow at the noise. Unable to bear it any longer, Xianqing stepped outside and seized the foolish wolf by the scruff of his neck, dragging him far away. Remarkably, Hanqing did not wake. Xianqing, amused and exasperated, kicked him, prompting Hanqing to groggily awaken. Realizing he had been moved, he hurried back. Anxious for my safety, Xianqing returned to the cave, continuing to shield me from the light with his wings, and gently placed his hand on my round belly. Suddenly, he withdrew his hand in shock, staring at me. Seeing I remained asleep, he placed his hand back. I then felt the little ones inside me begin to kick. Responding to his touch, Xianqing was elated, playing with them as if discovering a new realm. By the time I naturally awakened, they had already begun roasting meat at the cave entrance. I dove into Bai Mu's embrace, playfully pouting, "Why didn't you wake me when you got up?" He ruffled my hair, saying, "It was still early. Let us eat before we leave." Breakfast turned into a grand feeding frenzy, with Bai Mu, Huo Bai, and Xianqing taking turns to feed me. Finally, under Han Qing's eager gaze, they stuffed a small piece of his roasted meat into my mouth, leaving me feeling utterly stuffed. After a hearty meal, we packed our belongings and prepared to set off. I waved my hand dramatically, declaring, "Today, I will ride with Han Qing." Han Qing joyfully bounced on all fours in excitement. As we journeyed onward, the surrounding mountains dwindled, and the terrain grew increasingly flat. Zhuobai remarked that we must be nearing the grasslands of the herbivorous tribes. Standing atop a small hill, we looked down to see houses made of stones scattered across the prairie. Bai Mu explained that since there were no caves on the prairie, they built their own homes. As we approached the tribe, we were immediately surrounded by a group of sheep tribe beastmen, all watching us warily. Just as Zhuobai was about to explain, a towering sheep tribe warrior approached, standing nearly 2 meters tall with impressive muscles. He smiled and introduced himself. "I am Yang Ao, the chieftain of the sheep tribe. What business do you have with me?" "Oh, how can my family comprehend?" The man, reminiscent of Dwayne Johnson, spoke in a gentle and accommodating tone, his smile radiating sincerity. The contrast was enough to overheat my CPU. Zhuobai nodded in return, stating, "I am Zhuobai. We wish to trade for some white rice." Yang Ao then noticed me, scratching his head, a bit embarrassed. "I apologize. It is rare for carnivorous beastmen to visit," and everyone got a bit too excited. "Please, let's discuss this in my stone house." He led us inside. Upon entering, the wind finally calmed. Bai Mu promptly pulled the beast skin covering Su Cha's head away, allowing her to breathe. However, I must tell you, Yang Ao, with his unwavering gaze, could not take his eyes off our dear Su Cha. He beamed, "Oh, little female, you are truly beautiful." I glanced at Han Qing, whose expression darkened instantly, glaring daggers at Yang Ao. Yet, to my surprise, Yang Ao appeared oblivious, his smile unwavering as he shifted the topic. "I hear you wish to trade for some white rice." Zhuobai stepped forward, succinctly stating, "State your terms." Yang Ao's dazzling white teeth gleamed, nearly blinding me. "But you see, the white rice is our winter staple, and winter is fast approaching." He was playing hard to get. Zhuobai smiled. "In exchange, we can offer bee skins or crystals. You need skins for warmth during winter, do you not?" The two exchanged smiles, and I could feel the electric tension in the air. Yang Ao's hidden hand clenched into a fist, clearly frustrated by our refusal to be easily swayed. Zhuobai remained unhurried, flipping the tables. "We will need to stay here overnight. I hope the chieftain can arrange accommodations for us." Throughout the entire exchange, Su Cha remained nestled in by Mu's arms, silent and observant. "Yang Ao, Eferpolita, no dead. Then you shall stay with me. As for the white rice, it depends on how many bee skins you can offer." He added with a warm smile directed at Su Cha, "If the little female needs anything else, feel free to seek me out." He turned away and claimed he was going to discuss matters with his kin. Xianqing remained unperturbed, idly toying with Su Cha's delicate hands. Only after Yang Ao departed did he lazily speak up, remarking that engaging in conversation with him was pointless, as it was clear he intended to treat them as fools. Han Qing nodded vigorously, asserting that Yang certainly did not appear to be a good sheep. Bai Mu glanced around the dilapidated stone hut, noting its bare walls and the lack of even a bed, with merely some straw scattered on the floor. With a look of disdain, he found a clean corner, laid out their animal skins, and carefully placed Su Cha down. Zhuobai raised an eyebrow, stating that if Yang was not a good sheep, they were not innocent either. They should observe what tricks he intended to play while avoiding confrontation, especially since they were on his territory. Xianqing shrugged nonchalantly, agreeing, and added that in a real fight, it was uncertain who would suffer more. Bai Mu stood up, addressing the three aimless individuals, declaring that as long as Yang's demands were reasonable, they should acquiesce, especially since they were responsible for Su Cha. He was not apprehensive about a brawl, but rather about the potential risk to Su Cha, who was carrying young ones. Zhuobai immediately turned around, noticing Su Cha was massaging her legs, and completely shifted his attitude, stating they would heed Bai Mu's advice this time. He approached to massage Su Cha, who was quite pleased, and encouraged him to apply more pressure. Han Qing quickly joined in, wrapping his arms around her other leg, exclaiming he would take a turn too, and Bai Mu also participated. The scene was quite a spectacle, as Su Cha reveled in her royal treatment, beckoning Xianqing, who was watching, to come over and act as her cushion. Xianqing, ever the dramatist, immediately cast a flirtatious glance and sashayed over, donning a sheer layer of fabric, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I have arrived." Su Cha, initially intending to tease him, found herself laughing uncontrollably, collapsing into Bai Mu's embrace. Xianqing genuinely took on the role of a human cushion, deliberately blowing air near Su Cha's ear, asking if she was satisfied and if she desired even more lavish services. Su Cha playfully pushed his head away, insisting they should discuss serious matters. Meanwhile, inside Yang Ao's stone hut, he sat in the center, a grave expression on his face, stating that the beastmen were exceedingly cunning. An elder sheep beside him squinted and remarked that they should avoid conflict, as the one with wings appeared formidable. Yang Ao nodded, recalling that Xianqing had been silent throughout, but his aura was unmistakably not to be trifled with. He then inquired of the elder how much white rice they should exchange. The elder leisurely replied that it was up to the chieftain's discretion, suggesting they ask for more animal skins, as a small female had recently joined their tribe and would require them. A young sheep nearby shouted, urging the chieftain to fleece them for all they were worth, as animal skins held little value to them. The elder swiftly struck the young one on the head, warning him not to provoke them and to keep things reasonable. Yang Ao found the exchange amusing, but ultimately heeded the elder's advice, taking his unfortunate brother, who had been struck, to negotiate for the white rice. As for us, once Su Cha had rested sufficiently, she clamored to venture outside, eager to explore the vast grasslands. Bai Mu, with no other choice, wrapped her in a cloak and carried her outside. The scene was breathtaking, with grass reaching nearly to Su Cha's waist, a vibrant green interspersed with delicate white flowers. Su Cha, filled with envy, exclaimed that her family did not understand. It was akin to living in a cafeteria while they had to hunt daily. Bai Mu was momentarily taken aback by her perspective, while Subai gently tapped her head, reminding her that they primarily consumed white rice. And there was only one sheep tribe in the vicinity, with ample territory. Xianqing, unhurried, trailed behind, having noticed that Yang Ao had dispatched someone to monitor them, though none of them took it seriously. Su Cha requested Bai Mu to set her down, rolling onto the grass and exclaiming how comfortable and soft it was, inviting them to join her. Han Qing was the first to respond, transforming into his beast form and frolicking with Su Cha in the grass, thoroughly enjoying themselves. This display startled the sheep watching from afar, leaving him trembling in the bushes, muttering to himself that they could not possibly want to eat sheep. Xianqing and Su Bai exchanged glances from a distance, with Su Bai deliberately raising his voice to say, "So, what shall we eat tonight?" Xianqing reclined lazily, responding that they would eat whatever was available nearby. No sooner had he spoken than the observing sheep dashed away, legs moving as if powered by a motor. Bai Mu, glancing over, remarked with exasperation that they should tone it down, as they had frightened the poor creature away. The two looked innocent, claiming the sheep was too easily scared. Soon enough, Yang Ao approached with a wary demeanor, questioning why they had ventured outside. Bai Mu stood and politely apologized, explaining that they had merely been joking and inadvertently frightened his kin. Yang Ao shot a glare at his cowardly subordinate in the distance, mentally cursing him. The latter had rushed back, exclaiming that the chieftain needed to be informed that they intended to eat sheep that night, prompting Yang Ao's hasty arrival. Fearful that these ferocious beings might actually act on it, he forced a smile, assuring them that dinner was prepared and the white rice was ready, contingent on their animal skins. So Bai stepped forward, stating that they had brought 20 skins, which would suffice, and if they needed more, they could compensate with crystal stones. Yang Ao finally appeared satisfied, nodding in agreement, and announced that the white rice would be delivered the next morning. He hastened them back into the stone hut, cautioning them not to linger outside, as it might alarm his tribe. Upon returning to the hut, Han Qing, in his naivete, remarked that the sheep tribe was overly timid, as they did not intend to harm them. He was oblivious to the antics of Xianqing and Su Bai moments earlier. Su Cha, seated on the animal skins, clarified that they were herbivores and had every reason to fear them. Since they had come to an agreement, they should refrain from going outside, especially since they would be departing the following day. Bai Mu crouched down, affectionately patting her head, affirming her words. However, Su Cha soon began to complain of boredom, rubbing her belly in anticipation of the young one's arrival, declaring it would be more fun then. Bai Mu placed his hand on her belly, and to their astonishment, the little one began to kick, responding to his touch. Han Qing, filled with curiosity, squeezed in closer, eager to join in the fun. Su Bai, observing from the side, commented that such vigor indicated a male cub, foreshadowing busy days ahead for them. Su-cha, displeased by this, shot him a glare, insisting that being lively was wonderful. And she cherished it. As they continued their playful banter, Yang Ao arrived with provisions in the evening. When the food was presented, a profound silence enveloped the room. A large basin filled with white rice and a heap of fresh grass was laid before them. Hanqing's eyes nearly bulged from his head as he questioned if this was truly meant for them. Yang Ao Biamed briefly, confirming that he had prepared an ample supply of white rice, considering their number, along with succulent grass. Xianqing cast a sidelong glance, certain that this was a deliberate jest, knowing full well they were carnivorous and would not consume grass. Subai stretched and exchanged a knowing look with Hanqing, urging him to remain silent and thank Yang Ao. Once Yang Ao departed, satisfied with himself, Xianqing pushed the bowl away, declaring he would eat outside and asking who would join him. Hanqing eagerly raised his hand, while Bai Mu stood up, instructing Subai to stay with Su-cha as they went hunting, promising to return with cooked food. Su-cha, observing the plain white rice without any accompaniments, found it somewhat sweet but lacking in flavor, and after a few bites, she watched as Bai Mu and the others exited. They had barely left when a sheep rushed to inform Yang Ao. Upon hearing the news, he merely smiled, stating they could go as they pleased, as long as they did not consume his tribe's sheep. Xianqing took to the skies as a scout, while Bai Mu and Hanqing raced along the ground. After a considerable distance from the tribe, they discovered a small grove. In a matter of moments, they had successfully captured 2 pieces of prey. Finding a water source to clean their catch, I assure you, it was a scene to behold, as Xianqing and Hanqing tore into their meals, blood smeared across their faces. Bai Mu took a few bites of the raw meat before he began to kindle a fire, preparing to roast meat for Su-cha and the others. This scene startled another sheep sent by Yang Ao to follow them, nearly scaring it to death. The sheep's legs shook like a sieve, and with a cry of "Oh my!" it turned tail and fled back to the tribe, fearing it would become the next meal. Hanqing, hearing the commotion, glanced over and remarked, "It's from the sheep clan. It must be sent by Yang Ao." Xianqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and scoffed. "I saw it long ago. It must have been terrified." Upon returning to the tribe, the sheep collapsed before Yang Ao, trembling as it reported, "It's terrifying." They tore apart wild beasts, drank blood, and ate meat. The other sheep in the stone house erupted in chaos. "Tribe leader, hurry and make them leave. It's too frightening." Yang Ao remained silent for a moment before decisively stating, "Send a few people with me to pack Bai Mu's things. You immediately inform all tribe members that no one is to go out tonight." Meanwhile, Xianqing, having received the roasted meat from Bai Mu, took a flap of his wings and flew back. The moment Su-cha caught a whiff of the aroma, her eyes lit up, so fragrant. Xianqing laid the roasted meat on a leaf, and Su-cha savored it with Bai Mu's rice, enjoying every bite. By the time she finished, Bai Mu and Hanqing had returned, and the remaining meat was devoured by the 2 famished souls, Subai and Hanqing. After the meal, Bai Mu took Su-cha for a stroll near the stone house to aid digestion. Outside, it was eerily quiet, not a soul in sight. Su-cha guanda veloth. Don't they go out at night? It's too quiet. Bai Mu, unaware that the others were hiding in fear, casually replied, "Perhaps the sheep clan does not prefer nighttime activities." As they continued walking, they sat down to gaze at the stars. Suddenly, Su-cha excitedly pointed at the sky. "A shooting star? Quick, make a wish." She promptly closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. Bai Mu followed suit, murmuring, "I wish for Su-cha to always be healthy and happy." When Su-cha opened her eyes, she playfully scolded him. Saying it out loud makes it ineffective. Though she said this, her face was adorned with a sweet smile. The commotion drew the others from the house. Xianqing approached and asked, "What are you 2 doing here?" Su-cha invited everyone to sit. "We just saw a meteor shower, and we were making wishes." They all watched for a while, but feeling a bit chilly, Su-cha decided to return inside to sleep. Hidden in the shadows, Yang Ao observed everything unfold. Watching the little female with her eyes closed in wishful thought made his heart skip a beat. However, he quickly shook his head, dispelling such feelings. The next morning, we were awoken by Su-cha's call, and Yang Ao arrived with several bags of white rice, his expression radiating eagerness to see us off. Subai immediately quoted a price: 3 bags of white rice, 30 animal skins, and 2 colorless crystals. Yang Ao beamed like a blooming flower. "I trust you." Yet, he still had his subordinates recount the items. The transaction concluded, we did not linger for a moment longer. Bai Mu transformed back into his beast form, carrying Su Cha as we made our exit. I must tell you, as soon as we stepped off the Sheep Clan's territory, we heard an uproarious cheer from their tribe, akin to a festive celebration. On our way back, Su Cha sat atop Bai Mu's back, playfully tugging at his fur and playing with his ears. Bai Mu, unable to withstand her antics, resignedly said, "Cha-cha, hold on tight. We're about to speed up." We galloped along until noon, when we finally exited the vast grassland, finding a small grove with a water source to rest. Bai Mu and Bai went hunting, while Xianqing and Hanqing stayed behind to accompany Su Cha. When they returned, Hanqing had already kindled the fire. Su Cha wanted to assist in roasting the meat, but Hanqing, unfortunately, had not improved his culinary skills. Despite her hands-on teaching, he managed to leave the meat half-cooked. After everyone was satisfied and had their fill, we continued our journey. By nightfall, we finally returned to the previous cave adorned with flowers. To our surprise, Bai Mu discovered a nest of rabbits inside. Seeing the fluffy little creatures softened Su Cha's heart, and she pleaded with Bai Mu to release the two smallest ones. Bai Mu readily agreed. During the evening's roasting, Xianqing resumed his mischievous behavior, sitting next to Su Cha, whispering flirtations in her ear and intentionally brushing against her. Su Cha turned crimson from his teasing and pushed him away, seeking refuge beside Hanqing for protection. Noticing Xianqing's evident excitement and Su Cha's flushed face, Hanqing immediately understood, gritting his teeth in anger as he squeezed between them to separate them. Xianqing, unfazed by being pushed away, sat on the grass, watching the fleeing Su Cha with a loud laugh, exclaiming, "Su, I love you." Su Cha, infuriated, stomped her feet and hid in Bai Mu's embrace. Everyone was amused by Xianqing's outburst, instantly lightening the atmosphere. Su Cha gazed at the flower field, expressing her desire to pick some sunflower seeds the next day. Bai Mu affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right, gather plenty. We'll save the seeds to plant at the foot of the mountain next spring." Su Cha, Srid, jumped up and kissed Bai Mu on the cheek. I was thinking the same thing. Xianqing, overhearing, chimed in with a hint of jealousy. Bai Mu understands our little female best. Bai Mu, hearing this, shot him a provocative glance, pulling Su Cha even closer. After dinner, we returned to the cave to sleep. Hanqing, quick and nimble, swiftly claimed the best spot next to Su Cha. Xianqing, noticing the remaining space, dashed over, laughing. "Oh, Hanqing, you've learned to be clever this time." But Hanqing had indeed learned that words were less effective than actions. Ignoring Xianqing, he drew me closer into his embrace, ready to sleep. Sensing the situation, I quickly warned, my gaze particularly focused on Xianqing. "Let me make this clear. Be on your best behavior while sleeping. If anyone dares to touch inappropriately, I'll have Bai Mu toss them out to feed the wolves." Xianqing, propped up on his arm, whistled nonchalantly, appearing utterly carefree. I was so exasperated that I pinched him. "Did you hear that?" Only then did he turn alive beside me, grinning as he teased, "Oh, am I that kind of person? Don Guedi, Susu." Though I wonder if our innocent little Hanqing will have any dreams tonight. Hanqing shot him a glare, but retorted, "Who do you think you are?" The two of them together created a scene reminiscent of a kindergarten squabble. The Tsabai at the cave entrance could hardly endure it, wagging his tail in annoyance. So much chatter. Bai Mu merely raised an eyebrow in silent agreement. I must say, the stories of the night were far more thrilling than their bickering. By midnight, as I drifted in and out of sleep, I felt as if I had changed pillows. Seizing the opportunity while we were all sound asleep, Xianqing executed a daring maneuver. Lifting me from Hanqing's embrace and pulling me into his own, he even glanced at the deeply slumbering Hanqing. His smug expression was nothing short of outrageous. Dear ones, who can understand the family dynamics? The next morning, as I opened my eyes, I was met with a startling sight. Xianqing, bare-chested, was entangled with me. And my hand was regrettably resting on his firm abdomen. The guilt surged within me as I saw him, still asleep, and I scrambled to extricate myself from his grasp, not daring to make sound. Thankfully, Hanqing remained asleep. Had I lingered even a moment longer, I might have performed an immediate vanishing act. I crept out of the cave, seeking solace on Bai Mu's fluffy back to calm my nerves. Bai Mu and Bai opened their eyes simultaneously, with Bai transforming back in a human form to lift me, gently smoothing my tousled hair. Asking why I was awake so early, I dared not speak the truth, instead vaguely suggesting that I might have gone to bed early the night before. After a brief discussion, we decided not to wait for the two lazy ones and set off to pick sunflowers. By the time we were ready to depart, the two had finally awakened. We called out to them from the flower field, urging them to hurry. Upon arrival, I was astonished to find that the sunflowers towered even taller than I. Bai Mu wouldn't allow me to enter the water, insisting I stay on the shore and simply tell them which ones I wish to pick. Xianxing and the other two descended to gather sunflowers, with Xianxing flitting back and forth like a diligent porter, delivering plate after plate of sunflowers to the shore. Bai Mu and I remained on the bank, cracking sunflower seeds. But soon enough, my pampered hands turned red and sore. Bai Mu, feeling a pang of sympathy, took my hand and urged me to sit aside and rest. Glancing at the mountain of sunflower plates, I mused that this task would take an eternity. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up my mind. I recalled a life hack I had stumbled upon in 2025. I sprang up and dashed off, with Bai Mu urging Xianxing to follow closely. Before long, I returned wielding a sturdy stick. With one hand holding the sunflower plate and the other brandishing the stick, I struck the back of the plate with a rhythmic clatter. I assure you, the seeds cascaded down like rain. Xianxing and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. He zoomed over and planted a kiss on my cheek, exclaiming loudly, "This is your reward. Su, you are simply brilliant." What a triumph it was. I had executed a flawless, tactical maneuver. No longer did they need to use their hands. Bai Mu seized the stick, and the group took turns striking the plates, while I delightedly filled a beast skin pouch with the seeds, reveling in the ease of it all. In no time, we had filled 2 large pouches. Seeing it was sufficient, I called for a halt, declaring, "That's enough. We don't need this for our meals. We have enough to snack on until next year." Bai Mu glanced up at the sun and suggested we have a bite to eat before returning to the tribe. After satisfying our hunger, we finally set off for home. Perched on Bai Mu's broad back, I felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After being away for so long, I found myself missing home. Little did we know, as we merrily made our way back to the tribe, a massive serpent's head was slowly emerging from the river we passed. Chi flicked his tongue, detecting the scent of a young female in the air. He immediately shrank in size and swiftly climbed up a nearby tree, spotting me gleefully seated on Bai Mu's back, chatting and laughing with those around me. Upon seeing Xianxing among our group, his brow furrowed tightly. When had this fellow become a companion to a young female? Hadn't it been said there were only 2? Oblivious to the unfolding drama, we cheerfully greeted the tribe members we encountered along the way. Upon reaching our doorstep, we found the door ajar. Chuangu was emerging from within, and upon sighting Bai Mu, his expression brimmed with frustration. "Finally back. I couldn't even sleep with you gone." With that, he tossed the food in his hand onto the ground, the gesture radiating an unmistakable irritation. Before we could respond, he was already far away, leaving behind a parting remark. "You all clean up. I'm going to sleep, so don't bother me." Bai Mu waved cheerily at his retreating figure. Returning to the long-missed home, though a bit dusty, I felt a sense of comfort. I gestured grandly, "Come on, everyone, it's time for a thorough cleaning." With united efforts, we swiftly tidied the house to a pristine condition. That evening, we gathered around, a rare occasion to discuss the future. Han Qing, gazing at several empty stone jars, chuckled with excitement, expressing that we could now hunt freely. After dinner, while we chatted, I suddenly felt a stir in my belly. I quickly took Bai Mu's hand and placed it on my abdomen, exclaiming, Look, the little ones can't wait to make their entrance." When Bai Mu looked down, he noticed a tiny paw print protruding from my belly. Startled, he instinctively withdrew his hand and, in a mock stern tone, admonished my belly. "No mischief. If you kick your mother again, you'll get a spanking when you come out." Remarkably, it worked. My belly quieted immediately. After satisfying his hunger, Xianxing announced he would visit their Xianyu tribe and asked us to leave the door open for him, then soared away. Not long after, he returned silently, startling me greatly. I scolded him. "You rascal, can't you make a sound when you walk? You scare me to death." Xianxing, crafty as ever, apologized while placing my hand on his chiseled abdomen, sweetly coaxing, "I'm sorry, Susu, just feel it. Will you forgive me?" Who could resist such charm? My cheeks flushed. I gave a token pat before quickly withdrawing my hand, considering it an act of forgiveness. Han Qing, who had been sitting silently nearby, seemed almost ready to burst, likely pondering why didn't he treat him the same when I was upset. After enough commotion, I grew weary. Bai Mu carried me back to our room, tucking me in snugly before stepping out. He looked at the still-standing Xianxing and Han Qing and decisively declared, "You both should head back to sleep. Tonight, I'm staying with the young female." Poor Xianxing let out a dramatic groan. So much for any thoughts of climbing into bed. He sulked back to his own room. Swabai could only sigh and return to his quarters next door. The following day, I awoke to find myself alone in bed. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, I discovered Han Qing basking in the sun with the sunflower seeds we had brought back yesterday. As soon as he spotted me, his wolf ears and tail sprang up, wagging joyfully. Unable to resist, I playfully grabbed his fluffy tail and gave it a few affectionate squeezes. His face turned crimson as he stammered that the others had gone hunting early and had left breakfast for me. After I finished my meal, Air came knocking. We embraced upon seeing each other, filled with endless chatter. This girl was the gossip queen of the tribe, and wasted no time spilling some juicy news. She glanced around, lowered her voice, and whispered, "Su, let me tell you, a few days ago, a female from our Xianyu tribe at the mountaintop took a liking to Chuan Gu." My ears perked up at once. And then, did she succeed? No, Air exclaimed, brimming with excitement. You wouldn't believe this. Apparently, the woman stripped naked and lay in Chuan Gu's cave, even feeding him aphrodisiac fruits. But Chuan Gu somehow resisted and tossed her right out of the cave. I was astounded. Why? Does he have someone he likes? Not at all. Air retorted with a TSK. Now the tribe is buzzing with rumors that Chuan Gu might not be quite up to par. I almost spat out my drink. That was scandalous. Seeing my reaction, Air was even more animated, leaning closer to whisper, and there's more. A couple of days ago, I passed by a cave, and guess what I saw? I could tell from her mischievous expression that it was something outrageous. I saw a female with 2 males. Oh, what a scene. My mind buzzed as I instantly understood. A sandwich cookie. Oh my goodness, how scandalous. Can one endure such a thing? Air wore a look that said I clearly didn't understand. Thrilling. If it weren't for Sure Wu pulling me away, I would have stayed outside to listen longer. Just as we were engrossed in our lively conversation, Han Qing had quietly begun preparing lunch. He pulled Gu out of sight, suggesting she stay for the day as I would roast some meat for her. While we chattered away in the cave, deep in the forest outside, Bai Mu and the others had just finished taking down a prey. Leaning against a tree, Xian Qing remarked, "It's only been a morning, yet I miss Su already. I wonder what she's doing now." Swabai pondered for a moment, replying, "She's likely sitting at the cave entrance, waiting for us to return." Bai Mu remained silent, merely sipping water, but his icy gaze softened at the thought of me. Eventually, they finished their meal, each one indulging as if they were in battle, and soon it would be time to hunt. I must confess, since becoming pregnant, I had turned particularly lethargic. A full belly made me sleepy. Just as Air departed, I softly collapsed into Han Qing's embrace, too drowsy to keep my eyes open. As I dozed off, I reminded him, "Don't forget to flip the seeds for me, and wake me up soon. I don't want to sleep like a pig and miss the night again." Han Qing, ever gentle, soothed, "Sleep now, Su, sleep well." Little do we know, while I was drifting off, a great event was unfolding elsewhere. At the entrance of the cave, my Han Qing lay in a deep slumber, revealing his true form, a majestic white wolf. Initially stationed as a guard, he succumbed to the warmth of the sun and fell asleep, sprawled out with his belly exposed and utterly oblivious. Meanwhile, the serpent-like Qi Yi approached like a ghost. He had been observing for several days, aware that Bai Mu and his formidable companions had ventured out for hunting, leaving only the weakest, Han Qing, to guard the cave. Remarkably, he slipped through a small opening in our kitchen, transformed into human form, and silently made his way to my bedside. I was soundly asleep when he settled beside me, his dark eyes fixed intently upon my face as he brushed my hair aside. I must say, had this not been a novel, it would have been an unequivocal case of a creepy intruder. He seemed to linger for quite some time, only retreating when I turned over, startled as if awakened. He transformed back into a serpent and slithered away, while the foolish wolf at the entrance remained blissfully unaware, lost in his dreams. Just as Qi Yi departed, Bai Mu and his companions were embroiled in a fierce battle deep within the forest. The scene was chaotic, with rivers of blood flowing and the ground strewn with the carcasses of the Mu beasts, their legs bitten off, gasping desperately for breath. Xian Qing, the flamboyant bird, lay exhausted, exclaiming, "I'm utterly drained. It's been ages since I've killed with such fervor." Bai Mu, his once pristine white fur now stained crimson, assessed their spoils. 15 adult Mu beasts, he declared, noting that these creatures had intentionally lured them away, likely having spotted them earlier. Hence not a single young one was present. These catches would suffice for our winter provisions. Though Bai Mu lay in a pool of blood, he took a moment to rest, yet his thoughts remained with me. "Let's take a break. We'll wash up before heading back." The little female dislikes the scent of blood. When I finally awoke, it was already afternoon. Han Qing roused me, suggesting I soak up some sun at the cave entrance to refresh myself. Leaning against the stone wall, I felt awake, yet my mind raced with thoughts. Noticing our dwindling firewood supply, I proposed, let us go chop some wood. Han Qing shook his head vehemently. No, no. If Bai Mu finds out I took you out, he'll surely punish me. I clung to him, pleading, oh, don't be ridiculous. I'll explain. Furthermore, I added, we're both idle here. It's terribly dull. Let us just gather a few small logs at the foot of the mountain, shall we? Han Qing's defenses crumbled under my relentless coaxing, and he finally relented, albeit with conditions. I had to obey his instructions. I nodded eagerly. I promised to listen. Transforming into his wolf form, I joyfully climbed onto his back. But upon reaching the foot of the mountain, I began to stir trouble again. There are only a few scraggly trees here. It's not enough. Let us head outside the forest. No. What if we run into Bai Mu? That would be disastrous. Han Qing's wolf ears drooped in fear. I took matters into my own hands, tugging his ears to change direction. Hurry. Let us go into the forest. We're not alone in this. Our home relies on everyone's efforts. My words convinced even myself. Reluctantly, Han Qing acquiesced, mumbling, we're doomed. Bai Mu will surely punish me. We scoured the outskirts for dry timber, with him using his claws to chop while I gathered smaller branches to bundle for winter fires. The two of us worked vigorously, and as we neared completion, Han Qing suggested it was time to return. Suddenly, I felt an urge to wash my hair. Let us go to the river. The sun is warming the water. Han Qing, unable to refuse, bundled the wood and led me to the riverbank. The water was indeed pleasantly warm, and I gleefully pointed to a large rock. I'll wash behind there. You keep watch. Comfortably squatting in the water, I relished the moment, feeling secure with Han Qing as my protector. However, at that moment, Han Qing abruptly stood up, his fur bristling. He had caught the scent of Bai Mu, frozen in place. He stared intently at the forest entrance, muttering anxiously, it can't be, it shouldn't be, alas. The next second, Bai Mu and his companions emerged from the path. Bai Mu immediately spotted Han Qing by the water, raising an eyebrow. What on earth is that foolish wolf doing here? Worse still, Xian Qing, the flamboyant bird, soared above and caught sight of me hidden behind the rock. He descended, whistling loudly. Susu is bathing behind that rock. Ha ha ha, I saw you. I was so startled that I quickly retreated behind the rock, shouting to Han Qing. Someone else coming. Han Qing's paws stiffened, his voice trembling. It's Bai Mu. We're finished. Upon hearing this, I peeked out from behind the rock, and lo and behold, it was indeed them. Xian Qing, that incorrigible rogue. Without a moment to waste, I hurriedly finished washing, donned my clothes, and stood beside Han Qing like two guilty schoolchildren, heads bowed, awaiting our fate. Bai Mu approached, still in his beast form, bloodied and imposing, exuding an aura that rendered Han Qing mute. I rushed to speak. It's not Han Qing's fault. I begged him to bring me out. We just wanted to help. Xian Qing, sensing the tension, interjected, Bai Mu, don't be so harsh. You've frightened Susu. I stole a glance at Bai Mu, who exhaled deeply, finally restraining his anger. This is the last time. He shot a cold glance at Han Qing, who immediately grinned foolishly. There won't be a next time. We just came to fetch you. Zabai and the others jumped into the water to wash, instantly turning the water crimson. It was then that I realized my sheer veil was soaked, clinging to my skin like a second layer, nearly transparent. I finally understood the meaning behind Xian Qing's earlier gaze. What a rogue. I hastily climbed onto the rock to wait for my clothes to dry, all the while enjoying the sight of the majestic beasts emerging from the water. Xian Qing, ever the clean one, grabbed a soap-like substance to wash his hair, producing an abundance of foam. Curiosity piqued, I leaned closer to inquire, only for him to pull me into the water, insisting on washing my hair. As I entered the water, Zabai snatched my soaked veil and tossed it onto the rock. Startled, I quickly hugged myself and sought refuge in Xian Qing's embrace. As we washed, something felt amiss. It was Bai Mu who couldn't stand it any longer, directly lifting me from the water and onto the shore. Just as I regained my balance, I pointed at Xian Qing, shouting, rogue, pervert. Han Qing, feeling wronged, chimed in, Susu, what does Xian Qing's actions have to do with me? Just as I was about to explain, my hand brushed against something sticky, and upon looking down, I saw blood. He screamed, Bai Mu, you're injured. I rushed to inspect his wound. He chuckled and shook his head. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Upon returning home, I was relentless in my pursuit of his wound. Unable to resist my insistence, he reluctantly revealed it, admonishing me not to cry. However, upon seeing the deep gash on his back, exposing flesh to the bone, tears streamed down my face. It was horrifying. With trembling hands, I reached out, closing my eyes as if something within me had been awakened. Upon opening my eyes, I noticed a green glow emanating from my palm. I brought my hand close to Bai Mu's wound, and to our astonishment, it healed at a visibly rapid pace, leaving only fresh pink skin behind, an absolute miracle of healing. But in the next moment, I felt my energy deplete, darkness enveloping me, and I collapsed. Xianqing caught me just in time. He glanced at Bai Mu's back, then in my unconscious form, his expression grave. Her healing ability consumes her own life force. No wonder there are no healing practitioners on the continent. Such power is too extraordinary. The beast god would not allow it to exist. They laid me on the bed and retreated to the next room for a private discussion. Xianqing recounted a tale of a healing practitioner from a century ago. A member of the monkey tribe who could absorb the life force of plants to save lives, reviving the dead. However, the beast god had taken him away. Bai Mu, ever astute, interjected, "I don't believe he was taken by the beast god." This revelation struck like a thunderbolt. Was it not a case of possessing a precious gem, only to attract the greed of others? They reached a consensus on the spot. This ability of mine must remain a secret from outsiders. When I awoke, the sky was nearly dark. Bai Mu held me tightly, filled with concern, and urged me to vow never to use this power again, asserting that it was draining my life force. I obediently nodded, yet in my heart I thought, if you were injured, how could I possibly refrain from using it? However, I also realized that I am not a saint. This ability cannot be carelessly bestowed upon others. That evening, in celebration of our bountiful harvest and to alleviate my shock, we feasted on roasted mo beasts. The mere mention ignited my enthusiasm, and I eagerly gathered around the bonfire, skewering my own portion. As I was roasting, it suddenly occurred to me that we could make sauerkraut. Upon sharing my idea, everyone immediately divided tasks, and we planned to commence the next day. Just then, Han Qing, our honest child, had a flash of inspiration and retrieved a head of lettuce from the cellar. My eyes lit up. Lettuce. How could one enjoy roasted meat without lettuce? Han Qing, you truly understand the art of feeding. As my meat was still undercooked, I anxiously fidgeted. Bai Mu handed me his perfectly roasted skewer and took my half-cooked one in return. I took a leaf of lettuce, wrapped the sizzling meat within, and took a bite. Oh my heavens, the crispness of the lettuce combined with the tender meat exploded in my mouth. A veritable gastronomic detonation. I savored every bite, causing my companions to eye me hungrily. I prepared a wrap for each of them, and they unanimously praised it. The meal left me completely satisfied. I devoured 4 skewers all by myself. After feasting, Xianqing supported me as we strolled around the dwelling to aid digestion, while he playfully remarked on my round belly, his hands frequently attempting to touch it. Finally, he simply carried me back to the room, shouting to those outside, "Remember to put out the fire? Su and I are going to sleep." The following morning, upon waking, I felt a heaviness in my chest. As I opened my eyes, I discovered, to no surprise, that Xianqing's hand lay upon me. I knew better than to trust a lecherous man to reform. Disgusted, I removed his hand and slipped out of bed. Inside the cave, Bai Mu was already up, preparing to marinate the meat. Sabai had also risen, lifting me away from the stove to bask in the sunlight at the cave entrance. Xianqing and Han Qing gradually awoke as well, engaging in playful banter while working, ready to commence our industrious production. Let me tell you, Xianqing insisted on squeezing into the kitchen to help. The result was a scene reminiscent of a rush-hour subway, as 3 towering men, each over 6 feet tall, crowded the already small space, making it difficult to even turn around. The 3 of them clanged and collaborated, and their speed of preparation soared. Han Qing attempted to join in to wash dishes, but Bai Mu quipped, "If you come in, this kitchen will explode." Yet, he stubbornly wedged himself in, proclaiming that many hands make light work. It became clear to me that this was not assistance. It was simply a raucous gathering. I basked in the sunlight at the entrance, my eyes squinting in bliss. Glancing down at my round belly, I couldn't help but prod the system in my mind. When exactly is the due date? The system promptly replied, "Theoretically, it should be 3 months, but your pregnancy is unique. Having absorbed the beastly soul powers of your husbands, it has activated a VIP acceleration package, and they will arrive ahead of schedule." Fine, VIP it is. Listening to the bustling kitchen, my curiosity piqued. I waddled over to take a peek. However, as soon as I poked my head in, Sabai turned and spotted me. Instantly, the 3 men froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button, their eyes wide in fear of bumping into my belly. In the next moment, Sabai whisked me away as if I were a little chick, muttering, "No, no, Su, you cannot come in. It's too cramped. Xian panicked. Yes, you stay outside and soak up the sun. We'll handle things in here. Sabai joked, implying that Han Qing must have recently gained weight, causing the kitchen to shrink. Han Qing protested vehemently, claiming he was merely robust. Bai Mu laughed and urged them to get back to work, reminding them that there were still tasks to complete for the day. Listening to their playful banter filled my heart with warmth, and I eagerly anticipated the arrival of our little ones. Fluffy, milky little tigers. Who could resist such charm? The four strong men toiled diligently in the kitchen for the entire morning, finally processing all the meat. Bai Mu cleaned the kitchen thoroughly before emerging. Xianqing plopped down beside me, adopting a playful demeanor. Su quickly massaged my hands. After working all morning, they are sore. I ignored him and took some sunflower seeds from Han Qing, cracking them open with relish. The five of us sat in a row at the cave entrance, resembling elderly folk awaiting their meal. Bai Mu inquired where we wished to dine for lunch. Glancing at the blazing sun, I felt too lazy to move and suggested we eat at home, as we still had work to do afterward. Just as Bai Mu was about to rise to prepare the meal, I pulled it back down. Take a break. You've all been busy since morning. He promptly lifted me onto his lap, closing his eyes to bask in the sun. At that moment, Sabai reached out to touch my belly, calmly dropping a bombshell. Su should be giving birth soon. With a sudden jolt, I felt the air freeze. The other three men turned to me, their eyes wide with anxiety. Really? What do we need to prepare? Sabai shook his head, stating that everything necessary was already ready. We were just waiting for the little ones to arrive. Bai Mu comforted me, saying, Don't be nervous, we're all here. I had not felt the least bit anxious, but their reactions stirred a hint of pre-labor anxiety within me. Xianqing, in a serious tone, held my hand and declared, If the little ones dare to cause trouble inside, just wait until they emerge. I will deal with them. Bai Mu even nodded in agreement. Who understands family life? This prenatal education must establish authority, right? I was brought to laughter by these two clowns. They're still so young. What do they know? Sabai, with a straight face, added, They must be trained from a young age. Only then will they listen. I broke into a sweat, pondering how crucial it is to have a daughter. I must personally teach her, or else with these fathers, a son would likely grow into an unruly little tyrant. At this moment, I suddenly remembered, I need to think of names for the little ones, otherwise I'll be caught off guard. I suggested that the little ones should take the surname Bai. Bai Mu, cradling me gently, replied in a tender voice, The cubs are born from your hard work. Of course, they should carry the surname Su. How lovely is that? I said that if we have a daughter, she could take my surname. Xianqing perked up, leaning closer to play with my fingers. Su, I also want a little female just like you. She must be incredibly adorable. I quickly withdrew my hand and shot him a glare, hastily changing the subject and urging everyone to prepare lunch. Lunch consisted of simple roasted meat. After we were full, Bai Mu suggested I return to the room for a nap while he kept watch nearby. Han Qing, the most convenient, transformed back into wolf form and sprawled out in the sunlight at the cave entrance, snoring thunderously. Sabai also retreated to rest, while Xianqing flew back to his Xianyu clan. When I awoke, the sun had shifted westward. Bai Mu roused me, and upon stepping outside, I saw Xianqing had returned, playfully kicking Han Qing's backside. Wake up. If you don't wake up, we will leave. Han Qing leaped up in fright, groggily shouting, I'm awake. Sabai nearby burst into laughter. Su hasn't even gotten up yet. What's your hurry? Han Qing then realized that Xianqing was teasing him, and in frustration, he began digging at the ground, looking as if he wished to take Xianqing down right then and there. Xianqing soared into the air, taunting, Come on, foolish wolf. If you have the ability, come up here. I rubbed my eyes and stepped out, observing these two childish fools, my head spinning. Enough. We are a loving family. No fighting allowed. Han Qing immediately looked at me with a pitiful expression, and Xianqing descended to feign innocence. I was too lazy to engage with either of them, wash my face, and wave my hand. Let us go. Upon reaching the tribe's outskirts, everyone dispersed to carry out their tasks. Xianqing ventured to gather his cabbages, while Sabai sought a peculiar plant known as Kujiankeo. As for myself, I comfortably settled upon the back of Bai Mu, accompanying him and Han Qing into the forest to collect firewood. Upon arrival, Bai Mu gently set me down and instructed me to remain close. One brandished his tiger claws, while the other revealed his wolf claws, unleashing their might upon the withered trees, which succumbed with a series of resounding cracks. My task was to gather the small branches, binding them into neat bundles. Before long, Sabai returned, a bee-skin pouch clasped in his mouth, his golden form shining brilliantly amidst the trees. Upon opening the pouch, I discovered the leaves which, when pinched, exuded a tangy white sap, exactly what I desired. With Sabai's return, he seamlessly joined the woodcutting team, accelerating our progress remarkably. I must tell you, the most amusing sight was Han Qing, who, for reasons unbeknownst to me, suddenly charged into the woods with fervor, returning with a tree larger than his own wolf form. Bai Mu looked on in astonishment, inquiring what had spurred him on. Sabai, stifling laughter, leaned in to whisper that this foolish wolf CPU had likely overheated, triggering a berserk mode. Unable to contain his amusement any longer, he joined me in gathering branches. Han Qing swung his wolf claws with such fervor that they nearly smoked, all the while exclaiming, "I cannot let Susu suffer from the cold. Winter is dreadfully frigid." Bai Mu, with a look of resignation, watched. Thanks to Han Qing's enthusiasm, our firewood quickly amassed into a small mountain. Sensing it was ample, Bai Mu called for a halt. "That's enough, or we shan't have room in the kitchen. Let us seek out Xianqing." Everyone secured the wood, with Sabai and Han Qing carrying it, while Bai Mu bore me as we strolled towards the riverbank. Perched upon the back of the white tiger, I felt a chill as a breeze swept by. Just then, I spotted a dark figure in the sky and exclaimed in delight, "Look, isn't that Xianqing?" Hearing my voice, Xianqing descended, carrying 2 large bags filled with cabbages and lettuce. Having completed his task, we happily made our way back, but upon reaching the tribe, someone rushed to find Sabai, stating that the chief was in urgent need of him. Sabai placed the wood at the doorstep and followed the messenger. Back home, Bai Mu and Xianqing set down their loads, insisting we first tidy the wood, lest the dust become overwhelming. With nothing pressing to do, I busied myself at the cave entrance, sifting through the sunflower seeds I had dried. Han Qing, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, inviting me to sit beside him, urging me not to tire myself. I chuckled as I approached, playfully pinching his wolf ears and tail, which were delightfully soft. Before long, Sabai returned, joining Bai Mu and the others in stacking the wood in the kitchen. The 3 men whispered among themselves, their murmurs indistinct, while I remained focused on playing with Han Qing's tail. I later learned that Bai Mu had begun to fret over my impending childbirth, with Sabai and Xianqing offering him reassurance. The wood proved too plentiful for the kitchen, necessitating the formation of another large pile in the corner of the living room. Bai Mu tidied the area and queried how to prepare the sauerkraut. Upon seeing the abundance of cabbages, I suggested we begin by pickling some for tasting, only to discover that our stone pot and jar were too small. Suddenly, Han Qing had a brilliant idea. "Then let us create a new one. Susu needs a large stone jar for the sauerkraut." I was taken aback and snapped my fingers in realization. "Indeed, Han Qing, you become quite clever." The moment I praised him, he beamed with delight. Sabai promptly took him aside, stating they would craft the stone pot and jar, instructing us to wait. After they departed, Bai Mu, Xianqing, and I commenced washing the cabbages. I directed them to wash each one whole, while Bai Mu thoughtfully saved the rice washing water, claiming it would be useful. As I awaited the meal, the mere thought of savoring warm sauerkraut fish during winter made my mouth water, prompting a silly grin to spread across my face. Bai Mu entered just in time to see my expression and inquired what had amused me. I quickly wiped my mouth, replying that it was nothing. Xianqing, ever the playful spirit, approached to embrace me, refusing to let go, insisting I could command him at will. At that moment, Bai Mu emerged from a room with a vibrant red bee skin, measuring it against me. It was soft and exceedingly beautiful. Xianqing, nonchalantly, remarked that it was a fox pelt they had painstakingly obtained. I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and hugged Bai Mu, expressing my thanks. Xianqing, however, was not pleased, demanding a kiss while his hands roamed mischievously. I playfully swatted him away, exclaiming, "Humph, you rogue," and took refuge behind Bai Mu, who was decidedly more honorable. Just then, Sabai and Han Qing returned, carrying a brand new stone jar and a large stone pot. Such remarkable efficiency. The next phase was my domain. I took charge while they carried out my instructions. We boiled water, blanched the cabbages, drained them, and placed them into the stone jar, adding the rice washing water, Kujinko juice, Sichuan pepper, and, with reluctance, a few cherished chilies. Finally, Sabai sealed the jar with a large stone slab, and our task was complete. By the time we finished, night had fallen. Xianqing was called away by someone from the tribe. We gathered around the fire, feasting on roasted meat. Han Qing became enamored with lettuce wraps filled with meat, savoring them with great delight. He went to fetch freshly cooked rice, unperturbed by the heat, and stuffed a large mouthful, only to jump in surprise from the scalding temperature. Yet he was reluctant to spit it out. Sabai and I laughed until we could hardly stand. After dinner, with Xianxing yet to return, Bai Mu began clearing the dishes and unexpectedly started sewing clothes for me with that red bee skin. He also had a piece of white fabric, stating it was for crafting a cloak. Sabai took the cloak and began working on it, mimicking my earlier style. Watching them both, one sewing clothes and the other crafting a cloak, their needlework was astonishingly smooth. I felt a tad embarrassed, realizing I was the one lacking skills. I feigned an offer to assist, but they both declined without glancing up. Fine, I shall remain unnecessary. Sabai worked at remarkable speed. Before long, he had completed the cloak, thoughtfully adding a hood and ties, resembling a modern cape, which I adored. Noticing the hour was late and Xianxing still absent, Bai Mu assisted me into the room to rest. The following morning, I awoke to find Bai Mu still in bed. I gazed at his silvery hair, my hand instinctively reaching out to tease one soft strand against his ear. He frowned slightly, and I thought he might awaken, but to my surprise, fluffy tiger ears suddenly popped up atop his head. I couldn't help but laugh, leaning in to stroke his velvety ears, shaping them into various forms. He then seized my hand, his voice low and husky. Don't tease. I pounced onto him. You're awake. Your ears are showing. He quickly adjusted me to ensure I was comfortable, then carried me to the cave entrance to bask in the sunlight while he busied himself with the meat we had pickled yesterday, laying it out to dry. When Sabai emerged, he spotted me basking in the morning light and smiled as he approached. We were discussing the lack of sunshine in winter when he dashed off to rouse Hanxing. Their exchange was utterly hilarious. Sabai teased him, foolish wolf. Aside from eating and sleeping, what else can you do? To which Hanxing retorted, I can do plenty, such as producing large and abundant droppings. I nearly laughed myself into a fit outside. This wolf was hopelessly amusing. Bai Mu was swift in his actions, soon bringing out the meat, sunflower seeds, and even my new cloak from yesterday to dry. He approached me, inquiring what I wished to eat for breakfast. I suggested porridge, and Sabai eagerly offered to prepare it. Leaning against Bai Mu's shoulder, I suddenly realized I hadn't seen Xianxing all morning and casually asked about him. Bai Mu, brushing my hair, mentioned that their chief was still young and that Xianxing would likely be busy for a while. Hanxing, rubbing his eyes, emerged, transforming back into his wolf form and flopping down at my feet, urging me to pet him. As I stroked his sleek, shiny fur, I noticed an unusual amount of shedding. It appeared he was molting. He gathered the fallen fur into a ball, claiming he would save it for the cubs to play with. By the time Bai Mu called us for breakfast, Hanxing had amassed 2 basketball-sized fur balls in his claws. We settled down to enjoy our porridge, and I joked that Xianxing had missed another delicious meal. Sabai prepared a bowl of porridge for me, and Bai Mu took a sip, nodding appreciatively. Not bad. Su Cha smiled and nodded happily. This is the first time Sabai has cooked, and it tastes wonderful. Hanxing was nearly done with his bowl and had no time to speak. Sabai, unbothered, chuckled. There's more in the pot. Chapter 97. The birth of the cubs. Once everyone had eaten and the pot was cleaned, Xuanqing flew back in, sniffing the air. What is that delightful aroma? What have you all been eating so early? Su Cha glanced at Xuanqing, smiling but silent. Hanxing rubbed his round belly, saying, the white rice Sabai cooked is delicious. I've had 3 large bowls. Bai Mu took out some animal hide and resumed stitching, nodding. You're late. Sabai emerged from the kitchen, noticing Xuanqing standing at the entrance. Oh, you're back. Next time, come back earlier. You really missed out. Su Cha tossed the sunflower seed shells in her hand at Sabai. Don't say such disgusting things. Sabai approached, sweetly taking Su Cha's hand. I want to say that next time. Hee. Su Cha finally relaxed her furrowed brow, but suddenly felt a downward pressure in her abdomen, accompanied by a racing heartbeat. When she reached down, her hand felt wet. Trembling, she looked at Sabai. I think I'm about to give birth. The 4 of them immediately stood up, staring at Su Cha in unison. You're giving birth? So sudden. In the cave, even a usually composed Bai Mu appeared flustered. Does it hurt, Cha-Cha? Sabai, maintaining his composure, instructed. Bai Mu, take Su to the room. Hanxing, boil a pot of hot water, and Xuanqing, close the wooden door to keep the wind away from Su. Everyone hurried to follow Sabai's commands. Su Cha felt a tearing pain below and sensed something flowing out. Aware and panicked, she called out in her mind, Am I going to die? The system immediately responded. I'm here. Don't worry, Su. I'll block the pain for you. It sighed in relief, glad it made it in time. Sucha felt the sensation in her lower body dissipate, and she looked at Bai Mu, who was silently shedding tears, feeling a surge of anger. It's me giving birth. Why are you trembling? Bai Mu was taken aback by her outburst. I'm sorry, Cha-Cha. He stepped forward to hold her hand gently. Bai washed his hands and entered. Softly speaking to Sucha, Su, follow my lead. Inhale, exhale, he examined her. Push during exhalation. One cub is eager to come out. Sucha nodded. Inhaling, exhaling, pushing. Bai Mu stepped outside to prepare the white rice and chop the meat into mince, while Han Qing warmed the cabbage. They completed everything and brought the hot water inside. Bai looked at Bai Mu. One has already come out. Look, the system had blocked Sucha's pain, and she felt relatively good, as if she was simply relieving herself. Bai Mu gently took the cub, which was small and flailing its tiny paws energetically. Soft and seemingly sensing its father's presence, remaining still. Bai Mu carefully washed the blood from the cub, and before he could finish, Bai handed him another. Han Qing clumsily caught it in his hands. Bai Mu placed the clean cub beside Sucha's head and continued washing the one Han Qing had handed him, which was a bit more restless. Xuan Qing brought over another. Han Qing, hurry and catch, there's another one. The last cub was personally received by Bai, who cleaned it thoroughly. It appeared weak, having lingered inside longer than the others. Han Qing looked at Bai with a hint of sadness. Bai Mu glanced over and approached Sucha, cleaning her up, replacing the soiled animal hide with a clean piece beneath her. Sucha turned her head to see the pitiful look on the cub's face beside Bai Mu. It looks like a pink rat, sob, so ugly. The system sighed in relief. Finally, it's all over. I'll now restore your body. Sucha's cries drew everyone's attention. Bai placed the last cub beside her. In a few days, when its fur grows, it will be fine. Su, are you still in pain? Sucha shook her head, feeling a pleasant warmth coursing through her body, likely thanks to the system. Bai Mu entered with a bowl of white rice. Eat a little. Feeling hungry, Sucha leaned against Bai as Bai Mu fed her small bites. Bai Mu looked tenderly at Sucha, his voice low. Thank you, Cha-Cha. Their eyes met, and Sucha smiled. This is the fruit of our love. I like it very much. Xuan Qing curiously looked at the 4 cubs on the bed, lying in order of size from left to right, the leftmost being the eldest. Han Qing gently reached out to touch the white tiger cub, exchanging glances with Xuan Qing. So adorable. Sucha turned to see them playing with the cubs, who were feebly pushing against their large hands. Xuan Qing and Han Qing quickly withdrew their hands, looking guilty. We were just checking if they were hungry. Han Qing nodded, having finished her bowl of porridge. Sucha felt much better, and the pain had subsided. Meanwhile, the system's voice echoed. Su, I have restored you, but you must pretend for a few days. I will disappear for a bit. Call me if you need me. Sucha observed the crowd surrounding her and replied to the system in her mind. Thank you. Go ahead. Bai Mu took the bowl outside, and Sucha looked at the 4 cubs. What should we feed them? The 3 all turned their gazes toward her ample bosom. Sucha covered her chest, glancing at the cubs on the bed, feeling they were not as appealing as Bai Mu, with their short, soft fur clinging to their bodies, their tiny pink paws being the only charming aspect. Bai chuckled. The cubs just born look like this. In a day or 2, they will be fine. Then our home will be lively. Bai Mu entered, cradling the cubs tenderly, finding them irresistibly cute, their little bodies soft and rosy. The cubs, sensing their father's scent, began to cry. Sucha looked at them in alarm. Are they hungry? Bai Mu brought the cubs over, sitting beside Sucha, nodding as he handed them to her. Sucha reached out to remove her clothing, but suddenly looked up and met the eager gazes of the 4. She pointed outside. You all go out. Bai Mu can stay. The cubs cried out, and the 3, unwilling but obliged, stepped outside. Bai Mu's gaze was filled with the soft, tender flesh of the cubs, their little bodies adorned with a hint of red. The cubs, catching the delicious scent of food, were eager, but only 2 could be fed at once to avoid conflicts. Sucha held 2, leaving the other 2 for Bai Mu to alternate, and as soon as they latched on, the cubs began to suckle eagerly. A delightful scent of milk wafting through the air. Xuan Qing and the others in the living room caught a whiff of it. Han Qing sniffed. What is that delightful aroma? It's coming from Su's room. Xuan Qing smiled, licking his lips. Yes, it smells wonderful. I wonder if the cubs can finish it. Bai went outside to wash the soiled animal hide. Though he had thoughts of his own, he kept them to himself, curious to taste it next time. The house had a large opening divided into several smaller holes, hence there were no doors. Everything in the room was observed by Xuan Qing. Sucha felt her face flush from the cubs' antics, avoiding Bai Mu's gaze as she tightly held the cubs in her arms. Bai Mu held the two cubs, who were aware of the delicious scent yet could not reach it, eagerly nudging against his chest. Chapter 98. Becoming a father, Su Cha placed the two fed cubs on the bed and turned to Bai Mu. Give them to me. Bai Mu quickly handed her the two hungry cubs, which she settled against her chest, and they eagerly closed their eyes, searching for food. After observing them for a while, she decided it was time to name them, glancing at the eldest. This one is the eldest. Bai Mu, holding the satiated cubs. The one on the right is the eldest, while the left is the third. Su Cha regarded the identical cubs and nodded, but then looked at the one in Bai Mu's arms. This one seems to be the smallest. It feels different. Bai Mu nodded, remarking that Lao Si seemed somewhat weak. So Bai mentioned it was merely due to staying in the womb for too long. He had fed all four cubs until they were full, and now they lay quietly asleep in Bai Mu's embrace. Rising, Bai Mu carried them to the small room, and as he passed through the living room, he noticed Su Bai was absent and inquired about his whereabouts. Xian Qing, seeing Bai Mu emerge, swiftly darted towards Su Cha's room. Han Qing followed Bai Mu, stating, Su Bai has gone to wash the animal skins. Bai Mu placed the cubs on the bed, where Han Qing's fluffy ball of fur lay beside them, both adorably nestled upon the animal skin. Bai Mu fashioned a cozy nest with the soft pelts and gently placed the cubs inside. Han Qing looked at them and said, You go ahead. I will keep watch over them. Bai Mu, observing Han Qing's eagerness to move, chuckled, Don't disturb them. They just finished eating and have fallen asleep. Han Qing knew that, though he longed to play with the cubs. However, since they were asleep, he had no choice but to accompany Bai Mu outside and asked, Have you named the cubs yet? Bai Mu shook his head. Let us wait until Cha-Cha feels better. There's no rush. Han Qing nodded and dashed into Su Cha's room, only to find the two of them closely huddled together. What are you two up to? Su Cha immediately pushed Xian Qing away upon hearing the voice. I told you not to make a fuss. Xian Qing cast a glance at Han Qing, feeling thwarted, and huffed at him with an unkind expression. Su Cha, now dressed, leaned against the bed and looked at Han Qing. Why are you all here? Han Qing approved, embracing Su Cha and tenderly caressing her. The cubs are all asleep. I came to check on you. Does it still hurt? Hearing such heartfelt words and glancing at the mischievous Xian Qing, who had barged in to tease, she discreetly pinched him. Swanin lit out a muffled groan. Su. You're not being very nice. Su Cha provocatively smiled at him, nestled within Han Qing's embrace. It doesn't hurt anymore. It only hurt during the delivery. Saying this, she stifled a yawn. Han Qing immediately helped Su Cha lie down. Are you tired? Rest for a while. Su Cha nodded, indeed feeling a bit weary. And as her vision blurred slightly, she called out, If the cubs wake up, let me know. Han Qing dragged the stubborn Xian Qing outside. Xian Qing shook off Han Qing's grip. Why are you pulling me? Han Qing shot him a look. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Leave Su alone. She needs to rest after all her hard work today. Xian Qing, frustrated, rubbed his fists together. Foolish wolf. Let us have a sparring match. Han Qing gazed at Xian Qing with wide eyes and said earnestly, No, I need to watch over the cubs. Bai Mu can't manage alone. Xian Qing could not argue further, huffing in resignation as he departed, knowing that Su Cha was asleep and they ought not to make too much noise. Han Qing, watching him leave, returned to the cubs' room to wait for them to awaken. Bai Mu busied himself alone in the kitchen, relishing the rare tranquility that had settled over the home. So Bai entered from outside, immediately spotting Su Cha sleeping on the bed and then glancing at Han Qing in the cubs' room as he approached the kitchen. Bai Mu looked over and asked, You're back. Is Lao Si all right? I completely forgot to ask about him while tending to Su Cha, leaning against the stone wall. Su Bai replied in a low voice, He is fine. I watched him vomit the water, although he is not as robust as the others. He just needs to eat more meat. Bai Mu felt relieved and nodded. Thank you. Su Bai shook his head. Fortunately, Su is doing well. The herbs I prepared haven't tea even been used yet. You stay home while I consult the other beastmen in the tribe about milk. Su is quite petite, and I fear the four cubs won't have enough to eat. Bai Mu nodded. Indeed, the last two didn't seem full. The eldest and the fourth finished their meals. So Bai hurriedly left again. Bai Mu turned to Han Qing and asked, What do you want for lunch? Han Qing, still watching the cubs, replied, Let us have roasted meat. We don't know when Su will wake. Bai Mu settled at the cave entrance, intending to wait for the two to return before making a decision, as they had been caught off guard this morning and hastily managed the situation. As a new father, he felt somewhat anxious and uncertain about how to interact with the cubs. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching from a distance and rose to see it was the tribe's female. Guya. Gua Air bounced over, followed closely by Sherwu. Is Susu here? I came to play with her. Bai Mu replied. Susu just gave birth and is currently weak. She just fell asleep. Please come back another time. Gua Air, excitedly lowering her voice, exclaimed, What? She gave birth? Let me take a look. I promise to be quiet. Understanding that Gua Air often played well with his little female, Bai Mu made way. Go on in. But be quiet. Gua Air pushed Sherwu. You're too loud. Stay out here and wait for me. Gua Air stealthily followed Bai Mu inside and gasped at the sight of the 4 adorable cubs on the bed, quickly covering her mouth to stifle a squeal. Hung King, recognizing Gua Air, quietly stood to let her view the cubs. Gua Air gently patted one before emerging, excitedly pulling Sherwu and exclaiming, The cubs are so cute. As Gua Air dragged Sherwu back, she paused to turn and shout at Bai Mu. Tell Susu I'll come to see her tomorrow. Bai Mu nodded, watching them walk away as he settled against the stone wall. Gua Air pulled Sherwu along, her excitement spilling over as she exclaimed, Let us hurry home. I want to mate and have cubs. Susu's cubs are so adorable, all pink and still sleeping. Sherwu scooped Gua Air into his arms. Sure. Let us have a litter that's even cuter than theirs. The two rushed through the tribe, and, as the tribe members had largely ceased hunting, they all heard Gua Air's exclamations. Meanwhile, Sobai was also informed that the shaman's female had given birth. At that moment, Sobai sat joyfully in Chuangu's cave. What? How did you find out Susu gave birth? Chuangu, reclining on the bed, glanced at him. Oh, it's not like it's your business. Why are you so happy? Sobai approached and playfully twisted Chuangu's ear. What do you know, you single beast? The next litter will surely be mine. Unlike you, who doesn't even have a partner. Chuangu lazily lifted his eyelid to glance at Sobai. I think this is just fine. I can get up to eat if I want, or sleep all day if I don't. Sobai clicked his tongue. Oh, you weren't like this when you were with that merfolk female. You willingly cared for her, fulfilling her every whim, no matter how unreasonable. By the way, are you really not planning to find a partner? Chuangu hopped off the bed, transforming into human form to sit beside Sobai. You just love to poke at my sore spots. What do you want with me? Sobai smiled at him. Oh, mentioning that female has brought you back to your senses. Do you want to hear more? I can continue sharing and help you reminisce about those beautiful times. The clan leader trembled as he sat at the cave entrance, addressing the gathered individuals. You all grew up under my watchful eye, and now our tribe is stable. My greatest concern lies with the two of you. You must put in more effort. After all, you have given birth to a female. Strive for the next litter of cubs. Sabai nodded in response. I merely seek a way to nourish them. I have 4 male cubs. The clan leader stroked his beard with satisfaction. Very good, very good. Our clan is thriving once more. However, your mate is rather small. I fear there may not be enough milk. Go catch some fish from the river, and also prepare some hung beast for soup. More meat is essential. Sabai diligently noted this down, nodding, Indeed, clan leader, you are well informed. The clan leader, filled with pride, puffed up his chest, and declared, Of course. I have traversed more paths than you have tasted salt. Seeing the leader's beaming expression, Sabai felt reassured and said, All right, clan leader, you are the most formidable. I shall take my leave and catch some fish while it is still early. The clan leader nodded. Go ahead. Next time I wish to see your cubs. Sabai waved goodbye. Sure, just don't perish. The clan leader chuckled as he watched Sabai's retreating figure. I must see your cubs before I can leave in peace. After chatting with Sabai for a while, the leader felt much better, even considering giving the lazy boy next door a good thrashing. Sabai joyfully made his way to the river outside the tribe. Since the orcs did not favor fish, the river was abundant with plump, large fish. Sabai shed his beast skin, revealing his true form, and leaped into the icy water. Soon, he emerged with 2 sizable fish in his grasp. Sabai surfaced, clenching one fish in his mouth, and jumped ashore, collecting all the fish to return to the tribe. He planned to prepare a stew for Susu by noon, ensuring she could nourish the cubs. As for the hung beasts, they were currently too elusive and would have to wait until tomorrow. For today, fish would suffice. Upon reaching home, Sabai tossed the fish to Bai Mu, who was staring blankly at the cave entrance. Susu is still asleep, right? Bai Mu nodded as he accepted the fish. Sabai shook off the water from his fur. That's good. Let us stew the fish for Susu to drink, so she can produce milk. Bai Mu took the fish into the kitchen, skillfully scaling and cutting it into pieces before gathering firewood to prepare a fire. Inside the room, Sucha was still sleeping soundly. Sabai peeked in and, seeing her peaceful expression, quietly exited, advising Bai Mu, Susu is tired. Let us keep our voices down. Baimu nodded and pointed to Han Qing, who was snoring loudly in the cub's room. His snoring is too loud. Wake him up. Sabai raised an eyebrow and approached Han Qing, who was sleeping with the cubs, pinching his snout and twisting his ear firmly. Han Qing instantly awakened, his eyes wide open. Attempting to call out, he realized his mouth was being pinched. He pawed at Sabai, urging him to release his grip. Sabai replied, I'll let go, but no talking. Susu is still asleep, and your snoring is too loud. Han Qing nodded, and as soon as he was released, he exhaled softly, but you can't pinch my mouth. It's uncomfortable. I thought I would be unable to speak if I fell asleep. Sabai crouched, observing the 4 cubs nestled together. Just you? I have to be a bit rough to wake you. Han Qing chuckled and curiously inquired, what did you discuss with Baimu this morning? He seemed lost in thought at the cave entrance. Sabai shook his head. Nothing much. I had important matters to attend to. The 2 of them exited the cub's room to lend a hand. Han Qing looked at the pile of fish. These fish have many small bones. How do you plan to eat them? Sabai turned and lightly flicked Han Qing's forehead, then slowly explained, this is for nourishing Susu. She must eat well to feed the cubs. Han Qing observed Baimu washing the fish and whispered at Sabai, but I saw Xuan Qing eating from Susu's portion. Sabai gritted his teeth. Is that so? That mutt. Han Qing nodded earnestly, ceasing further comments, but gazing at Sabai. Can we eat too? Sabai shook his head seriously. No. If we eat what the cubs should have, they will go hungry and fail to grow. This is for the cubs. There isn't even enough for them. Han Qing sighed in disappointment. All right then, we must keep an eye on Xuan Qing and prevent him from eating. If he does, the cubs won't grow. Sabai nodded. Indeed. Next time you see him, call for me. You alone are no match for him. Han Qing agreed, and the 2 sat by the fire until Baimu emerged with a stone pot, placing it over the flames. What are you 2 discussing? Han Qing was about to share the matter with Baimu when Sabai pinched his thigh. Nothing. We were just discussing Han Qing. Baimu understood and did not press further, deciding to interrogate Han Qing alone later. He covered the stone pot and asked, what do you want for lunch? Han Qing immediately raised his hand. Roasted meat? Roasted meat. Sabai also looked at Baimu. I want to eat that too. By the way, let us take someone with us tomorrow to catch Heng beasts. Baimu nodded. Tomorrow, we will go together. We should catch more since we never know when it will snow. Sabai laughed. It will be soon. I did not expect Susu to give birth early. Fortunately, I am home today or else. Baimu solemnly nodded. Thanks to you, Sabai. Chapter 100. The boss gets hit. Sabai smiled. We are family. There is no need to thank me. Hurry now, let us wake Susu. Baimu nodded and gently looked at Su Cha and the cubs, swiftly heading towards the kitchen. Sabai squatted down to observe the youngest. He has been all right during my absence? Han Qing shook his head. He eats and sleeps well, just like the eldest. Sabai nodded softly. The youngest is a bit different. Let us take extra care of him. Han Qing looked at the smaller cub and agreed. Let us feed him more meat to help him grow strong. Baimu was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen when suddenly, the cubs began to cry loudly. He hurried to the small room, gently asking, what's wrong? Han Qing and Sabai each held 2 cubs. They seem hungry. Baimu approached and took the plump eldest, who was crying the loudest. The 3 exchanged glances. What should we do? Should we wake Cha-Cha? Sabai, feeling sympathetic, held the youngest tightly, but the youngest sounds so weak. Did he not eat enough earlier? Baimu glanced at him. Shall we feed them some rice? He was about to carry the cubs outside, fearing to wake Su Cha, but unexpectedly, Su Cha's voice rang out from the room. Bring them into me. Baimu and Sabai had no choice but to carry the cubs inside. Seeing Su Cha with tear-filled eyes, did the noise wake you? Su Cha rubbed her eyes and shook her head. It's fine. I've slept enough. Just give them to me. Sabai first handed the youngest to her. Let the youngest eat first. The 4 cubs cried pitifully, especially the youngest, while the eldest continued to wail loudly, and the second and third were equally insistent. Su Cha felt pity for the smallest one, holding him close and looking at the others. The 3 exchanged glances, and it was Baimu who finally said, I still have rice cooking in the kitchen. I'll go check. Han Qing, feeling embarrassed, followed suit, leaving Sabai behind. Sabai sat down. I'll stay and help you. You can't manage this alone. Su Cha lifted her veil, allowing the youngest to nurse while also cradling the 3rd cub to feed him as well. Sabai watched with envy. Su Cha shot him a glare. Were you thinking? Sabai chuckled silently, soothing the elder and 2nd cubs who hadn't yet eaten. Be patient. It will be your turn soon. The eldest was quite vigorous, squirming in Sabai's arms, and eventually bit down on him, prompting laughter from Su Cha. Sabai looked down at the little one. I have no milk, you cheeky little rascal. He then placed it back on the bed. Su Cha teased. Let them suck for a while. Who knows, maybe something will come out. Sabai laughed heartily. You naughty one. Let me have a taste too when the time comes. You know, I've never seen a mother beast since childhood. Sucha immediately pinched his arm until he winced. Oh, are you longing for a complete childhood? I can hardly bear to give you a beating to relive your childhood. Sabai hurriedly waved his hand, saying such a stroke of luck should be reserved for Hanqing. Sucha, observing the satiated Laosi and Laosan, instructed, hand that one to me. Sabai passed Lauda and Lauer over, while the two well-fed ones obediently lay on the bed, content and not restless. Sucha exclaimed, come over and hold Lauda for me. Sabai glanced up, noticing the gluttonous creature pushing Lauer away with its paw, not permitting it to eat, and a scuffle seemed imminent. He stepped forward to restrain Lauda, commenting, this temperament. One wonders who it takes after, so mischievous. He playfully pinched the soft, delicate flesh, earning a glare from Sucha. Sabai smiled, remarking, unexpectedly, Lauda is quite the mover. I need to control him. Once the two were separated, Lauda settled down to eat his fill. Sucha, unable to contain herself, pressed her hand against her chest, exclaiming, Lauda is too forceful. It hurts. At this, Sabai promptly pried Lauda away with a gentle pop, cradling him in his arms as he protested, his little paws scratching and his cries directed towards Sucha. Sabai gently tapped Lauda's head, saying, if you misbehave, you won't get to eat. Hearing such a pitiful cry, Sucha felt a pang of sympathy, saying, they are still young. They don't understand. Bring them over. Baimu entered, declaring, no, if he bites, he won't be fed. He must be taught. He took Lauda, saying, if you continue to misbehave, you'll go hungry. After giving Lauda's bottom a pat, he settled down and all four paws tucked in. Baimu contentedly handed Lauda to Sucha, who found that he indeed no longer bit, and Baimu felt gratified, saying, the rice is ready. Sabai nodded, and the trio waited for Lauda to finish eating. Sabai cradled the four cubs, while Baimu affectionately leaned in to embrace Sucha, saying, cha-cha, wait for me here. Sucha nodded, leaning back in the room, watching as Sabai took the cubs to the entrance to bask in the sun. She felt a longing to join them and pulled at Baimu, saying, can I go out to bask in the sun? Baimu glanced at the bright sky, hesitating, cha-cha, you just gave birth and are quite weak. You cannot be exposed to the wind. Sucha, wishing to spring up and perform a set of exercises to prove her strength, felt deflated and sank back onto the bed, saying, all right. Sabai, seeing Hanqing preparing to roast meat, anxiously sent him to watch over the cubs, and upon hearing Sucha's voice, he entered to comfort her, saying, Su, you must listen to us, be obedient, and I will roast meat for you. Sucha reluctantly nodded, watching them leave. Sabai and Baimu squeezed into the kitchen. Sabai cast a glance at Baimu, saying, you mustn't be soft-hearted with Su these days, otherwise, she may easily fall ill. During this period, she must be well taken care of and cannot be exposed to cold water. Baimu earnestly noted, I will take good care of the little female. Sabai nodded and took the meat to the living room to roast, only to hear Xuanqing's voice. He had returned. Xuanqing landed and immediately spotted the cubs crawling about the entrance. Their playful cries, quite amusing. Hanqing also revealed his beast form, frolicking with the cubs, while Lauda, the most mischievous, often took advantage of Hanqing's inattention to tug at his fur or nip at his tail. Xuanqing lay down on the fur, lifting Laosi to his chest, saying, I still prefer Laosi the most. He is quiet and gentle, just like Su. Hanqing, observing Lauda biting his tail and Lauer nodding in agreement nearby, sighed. Laosi is the most obedient. These two are quite troublesome. Hanqing had no choice but to go inside and take out a ball of fur for them to play with. Laosan seemed particularly fond of the fur ball, immediately pushing it around and quickly attracting Lauda and Lauer to join in a playful scramble, while Laosi remained docile atop Xuanqing's chest. Hanqing snatched Laosi and placed him on his belly, declaring, Laosi is still the most obedient. Xuanqing chuckled, not wanting to engage with the rambunctious cubs, and rose to head to the living room, where he received roasted meat from Sabai to join in the cooking. Sabai glanced at him, asking, has anything happened with the Xuanyu tribe? You seem quite busy lately. Xuanqing nodded. Feiyu still needs some refining, otherwise, the Xuanyu tribe would be doomed without me. Sabai, aware of some matters, inquired, why do you not wish to become the tribe leader? In Chapter 101, an extra meal for Laosi, Xuanqing shot him a meaningful glance. Aren't you the same? I have heard that the leader of the Shur tribe is quite eager to pass the position to you. Sabai burst into laughter, saying, all right, I won't ask anymore. Baimu entered the room carrying a bowl of meat porridge, while Sabai brought in the roasted meat, cutting it into pieces. Sucha looked at Baimu, who was feeding her, and asked, am I really not allowed to go out? even just to the entrance. Bai Mu was yet to refuse when Tsabai interjected from behind. No, Su, be obedient. Such a, seeing Tsabai's stern face, fell silent and nodded, all right. Tsabai smiled as he fed such a piece of roasted meat, saying be good, and once you recover, I will take you out to play. Such a's spirits lifted slightly. That is your promise. I never said it. Bai Mu nodded with a smile. It is our promise. Such a happily drank 2 bowls of porridge and finished a plate of roasted meat before stopping, as Bai Mu took the dishes away. Such a gazed longingly at the 4 individuals in the living room, one of whom was cradling a cub, just perfectly 4 in number. Xuanqing was particularly fond of Laosi. When Hanqing brought all 4 in, he immediately snatched Laosi, declaring, Laosi is still my best boy. Tsabai, who also wished to hold Laosi, was a moment too slow and ended up with Laosan. Hanqing hastily tossed the most mischievous Lauda to Bai Mu, saying, you take Lauda. Bai Mu, observing Lauda's antics in his arms, delivered a swift smack to his bottom, saying, be good, I'll toss you out. Lauda, feeling wronged, cried out, seeming defiant. But after receiving 2 more smacks, he finally settled down in his father's embrace. Xuanqing was enamored with the obedient Laosi, pondering, can they eat roasted meat? Our Laosi looks so pitifully thin. Tsabai shook his head. In a few days, they will be able to eat. Xuanqing reluctantly put the roasted meat away for himself, then looked up to see such a gazing at him. A hopeful smile on her face. Su, can you really not come out? She waved at Laosi, who was nestled in her arms. Such a shot him glare, feeling even more pitiful. Tsabai turned to the room, chuckling, no, after giving birth. The female is very weak and needs care. Xuanqing responded with an oh and resumed playing with the cubs in his arms. Bai Mu and Hanqing sat close together, and Lauda, unbeknownst to them, had started a scuffle with Lauer. Hanqing quickly scooped up Lauer to distance him from Bai Mu, exclaiming, they can fight now? Bai Mu lifted Lauda, smacking his bottom again. Can't you be a little more obedient? They had completely forgotten how cute the cubs had been when they were just born. And now, less than a day old, Lauda was still wailing. Such a, hearing the noise, inquired, what's wrong? Why are they crying so loudly? Are they hungry? Bai Mu concealed Lauda, saying, no, Cha-Cha, you should rest. We will take care of the cubs. Such a, unable to see Lauda being scolded, assumed they were merely playing, and sighed, leaning back on the bed, trying to summon the system, which remained unresponsive. Bai Mu remarked about Lauda, this little rascal is far too mischievous. We cannot let Cha-Cha teach him. He needs to be disciplined more. Tsabai nodded in agreement, glancing at Lauda. Indeed, our Laosi is the most well-behaved. Bai Mu affectionately watched the cubs in Xuanqing's arms, saying, he resembles Cha-Cha the most. Xuanqing teased Laosi, who remained quiet, nibbling on his fingers. After they had eaten, Bai Mu cleaned up the dishes and handed Lauda back to Tsabai to hold. Xuanqing, cradling Laosi, dashed towards Suchu's room, presenting Laosi like treasure, saying, Su, look. Sucha, observing Laosi nibbling on his fingers in Xuanqing's palm, reached out to stroke his soft body, exclaiming, so adorable. When will they grow fur? The fluffy white tiger cubs will surely be delightful. Xuanqing, wishing to give Laosi an extra meal, subtly moved him towards Sucha's chest, saying, in a few days. Sucha shot him a look, saying, they have just eaten, and you shouldn't be so handsy. Xuanqing, grinning, pointed at Laosi, he looks hungry. See? Sucha lowered her head, looking at the hungry Laosi. She reluctantly lifted her shirt to let him try, only to be surprised when he eagerly began to nibble. Xianqing, with a smug expression, remarked, I told you he was hungry. How adorable. If only he were female like Su, he would be even cuter. Sucha gently cradled Laosi and suggested, let us bring the other 3 inside as well. Xianqing shook his head. Laosi can eat alone. They are not hungry. Observing Laosi, Sucha thought he was eating little and stroked him, encouraging, eat more so you could be as plump as your brothers. Laosi seemed to understand and sucked with more vigor. Amused, Sucha said, take your time. No one is competing with you. Xianqing, also amused, leaned closer to Sucha and said, Su, I want cubs too. Let us have some. It's easy, especially if we have a female. Just look how cute they are. Sucha remained silent, helping Laosi to feed. Xianqing, watching with longing, exclaimed, Su, I want to eat too. Sucha turned and slapped him lightly. Eat what? Are you serious? Xianqing raised an eyebrow, but was quickly silenced by Sucha's hand. Don't say anything. I know it's not good. Leaning closer, Xianqing said, oh, Su, you understand me so well. Seizing the moment while Sucha was distracted, he leaned down to take a sip. Enraged, Sucha pushed his head away. What will the cubs eat if you consume it all? You lecher. Xianqing licked his lips. Oh, Su, it was an accident. I fell. Seeing Lao Si stop eating, Su Cha pulled her shirt down and declared, if I trust you again, I'll be a fool. Get out. I need to sleep. Xianqing, still holding Lao Si, stood up with a grin. I'm full. We're leaving now. He gently patted the round-bellied Lao Si and headed outside. Zai, Bai, and the others were at the cave entrance, basking in the sun with the cubs. Bai Mu had finished cleaning up the dishes, and the two strolled toward the cave entrance. The three cubs were tussling over a fur ball, and Xianqing placed Lao Si among them. The four of them sat together, watching the playful cubs on the animal hide. Zai Bai remarked, once they grow a bit more, Su won't be able to carry them. They're too mischievous. Xianqing leaned against Bai Mu's shoulder, saying, our Xian Yu clan ties vines together for cubs. I'll bring one over next time. He then reached out to nudge the fur ball toward Lao Si. Bai Mu glanced over. Let them play on their own. Don't show favoritism. Xianqing replied, oh, and scratched his ear, interfering each time Lao Si struggled to get the ball. Bai Mu looked around the room. Is Cha-Cha asleep? Xianqing nodded, continuing to watch the four cubs, always ready to assist Lao Si. Hanqing chuckled at Lao San's clumsiness. Look at him, huh? He can't flip back over. Chapter 102. Naming the cubs to Bao San Bao Si Bao. The four of them stare at Lao San, who is exposing his belly. Hanqing reached out to help him flip over little guy. Bai Mu glanced around the room. Let us keep our voices down. Hanqing, realizing he had laughed too loudly, covered his mouth and nodded. Xianqing stood up helplessly, declaring, the Xian Yu clan has matters to attend to. I'll be back shortly, and with that he spread his wings and flew upwards. Bai Mu gazed tenderly at the cubs playing on the animal hide, observing their antics. Zai Bai spoke up, the cubs are growing fast. It's time to name them. Bai Mu agreed. Let us wait until Cha-Cha is ready. Hanqing looked at the cubs sprawled on the hide. Aren't they getting sleepy? Bai Mu checked and saw the cubs struggling to move, clearly tired. He stood up, gathered the four cubs, and said, they're sleepy. Let us take them back. Zai Bai followed, carrying the hide, and placed the cubs in a small room, watching them fall into deep slumber. The three of them stepped outside, and Zai Bai intended to rest for a while, patting Bai Mu's shoulder before heading to his own room. Hanqing exclaimed, are you all going to sleep? I don't want to. I'll watch the cubs. He then transformed and headed toward the cub room. Bai Mu strolled to Su Cha's room, gently lying beside her, and turned to look at her. As Bai Mu lay on the bed, he gradually fell asleep. Not far from the tribe, beneath a dark river in the forest, a black venomous snake was hibernating. Chi, unwilling to leave the little female, had dug a hole in the forest to sleep through the winter, as no one would come to hunt during this season. A group of cloaked figures passed by, completely unaware of a lion clan on the Rocky Mountain. The leader, holding a pitch-black staff topped with a dazzling black gem, surveyed the surroundings and spoke. The stone statue should be nearby. Why is there no response here? A beast man who had come forward bowed and said, my lord, the statue cannot be mistaken. Perhaps we took the wrong path. The cloaked figure nodded. Let us head in another direction. If we cannot find it, we'll have to return to Moon City. The group hurriedly departed. Back in the tribe, Su Cha awoke to find Bai Mu watching her. What is the matter? He asked, smiling at the drowsy little female. It's still early. Why are you awake so soon? Su Cha felt as if she had slept for a long time, and her body felt lighter. Help me sit up, she murmured. Bai Mu assisted her into a sitting position. Su Cha gazed out at the sun and said, carry me outside to bask in the sun for a while. Bai Mu shook his head. No, it's too windy this afternoon. Be good. Feeling bored, Su Cha glanced around and noticed the house was quiet. Is everyone out? Where did the cubs go? Bai Mu, leaning against the bed, relaxed her body. Zai Bai is sleeping. Xianqing has gone back. And Hanqing is sleeping with the cubs. Su Cha nodded, appreciating Bai Mu's massage, and pointed her lower back. It's sore. Can you massage it? Bai Mu diligently massaged her, and just then, the sounds of the cubs crying echoed in. Before long, Hanqing burst in, holding all four cubs. They're hungry. Su Cha nodded. Give them to me. Hanqing placed the cubs on the bed, first handing over Lao Si and Lao San, while Bai Mu kept Lao Da and Lao Air from crawling around. Su Cha observed the suckling cubs and said, I haven't thought of names yet. Let us call them the Bao, Air Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao for now. Bai Mu nodded in agreement. Hanqing excitedly exclaimed, sounds good. From now on, he'll be called Si Bao. He watched as Si Bao struggled to suckle, eager to help. Su Cha swatted Hanqing's hand away. You're being too biased towards Si Bao. It has to be fair. Saying this, she reached out to help Si Bao drink. Si Bao was very obedient, not crying or fussing. If he couldn't get any milk, he only whimpered softly, filling Su Cha with maternal affection. Once the two were fed, she then took Lauda and Lao Air. Lauda devoured his milk as if he had never eaten before, his two little paws pressed against Su Cha's chest, occasionally turning to interfere with Lao Air. Bai Mu observed Su Cha's expression, immediately stopping Lauda if she frowned. Han Qing, holding the well-fed Si Bao, noticed his fur was starting to fluff up and no longer clung to his body. Bai Mu remarked, "Cubs look like this right after birth. They'll all be fine in a day or two." Su Cha nodded, watching the rosy cubs, feeling content. Once Lauda finished, he took advantage of their conversation to push towards Lao Air, who immediately cried out. Su Cha looked down and saw it was Lauda again. Bai Mu acted quickly, scooping up Lauda and swatting his bottom. "No stealing. You're the big brother, so take care of the little ones, understand?" He gave Lauda 2 more pats on the bottom. Su Cha, feeling sorry for Lauda, said, "They're still small. What do they understand?" She fed Lauda, but he refused to eat. Bai Mu patted Lauda's round belly. "This little guy is full. He just likes to steal from others." Su Cha laughed at that. At such a young age, he is already a little tyrant. He definitely needs some discipline. Thinking of the sunflower seeds, she spoke. "Have you all flipped my sunflower seeds? It's about time for them to dry." Han Qing immediately raised his hand. "I'll go do it right now." With that, he set down Si Bao and ran outside. Bai Mu remarked, "Today has been too busy. I completely forgot about the seeds." The newborn cubs immediately captivated everyone's attention. Who could have anticipated the sunflower seeds outside? Su Cha shot a glare at Bai Mu, saying, "You should go too." Bai Mu, with a smile, replied, "Don't be angry. Cha-cha, I'll head out right away." He placed the cubs beside Su Cha and walked towards the entrance. Su Cha, watching Bai Mu's retreating figure, huffed. "This is my winter gossip highlight, and that doggo man actually forgot my sunflower seeds." Humph, lowering her gaze to the cubs. She marveled at the fact that she had truly given birth to them. Cuddling the fluffy creatures, she placed them on the animal hide and watched them crawl. Si Bao remained obediently nestled beside Su Cha, not joining Da Bao and the others in their crawling escapades. Su Cha embraced Si Bao and kissed him, saying, "How are you so well behaved?" Si Bao responded with adorable sounds that made Su Cha's heart melt, prompting her to give him another kiss. Who could resist such fluffy little beings? Da Bao, accompanied by his 2 younger brothers, explored the surroundings, crawling as if patrolling their territory, all the while making noise, though it was unclear what they were saying. Soon, 2 figures entered the cave, and Bai Mu handed a sunflower seed to Su Cha. She accepted it with a nod, replying, "We can collect them tonight. Just leave them in the living room." Zai Bai stretched lazily as he entered, commenting, "It's quite lively in here." Su Cha nodded. "Indeed, just look at them," pointing to the 3 cubs on the bed, while Si Bao remained snuggled in her embrace. Zai Bai walked over, amused as he observed Da Bao, saying, "You're the loudest, little one. You have quite the strength." Da Bao, feeling the pressure, pushed against Zai Bai's fingers with all his might, refusing to back down. Su Cha, seeing Da Bao pinned down, remarked, "What a ruckus," and playfully scratched Da Bao's paw. Bai Mu chuckled, saying, "Just now, Cha-Chan named them. From now on, they will be called Da Bao, Air Bao, Sen Bao, and Si Bao. We'll tell Xian Qing when he returns." Su Cha began playing with Da Bao, explaining this is their nickname. "We'll give them proper names when they grow older." Zai Bai nodded, continuing to hold Da Bao down, encouraging him, "Come on, Da Bao, you're not backing down. Are you? Keep it up." Da Bao seemed to gain more energy, pushing against Zai Bai while trying to evade his mother's interference. Chapter 103. The mysterious footprints appear. Zai Bai looked around and asked, "Has Xian Qing not returned yet?" Han Qing, observing Air Bao and Sand Bao fighting over a ball of fluff, replied, "Yes, it seems like he's been quite busy lately." Su Cha, noticing Da Bao, who appeared to give up, pushed Zai Bai away, only to find that Da Bao was merely pretending. He sprang back to life, attempting to bite Zai Bai. Zai Bai, caught off guard, hissed, "This little one holds grudges." Bai Mu, not want to spoil Da Bao, turned around and playfully swatted him on the rear, saying, "Dare to bite again? You need to behave." Da Bao let out a yelp of protest, but soon settled down, turning to play with Air Bao and the others. Su Cha looked at Zai Bai with concern, asking, "Are you all right?" Zai Bai laughed and shook his head. "He's still so young, without any teeth. It's nothing." Su Cha gazed down at Si Bao gently, whispering, "He has fallen asleep." Zai Bai glanced over and said, "Our Si Bao is the best. He eats well and sleeps soundly. He'll grow strong." Su Cha carefully placed Si Bao on the bed to continue sleeping, then looked at the 3 energetic ones, using animal hides to separate Si Bao from the others. Bai Mu suggested, "Why not take Si Bao back to the room?" Sucha shook her head, replying, "Let them sleep with me. The bed is large enough." Suddenly, a voice from the entrance called out, "Zai-bai." The four exchanged glances, and Sucha said, "Is there something going on in the tribe? You should go take a look." Zai-bai nodded, releasing the bow and walking outside, where he saw Chuan-gu with a serious expression. He spoke, "Let's talk outside." Chuan-gu quickly pulled Zai-bai towards the chief's cave. Han Qing continued to play with the cubs, while Sucha anxiously observed, worried that something might be wrong. Bai Mu reassured her, saying, "We'll ask Zai-bai when he returns. After all, they're living in the lion tribe. Nothing should go awry." Sucha nodded, feeling a sense of unease, and turned her attention back to the cubs. Han Qing glanced at the ball of fluff and suggested, "Su, why not wait a bit and make a ball of fluff for Si Bao? He hasn't managed to get one yet." Sucha absent-mindedly agreed. Bai Mu gently patted her shoulder. "It's all right, don't overthink it." Sucha nodded, suddenly recalling that Xian Qing had also been busy and hadn't returned. She should check on him. In the cave, only the sounds of the cubs playing filled the air until suddenly, chaotic noises emanated from the entrance, suggesting someone was approaching. Bai Mu stood up and instructed, "Han Qing, stay here with the little female. Don't leave. I'll go take a look." Han Qing nodded, gathering the cubs in her arms, sitting beside Sucha and keeping an eye on the entrance. As Bai Mu stepped outside, he saw a group of people approaching, with Zai-bai leading the way, his expression grave. Bai Mu approached them and saw an injured beast man covered in blood, asking what happened. Zai-bai pulled Bai Mu aside, saying, "We'll discuss it later. First, we need to stop the bleeding." He directed them to carefully lay the beast man down, then quickly went inside to fetch herbs. Soon, he emerged and applied the poultice to the wounds, which soon stopped bleeding, but the beast man remained unconscious. Zai-bai handed a sprig of herbs to Bai Mu, instructing him to prepare a brew while the others waited at the entrance. Zai-bai spoke solemnly, "What on earth happened here?" The group exchanged glances, each shaking their heads, until Chuan-gu squeezed through, saying, "I found the beast man in the forest. I don't know who attacked him." The others nodded in agreement. "We followed the sin of blood and came here, finding him lying there." Zai-bai observed the beast man, who had transformed into his animal form, noting that the wound didn't seem to be from teeth, but rather appeared to have been inflicted by a bone knife, a deep gash with blood nearly drained. Bai Mu, carrying a dark concoction, handed it to Zai-bai. Zai-bai took it, commanding, "Help me pry his mouth open." Bai Mu crouched down and opened the beastman's jaws, while Zai-bai roughly poured the medicine in, then squeezed his mouth shut, shaking him to ensure he swallowed. Watching as the beast-man did not spit it out, Zai-bai muttered, "If he doesn't wake after tonight, it'll be dire. I wonder what this fellow was doing alone in the forest." Chuan-gu nodded. "When I arrived, he was already lying there, barely alive." Bai Mu inquired, "What has happened in the tribe?" Zai-bai looked down at the lion on the ground, stating, "It's still unclear. We need to wait for him to wake up to ask, and we don't know if it was the nearby tribe." Chuan-gu squatted down, adding, "I suspect it's from a neighboring tribe. They've clearly gone for blood. If I hadn't arrived, the beast-man would likely have been devoured by wild beasts." Zai-bai paused, saying, "Let us wait for him to wake up. Does the chief know?" They exchanged glances, Chuan-gu hesitating. Given the commotion, he should be aware." Bai Mu examined the beastman's injuries, remarking, "It's highly likely that it was another beastman who did this. The wounds were inflicted with a bone knife." Zai-bai nodded, and for a moment, silence fell upon them as they all sat together, staring at the unconscious beastman. Bai Mu patted Zai-bai on the shoulder, standing up. "If you need anything, just call me. I'm going to check on the little female." Zai-bai waved him off, saying, "Go ahead." Bai Mu paused briefly, then added, "Or you might want to check with the Xianyu tribe and see if Xian Qing has any information." He then walked back into the cave without saying anything further. Chuan-gu stared after Bai Mu, asking, "What does he mean suspecting that group on the mountain?" Zai-bai shook his head, replying, "The Xianyu tribe is currently on our side. It's not them. Bai Mu likely wants us to see if they've encountered similar situations." Chuan-gu acknowledged, "You're quite sharp." The surrounding tribespeople gazed at Zai-bai with admiration. Zai-bai, feeling the weight of their gaze, sighed, "I fear for the future of the lion tribe." Chuan-gu inched closer, asking, "What are you mumbling about?" "Let us head up and ask them now." He began to sprint toward the mountaintop, but Zai-bai called out, "Come back. We need to settle Stone down first. There's no rush." "Did you encounter those people in the forest?" Chuan-gu meticulously recollected. "No, I only saw Shi lying alone on the ground, but deep within the forest. There were many footprints, though that place is far from our tribe." "Many footprints?" Zai-bai interjected. "The nearby tribes are quite stable. It cannot be the nearby orcs." Chuan-gu sighed. He found the circular discussions perplexing. Can we not wake this fellow and ask him? Zabai shot Chuan Gu a glare. Are you implying that Shi, too, should meet his demise more swiftly? Go ahead and strike him if you wish. Chuan Gu shrugged his shoulders, casting a wary glance at Zabai, who seemed ready to unleash a torrent of insults, and quickly distanced himself. Indeed, the next moment, Chapter 104, The National Server's Tongue. Zabai pointed to the tribe member closest to him, saying, day in and day out, you are the most idle. I recall you still lack a mate. No wonder the females are uninterested in someone like you. The chastised orc, feeling wronged, dared not utter a word and began drawing circles on the ground. Zabai's gaze shifted, and he continued, and you consume everything yet achieve nothing. Your physique resembles that of a hung beast. Beware of being taken for slaughter. The chubby one, Chuan Gu, raised his head to meet Zabai's gaze. Fearing his own secrets might be divulged, he quickly approached. What do you need? Just command me. Zabai, well aware of his nature, chuckled softly. Rest assured, I shan't reveal anything, but you must obey. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety from the merfolk. Chuan Gu interrupted, nodding vigorously. A tribe member behind them curiously asked, what about the merfolk, Zabai the shaman? Chuan Gu turned and flicked his forehead. Do not inquire about matters best left unasked. If you have nothing to do, go graze outside. The tribe member scratched his head. But we are carnivorous orcs. We do not graze. Zabai, growing irritated at their presence, shouted, return to your duties. You are of no use here. Hearing this, the tribe members dared not question further and obediently departed. Chuan Gu, intent on leaving with them, was called back by Zabai. Blinking, he silently mouthed, save me. The tribe members promptly shoved him toward Zabai, vanishing without a trace. Chuan Gu ground his teeth in frustration. You little brat. Wait until I find you. He then turned, smiling at Zabai. Is there anything else? While feigning a cheerful demeanor, inwardly he began to curse. Zabai waved him over. Come here. You will watch over Shi too. If he awakens, summon me. With that, he rose and headed toward his dwelling, discovering Bai Mu and the others in Su Cha's room. Bai Mu noticed Zabai's entrance and inquired, are you finished? Su Cha climbed out of bed, asking what's the matter. Zabai approached and ruffled her hair. Nothing much. Just a tribe member was injured and has been brought to the cave entrance. Chuan Gu is keeping watch. Were you frightened? Su Cha shook her head. If something happens, you must inform us. We are family. There should be no secrets. Zabai nodded, glancing at the four fluffy little ones. They are fast asleep. Han Qing nodded in agreement. They probably are. They can eat and sleep well. Zabai stroked Si Bao. Orc cubs grow rapidly. In a few days, they will be running all over the place. Su Cha gazed fondly at the four little ones. Then our home will be bustling. How delightful. Bai Mu smiled silently, knowing that once they were older, the little females might not share the same sentiment, as the cubs could be quite mischievous, especially to Bao. Zabai turned to Bai Mu. I must visit Xian Yu tribe to find Xian Qing. You two stay here to care for Su Su. Su Cha, curious, asked, what do you need Xian Qing for in such a rush? Zabai nodded. There have been some issues in the tribe lately, and I require Xian Qing's assistance. Su Cha leaned back against the bed, waving her hand, then go quickly and ask if Xian Qing will return tonight. Zabai nodded and left, kicking Chuan Gu as he passed. You're to guard Shi too. Do not wander off or slack. Chuan Gu sprang up. Rest assured, with me here, nothing will go awry. Watching Zabai depart, Chuan Gu immediately felt deflated, transforming into his beast form and sprawled beside Shi too. Yawning, if you awaken, call me. I shall take a short nap. He rested his head on his paws and soon fell asleep. Zabai made his way up the mountain. Inside the cave, Su Cha observed the sleeping cubs, glancing outside to see that the sun had already set, and remarked, has the sun gone down? Bai Mu shook his head. It's obstructed. Han Qing, wagging his tail, questioned, what shall we do now? The cubs are asleep, and it's so dull. Su Cha agreed. Today feels exceptionally long. It isn't even dark yet. Bai Mu chuckled lightly. Just wait until it snows. You'll find this dullness unbearable. Now it's manageable, but when it snows, we will only be able to sleep. Su Cha looked at Bai Mu. What do you usually do in winter? Han Qing shook his head and rolled onto his back. In our snow domain, we do not find it dull. We play outside in the snow and have snowball fights. Bai Mu laughed. That's because you're not afraid of the cold. You live in the snow domain. The land-dwelling orcs seldom venture out in winter. Before the winter sets in, we stockpile food and hibernate in our caves, as our beast forms endure the cold better. Su Cha nodded. Then the females must suffer in winter, as they lack beast forms. Bai Mu shook his head. I do not know. Before I met Cha Cha, I would just find a cave to sleep in during winter, eating every 2 or 3 days before returning to sleep. Sucha clicked her tongue. That sounds dreadful. I wonder how cold the winters are here. The cubs must be freezing, she said, pointing at the 4 cubs on the bed. Baimu looked down at the cubs. In a day or 2. Their fur will grow in, so they won't be cold. He then turned and walked to his room, retrieving a fox fur to work on. I almost forgot. I still have pants to finish, though the clothes are ready. Sucha watched Baimu diligently sewing the pants and fell into a drowsy state on the bed. Gradually, she succumbed to sleep, even emitting soft snores. Baimu, hearing the sound, stood and glanced over, initially thinking it was Han Qing, only to discover it was the little female. Han Qing pointed at Sucha. She is asleep. Baimu approached and covered Sucha with a fur before stepping outside to sit at the cave entrance and continue sewing. Han Qing, meanwhile, lay beside the cubs, closing his eyes to sleep. Baimu cast a glance at the orc at the cave entrance and recognized the large lion, Chuangu, as well as the stone on the ground. He focused intently on sewing, watching the sun nearing its descent, estimating that it would soon vanish. In a moment, all that could be heard was the sound of the bone needle piercing the beast's skin. The sun quietly sank below the horizon, and Baimu remained engrossed in his work until he accidentally snapped a hair, standing up to shake off the pants. Only then did he realize it was nearly dark. The sky was painted with evening hues, casting warm colors over the ground. Baimu stretched his back and muttered, "It's quite late." Inside the cave, all remained quiet, with Sucha yet to awaken. Baimu placed the pants in his room and went to the kitchen to gather firewood, quickly igniting a fire that illuminated the living area. Zabai had not yet returned, and Chuangu was still fast asleep at the entrance, while Han Qing quietly leaped outside. To his surprise, this startled the Bao, causing all 4 cubs to cry out loudly. Han Qing froze in place, too frightened to move. Sucha, awakened by the noise, assumed they were hungry and called out, "Baimu, come help me." Han Qing, feeling guilty, lay down to hide from Sucha, then quickly crawled away. Baimu rushed in, "You're awake," and kept Han Qing's secret, lifting the cubs and rubbing their bellies, realizing they must be hungry. He then helped Sucha sit up, handing her sea bao and sand bao to hold. Sucha responded with a soft noticing the darkness outside. "It's already dark. I must have slept for quite a while. Why do I feel more tired the longer I sleep?" Baimu glanced at Han Qing, pretending he had just come from next door, and instructed, "You go collect the melon seeds." Han Qing turned on his heels and headed back to the cave entrance. Baimu observed the cubs, who were making smacking sounds as they suckled. "They might have just been born. I will massage your lower back and thighs tonight." Sucha nodded, looking at Sea Bao. "Be a good little one and eat plenty." Only then did Baimu remember the fish he had yet to stew, realizing he was too busy to manage it now. Chapter 105. Beauty in the eyes of the lover. Han Qing entered carrying a bee-skin pouch filled with sunflower seeds, stating that there were 2 beast men at the cave entrance. Baimu called Han Qing over, explaining that it was Su Bai who had instructed them to stay there, assuring that there was nothing to worry about. He handed over Da Bao and Air Bao to Han Qing, saying, "Take care, Cha-Cha, while I prepare fish soup." Han Qing sat down with the cubs, watching Baimu leave, and turned to Sucha, who was leaning against the bed. "Does it hurt when they bite you?" Sucha, cradling the cubs with both hands, smiled and replied, "It doesn't hurt, but Da Bao sucks too hard sometimes." Han Qing, holding Da Bao, suggested, "If it hurts next time, I want let them feed. They can eat meat instead." Sucha smiled but said nothing, feeling a pang of sympathy for the hungry cubs. In the kitchen, Baimu cut the fish into pieces, washing a cabbage to cook together later. The household was equipped with 2 stone pots, one for soup and the other for boiling rice, which was just right. As he was washing the rice and placing the stone pot over the fire, Subai and Xianqing returned together. Xianqing entered and immediately called for Sucha. "Susu, Iambik, did you miss me?" Subai approached to assist Baimu with the food. Xianqing, carrying a green object, rushed into Sucha's room, only to find her without clothes, with 2 cubs still nursing, the room filled with a sweet aroma. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Sucha grabbed a bee skin to cover herself and said, "You rogue, don't come in while I'm feeding the cubs next time." Xianqing chuckled, pushing Han Qing aside, and said, "Look what I brought you." He revealed a green item for Sucha to see. Sucha examined it and asked, "A basket? Where did you get this?" "It's perfect for carrying things." Xianqing nodded. "Let's call it a basket. It sounds nice. This is made by the females of our tribe, using vines, specifically for carrying cubs. When our Xianyu tribe's cubs cannot fly yet, the males take baskets to carry them when they venture out." Sucha exclaimed, Oh, the bird people are clever. She swatted at Xianqing's hand as he reached out. Humph, don't think I didn't see that. Be honest, and tell me what you've been up to lately. Xianqing flicked his hair and replied. It's because Su loves me the most that you're the one I confide in. If you satisfy me tonight, that would be even better. Sucha smiled and said, of course. It's because you're so mischievous. I'm afraid you'll get into trouble. Xianqing grinned at her. I didn't expect you to know me so well. We truly are a match made in heaven. He leaned closer and whispered, wait for me tonight. With that, he jumped off the bed, declaring, I'm going out to help. Watching his retreating figure, Sucha scoffed, you rogue. If you dare to climb into bed tonight, I'll have Bai Mu break your legs. She placed the 2 satiated cubs in the basket, which still had enough space for Dabao and Airbao. In the living room, Bai Mu ushered Hanqing in to take care of Sucha, saying the kitchen didn't need him. Hanqing pouted but complied, walking into the room and saying, Su, they're all bullying me. Sucha glanced at the kitchen, recalling his cooking skills, and gently comforted him. Isn't this perfect? Come over and keep me company. She raised the basket to show him the cubs, saying, now we can take them out to play. Hanqing approached, looking at the green basket, and suggested it would be even better with some soft bee skin inside. Sucha nodded, observing Bai Mu and the others grilling meat in the living room. She pulled Hanqing over, saying, help me walk to the living room. I feel uncomfortable lying down. Without hesitation, Hanqing nodded, using one hand to hold the basket with all 4 cubs and the other to support Sucha as they walked to the living room. The 3 in the living room stared in astonishment as they saw them, while Subai quickly reacted and rushed to close the wooden door, exclaiming, foolish wolf. How did you bring Su out? Bai Mu stood up, intending to carry Sucha back to lie down, but she clung tightly to Hanqing, insisting, I feel uncomfortable lying down. I'm not going out. Xianqing entered with a cloak, draping it over Sucha's shoulders, saying, let Su sit here. Just close the door. Lying down all day is uncomfortable. Sucha nodded emphatically. Xianqing is the best. Hanqing placed the basket near the fire, where the cubs began to squirm, and a bao started gnawing on the vines, luckily without teeth yet. Bai Mu helplessly held Sucha in his arms, positioning her in a sheltered spot, while Xianqing and Subai sat at the wooden door, their large frames preventing any wind from entering. Hanqing released the cubs, who began to crawl around, and Xianqing picked up Bao, admonishing, the ground is dirty. Don't crawl around, got it? Hanqing quickly ran to fetch a piece of bee skin to lay on the ground, placing the cubs on it. However, Dabao was restless, soon trying to crawl outside the confines of the skin. Bao and Sanbao remained obediently huddled together. Subai reached out to grab the adventurous Dabao, saying, this little one is quite mischievous. Sucha, nestled in Bai Mu's embrace, nodded. He must be just as disobedient as Bai Mu was as a child. It's not the first time. Look how well-behaved Bao, Sanbao, and Airbao are. Bai Mu glanced at the bubbling fish soup and said, Subai, please bring down the fish soup. Subai brought the fish soup to the table, along with the cooked rice. Taking the roasted meat Bai Mu handed him, he said, I'll take this to Chuangu. He then squeezed through a small opening to the next room, kicking awake the still sleeping Chuangu, tossing him the roasted meat, and teasing, are you a sloth? You sleep so much, should I feed you? Chuangu, munching on the roasted meat, wagged his tail eagerly, responding, no, I can manage myself. Subai glanced at the stone. If anything happens, call for me. Don't sleep too much. Chuangu nodded, contentedly enjoying the roasted meat. Delicious. Delicious. This definitely wasn't tea cooked by Subai. Bai Mu, cradling the petite female, asked, does it still hurt? Sucha shook her head. Not anymore. Just still a bit uncomfortable. Bai Mu accepted the fish soup from Xianqing, which was creamy and devoid of bones, as Xianqing had expertly removed them. Sucha took a sip, finding it pleasant, and drank a whole bowl. Xianqing, glancing over, asked, is it good? Want another bowl? Sucha nodded, enjoying a hearty meal. Hanqing took the dishes into the kitchen to wash, while Bai Mu offered another piece of roasted meat to Sucha. She eventually declined, saying, I can't eat anymore. You all enjoy. Only then did Bai Mu and the others relent, noting that most females gained weight after giving birth. Yet Sucha remained as petite as ever. If she knew, she would surely lament her round cheeks and soft waist, protesting her unfair treatment. Having all eaten their fill, they settled in the living room, watching the frolicking cubs, who seemed to possess boundless energy, excitedly squealing as they crawled about. Chapter 106. Awakening of the Stone by Mu observed Dabao, remarking, they should be opening their eyes by tomorrow. Dabao is already starting to grow fur. Subai. Upon hearing this, leaned down to check the Bao and discovered that the soft fur on him had begun to grow, no longer sticking to his body as it had when he was just born. Si Bao, however, still had no visible signs of growth. Xianqing also took a glance, noting only the Bao has grown, Air Bao and Sand Bao have not. Subai nodded, letting the Bao go to play, and remarked, "We still haven't figured out the situation regarding Shirtu being attacked. There may be issues with nearby tribes, so be cautious when going out." Xianqing scoffed. "Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare ambush me, don't worry." Su Cha teased, "You are the bravest of them all." Xianqing, unfazed, chuckled. "It's true. Su knows how to flatter me. That sweet tongue of yours, let me have a taste." As he spoke, he leaned in for a kiss. Su Cha immediately hid in the embrace of Bai Mu, exclaiming, "Air Liuzi, if you come over again, I will beat you to death." Xianqing, returning to his seat, remarked, "Even if I were to be beaten to death, I would willingly accept it. Go ahead." Su Cha turned her head. "I won't speak to Air Liuzi." Sabai, amused, looked at the two of them and inquired, Su, why do you call Xianqing Air Liuzi?" Su Cha playfully replied, "Air Liuzi is a compliment. Xianqing is indeed Air Liuzi." Sabai, observing her mischievous demeanor, could tell she was actually insulting him, and merely grunted in response. Xianqing huffed. "This is Su's affectionate term for me, so I will reluctantly accept it. Alas, who told Su to love me so much?" Su Cha tossed a small stone at Xianqing, saying, "You're so annoying, I really want to hit you." After some playful banter, the cubs began to wail pitifully. Su Cha, nestled in Bai Mu's arms, asked, "Are you hungry?" She patted Bai Mu, requesting him to carry her back to their room to feed the cubs. Xianqing, holding Si Bao, quickly followed, gently touching Si Bao's belly. He is indeed hungry. His belly is quite flat. Sabai, looking at the remaining two cubs, noticed Han Xing carrying San Bao and helplessly picked up the Bao and Air Bao, saying, "You are all too biased forgetting about these two." He placed the Bao and Air Bao on the bed, but Su Cha shooed them out. "Just leave Bai Mu here. You all go out." Everyone understood that Su Cha was shy and obediently exited, sitting in the living room to wait for the cubs to finish eating, only to hear the sound of slurping. Han Xing poked at the fire with a stick and asked, "What about the two beastmen outside?" Sabai replied, "Chuan Gu is sleeping with me. Shirtu hasn't woken up yet. I'll move him into my cave later." Xianqing, gazing intently at the scene in the room, felt a warmth within himself, but quickly averted his gaze upon meeting Sabai's eyes. Feeling embarrassed, Xianqing crossed his legs and touched his nose, saying, "This fire is quite warm." Sabai merely smiled, as he too had been stealing glances. Only Han Xing innocently continued to play with the stick, stating, "It's not hot. It's a bit cold at night." After a while, Bai Mu emerged with a basket, returning the cubs to their room, saying, "The little female is asleep." He then extinguished the fire and returned to his room. Sabai and Chuan Gu brought Shirtu inside, fearing he would freeze outside, and prepared for bed. Chuan Gu jumped onto the bed next to Sabai, and the two large lions squeezed together until late at night. When Sabai was kicked off by Chuan Gu, Sabai stood up and slapped Chuan Gu awake. Chuan Gu, holding his face, protested, "Why did you hit me in the middle of the night?" Sabai snorted, "Be quiet, or I will throw you out." He then climbed back onto bed, kicking Chuan Gu off to sleep. Chuan Gu stood for a moment, observing him, then cautiously crawled back up, curling up far from Sabai. The next morning, Bai Mu rose and opened the wooden door, watching the sun rise slowly outside, taking the meat out to dry. He went to the small room to check on the cubs, noticing that they had begun to grow fur, looking much better than the previous day. He thought Su Cha would surely like to touch Si Bao when she saw him. He then prepared to make fish soup and boiled white rice. Hearing some noise next door, Bai Mu turned and squeezed through the small hole, finding two lions sprawled on the bed and Shirtu struggling on the floor. Shirtu looked at Bai Mu with teary eyes and said, "Finally, someone is here. Can you give me some water?" Bai Mu nodded and fetched some water for him, noticing that neither of the two on the bed had woken up. Usually, Sabai would rise early, but today, even with the noise Shirtu made, he remained asleep, which struck Bai Mu as odd. He took the bowl back after Shirtu drank, who then lay quietly on the floor, his eyes fixed on the two on the bed. Bai Mu saw Han Xing awake and said, "You're up." Han Xing, still groggy, nodded and headed to the small room, then lay back down. Bai Mu hurried into the kitchen to stew the fish left from yesterday, washing the white rice to cook. Finding the plain white rice too monotonous, he went to the cellar, retrieving potatoes, cabbage, and meat, chopping them into pieces to add to the porridge. Xianqing strolled out, stretching and saying, "So comfortable. Is Su still not awake?" Bai Mu peeked out and softly called, "You could go wake her up. My rice is almost done." Xianqing glanced at Han Qing in the cub's room before heading to Su Cha's room. Observing the little female still sound asleep, her face flushed. He approached and pinched her soft cheeks, calling Su Su, "It's time to wake up." Su Cha, groggy, turned away and swatted his finger away, saying, "Let me sleep a bit longer, just 5 more minutes," and fell silent. Xianqing gently shook her a couple more times, but couldn't rouse her. So he exited and shrugged at Bai Mu. "Su Su wants to sleep." Bai Mu observed the pot of rice, nodding. "All right, I'll call her in a bit." The fish soup also needs a little more time. Xianqing stood at the cave entrance, watching the sun rise, stretching his body and flapping his arms towards the sun before taking to the sky, circling around until his figure gradually disappeared, leaving only a black dot against the sun. Han Qing lay beside the cubs, watching the fluffy 4 little ones, and murmured, "It feels like Si Bao is even cuter today." He poked their soft little bodies with his paw, thinking how fluffy they were, and imagined that the wolf cub Su Cha and he would have would surely be as adorable as Si Bao. Sabai opened his eyes and instinctively kicked Chuan Gu off, saying, "No wonder it's so cramped. It was you." Chuan Gu, still on the ground, had yet to react when he met Shi Tu's eerie gaze, causing him to shiver and exclaim, "You're awake. Why didn't you call us?" Sabai transformed back into human form and approached Shi Tu, asking, "Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable?" Shi Tu immediately voiced his grievances. "I called out, but you didn't wake up. It was the white tiger beast man who gave me water, or else I would have been dying of thirst." Sabai, feeling guilty, rubbed his nose. "I saved your life yesterday, and it exhausted me. What is wrong with me sleeping in?" Sabai said this so confidently that Shi Tu didn't dare meet his gaze. The tables had turned, and now Shi Tu felt sheepish, stammering, "Thank you, Sabai the shaman." Chuan Gu, watching Shi Tu, clicked his tongue. "Yesterday, I carried you back from the forest. If it weren't for Sabai, you would have died long ago. Now that you're awake, tell us what you saw in the forest. Who beat you like this?" Shi Tu, with a serious expression, began, "I initially intended to pick flowers in the forest to cheer up the females, but unexpectedly, I saw a group of people clad in pitch-black animal skins, their faces completely hidden. I was curious and followed them. They seemed to be searching for something, muttering about statues and healing. Then I was discovered, and I can't recall what happened next." Sabai, internally agitated, looked at the still trembling Shi Tu and reassured him, "It's all right. Thankfully Chuan Gu found you. Do you remember anything else?" Shi Tu pondered for a moment before responding. It seemed they didn't find what they were looking for and hurriedly left. "I accidentally got spotted. They were very fast, turning around and standing right behind me. I wanted to run, but was too late, only seeing a large blade coming towards me before I fell. I heard someone say he's dead. They probably left because they couldn't find what they were looking for." Chuan Gu, upon hearing Shi Tu's words, said, "That doesn't sound like the beastmen from nearby tribes. No one here would wear all black, and it's winter, so beastmen aren't out hunting. Could this pose a threat to our tribe?" Sabai nodded. "From what Shi Tu says, they are indeed dangerous. We should avoid any conflict with them. You need to instruct the tribe members to stay within the tribe and not to bring any suspicious beastmen inside." Chuan Gu recognized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly ran towards the chief's cave. Sabai patted Shi Tu's shoulder, saying, "You should stay here to recuperate." He then stood up and squeezed through the small hole, entering the kitchen where Bai Mu was. "Where's Xianqing?" he inquired. Bai Mu stirred the bubbling white rice in the pot and remarked, "He has gone out, but I have no idea where he has flown off to." Zaibai interjected with a soft exclamation, relaying what Shi Tu had just said about the stone statue, questioning whether it was the same statue that guided them here to find Su Su. Bai Mu turned around, contemplating. It is quite possible that the small female's healing magic triggered something in that statue. I suspect that the man in black may very well be from Yangcheng. Zaibai nodded in agreement, saying, "Once Xianqing returns, we should convene and discuss this matter further." With that, he departed. Bai Mu remained alone in the kitchen, lost in thought until he was burned by the hot rice, prompting him to hurriedly remove it from the stove and check on the fish soup, which he then carried into the living room. Observing the still motionless small female on the bed, he smiled and decided to wake Su Cha. He gently shook her awake, and she rubbed her eyes, murmuring, "I'm awake." Bai Mu supported her as she sat up, saying, "No need to get up. I'll bring the rice to you." As he turned to leave, Su Cha pulled him back. "No, I still need to brush my teeth. Let's eat out." She then dressed in a leopard print tube top and short skirt, donning a fluffy cloak while extending her arms for Bai Mu to carry her. Bai Mu tightened the cloak around her, saying, "You can wear thicker clothes tomorrow. I'm sorry for making you uncomfortable. Cha-cha." Su-cha touched the cloak and reassured him, "It's fine, I'm not going out, so I won't be cold." She then squeezed the almost empty toothpaste tube with effort before starting to brush her teeth. Bai Mu served the fish soup and rice onto the table. Han King, drawn by the aroma, brought the cubs out in a basket, exclaiming, "It smells so good." Bai Mu glanced at the squealing cubs and called out, "Wait for Su to eat together." He then carried a bowl next door to fetch Shi and Zai Bai. After expressing his gratitude, Shi watched Zai Bai until he nodded, at which point he happily accepted the bowl and began to slurp it down. When Bai Mu and Zai Bai returned, they found Han Qing drooling over the table, and Xian Qing had also returned, looking spirited. The family sat together in the living room, with Bai Mu placing the fish soup in front of Su-cha along with a bowl of fragrant porridge, distributing a bowl of rice to each person. Han Qing, unable to wait, began to eat without concern for the heat, while the cubs called out even more eagerly. Su-cha took a sip of the fish soup and asked, "Can the babies eat rice?" Uncertain, she recalled how the director of the orphanage fed many puppies with leftover food, sometimes resorting to just giving them water to grow. Bai Mu looked at the squealing cubs and assured her they can eat. He filled a bowl and placed it on the ground, letting the cubs out of the basket. As soon as they caught a whiff of the aroma, the 4 cubs rushed towards the bowl, happily eating until they began to spin around in delight. Su-cha found this amusing, asking, "Why are they doing that?" Bai Mu chuckled and shook his head, urging her to eat. After the cubs finished one bowl, Bai Mu decided not to feed them anymore, suggesting they should eat less. Zai Bai looked at everyone gathered and announced, "I have something to discuss with you all tonight." He then lowered his head to continue eating porridge. Xian Qing, having finished a bowl, stood up and said, "All right, I guarantee I'll be back tonight." Bai Mu nodded, inquiring, "Does anyone else want to eat?" Han Qing held out his bowl, saying, "I want more." Su-cha finished a bowl and 2 servings of fish soup before stopping. Moving about the living room with Xian Qing as support, Zai Bai rose to retrieve the bowl from Shi and placed it on the table, stating, "Han Qing, wash the dishes later. Bai Mu and I will go catch some heeing beasts." Xian Qing, with a serious demeanor, interjected, "I know where to find heeing beasts. I'll join you." Zai Bai shook his head. "You and Han Qing stay home to look after Su. Just the 2 of us will suffice." Xian Qing whistled in silence, while Su-cha, annoyed, pinched his soft flesh, warning, "If you touch again, I'll chop off your claws. Do you believe me?" Xian Qing yelped, Su, don't be so rough. We can discuss these intimate matters quietly in bed tonight." Su-cha looked at him incredulously. "You really do have thick skin, you scoundrel." Xian Qing took Su-cha's hand and gently guided it to his face, whispering, "Feel it, and you'll know how thick it is." Su-cha pulled her hand away and slowly walked around the living room, observing the cubs covered in rice and soup, exclaiming, "Why are they so dirty?" The others looked down to find all 4 cubs smeared with rice and soup, their tiny paws sticky and the eldest's fur turning gray from the mess. Bai Mu silently picked them up, saying, "I'll wash them." Su-cha, seeing Bai Mu prepare to use cold water, quickly called out, "Boil some hot water for them." Zai Bai, with a reluctant sigh, came over to assist in boiling hot water, not keen on taking the 4 dirty cubs from Bai Mu's hands. Chapter 108. Almost dismantle the house. Bai Mu and Zai Bai were in the kitchen giving the cubs a bath, creating chaos akin to dismantling a house. Su-cha, hearing the commotion, approached the kitchen, exclaiming, "Why does it sound like you're tearing the place apart just to wash them?" Xian Qing, quick to react, pulled Su-cha aside, warning, "Be careful." At that moment, the eldest cub suddenly leaped out. Bai Mu emerged, gripping the back of the eldest cub's neck, remarking, "He is too mischievous. Neither Zai Bai nor I can hold him down." Bai Mu was soaked through, and Zai Bai, squatting in the kitchen, was similarly drenched, his beautiful golden hair matted with dirty water. Su-cha cautiously hid behind Xian Qing, peering inside, and was met with utter disarray. The eldest cub was wailing like a slaughtered pig, while the second cub, filled with energy, was nearly unmanageable for Zai Bai. The third cub, however, appeared to enjoy the water, joyfully swimming around, while the 4th cub trembled, cowering in a corner, looking pitiful. Bai Mu, frustrated, watched the filthy eldest cub make a beeline for Su-cha, swiftly lifting him to give him a few pats on the bottom, which finally subdued him. The second cub, witnessing this, also settled down, allowing Zai Bai to wash him. Zai Bai chuckled, "This little guy is quite clever." Su-cha glanced over and said, "The 4th cub looks so pitiful. Let us wash him first." Han Qing stepped in, eager to help. "I'll wash him. Let us get it done quickly so we can take him out to sunbathe." With the 3rd cub still leisurely enjoying itself and no one attending to it, Xianqing placed Su Cha aside, saying, "Stay here and be good. I'll go lend a hand." Su Cha nodded, observing as the four of them efficiently handled one cub each. Han Qing, noticing the trembling fourth cub, hastened the washing process and soon emerged with the cub wrapped in an animal skin, exclaiming, "I'm going out first." Su Cha, seeing the still shaking fourth cub, followed him out, suggesting, "Why don't we let them warm up by the fire? The sun isn't very warm." Han Qing sat at the entrance, cradling the fourth cub, reassuring her, "It's fine, Su, come out and bask a little. It's quite warm." Su Cha wrapped her cloak tightly and joined Han Qing, watching the damp fourth cub. "You should dry him off." Han Qing, using the animal skin to wrap the fourth cub, was soon joined by Su Cha, who took the animal skin to rub the cub's fur vigorously. By the time Bai Mu and the others emerged, the fourth cub was almost dry. Seeing Su Cha outside, Bai Mu approached to carry her back in, saying, "Why are you out here? The morning breeze is strong." Su Cha, snug in her cloak next to Han Qing, shook her head. "I'm dressed warmly. I'm fine out here for a bit." Bai Mu had no choice but to sit down with the eldest cub in his arms. Su Cha, finding the scene amusing, remarked, "You just had 4 cubs. Each of you has 1. Xianqing looked down at the tiger cub in his arms and flirtatiously said to Su Cha, "If we had cubs together, they would be even cuter. Su, your eggs are very easy to hatch." Su Cha shot him a glare and tossed the animal skin at him, saying, "Use the skin to dry them. It'll be faster." Han Qing handed the fourth cub to Su Cha, saying, "Hold him for a moment. I'll go get the animal skin so they can play on it." Su Cha nodded, watching the now fluffy fourth cub, commenting, "They grow so quickly. Every day brings change." Han Qing soon returned with an animal skin, spreading it on the ground for the cubs to play on. The eldest cub, acting as if patrolling its territory, proudly raised its head and crawled over the skin, quickly engaging in a playful scuffle with the second cub, both yelping in delight. Meanwhile, the third and fourth cubs cuddled together, soaking up the sun. Su Cha leaned gently against Han Qing's shoulder, her gaze tenderly fixed on the playful cubs engaged in their roughhousing, finding their antics amusing without the urge to intervene. Bai Mu rose and declared, "It is still early. I will go with Su Bai to catch some Hisheng beasts and return by noon." Su Bai also stood up, brushing off his clothes, and added, "You two should keep an eye on the stone next door. We'll be back shortly." Su Cha nodded, watching them as she cautioned, "Be careful and return early." Su Bai nodded and, halfway turned, looked back at Han Qing and Xianqing, saying, "You two should stay home today and take care of Su. Xianqing waved dismissively, "Do not worry, I will be home today." Only then did Su Bai feel reassured, setting off with Bai Mu towards the outskirts of the tribe. Encountering Chuan Gu on the way and asking him to look after the stone, they stood at the entrance of the tribe, where Bai Mu surveyed the obscured entrance, surrounded by trees, and remarked, "Let us also check if there are any strange beasts nearby." Su Bai nodded, and the two deliberately took a detour into the forest. It was incredibly quiet, with only the sounds of birds and small creatures, making the Hisheng beasts a bit challenging to locate. Bai Mu glanced around the nearby woods and asked, "Where shall we seek the Hisheng beasts?" Su Bai paused before responding, "This place is too close to the tribe. Let us venture further into the larger forest." With that, he shed his animal hide, transforming into his beast form, and looked at Bai Mu. "Let us hurry, so we can return by noon." Bai Mu nodded, likewise revealing his beast form, and the two swiftly raced forward, startling the birds into flight from the trees. Back at the tribe, Su Cha and the others basked in the sunlight at the cave entrance, while the 4 young ones frolicked on the ground. Su Cha glanced at the meat at the cave entrance and mused, "If we sunbathe today, we can store it in the cellar tomorrow." Xianqing approached, cradling Su Cha in his arms, and asked, "When will you give me a child?" "Bai Mu has one, and I want one too." Su Cha swatted Xianqing's hand away. "Can't you let me rest? I give birth every day." Xianqing immediately chuckled and tightened his embrace around Su Cha. Su promised me that the next litter would be mine." Su Cha chose to ignore him, knowing that Xianqing would only hear what he wanted, selectively deaf to the word no. Han Qing lifted Si Bao and exclaimed, Su, look at this beautiful Si Bao." Su Cha took Si Bao into her arms, stroking its fur, so adorable, just like a puppy. Xianqing also glanced at the fluffy Si Bao. The young cubs of the Xianyu tribe were also very cute when they were young. Su Cha looked down and stroked Si Bao, pondering aloud, "Do they have feathers? I remember that chicks do not grow feathers for quite some time after they are born." Xianqing, feeling somewhat guilty, pinched Si Bao's tail and replied, Yes. Su, just wait and see how many will be born." Sucha recognized his expression and realized she was correct. Chicks are indeed bald when they first hatch. Han Qing separated a bow and air bow. Have you two been fighting for so long and are not tired yet? Suddenly, a voice called from a distance, Su Su. Sucha turned to see Chuangu approaching with Gua'er and Sherwu. Sucha raised an eyebrow, wondering what brought them together. Perhaps something noteworthy was afoot. She waved excitedly at Gua'er. Gua'er dashed over, and Sucha stood from Xian Qing's embrace, the two hugging joyfully. Xian Qing went inside to fetch a piece of animal hide to place at the cave entrance for the two females to sit on, then selflessly stepped away. Chuangu greeted them briefly before heading towards Su Bai's cave, yawning as he climbed onto the bed. Xian Qing, Han Qing, and Sherwu sat nearby, observing the two females. Sucha pulled Gua'er down beside her and whispered, "How did you end up with Chuangu? Is there something going on?" Gua'er sat down, focusing on the four cubs on the animal hide, and replied, "Not at all. I just happened to run into him. Chuangu already has a female he likes." Gua'er looked at the cubs and continued, "You only had 4, but Ahua and the tribe had 6. I have yet to see the white tiger cubs. They must be adorable." In Chapter 109, Xian Qing began to understand. Sucha picked up the most obedient Si Bao and handed it to the eagerly waiting Gua'er, saying, "Go ahead, feel free to touch it. There are females in the tribe who also give birth." Gua'er carefully held Si Bao and nodded, of course. But very few females give birth in winter, since everyone prefers to mate in winter when prey is most plentiful for the newborns. Sucha exclaimed, "Oh," and, seeing Gua'er engrossed in stroking Si Bao, she pulled her along, Bai Mu and the others 1T to go out to play. "I'm going to become a fool. Please tell me about the happenings in the tribe." Gua'er, excitedly thumping her thigh while holding Si Bao, exclaimed, "I have something to share. Just now, Hua had 6 cubs, guess what?" Feeling slightly guilty about speaking ill from behind, Sucha urged, "Let us keep our voices down. What happened with Ahua? Aren't he the cubs from her partner?" Gua'er glanced around and, leaning closer, whispered, "No. This is something I have never heard in my life. She had 6 cubs, and remarkably, 2 male beasts fathered them." Sucha, momentarily bewildered, asked, "What do you mean by 2 fathers?" Blushing slightly, she quietly inquired, "Could it be that the 3 of you mentioned last time included Ahua?" Gua'er waved her hand dismissively. "Impossible. The female we met last time was not Ahua. It was just that there were 2 fathers for that litter of cubs, and the tribe leader has forbidden us from discussing it." Sucha nodded. "After all, it is a bit." Gua'er agreed, though everyone is generally open-minded. The males still care deeply about their offspring. Sucha nodded, relaxing against Gua'er, watching her delight in Si Bao, and remarked lazily, "If you love it so much, why not have one yourself?" Gua'er, flaunting Si Bao, declared, "Of course, this winter, I will definitely conceive, and I will have more than you." Sucha chuckled, Sure, you'll have 10 in 1 litter." Gua'er quickly rebutted, "Forget it. I would be very satisfied with 5. I came looking for you yesterday, but Bai Mu said you were exhausted from giving birth and had fallen asleep, so I went back." Sucha nodded, "Yes, it was a sudden birth that startled me. Thankfully, Sabai was there." Gua'er returned Si Bao to play with Dabao and the others, then turned to Sucha and asked, "Does giving birth hurt?" Sucha recalled her experience from yesterday and said, "It hurts a bit at first, but once the cubs are out, it doesn't hurt anymore." Gua'er nodded, "Indeed. You were fortunate. It's your first birth. If there were any females, you have suffered greatly." Sucha understood that females give birth in human form, unlike males who are easier to deliver. Gua'er suddenly clapped her hands. "I just remembered. Let me tell you a rather explosive story, though it is not from our tribe." Sucha, accustomed to Gua'er's dramatic flair, curiously asked, "But you have never left the tribe. How do you know the gossip from outside?" Gua'er chuckled and leaned closer, saying, "There's a leopard tribe nearby, and they have a 2-star beast spirit. All the females in their tribe want to be his mate. Among them, 2 females planned to give him aphrodisiac fruits, but they were caught. That 2-star beast spirit locked the 2 females who ate the aphrodisiac together for 1 night, and no one noticed." Sucha gasped, "The lilies in the homeland have bloomed." Gua'er smirked, "What lilies? No one knows what those 2 females did inside." By the morning when they were discovered, the effects of the aphrodisiac had already worn off, and nobody knew what happened. Henceforth, whenever those 2 females met, they would lower their heads to avoid each other and refuse to speak about it. Suchari marked, Indev. It seems to have opened a new chapter, the first of the lilies on the desolate continent. What happened next? Gua'er, grinning mischievously, replied, "So everyone guesses that a male must have gone in, but no one knows who it was, only regretting that it wasn't themselves." Sucha looked at Gua'er's puzzled expression and decided not to elaborate further, simply nodding, "I suspect that too." Anything else? Guair shook her head, sigh. Everyone has been busy mating lately, and I can't find anyone to play with. Sucha glanced at Guair and asked, "Why are you so idle? Don't you want cubs?" Guair's face flushed as she glanced at Shi Wu in the distance and replied, "For such matters, the nighttime is sufficient. Who has the time for it every day?" Sucha, noticing Guair's shyness, playfully remarked, "Did you not wish to try the experience of 3 together? With winter upon us, we need not venture out for hunting. This is an opportune moment. Do remember to share your feelings upon your return." Guair, pushing Sucha's head away, replied, "I did not expect this side of you, Su. You try it yourself. I have no interest." Leaning against Guair's shoulder, the two frolicked joyfully until a mournful cry from Dabao broke the moment. Turning her gaze towards the animal hide, Sucha discovered that Dabao and Sanbao were in a scuffle, revealing Sanbao's unexpected prowess as he pinned Dabao down, who began to wail in distress. Guair hastily pulled Sanbao aside and comforted Dabao, saying, it's not painful," unaware that Dabao was a habitual offender. Guair was simply oblivious to the fact that this time he had met his match. Sucha, observing Guair's concerned expression, felt a pang of sympathy as she rubbed Dabao gently. Carrying Sanbao over to join Bao, Sucha remarked, "Dabao is quite mischievous and often engages in brawls with others." Upon hearing this, Guair chuckled, "This little rascal." Dabao, having been exposed by his mother, ceased his cries and aggressively crawled towards Sanbao once more. Guair, finding the scene amusing, laughed heartily. "He still wishes to seek revenge, haha." Sucha pulled Dabao back. "You cannot win. Why go and invite more trouble?" Ignoring her, Dabao persisted in his determined crawl towards Sanbao, prompting Sucha to scoop him in her arms, stating, "Let us see how you can crawl now. Behave yourself." Guair, fond of Dabao, extended her arms. "Let me hold him. I must return shortly." Sucha narrowed her eyes playfully. "Ah, I see. You're busy preparing for the little ones." Guair, cradling Dabao with a serious expression, looked at Sucha. Su, you have changed. You used to shy away from such discussions, but now you speak so freely." Sucha clicked her tongue. "Let us not expose each other. I only wish to see you act coy for a moment, lest you reveal your true self." Indeed, the next moment, Guair could no longer contain her laughter. "You truly understand me, Su. Those dull companions are no fun at all." Sucha glanced at Xianqing in the distance, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, come find me tomorrow. The young ones are even more adorable, changing daily." Guair, fondly stroking Dabao, replied, "All right, I shall return tomorrow." She then placed Dabao down and waved goodbye to Shi Wu. "We must be on our way. The hour grows late." Sucha nodded, watching Guair and Shi Wu recede into the distance. Xianqing immediately approached, casting a shy glance at Sucha. He leaned close, whispering, "I understood what you meant about 3 together. Do you wish to try?" Chapter 110. Bao's inferior talents. Sucha pushed Xianqing away. Turning her face, I understand. Dear brother, we were merely discussing taking Dabao and going out to play together." Xianqing, leaning against Sucha, nodded. "Whatever Su says is true." Han Qing, sitting beside the young ones, looked up at the sun and remarked, "It is nearly noon. Why have Bai Mu and the others not returned?" Xianqing also gazed at the sun, then stood up. "I will prepare fish soup for Su. Han Qing, please keep an eye on her." Sucha, puzzled, inquired, "Can you manage that?" She recalled that such tasks were typically handled by Bai Mu and Su Bai. Xianqing laughed lightly. Su, you underestimate me. I am not Han Qing." Han Qing, confused, looked up. "What about me?" Xianqing chuckled without answering, gently adjusting Sucha's cloak before heading to the kitchen. Upon entering, Xianqing discovered only 1 fish remaining, which Bai Mu had already cleaned. He washed the stone pot, preparing to use it, and called out, "Su, would you like white rice for lunch?" Feeling somewhat weary of white rice after several days, Sucha replied, "Let us have roasted meat. We can save the rice for tomorrow morning." Sounds of bustling filled the kitchen, indicating that Xianqing had begun his cooking. Sucha closed her eyes, nestled in her cloak, basking in the sun's warmth. Suddenly, a voice echoed her mind, "Su, I have returned." Glancing at Han Qing, who was engrossed in play with the young ones, she felt reassured and replied mentally, "What have you been up to during this time?" Covering her mouth to stifle a sound, she observed Han Qing, who was focused on the youngsters, allowing her to relax. The system responded cheerfully. "Repairing your body consumes my energy. Thus, I entered a state of dormancy. I have yet to reward you." With that, the system displayed a panel stating Host, Sucha. This time, 4 white tiger cubs were produced. Talent, 3A level, 1B level. Reward, a set of kitchenware and living supplies. Sucia pourset herlips, asking, how is talent calculated? The system, retracting the panel, replied, talent ranks from high to low, a B, C, D. A level is the rarest. This litter's high talent stems from the absorption of your partner's B soul powers. Even C Bao is B level. Without this absorption, C Bao would not have survived. Sucha nodded, silently observing the 4 cubs playing mischievously on the hide, while C Bao lay quietly aside. The system continued. Additionally, the healing abilities you possess were also advanced to you as a reward due to the presence of 3 A-level cubs. C Bao has thus experienced a fortunate turn of events. Smiling, Sucha replied, as long as they grow up safely, I am grateful, dear brother. The system replied with a cheerful tone, Su, I will always stand by your side. Your other 2 partners have returned. The rewards have been discreetly placed in the living room, so remember to check. Upon hearing this, Sucha looked up to see Bai Mu and Su by running towards her from a distance. Han Qing also turned at the sound, joyfully exclaiming, Bai Mu is back. Sucha responded with a smile, rising to greet them with open arms, eager for their embrace. As they rounded the last corner, Subai swiftly sidestepped Bai Mu and dashed towards Sucha, transforming into human form as he embraced her, panting, I'm still the fastest. He then turned to Bai Mu, you were slow. Sucha playfully scratched Su Bai's chin, laughing after such a long run. I wouldn't have been able to keep up. Bai Mu approached, setting down the grunt beasts and shifting into human form, chuckling at Su Bai. This time, I was careless. Next time, I shan't let you win. Sucha, swinging her legs, noticed they were without their hides and urged, quickly put on your hides. Xianqing is making fish soup in the kitchen. Xianqing poked his head out of the kitchen, exclaiming, you're back. Where are the grunt beasts? Bai Mu pointed towards the cave entrance, and Xianqing stepped outside, bringing the 2 grunt beasts into the kitchen and placing them on the counter. Sucha followed, asking, what about the fish soup? Xianqing flicked his hair back, pushing Sucha outside. Just wait and enjoy. I assure you, it will taste better than Bai Mu's. Pushed out, Sucha watched as Bai Mu, now donned in hides, emerged from the kitchen carrying firewood to start a fire, announcing, we shall roast the grunt beasts for lunch. Their meat is the most tender. Sucha, eyeing the grunt beasts, which resembled wild boars, intended to help, but was pulled back by Sabai, who settled her at the cave entrance. You stay here and play with the young ones for a while. We will call you when it's ready. Unable to argue, Sucha sat at the entrance with Han Qing, watching over the young ones to prevent any scuffles. She gently poked Si Bao, who was peacefully napping, keeping him from joining the raucous play of his brothers. Han Kingdom Art, Si Bao loves to sleep. He eats well and then dozes off, unlike the Bao and the others who are always so noisy. He's quite well behaved. Sucha nodded, acknowledging that Si Bao's talent was 1 level lower than the Bao and the others, destined to be weaker than his brothers. Not wishing to disturb Si Bao's slumber, Sucha relaxed at the cave entrance, soaking in the sunlight, while the adjacent Chuangu suddenly brought out a stone to bask in the sun as well. Sucha gazed at the distant lion, squinting her eyes, indifferent to the strangers as she was unfamiliar with them. Sabai stepped forward to address Shitu, saying, do you feel better? You can return tonight. Shitu, now in his beast form, lay on the ground and replied, I feel much improved, though my whole body still aches. Sabai nodded, that's normal. You were on the brink of death. A little pain is good. It serves as a lesson. Otherwise, your pelt might be stripped away next time you venture out. Listening to this, Shitu felt even worse and pitifully said, Sabai, the healer, please stop. I am frightened. Sabai smiled and stood, kicking Chuangu, stop sleeping, and keep an eye on him. Chuangu sprang up, got it. I will watch him closely. Sabai, satisfied, headed towards Sucha, kneeling down to stroke the little cub on the hide, asking, is Si Bao behaving today? Han Qing remarked from the side, among all the cubs, Si Bao is the most obedient, eating well and then sleeping, unlike Da Bao who fights with her Bao and San Bao. Sucha nodded, Si Bao is very well behaved. Sabai woke the still sleeping Si Bao and gently picked him up, stroking his fur, good cub. Si Bao awakened, did not fuss but softly whimpered. Sucha exclaimed in surprise, Si Bao can whimper now. He used to only make soft whimpering sounds. Han Qing, equally delighted, leaned in to observe Si Bao in Sabai's arms. Suddenly, Bai Mu shouted from the living room, what is this? I've never seen it before. Chapter 111. Not planning to tell them, Sucha immediately felt guilty and stood up to approach, noticing Bai Mu holding toothpaste, a toothbrush, a bar of soap, and even pots and pans, as well as a non-stick frying pan. Bai Mu tapped the shiny frying pan, producing a sharp sound that drew everyone's attention. Xuanqing, curious about the pile of items, came forward to touch them. What are these made of? They're so hard. Then he picked up the fragrant soap. This smells wonderful. Su Cha nervously twirled her fingers and said, "These items are all mine. Please don't ask where they came from." Instantly, all eyes turned to Su Cha, making her feel even more uncomfortable, so she hid behind Sabai. Sabai looked at the soap and said, Su, is this the soap you mentioned last time? Once we finish these, we can make some together. I remember. Su Cha nodded, quietly tugging at Sabai's fur skirt and peeking out to observe Bai Mu and the others' expressions. She had no intention of revealing anything about the system, as it was too bizarre. Xuanqing raised an eyebrow. If Su doesn't want to talk, that's fine. If anyone asks about these items, just say I brought them. Bai Mu nodded. We trust you. Su Cha immediately became cheerful and exclaimed, when it snows, I will teach you how to use these items. And this soap can be used for bathing and washing hair, while the detergent can be used for laundry and bathing. Everyone began to organize the items. And Su Cha tapped the frying pan to show Bai Mu, saying, when it snows, we'll stay inside and have hot pot. Bai Mu smiled, ruffling Su Cha's hair as he took the frying pan. You still need to recover. Take care. I'll prepare some hung meat for you tonight. Su Cha playfully stuck out her tongue. I'm already fine. Sabai, grilling meat in the living room, called out, Bai Mu, cut some more meat. Chuangu will eat at our place for lunch. Bai Mu waved his hand in acknowledgement, and Su Cha refrained from causing any more trouble, running towards the cave entrance to help Han Qing look after the cubs. Xuanqing, pleased with the rich, milky fish soup he had prepared, placed on the table with satisfaction. Bai Mu leaned in to take a look. Xuanqing confidently lifted the lid. It should be a success. I'm not Han Qing. Bai Mu nodded. Not bad. Scoop out a bowl to cool for the little female to drink later. Xuanqing rushed to the kitchen for a bowl, while Sabai came over to help with the grilling. Bai Mu glanced at the sizzling meat and went to the cellar to fetch a lettuce leaf, washing it clean and bringing it out on a plate. Su Cha inhaled the enticing aroma and exchanged glances with Han Qing, both understanding perfectly as they each picked up 2 cubs and headed inside. Chuangu, watching with drooling anticipation, said to the immobile Shitu, if you need anything, just call me. I'll take a look and snag a bit for you. Before Shitu could respond, Chuangu stealthily made his way to the adjacent living room. Su Cha sat beside Bai Mu, eyeing the sizzling meat and swallowing, asking, when can we eat? I'm so hungry. Han Qing nodded in agreement, while the cubs, drawn by the delightful scent, began to whimper. Han Qing gently patted Da Bao, saying, you can't eat yet. Be good. He then retrieved a basket from the small room and placed all 4 cubs inside, ensuring they wouldn't accidentally tumble into the fire. Sabai glanced at the approaching Chuangu and said, since you're here, just sit. Your nose is quite sharp. Chuangu chuckled and greeted Su Cha before sitting beside Sabai, eyeing the meat in his hands. How come I never noticed your grilled meat was so fragrant before? Sabai clicked his tongue. Do you think I'm like you, sleeping all day and doing nothing? I have a partner. Chuangu, hearing Sabai's clicking sound, quickly covered his mouth, fearing his past would be revealed. He remembered how much Su Cha loved playing with Guayer, and if word got out, the entire tribe would know by tomorrow. Sabai shrugged off Chuangu's hand in disgust. Have you washed your hands? Don't cover my mouth. Chuangu raised his hand to show they're clean. Su Cha, observing their banter with curiosity, asked Chuangu, do you have a secret that Sabai knows about? Chuangu immediately shook his head. No. Sabai added meaningfully, exactly, none. Xuanqing brought over the fish soup, handing it to Su Cha. Su, drink quickly. The temperature is just right. Su Cha, captivated by the fish soup, took a sip, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xuanqing. It's delicious. I want more. Xuanqing sat down, saying, okay, there's more. Let me know when you finish so I can serve you more. Chuangu, watching Su Cha concentrate on her soup, sighed in relief and quietly made a gesture of prayer to Sabai, whispering, I beg you. Sabai nodded and handed the grilled meat skewers to him and Han Qing, saying, eat quickly and take some shitu. Chuangu, not daring to linger, accepted the food and began to devour it ravenously, blowing on it as it was hot. Bai Mu presented the tenderest meat from the hung beast, grilled to perfection and sprinkled with salt and pepper, before handing it to Su Cha. Be careful, it's hot. Su Cha took it, nodded, blew on it, and wrapped it in a lettuce leaf to eat, also preparing one for Bai Mu. Xuanqing, noticing, immediately became displeased and tugged at Su Cha, pointing to his mouth. Su Cha wrapped one up and offered it to him, finally appeasing him. After a delightful lunch, Su-cha sat at the cave entrance basking in the sun, rubbing her belly while Bai Mu and the others tidied up inside. Han Qing came out, holding the whimpering cubs, and said to Su-cha, "They are hungry." Su-cha observed Shidu rising outside and walked to her room, prompting Han Qing to bring out Si Bao and San Bao to eat. Su-cha patted Si Bao's belly. "Eat a bit more, be good, and grow as strong as your brothers." Da Bao in the basket began to whimper and gnaw on her Bao's paw, only to be toppled over and mounted by her Bao. Bai Mu, having cleaned the dishes, entered, urging Han Qing to leave, and sat at the edge of the bed. Holding Da Bao and Bao listening to their sucking sounds and asked, "Does it hurt when they bite, Cha-cha?" Su-cha shook her head. "It doesn't hurt, just that Da Bao might bite." Upon hearing this, Bai Mu playfully slapped Da Bao's rear and declared, "Next time anyone bites the mother beast painfully, they will never eat again." Da Bao immediately behaved, seemingly afraid of Bai Mu. Su-cha glanced at the quiet Da Bao and laughed. "This fellow is a bully against the weak and fears the strong, a little clever one." Si Bao, having eaten enough, released his grip and lay in Su-cha's arms, licking his little paws, while her Bao continued to eat, prompting Su-cha to tease Si Bao, "You are already full, little one." As the second child finished eating, they embraced both little ones, Bai Mu, and prepared to feed the firstborn and the second. Su-cha, feeling drowsy from being drawn in, had risen too early today. Bai Mu approached, allowing Su-cha to lean against him, his arm supporting the two children. Xian Qing entered, his gaze fixed on the delicate figure of Su-cha, and spoke, "I will return to the Xian Yu clan shortly." Su-cha, languidly waving her hand, replied, "Go ahead." Xuan Kuing approached, planting a gentle kiss, his hand playfully caressing her, and said, "I shall be back soon." With that, he departed, and Su-cha muttered a playful curse at his retreating figure. "Rascal." Chapter mo jam mo hai, Bai Jian, Bai Xing, Bai Zhang, Bai Yi Ue. Bai Mu placed the satiated cubs in a basket and carried them to a small room, allowing Su-cha to rest. She lowered her clothing and lay on the bed, her eyelids already heavy, watching Bai Mu's silhouette fade away. Upon returning, Bai Mu noticed that Su-cha had fallen asleep, adjusted the animal hide over her, and quietly stepped outside to join Su Bai and the others, transforming into their animal forms to bask in the sun at the cave entrance. Su Bai opened his eyes slightly and asked, "Is Su asleep?" Bai Mu nodded, stretching his body and licking his paws as he lay beside Su Bai, intending to take a short nap. Han Qing had already fallen asleep, lying on his back with all four paws in the air, snoring loudly, fortunate that the cave entrance was a sufficient distance from Su-cha's room. Su Bai, unable to sleep, observed the sun as it gradually shifted across the sky until it could no longer reach their cave entrance. He quietly repositioned himself to bask in the sunlight. Bai Mu opened his eyes, looked up at the sun, and murmured, "It's already afternoon. How time flies." Su Bai shifted his posture and replied, Su is still asleep." With Su-cha in slumber, they were at a loss for what to do, lying there sunbathing. Xian Qing, clutching a plump fish, swooped down from the sky, shook his wings, and placed the fish down, inquiring, "Is Su still asleep?" Bai Mu carried the fish into the kitchen, responding, "Still sleeping." Xian Qing transformed into human form, entered, and upon seeing Su-cha awake, he rushed over like a bear drawn to honey, exclaiming, "You're awake. Let me give you a massage." Su-cha, feeling weak, rolled over and requested Xian Qing to massage her back. Xian Qing immediately complied, straddling her and began to massage, asking, "Is the pressure all right?" Su-cha replied, "Press harder here, it's sore." The massage felt delightful, causing Su-cha to emit soft sounds of enjoyment. At the cave entrance, Han Qing suddenly lifted his head and rushed towards the room upon seeing Xian Qing above Su-cha, shouting, Su isn't well yet. Stop bullying her." Su Bai restrained Han Qing, saying, "Xian Qing is just giving Su a massage. Now what you think?" Han Qing peeked inside, but returned to bask in the sun. Su-cha, feeling relaxed, rolled over beneath Xian Qing and said, "Now massage my head and my thighs." Xian Qing repositioned himself, resting Su-cha's head on his lap, and began to massage, asking, "Is this comfortable?" Su-cha nodded with her eyes closed. Xian Qing leaned down to kiss her chubby cheeks, saying, "Then let me have some comfort tonight as well." Su-cha shot him a glare. "If you don't want to, I'll call Han Qing in." Xian Qing pleaded, "No, Han Qing can't massage as well as I can." He continued diligently massaging her, ensuring her entire body felt relaxed before dressing her and carrying her to the cave entrance. Su-cha observed the three furry beasts at the entrance, excitedly urging Qianqing to place her atop Bai Mu. Qianqing hesitated, saying, "But I have fur too." Su. Su Cha pushed him away, eager to leap onto the fluffy Bai Hu, lion, and wolf. Bai Mu rolled over, exposing his belly, and said, "Place Cha Cha up here." Qianqing, filled with jealousy, set Su Cha down, watching her happily explore. So Bai extended his fluffy tail to tease Su Cha, while Han Qing did the same. Qianqing, envious of his own feathers, watched. Su Cha lay on Bai Mu's soft belly, joyfully touching every inch, feeling like paradise for anyone who adored fluff. She laughed, patting Han Qing's head, calling, "Erha, big doggy hee hee hee." Han Qing licked Su Cha's fingers, while Qianqing sulked nearby, looking like a cast-off partner. As Su Cha turned to stroke Sabai, she remarked, "You don't have fur, but you can come over to pet Han Qing. He is very nice to touch." Instantly, 3 pairs of eyes glared at Qianqing, warning him not to approach, as they only permitted Su Cha to pet them. Upon seeing their expressions, Qianqing mischievously grinned and approached, saying, Su asked me to touch her." He reached out to grab Han Qing's tail, which Han Qing promptly avoided, shouting, "I only let Su touch me." So Bai also firmly rejected Qianqing's touch. Bai Mu clenched his fists, casting a warning glance at Qianqing. Fearing a collective assault, Qianqing looked to Su Cha with a plaintive expression, saying, Su, you're neglecting me. You must make it up to me tonight." Su Cha rubbed her nose. "It's not me. They won T let you touch them." Oomph. She turned back to play with the 3 fluffy beasts. Qianqing raised an eyebrow and walked over, reaching out to touch Su Cha, saying, "Fine, I can touch Su too." Su Cha swatted Qianqing's hand away and hid behind the 3, when suddenly a loud noise echoed from the cave. In human form, Qianqing easily got up, heading into the cave to retrieve a basket, where the cubs were mewing loudly. Su Cha, lying on Bai Mu's belly, gathered the cubs and placed them on Bai Mu's fluffy abdomen to play. As soon as the 4 cubs emerged, they began to crawl around, with the firstborn already making its way towards Sabai. Su Cha watched as the firstborn tumbled onto its back, paws flailing, and burst into laughter, saying, "Look at him." Bai Mu smiled, extending a hand to flip the firstborn over. Su Cha observed the cubs, now awake, and proposed, "Let us name them." Bai Mu nodded. "You name them?" Su. Su Cha looked at the obedient fourthborn and declared, "Since the cubs bear your surname Bai, the firstborn shall be Bai Chun, the second Bai Xing, the third Bai Yang, and the fourth Bai Yu. What do you think?" Bai Mu immediately agreed. "Beautiful names. They would sound even better with your surname." Su Cha shook her head. "It's better for them to take your surname. Bai sounds lovely, and cubs should inherit their father's name." Qianqing chimed in. "That is fine, but I don't have any cubs, Su. Su Cha shot him a glare. "Cubs aren't conjured. If you want them, just have them." Han Qing nodded in agreement, muttering, "Exactly, I should be the first." Bai smiled silently, holding the fourthborn. "Bai Yu, you shall be called Bai Yu from now on." The fourthborn seemed to respond with enthusiastic cries. Naming the cubs elicited reactions from them as well. Han Qing called each name and received responses. Su Cha looked up at the sky, realizing the sun was setting, casting a warm hue over them. She turned and met Bai Mu's gaze. Bai Mu smiled and embraced Su Cha tightly, saying, "This is wonderful. Cha, I hope we can continue like this forever." Su Cha, surrounded by her partner and cubs, smiled and softly nodded, replying, "Yes, forever together." Chapter 113, One Person, One Night. Bai Mu relished the warmth of the moment before rising and stating, "I will take care of the humming beast." So Bai tucked the fourthborn into Qianqing's arms, urging him not to disturb Su Cha, and followed Bai Mu into the kitchen. Han Qing was wholly devoted to playing with the cubs. Standing in the kitchen, Bai Mu glanced at the incoming Su Bai and said, "I can handle this alone. You should keep Su Cha entertained." Su Bai shook his head. "Isn't it faster with another person?" He quickly approached and skillfully chopped off the humming beast's hind legs. Bai Mu, seeing this, had no choice but to wash the pot, deciding to use a new one upon seeing the shiny iron cookware. Before long, with their cooperation, the humming beast's large hoof was simmering. Su Cha, accompanied by Han Qing and followed by the 4 little ones, entered the kitchen. Bai Mu, sitting by the fire, pulled Su Cha into his embrace, asking, "Why did you come in? Aren't you cold?" Su Cha wrapped her cloak tightly around herself, nodding, "The wind is quite chilly tonight." At that moment, Shirto, with Chuan Gu's assistance, approached to bid farewell to Sabai, stating that he felt better and wished to return. Sabai inspected him and, upon agreeing, looked at Chuan Gu and instructed, "You shall escort Shirto home." Chuan Gu glanced at Xuanqing, who was in the kitchen fetching meat. realizing he had missed the chance for a treat, and reluctantly departed under Sabai's cold gaze, glancing back multiple times. Sucha, feeling a pang of sympathy, suggested, "Why don't we send some roasted meat to Chuanga later?" Sabai shook his head while watching the two retreating figures and seated himself, remarking, "Chuangu does not enjoy meat roasted by others. Let us indulge ourselves." Sucha acknowledged with a soft "oh," extending her hand towards the fire. If Chuangu heard this, he would certainly refute Sabai's words loudly, exclaiming, "I love to eat." Sabai, in high spirits after sending off the two bothersome ones, started roasting meat while Han Qing kept an eye on the little ones. Suchan nestled in by Moo's embrace, observing the iron pot, and remarked, "I haven't taught you how to use this yet, and yet you've mastered it." Bai Mu, du chuli posek kulina taleng. Bai Mu affectionately ruffled Sucha's hair, saying, "From now on, let me know what you wish to eat. I shall prepare it for you." Sucha nodded, watching the sizzling meat in Bai Mu's hands, her mouth watering, while the little ones nearby chattered noisily, creating quite a commotion. Xuanqing, unable to bear the noise, covered her ears and exclaimed, "Han Qing, can you please quiet them down?" Han Qing, gazing at the eldest cub, who was howling loudly for the roasted meat, pinched his mouth and warned, "Bai Chen, stop howling, or I shall throw you out." The eldest cub ceased his cries and turned to engage in a tussle with the second cub, who now took his turn to wail. A rather pitiful sight. Sucha lifted the eldest cub and playfully swatted his behind, admonishing, "Do not bully your younger brother. As the elder brother, you must care for the little ones. Be good, or you want to be allowed to eat roasted meat." The swat was gentle, but the eldest cub, undeterred, continued to provoke Sucha. Bai Mu, with one hand grasping the eldest cub's neck, delivered a couple of light slaps on his rear, and he finally quieted down. Bai Mu tossed the eldest cub back into the basket, stating Cha-Cha was too gentle. Sucha observed the obediently lying cub in the basket and nodded. Indeed, he was too gentle. He isn't even afraid of me. Xuanqing released her ears, relieved. Finally, some peace and quiet. Why can't the eldest cub be as well-behaved as the fourth and simply sleep? She gazed with satisfaction at the fourth cub, who lay quietly in the basket. Sucha remarked, "It's truly evident that they are four distinct cubs, each with vastly different temperaments. The eldest is a mischievous little tyrant. The second is also playful but obedient. The third is stable and only reacts if provoked, while the fourth is quiet, simply eating and sleeping." Bai Mu, note that the eldest cub cannot even best the third. It's just that the third doesn't wish to play with him. Han Qing, having spent the most time caring for the cubs, chimed in, "Last time, when the eldest cub provoked the third, he got pinned down and beaten, haha." Sucha, aware of this, chuckled lightly, poking the eldest cub, who had buried his head in his paws, teasing, "You even know how to be shy." The eldest cub chose to ignore her, opting to play dead and remain motionless. Sabai set down the pot and ladled a bowl of broth for Sucha, saying, "Sip it slowly, it's hot, and I've saved some meat for you." Sucha accepted the bowl, noting the broth's clarity and its lightness, taking a small sip and exclaiming it was hot. Xuanqing, sitting nearby, took the bowl, blowing on it, and remarked, "Of course it's hot." Sabai just took it off the fire, silly Su. Bai Mu handed the freshly roasted meat to Sucha, saying, "Eat the meat first. You can drink the broth later." Sucha nodded and secretly touched her chest. She suspected the fish soup was affecting her, leaving her feeling uncomfortably full. Bai Mu tightened the cloak around her shoulders, saying, "You can wear thicker clothing now." Sucha enjoyed the roasted meat, alternating bites with crunchy lettuce, savoring the flavors. Suddenly, she turned to Bai Mu. He smiled and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Let me give you a massage. Hurry and eat." Sucha's ears flushed crimson, fearing they might discern her feelings, and she shrank further into Bai Mu's embrace, taking small bites of the roasted meat. However, Bai Mu's massage was undeniably soothing. Xuanqing approached with the broth, feeding Sucha a sip before setting it aside, stating, "If you wish to drink, just call for me." Then she turned back to continue roasting meat. Sucha let out a sigh of relief, having feared Xuanqing might have discovered something. Thankfully, the cloak was sufficiently large and fluffy to conceal her well. After a hearty dinner, with Bai Mu's assistance, Sucha managed to feed all the cubs, and Han Qing took them back to their room, leaving the cave in serene silence, snuggled in Bai Mu's arms by the fire. Sucha gazed at the starry sky and mused, "When will it snow? I want to have a snowball fight." Sabai looked up and replied, "In a few days, and it will be heavy snow." Sucha clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Yay, when it snows, we can cook hot pot." Bai Mu tightened his embrace around Sucha. Nodding yes, let us have hot pot. Xuanqing, leaning nearby, added, since Su Su is better now, we should return to our usual sleeping arrangements. Su Cha shot Xuanqing a glare. You rogue, why is your mind always filled with such thoughts? Xuanquenhe immediately flashed a flirtatious wink. Su Su, are you that eager? Perhaps I should take you tonight. Bai Mu interjected. All right, let us rotate nights, starting from tonight. Everyone nodded in agreement, while Su Cha protested in vain. By midnight, Bai Mu carried Su Cha back to their room, while Bai quietly extinguished the fire and closed the door to return to his own room. Han Qing slept alongside the cubs, and Xuanqing strolled back to her own room, casting a casual glance at Su Cha's room. Bai Mu laid Su Cha down on the bed, gently patting her back, murmuring, sleep now, Cha-cha. Su Cha nodded, thinking Bai Mu might do something more, and gently hit her own head, reminding herself not to think of such things and to sleep. Cocooned in Bai Mu's warmth, she gradually drifted off, while Bai Mu opened his eyes and kissed her plump cheeks, whispering, I love you, Cha-cha. In the adjacent room, Xuanqing heard no sounds and prepared for sleep, convincing herself that Bai Mu was a decent man and surely not taking advantage of Su Su at this hour. The night passed quietly, and the following morning, Bai Mu gently released Su Cha, stealthily getting out of bed and opening the wooden door to stretch. Bai emerged from the next room, regarding Bai Mu. Up so early? Bai Mu nodded. I couldn't sleep, so I got up. Su Cha is still sleeping soundly. Chapter 114, The Pearl Necklace. Bai stretched and said, I'll step out for a bit. I'll be back shortly. Saying this, he headed toward the tribe. Bai Mu watched as the sun slowly climbed over the horizon. Hearing a commotion, he turned to see Xuanqing sleepily emerging to stand beside him, stretching her limbs. After some stretches, she asked, feeling better? Any plans for today? Bai Mu shook his head. No plans, just staying home today. Xuanqing nodded. All right, I need to return to Xuanyu tribe for a matter. Call me if anything comes up. With that, she spread her wings and soared into the sky, spinning freely before heading toward the mountain peak. Bai Mu, watching Xuanqing's disappearing figure, sat alone at the cave entrance, noting that Su Cha and Han Qing were still asleep. So he decided to go to the kitchen and prepare some rice. Perhaps the aroma of the rice wafted into Han Qing's nostrils. For as the rice bubbled in the pot, Han Qing awoke and emerged, calling to Bai Mu in the kitchen. It smells so good. Are you cooking rice? Bai Mu nodded. You're awake. Let us go wake Su Cha. Han Qing bounded towards Su Cha's room, bending down to shake her awake, exclaiming, Get up. Bai Mu is cooking rice. Su Cha groaned, opening her eyes to see Han Qing grinning widely, and instinctively, she slapped him across the face. Han Qing, covering his face in feigned indignation, protested. Why did you hit me? Su Su? Fully awake now, Su Cha sat up and replied, If I want to hit you, then I shall. Bai Mu, hearing the ruckus, entered with warm clothing for Su Cha, saying, Wear this today, it will keep you warm. Su Cha gazed at the long red fur outfit, resembling a cozy set of pajamas, and after bouncing on the bed a couple of times, she exclaimed, I love it. Thank you, Bai Mu. She reached out for a hug. Bai Mu embraced Su Cha as they exited the room, placing a toothbrush filled with paste in her mouth, instructing, Brush your teeth. There's hot water for washing your face later. Su Cha nodded while crouching in the kitchen, brushing her teeth. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Su Su, good morning. Su Cha responded, You seem rather idle lately. The system cheerfully replied, Not at all. I'm here to supervise you. So hurry up and have those cubs. Disregarding the system, Su Cha focused on her teeth brushing, feeling it was rather distracting. In the living room, Bai Mu scooped the white rice from the pot into a bowl, glancing at Han Qing, who was drooling beside him, and chuckled. The little female is busy brushing her teeth. Han Qing nodded, gazing longingly at the steaming bowl of rice. Once Su Cha finished washing her face, she emerged and took a seat, noticing only Han Qing was present. Where are the others? Aren't they home? Han Qing, who had woken up the latest, shook his head. I only saw Bai Mu when I got up. Bai Mu stepped out of the kitchen, handing a spoon to Su Cha. They had something to attend to and probably won't be back until noon. Su Cha responded with an "oh" and buried her head in the porridge, feeling warm and comfortable. As Han Qing prepared to eat his second bowl, the cubs awoke and began to cry. Bai Mu set down his bowl and said, You eat. I'll go fetch them. Han Qing set down his bowl as well and followed Bai Mu to bring the cubs out. The cubs had grown fur, becoming even cuter than before. After enjoying 2 bowls of porridge and a bowl of stew made from the mother beast, Su Cha set her bowl down to play with the cubs. She lovingly held the 4 little balls of fur, burying her face in them, exclaiming, They're so adorable. Bai Mu, look. The cubs nestled contentedly in their mother's embrace. Bai Mu stroked the four treasures and said, "Little ones, grow up quickly." Once Han Qing finished eating, he squatted down to join Su Cha in teasing the cubs. Bai Mu took his bowl and utensils to the kitchen to wash and put them away. Suddenly, Su Bai rushed back in from outside, holding something, and swiftly dashed away without a word. Su Cha observed Su Bai's urgency and said, "Bai Mu, go see what's happening." Bai Mu nodded, instructing Han Qing to look after Su Cha before hastily following Su Bai, sensing something was amiss in the tribe, as Su Bai's character was never so frantic. Su Cha sat at the cave entrance with the cubs, anxiously watching their departing figures, saying, "Could something be wrong?" Han Qing, cradling the four treasures, replied, "We'll know when Su Bai returns. Don't worry, Su, they're very capable." Su Cha nodded, pushing her worries aside to focus on playing with the cubs, feeding them once more, as she usually did 3 times a day, occasionally giving the four treasures extra treats. Han Qing went inside to fetch a cloak for Su Cha, and the two sat together at the cave entrance, basking in the sun. Su Cha noticed the sun wasn't as warm today and poked Han Qing, who was wearing only a fur skirt, and asked, "Aren't you cold?" Han Qing shook his head, saying, "Not at all." "Are you cold, Su? Should we go inside?" Su Cha hugged the four cubs tightly and shook her head. "Let's stay here and enjoy the sun." Once the cubs were full, they lay peacefully in their mother's arms. Suddenly, from afar, Guaer's voice called out, "Su." Han Qing stood up to make room for Guaer and her partner, who sat nearby, guarding them. Su Cha split the cubs in two for Guaer to hold, asking, "Why are you up so early?" Guaer replied, holding the fluffy cubs, "I was woken up. No one wants to rise so early in the dead of winter." Su Cha quickly inquired, "Did something happen?" Guaer, with a frown, said, "The nearby leopard tribe sent people over to propose an alliance to attack the Black Horse tribe. The chief summoned all the males early this morning." Understanding the urgency, Su Cha remarked, "No wonder Su Bai was in such a hurry. Did our tribe agree?" Guaer scoffed, "How could that be? Our tribe is self-sufficient." "Of course." "We disagreed. I heard the leopard tribe is negotiating with our chief in his cave. I suspect it will not go well." Su Cha nodded, "Indeed. Our tribe has ample food in winter and does not need to compete with others." Guaer confidently added, "The strongest tribes here are the leopard tribe and us, the lion tribe, which is why they want to ally with us." Feeling reassured, Su Cha stroked the cubs in her arms, trusting that Su Bai had a plan. Guaer leaned in with a conspiratorial tone. "I heard their chief's daughter came along, intending to win over Su Bai. But this year, he's been taken by you. I wonder how they are negotiating." Su Cha felt a bit curious. It seemed the leopard tribe intended to use beauty to charm Su Bai. Guaer scratched her chin and suggested, "Why don't you ask Su Bai when the shaman returns? And then tell me?" Su Cha leaned on Guaer's shoulder. "All right, I'll ask him when he gets back." Guaer gazed up at the sun. "I really want to go out and see. I heard there's an exchange event where beastmen from other places gather to trade." Su Cha nodded. "When we have time, let's go together. You wait here for me." She then dashed inside and quickly returned with a string of pearls, placing it around Guaer's neck. Su Cha sat down, saying, "This is for my last visit to the Sun City. I'm gifting you a string." Delighted, Guaer stroked the shiny pearls. "They're so sparkly and beautiful." Thank you, Su. Chapter 115. The Leopard Tribe Female. Guaer, enchanted, admired the smooth beads which shimmered even brighter in the sunlight. Su Cha, seeing her delight, smiled and said, "If you like them, I'll make you a bracelet next time. I haven't had time lately with the cubs to take care of." Guaer playfully replied, "Thank you, Su. I love it." She reached up to touch the pearls again, adding, "You're so good to me. I don't know what to give you in return." Su Cha smiled and shook her head. "That's what friends do. I'm just being a good friend." Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance as a large group approached, led by a striking female. Han Qing immediately jumped up, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Cha. Guaer's partner joined him, ensuring the two females were shielded. Guaer quietly remarked, "It seems she is not from our tribe. I wonder what she is here for." Su Cha observed the leading female, who appeared fierce rather than delicate, brandishing a dark whip and sporting braided hair tied with animal hide atop her head, clearly indicating her intent. "Going here comes closer, Isu Cho whispered to Guo. Let us see what they want first." The approaching female called out to Han Qing, "Bring out Su Bai's partner. I want to make things difficult for you." The whip cracked ominously in her hand as her entourage of over 10 males echoed, "We are from the leopard tribe. Our chief's daughter is interested in Su Bai. It's his good fortune, so don't be ungrateful." Su Cha frowned at their words. Han Qing, maintaining a serious demeanor, retorted, I don't care who you are. If you don't leave, I want you hold back. Han Qing and Gui Er's partner, both tall and strong, stood firm, blocking the view of the two smaller females behind them. The leading female, Man Na, leaned against one of the males and declared, I just wanted to see what kind of female could win over Su Bai. I've been pursuing him for a year, and they haven't accepted me. Unmoved, Han Qing replied, that's your issue. If you can't win him over, it's not my concern. Su Cha placed the cubs in a basket for Gua Er to hold, glancing at her inquisitive friend, gently pulling her aside. Watch the cubs for me. Gua Er nodded and whispered, I think Man Na is quite formidable. You shouldn't go out. Wait for Su Bai to return. Su Cha shook her head and firmly grasped Han Qing's arm, declaring, I am Su Bai's mate. As she spoke, she stepped out from behind Han Qing, and finally beheld Ma Na's appearance. With her head held high, draped in leopard-patterned bee skin, she leaned proudly against the chest of a male, exuding a striking and aggressive beauty. Ma Na casually lifted her gaze towards the petite female opposite her, who was fair-skinned and delicate, with a melodious voice and flowing black hair, clothed in a large fur garment that made her seem endearingly huggable. The group of males behind Ma Na momentarily lost focus when Su Cha emerged. Ma Na chuckled lightly, flicked the whip in her hand, and with a sharp crack, brought the males back to their senses, the closest one receiving a tangible strike. Su Cha frowned as she observed the scene, but refrained from interrupting, aware that trouble was brewing. Ma Na approached with a smile, her ponytail swaying, her beauty becoming even more pronounced as she displayed her wild charm. Su Cha took a step back, her hand tightly gripping the horned dagger gifted by Bai Mu. Han Qing immediately revealed his beast form, leaping to stand in front of Su Cha, stating firmly, Here, we do not have a rule against striking females. He then let out a warning roar at Ma Na to deter her advance. Pondering whether she harbored resentment for not winning Zabai's affection, yet she found herself rather fond of the striking beauty before her. Ma Na tossed the whip, which she never let go of, to the males behind her and addressed Han Qing. Is this acceptable now? She then turned to Su Cha with an inviting smile. This whip was a gift for my adult male beast. I rarely part with it, but today, I'll throw it for you. Su Cha, perplexed by Ma Na's intentions, looked at Han Qing and said, It's fine, you can step aside. Gua Er watched with apprehension, fearing a confrontation might erupt, and remained ready to assist Su Cha. Ma Na extended her arms as she approached. Don't worry, I won't harm your female. I'm merely curious about one thing. Reluctantly, Su Cha allowed Han Qing to step back, standing her ground with the dagger still in hand. Han Qing remained close, prepared to defend her at a moment's notice. Ma Na, now closer, reached out to pinch the chubby cheeks of the smaller female, exclaiming, just as I thought, wonderfully soft and smooth. I almost envy your partner. Su Cha was momentarily taken aback, expecting a rivalry to unfold, only to find Ma Na merely touching her. Ma Na, amused by Su Cha's stunned expression, laughed and said, Did you think I came here for Zabai? Just a male. If it weren't for my father insisting I pursue him, I wouldn't bother. I heard that the Lion Clan Zabai found a beautiful female, so I came to see. Su Cha quietly sheathed her dagger and replied, I thought you were here to warn me to return Zabai. Ma Na opened her arms and embraced Su Cha, saying, You seem even more captivating than Zabai. Stop pretending. I already felt your bone knife within your embrace. It seems we are quite alike. Su Cha, touching her nose, replied, Thank you for the compliment. I'm just a simple little rabbit who knows nothing. Ma Na stroked Su Cha's hair, stating, When I become the leader of the leopard clan, if you find it hard to live, feel free to come to me anytime. Su Cha nodded, appreciating Ma Na's bold personality. You must work hard. As she gestured encouragement, Ma Na suddenly turned, exclaiming, TSK, so slow. It took you this long to notice me. Su Cha glanced towards the approaching Zabai, Bai Mu, and Chuan Gu, who were hurrying over. Bai Mu, upon seeing Su Cha seemingly pinned by Ma Na, leaped up and charged towards the leopard males. Ma Na placed her arm around Su Cha's shoulders, laughing, Your partner is quite impressive. Su Cha nodded, Of course, Bai Mu loves me the most. Ma Na turned to Su Cha, looking into her bright eyes, Never believe the love proclaimed by males. It will lead to your downfall. Su Cha noticed Bai Mu had already bitten one of the leopard clan members and called out, Stop, don't fight anymore. I'm Fine. Bai Mu leaped, rescuing Su Cha from Ma Na's hold, transforming into human form and standing coldly beside Gua Er. Zabai approached with a stern expression, addressing Ma Na. I have already rejected you. Why do you still trouble Su Su? Ma Na retorted, You really have a big face. Who said I came to cause trouble for Su Su? Besides just one male? My leopard warriors are plenty. I don't need you. She waved to Su Cha. Su, you're always welcome to visit the leopard clan. With that, she and her group of males left in a flurry. Su Cha waved goodbye to Ma Na with a tinge of reluctance. Chapter 116. The leopard clan strikes back once Ma Na and her entourage departed. Bai Mu began to inspect Su Cha for any injuries. Had there not been so many people around, he likely would have stripped her bare. Su Cha quickly grasped Bai Mu's hand, assuring him, I'm fine. Ma Na is a good person. Zabai approached with concern etched on his face, asking, Are you okay? I'm sorry, Su. I didn't expect the leader of the leopard clan to come today, let alone Ma Na. Su Cha looked earnestly at Zabai. Ma Na means no harm. I'm fine. She doesn't like you. Guair stepped forward, eyes wide with excitement, saying that was so thrilling. I thought you two were going to fight. Su Cha looked around, asking, Where are the cubs? Han Qing quickly lifted a basket, exclaiming, Right here? The cubs are quite heavy. Guair wrapped her arm around Su Cha's, explaining, The cubs were a bit heavy, so I passed them to Han Qing. Shiwu approached, taking Guair away to give Su Cha and the others space. Guair looked back at Su Cha with reluctance, and Shiwu whispered in her ear, prompting her to smile and bid farewell to Su Cha as she followed him away. Chuan Gu and the other tribe members soon departed, leaving only Su Cha and her family at the cave entrance. Once the area was clear, Su Cha opened her cloak and revealed the horn dagger in her hand. Smiling as she reassured, Don't worry, I'm truly fine. Besides, I was on guard against Ma Na. Although she liked Ma Na, she was wary of trusting anyone in this beastly world. Bai Mu's tense expression finally relaxed as he remarked, You can't do that again. Otherwise, I'll spank you. Su Cha playfully covered her backside, stating, I'm too old for that. No spanking. Bai Mu chuckled softly and playfully tapped her nose. No being naughty. Su Cha turned to Zabai, inquiring what happened. Why did Ma Na and her group come to our tribe? Bai Mu glanced at the sun and replied, It's noon. What do you want to eat, Cha-Cha? Su Cha rubbed her stomach, saying, Roasted meat sounds good. Bai Mu nodded and headed towards the kitchen, while Han Qing followed closely behind, carrying the cubs. Zabai pulled Su Cha to sit at the cave entrance before explaining, to clarify, I have no relationship with Ma Na. Today, the leader of the leopard clan wanted to discuss a collaboration to attack the Haima tribe, proposing a share of the females and food. However, we declined, as our tribe has ample food and does not need to raid weaker clans. Su Cha nodded, contemplating the implications that would result in many deaths. Is Ma Na highly regarded in the leopard clan? Zabai confirmed. She is the daughter of the leopard clan leader. Unless something unexpected occurs, she is likely to be the next leader. However, each new leader must fight the tribe's top warrior to claim their position. Su Cha nodded, suddenly expressing her hopes. I wish her success. It's rare to encounter such a wild female who does not rely on males, treating them merely as tools. Turning, she met the sparkling eyes of the four cubs and laughed. Why is it so quiet today? Why isn't Baicha making noise? He is usually the most boisterous. Han Qing replied, When you walked toward Ma Na earlier, Dabao almost climbed out of the basket. Su Cha reached out to pet the four cubs, saying, Were you worried about me, my sweet babies? Dabao, receiving praise, wagged his tail excitedly, letting out happy yips. Su Cha stood up, basket in hand, declaring, Let us go inside and help Bai Mu. She then headed towards her room with the cubs, while Han Qing followed, ready to assist her in feeding the little ones. Su Cha gently stroked Bao and said, Today, you have learned to worry about the safety of the mother beast, so you shall be rewarded with food first. As she spoke, she handed air Bao and sand Bao to Han Qing, while she herself cradled sea Bao and Bao, allowing them to eat first. Today, the little ones were particularly quiet. Han Qing held both of them, and they simply swallowed, gazing intently at the mother beast's chest. Su Cha was amused by their appearance and softly comforted air Bao and sand Bao. The mother beast is helpless. It is her fault for having only two. Air Bao and sand Bao wriggled free from Han Qing's embrace and crawled towards Su Cha, crying out eagerly. Su Cha decided to lift them all up. The four of them harmoniously licked the exposed skin of Su Cha without any competition. When Bai Mu entered, Han Qing took the initiative to step out and assist Su Bai in cutting meat. Su Cha waved at Bai Mu, calling out, Look, the little ones are so well-behaved today. Bai Mu approached and sat down, watching the four fluffy cubs in Su Cha's arms, who indeed appeared very obedient. After a while, the Bao stopped eating, using his paws to nudge air Bao to eat instead, while Si Bao willingly made way for San Bao to have his turn. The four of them took turns eating. Su Cha lovingly caressed them and said, Did you get scared today, my dear ones? The Bao nuzzled his head against Su Cha's palm, crying out. Bai Mu looked at the Bao and said, The Bao says he wanted help today. but the basket was too high for him to climb out. Sucha leaned down and kissed the Bao gently. Don't worry, my dear. The mother beast is fine. Eat more and grow strong to protect her. The Bao ceased his cries, pushing Bao aside and earnestly nursing. Sucha laughed as she fed them all until they were full, placing them back in the basket. Bai Mu lifted the basket, supporting Sucha as they made their way to the living room. Han Qing emerged from the kitchen carrying meat, along with a plate of lettuce leaves. So Bai took a skewer and handed it to Bai Mu, while Sucha reached out for one to roast herself. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping echoed from the cave entrance, indicating that Xian Qing had returned. Sure enough, the next moment, Xian Qing's voice rang out. Did you miss me? Div Susu? Sucha looked up to find Xian Qing holding a plush bee skin that was golden in color, its fur remarkably beautiful. Xian Qing approached and draped the bee skin over Sucha, inspecting it from left to right, saying, It suits you perfectly. My long flight was not in vain. Sucha touched the bee skin on her body, admiring its vibrant color. This is so beautiful. Xian Qing, where did you get it? Xian Qing handed the bee skin to Bai Mu. When you have time, please make clothes for Su Su. It will be perfect for winter. Bai Mu nodded, rising to place the bee skin in his room, while Xian Qing plopped down in Bai Mu's seat. Bai Mu, upon returning, had no choice but to sit beside Han Qing. Sucha happily shook her head and said, To show my gratitude, I will roast meat for you today. Xian Qing immediately nodded, smiling as he exclaimed, Wow, it has been ages since I tasted Su Su's roasted meat. I am so looking forward to it. Upon hearing this, Sucha grabbed a skewer in each hand and called out, Eat up. Today, I shall indulge you. Xian Qing leaned against Sucha's shoulder, gently massaging her lower back, and spoke softly, Oh, don't overexert yourself. I would feel heartbroken. Sucha's eyes sparkled with joy, and Xian Qing casually retrieved Si Bao from the basket, placing him on his lap to stroke his fur. Suddenly, the voice of Chuan Gu rang out, and he rushed into the cave. So Bai initially thought he had come to mooch food, but remained silent. Chuan Gu, panting heavily, said the leopard clan returned, and Mana took people straight to the Black Horse clan. Sucha was startled. They had moved so quickly to attack. So Bai stood up abruptly, looking at Chuan Gu. Are you certain you saw that? How could they act so swiftly? Hearing this, Xian Qing asked Sucha, Did something happen while I was away? Sucha placed her hand on Xian Qing's arm. I will explain it to you shortly. Chuan Gu steadied his breath and hurriedly continued. I saw it with my own eyes. There's no mistake. It was Mana who led them. So Bai nodded. Mana is ambitious. I didn't expect them to insist on attacking even after we declined. Although the Black Horse clan is not a match for the Leopard clan. The Leopard clan won't fare well either. They will likely suffer a Pyrrhic victory. Chuan Gu, drawn by the aroma of the roasted meat, instinctively moved to sit beside Su Bai and said, Should we take advantage of the chaos between the Leopard and Black Horse clans and strike? Su Bai handed Chuan Gu a skewer of roasted meat, shaking his head. No need to concern ourselves with them. We will station people at the tribe's entrance. If a large number of beastmen approach, we will notify the males in the tribe to be cautious of the Leopard clan. Sucha remained silent, focusing on the skewer of meat in her hand, but she believed that Mana was not that kind of person. Xian Qing observed that their conversation had concluded and poked Sucha, saying, Can you tell me now? Sucha turned the skewer in her hand and replied, Earlier today, the leader of the Leopard clan came with his daughter, wishing for Su Bai to marry into their clan. Then, the leader's daughter approached me, and afterward, that female took her people away. That is all I know. Su Bai raised his hand. I have no connection with Mana. It was the Leopard clan that sought to collaborate with us to attack the Black Horse clan. They proposed splitting food and females evenly. I did not agree, and they left. Xian Qing, suddenly alert, turned to Sucha and asked, That female did not harm you, did she? If so, I will deal with her. Sucha shook her head with a smile. I am fine. Mana only touched me briefly before Su Bai and the others arrived. Upon hearing this, Xian Qing seemed even more agitated, lazily resting his head on Sucha's shoulder while contemplating how to confront Mana next time they met. Sucha gently stroked the top of Xian Qing's head, assuring him, I am unharmed. Do not worry. As she spoke, she offered him the sizzling, juicy roasted meat here. Eat up. Xian Qing gleefully accepted it, wrapping it in lettuce to eat, while Bai Mu handed a skewer to Han Qing, indicating he should eat without worrying about the little ones. Han Qing, holding the basket, waved the roasted meat enticingly at the cubs, who cried out eagerly. Sucha chuckled at the sight of the cubs, now fluffy and crammed into the basket, resembling 4 little glutinous rice balls. Han Qing raised the roasted meat high, calling out, "You are still too young. You can't eat this yet, so be good." Bai Mu brought the basket closer and said to Han Qing, "You eat first. Let them cry." Han Qing, feeling hungry, nodded and began to eat the roasted meat wrapped in lettuce, glancing at the squealing cubs and asking, "Bai Mu, when can I eat meat?" Bai Mu looked at the 4 fluffy cubs, who gazed at him with yearning eyes, chuckling softly. In a few days. Meanwhile, Su Bai was teaching Chuan Gu how to eat with lettuce leaves. Chuan Gu, imitating Su Bai, wrapped roasted meat in a lettuce leaf and took a bite, immediately exclaiming, "This is delicious. What is this grass called? I want to go pick some." Su Bai playfully tapped Chuan Gu's forehead. "It's winter. I wonder if there is any lettuce left. Hurry up and eat. Don't forget the task I gave you." Chuan Gu, busy eating, could only nod in response. Su Cha, noticing Chuan Gu's enthusiasm, said, "I will give you one to take back later." Chuan Gu's eyes sparkled with delight as he swallowed the roasted meat, finally saying, "Thank you, little female." Su Cha turned to Han Qing, asking him to fetch a head of lettuce and a cabbage from the cellar for Chuan Gu to take home. Han Qing stood up and walked to the kitchen, quickly returning with 2 fresh, juicy heads of lettuce and cabbage, well preserved in the cellar. Han Qing placed the vegetables beside Chuan Gu, saying, "This is lettuce, the same as what you just ate, and this cabbage is also quite delicious." Chuan Gu thanked Han Qing again, clutching the 2 vegetables while eyeing the roasted meat in Su Bai's hand. Su Bai turned and handed him another skewer, saying, "Eat quickly. Once you finish, go guard the entrance of the tribe. You can sleep there anyway." Chuan Gu, now with the 2 fresh vegetables and a skewer of roasted meat, smiled broadly and nodded, "I will go once I am full." Su Cha observed Chuan Gu indulging in his meal with great relish, and before she realized it, she had consumed quite a bit herself, her belly now round and full. Turning to Xian Qing, she inquired, "Are you still eating? If so, I shall roast more." Xian Qing nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm still hungry, Su." Without hesitation, Su Cha roasted 2 more skewers of meat, handed them to Xian Qing, and then stood up, slowly wandering around the living room. Having filled his belly, Chuan Gu wiped his mouth and cheerfully walked away, clutching 2 vegetables. Shabai, watching Chuan Gu's retreating figure, muttered, "It seems his brain isn't functioning too well." Hearing this, Su Cha chuckled and asked, "Why are you scolding Chuan Gu?" With a smile, Bai remained silent, helping Su Cha as they circled the fire pit. Bai Mu handed the skewer of meat in his hand to Han Qing and then held the little ones, waiting for the 2 to finish eating so they could tidy up the living room. After finishing his skewer, Xian Qing stood up, approached the other side of Su Cha, and supported her, saying, "I am full now." Han Qing, having also finished, began cleaning up the living room and remarked, "I am full too." Bai Mu handed the basket to Han Qing, saying, "Let me clean up. You just watch the little ones." Han Qing nodded, holding the little ones aside to make space for Bai Mu to clean, and sat down only after Bai Mu had taken the plates and utensils to the kitchen to wash. After wandering in the living room for a while, Su Cha grew weary and sat down beside Han Qing, playing with the little ones. Xian Qing closely followed Su Cha, leaning against her as if devoid of bones. Bai looked at Su Cha and said, "I will go check on the tribe. I will return shortly. You all should stay inside. It is not safe outside today." Su Cha nodded, looking at Bai, "Be careful." Bai nodded and departed, needing to inform the tribe members to prepare for battle. Su Cha watched him leave until he was out of sight, then lowered her head to play with the little ones. She scratched Bao's chin and noticed he was enjoying it, so she used both hands to scratch him, finding that Bao remained still, tilting his head back for more. Su Cha laughed, "This little fellow. Xian Qing, you should try it. It's quite amusing." Seeing Bao's delighted expression, Xian Qing reached out to scratch Bao, discovering that the little ones seemed to enjoy being tickled. Han Qing Shaimedin, extending her hands to show Bao and San Bao. It seems they like being tickled, not just on the chin. Su Cha looked down, changing her scratching spot onto Bao, who then exposed his belly as if saying, "Mother beast, scratch my belly," placing her hand onto Bao's belly and scratching. He indeed responded with contented hums. Su Cha was amused by his reaction. Bai Mu, having cleaned his hands, emerged and, hearing Su Cha's laughter, asked, "What are you laughing about, Cha-Cha? You seem so happy." Su Cha raised her head, beckoning Bai Mu over. "Come quickly. Your little ones are so entertaining." With Bai Mu's arrival, they each took a little one to tickle. Han Qing handed Bao to Bai Mu, saying, "You tickle him." Su Cha and everyone else looked at Bai Mu, encouraging him to tickle Bao. As Bai Mu's hand landed on Bao, who began to make soft, cooing sounds, Bai Mu couldn't help but smile broadly. Su Cha burst into laughter. Aren't they delightful? Bai Mu nodded, continuing to tickle Bao. The scene was lively as the four of them played with the little ones, exhausting them to the point where Bao, in Su Cha's hands, no longer paid attention to her, closing his eyes to sleep. Reluctantly, Su Cha placed them into the basket for Han Qing to carry to the room for their slumber. Xian Qing leaned against Su Cha's shoulder and asked, "Do you want to keep playing? If so, we can wake them up." No sooner had Xian Qing spoken than Bai Mu stood to head towards the little one's room. Su Cha quickly called out to him, "Don't go, I want to sleep too." Bai Mu halted, turning gently to Su Cha. "Are you tired?" Jiaonin, Su Cha nodded, admitting that her ability to stay awake until now was fueled by her desire to play with the little ones, but she was now struggling to keep her eyes open. Xian Qing stood, carrying Su Cha towards the room, saying, "I am also tired. Let us sleep together." Han Qing remained in the little one's room, and Bai Mu, observing Xian Qing and Su Cha lying on the bed, extinguished the fire and turned towards the cave entrance, where the sun blazed brightly overhead. Bai Mu transformed into his beast form, sprawling at the entrance with his head resting on his paws, enjoying the warmth of the sun. Outside the tribe, Chuan Gu had fallen asleep in the concealed grass by the roadside. Bai, having notified the tribal leader, was searching for him, and as expected, he found Chuan Gu snoring loudly. Bai approached and kicked Chuan Gu awake, laughing as he watched him spring up. "I walked all the way here, and you still didn't notice me. If it were anyone else, I bet your head would have been moved by now. All you do is sleep." Chuan Gu, seeing that it was Bai, shamelessly approached and said, "Of course, I knew you couldn't bear to leave me alone guarding the entrance. He. Bai raised an eyebrow. "I indeed do not trust you, which is why I came to check on you." He then instructed Chuan Gu, "Transform into your human form. Our beast forms are too conspicuous." Chuan Gu happily complied, tucking away his beast form and lying in the grass, patting the spot beside him. "This is a great spot I found. If they come from that direction, they won't see us at all." Bai nodded and laid down beside him. Indeed, they were well concealed, as Chuan Gu's beast form was too eye-catching. Chuan Gu lay down and said, "With you here, I can sleep peacefully." Bai turned his head, amazed at how quickly Chuan Gu fell asleep, and had no choice but to watch the entrance for anyone approaching. Inside the tribe, Su Cha had already drifted off to sleep, while Xian Qing, who initially did not intend to sleep, found himself closing his eyes and succumbing to slumber. The leopard tribe was situated close to the lion tribe, while the black horse tribe lay on the other side of the forest, neither too far nor too close. From his position at the entrance, Bai could hear the roars of beasts, the screams of females, and the sounds of distress. He perked up his ears to listen closely. It seemed the situation was quite intense. Although the black horse tribe was slightly weaker than the leopard tribe, their combat prowess was formidable, and their leader was a young male with a one-star beast soul. Now, he anticipated that tribe's success. Bai stood watch until the afternoon, when Chuan Gu finally awoke, rubbing his eyes and looking at Bai beside him. "How long have I slept? They're still fighting?" Chuan Gu too had heard the fear sounds. Bai glanced at the sun's position, estimating, "It's probably afternoon now." In the tribe, Xian Qing had awakened, gazing at the little female sleeping soundly in his arms. He gently adjusted his body, then got out of bed and walked towards the cave entrance. Spotting Bai Mu lying at the entrance, he said, "I am going back to the Xianyu tribe. I will return shortly." Bai Mu lifted his eyelids and replied, "Go ahead." Xian Qing spread his wings and took to the sky, circling once before flying towards the mountain peak. Bai Mu watched as his figure disappeared. The little female was undoubtedly still asleep. Han Qing awoke quickly today, just as Xian Qing left. She emerged carrying a basket and a piece of bee skin to lay at the cave entrance before taking the little ones out of the basket. The little ones, curious about Bai Mu, who looked just like them, crawled towards him. Han Qing sat down, looking at the 4 identical cubs and the larger version of Bai Mu, and said with a smile, "He is your father, little ones." Bai Mu reached out, gently rubbing the tops of the 4 little cubs' heads, saying, "Be quiet. Your mother is still asleep." The large head of the white tiger playfully nudged the 4 little dumplings, and the cubs seemed to understand, becoming quiet and only making soft cooing sounds. Han Qing placed them all on Bai Mu, with the Bao mischievously using his father as a slide. Bao tugging at Bai Mu's fur, San Bao resting atop Bai Mu's head, and Si Bao obediently sitting on Bai Mu's large paw, gently kneading as if nursing. Han Qing, watching Si Bao's actions, wanted to laugh but feared waking Su Cha, so she suppressed her amusement, calling out, "Bai Yu, this is your father, not your mother." Bai Yu paused momentarily, then continued to energetically knead Bai Mu's paw. Bai Mu, having laid down, disregarded the others, his gaze fixated on the grand bed within the room. Han Qing, observing to bow, awaited his descent from Bai Mu's back before lifting him up to continue sliding. Suddenly, Bai Mu rose, and the four little dumplings tumbled from him. Han Qing hastily caught Dabao and Sanbao. Without a backward glance, Bai Mu strode into the room, having just noticed Su Cha turning over, indicating she was about to awaken. Bai Mu transformed into his human form and entered the room. Su Cha had already roused, rubbing her eyes, and inquired, "Where is Xian Qing? This fellow wakes up without calling for me." Bai Mu approached with a smile, helping Su Cha to sit up. He has matters to attend to and has returned to the Xianyu tribe. Su Cha responded with a soft "oh" upon hearing a sound at the cave entrance. "Are the little ones by the entrance?" Bai Mu cradled Su Cha and walked towards the entrance, taking a seat beside Han Qing. Nestled in Bai Mu's embrace, Su Cha gazed at the little ones crawling on the ground, suddenly spotting Si Bao happily stepping on the animal skin, exclaiming, "Look, Si Bao is stepping on milk." Han Qing immediately interjected, "Earlier, Si Bao was stepping on Bai Mu." Su Cha swiftly turned to Bai Mu, who nodded in affirmation. The sight of Si Bao stepping on milk was overwhelmingly adorable, emitting a series of soft coos. Su Cha's gaze remained fixed on Si Bao, and she remarked, "Sabai has yet to return. I wonder how the leopard tribe is faring." Bai Mu gently stroked Su Cha's hair, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Sabai is not participating, and the leopard tribe is swift. Even if they cannot defeat their foes, they can certainly flee." Su Cha, leaning against Bai Mu, basked in the winter sunlight, which was not particularly warm as the breeze carried a chill. At the entrance of the tribe, Chuan Gu and Sabai lay concealed in the grass, analyzing the distant battlefield. The prolonged conflict suggested that neither side would emerge victorious. The strife between the leopard tribe and the black horse tribe had frightened nearby, smaller tribes, prompting several to approach the vicinity of the lion tribe for observation. In the distance, a small rabbit had just scurried away, likely sent to gather intelligence. After all, the largest tribes in the area were the lion and leopard tribes. Chapter 119. Mutual Destruction. Su Cha lifted her gaze towards the sun, estimating it to be around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Han Qing, beside her, was teaching the little ones to howl. Amused, Su Cha observed Han Qing's efforts, commenting, "They are not wolves." Ignoring her, Han Qing continued, holding Dabao and instructing, "No, Dabao should howl like this." A wood Dabao, with a sweet voice, tilted his head and howled. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke billowed from the forest, and Xian Qing descended from the mountaintop, settling beside Su Cha. She stood and looked into the distance, asking, "Xian Qing, can you see what is happening over there?" Xian Qing urged her to sit, explaining, "That is the Black Horse tribe's territory. The leopard tribe has set it ablaze." Soon after, a thick smoke began to rise from a nearby hill, accompanied by the startled cries of females. Su Cha was taken aback, and Xian Qing, idly toying with her fingers, continued, "The leopard tribe has burned the Black Horse tribe's territory, and in retaliation, the Black Horse tribe has sent people to burn the leopard tribe's land. Neither side is gaining anything." Su Cha nodded, resting against Bai Mu's shoulder. Thankfully, Sabai did not agree to attack the Black Horse tribe alongside the leopard tribe. Bai Mu, gazing into the distance, remarked, "In truth, the leopard tribe does not have the upper hand, which is why they sought the lion tribe's alliance. This time, enmity has been forged between the two tribes." Su Cha nodded, gathering the little ones close and grooming their fur. She then inquired, "Where has Sabai gone?" Xian Qing, observing Su Cha retract her fingers, resumed tugging at her hair and replied, "Sabai is lying in the grass at the foot of the mountain." Su Cha nodded, deciding to ask Sabai about it when he returned that evening, and focused on playing with the little ones. As the smoke above the leopard tribe's territory grew thicker, while that over the Black Horse tribe diminished. In a concealed cave within the Black Horse tribe's territory, a multitude of individuals, including the frail, the elderly, females, and young ones, crowded together with food. Outside the Black Horse tribe, Man Na observed the staggering loss of lives among her kin and lamented their refusal to concede. At this rate, the leopard tribe's warriors would exhaust themselves. Suddenly, a male beside Man Na turned, pointing towards their tribe's direction, exclaiming, "This is bad. The Black Horse tribe is staging a sneak attack." Man Na turned to see smoke rising above her tribe, where her parents still remained. After a moment of contemplation, she waved her hand, commanding, "Return to the tribe. If this continues, we will not be able to penetrate their defenses." Man Na swiftly mounted the leading leopard and raced back to the tribe. Within the Black Horse tribe, a robust black horse, its hooves glistening and bearing a sharp horn, watched the retreating figures of Man Na and her group, solemnly stating, "They have departed. Let us ensure the females remain in the cave for 2 days, just in case." Then, with a heavy heart, he gazed upon the numerous corpses of his kin, some belonging to the leopard tribe as well. A follower behind him called out, "Chief, they are returning." On a narrow path on the opposite side of the tribe, a few stealthy members of the Black Horse tribe crept in, addressing their chief. "What a relief. We specifically targeted the caves where the leopard tribe stores food and burned them, avenging our kin who perished at their hands. Let them freeze and starve this winter." The foremost Black Horse transformed into human form, turning to them and stating, "Well done." Then, pointing to the ground littered with bodies, he declared, "Let us take good care of our fallen brethren and skin the leopard tribe as pelts to make garments for our young." The others nodded in agreement and began to gather the remnants of their devastated tribe. In the end, neither side emerged unscathed upon her return. While no one in Man Na's tribe had been harmed, the caves containing their stored food and countless pelts had likely been set ablaze. Sabai observed the hurried retreat of the leopards, noting their disheveled backs as they departed. Once they were gone, Sabai clapped Chuan Gu on the shoulder, saying, "Let us return. The battle is likely over. Come along." He stood, brushed off the grass from his clothes, and strolled back toward the tribe, with Chuan Gu trailing behind, exclaiming, "Wait for me." I did not expect the battle to conclude so swiftly. The Black Horse tribe was ruthless, sending people to burn the leopard tribe's winter supplies and furs. Sabai looked towards the tribe and remarked, "One could say the leopard tribe was overly greedy. The Black Horse tribe is not to be trifled with." Chuan Gu nodded as they approached the tribe, where they encountered the chief. Their eyes met briefly. Sabai addressed the elder, "Chief, why are you out here?" The chief, seeing the two approach, quickly grabbed them and urged them back towards the tribe, exclaiming, "I've been searching for you too. Hurry back. There's a fight outside. It's dangerous." Upon entering the tribe, Sabai halted and instructed Chuan Gu, "Escort the chief back and inform the tribe once more not to leave the premises." Chuan Gu nodded and assisted the chief in departing, while Sabai made his way home, having missed Su Su and feeling a longing for her. Su Cha watched as Si Bao resumed stepping on milk, inquiring, "Is Si Bao hungry? He's been stepping on milk all day." Bai Mu lifted Si Bao from the animal's skin, and despite being in midair, Si Bao continued to paddle his little paws, emitting soft whimpers, oblivious to the reason. Upon Sabai's return, he was met with a rather endearing scene. All 4 pairs of eyes unintentionally fell upon Su Cha's chest, unaware that Sabai had returned. Holding Si Bao, Su Cha, however, did not allow him to feed and adjusted her clothing, only to lift her gaze and spot Sabai's figure. Not yet cognizant of their heated gazes, she joyfully exclaimed, "You're back. Come over and tell us who won." Sabai approached with a smile, settling beside Su Cha and nudging Xianxing aside to embrace her, stating, "Give me a kiss, and I shall tell you." Su Cha playfully pushed his head away, still holding Si Bao, and replied, "Why are you acting like a rogue? Just tell me already." Xianxing chimed in from the side, wronged. Su, I have been very well behaved today." Bai Mu glanced at Sabai and said, "Enough of the antics. Speak now." Su Cha nodded eagerly. "Yes, tell us, what is the situation? How did both sides end up ablaze?" Sabai placed his head atop Su Cha's and remarked, "Neither side is faring well. The Hema tribe has suffered considerable losses, yet fortunately, their food and females remain unharmed. Alas, the supplies and furs meant for the Bao tribe's winter have been consumed in flames by the Hema tribe. Such a waste of abundant provisions." Su Cha nodded, expressing concern. "With the Bao tribe out of food, will they come to raid us? After all, we are in close proximity." Xuanqing chuckled softly, reassuring her, "Fear not, Su, they would not dare." Sabai concurred, adding, "The Bao tribe is likely to target the nearby small settlements or continue their standoff with the Hema tribe." Only then did Su Cha breathe a sigh of relief, stating, "That is good. I dislike the thought of conflict, as it brings injury." Bai Mu playfully snatched Su Cha from Sabai's embrace, leaving Si Bao for him to hold, and comforted her, "I shall protect you. Do not worry." Su Cha affectionately nuzzled against Bai Mu, saying, "With you all here, I am unafraid." Sabai, cradling Si Bao, gently groomed him as the 5 of them sat together at the cave entrance. The distant smoke was dissipating, yet the remnants of the Bao tribe's turmoil lingered. This winter would likely claim lives once more for the small tribes nearby. Upon learning that the Bao tribe's food and furs had been incinerated by the Hema tribe, trembled in fear, dreading a raid on their own settlements. Chapter 120. A life of tranquility, Sucha gazed as the sun dipped behind the distant mountain, the day slipping away. She inquired, "Is there an exchange fair nearby?" Sabai pondered for a moment before responding. "The nearest city is Lujing Shircheng, but the exchange fair will take place after winter." Sucha nodded in understanding, leaning back into Bai Mu's embrace. Bai Mu began to comb her hair, asking, "Do you wish to go out and play cha-cha?" Sucha answered eagerly, "I wish to attend the exchange fair. There are so many intriguing items. I adored the things I traded with the Rinyu tribe last time, and I gifted a string of them to Guayer today." Han Qing interjected with a hint of jealousy. "Does Su Su still remember that male from the Rinyu tribe?" Xuanqing pressed on. "The Rinyu tribe? Su Su certainly has many admirers." Sucha felt embarrassed, replying, "There is nothing between Jian Shi and me. I merely fancy their pearls and shells." Han Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yet you remember his name so distinctly." Sucha, opting for silence, buried her head in Bai Mu's chest, avoiding their teasing. Men could be quite possessive, especially when there were four of them. Sabai, having heard mention of the Rinyu tribe, raised an eyebrow, but remained silent, recalling that foolish Chuangu. Han Qing, feeling aggrieved, and Xuanqing, relentless, pulled Sucha from Bai Mu's hold, resting her head against his neck, stating, "Su Su, the Rinyu tribe cannot come ashore. Liking them is futile." Sucha, curious about Jian Shi's legs, asked, "Why can't they come ashore? They have legs, don't they?" Xuanqing kissed her ear, whispering, "They cannot stray far from the sea. Otherwise, their legs will transform back into tails." Sucha understood, exclaiming, "I see." Observing their playful banter, she reconsidered her words, deciding to keep her desire to visit the seaside to herself for now. Bai Mu, noticing that half of the sun had disappeared behind the mountains, asked, "What would you like for dinner, Cha-Cha?" Sucha felt discomfort in her chest lately, as the little ones sometimes could not finish their meals. She replied, "May I not have fish soup or stew made from the Hunghing beast?" Sabai, holding Sanbao, questioned, "Why not, Su Su? Are you tired of it?" Sucha, feeling the weight of their gazes, simply nodded, "I just don't wish to drink it." Bai Mu affectionately stroked her head, saying, "Very well. Tonight we shall not have that. I will prepare something you love. What would you like?" Sucha's eyes lit up as she looked at Bai Mu, exclaiming, "I want the white rice you cook, the kind with meat and vegetables." Bai Mu nodded and rose to head to the kitchen, while the remaining four continued to play with the little ones by the cave entrance. Sabai nestled Sanbao into Han Qing's arms before rising and saying, "Bai Mu is cooking rice. I shall lend a hand." Sicha, skretching gasibo, waved her hand without looking up. "Go ahead." The smoke above the Bao tribe finally cleared, and as the evening glow illuminated the forest, a chill breeze swept past, causing Sucha to shiver. Xuanqing gathered all four cubs into Sucha's embrace, saying, "Hold them for warmth." He then turned to Han Qing, instructing, "Go inside and fetch a cloak for Su Su." Han Qing quickly entered the room, emerging with a cloak that he draped over Sucha, fastening the ties, asking, "Are you still cold? Would you like to go back?" Sabai has already started a fire. Sucha shook her head. "Let us stay a little longer. The smoke has just begun to rise. We should wait." Han Qing scratched his head and squatted down to continue playing with the little ones, suddenly revealing his beast form as he lay on the animal skins. The cubs, nestled in Sucha's arms, grew excited at the sight of Han Qing and began to squirm, yearning to escape. With a sigh, Sucha placed them all on Han Qing, watching as they clambered excitedly, saying, "Perhaps your beast form resembles Bai Moose, which is why they are so thrilled." Han Qing rolled over, exposing his belly for them to play on, while Bao found a spot and began to suckle. Sucha stifled a laugh, snuggling deeper into Xuanqing's embrace, saying, "It's amusing. They resemble little puppies." Xuanqing curiously asked, "Are the puppies you speak of the canine tribe's beastmen?" Sucha pondered for a moment before nodding. "That must be so. I have never seen them." Xuanqing held her close, watching the cubs frolicking with Han Qing in silence. Suddenly, Han Qing cried out, "Su Su, save me. Bao is biting my ear." Sucha swiftly removed Bao from Han Qing's head, placing him on the animal skin to admonish him. "No biting. Not even beasts are allowed to do so, or I shall spank you." Bao yelped, seemingly oblivious to the reprimand, his attention flitting away. Sabai emerged with freshly cut meat and noticed the darkening sky, saying, "Come inside. It's cold out here now that night has fallen." Xuanqing lifted Sucha and headed indoors, while Han Qing gathered the cubs in a basket. Sucha settled near the fire, extending her hand towards the warmth, commenting, "It's much warmer inside. The wind outside is quite frigid. I wonder when it will snow." Sabai chuckled at her remark. "Soon, but it will be quite cold, so Su Su must not venture out." Sucha nodded, thinking that even if she sneaked out, they would be none the wiser. Bai Mu added various ingredients to the pot and covered it, letting it simmer for a while before serving it to cool. Bai had started grilling meat, and Xuanqing joined him, holding up a skewer, saying, "At noon, Su grill for me. This afternoon, it's my turn to grill for Su." Sucha trusted Xuanqing's culinary skills, nodding in agreement as she nestled deeper into his embrace, watching the skewers sizzle and release their appetizing aroma, which tantalized everyone's taste buds. Han Qing, unable to resist the allure of the food, drooled at the sight, while Bai Mu, feeling disdain, moved the basket closer to himself to shield the cubs from any droppings. Bai turned to see Han Qing's eager expression and laughed, saying, "Can you not contain yourself? You make it seem as though you haven't eaten meat in days." Han Qing, fixated on the skewers in Bai's hands, chuckled. "It's because your grilling is too enticing. Only your cooking can rival Bai Mu's in our family." Bai, pleased, handed a skewer to Han Qing, saying, "Have some. I will grill more." Han Qing eagerly accepted, blowing on it before taking a large bite, exclaiming, "Delicious. I want more." Bai Mu set a bowl of white rice on the ground for the cubs, then handed a bowl to Sucha. The four little ones gathered around the bowl, eating eagerly, occasionally turning into a whirlwind, playfully tussling without fighting over their food. Sucha watched with satisfaction as the cubs devoured their rice with delight. As the meal continued, Sucha found herself being supported by Han Qing as she walked about, aiding digestion, while Bai Mu and the others continued to eat heartily. Soon, night fell, signaling it was time for Bai and Sucha to retire for the evening. Chapter 121. It has started to snow after a while of walking. Sucha declared she could go no further, exclaiming her fatigue, leaning softly against Han Qing. Bai rose, lifting Sucha and settling her beside the fire, offering a gentle massage, saying, "Allow me to ease your weariness." Sucha settled comfortably against the side of the cypress leg, letting out a soft sigh as she spoke. "Please press my lower back and my thighs." Within the cave, only the soothing sounds of Sucha's gentle murmurs and the cries of the cubs could be heard. Bai Mu observed for a while before rising to wash the pots and utensils in the kitchen, while Han Qing took a seat to play with the cubs. Qianqing, cradling the fluffy sea bao, leaned against the stone wall, eyes closed in rest, absent-mindedly stroking the cub. Once Bai Mu finished tidying up, he returned and sat beside Sucha, extending his hand to massage her legs, speaking softly, "You seem less tired today." Sucha responded with a light hum. "I'll sleep soon, just massage my shoulders." The cypress nodded. "All right, I'll take good care of Su." Sucha, feeling pleasantly drowsy, was suddenly jolted awake by the cubs' cries, exclaiming, "What's wrong? What happened?" Han Qing, struggling to hold 3 chubby cubs, murmured, "They haven't nursed yet tonight. They might be hungry." Sucha smacked her forehead. "I forgot. Hand them to me." Qianqing first passed Bao to her, saying, "Here, Bao is good. He can eat first." Sucha, fully alert now, took Bao, lifted her clothing, and waited for him to latch on before she opened her eyes to gaze at the 4 pairs of eyes, hurriedly covering herself again and instructing, "Carry me back to my room." Qianqing, leaning against the stone wall, shot her a flirtatious glance. "There's no one else around. Su, I don't mind." Sucha shot him a glare. "You rogue, be quiet." She then wrapped her arms around the cypress's neck, urging him to carry her inside, while Bao nestled contentedly in her embrace. Han Qing promptly followed with the 3 cubs, and Qianqing, excited by the reprimand, whistled and trailed behind. Bai Mu, witnessing their antics, resignedly extinguished the fire and ambled into Sucha's room, unable to shoo them away. Sucha turned her back and asked Han Qing to bring another cub to nurse alongside Bao. Feeling a chill, she shivered as goosebumps formed on her exposed skin. Noticing this, the cypress wrapped his arms around her, asking, "Cold?" Sucha nodded. "It feels especially cold tonight." Qianqing leaned against Bai Mu, suggesting, "Then let us all sleep with Su tonight. That way, she won't be cold." The cypress raised an eyebrow. "Tonight is mine. That won't do." Fearful that they would all end up sleeping together, Sucha quickly interjected, "Right, we agreed to take turns, 1 night each. I cannot show favoritism." Qianqing chuckled but remained silent, his gaze lingering on Sucha with a teasing glint. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she scolded, "You rogue. Get out." Qianqing complied, lazily leaning against Bai Mu. The cypress, observing that the 2 cubs in Sucha's arms were full, noticed Bao still suckling contentedly. Sucha handed them to Han Qing to exchange for the other 2. The cubs not only nursed but also feasted on rice, their fluffy coats making them adorably plump. resembling miniature versions of Bai Mu. With a smile, Su Cha remarked, they were so ugly when they were born. They've truly become adorable as they've grown. As she lifted the well-fed to bow for a kiss before returning him to the basket, Bai Mu gazed at her gently, saying, indeed, just as lovely as you. Cha cha. Su Cha smiled without replying, nestled in the cypress's embrace, watching the cubs eat heartily. Perhaps due to their rice meal, they soon lost interest in nursing. The cypress placed them back in the basket, prompting Han Qing to take them outside. Su Cha yawned, lying down and waving goodbye. I'm off to sleep now, good night. Everyone, Bai Mu softly replied, good night, Cha Cha, and was the first to retreat to his room, which was closest to Su Cha's, followed by Xian Qing and then Han Qing, who had been sleeping with the cubs. Under the cypress's gaze, Xian Qing, scratching his nose, finally departed. The cypress then removed his fur skirt, lying beside Su Cha, embracing her and gently undressing her. Su Cha had grown accustomed to this, extending her arms to facilitate his actions. Turning her back to him, she nestled into his embrace, drowsily murmuring, let us sleep. I'm tired. The cypress buried his head in her neck, inhaling softly, yes, let us sleep. His hands, however, began to roam restlessly over her graceful form. Su Cha opened her eyes and turned to him, asking, what are you doing? Aren't you going to sleep? The cypress leaned closer, whispering, is it all right, Su? Blushing from the heat of his words, Su Cha stammered, well, my body isn't quite ready yet, but if you really want, I can help you with my hands. The cypress's tense demeanor instantly relaxed as he tightened his hold on her, apologizing, I'm sorry, Su. I haven't been close to you in a while, and I lost control. Let us just sleep. Su Cha still wished to assist him, but he stopped her, kissing her forehead and saying, let us sleep. I want to do anything. Su Cha nestled into the warmth of the cypress's embrace, drifting off into a peaceful slumber. In the neighboring room, Bai Mu, hearing the stillness, smiled and prepared for sleep. The next morning, Bai Mu awoke to the cold, and upon realizing he was already awake, chose not to return to sleep. Opening the wooden door, a gust of cold air accompanied by a flurry of snow rushed in. Bai Mu swiftly closed the door, fearing for Su Cha's comfort, and turned to venture into the cypress's cave. Han Qing, sprawled across the bed in his beast form, had curled up into a circle, his head tucked beneath his tail, sleeping soundly. Upon stepping outside, Bai Mu was met with a world blanketed in white. The heavy snow had bent the trees in the distant forest, indicating it must have snowed heavily the previous night. The landscape was pure and crystalline, a breathtaking sight. Bai Mu chuckled softly. Cha Cha will surely be delighted to see the snow when she wakes. The snow continued to fall in large flakes. Bai Mu returned, gathering dry branches to stoke the fire, ensuring warmth for Su Cha when she awoke, as she was sensitive to the cold. The cypress's cave lacked a wooden door, so Han Qing was also awakened by the chill. He emerged, gazing at the vast white mountains and forests, rubbing his arms for warmth before joining Bai Mu by the fire, commenting, it's snowing. This winter is quite cold. Bai Mu added more wood to the fire, allowing it to grow larger, filling the cave with warmth before quietly inquiring, why did you sleep in the cypress's room? Han Qing chuckled. The cubs were snoring, and since the cypress's room is right next door, I went to sleep there since he was with Su. Bai Mu nodded with a smile and rose to retrieve the cubs from their room, placing them in a basket by the fire to warm up. Han Qing, transforming back into his beast form, settled next to the fire, saying, I'm still tired. Let me sleep a bit more. Bai Mu placed the cubs beneath Han Qing's chin for extra warmth, saying, rest well. I'll go cook rice. Han Qing promptly requested, make plenty. I'm hungry. Bai Mu nestled the cubs into Han Qing's fur, nodding before heading to the kitchen. Fearing the cubs might roll into the fire, Han Qing gathered them close, ensuring they were safe before dozing off. Bai Mu washed the rice, placed it over the fire, then returned to the kitchen to quietly cut meat, potatoes, and cabbage before settling by the fire to guard the rice. Nearby, Han Qing had already fallen asleep, and the cubs were sleeping soundly as well. The third to awaken was Xian Qing. Rubbing his eyes, he emerged to find Bai Mu tending to a large fire in the living area. No wonder it feels so warm. Why is the fire so big today, and why is the door closed so tightly? He exclaimed, moving to open the door. Bai Mu attempted to stop him, but Xian Qing's quick motion resulted in him being engulfed in snow, freezing at the entrance. Bai Mu swiftly closed the door, pulling him back to sit by the fire, saying, you moved too quickly. I was trying to warn you. Xian Qing, warming himself by the fire, suddenly realized, it's so cold. I hope I didn't wake Su. Bai Mu glanced around the room and shook his head. She is still asleep. Xianqing then spotted Han Qing by the fire and quietly remarked, "The wolf is clever, knowing to sleep here." After a moment, he noticed the 4 fluffy cubs hidden beneath Han Qing's head and reached in to pull out Si Bao, cradling him, exclaiming, "So cozy and warm." Bai Mu stirred the pot of white rice and remarked, "The little ones and Han Qing have been roasting by the fire for quite some time." Xianqing responded with a soft "oh," realizing the warmth was due to their prolonged stay at the fire. Si Bao, forced to change his spot, opened his eyes to find Xianqing curled up and asleep. Xianqing, fond of Si Bao, gently stroked him and whispered, "Sleep, my dear." Bai Mu added meat to the pot, followed by potatoes, and after a while, he included cabbage. The potatoes became tender, and the rice appeared sticky and delicious. After a quick stir, he set the pot down by the fire, waiting for Su Cha to awaken. In the room, Su Cha had already stirred, nestled in the embrace of Su Bai, reluctant to rise. "Why is it so cold today? I don't want to get up," she murmured. "Chigai, sat up." Realizing Bai Mu and the others were in the living room, and instantly understood that it must be snowing. He had not expected winter to arrive so early, especially since the sun had shone just yesterday. Bai Mu heard the commotion and entered the room. Looking at Su Cha on the bed, "It's snowing. Today is quite chilly." Su Cha immediately sat up in excitement, exclaiming, "It's snowing. So soon. I want to go outside and see." As a person from the South, her enthusiasm for snow was palpable as she jumped up to get dressed and rush outside. Bai Mu gently pressed her back on the bed, retrieving a long coat, pants, and a cloak, carefully dressing her before carrying her outside. So Bai followed closely behind. Bai Mu draped the cloak over Su Cha, opening the wooden door just enough to let her head peek out. "I know you want to play, but it's still snowing. We'll wait until it stops before we go out." Su Bai, concerned for their kin, looked at Bai Mu and said, "I'll go check outside and be back shortly." With that, he walked towards the tribe with measured steps. Su Cha gazed in wonder at the white world outside. The trees at the foot of the mountain bowed under the weight of thick snow, their tops resembling fluffy, white cotton candy. She reached out her hand, but Bai Mu gently pushed it back in, and she pleaded, "Please, just let me touch it." Xianqing emerged from behind, crouching down to mold a small snowball, saying to Su Cha, "Go inside, and I'll let Su play." Before Su Cha could respond, Bai Mu carried her inside and sat by the fire, holding her hand to warm it. Xianqing closed the door, approached, and handed a snowball to Su Cha, saying, "Here, play with this." Bai Mu did not stop her. Releasing her hand and bending down to retrieve a cup from Han Qing's grasp, placing it in Su Cha's arms with a smile. "Now play." Su Cha joyfully accepted the snowball, enjoying the warmth of the big cub nestled against her like a hot water bottle. Han Qing lazily opened his eyes and remarked, "Su, what is so fun about snow? It's better to sleep." Su Cha giggled, "You don't understand. Once the snow stops, we can build a snowman right at the cave entrance." Xianqing leaned closer, observing the snow in Su Cha's hand as it slowly melted near the fire. After a while, noticing the snow had nearly melted, Su Cha tossed it into the flames. Xianqing quickly grabbed her hand, warming it in his own. Han Qing, realizing only 2 cubs remained in his grasp, lifted his head and shouted, "Where are the cubs? They haven't fallen into the fire, have they?" Bai Mu gently pressed him down, assuring him, "The big one is with Su Cha, and Si Bao is with Xianqing." Han Qing acknowledged this, tightening his hold on his 2 cubs and looking around. "Has Su Bai not woken up yet?" Bai Mu stood up, handing Su Cha a toothbrush, saying, "Su Bai has gone out. We'll wait for him." Han Qing nodded, lying down to play with the cubs. Su Cha took the toothbrush, popped it in her mouth, and returned the big cub to Han Qing before heading to the kitchen to brush her teeth and wash her face. Bai Mu placed the pot back on the fire to warm, stirring it just as Su Cha finished washing her face and Su Bai returned. Upon entering, Su Bai quickly closed the door, sat by the fire to warm up, and then spoke. "The snow outside is coming down even heavier. The leopard tribe raided a nearby small tribe for food and furs last night." Han Qing nudged the second cub out, and Bai Mu gently placed the second cub into Su Bai's arms, saying, "The snow fell unexpectedly last night, and the leopard tribe's food and winter furs were burned by the black horse tribe. They will surely raid nearby tribes." Su Bai nodded, holding the second cub tightly. "I've already warned our people to be cautious. They won't dare approach." Xianqing chuckled. "The lion tribe is the largest nearby, and with our Xianyu tribe, they wouldn't dare." Su Cha, drying her hands, looked at Su Bai. "You're back just in time. Bai Mu has heated the white rice." As Su Cha sat down, Han Qing immediately placed a warm cub in her arms, saying, "Hold the warm one." Bai Mu stood and served each person a bowl of steaming white rice. Su Cha cradled her bowl, blowing on it cautiously before taking a sip, exclaiming, "So hot." Sabai, just returned from outside, felt rigid from the cold, quickly gulped down a large mouthful, and sighed in relief. "This feels good. I'm warming up." Han Qing had transformed into his human form, sitting beside Bai Mu, unfazed by the heat, rapidly finishing half his bowl. Xian Qing elegantly used a spoon to eat. Bai Mu gestured toward the pot. "There's plenty more. Help yourselves." Han Qing eagerly dashed to serve himself a large bowl, contentedly sitting by the fire, proclaiming, "What a delightful winter this year. There's delicious food and Su. Bai Mu gazed tenderly at Su Cha. "Time truly flies. It feels like just yesterday when I first met you." Su Cha beamed. "Indeed, it's been so long. I was so afraid when I first met Bai Mu. Worried he would eat me. I was anxious for quite a while." Bai Mu smiled, leaning closer to Su Chisir, whispering, "I did have a strong desire to eat you." Recalling their first meeting, Su Cha's face flushed red, and she pushed Bai Mu away. "You were just like a rogue." Xian Qing chimed in, "Tonight, it's my turn with Su. Su Cha looked at him, puzzled. "It's still early." "Why say that?" Xian Qing laughed. "Just a reminder for you, Su. Wait for me tonight." Ignoring the group of rascals, Su Cha focused on enjoying her warm white rice, glancing outside and yearning to play. Chapter 123, Spicy Hot Pot. Everyone gathered to enjoy breakfast. After finishing, Bai Mu cleaned the bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen, while the cubs began to cry out. The cries started with the big cub, and, like a signal, the others followed suit. Xian Qing quickly brought Si Bao over and placed him in Su Cha's arms, saying, "Let Si Bao eat first." He asked the weakest among them. Su Cha held Si Bao, who indeed had the weakest cry compared to his three brothers, whose voices boomed loudly. After placing Si Bao, Xian Qing dashed back to help in the kitchen. Su Cha had to focus on feeding to Bao and Si Bao, but soon realized that Air Bao in Su Bai's arms was crying even more vigorously from the delicious aroma. Meanwhile, San Bao in Han Qing's hold was howling, prompting Su Cha to exclaim, "Why does San Bao sound like a wolf?" Han Qing proudly encouraged, "Good job, San Bao. Keep howling just like that." Meanwhile, Su Bai attempted to shush Air Bao, who opened his mouth to join in, but was quickly silenced by Su Bai's hand, playfully saying, "Good baby, don't learn from Han Qing." Under Han Qing's guidance, San Bao stood unsteadily in his embrace, tilting his head to howl woo. Han Qing supported San Bao with his paw, prompting him to howl more confidently, and with every praise, San Bao grew bolder. Bai Mu and Xian Qing, having dried their hands, sat beside Su Cha. Xian Qing immediately remarked, "Is that Han Qing howling? It's so noisy." Han Qing, filled with pride, shouted, "Keep it up." San Bao and everyone's gaze looked just like Han Qing, tilting his head to howl woo. Xian Qing burst into laughter. "Ha, Han Qing, you've taught him well." Bai Mu, feeling helpless, embraced San Bao, unable to bear the sight of Han Qing's arrogance any longer. He reached out and gently tapped San Bao's little head, admonishing him, "You little rascal, do not call out like that next time, or I shall spank your bottom." In the eyes of the little ones, they still held fear for this paternal beast, prompting San Bao to immediately nestle into Bai Mu's arms, whimpering softly. Su Cha, sensing that the Bao and Si Bao were satiated, handed them over to Bai Mu, requesting him to take San Bao. Bai hastily brought over the little one in his arms, while Bai Mu, cradling the round bellies of the two, prepared to place them in the basket. Xian Qing promptly took Si Bao into her arms, while Bai eagerly snatched a Bao. Han Qing, a step behind, was left with none, letting out a soft huff. Meeting Bai's clenched fist, he quickly chuckled. Xian Qing, witnessing the entire scene, could not help but laugh out loud, gently stroking Si Bao's fur. Su Cha turned to Xian Qing, inquiring, "What is making you so happy?" Xian Qing shook his head with a smile. "Nothing." Su Cha, with a soft "oh," cradled the two little ones and gazed outside, exclaiming, "The snow is still falling." Bai rose to take a look outside, then promptly returned to say, "It's still falling. It seems it will continue all day." Su Cha, a tad disappointed, responded with an "oh," but her thoughts shifted to winter hot pot. And she turned to Bai Mu, saying, "Let us have hot pot for lunch today. I just wonder how much chili we have left. We need to save some for seeds." Bai Mu immediately stood up and headed to the kitchen, declaring, "I will go check." As soon as Bai Mu left, Han Qing took his spot. "Laning, kloser, dosutha, agerliesking, susulhatis hotpot. Is it delicious?" Su Cha, noticing the gleam in Han Qing's eyes, smiled and explained. Hot pot is when you cook oil and various fragrant ingredients together. Once the broth boils, you can dip in thin slices of meat, and it's fresh and juicy. There are also potatoes, cabbage, lettuce, and the sauerkraut I made last time. Han Qing, already salivating at the description, exclaimed, "Great! Let us have hot pot for lunch." Bai Mu emerged from the cellar, holding a handful of chili peppers, saying, "I saved half for seeds, but we can only eat this meal." Su Cha nodded. "Today we will have spicy hot pot. Tomorrow we can enjoy sauerkraut hot pot. No worries." Han Qing, brimming with anticipation, stood up and inquired, "What we need to prepare for hot pot? I will go get it now." Bai Mu looked at them quizzically, seemingly questioning Han Qing's sudden excitement. Shabai. Holding double, chocolate silently. Xian Qing, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter, saying, "Han Qing is just craving it." He was drooling when Su Su described it. Han Qing, with utmost seriousness, looked at Bai Mu and insisted, "I simply want to help. It's not as they say." Su Cha staifel. Bai Mu, understanding Han Qing well, nodded with a smile. "Indeed, we will trouble Han Qing for help at noon." Su Cha tugged at Bai Mu to sit down and told Han Qing, "You just finished breakfast. Why are you in such a hurry? Sit down." Han Qing reluctantly complete, muttering an "oh," as he sat down and transformed into his beast form, lying by the fire. Su Cha handed the satiated little ones to Bai Mu and adjusted her clothing to warm herself by the fire. Bai Mu, placing both cubs into Han Qing's care, embraced Su Cha in his arms. Xian Qing, observing Bai Mu holding Su Cha, glanced down at his own little ones, muttering, "I miscalculated." Zabai remained unfazed, continuing to groom to bow, when suddenly a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. Su Cha lifted her head toward the entrance, wondering, "Is someone coming? Who could it be in this heavy snow?" Zabai calmly handed a bow to Han Qing and stood up, stating, "Every winter there are females falling ill. Do not worry, I will go check." Zabai bent down and squeezed through the small opening, where voices could be heard from the adjacent space, likely concerning a female in need of his attention. Zabai called out to Su Cha and the others, "I will be back shortly." Watching his retreating figure, Su Cha quickly shouted, "Be careful. We will wait for you to return for hot pot." Zabai waved the herbs in his hand as he followed the beast man out. Xian Qing, observing Su Cha's worried expression, reassured her, "Every winter, the shaman is busiest. After all these years, Zabai must be well prepared, so do not fret." Su Cha nodded, leaning against Bai Mu, feeling warm by the fire, yet drowsy, despite having just awakened. When Bai Mu gently shook Su Cha, it was already noon. Su Cha opened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "I fell asleep. I was merely dozing off. I knew I was just napping. How could it be noon already?" She felt quite alert. Xian Qing chimed in, laughing, "Su Su, you truly fell asleep. Your head was bobbing. Had Bai Mu not held you, you might have toppled into the fire." Su Cha still could not believe how swiftly time had passed, and she distinctly remembered dozing, not fully asleep. Turning her gaze to Han Qing. Han Qing, meeting Su Cha's expectant gaze, affirmed, "Su Su, you indeed fell asleep." Su Cha had no choice but to accept that she had dozed off, feeling a slight disorientation as her memories lingered from that morning. Zabai re-entered through the adjacent opening, sitting by the fire to warm himself. Su Cha, seeing Zabai was back, fell silent. Han Qing, recalling Su Cha's mention of hot pot, eagerly asked, "Su Su, you said we would have hot pot for lunch. What do we need to prepare?" Su Cha rubbed her eyes, feeling slightly more awake, and replied, "We need to wash and cut the chili peppers into segments, slice the meat and potatoes, wash some cabbage and lettuce, and take out the sauerkraut I made, washing it and cutting it into pieces. Also, we need to cook white rice." Bai Mu nodded, noting everything down before rising to begin preparing. Xian Qing pressed Zabai back down, saying, "The three of us are enough. You just returned. So sit here and warm yourself." Han Qing turned and commanded, "Watch the cubs. Do not let them approach the fire." Chapter 124. The whole family spins around together. Su Cha also looked at Zabai, saying, "You just came back from outside. Warm yourself by the fire while we prepare." With that, she stood up and squeezed into the kitchen, observing Han Qing cutting the potatoes thick and large. Su Cha pointed at the chunk of potato on the board and asked, "Are you sure you were slicing potato slices?" Han Qing looked down with clear eyes, confidently nodding. "These are potato slices. Su Su, you step outside and do not disturb us." Su Cha, seeing Han Qing's clear and confident eyes, couldn't help but chuckle as she moved forward to grasp the heavy bone knife, ready to cut herself. Bai Mu and Xian Qing emerged from the cellar to find Su Cha struggling with the knife. Bai Mu took the vegetables from the counter and, receiving the potato, said, "I will cut. Cha-Cha, you stand aside and tell us how to do it." Xianqing sent Han Qing to wash the cabbage and lettuce while he started slicing the meat. Su Cha rushed over to supervise, only to find Xianqing's slices remarkably good, thin and intact, neatly arranged on a plate. Su Cha smiled, saying, "I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so impressive. Very nice. Cut a bit more meat. I fear you all might not be full." Bai Mu finished slicing 2 plates of potatoes and took the washed white rice outside to show Bai, then brought in the sauerkraut to wash and cut into small pieces. Su Cha, watching him offer the plate, remarked, "Add some sauerkraut later. I guarantee the broth will be irresistible." Bai Mu smiled without replying, while Han Qing immediately cheered with excitement. Su Cha looked at the table where the potato slices, lean meat, fatty pork, cabbage, lettuce, and sauerkraut lay. The ingredients were simple, yet everyone was filled with anticipation. Now, waiting for the rice to cook so they could prepare the broth. Bai Mu stepped outside to check if the rice was ready, and Su Cha followed, saying, "Just a little longer." They all sat down, staring at the boiling rice, and soon a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Bai Mu lifted the lid to take a peek, saying, "Let it steam a bit longer. Cha-Cha loves the crispy rice." With that, he covered it again. Su Cha nodded, listening to the sounds from the pot. Before long, Bai Mu brought the pot down. Han Qing, invigorated, jumped up, shouting, "We can start now?" Su Cha rose to her feet, observing the steaming white rice with the lid slightly ajar, lest the dishes and rice become unbearably hot and diminish their enjoyment. She made her way to the kitchen, taking the frying pan awarded by the system, washing it thoroughly, and placing it over the fire. With a large iron ladle, she scooped a spoonful of lard into the pan, waiting for it to melt and heat before promptly adding chili peppers, stirring them swiftly. Bai Mu stood nearby, attentively observing, learning so that he might spare Su Cha from future labor. As the enticing aroma of chili wafted through the air, Su Cha added pickled vegetables, stirring them a few times before introducing water, Sichuan pepper, and salt, generously sprinkling the pepper for a spicy kick, uncertain if they could handle it. Glancing up, she noticed that aside from Bai Mu, the others had retreated to a distance, repeatedly sneezing, with Han Qing, in particular, teary-eyed as she looked at Su Cha, asking, Su, aren't you uncomfortable?" With a smile, Su Cha shook her head, waiting for the scent to dissipate a little before calling them back, saying, "You'll get used to it." Han Qing gazed at the pot filled with the crimson broth, its fragrance tantalizing, yet the initial scent had caused them discomfort. She queried, "Is this really delicious?" Su Cha, smiling, chose not to elaborate, replying, "You'll find out for yourself soon." She then stood to serve rice, while Bai Mu added potatoes along with some vegetables and meat. Su Cha promptly advised, "Just wait a moment longer, but be careful, it's hot." Han Qing cradled her bowl, watching the bubbling pot with an irresistible aroma. She picked up a slice of meat, blew on it, and popped it in her mouth, her eyes lighting up as she gazed at Xianqing, who was hesitating. Xuanqing, noticing Hanqing isadalit, understood it was delicious and attempted to grab a slice of potato, but clumsily dropped it back. With a chuckle, Su Cha helped Xianqing by placing a piece of meat on her plate, encouraging, "Take your time. Soon you'll be as skilled as they are. The potatoes need a bit more cooking, so enjoy the meat and vegetables for now. The pickled vegetables are ready to eat too." Xianqing nodded, savoring the meat along with the white rice, indeed finding it delectable, observing their acceptance and even burgeoning fondness for the meal. Su Cha turned her attention to Su Bai and Bai Mu, asking, "And you too, do you like it?" Su Bai, having devoured half a bowl of rice, nodded. "I've never eaten like this before. Su, it's truly delicious." Bai Mu also nodded, placing a slice of potato in Su Cha's bowl, stating, "It's ready, it's very good." Su Cha took a bite, agreeing, "Delicious, it's warming me up." Han Qing immediately chimed in, "I feel warm too. I'm sweating." Su Cha, noticing Han Qing's state, advised, "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you." Nearby, Xianqing calmly snatched a slice of potato from Han Qing. Han Qing shot him a glare, and their playful rivalry commenced. As Su Cha enjoyed her lean meat, she remarked to the two, "How childish. Su Bai, Bai Mu, let us eat without minding them." Su Bai added vegetables to Su Cha's plate with a smile, while Bai Mu rose to add more potatoes and meat. The dishes were sparse, leaving only Su Cha to indulge. The little ones, drawn by the enticing aroma, began to whimper. Su Cha glanced at the basket containing the little ones, saying, "This is spicy. You cannot eat it. I'll feed you later." Bai Mu moved them a bit farther away. Su Cha finished 2 bowls of rice, spending most of the time consuming meat and vegetables, while Han Qing had already devoured 3 bowls, grateful for Bai Mu's generous cooking. Xianqing, engaged in a friendly competition with Han Qing, also managed 3 bowls. Bai Mu and Su Bai, having eaten 2 bowls, focused solely on meat, and Su Cha occasionally added vegetables and potatoes for them. Eventually, Bai Mu finished off all the meat, while Su Cha, no longer eating, sat by the fire, watching them. As everyone became full, Su Cha, observing their round bellies, laughed, saying, "Delicious, right? Tomorrow we'll have soup with pickled vegetables. Today is spicy." Han Qing was the first to raise her hand in agreement. Xian Qing, still yearning for more, gazed at the remaining soup, suggesting, "Why don't we save it for tonight and continue eating?" Bai Mu, holding the pot, looked to Su Cha. Seeing the empty bottom of the pot, she nodded. "All right, tonight we'll add salt and Sichuan pepper for another round." Han Qing cheered immediately. Su Bai and Bai Mu tidied up, even cleaning the living room. Everyone gathered around the fire, thoroughly satisfied with the meal. Turning to the corner where the sunflower seeds were, Su Cha proposed, "If it continues to snow this afternoon, we'll roast some seeds." Upon hearing about food, Han Qing was the most enthusiastic, exclaiming several times yes. Feeling somewhat stuffed, Su Cha stood and walked around the living room, while Bai Mu rose to support her, admitting, "I'm a bit stuffed too. Let us move around." Han Qing also stood up, declaring, "I feel uncomfortable too." Gradually, the entire family stood up to stretch, creating a rather humorous scene. Su Cha laughed as they circled the fire, exclaiming, "We look so funny, ha!" Bai Mu turned to see the 3 following him, chuckling, unaware of how the little ones had managed to tumble out of the basket, with Su Bai trailing behind. Seeing the antics of the little ones made Su Cha laugh even harder. As they paused, their eyes fell upon the 4 fluffy little ones behind Su Bai, and they found it amusing. Chapter 125. The handsome beast man beneath the statue. Su Cha halted, clutching her belly, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. I can't go on." The little one surrounded her, nuzzling at her feet and crying out. Han Qing suddenly recalled, the little ones haven't had their milk yet. They must be hungry. Su Cha nodded, realizing she had forgotten to feed them while busy making the hot pot earlier. She settled down, saying, "Please bring them to me." Bai Mu quickly scooped up the 4 cubs, handing 2 to Su Cha while he cradled the other 2 beside her. Su Bai remained seated, while Han Qing and Xian Qing, having eaten the most, continued to move about. Su Cha leaned against his shoulder, grinning at the 2 pacing around the living room, saying, "What made you eat so much? Feeling uncomfortable now?" Xian Qing maintained his graceful, slow pace while Han Qing had transitioned to a small run, grunting. Xian Qing glanced at Su Cha, declaring, "Who is stuffed? I'm merely tired of sitting and moving around. I'm no foolish wolf." Han Qing grunted in response, ignoring Xian Qing, retorting, "Only you would pretend." Seeing their impending quarrel, Su Cha intervened. All right, if you just want to walk a bit, and Han Qing wishes to jog, neither of you is stuffed. Is that settled?" Xian Qing, beaming, shot Su Cha a flirtatious glance. "That's more like it." Su Cha exchanged the 2 satiated cubs for the 2 that hadn't eaten, then looked outside, asking, "Is it still snowing?" Xian Qing, positioned at the entrance, peered through the crack of the door, noting the heavy snowfall outside. "It's still snowing, and it's getting heavier." Su Cha nodded. "Then we can't do anything today. We'll just sleep at home." Han Qing, no longer running, revealed his beast form, settling by the fire, saying, "This is quite nice. We can stay home and keep Su company." Bai Mu handed the cubs to Han Qing. Su Cha passed the 2 full cubs to Han Qing, allowing the 4 little ones to nestle in his large paw. Han Qing accepted without resistance, encircling the cubs, their heads resting against one another, watching as they finished eating and prepared to sleep. After warming herself by the fire for a while, Su Cha stood, announcing, "I'm going to sleep for a bit. Please wake me later." Bai Mu carried her to the bedroom, helping her out of her cloak, saying, "Sleep now. I'll wake you later." Su Cha lay on the bed, yawning and nodding, realizing that winter truly was a season for slumber. Watching Bai Mu's retreating figure, she closed her eyes, ready to rest. Bai Mu, from his room, brought back the animal hide Xian Qing had fetched, spreading it by the fire, preparing to make Su Cha some clothing from the thick, beautifully colored hide. Su Bai glanced over, asking, "Need any help?" Bai Mu shook his head, "No need." Su Bai nodded, stretching and transforming into a large lion, lying beside Han Qing, ready to sleep. Xian Qing stifled a yawn, inadvertently heading towards Su Cha's room to share a bed. Bai Mu observed Xian Qing's actions with a resigned smile, concentrating on sewing the hide in his hands. Xian Qing quietly nestled beside Su Cha, burrowing into the warm animal hide, embracing the sweet-smelling, soft little female as they drifted into slumber. At once, tranquility enveloped the household. broken only by the faint snores of Han Qing and the sound of bone needles piercing through animal hides. Outside, a flurry of heavy snow fell, while the orcs remained snug within their warm caves. In the heart of Yueying City, a palace constructed of stone stood, within which an unadorned stone statue emanated a faint glow, as orcs knelt below, fervently praying. Beneath the statue lay a frail orc, shackled by 4 iron chains, his limbs powerless against the stone wall, listening to the prayers above with a faint chuckle. A figure cloaked in black stood beneath the statue, turning to face the kneeling orcs, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "The beast god has heard your prayers. To those who are sincere, the beast god shall grant your wishes. However, recently, the beast god has directed us to seek out orcs with healing abilities. We hope to encounter such an individual who will report to the Black Robe Society of Yueying City, regardless of the truth of their claims. They shall receive a yellow crystal." The orcs below erupted in cheers. "The beast god has descended. Great Elder, we shall find the orc with healing abilities." The Great Elder, perched high above, surveyed the kneeling orcs, his expansive black robe concealing his features. Suddenly, he perked up, addressing the orcs below. "Enough, the annual blessing ceremony has concluded. Do not disturb the beast god. Depart swiftly." The orcs dispersed, and the grand doors closed rapidly. The cloaked figure observed the silence of the palace, then turned to press a mechanism behind the statue, revealing the space below. Suddenly, blinding sunlight flooded the area, and the orc beneath the statue attempted to shield his eyes. But the clanking of chains rendered him unable to move, leaving him sprawled helplessly on the filthy ground. The Great Elder looked down upon his plight, bursting into a hearty laugh before declaring, "Look at you now. Where is your former nobility? You are not the beast god. I am." The orc, adjusting to the harsh light, opened his eyes to gaze at the cloaked figure, his voice ethereal. "You remain as ugly as ever. Do you not find it uncomfortable to wear that large black robe daily?" The Great Elder, seemingly unfazed, retorted with frenzied enthusiasm, "Xiao, once I find a new orc with healing abilities, I will be able to move you. Are you looking forward to it?" "Ha ha!" The orc, referred to as Xiao, remained sprawled on the ground, responding coolly, "Then I wish you success, you ugly creature." The Great Elder scrutinized Xiao's androgynous beauty, clicking his tongue. "You are so beautiful. Why are you not female? Perhaps I might keep you by my side." Xiao turned away, closing his eyes and choosing silence. The Great Elder envied Xiao's form. "Truly, one blessed with healing abilities, you have not changed at all. Still so youthful and handsome," he lamented, caressing his own withered, unattractive skin. Ignoring the pervert, Xiao had lost track of time. The cloaked figure would occasionally visit, initially prompting resistance from him, but eventually he succumbed to despair. The Great Elder observed Xiao's lethargy, scoffing, "Do not worry, you will not die. How could I bear to let you perish? Remain here obediently." With that, he turned to leave. Xiao opened his eyes, watching as the sunlight above was gradually obscured. He sighed, recalling the cloaked figure's mention of searching for healing orcs. Perhaps his own liberation was near, though he pondered who would suffer that misfortune. Meanwhile, the rocky mountain was blanketed in snow, rendering direction indistinguishable. In the Lion clan, everyone was diligently engaged in procreation, save for the quiet cave at the end of the tribe. Inside, Sabai opened his eyes to see Bai Mu had finished sewing a garment and was now working on trousers. In a husky voice, he asked, "Is Su Su still asleep?" Bai Mu nodded. "She will likely wake shortly." Han Qing, having awakened, distanced himself from the fire, exclaiming, "It is too hot." Bai Mu glanced at him, sleep still evident in his eyes. "You slept too close." Upon rising, Han Qing inadvertently awakened the cubs, who began to crawl about and cry. Bai Mu had no choice but to set down the animal hide and usher the cubs into a small room to sleep. Sabai stood, stretching and transforming into human form, then approached the cave entrance, observing the outside. "This snow is likely to last the entire day. This winter is the coldest yet." Bai Mu returned to his seat. "No worries. Our food supplies are ample, and we have plenty of firewood prepared." Sabai gazed at the thick snow with concern for his kin, turning to Bai Mu. "I will take a stroll around the tribe and return shortly." With that, he slipped into a small cave and exited his own dwelling. Bai Mu silently watched Sabai depart, recognizing the weight of his responsibility for the Lion clan's safety. In room 126, Su Cha was awakened by Xuanqing, who playfully used his hair to tickle her ear. Su Cha, lost in slumber, swatted at him irritably. Xuanqing stifled a laugh, leaning close to her ear. "Su Su, it's time to wake up." Drowsily, Su-cha pushed him away. It's hot. Keep your distance. Xuanqing persisted, embracing her and continuing to tickle her with his hair. Su-cha finally opened her eyes and softly pleaded, You are too warm. Let me sleep a little longer. Xuanqing, noticing beads of sweat on her forehead, released her, propping his head up as he spoke. If you sleep any longer, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Aren't we supposed to roast seeds? Su-cha murmured, I won't sleep anymore. You get up first. Xuanqing swiftly dressed, then coaxed Su-cha from her bed, helping her into her clothes and carrying her to the living room by the fire. Throughout, Su-cha remained in a state of drowsiness. Mama looked up at Su-cha. You are awake. Leaning against Xuanqing's embrace, she replied with a soft turning her gaze to Bai Mu. What are you doing? Bai Mu smiled, raising the animal hide he held. This is the beast hide Xuanqing brought back. Just enough to make you a complete outfit. Su-cha admired the vibrant hide, recalling that her winter clothing consisted of only one set, and suddenly realized that Bai Mu and the others only wore animal skin skirts on their lower halves. She asked, Don't you wear clothes in winter? Aren't you cold? Xuanqing pinched Su-cha's nose. For us orcs, we often go bare in winter. Our human forms are too cold. Now fully awake, Su-cha descended from Xuanqing's embrace to sit beside Bai Mu, observing him so the animal hide. Why don't you teach me? You always do it. Bai Mu handed her the hide. Try see if you can manage it, Cha-cha. Taking the hide, Su-cha attempted to pierce it with a bone needle, but found it impossible. Bai Mu chuckled, taking it back with ease, quickly securing it and creating another hole. Su-cha laughed awkwardly. Pretend I didn't say anything. Where has Sabai gone? Hanqing emerged from the small room, carrying the cubs. Sabai went out. Su-cha responded, Oh, then turned to Xuanqing. Aren't you worried about the Xuanyu clan? Xuanqing, gathering Su-cha's hair and securing it with a red crystal at the top of her head, finally spoke with satisfaction. With Fei Yu around, I have no need to worry. If anything arises, they will seek me out. Su-cha flicked her high ponytail and said, Come here, let me braid your hair. Xuanqing leaned closer, and Su-cha stood behind him, braiding the sides of his smooth hair into small plaits, securing them with animal hide at the back, leaving the rest to cascade down. Observing her handiwork, Su-cha felt it lacked something. She turned to Bai Mu, asking, Tear off a piece for me. Bai Mu ripped off a long strip and handed it to her. Su-cha fashioned it into a headband for Xuanqing, circling him twice. It looks good. You truly suit it. Xuanqing touched the animal hide on his forehead. It looks good. Do you like it, Su-su? With his already striking appearance, the addition of the headband and braids made him even more handsome. Su-cha beamed at her creation. I like it. Xuanqing leaned in closer to whisper in her ear. Then tonight, Su-cha immediately pushed him away. Rascal, I am a respectable person, as they playfully tussled. Sabai returned from outside. Upon seeing him, Su-cha exclaimed, You're back. Is it still snowing outside? Sabai, noticing the transformation in Xuanqing, nodded in surprise. Yes, it is. The snow outside is taller than I am, and the water surface is frozen. Fortunately, I had already instructed the clan to prepare for water. Su-cha nodded, saying, Since everyone is here, let us roast some sunflower seeds. Bai Mu rose and placed the beast's skin he had been holding back, replying, Very well, I shall wash the pot. Hanqing handed the little one to Sabai for warmth and called out to Bai Mu, I'll assist you. Su-cha chuckled, You're not here to help. It seems your desire for a snack is what drives you. Hanqing laughed lightly in agreement, producing the sunflower seeds. Once Bai Mu had cleaned the pot and placed it over the fire, he inquired, How shall we roast them, Cha-cha? Su-cha stood, removing her cloak, and stated, Allow me, the seeds can easily burn. Bai Mu stepped aside, nodding, Once I learn, you won't need to lift a finger. As Su-cha observed the water in the pot evaporating, she instructed Hanqing to pour in a handful of seeds, checking the temperature. The fire was too fierce, requiring constant stirring. Su-cha's hands grew weary from the task, so she handed the wooden spoon to Bai Mu, saying, Just like I did, keep stirring continuously. Hanqing squatted nearby, eagerly awaiting the roasted seeds. Su-cha tried one, signaling Bai Mu to bring it down and place it on the ground, continuing to stir until the temperature lowered. Hanqing, unable to contain his impatience, reached for a hot seed, only to toss it back in surprise. Su-cha laughed. What is the rush? They've just come off the fire. Hanqing, pinching his ear in mild dismay, continued to watch the seeds intently. Su-cha reassured him. There is no need to stir anymore. Let them cool for a bit, and they will be ready to eat. Hanqing piped up. Can we eat them now? Su-su? Su-cha raised an eyebrow. Of course, if you're not afraid of burning yourself, go ahead. Hanqing quickly withdrew his hand, chuckling. I'll wait for everyone to join. Su Cha then fetched a wooden platter from the kitchen, setting it aside for the seeds. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the cave entrance, and all eyes turned toward Sabai's dwelling, which lacked a wooden door. Sabai handed the little one to Xianqing and remarked, "It must be our kin. I'll go investigate." Su Cha waved her hand, "Hurry, it's freezing out, and they might be in urgent need." Sabai squeezed through the small opening and found several individuals lifting a bloodied male beast man. Approaching them, he questioned, "What happened? Did I not instruct you to remain within the tribe?" The others, intimidated by the shaman, hesitated to respond until an elder beastman spoke up. His female desired fresh food, so he ventured outside alone and encountered a beast tied. We only realized he was missing when his female reported it this morning. It was Chuangu who led the search. Chuangu rushed in, looking at Sabai. "His abdomen has been pierced. You must save him first, and I will explain the rest." Hearing of the injuries, Su Cha and the others approached, gazing at the bloodied, stiff beastman who appeared lifeless. Sabai's expression hardened as he examined the body, feeling for a pulse and lifting the beast skin to reveal a still heart and limbs frozen in death. He rose and stated, "He must have gone out yesterday. He has frozen to death." Chuangu nodded. "He left yesterday morning. His female only realized it this morning. By the time they found him, the snow had buried him." Sabai, visibly angered, turned to Chuangu and spoke firmly. "You gather the tribe at the foot of the mountain. Everyone except the young ones must attend." A few beastmen, looking dejected, carried the lifeless body away with Chuangu, not daring to linger. Su Cha, having touched the beastman's body, noted how he had been frozen overnight, his intestines exposed. A tragic fate, especially in the depths of winter. All for the sake of his female's whims. Sabai looked at Su Cha and said, Su, stay home for me. It's bitterly cold outside." Su Cha shook her head. "Everyone is going. If I do not accompany them, they may harbor resentment towards you." "It's fine. I will wear something warmer." Sabai gently patted Su Cha's head. "They wouldn't dare. Stay safe at home and wait for me. This incident must serve as a warning to the tribe." With that, he departed. As soon as Sabai left, Su Cha donned her cloak and, alongside by Mu and the others, headed towards the foot of the mountain. Beastmen were steadily making their way in the same direction. The snow continued to fall, accumulating thickly, reaching by Mu's knees. Had Su Cha ventured out, it would have reached her waist. Xianqing placed a hat over Su Cha's head, observing the heavy snowfall. "Are you cold, Su? If you are, we can return." Su Cha shook her head. "I'm fine." They encountered Guaer, who was also being carried. Shi Wu, seeing by Mu and the others, instinctively brought Guaer closer, allowing the two young females to converse. Guaer, bundled in thick beast skin and squinting through the snow, called out loudly, Su, what happened?" I noticed Sabai the shaman had a stern face. Su Cha, similarly squinting against the snow, replied, "You will find out shortly. Come find me to play later." Guaer nodded, retreating into Shi Wu's embrace, the cold causing her breath to form mist. Han Qing and Xianqing stood beside by Mu, shielding Su Cha from the wind and snow. The Lion clan, still numerous, had throngs of beastmen and females swathed in thick skins, huddled against their male counterparts, all quietly gazing at the clan leader and the figures of Sabai the shaman and Chuangu standing behind. The clan leader raised his hand, calling for silence. "Everyone, quiet down. Let Sabai the shaman speak a few words before we return." Sabai, his expression serious, stepped forward, with Chuangu bringing the frozen beastman to the platform for all to see, before standing silently behind Sabai. Sabai's voice rang out coldly. "I understand that females are scarce, and thus there is a demand we accommodate. However, this time it has cost a life. Because of your recklessness, our tribe has lost a warrior. In the warm days, such folly might be excused, but in winter, it is inhumane to send your partner out for fresh prey, resulting in his frozen demise. Be it female or male, if you cannot abide by the Lion Clan's rules, you may seek your fortune elsewhere." Su Cha watched from the platform, witnessing a side of Sabai she had never seen before. Usually, he was jovial at home. Guaer leaned towards Su Cha, whispering, "Is that female truly so heartless? It was snowing heavily last night. How could she do this?" Su Cha shook her head, realizing that Sabai had not named the female, suggesting she had escaped punishment, as was often the case in the beast realm. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd, interrupted only by the sound of falling snow. The earlier murmurs of discontent had quieted upon Sabai's pronouncement. The clan leader, observing the somber atmosphere, stepped forward to offer consolation. This incident is indeed infuriating. This male encountered a beast tide and was left with a pierced abdomen, only to be buried by the snow. We bring him back frozen solid. Let this serve as a warning. Should anything similar happen again, that individual will be exiled from the tribe. Now, given a cold, it's best everyone returns to avoid falling ill. The crowd remained still, eyes fixated on the tense figure of Tsa by the shaman. Only when Tsa Bai waved his hand did the crowd disperse quickly, even the most vocal females falling silent. Sucha glanced at Guaer, wishing to invite her over for sunflower seeds. Guaer, nestled within Shi Wu's embrace, responded, Tsa Bai the shaman is terrifying. I'll visit you tomorrow. Spotting Tsa Bai approaching, she quickly urged Shi Wu to retreat. Sucha watched helplessly as Guaer and her partner fled the scene. Soon, only Bai Mu and a few others remained. Even the clan leader discreetly pulling Chuan Gu away, showing no signs of his elder status. Se havia provuit Sucha, smiling as he adjusted her cloak as hood. It's time to return. Did I not tell you to stay home? It's too cold outside. Sucha regarded him, as if the stern figure from moments before was not the same person, and nodded. Before departing, Tsa Bai cast a glance at a group of individuals huddled in the corner, one of whom was a female. His mere gaze sent the group scurrying to leave. Unable to wait for Tsa Bai and the others to exit, Sucha remarked, she must be that female. Tsa Bai sneered, nodding, let us go. Bai Mu tightened his hold on Sucha, bending slightly to shield her from the wind and snow as they hastily made their way back to the tribe. Followed closely by the others, Bai Mu only set Sucha down once they reached the warmth of their dwelling. Several individuals arrived behind. Sucha was thoroughly shielded from the wind and snow by Bai Mu, standing by the fire and warming her reddened hands. The cubs had somehow tumbled out of the basket and were circling around her feet, nuzzling against her. Once she felt warm enough, Sucha removed her cloak and set it aside, exclaiming, it's so cold. Han Qing nodded while holding the bough. Indeed, it's quite chilly. Even the snow domain wolves cannot endure it. Hearing this, Sucha chuckled softly and glanced at the sunflower seeds, taking some in her hand, saying, the seeds are ready to eat. Han Qing grabbed a large handful, and the other three followed suit, looking at Sucha and asking, these seeds are so small. How do we eat them? Sucha took a handful and demonstrated by cracking one with her front teeth, chewing the seed meat before swallowing and explaining like this. Just crack one at a time with your front teeth and spit out the shell. You can also peel it with your hands. Han Qing immediately followed suit, quickly discovering the enjoyment of the task, the cracking sound crisp and satisfying. Zhe Bai also joined in with his teeth, while Bai Mu and Xian Qing opted to peel with their hands. Sucha, still cracking seeds, inquired, how long will this snow fall? Zhe Bai, enjoying the seeds, replied, probably until tomorrow. This winter will be lengthy. Sucha observed Han Qing, who was engrossed in cracking seeds, and noticed a pile of shells accumulating at his feet, with the cubs playing amidst them. Amused, she tossed away a shell, prompting the cubs to eagerly chase after it, with the bough being the swiftest, returning it triumphantly to her feet. Han Qing, witnessing this, exclaimed, hey, why aren't they bringing mine? Xian Qing immediately chimed in, let me give it a try, tossing a shell, which the cubs chased after, only to return shortly, sitting contentedly and wagging their tails. Han Qing, seeing this, felt much more balanced and chuckled. You're no different from me, haha. Chapter 128. Little tiger, little cub, behave well. Sucha watched as they tossed another shell. This time it was Bao who snatched it up, bouncing joyfully as he brought it to Sucha. She patted Bao's head and extended her hand, receiving the shell in her palm. Proudly, she displayed it to everyone. The cubs love me the most. After tossing a few more shells, they realized the cubs only fetched those that Sucha threw, ignoring the others from Bai Mu and the rest. Bai Mu looked down at the wagging-tailed cubs, amused and exasperated, these mischievous little ones. The cubs were adorned with shells that Han Qing and Xian Qing had discarded. Sucha beckoned to the cubs, come here, my babies. The 4 cubs bounced over, and Sucha knelt down to pluck the shells from their backs, saying, no more tossing shells at the babies. Han Qing nodded. It wasn't me, it was all Xian Qing. Xian Qing raised his fist, arching an eyebrow at Han Qing, feeling itchy. Are we? Should I loosen you up? Han Qing immediately ducked behind Zhe Bai, shaking his head. Sucha, noticing the remaining seeds, held the plate towards Han Qing, saying, eat some more, there are plenty. Han Qing nodded, happily exclaiming, yum, and directly began munching from the plate. Sucha, feeling parched after cracking seeds, was handed a bowl of water by Bai Mu. She looked at him with delight. How did you know I wanted water? My mouth is so dry. Bai Mu smiled. Go ahead and drink. Xianqing had stopped eating and was playing with Sea Bao, while Zaibai sat beside them, eyes closed, lost in thought. Han Qing continued his battle with the seeds. And after drinking the water, Su Cha felt much better, observing the pile of shells at Han Qing's feet, with 3 cubs climbing over them. Realizing the shells had been in vain, Bai Mu glanced over and chuckled. Let them play. I'll tidy them up later. Feeling bored, Su Cha looked outside. The snow continued to fall, leaving little to do except warm by the fire. She sighed. What did you all do during heavy snow in previous years? Han Qing immediately replied. When we were in the snow domain, I would play with my brothers sliding down from the tall mountains. It was so much fun. Su Cha nodded. Han Qing, you've been out for quite a while. Do you miss home? Han Qing, cracking seeds with glee, nodded enthusiastically, of course. I miss my mother beast. She would surely be delighted to know I found a partner. Su Cha, amused by Han Qing's silly grin, replied, once we have the chance, let us visit the snow domain together. Han Qing nodded vigorously. Sure, I'll catch the best ice flowers from the snow domain for you to taste. They're transparent, beautiful, and very sweet, only found in the snow mountains. Su Cha felt a tinge of anticipation. All right, it's settled then. Bai Morathal Suches Hair Avexionitly. And Xianqing scoffed, I can reach the snow mountain in 2 days. Su, if you want to eat, I'll go tomorrow. Su Cha shook her head. I'm not at ease with you going alone. Let us go together. Xianqing, always one to seize an opportunity, immediately leaned closer. I knew you cared for me the most, so tonight. Su Cha pushed his head and hands away, exclaiming, you rogue. Behave yourself. Unfazed, Xianqing pulled Su Cha into his embrace, murmuring, I'll be good. What's my reward? Su Cha shot him a glare. How about a big slap across your face? Xianqing chuckled. I can't handle that. Better leave it for Han Qing. He knew well what Su Cha meant. Having witnessed her give Han Qing a hefty slap before, leaning closer to her ear, Xianqing whispered, the reward will be claimed tonight. Su Cha ignored him. Reasoning with Xianqing was futile. She turned her attention back to Han Qing, who was still cracking seeds, advising, save some for tonight. Eating too much will cause heat. Han Qing chuckled. No worries, Su, I won tea. He continued cracking seeds, the pile of shells at his feet now completely engulfing the cubs. Bai Mu rose to fetch some firewood, adding it to the fire, and remarked, Su, don't you want to go out and have fun? Once the snow stops, I'll take you and the cubs to the Baihu tribe. How does that sound? Su Cha looked at the cubs and nodded yes. Let us bring them back to show your mother beast. Zaibai inquired, is the Baihu tribe far from here? Su shouldn't travel too far. Bai Mu replied, not too far. It's a 2-day journey. Su Cha, swinging her legs while nestled in Xianqing's embrace, mused, let us consider it a fun outing. Zaibai merely hummed in agreement, returning to play with Sea Bao. Xianqing had no objections, saying, all right, we can put the cubs in a basket for convenience. Han Qing raised his head. Wherever you go, I'll go. Bai Mu smiled and nodded. There's no rush. We need to discuss this further in case we encounter a beast tide. Su Cha recalled the orc who had ventured out of the tribe and had met a tragic end at the hands of beast tide, curiously asking, is a beast tide truly terrifying? What is it? Sabai spoke up, saying that the large beasts deep in the forest rarely venture out. During winter, they migrate toward warmer regions, capable of flattening a small tribe within mere minutes. Upon hearing this, Su Cha instinctively hunched her shoulders and said, then perhaps we should refrain from going outside. We wouldn't stand a chance if we encountered one. Xuanqing quickly reassured Su Cha, do not fear, I shall protect you. Su, when the time comes, we will soar above while they chase below. Su Cha, however, responded earnestly, no, we are family. In critical moments, we must support each other, not abandon one another. Bai Mu gently pulled Su Cha close, saying as long as Cha is here, this family exists. Xuanqing nodded with a smile, affirming Bai Mu is right. Sabai and the others gazed at Su Cha with warm eyes. They considered it a blessing to have met her, and Su Cha felt the same, creating an atmosphere of closeness among them. The pleasant atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a shrill howl. Han Qing sheepishly admitted, I accidentally stepped on Da Bao's tail. Su Cha, cradling Da Bao, comforted him. It doesn't hurt anymore, be a good boy. Da Bao, looking pitiable, nestled in Su Cha's embrace, howling softly, and she continued to soothe him. Once Bai Mu set Da Bao down, he ceased his cries. Su Cha, noticing Da Bao's guilty demeanor, chuckled, so it was all an act. Double, under the scrutinizing gaze of his father, scurried away, hiding behind Han Qing's feet. Forgetting the incident, Da Bao soon resumed playing with her Bao. Su Cha let out a soft laugh, completely relaxing as she leaned against Bai Mu. remarking, "Why hasn't it grown dark yet?" Sabai glanced outside and replied, "Winter days are longer, while summer days are shorter." Sucha exclaimed, "Oh, I see. So there are only two seasons here, winter and summer." Sabai nodded and continued, "Indeed, once heavy snow falls and two moons appear in the sky, it signifies the passing of a year." Sucha nodded, no longer inquiring further. But she was quite looking forward to the appearance of two moons this year, as it would signify her first year in this place. As time passed, it should have been dark by now, yet the outside remained a vast expanse of white, snow falling heavily. Baimu smiled at Sucha and asked, "Are you waiting for nightfall? You must be hungry." Xuanqing laughed and added, "Even if it's not dark, we haven't eaten anything." "How adorable is Susu?" Sabai also smiled at Sucha, saying, "Regardless of whether it's dark or not, if Susu is hungry, we shall eat." Even Han Qing chimed in, offering peeled seeds. "Susu, let us have hot pot tonight." Sucha felt as if she were being treated like a little glutton and feeling flustered under their gaze. She quickly shifted the subject, glaring at Xuanqing. "Humph, don't think I don't know that when you say I'm adorable, you actually mean I'm foolish." Xuanqing, blushing yet feigning fierceness, nodded with a smile. "I wouldn't dare, otherwise the little glutton might scratch me." At this, Sucha huffed, "I'm not hungry. I just ate. Why would I be hungry so soon? I'm not Han Qing." Sabai, sitting across from her, merely smiled without speaking, while Baimu gently ruffled her hair and then stood to retrieve some animal skins from his room to continue sewing, only needing pants to complete his work. Esisha, watching the diligent Baimu, attempted to offer her assistance but was predictably declined. She sat quietly, observing as he plucked strands of his own hair to use for sewing. Glancing around at the others, she noticed Han Qing's short white hair was unsuitable, and Sabai's dazzling golden locks were too bright. Turning to Xuanqing, the only one with long, dark hair like hers, she exclaimed, "Yours is just right." Sucha playfully lunged at Xuanqing, tugging a few strands of his hair, laughing at his pained expression as she handed the hair to Baimu, who accepted it with a smile to continue making the pants. Xuanqing, cradling his head, remarked, "I want to forget this. You must make it up to me tonight." Sucha waved her hand dismissively. "Fine, fine. I'll make it up to you." Watching Xuanqing, who looked pitiful with his head cradled between his hands, leaning against Sabai, she mused to herself how fortunate it was that he wasn't born in ancient times. Otherwise, he would have been a beguiling and delicate creature, captivating hearts. Well, I suppose he could be considered a creature of enchantment even now, she thought. Xuanqing, with tearful eyes, leaned closer and asked, "What are you murmuring about, Susu? Are you looking forward to tonight?" Sucha pushed his head away and retorted, "What a fine gentleman you are, yet you can't keep quiet." Her previous admiration for Xuanqing evaporated the moment he spoke. He leaned in and playfully kissed her neck, teasing her. Sucha, unable to push him away, allowed him to cling to her while she focused on Baimu's sewing. The cave gradually fell silent, save for the sounds of Han Qing munching on seeds and the occasional teasing noises. The noise grew too loud, prompting Sucha to swat Xuanqing playfully, saying, "Keep it down, you're disturbing my eyes." Xuanqing released her and pointed at her neck, chuckling, "Susu, I've left a mark here. It must not fade. If I catch you, I'll keep marking you every day." Sucha paid no mind to his antics, continuing to observe as Baimu skillfully fashioned the animal skin into pants. Xuanqing continued to shower her with kisses, but she remained unresponsive, preoccupied with watching Baimu's meticulous work. Sabai, holding Si Bao, glanced at the scene unfolding before him, finding it amusing. Finally, as darkness enveloped the land, the ground remained blanketed in white, casting an eerie aura over the forest. Sabai stepped outside to glance around before returning to shut the wooden door, announcing, "It's dark now, though the snow continues to fall." Sucha nodded. No wonder it's still bright outside. She rose to stretch and yawned, feeling her stiff neck ease slightly. She had been craning her neck all afternoon to watch Baimu sew, unaware that night had crept upon them. Xuanqing approached her, offering a massage with a charming smile. "Feeling better? Would you like me to apply more pressure?" Sucha nodded, indicating the sore spot on her neck. "Press here a bit harder." Baimu then stood and stated, "Tonight, we shall have hot pot again. I'll prepare the ingredients." Sabai followed him into the kitchen, declaring, "Your white rice is the best. You cook, and I'll handle the meat and veggies." Baimu nodded, taking a pot to wash the rice, while Han Qing eagerly joined him in the cellar. Sabai busied himself in the kitchen, washing plates, boards, and knives, preparing for their meal. Soon, Han Qing emerged with potatoes, meat, and both Chinese cabbage and lettuce, announcing, "I'll wash the vegetables." Bai cleaned the meat before slicing it into thin pieces for the platter. Bai Mu, having washed the rice, carried it outside to cook over the fire, then returned to slice the potatoes. In the winter cold, the broth in the pot had solidified into a red mass. Sucha, feeling the clingy vibe, leaned closer to the pot, saying, "Once the rice is done, I'll prepare the broth." Han Qing, excited, replied, "Great. The hot pot made by Su Su is the best. I'd eat it every day if I could." Sucha chuckled, "You wish. Tonight's spicy hot pot is a rare treat. We can't use up all the chili peppers, as we need to save some for seeds." Han Qing let out a disappointed sigh, his wolf ears drooping, and his tail no longer wagging. Xuanqing playfully flicked his tail and quickly withdrew, saying, "Su Su started it. You're truly mischievous." Sucha playfully pinched Xianqing's soft flesh around the waist, apologizing, "I'm sorry, Han Qing, it was that naughty dog." Han Qing chuckled and shook his head. "Su Su can touch me anytime. I won't hold it against you." Xianqing, with a playful ouch, embraced Sucha and stepped outside, saying, "The kitchen is too cramped. Let us stay here and watch the little ones." As Sucha exited the kitchen, she turned around and playfully bit Xianqing, warning, "If it happens again, I'll smash your bird head." Xianqing immediately begged for mercy. "Su Su, I was wrong. I won't dare again." Feeling satisfied, Sucha walked towards the little ones, humming lightly, "That's more like it." Behind her, Xianqing muttered, "I was wrong. I'll do it again next time," and hurried to catch up with Sucha. In the cramped kitchen, the two had no choice but to play with the little ones in the living room. Sucha, seeing the little ones covered in sunflower seed shells, decided to toss the shells at them. Xianqing joined in, squatting down to throw shells at the little ones, who squealed and scattered to avoid the falling debris. Xianqing laughed, pointing at two little ones who had bumped heads. "Su Su, look how clumsy they are." Sucha, feeling a pang of sympathy, approached to gently rub the heads of the Bao and Air Bao, scolding Xianqing with a smile. "Why bully them? They're still so young." Xianqing, attempting to defend himself, retorted, "I'm not bullying them. They bumped into each other. Look, see, Bao is still clever." Sucha ignored him, continuing to comfort the two little ones until the stone pot over the fire emitted a sound. Only then did she rise and head toward the pot. Uncovering it to find the rice was already cooked. She replaced the lid, allowing it to steam for a couple more minutes for a crispy bottom. As she moved towards the kitchen, she observed the table piled high with dishes and asked, "Is everything ready?" Bai Mu glanced at the potatoes, cabbage, lettuce, slices of lean meat, and pork belly on the table before replying, "We just need the pickled vegetables." Sucha noted that there was enough food for the night and tugged at Bai Mu, saying, "No need to fetch anything else. Let us just eat this." Xianqing, having removed the cooked rice from the fire, called out, "The rice is done, Su Su." Sucha, feeding lassi, asked Bai Mu to take the pot outside and place it on the fire, promising to join shortly. Zai Bai and Han Qing carried plates into the living room, while Sucha followed with lard, salt, Sichuan pepper, and chili, which could not be stirred any longer. Bai Mu set the pot on the fire, and Sucha quickly came over with a wooden ladle, watching the oil melt, adding a bit of water, and more lard and salt with Sichuan pepper. She returned to the kitchen, calling out, "Add the vegetables. It's time to eat." Han Qing served everyone a bowl brimming with rice, while Bai Mu added some meat and vegetables along with potatoes. Sucha immediately scooped up some lettuce, instructing them, "Let the potatoes cook a bit longer. The meat and vegetables are ready, but overcooking will ruin the taste." Han Qing nodded and quickly picked up his chopsticks to grab some meat, and everyone joined in the hot pot feast, too busy to talk. Although the spiciness was a bit muted, the addition of Sichuan pepper still made for a delightful flavor. In the end, it was Han Qing and Xianqing who continued to eat until the last bite. Sucha had already set down her bowl and chopsticks, moving about the living room to aid digestion, watching them continue their hot pot battle. The steaming hot pot made everyone feel warm, and the enticing aroma wafted out, enticing the little ones in the basket to whine eagerly. Sucha gently stroked each one, saying, "Be good, you're still too little to eat." The little ones calmed down significantly with their mother's comforting words, though the Bao continued to protest, fixating his gaze on the hot pot. Bai Mu, having had his fill, approached and playfully patted the Bao's bottom, causing him to obediently sit in front of Sucha, behaving as if he were never the mischievous little one moments ago. Sucha pondered the Bao's demeanor, curious about whose traits he had inherited. He resembled neither herself nor Bai Mu. However, San Bao was indeed a miniature version of Bai Mu, always tending to see Bao without showing the same mischievousness as the Bao or Air Bao, appearing more mature than a mere cub. Bai Mu, observing their tranquility, helped Sucha rise and walked alongside her, saying, "Don't spoil them too much. Once they grow up, we'll have to send them away." Sucha finally understood why Bai Mu had so many siblings with whom he was not familiar. Likely, once they reached adulthood, they were required to fend for themselves. Sucha replied, "They are still our little ones. We brought them into the world out of love, not merely for the sake of reproduction." Bai Mu nodded. "Once they mature, we can no longer assist them. In the beast world, the weak are eliminated or devoured." Sucha, resigned yet understanding, replied, "I know." Bai Mu affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her, "You'll understand better in time." As they ambled slowly around the living room, Sucha called out to the two still eating, "Don't overindulge. You'll regret it later." Zaibai also set down his bowl and walked over to Sucha's side, taking a stroll to aid digestion while watching Hanqing and Xianqing eat. Hanqing took the opportunity to respond to Sucha, "This is the last meal. I have to eat a bit more." Eventually, Xianqing surrendered to Hanqing, setting down his bowl and groaning, "I can't take it anymore. I need to rest for a while." Hanqing looked at him cheerfully, "I'm still the best." Sucha explained, "It's because we ran out of chili. Next year when we plant seeds, we'll have plenty, and you might find it hard to finish." Hanqing finished all the rice and soup, and to Sucha's astonishment, transformed into an entirely snow-white wolf. Convinced he had overindulged, Sucha pointed at the wolf on the ground, exclaiming, "Where did my big rice bucket go?" Xianqing, curious, asked Susu, "What does rice bucket mean?" Sucha replied with a grin, "It's a compliment for Hanqing's hearty appetite." Bai Mu began to clean up the remnants, with Zaibai offering assistance. Hanqing approached and wrapped his tail around Sucha's waist, saying, "Don't worry, Susu. This way, the food digests faster." Sucha responded with an L, continuing to walk around until Bai Mu and the others had cleaned the pots and bowls. Feeling that she had digested sufficiently, she settled down by the fire to warm up. Bai Mu returned with the squealing little ones, saying, "They haven't been nursed yet." Sucha nodded, hiding behind Bai Mu to feed them. The process of nursing the 4 little ones took quite a while, as she had to check each of their bellies to ensure they were full. Sometimes she struggled to differentiate between De Bao and Bao due to their similar personalities, while Si Bao was slightly friendlier, making him easier to recognize. San Bao, a smaller version of Bai Mu, was also easy to identify. By the time she finished feeding all 4, the night had deepened, yet outside remained an eerie white expanse. Bai Mu returned the little ones to their room before coming back to sit down. Hanqing had already dozed off by the fire, snoring softly. Zaibai stretched and headed to his own room. Bai Mu turned to Sucha, asking softly, "Are you ready for bed?" "Cha-cha?" Sucha nodded, and Xianqing immediately scooped her up, exclaiming excitedly, "Then let us sleep. It's getting late." Bai Mu extinguished the fire, secured the door, and returned to his room, shifting into his beast form to rest. In the largest room, Sucha, initially sleepy, was awakened by Xianqing, who was exuberantly sprawled over her. Observing the lively Xianqing, she inquired, "Aren't you tired?" Xianqing, propping himself up to avoid crushing her, whispered, "Susu, do you want to?" Sucha's face flushed, and she stammered, "Why are you asking me?" Even if she wished to, she felt too shy to voice it. Xianqing chuckled softly, lowering himself closer to her ear. "I see." With that, he descended upon Sucha, pulling off their garments. Perhaps due to a long absence of such intimacy, Sucha let out a soft hum of delight, whispering, "Be gentle." The weighty sound of Xianqing's breath warmed her ear, and suddenly he let out a low groan. Unable to bear it, Sucha pressed her hand against his chest, softly exclaiming, "You rogue." Chapter 131. The peacock's display provokes anger afterwards. Sucha could not recall how she fell asleep. She only remembered that Xianqing kept saying, "Good Susu, just one last time." The next morning, Bai Mu rose to open the wooden door and stepped outside, discovering that the snow had ceased. Yet a thick layer remained on the ground. From the next room, Kai Bai emerged, and the two exchanged a knowing glance. The commotion caused by Xianqing the previous night had been quite significant, and Bai Mu had only managed to sleep past midnight. Likely, Kai Bai had too. After stretching his limbs, Bai Mu returned and closed the door, then went to the kitchen to gather firewood and kindle a fire in the living room. Knowing it would take some time for the warmth to permeate the house, Kai Bai approached to assist. Casting a quick glance into Sucha's room and noticing Xianqing tightly embracing her as they slept, quickly averting his gaze. The previous night's tumult must have exhausted them. Bai Mu handed the firewood to Kai Bai, saying, "Keep an eye on things here. I'll go wash the rice and prepare porridge." Kai Bai, feeling a pang of sympathy for Sucha, urged, "Add more meat and less vegetables." Bai Mu nodded with a smile. glancing at Su Cha on the bed before heading to the kitchen. As the fire blazed, Han Qing, still drowsy, emerged cradling 4 little cubs. Finding a comfortable spot by the fire to rest and placing the cubs in his paws, closing his eyes to continue sleeping. Seoi boy chukred alton king, guessing that he and the cubs had been the only ones to sleep well last night. Shaking his head with amusement, he continued to add more firewood to produce more charcoal. Bai Mu carried a stone pot outside, placed it over the fire to cook, and sat down. Seeing Han Qing and smiling, "What brings you up so early today?" Han Qing, wagging his tail, replied, "It's too cold. I wanted to sleep somewhere warmer." Bai Mu leaned down to lift the 4 treasures from Han Qing's embrace, saying, "Go back to sleep. It's still early. I'll call you when the rice is ready." Han Qing made a couple of grunts and soon fell asleep again. Bai Mu tenderly groomed the still sleeping 4 treasures, and they quickly transformed into fluffy, plump little creatures. Utterly adorable. In the living room, only Kai Bai and Bai Mu remained, each engaged in their tasks, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The rice in the pot bubbled cheerily, and Bai Mu stirred it, adding meat and vegetables, deciding against potatoes today to avoid boring Su Cha with the same dish daily. The fire had grown quite lively, and the rice was nearly done. Bai Mu set it aside to keep warm until Su Cha woke. He placed the 4 treasures back on Han Qing, then retreated to his room to retrieve the clothes he had made the previous day for some final adjustments. Kai Bai leaned against the stone wall, eyes closed in rest, while Bai Mu meticulously examined the garment, trimming excess fabric until it was perfect, then placed it on Su Cha's bed. Xian Qing, hearing the commotion, lifted his head to look at Bai Mu, commenting, Su is still asleep. Bai Mu nodded and sat down by the fire, momentarily unsure of what to do. He contemplated clearing the snow at the cave entrance, but remembered Su Cha had suggested building a snowman yesterday. Kai Bai opened his eyes, observing Bai Mu, and advised, "Just sit still. There's not much to do in winter." Bai Mu nodded, but couldn't sit idle, so he returned the 4 treasures to his lap, gently stroking their fur, playfully pinching their little paws and patting their heads, which soon led to a delightful mess of fluff until, thankfully, Su Cha finally woke up. Xian Qing emerged from the room, holding Su Cha, while Bai Mu placed the 4 treasures back down. Su Cha rubbed her eyes and noticed everyone gathered in the living room, exclaiming, "You all rose early. It's still snowing outside." Bai Mu stood, offering Su Cha a toothbrush, saying, "It's not snowing anymore. Brush your teeth first, then we'll have rice." Su Cha nodded and went to the kitchen to brush her teeth, where a basin of warm water awaited. She smiled, appreciating Bai Mu's thoughtfulness, and quickly washed her face before joining him by the fire to warm up. Xian Qing, radiating joy, sat beside them and shook Han Qing, urging, "Wake up, eat something before going back to sleep." Ang Qing, noticing Shuang, Qing's unusual cheerfulness, pushed him away with a paw, questioning, "What's up with you today?" With a gentle smile, Xian Qing replied, "What do you mean? I'm always like this." Bai Mu is cooking rice. Hurry up. Han Qing, his fur nearly bristling with apprehension, crawled closer to Kai Bai and asked, "Has Xian Qing been swapped with someone else?" Kai Bai chuckled without explanation, likely aware that Han Qing had no idea what had transpired the previous night, simply nodding, perhaps. Han Qing transformed into human form, pointing at Xian Qing by the fire, demanding, "Tell me, where did you hide Xian Qing?" Su Cha interjected, "What is going on?" "This is Xian Qing. Han Qing. You must be dreaming." Bai Mu called from a stone table, "Stop the nonsense. Come eat." He brought over a bowl of steaming rice porridge and placed it on the ground for the 4 little cubs. At the mention of food, Han Qing joyfully rushed to the stone table, momentarily forgetting about Xian Qing, who resembled a proud peacock displaying its feathers. Su Cha, puzzled by their conversation, tugged at Kai Bai's arm, inquiring what were they just saying. Kai Bai, noticing Swan King's Vidian Demo, Kai thought Su Cha flies, weak spoon. Han Qing was oblivious while he slept last night. Bai Mu and I had a tough time. Su Cha's face flushed with embarrassment as she approached Xian Qing, pinching his soft flesh and scolding, "You should tone it down. Do you want the whole world to know?" Xian Qing, in a good mood, grinned broadly, "Oh, Su. You're accusing me unjustly." I haven't said a word. Observing his smug expression, Su Cha retorted, "You may not have spoken, but that smirk of yours indicates something." She spun around dramatically, playfully demanding, "Hide that cheeky grin." Xian Qing quickly nodded, "I won't show off anymore. Can you let go?" "Eat herz, Su. Satisfied, she released her grip and kindly rubbed his shoulder. Bai Mu, holding the rice, beckoned Su Cha to sit by the fire, saying, "Eat. It's just the right temperature." Kai Bai, with a smile, floated past Xian Qing, teasing, You deserve it. Anin chiv. Gueldone. Susu. You're magnificent. Su Cha, while eating the rice, found it difficult to meet Bai Mu's gaze, perhaps due to his stature as the family patriarch. Bai Mu affectionately ruffled her hair, leaning close to whisper, "It's all right, as long as you hold a little space in your heart for me." Upon hearing this, Su Cha immediately professed, "I have always loved you." Bai Mu smiled, nodding as he served her more meat, saying, "Eat more. You need to replenish your strength." Xianqing interjected with a hint of jealousy, "Indeed. One cannot trust the words of female in bed. They're merely sweet talk." Su Cha shot him a glare, taking advantage and then acting innocent. How shameless. Xianqing promptly offered her a piece of meat, asserting, Su definitely loves me the most, right? Su Cha, blushing, nodded vigorously, nearly burying her head in the bowl. Realizing such topics were best whispered privately to avoid favoritism, Kai Bai watched their playful banter with amusement, while Han Qing curiously asked, "What are you all discussing? Did you have some delicious food while I was asleep last night?" Su Cha met Han Qing's inquiring gaze and nodded, "Yes. You were so sound asleep that we couldn't wake you, so we enjoyed a meal without you." Han Qing let out a wail. "I slept so lightly. You must not have called me. I'm heartbroken that you left me nothing." Xianqing shrugged. "What can we do? We couldn't wake you." Su Cha, seeing Han Qing's distraught expression, smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. We wouldn't skip feeding you if there was good food. I was just teasing. You were sound asleep." Han Qing, unconvinced, turned to Kai Bai, asking, "You really didn't eat anything?" Kai Bai confirmed, then turned to Bai Mu, saying, "I trust you the most, Bai Mu." Bai Mu chuckled. "They're just teasing you." Chapter 132. Building a snowman. Su Cha had one bowl and then stopped, choosing instead to warm herself by the fire. Han Qing, unusually restrained today, only consumed 2 bowls and took the opportunity, while Bai Mu was in the kitchen, to approach and ask, "Did you really not sneak a bite?" Kai Bai, passing by with bowls and utensils, overheard and chuckled at the two. Xianqing, fanning the flames, nodded enthusiastically. "We definitely ate. It was so delicious that I still remember the taste." Han Qing, feeling wronged, looked at Su Cha with tearful eyes. "Why didn't you wake me?" Unable to bear it, Su Cha scolded Xianqing. "Why are you bullying Han Qing?" Xianqing, having been scolded, mimicked Han Qing's tone. "Woe is me," as Su Cha covered her head, feeling quite aggrieved. Su Cha, caught between 2 individuals, gently pinched their mouths shut with her hands, relishing the tranquility that enveloped her ears upon silencing them. She then spoke, "All right, enough of the noise." Turning to Han Qing, she remarked, "I was merely teasing you. What could we possibly eat at this late hour?" She then shifted her gaze to Xianqing, chiding, "And you? Are you enjoying the spectacle, are you not?" Seizing the opportunity, Xianqing playfully licked Su Cha's fingers, nodding obediently to indicate that he would cease his antics. Han Qing, looking somewhat aggrieved, nodded in agreement, saying, "Ivil lisanto susu." Releasing the 2, Su Cha declared, "All right, off you go to your tasks. Or else I shall reward you both with a hefty serving of da bai do." The mere mention of da bai do prompted Xianqing to bolt away, still feeling the sting from Su's earlier pinch. Han Qing, having tasted da bai do previously, followed suit. Su Cha sighed in relief as she observed the little ones clambering about, lifting them into her arms and saying, "You are all so well behaved. Food is scattered everywhere." As she spoke, she picked bits of rice from their chins. San Bao's chin was relatively clean, while Si Bao had only a few remnants. However, the Bao and Air Bao were quite messy, with remnants even in their hair, and she painstakingly cleaned them. Straightening her back and rubbing her sore waist, she called out, "Xianqing." Immediately, Xianqing responded eagerly, "What can I do for you?" Su Cha, still massaging her waist, cast a reproachful glance at him. He quickly understood and approached to massage her back, saying, "I was wrong. It's not like I've been holding it in for long." Su Cha shot him an annoyed look, but remained silent, continuing to inspect the little ones for any remaining bits of food. Han Qing approached to assist, lifting to Bao and asking, "How do they manage to get so dirty? Should we give them a bath, Su?" Su Cha shook her head. "It's too cold. Let us just remove the rice grains from their bodies." Han Qing responded with a sound of acknowledgement, flipping Da Bao around to search, while Air Bao, mistaking the activity for a game, wagged his tail at Han Qing's feet, barking excitedly. Su Cha placed the clean Si Bao into the basket and checked San Bao before placing both into the basket as well, then lifted Air Bao. Han Qing placed the Bao into the basket, and Su Cha added Air Bao, saying, "Let us put them in a clean spot. There are still some rice grains on the floor that need sweeping." Han Qing set the little ones on a stool and grabbed a rudimentary broom from the corner of the living room to clean up the area where they had just eaten, subsequently sweeping the entire living room. As Bai Mu and Su Bai emerged from the kitchen, Han Qing had just finished tidying up. Han Qing suden liu li nadine, complaining. Su, I have a painful bump in my mouth. Su Cha beckoned. Come here. Let me see. Perhaps you ate too many sunflower seeds yesterday. Han Qing squatted in front of Su Cha, opening his mouth for inspection. Confirming it was indeed a result of overeating seeds, Su Cha advised. It will heal in a couple of days. Avoid sunflower seeds for now. So Bai approached, glancing at the bump, and suggested, popping it will help it heal faster. Han Qing, fearing the pain, shook his head and returned to cradle the little ones by the warm fire. Su Cha pulled Bai Mu to her feet as they made their way toward the cave entrance, commenting, let us step outside for a moment. Bai Mu cracked open the wooden door slightly, allowing them to step out. Su Bai entered the room, draping a cloak over Su Cha, tightening it around her, and admonished. Next time, don't come out without a cloak. It's cold and you could fall ill. Su Cha nuzzled against Su Bai's shoulder and nodded, I understand. But look over there. It's so beautiful, like a fairy tale world. Xian Qing emerged, inquiring, where is this fairy tale world? Does Su like it? Su Cha affirmed, of course. The inhabitants seemed to live happily, devoid of worries, evoking envy. Bai Mu affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, then let us seek out this fairy tale world. Su Cha replied with a smile. Every individual possesses their own fairy tale world, hidden deep within their hearts, even if it is but a fantasy. Han Qing squeezed past Xian Qing, exclaiming, but I can't seem to find mine. Su Cha laughed, remaining silent as she scooped up a handful of soft, fluffy snow and playfully tossed it at Su Bai. Su Bai merely looked at her with affectionate exasperation, murmuring, you little rascal. Noticing the thick layer of snow at the cave entrance, Su Cha proposed, let us build a snowman. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm, one shaping the head, another the body, yet another the limbs, while Bai Mu collaborated with Su Cha to craft a round, adorable head. Su Cha stood up and announced, all right, let us assemble them together. Xian Qing rolled over with the rounded body, Bai Mu affixed the head, while Su Bai and Han Qing inserted the plump little hands. Observing the snowman, Su Cha giggled, it's rather ugly. She then approached to add eyes and a nose, using a small stick for the latter. Xian Qing stood up to inspect it and remarked, it looks great. Where is the ugliness? Han Qing wholeheartedly agreed, expressing, indeed, it's quite lovely. Su Cha clapped her hands, standing tall to admire the snowman with eyes and a nose, huffing playfully, all thanks to me. It's much cuter now. Bai Mu and Su Bai exchanged smiles, praising Su Cha. Indeed, we owe it all to Su. Su Cha nodded, affirming, of course. Bai Mu took Su Cha by the hand, leading her back home to warm by the fire, and everyone hurried inside. Bai Mu brought her frozen red fingers close to the fire, saying, are you satisfied now? Su Cha beamed, nodding, I'm happy. Our snowman will certainly last a long time in this cold. Their hands were all reddened from the cold, and Su Bai remarked, this winter will be prolonged. It seems it will snow again tonight. Han Qing divided the 4 little ones among them, each cradling one, as he held the cuddly sea bao, stating, holding them is warm. As there were only 4 little ones, Han Qing did not share with Xian Qing. Su Cha offered her sand bao to him, saying, here, take it. I'm not cold. Xian Qing accepted, teasingly glancing at Han Qing while stroking sand bao's fluffy body. Bai Mu took it, then enveloped her completely, stating, this will suffice. Xian Qing, feeling the little one in his arms, suddenly seemed less warm, lamented, why didn't I think of that earlier? Su Cha nestled capably within Bai Mu's embrace. Suddenly, a voice called for Su Bai from the cave entrance. Su Bai stood, passing the little ones to Xian Qing, saying, I'll step out for a bit. Su Cha waved him off, urging him to hurry, suspecting that there was something urgent to attend to in the frigid winter. Chapter 133. Illness among the females of the tribe. After watching Su Bai depart, Su Cha resumed playing with the little ones. Soon, Su Bai returned, sitting by the fire and stating, a female in the tribe has fallen ill. Her partner came to fetch herbs for me. Su Cha nodded, understanding that it was likely due to the gathering at the foot of the mountain, as the snowfall had been heavy and the cold harsh. Suddenly, Chuan Gu dashed into the cave, exclaiming, it's so warm in here, unlike my cave, which is freezing. Su Bai, exasperated, looked at him and asked, why aren't you sleeping in your cave this early morning? Chuan Gu, having run over in a flurry, settled beside Su Bai, extending his hands to warm by the fire, saying, I'm here to report the situation. Don't be so irritable all the time. Su Bai cradling the chubby little ones, replied in a serious tone, "What is going on?" Chuan-gu, smiling brightly, shared, "It's still about our neighboring leopard tribe. Before the snowfall, they raided a nearby small tribe, and now that the snow has just stopped, they are heading towards the He-Ma tribe, this time with a considerable number of people." Subai was somewhat taken aback, realizing that a feud had developed between the two tribes, indicating a path of no return. Suchalisen quietly, surprised at how quickly the conflict had escalated, uncertain of which side would prevail this time. Bai Mu gently stroked Su Cha's hair, one strand at a time. Subai nodded, urging Chuan-gu to continue. Chuan-gu promptly recounted all he knew and inquired, "The leopard tribe seems quite reckless. Should we send someone to guard the entrance?" Subai agreed, stating, "You handle this matter. Ensure no one approaches our territory." Chuan-gu patted his chest confidently, assuring, "Leave it to me. You can rest easy. I'm off now." They've likely already begun fighting. Indeed, distant sounds echoed, indicating a confrontation as the He-Ma tribe prepared, both factions locked in a standoff. Su Cha and the others voiced their concerns. "Will anything serious happen? They're fighting in this bitter cold." Subai smiled and remarked, "Indeed, the He-Ma tribe has burned all the winter provisions and furs of the Bao tribe. The leader of the Bao tribe, being a proud individual, will certainly find it intolerable." Xuanqing, chuckling softly nearby, interjected, "I foresee that this will lead to mutual destruction once more. As far as I know, the leader of the He-Ma tribe has just ascended to power, young and capable, yet only possessing a one-star beast soul. Last time, they were ambushed by the Bao tribe, but this time, the outcome remains uncertain." Subai nodded in agreement. "As long as my tribe remains unharmed, let's watch their duel. This conflict will only cease when one party is vanquished." Sucha, holding her little ones tightly, remained silent, her thoughts drifting far away until she was drawn back by Bai Mu's inquiring gaze. Sucha quickly replied, "I'm fine, just lost in thought." Bai Mu affectionately ruffled her hair without probing further, instead offering her a gentle massage at her waist. For a moment, only the voices of Xuanqing and Subai filled the cave, while Hanqing lay sprawled by the fire, eyes closed, seemingly unaware of whether he was asleep or awake. Soon, footsteps echoed at the cave entrance, prompting Subai to rise and retreat into his lair, likely summoned by his kin. Hanqing opened his eyes and asked Susu, "What shall we have for lunch?" Sucha gazed at him, her eyes reflecting a naive innocence that made her somewhat envious of Hanqing. She replied, "Let us have roasted meat." "What do you desire? It feels like ages since we last had roasted meat." Hanqing wagged his tail in agreement. "Yes, let us have roasted meat with lettuce." As Sucha smiled and began to crack sunflower seeds from yesterday's leftovers, she noticed Hanqing hesitating, which made her unable to suppress a laugh. "Who told you to overindulge yesterday? Now you're feeling uncomfortable, aren't you?" Xuanqing gleefully joined in, cracking open seeds and tossing the shells at Hanqing. "Oh dear, these seeds are simply delightful and aromatic. Yet poor Hanqing can only watch and not partake." Bai Mu, taking a handful of seeds, chuckled as he watched them tease Hanqing. With a resigned expression, Hanqing declared, "No worries, I can chew with the other side of my mouth." Sucha, sitting on Bai Mu's lap and swinging her legs, grinned at Hanqing's struggle. "Go ahead and eat. It's not my mouth that's in pain." Hanqing cautiously attempted to eat with the other side, but ended up hurting his blister, grimacing as Xuanqing laughed so hard he doubled over, clutching his stomach. Sucha, watching Hanqing persist in eating sunflower seeds despite his discomfort, finally said, "Stop eating, or your blister will burst. And you want to be able to enjoy the roasted meat at noon." Hanqing, after a moment of struggle, reluctantly placed the seeds back in a bowl, lying down with a defeated sigh. "All right, I'll listen to Susu." Sucha couldn't help but chuckle at his expression, realizing he was more concerned about missing out on the roasted meat than actually heeding her advice. Bai Mu, peeling a generous handful of seeds, offered some to Hanqing. "Go ahead and eat." Hanqing's ears perked up in delight, his tail wagging as he exclaimed, "Bai Mu is the best." He then eagerly devoured the seeds one by one. Bai Mu, smiling, handed the remaining seeds to Sucha, ruffling her hair, "Enjoy, but don't overindulge, or you'll end up like Hanqing." Sucha happily munched on the freshly peeled seeds, relishing their natural flavor. Xuanqing watched Hanqing eat cautiously, occasionally bursting into laughter at his antics. The little ones nearby were making a ruckus, prompting Sucha to suddenly say, "Did I forget to feed them this morning?" Bai Mu looked down at the 4 chubby cubs and replied, "I fed them white rice this morning." Sucha exclaimed, "No wonder they weren't calling out earlier. They must be satisfied." The 4 cubs joyfully scampered around Bai Mu's feet, even attempting to leap up to reach Sucha. As Sucha observed Debeo jumping and tugging at her pants, she quickly pushed them down and playfully teased them with her foot. Watching their frantic attempts to bite, she found it thoroughly amusing. With winter's absence of sunlight, the time felt ambiguous, but it seemed to be noon, yet Sabai had not yet returned. After playing with the cubs for a while, the sunflower seeds were all consumed. Xuanqing stood up, stretching. It must be noon. Why hasn't Sabai returned yet? Sucha looked towards the cave entrance, where the dazzling whiteness of the snow outside glimmered like a mirage, even reflecting light painfully. Snowmen stood erect at the cave mouth. Sucha squatted down, continuing to play with the cubs. If he doesn't return, we'll eat first and save some for him. Bamu stood up, asking, "Are you hungry, Susu?" Sucha rubbed her belly and replied, "I'm a little hungry." Hanqing immediately transformed into his human form, jumping up. "Then let us roast meat right away. I'll fetch some lettuce." He dashed toward the kitchen with enthusiasm. Sucha chuckled at his eagerness. He must be starving. He runs faster than a rabbit at the mere mention of food. Bamu smiled and instructed Xuanqing, "Keep the fire going and produce more charcoal. It will make the roasted meat all the more delectable." Xuanqing promptly got up to fetch dry twigs for the fire, while Bamu went to the kitchen to slice the meat, and Hanqing excitedly washed the lettuce. Sucha, with nothing to do, embraced her cubs and played with them. In Chapter 134, Persuading the Sure tribe to collaborate, Xuanqing had prepared a substantial amount of bright red charcoal, and Bamu emerged from the kitchen carrying meat, followed closely by Hanqing, who bore a platter of lettuce leaves. Xuanqing also retrieved salt and pepper from the kitchen, placing them aside. Bamu placed the meat on the grill, and soon the aroma wafted through the air as the juices began to sizzle. Xuanqing roasted a skewer of meat himself, while Sucha, after handing the cubs to Hanqing, joined in to help with the grilling. Hanqing, holding the cubs tightly, drooled in anticipation. Before long, the meat was cooked to perfection, seasoned with salt and pepper. It was placed in a dish while new meat was prepared on the grill. Sucha, noticing her meat had also cooked well, seasoned it and placed it back on the grill, watching as it began to emit a mouth-watering aroma at just the right moment. She eagerly retrieved it, blowing gently before wrapping a slice in a lettuce leaf, savoring the delightful taste of the succulent pork belly, which was rich yet not greasy, enhanced by the freshness of the lettuce. Hanqing, observing Sucha's enjoyment, nearly drooled as he asked, "Susu, is it delicious?" Bamu handed her a skewer of grilled meat, advising, "Eat carefully, it's hot." Hanqing, grinning widely, eagerly took the meat, wrapping it in a lettuce leaf and taking a hefty bite, undeterred by the heat. Xuanqing also wrapped a piece in a lettuce leaf to eat, while Bamu enjoyed his directly. Just as they were halfway through their meal, Sabai finally returned, entering the cave and immediately catching the delicious aroma, exclaiming, "What delectable feast is this? It smells divine." Hearing his voice, Sucha called out, "Come in quickly. If you delay any longer, there won't be any left." Sabai entered, first settling by the fire to warm himself. Once comfortable, Bamu handed him a skewer of grilled meat, saying, "We've only just begun. Your timing is perfect." Sabai smiled and accepted the offering, using chopsticks to enjoy the food. With Sabai's arrival, the second round of grilling commenced, and soon everyone was satiated. Bamu inquired, "Does anyone want more?" Everyone shook their heads, patting their bellies to indicate they were full. Sucha, having eaten her fill, stretched and rubbed her stomach, the loud, childish cries of the cubs ringing in her ears. She stood up, drawing the basket closer and casually plucking 2 cubs to expertly feed them. The moment the 2 cubs latched on, they devoured hungrily, prompting Sucha to gently pat their heads, saying softly, "It seems they were hungry." Bamu up, holding 2 of the cubs from the basket, reassuring them, "Just wait a little longer, no more crying." Xuanqing and Hanqing took their bowls and chopsticks to wash them, while Sabai amusedly remarked at the 2 cubs in Bamu's arms, "Next time, let's try feeding them roasted meat." Bamu, note that. They should be able to eat it now. The cubs, unsure if they understood, excitedly howled in response. Sucha stroked their fluffy fur, watching them become full, and said, "Please hand me those 2. Bamu, handing over the impatient cubs, placed the satiated ones back in the basket. Xuanqing and Hanqing returned from the kitchen to sit by the fire, engaged in a low conversation. Xuanqing playfully wiped his wet hands on Hanqing, inciting yet another argument. Sucha quickly averted her gaze, opting to focus on the cubs nursing in her embrace. Soon, the little ones were well fed. Bamu placed them into a basket beside the fire and watched as they gradually drifted off to sleep, the 4 cubs snuggling together and emitting soft snores. Sucha yawned, pulling her clothes down, and explained, I'm going to take a nap. Please wake me later. Bai Mu picked her up and carried her towards the room. Sucha immediately nestled into the plush beast skin, comfortably closing her eyes, only to suddenly feel the other side of the bed sink down. Bai Mu, embracing her from behind, said, "Sleep now. I shall rest for a while as well." Sucha remained silent, her eyes closed as she fell asleep. Napping had become a habit for her. Sube, observing Bemu, raised an eyebrow at the noisy pair and remarked, "You too, keep an eye on the fire. I too need to sleep." Upon hearing this, Xian Qing was the first to dash away, lying on the bed and calling out to Han Qing in the living room, "I need to sleep as well. The fire is up to you." Han Qing shot an annoyed glare, realizing she was the only one left in the living room, and resigned herself to fetching firewood from the kitchen, transforming into her beast form and lying in the living room. For a moment, tranquility returned to the cave, interrupted only by the soft rumblings of the cubs and Han Qing's snores. In stark contrast to the warm cave, outside in the forest, the Haima tribe glared angrily at the trapped leopard tribe beastmen. The Haima tribe leader approached, kicking the ground and addressing the leopards. "Are you planning to wear us down?" A nearby tribesman responded angrily. Fortunately, the leader foresaw this and hid the females and food. Who would have thought they would actually come? The Haima leader felt grateful for his cautiousness in concealing the tribe's females and provisions, pondering aloud, "Is the lion tribe involved?" Without their assistance, the leopard tribe would not intimidate us. A strong black horse swiftly approached and informed the leader, "I have inquired. The lion tribe is not aiding them." Hearing this, the Haima leader spoke gravely. "Good. Let us settle accounts with these despicable creatures today." He then whispered to those nearby, and everyone dispersed. Outside the tribe, Mana sat atop a leopard, watching them with a smile, planning a sneak attack. "Are we?" "Thankfully, I have made preparations in the tribe. Let us charge in." The leopards howled excitedly and rushed towards the Haima tribe, only to be quickly surrounded. The Haima leader emerged, his dark horns gleaming, stating, "Do not think you are the only ones prepared. We have maintained our peace while it is you, this wretched group, who has instigated this conflict." Mana cracked her whip with a sharp sound. "Enough of the chatter. Let us fight. However, I admire your courage. Have you considered joining my leopard tribe?" The Haima leader, infuriated, raised his hoof and crushed a leopard tribe beastman, declaring, "Impossible. I would rather die." In an instant, chaos erupted. Yet the leopards could not locate the hiding place of the Haima females. A leopard stealthily approached Mana's side. Mana had come to seize the Haima females and food, but was surprised at how well they were concealed. Now, with the harsh winter weather, she had no choice but to retreat. The leopard tribe quickly withdrew, knowing further conflict would yield no benefits, and Mana decided to target a smaller tribe instead, leaving the Haima tribe for later. The territory of the Haima tribe soon stained crimson as the tribesmen began to clean up the aftermath. The leader looked towards the lion tribe and declared, "Tonight, we will seek out the lion tribe leader for a discussion." A nearby tribesman nodded in agreement. "Yes, it would be best to persuade them to join us in seizing the leopard tribe. Our hatred for them is palpable." At the same time, within the lion tribe, Sucha had awakened. The warm cave starkly contrasted the blood-soaked grounds of the Haima tribe, revealing the brutal nature of the beast world. Chapter 135, Trying Wild Warfare. Bai Mu assisted Sucha in getting out of bed and dressing. "Let us go to the living room to warm ourselves by the fire." Sucha glanced up to see a roaring fire in the living room, with only Han Qing present. Bai Mu carried her into the living room, where Xian Qing's figure quickly appeared, cheerfully saying, "Susu is awake. Did you miss me?" Sucha, uninterested in the continually amorous beastman, buried her head into Bai Mu's chest. Subai also joined from the adjacent room, and they all sat by the fire, warming themselves. Sucha looked at Subai and suggested, "You should install a wooden door at your cave entrance. Otherwise, the cold wind and snow will seep in." Subai shook his head. "No need to trouble yourself, Susu. During winter, I'm always in my beast form." Considering Subai's thick fur, Sucha decided not to press further. Suddenly, a voice called from the cave entrance, "Susu! Susu!" Sucha immediately perked up, jumping from Bai Mu's embrace, and joyfully ran towards the entrance. She had missed what air dearly. Subai opened the wooden door to let Shiwu in. Upon entering, Shiwu headed straight for the fire, stating, "It is snowing heavily outside. It is so cold." As Shiwu settled by the fire, he released Guaer, who had been bundled tightly. The two females joyfully held hands and sat together, with Sucha placing the bow in Guaer's arms to keep warm. Guaer reached out to warm herself by the fire, saying, "It has been too boring at home. I came over to play with you, but unexpectedly got caught in the snow. Su Cha cheerfully called out to Bai Mu. Bring out the sunflower seeds to roast. Bai Mu nodded and went to the kitchen, while Shi Wu and Su Bai engaged in conversation. And Su Cha and Gua Er chatted about the latest gossip. Gua Er stroked a Bao's fluffy fur and said, I found out who that male partner is from last time. I never expected her to be so heartless. Calling her partner out to hunt in the depths of winter. Su Cha, unclear about the previous incident, asked, That female, have I met her? Gua Er nodded. I greeted her when we were at the foot of the mountain. You've seen her. You even said she was quite pretty and gentle. Su Cha gasped in disbelief. I remember now. It was her. Last time, they seemed quite affectionate, right? The one in the wild battle? Gua Er excitedly nodded. Hey, who would have thought you still remember? We even secretly went to watch. Their voices, along with the smallness of the cave, caught the attention of everyone sitting around the fire, who turned their gazes towards the two females. Shi Wu, knowing his partner's nature, remained calm, while Xianqing licked his lips, casting a meaningful glance at Su Cha. Feeling uneasy, Su Cha pretended to cough and pulled Gua Er closer, nodding yes, it is she. How many partners does she have? Gua Er pondered and replied, maybe 10. One has died, and now she is 12. Recently, she has taken 3 more. Su Cha's head spun. That male was quite careless. Is there any more gossip you haven't shared? I've been so bored at home. Gua playfully hit Su Cha, saying, why don't you come over to play? I've been thinking about you every day. Su Cha nudged Gua Er with her shoulder and mischievously replied, I want to, but I'm worried about encountering something I shouldn't see. Gua Er, feeling a bit embarrassed, boldly asserted, I wouldn't mind if you watched. It's a chance for you to learn. Su Cha exclaimed, after a few days apart. Where did you get such a thick face? Teach me. Oh, wise Gua Er. Gua Er laughed heartily at her expression. All right, since you have asked, I shall graciously teach you. Instantly, the two began to playfully tussle, completely unaware that Bao had slipped from Gua Er's arms. At that moment, Bai Mu returned with 2 plates of sunflower seeds, placing one beside Su Cha and the other with them. Su Cha grabbed a handful of seeds for Gua Er and instructed her on how to crack them, saying, Do not eat too many of these, otherwise you might get heat and sores in your mouth. Gua Er nodded, perhaps realizing that sunflower seeds paired with gossip were indeed a perfect match as they munched on the seeds while chatting, unaware that a pile of seed shells had accumulated at their feet. As they leaned in closer, Su Cha suddenly said, Let us pause for a moment. I need to drink some water. Just then, Bai Mu handed her a cup of water, and they shared it before continuing their conversation. Gua Er slapped her forehead and exclaimed, Oh no, where were we? Su Cha, munching on sunflower seeds, replied, We were discussing the pivotal moment when a female goes up against 5 males. Yes, right here. Let me tell you, Gua Er excitedly continued, slapping her thigh. Su Cha listened with rapt attention, her seed consumption quickening, occasionally exclaiming, Wow, how could she do that? I never expected it. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Gua nodded in agreement, as the remarkable tactics of the 2 females left the males across from them utterly bewildered. After listening for so long, they still failed to grasp what was so thrilling about their conversation. Just then, Shi Wu interjected, It's time to head home. Gua looked up at the sky and remarked, it's getting dark so quickly. Didn't we just arrive? Su Cha nodded in agreement. Yeah. How is time passing so swiftly? Bai Mu, smiling, suggested, Why not invite Gua and Shi Wu to stay for dinner? Han Qing pointed at the feet of the 2 females, saying, You two have been chatting all afternoon. Bai Mu has already roasted 2 pots of seeds. Everyone stifled laughter as they watched the 2 females simultaneously lower their heads to inspect the sunflower seed shells that had accumulated around their feet. Su Cha and Gua Er exchanged glances and burst into laughter, playfully pushing each other, with Gua Er insisting, It must be Su who ate the most, while Su Cha immediately pushed the blame back on Gua, both unable to contain their mirth. Shi Wu, with a hint of helplessness, waited for a moment before standing up under Su Cha's reluctant gaze, saying, I have to go. He leaned in to whisper something in her ear. Su Cha immediately understood, nodding, Go ahead, I knew it. Gua playfully hit her, saying, What are you thinking? There are still people waiting for me at home. Let us go. Su Cha stood to see them off and quickly shut the wooden door. Outside, the sky had darkened, though the ground remained bright as Su Bai tidied up the area where the 2 had been seated. As Su Cha turned around, she was embraced by Xianqing, who asked, Su, would you like to try something? Su Cha, momentarily confused, asked, Try what? Xianqing, with a playful smile, replied, Outdoor battles, of course. Su Cha quickly covered Xianqing's mouth, exclaiming, What are you talking about? Xian Qing shook his head, indicating for her to let him go, and once freed, he leaned in closer to whisper, "Let us try it next time." With that, he casually walked away, calling out, "What are we having for dinner tonight?" Su Cha rubbed her chin, realizing that after eating so many sunflower seeds, she would probably feel uncomfortable the next day. Bai Mu emerged from the kitchen, asking Su Su, "What do you want to eat tonight?" Sitting by the fire with the cubs in her arms, Su Cha replied, "It's still too early. I'm not hungry yet." "Are you all hungry?" Bai Mu shook his head and joined her in playing with the 4 cubs. Suddenly, the door of the cave was knocked upon, and a voice called out, "Sabai." The voice sounded elderly, and Su Cha guessed it must be the clan leader. Everyone quickly stood up. Han Qing gathered the 4 cubs together, looking towards the entrance. Sabai walked over to open the door, and the clan leader entered, accompanied by Chuan Gu and a tall male beastman. What caught her attention most was a male beastman with rabbit ears who smiled at Su Cha. The clan leader squeezed past Sabai and hurried over to sit by the fire, exclaiming, "Why are you so slow?" "Em Friesen." Sabai turned to Chuan Gu and asked, "What is going on? Why did you bring them here?" Chuan Gu shrugged, pointing at the chattering clan leader, implying he couldn't stop him. Su Cha, cuddling the cubs, watched as the clan leader looked at the plump white tiger cubs with envy, saying, "They look so adorable." "Su Cha, when are you planning to have little lion cubs with Sabai?" Su Cha chuckled, unsure how to respond to the clan leader. Thankfully, Sabai stepped in, separating them, saying, "Let us talk in my cave." The clan leader immediately protested, "Your cave is cold. Let us just talk here." Sabai was about to argue further when Su Cha gently pulled him aside, saying, "It's all right. It's warm here. You can sit here." Sabai reluctantly nodded. And upon seeing this, the clan leader laughed and said, "Having a partner makes a difference, doesn't it? Right, Chuan Gu?" Chuan Gu, hearing the old man's comment about finding a partner, remained silent, munching on sunflower seeds. Bai Mu offered sunflower seeds to the Black Horse Tribe Beastman and the Rabbit Tribe Beastman, teaching them how to eat them. Sabai, sitting down, asked, "What brings you here?" The 2 beastmen replied, "I'm He Jiao, the leader of the Black Horse Tribe, here to represent my people." Sabai nodded, turning to the Rabbit Tribe Beastman, who cheerfully said, "I'm also here representing the Rabbit Tribe, sincerely wishing to collaborate with the Lion Tribe." Em Kong King, the son of the Rabbit Tribe leader. Sabai nodded at He Jiao and then said, "My tribe never interferes in the conflicts of others. I assume you wish to discuss that?" The Lion Tribe declines. He then looked at Kong Qing and reiterated, "The same goes for your Rabbit Tribe." Kong Qing, smiling, responded, "We're not looking for a fight. We're willing to offer the Lion Tribe certain resources, including crystal stones and animal skins. I've heard that Subai's partner enjoys white rice. We Rabbit Tribe excel in cultivating white rice and yellow fruits." With a flourish, he produced a bunch of bright yellow carrots from behind his back and tossed them towards Su Cha. Instinctively, she caught them and smiled, saying, "Isn't this just a carrot? Truly a rabbit." Kong Qing, quick to seize the moment, chimed in, "We call them yellow fruits. But let us name them carrot from now on. It sounds nice. Little female, we have plenty more for you to enjoy." Su Cha held the carrot and looked at Sabai, asking, "Can I eat this?" Sabai nodded, "It's just a carrot. Go ahead." Bai Mu took it to the kitchen to wash it before handing it back to Su Cha, who immediately bit into it with delight. Observing her enjoyment, Kong Qing remarked, "Little female, you must be one of us rabbits, loving it so much." Su Cha shook her head while munching on the sweet carrot, saying, "Carrots are quite tasty." The leader of the Black Horse Tribe interjected, "I can also provide a large amount of food and crystal stones to the Lion Tribe, seeking only to join forces against the arrogant Leopard Tribe. I want to even ask for the Leopard Tribe as female crystals." Sabai glanced at the clan leader, who was engrossed in his sunflower seeds, saying, "Leader, you should say something." The clan leader looked at Chuan Gu, who was avoiding his gaze, prompting the leader to raise his voice. "The Lion Tribe is under the authority of Sabai, the shaman." Sabai, amused by the 2 cowards, chuckled and said, "So, you left everything to me, huh?" The clan leader continued munching seeds, indicating his age and poor hearing, while Chuan Gu sought refuge behind Han Qing, leaving them with no one to rely on. Sabai turned his attention back to Kong Qing, asking, "Are you afraid the Leopard Tribe will target you?" Kong Qing nodded eagerly, replying, "Recently, the Leopard Tribe has been rampaging. Nearby small tribes have been raided. Though our Rabbit Tribe is numerous, we can't compete with the battle-hardened Leopard Tribe. They could easily devour our people. It's terrifying." Sabai nodded, acknowledging that the Rabbit Tribe, being herbivorous beastmen, would stand no chance against the Leopard Tribe. He said, "I will send someone to warn the Leopard Tribe leader. I will keep an eye on your Rabbit Tribe." Kong Qing, delighted, nodded, Then each year, we will offer a substantial amount of white rice and carrots to you. Don't worry. My father and I have already discussed it. The rabbit tribe has plenty of food to spare, and sending some out to ensure our people's safety is quite worthwhile. Sabai nodded, indicating his acceptance of the rabbit tribe's allegiance, while He Jiao, filled with enthusiasm, added, Sabai, you should consider that aside from the leopard tribe, the lion tribe is the strongest tribe nearby. The words stirred the chieftain's heart, prompting him to glance up at Sabai. Sabai shook his head, stating that the leopard clan boasts numerous warriors, and the chieftain intends to pass the mantle to a female named Ma Na, who does not seem to shy away from exploiting the males. The leopard clan's territory atop the mountain is challenging to assault, especially now that heavy snow blankets the ground. Half of our forces may already perish before we even reach them. He Jiao nodded in agreement, recalling that he had encountered this female before and deemed her excessively arrogant. Were it not for their provocations, he would not wish for total annihilation. At that moment, a frantic beast-man rushed into the cave and addressed Sabai. Sabai, the leopard clan's Ma Na is approaching, and we cannot stop her. Upon hearing this, Su Cha mistakenly believed the leopard clan was attacking and stood up in alarm, exclaiming, They are coming. The others quickly rose and rushed towards the cave entrance, while Bai Mu held Su Cha tightly, reassuring her, Do not worry, I am here. Chuanqing promptly followed, leaving Han Xing and Bai Mu to tend to Su Cha and the young ones. The chieftain trailed behind, and tranquility descended once more within the cave. Su Cha, feeling anxious, remarked, I never imagined the leopard clan could be so cruel. Bai Mu secured the wooden door and continued to embrace Su Cha, saying, Cha-cha, do not assume all beastmen are benevolent. Han Xing gathered the young ones into a basket and stayed close to Su Cha, assuring her, Fear not, we are here. Tension filled the air as everyone fixed their gaze on the cave entrance, straining to hear any stirrings from the tribe. Chapter 137. Suppressing the leopard clan, Sabai and the others rushed outside the tribe and soon encountered several members of the leopard clan. With Ma Na perched atop the leading leopard, Sabai shot a glare at the beastman who had relayed the message. Did you not say they were attacking? The beastman, feeling aggrieved, replied, I was merely anxious. Sabai, now even more incensed, directed his ire at Ma Na. What brings you here? Ma Na, surveying the rabbit clan beastmen and the black horse clan members behind Sabai, retorted, If they can come, why can't I? Kongqing, glancing at the female and the leopard beneath her, instinctively shrank back behind Sabai in fear. He Jia glared at Ma Na, declaring, You are far too arrogant. The beast god will punish you for your senseless slaughter of the innocent. Ma Na flicked her whip and laughed. You could join my leopard clan after all. Ma Na would not mind an additional companion. He Jia, unable to counter her, transformed in frustration, his hooves scraping the ground as if he wished to bury Ma Na. Sabai, maintaining his composure, asserted, While on my lion clan's territory, you will abide by my rules, or else you may leave. Nearby, Chuangu transformed into his beast form and let out a fearsome roar towards the cluster of leopard clan members, signaling a warning. Instantly, beastmen began to emerge from the cave, surrounding Sabai and treating Ma Na as an intruder. Sensing the tide turning, Ma Na promptly urged the beastman beneath her to dismount, allowing them to shift back into human form. We come in peace, not for a fight. We merely wish to join the festivities. Sabai, do not be rash. Ignoring her, Sabai turned to his kin and said, It's fine. It's cold, so you all should return. The tribe members nodded and swiftly dispersed, leaving only Ma Na and her companions alongside Sabai. Sabai, feeling a headache coming on, addressed everyone, Follow my lead. Ma Na trailed behind, inquiring, Why not visit Su Cha, the little female? Upon hearing her mention Su Cha's name, Sabai punched the stone wall in frustration, warning her, Get too close to Su Su, and I will not hesitate to eliminate a leopard. Ma Na fell silent, and the leopard clan members behind her, incensed, stepped forward, only to be stilled by her glare. He Jia found a sense of satisfaction in the unfolding events and followed Sabai, while Kongqing dared not provoke them, closely trailing after Sabai. Upon reaching the chieftain's cave, which was notably cold, everyone refrained from speaking. Ma Na, pouting, sat to the side, awaiting Sabai to speak. The modest cave accommodated all, and their gazes converged on Sabai. With an icy demeanor, he declared, The matters of your clans are none of our lion clan's concern. However, the rabbit clan is off limits. Kongqing nodded proudly, affirming, Indeed, from now on, the lion clan will be our rabbit clan's leader. Ma Na concurred, Very well. This is a matter between the leopard clan and the black horse clan. I hope you do not interfere. He Jia glared at the leopard clan members. What grievances? You have indiscriminately slaughtered innocents. Many of my kin from the Black Horse clan have perished at your hands. The beastmen behind Mon not immediately retorted. Our leopard clan has also suffered losses. Sabai spoke sternly. That is your own doing. You instigated this conflict. His words silenced the cave. The cold air lingered, and Mon Na, unable to bear the chill, shifted, catching Sabai's attention. He addressed the silent assembly. The priority during winter is to endure the cold. You engage in conflict, resulting in numerous beastmen deaths. What if it attracts a beast tide? Will the nearby clans not be doomed as well? He Jiao was the first to raise a hand in agreement. Exactly, the leopard clan is far too selfish. Ma Na shot a glare at He Jia. Is it not your clan that burned our stored food in warm furs? How else are we supposed to contend with the nearby clans? Kong Qing, hiding nearby, dared not speak, but whenever Sabai spoke, he raised his hand in agreement, feeling secure under his elder brother's protection. Seeing them on the verge of another argument, Sabai raised his hand for silence. If you continue to bicker, I will cast you out. My lion clan resides atop the mountain. If the beast tide consumes your clans, it will not concern us. Ma Na fell silent, understanding the merit in Sabai's words. She turned to him. So what shall we do? The leopard clan and the Black Horse clan are now sworn enemies. The matter of the food we lost cannot simply be overlooked. He Jia chuckled softly, but remained silent. Sabai sighed. I will not involve myself in your affairs. Think of a way to delay your demise without dragging us into it. Kong Qing, swift of hand, raised his hand and nodded. The Black Horse clan scoffed. Then I would appreciate it if Sabai could devise a plan. Sabai nodded. It is wise to heed my counsel. I have high hopes for your Black Horse clan. He then turned to Ma Na and her companions, stating, from now on, you must not provoke the Black Horse clan nor attack the nearby clans. This winter, maintain a low profile. If you defy this, my lion clan shall not be gentle when intervening. After winter, I will no longer concern myself with your matters. A moment of silence enveloped the cave before Mon. Nan nodded in agreement. Very well. I will grant you this favor, Sabai. Heija also acquiesced. Thank you. Sabai. He then glared at Mon Na, asserting, my Black Horse clan fears you not. Come spring, we will inevitably wipe out your leopard clan. I eagerly anticipate being neighbors with Sabai and his kin. With that, he strutted away, while Kongqing bid farewell to Sabai and the others, stating he would return with several clansmen the next day. Sabai glanced at Chuangu, instructing, take care of the chieftain. I shall return home. As he turned to leave, he caught Ma Na following him and raised an eyebrow, commanding leave. Ma Na replied, I'm not seeking you. I am off to play with Sucha. Sabai clenched his fist. Do you dismiss my words? It seems you have grown tired of living. He lunged forward, seizing a beastman and tossing him down the mountain, then turned to seize Ma Na. One of the beastmen behind her quickly pulled her back, pleading, it was our fault. Sabai, do not be impulsive. We shall leave at once. With that, they reluctantly departed, leaving Sabai with a light chuckle as he observed the leopard clan beastmen, knowing they would be significantly weakened. It served as a warning to them. It seemed his recent patience had led them to misinterpret his demeanor. The beastmen who had been watching the commotion immediately retreated as Sabai turned around, waiting until he was far off before rushing out to observe the mountain's foot. They were just in time to witness several leopard clan members carrying a motionless beastman away. In good spirits, Sabai hurried home, thinking that the commotion must have frightened Susu. He hastened his pace. Soon enough, Sabai arrived at the cave entrance, opened the wooden door, and found the four huddled together. He had not noticed when Xuanqing had returned. Sucha, upon seeing Sabai return, was filled with joy and asked, how'd it go? Xuanqing ran back halfway, saying all was well. I did not believe him. Xianqing interjected, Susu only worries about Sabai, not about me. Right? Such bias. Sucha helplessly pushed Xianqing aside, urging Sabai to sit down quickly to warm himself by the fire, as heavy snow fell outside. Chapter 138. The little ones feast on roasted meat after sitting by the fire for a while. Sabai said, for now, they won tea fight again. We'll save that for after winter. Xianqing, who had followed him halfway before returning, nodded. After winter, who knows? I see the Haima tribe is not weak either. Sucha spoke up. With all that noise just now, I thought they had begun fighting. Thankfully, Xianqing returned to inform us. Hanqing, cradling the little ones, nodded. What'd you all say? You seem so excited. I see people from the tribe running out. Bai Mu stood up and walked toward the kitchen, noting how quickly the day had dimmed. What do you want to eat, Cha-Cha? Sucha looked outside, now dark, and replied, let us have roasted meat. It's convenient. Seizing the opportunity, Xianqing patted Su Cha's head and hurried to the kitchen to assist. Sabai approached and embraced Su Cha, saying, Su, I missed you, burying his head in her neck and inhaling deeply. Su Cha tightened her embrace and replied, It's only been a little while. What else did you discuss? Sabai casually lifted her onto his lap. Tomorrow, the tribe will deliver rice and carrots for the tribe's females, fulfilling the tribe's request. Su Cha nodded. The carrot we had earlier was delicious. It could be eaten like fruit, sweet and tasty. Sabai affectionately ruffled her hair. As long as Su likes it, eat plenty. Su Cha beamed and nodded eagerly. Bai Mu emerged from the kitchen with meat, placing it aside, while Xianqing brought out lettuce leaves, calling, Let us start roasting. They've wasted enough time. Bai Mu smiled, but said nothing as he distributed the meat to everyone, excluding Han Qing, who was responsible for watching the little ones. Su Cha intended to roast for herself, so she climbed down from Sabai's embrace and squatted beside the fire. Bai Mu took Han Qing's portion to roast. Soon, the cave filled with a fragrant aroma, enticing the little ones, who could hardly contain themselves, to whine eagerly. Han Qing struggled to hold them and said, The little ones really want to eat. Su Cha turned to them. Seeing their drooling expressions, she laughed, So greedy. Should we feed them a little? Unsure if they could eat, she turned to Bai Mu. We can't treat the little ones like puppies. Bai Mu nodded, All right. I'll roast a piece for them to try. The four little ones seemed to understand and wriggled free from Han Qing's grasp, racing towards Bai Mu, wagging their tails, fixated on the sizzling meat above the flames. Su Cha, seeing their antics, burst into laughter. You're just like Han Qing, haha. Bai Mu gently patted Sanbao and Sibao. Be good and wait. Soon you'll eat. Dabeo, feeling neglected, nudged Bai Mu's palm with his head, while Bao wagged his tail and came over for a nuzzle. Bai Mu chuckled softly, giving each of them a pat before concentrating on the meat. The fire had been burning all day, resulting in a plethora of glowing coals, and the enticing aroma of roasted meat soon filled the air. Bai Mu sprinkled salt and pepper before serving on a plate and continued roasting. Su Cha's portion was ready, and she pulled it out, inhaling the delightful scent, so fragrant, truly deserving of my roasting, hee. The first round of roasted meat was done, and Bai Mu handed the plate to Han Qing, taking a skewer for himself and the little ones. Su Cha waved the roasted meat, calling, Come here, little ones. Dabeo dashed over excitedly, and Su Cha happily tore off a small piece to feed him. Dabeo sniffed before eagerly chewing for a long time. Seeing Dabeo eating, Bao rushed over to Su Cha and received a small piece as well. Bai Mu took charge of feeding the remaining two. Observing their struggle to chew, Su Cha suggested, Perhaps we should feed them less. They might not have teeth yet. Sabai glanced over and remarked, Let them taste the flavor. Just limit their intake. Su Cha nodded, reaching for a lettuce leaf to eat, offering one to Xianqing as well. After the meal, the outside world had fully descended into darkness. Su Cha, having finished, paced around the living room while Han Qing and the others continued to eat. It then occurred to her that tonight, it was Han Qing's turn to accompany her to sleep. She chuckled softly, thinking she resembled an ancient emperor, surrounded by handsome attendants. Xianqing, catching her gaze, threw her a flirtatious look and teased, What are you thinking, Su? You seem so happy. Share it with us for a laugh. Instantly, everyone turned their attention to Su Cha. She touched her nose. You've misread me. I'm not laughing. Xianqing dragged out the sound, Oh. Su Cha shot him a glare and exclaimed, Rascal. Xianqing immediately made a gesture to silence himself, observing as Han Qing and Sabai tidied up the living room, taking the dishes to the kitchen for cleaning. Bai Mu remarked, watching the little ones still chewing their meat. Next time, we want to feed them. They can keep eating rice. Han Qing nodded in agreement. Let us wait until they have teeth. It takes forever for them to finish. Su Cha sat down, watching the little ones eat while amusingly making woo-woo sounds. Next time, we want to feed them. The three of them kept watch as the little ones finished their meal. After Xianqing and Sabai washed the dishes, the little ones finally completed their feast. Bai Mu was cleaning their mouths to prevent them from getting greasy before nursing. Su Cha yawned. I'm tired. Let us feed the milk first, otherwise I might fall asleep. Bai Mu cleaned all four little ones before handing them to Su Cha. All right. Han Qing approached with a basket to help, while Sabai and Xianqing discussed tribal matters nearby. Su Cha suddenly recalled something and asked, the tribe also farms, right? Do they eat meat? She had seen people feed rabbits meat in the modern world. Sabai nodded. The tribe is herbivorous, cultivating rice, carrots, and various grasses. Su Cha replied with an O, focusing on nursing the little ones while listening to Xianqing and Sabai converse. Bai Mu held two of them, waiting for Su Cha to finish. Han Qing stood by with the basket, not accompanying the little ones to sleep tonight. Su Cha handed the two satiated ones to Han Qing, allowing Bai Mu to pass her the other two for feeding. Finally, all four little ones were plump and round, and Han Qing took them back to their small room to sleep. Su Cha yawned and stood up, heading to her room. I'm going to sleep now. You all should turn early too. Han Qing, in the sight of the three, hurriedly followed Su Cha, calling Su, wait for me. Su Cha shed her cloak and clothes, snuggling into the soft, furry beast skins, comfortably lying down and glancing at Han Qing. Let us sleep. Han Qing embraced the fragrant and soft Su, closing his eyes to sleep. As Su Cha drowsily opened her eyes to look at Han Qing, she remarked, You fell asleep so quickly, before shutting her eyes once more, feeling quite exhausted. Once Su Cha left, the three in the living room quickly dispersed. Bai Mu secured the wooden door and extinguished the fire before retreating to his own room for rest. Xianqing, in a good mood, cast a glance at the two in Su Cha's room before returning to his own. Soon, the cave fell silent, with only the sound of heavy snowfall outside. Chapter 139. Han Qing bribes to by the next morning. While Su Cha was still lost in slumber, Bai Mu had already risen, opening the wooden door to step outside and stretch in the chilly air. Sabai also emerged from the adjacent room, exchanging nods with Bai Mu. After glancing at the intact snowman, he followed Bai Mu back into the cave. The two stood in the deserted living room, and Bai Mu said, I'll wash the rice and make porridge. You start the fire. Sabai nodded and went to the kitchen to gather firewood, slowly igniting the flames while Bai Mu washed the rice and prepared the meat. Sabai had no choice but to head into the small room to bring the little ones out, placing them by the fire to sleep. Just as he arranged the little ones, Xianqing yawned as he came out. You're up so early. Bai Mu brought the pot out and set it on the fire. Keep it down. Su isn't tea woken up yet. Xianqing responded with an "oh," settling down by the fire, only to be interrupted by the sudden sound of birds chirping, so bothersome. After Xianqing rose, she looked at the two of them and said, I will make a trip back to the Xuanyu tribe and return by noon. Bai Mu nodded, stirring the pot of white rice, and replied, Go ahead. Perhaps you'll return early enough to enjoy some rice. Xianqing nodded and quickly left, leaving the two in silence as they sat in the living room, waiting for Su Cha and the others to wake up. Bai Mu observed that the rice was already cooked, so he removed the pot and placed it by the fire to keep warm. He asked, Should we wake the little female? Bai glanced at the room and said, Let her sleep. It's the middle of winter. Bai Mu agreed, and the little ones by the fire had already woken up, clamoring to climb out of the basket, with the bough having already toppled out. Now that the little ones had grown a bit, the basket could no longer contain them. Bai Mu stood up to retrieve them, saying, You little rascals. Bai brought back the bough and air bough, laughing, These two little ones are quite fast. They almost made it out. Bai Mu looked at them and said, It's the bough and air bough, no surprise. Sam bough and sea bough are the well-behaved ones. Su Cha was also awakened by the noise and sat up, while Han Qing was still asleep. She climbed out and inadvertently woke Han Qing, rubbing his eyes. Anin exclaimed, Su se wak. Su Cha nodded, dressed herself, and made her way to the living room, where she saw Bai Mu and Bai attending to the little ones and asked, What are you two doing? Bai Mu immediately released the little ones and walked over to Su Cha, saying, You're awake. Go brush your teeth. We have white rice to eat. Su Cha nodded as Bai Mu picked her up and carried her to the kitchen. Bai called out to the sleepy Han Qing, Come see the little ones. I'll go heat the rice. Han Qing responded and came over, scooping up the four little ones in his arms, rendering them immobile, which quieted them down. Bai placed the pot on the fire to heat it up, ready for when Su Cha emerged. In the kitchen, Bai Mu held a basin of warm water, waiting for Su Cha to brush her teeth. After a while, the two came out hand in hand and sat by the fire. Bai also brought down the pot, saying, I'll go get the bowls and chopsticks. Su Cha looked around, but noticed Xianqing was missing and asked, Where has Xianqing gone? It's early morning, and there's no sign of him. Bai Mu stood up to help with the rice and replied, He went back to the Xuanyu tribe. He'll be back by noon. He then handed a warm bowl of rice to Su Cha. Su Cha hurriedly accepted it with both hands to warm them, saying, All right, we can eat without waiting for him. Just then, Xianqing's voice came from the entrance. Su, your heart is truly ruthless. You left nothing for me. He entered, shaking off the snow from his wings, adding, It's snowing heavily again. Once he had shaken off the snow, he tucked his wings away and approached Su Cha, feigning grievance, It's so cold outside. You didn't even ask if I'm cold or hungry. Su Cha handed him her bowl, saying, Eat this, it will warm your hands. Xianqing immediately stopped complaining and took a sip of the warm rice, declaring, I knew Su Su loves me. Bai Mu brought another bowl for Su Cha, and they all sat by the fire to eat. Even the little ones received a bowl, amusingly huddled together to eat. Han Qing finished the fastest and was already going for a second bowl. So Bai glanced at Xianqing, saying, You're back so soon. I thought you'd be gone until noon. Xianqing shot him a glare, replying, I'm not fast, am I, Su Su? Su Cha reached out, teasing, Do you want to eat a big dumpling? Come closer, and I'll satisfy you. Xianqing smiled and responded to So Bai. It was just a trivial matter in the tribe. Fei, you could handle it, so I returned. So Bai nodded, saying, After eating, I'll step out for a bit. The rabbit tribe is bringing over supplies, and I need to distribute them. Su Cha nodded, Go ahead. Make sure to bring our share back. I'm quite eager for some carrots. After eating one bowl, Su Cha set her bowl down on the table, glancing at the remaining pot. There's still so much left. Noticing the little ones' bowls were empty, she refilled them, saying, Eat up. Being chubby is what makes you adorable. Bai Mu and the others each had 2 bowls and stopped eating, leaving the rest for Han Qing, who finished it all by himself. Xianqing and Su Bai used animal skins to wipe the little ones' mouths and sent Han Qing to wash the dishes. Bai Mu sat next to her, gently touching her belly, saying, TT, why did you eat so little today? Are you unwell? Su Cha shook her head. I'm not unwell. I just don't have much of an appetite. Bai Mu, concerned, called Su Bai over to check. Su Bai placed his hand on Su Cha's forehead, asking, You really don't feel uncomfortable? Su Cha affirmed confidently, I'm truly not sick. I just lack appetite. As everyone gathered around, Su Cha stood up and jumped twice, declaring, Si, me perfectly fine. Bai Mu patted her head, suggesting, Are you tired of eating rice? How about we have roasted meat tomorrow? Su Cha thought about it. Realizing that she wouldn't be able to eat roasted meat in the morning, replied, Let us continue with white rice. Roasted meat in the morning is too greasy. So Bai, seeing her well, stood up and said, I'll step out. I'll be back by noon. Su Cha waved him off. Go ahead. We'll wait for you to have lunch. Su Bai headed toward the chief's cave and soon encountered several beastmen from the rabbit tribe along with the chief, Chuan Gu, and a few other tribesmen. Kong Qing, spotting Su Bai approaching, joyfully exclaimed, Su Bai the shaman, look, we've brought everything, including this. He handed Su Bai a separate bag of animal skin pouches, saying, These are for my home. They're not included in the total. Su Bai opened it to find that the carrots inside were larger and fresher than the others. Thinking of Su Cha's fondness for them, nodded. Let us include them as well, and set the pouch aside. Chuan Gu approached, saying, There are 5 bags of white rice and 5 bags of carrots. Su Bai nodded and turned to the eager rabbit tribe beastmen, saying, Since I promised you all, the lion tribe is always trustworthy. Gong Qing, having received the shaman's promise, happily led his people away. Su Bai watched them leave, then turned to Chuan Gu, saying, Distribute these among the females in the tribe. The excess can be kept in the main cave. Chuan Gu nodded and directed several male tribesmen to carry the supplies away, while Su Bai took the pouch Kong Qing had given back home. Before Su Bai could return home, Kong Qing and the others rushed back, and Su Bai looked at the large rabbits before him, asking, Didn't you all go home? Kong Qing stood up, panting, and said, The beast tide is coming. They blocked the entrance. Upon hearing this, Su Bai handed the carrots to Kong Qing, saying, You run fast. Take this to Su Su and inform Bai Mu that the beast tide is approaching. It's likely drawn by the scent of blood. I'm heading that way alone. Kong Qing, along with a few tribesmen, hurried towards Su Bai's cave. Su Bai ran to the tribe's entrance to assess the situation and realized it was coming from the direction of the Black Horse tribe. Could it be the scent of blood that attracted them? He turned to Chuan Gu, who had followed him, saying, Go back and inform the tribe to remain silent. The beast tide shouldn't notice us. Find a few people to guard, and then go to my cave to find Xianqing and the Xuanyu tribe for assistance. Chuan Gu nodded, cautioning, Don't act recklessly. Su Bai had already sprinted towards the forest. Chuan Gu watched his figure gradually disappear before turning back to the tribe. Meanwhile, Su Cha, seeing the few rabbits appear, hadn't even spoken yet when Kong Qing set down the pouch, locking his gaze on Bai Mu, saying, Su Bai the shaman told me to inform you that the beast tide is coming from the Black Horse tribe, likely attracted by the scent of blood. He went over there alone. Su Cha immediately stood up, exclaiming, That is so dangerous. How could he go alone? Xianqing rose, saying, We are halfway up the mountain. The beast tide shouldn't reach us, but the leopard tribe is next door. I'll go call Fei Yu down for help. With that, he spread his wings and soared towards the mountaintop. Su Cha comforted the trembling Kong Qing, her worry for Su Bai growing. Bai Mu patted her head, handing the little ones to Han Qing, saying, "Don't worry, I'll go find him." Han Qing stood up, declaring, "I'll go, Bai Mu. You stay here to protect Su. Rest assured, I grew up in the snowy lands. I'm the fastest at running away." Bai Mu nodded, watching Han Qing transform into a snow-white wolf and dash out. Inside the cave, only Bai Mu, Su Cha, and a few rabbits huddled together remained, while Kong Qing stood up and transformed back into human form, saying, "I wonder how the tribe is doing." The rabbits behind Kong Qing also transformed into human form, expressing their concerns about the tribe, one of them suggesting, "Why don't we take a detour back to the tribe?" In the distance, the rabbit clan hesitated, with Kong Qing suggesting that they wait for the Tsabai shaman to return. They fear that if they attracted the beast tied to their tribe, it would spell disaster. Su Cha called them over to the fire, saying, "You can rest easy here until they return." Kong Qing nodded and led his clansmen to sit by the fire. Su Cha turned to Kong Qing and asked, "Have you seen the beast tied?" Kong Qing nodded solemnly and replied, "We came here to deliver supplies. On our way home, we passed through the territory of the Haima clan and saw a group of large beasts rushing towards them, so we hurried back." One of the rabbits behind Kong Qing added, "Yes, they were terrifying, with long fangs capable of crushing a large tree." The rabbits shuddered, expressing their fear that the beast tide could easily flatten a tribe in moments. Hearing this, Su Cha became increasingly worried about Tsabai and Han Qing. Bai Mu comforted her by gently patting her head, saying, "Do not fret, in many ways. Han Qing is quite reliable, so rest assured." Su Cha pursed her lips, standing up to look out of the cave towards the forest, hoping to catch a glimpse of the two. Bai Mu returned, carrying the young ones, and stood with Su Cha at the cave entrance. At that moment, Chuan Gu rushed over, urging them to return inside, saying, "Tsabai said not to come out. The beast tide is clever. If they see us, we're finished. With the heavy snow covering the Rocky Mountains, as long as we stay inside, we will be fine." Su Cha immediately closed the wooden door and asked, "What about Tsabai?" Chuan Gu nodded. Tsabai went towards the forest. "Do not worry, he will return." After saying this, Chuan Gu hurried off to inform the other clansmen and find a few to guard the entrance. Su Cha, hearing this, grew even more anxious and could not sit still, pacing at the cave entrance. Kong Qing, roasting carrots by the fire, advised you should sit down. "Tsabai is a formidable shaman. He will be all right." Su Cha absent-mindedly murmured in agreement as Bai Mu pulled her down to sit. Soon, Xian Qing descended from above, stating, "I have asked the Xuanyu clan to keep watch above. They will notify us if the beast tide approaches." Su Cha nodded silently. Outside the tribe, Han Qing caught the scent of Tsabai and pursued him. The silver frost-white wolf was naturally adept at surviving in the snow, and whenever there was movement nearby, Han Qing would lie flat against the snow, blending in seamlessly. Before long, Han Qing discovered Tsabai hiding in a concealed thicket and crawled towards him quietly. Tsabai glanced at Han Qing and whispered, "What are you doing here? Keep your voice down." Han Qing nodded and covered Tsabai with snow, the two beasts lying together. Ahead lay the territory of the Haima clan, surrounded by several large beasts, likely drawn by the scent of improperly disposed corpses. Han Qing observed and remarked, "Did they leave the bodies nearby? Otherwise, how could this beast tide have been attracted?" Tsabai scrutinized the beasts outside the Haima clan's territory, which were as tall as small mountains, their long fangs capable of effortlessly toppling nearby trees. Han Qing gasped, "Fortunately, we have no beast tide in the snow domain, only avalanches." Tsabai patted him with a paw. "Do not speak. Remain quiet." Han Qing covered his mouth and continued to observe the beasts, daring not to disturb Tsabai. Watching the beasts nearly trample the Haima clan's territory, Tsabai saw a few Haima clan members hurriedly discarding corpses towards the leopard clan's direction. The beasts quickly devoured the fleeing Haima clan members and discarded the bodies, which diverted the beasts away. Tsabai stood and said to Han Qing, "Let us return." The two stealthily made their way back to the tribe, as several beasts began to follow the scent towards the leopard clan. Worried about the lion clan next door, Tsabai hastened with Han Qing back to the entrance of their tribe, summoning the guarding clansmen to return. Meanwhile, the leopard clan's Hejiao observed the corpses being moved and saw that several of their clan members had perished, hastily relocating the bodies to their territory and fleeing. They could not even retrieve their fallen kin, needing to quickly clean up the bloodstains lest the beasts return. Mana of the leopard clan watched the massive beast charging towards them and, upon spotting Hejiao, cursed angrily. Damn it, it was Hejiao and his lot who attracted the beasts. Tsabai and Han Qing returned to the tribe, eager to inform Su Cha to alleviate her worries. Upon seeing the two return safely, Su Cha sighed in relief, saying, "You scare me. Do not be so reckless next time." Sabai embraced Su Cha and patted her back, assuring her, "Do not worry, Su Su. I would not venture out without certainty." Kong Qing, delighted to see the returning Sabai, quickly asked, "Sabai, was the beast tide attracted by the Haima clan?" Sabai nodded. "It is not a beast tide. Just a few large beasts are heading towards the leopard clan. You may return now and inform your clan leader." Upon hearing this, Kong Qing transformed back into a rabbit and hurried away, fearing they would be too late. Su Cha expressed her concern, "But the leopard clan is very close to us." Sabai reassured her, "Do not worry, Su Su. We are here. I will step out for a moment." Xinqing also patted Su Cha's head, saying, "Sabai, and I will go. You stay home, Su Su." Chapter 141. One's own misdeeds lead to ruin. Su Cha watched the two depart with worry, feeling helpless about their situation. Bai Mu placed the young ones in Han Qing's care and, noticing Su Cha's distracted demeanor, asked, "What do you want to eat for lunch?" After all the commotion, Su Cha felt she had lost her appetite and replied, "Then let us have roasted meat." Bai Mu helped her up, urging her to focus on something else, saying, "Regardless, we still need to eat." Han Qing, cradling the cubs, nodded, "Yes, Su Su, worrying will not help. Let us have some meat first." The cubs in his arms were also chirping. Su Cha agreed and watched Bai Mu head to the cellar for meat while she washed and arranged the vegetables on a plate. Bai Mu soon returned, cutting the meat, while Su Cha took the raw vegetables and salt to the outside. Bai Mu had prepared a substantial amount of meat and brought it into the cave, leaving 3 of them and 4 cubs inside, uncertain if Sabai and Han Qing would return. Su Cha approached Bai Mu and said, "Let us eat first and save some for them." Bai Mu nodded with a smile. "All right, try my roasted meat. It is delicious." Su Cha raised the skewer of meat, playfully insisting, "But it was I who taught you. Mine is the best." With a laugh, Su Cha turned to Han Qing, saying, "Han Qing, who do you think is better?" Han Qing immediately raised his hand. "Of course, Su Su's is the best, but Bai Mu's is good too." The 3 shared laughter when suddenly the ground trembled, resembling an earthquake. Su Cha steadied herself, asking, "What is happening? Is there a landslide?" Han Qing exclaimed as he climbed up, clutching the 4 cubs tightly. "Ouch. That hurt." Bai Mu took Su Cha's hand, saying, "No, the Rocky Mountains are made of the hardest stone. It should be fine. I will go check." As Bai Mu reached the cave entrance, he encountered Xinqing, who quickly pushed him back inside and closed the wooden door. Su Cha saw Xinqing approach and asked what happened. "It shook so violently just now." Xinqing sat her down before explaining, "A few large beasts are attacking the leopard clan. One accidentally collided with us, but is fine now. Their target is the leopard clan." Su Cha sighed in relief. "That is good. I thought there was going to be a landslide." "What about Sabai?" Xinqing took the meat to roast, saying, "Sabai is over there keeping an eye on the leopard clan. He will not return for lunch." Su Cha nodded, feeling reassured as she continued roasting the meat. Before long, the wooden door opened again, and this time Sabai returned in person. Su Cha joyfully exclaimed, "You're back. Did they leave?" Sabai patted Su Cha's head. "Hurry and roast the meat. I fear the aroma might attract the beasts." He had rushed back upon smelling the scent of roasted meat. Su Cha glanced at the half-cooked meat and nodded, quickly finishing all the meat for everyone. Holding the lettuce leaves, she hurried to eat, while Bai Mu and the others also ate swiftly. After finishing, Bai Mu took the dishes to wash, and soon the smell in the cave dissipated. Su Cha stood up and walked around, saying, "It is so warm. I have never eaten so quickly before." Han Qing also stood up and decided to take a stroll. "Indeed, I feel quite warm as well." After finishing his meal, Sabai lingered at the cave entrance for a moment, greeting Su Cha and the others before departing. Xuanqing also returned to the Xuan-Qingyu tribe, leaving just the 3 of them inside the cave. Su Cha stood at the entrance, observing that the leopard tribe was out of sight, and thus retreated to close the wooden door. Bai Mu, having cleaned the dishes, emerged with his hands dried, seeking Su Cha while cradling the little ones. "They are hungry." Su Cha snapped back to reality and hurriedly exclaimed, "Give them to me, 2 at a time." Han Qing approached with a basket, settling down beside them, waiting. Su Cha fed the little ones until they were full, handing them over to Bai Mu. Bai Mu turned around and passed them to Han Qing, while Su Cha worried about Bai and the others, uncertain of the situation ahead. Bai Mu gently patted her head. "We cannot go out. We must stay safe at home." Su Cha understood that her presence would only distract Bai and the others from their duties. Bai Mu lifted Su Cha onto his lap and asked, "Are we not sleeping today?" Su Cha shook her head. "I cannot sleep. What if wild beasts attack our tribe?" Bai Mu chuckled and shook his head. As long as we remain indoors, we will be fine. It is merely a wave of beasts or a few wild animals, likely drawn here by the scent of blood. Han Qing nodded in agreement. Yes, Su, do not worry. Although they are ferocious, the Rocky Mountain is quite sturdy. A few should not be able to topple it. Su Cha shot him glare. Quickly retract that. Do not say should. Han Qing smacked his own mouth. Yes. I take it back, Su Cha lightly huffed. Let us remain quiet here and await their return. Bai Mu nodded, stroking her hair. All right. For a moment, the cave fell into silence. Han Qing transformed into his beast form, cradling the little ones by the fire, his eyes closed, unsure if he had fallen asleep, while the little ones nestled beneath him had already drifted into peaceful slumber. Su Cha, feeling slightly drowsy, rubbed her eyes and asked, Bai Mu, are you sleepy? Bai Mu rested his head atop Su Cha's. Are you feeling drowsy, Cha-Cha? Su Cha struggled to keep her eyes open. Yes, I suppose I have grown accustomed to sleeping. Once I get through this period, it will be fine. Bai Mu chuckled lightly, his tone affectionate. Silly girl. I shall carry you to sleep for a while. Bai Mu lifted Su Cha and brought her to the bedroom, gently placing her on the bed before lying beside her, softly patting her to soothe her. Sleep now. I will wake you shortly. Su Cha, unable to resist any longer, mumbled an agreement and slipped into slumber. Bai Mu gazed at her sleeping visage, gently closing his eyes to take a brief rest while holding Su Cha. Han Qing cracked open an eye to glance at the two on the bed, clutching the little ones tightly as he succumbed to sleep. On the mountain peak of the tribe, Sabai, Chuangu, and Fei Yu lay hidden in the grass, watching the neighboring tremors of the mountainside. A few wild beasts, feeling deprived, relentlessly battered the mountain where the leopard tribe resided. This vantage point offered a wide view, and, suddenly, Fei Yu pointed toward the leopard tribe's direction and exclaimed, Look, it is Mon Na and the others. They have discarded the corpses. Sabai lifted his gaze to see the members of the leopard tribe frantically tossing the bodies down, quickly attracting the beasts, who devoured them one by one. Chuangu observed, Once they finish eating, they should leave, right? Sabai remained silent. Let's hope so. The group fell silent, intently watching the distant mountain peak until the leopard tribe finished discarding the corpses, the scent of blood wafting through the air. However, the beasts did not depart. They continued to assault the leopard tribe. Fei Yu remarked, Such considerate creatures, consuming so much yet still unsatisfied. Sabai turned to Fei Yu and Chuangu. They probably believe the leopard tribe has more. Let us continue to observe. The trio maintained their focus as several massive wild beasts crashed into the leopard tribe from various directions, toppling half the mountain, while only one rocky mountain remained, now occupied by the lion tribe. Chuangu, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, Thankfully, we reside on the sturdiest rocky mountain. If they keep this up, the leopard tribe will be flattened. Sabai thumped his head. Do not speak. Let us watch in silence. Fei Yu stifled a laugh, earning a glare from Chuangu, who was covering his head. Chapter 142. The leopard tribe suffers heavy losses. Fei Yu promptly nestled closer to Sabai, distancing himself from Chuangu, as they all fixated on the agitated wild beasts not far off. Among them, one beast, short and stocky with long horns atop its head, roared and struck the mountainside, causing a significant rock to plummet. Sabai, with concern evident, remarked, At this rate, we will inevitably attract the beast tide. It will not merely be the leopard tribe that faces devastation. Fei Yu turned to Sabai. What should we do? Perhaps I should return to seek Elder Xuanqing for a solution. Sabai shook his head. Let us observe a little longer. Among those reveling in the leopard tribe's misfortune was Heijiao, the leader of the Black Horse tribe, hiding nearby, praying that the wild beasts would consume every last member of the leopard tribe, before fearfully departing to avoid detection. Chuangu, stifling a yawn, gazed at the dazed leopard tribe. It is impressive they have lasted this long. I feel like I could sleep just watching. Sabai turned to him. Do you want me to help wake you up? He raised a fist and raised an eyebrow at him. Chuangu quickly retracted his half-finished yawn, seriously refusing Sabai. I feel quite alert and do not need it all. At that moment, a loud crash echoed as the mountainside finally succumbed, collapsing under the pressure. The leopard tribe's beasts, led by Mon Na, fled towards the Black Horse tribe, oblivious to the wild beasts that remained behind, still trampling the debris. Fei Yu remarked, What a surprise. Why are they running toward the Black Horse tribe? These wild beasts are rather foolish, failing to notice that the people have vanished. Sabai stood up, shifting his direction, and saw Mon Na change course mid-flight, realizing that the wild beasts were not pursuing them and promptly sought to lead her tribe away. Chuangu, bewildered, asked, Why are they fleeing when the beasts are still here? Sabai observed the collapsed leper tribe, the beasts systematically uncovering the bodies of those crushed beneath, devouring them one by one. Feiyu remarked, "These must be the elderly, weak, and ill beasts that could not escape." Sabai nodded as the beasts continued their feast. The three could only watch as they scoured every corner, devouring any available meat along with the fallen beasts. This commotion startled Sucha, who was instantly alarmed. Bai Mu, cradling her, sat up to the living room to warm themselves by the fire, reassuring her. It is all right, Cha-Cha. No need to fear." Sucha's heart raced, and after a moment, she spoke. "What is causing such a commotion?" Han Qing lifted his eyelids. "It is the leper tribe next door that has collapsed. Do not worry." Sucha replied, "I wonder how Tsabai and the others are faring." Leaning against Bai Mu's embrace, she turned to the table, grabbing some sunflower seeds to snack on. While Han Qing, having regained his voice, quickly shifted to human form to join Sucha in snacking. Bai Mu continued to shell the seeds by hand. The three atop the mountain watched as the beasts thoroughly ransacked the leopard tribe, consuming everything edible before leisurely retreating into the depths of the forest. Feiyu grimaced. "That is revolting. Let us hope they depart soon." It was only after the wild beasts had vanished from sight that Tsabai gently responded. Turning to the visibly shaken Feiyu, "What is wrong?" Chuangu, equally curious, looked at him. Feiyu waved his hand. Their manner of eating was quite disgusting. Tsabai acknowledged this with a nod, standing to observe the wild beasts that had now disappeared from their view. "All right, let's return. Recently, we should instruct the tribe members to remain indoors." Feiyu nodded eagerly, ready to dash off, then suddenly remembered something and turned back. Tsabai turned to look at the following Feiyu, raising an eyebrow. "You should return and inform the Xuanyu tribe to stay indoors as well. I will explain to Xuanqing when I return." Feiyu cheered and swiftly took flight, while Tsabai smiled as he led Chuangu down. The neighboring mountain had vanished, leaving behind only chaos and the heavy stench of blood, soon to be covered by the falling snow. Tsabai and Chuangu first sought out their tribe leader before swiftly making their way to the leader's cave. Tsabai, in a good mood, scampered toward his own cave, noting the thick snowfall and frigid temperatures. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he spotted a snowman still standing. Sucha had been attentively listening for sounds at the cave entrance and immediately stood up. "Is that Tsabai returning?" The gazes of the four individuals turned towards the entrance, where the silhouette of Tsabai indeed appeared. Upon entering, Tsabai swiftly closed the wooden door and rushed over to embrace Sucha, inquiring whether she had been frightened. Sucha, her voice slightly nasal, responded affirmatively, expressing concern. "Has anything happened?" Tsabai, holding her close, settled down beside the fire and explained the beasts flattened the territory of the leopard clan and then departed. But Mana and the others managed to escape. Sucha nodded, and Tsabai gently patted her back in a comforting manner, then turned to Xuanqing, stating, "I sent your little clan leader back." Xuanqing nodded, continuing to munch on sunflower seeds while gazing at Sucha, whose eyes glistened with tears. "Oh, Su, you look so lovely when you cry. Just imagine if you were crying in bed," Xuanqing thought, chuckling joyfully as he handed a handful of seeds to Sucha, saying, "Stop crying, Su, it pains my heart. Here, have some seeds." Sucha wiped her face against Tsabai's chest and exclaimed, "I am not crying. I was merely worried about you." "Tsabai." Xuanqing chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, indeed. Now eat some seeds." After Sucha accepted the seeds, she suddenly inquired, "Who is up tonight?" Sucha had yet to process the question, glancing towards Tsabai and the others, who were also looking at Xuanqing. Xuanqing, with a bright smile, remained silent. Bai Mu interjected, "It's my turn tonight. Tomorrow it will be Tsabai, and the day after will be yours." Xuanqing let out a disappointed sigh, slumping against Hanqing and lamenting, "How fortunate we are to have Hanqing." Hanqing, holding the little ones, mistakenly thought Xuanqing was praising him, puffing out his chest proudly, of course. "I am a fine wolf." Xuanqing, unable to contain his laughter, added, Yes, you are the strongest in our family." Hanqing let out a proud snort, allowing Xuanqing to lean against him while he affectionately stroked the fluffy little ones. Bai Mu observed the two with a light chuckle before burying his head and peeling sunflower seeds once more. Tsabai, watching Hanqing's foolish demeanor, whispered to Sucha, eliciting laughter from her. The cave once again filled with warmth until Chuangu entered, carrying a bag of rice and carrots, announcing, "This is from the rabbit clan. It has already been distributed according to the number of people." Tsabai nodded while gazing outside at the expanse of white, suggesting, "Let us head back. Otherwise, the snow will become heavy." Chuangu approached, grabbing a handful of seeds, and looked at Tsabai, I specifically came to deliver this. Can I sit for a while? It's freezing outside, and the snow is falling heavily. Can you bear to leave me out there? Sabai replied, I can indeed bear it. Would you like me to throw you out? Chuangu had no choice but to confess. All right, I'll be honest. I just wanted to come over for food and drink. Sabai feigned surprise. When did you become so thick-skinned? I never noticed it before. Chuangu, eager for a bite to eat, ignored Sabai's teasing as he continued to snack on sunflower seeds. Such a patted Sabai, saying, I'm not angry anymore. Tonight, I will roast meat for you. Sabai affectionately nuzzled her neck, replying, Wonderful, I eagerly anticipated, Sue. Sucha nodded, glancing outside. The snowman at the entrance is still there, right? Sabai confirmed, yes it is. Sucha, swinging her feet in silence, suddenly asked, Mana and the others weren't eaten by the beasts, were they? Sabai shook his head, reassuring her when the mountain collapsed. Mana led the clan to escape. The beasts, having feasted, left in search of living prey. They should not return soon after such a meal. Sucha nodded, falling silent, and then spoke up, observing the harmonious atmosphere among the group. As long as everything is fine, I hope we remain safe. In this beastly world, it is not easy. You must all act prudently and think of the little ones and me waiting for you at home. She pointed at Sabai's face, adding, this should not happen again. Do you understand how worried I am about you? Sabai, acknowledging his mistake, comforted Sucha, I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. I cannot bear to see you worried, Sue. He then cast a pleading glance at the three of them, hoping they would help soothe her. Bai Mu and the others, having been entertained by the scene, received Sabai's silent plea, but deliberately averted their gazes. Sabai, seeing their unspoken camaraderie, chuckled in exasperation. All right. I am fortunate to have you all. Xuanqing, leaning against Hanqing's shoulder, tossed a seed into his mouth and playfully replied, Thank you for the compliment. Hanqing grinned in agreement. Thanks. Bai Mu remained silent, simply smiling as he continued to peel seeds, collecting them in a plate to offer to Sucha once full, while he resumed peeling. Unaware of their interactions, Sucha was in high spirits, swinging her feet and playfully remarking to Debeo, you are so mischievous. Hee, you can't reach me, can you? As she spoke, Debeo jumped higher, attempting to bite at his mother's pant leg, while Erbao, finding it amusing, wagged his tail and scampered over, with Sanbao closely following sleepy Seabao. Bai Mu and the others watched the playful antics of Debeo and Erbao. Suddenly, Xuanqing laughed. What is wrong with Debeo? He is just as foolish as Hanqing. Bai Mu, gazing tenderly at the frolicking little ones, added, Debeo is indeed a bit naughty. He must take after Sucha. Sucha chuckled softly, continuing to tease Debeo and Erbao. My little treasure is amazing. You could do it, just a little more, you're almost there. As she spoke, she lowered her foot just as Debeo was about to bite her, quickly retracting it. Debeo was increasingly engrossed in the game, fixating on her pant leg. Everyone remained engrossed in their activities. Even Chuangu, who was focused on his sunflower seeds, remained silent until Hanqing noticed they were running low on seeds, prompting him to immediately compete with Chuangu for them. Bai Mu then stood up, declaring, Tonight, we feast on roasted meat. I will go prepare it as nightfall approaches. Sabai offered, Allow me to assist. It would be difficult for you to manage alone. Sabai gently set Sucha down, ruffling her hair. Be good and play with the little ones. I will head to the kitchen to help. Sucha, delighted, waved off Sabai while playfully engaging with Debeo. Hurry back. Sabai made his way to the kitchen, and soon the sound of chopping meat was heard. With everyone's efforts, the sunflower seeds had disappeared, leaving only a pile of shells at Chuangu and Hanqing's feet. Sucha rose and headed towards the entrance, intending to push the wooden door open when unexpectedly a hand reached out from behind her. Turning around, she discovered it was Xuanqing, who had gone unnoticed until now. With a smile, Xuanqing opened the wooden door, asking, Were you trying to sneak out to play? Sucha shook her head, of course not. I just wanted to see if it was still snowing. The two stepped outside, followed by four little ones eagerly bounding after them, excitedly pouncing on the snowman. Sucha and Xuanqing stood at the entrance, observing the diminishing snow, though the accumulation remained substantial. Xuanqing embraced Sucha, suggesting, Let us return soon. It's cold at night. Sucha nodded, turning to the excited little ones, smiling as she squatted down to gather each one in her arms. Such mischief. You can't eat the snow. As she looked at the snowman, which had several small holes, Sucha attempted to patch it up with snow, her hands turning red from the cold. Xuanqing promptly carried her back inside, shutting the door behind them. Sucha hurriedly crouched by the fire to warm up and set the four mischievous little ones down to roast by the fire, playfully swatting their bottoms. Naughty little ones deserve a spanking. The little ones remained unbothered, continuing to squeal with excitement. Xuanqing, holding Sucha's hand by the fire, remarked, "Forget about the little ones for now. Let us warm you up first. Your fingers are turning red from the cold." Bai Mu was right. "You are just as mischievous as the little ones." Sucha chuckled, trying to defend herself. "I am not. I am the most obedient." Xuanqing laughed softly, holding her fingers until they warmed before releasing them. Just then, Bai Mu and Sabai emerged from the kitchen with the meat, prompting Xuanqing to immediately complain, "Bai Mu, the little ones just went out to play in the snow, and look at how red Sucha's fingers are." Bai Mu, initially indifferent, responded with a casual but upon hearing Sucha, he quickly set down the items and approached her. Sucha quickly reassured him, "I'm warming up. I'm not cold." As she reached for his hand, Bai Mu, feeling her hands, found them warm and gently patted her head, saying, "Don't be mischievous, otherwise you'll catch a cold." Without further ado, he squatted down and fairly swatted the little ones gathered around the campfire. Bai Mu was truly angry this time, hitting harder than usual, causing the little ones to wail, with the Bao's cries the loudest. Xianqing watched from the side, amused, until Subai approached to rescue the little ones, saying, "Stop hitting them. Let us roast some meat first. They must be cold. Let them warm up." Bai Mu nodded, stood up, and, smiling, walked over to Sucha, playfully giving her a swat on the backside, saying, "Next time you act up, you'll get the same treatment as the little ones." Afterward, he casually left to assist Su Bai with the roasting, leaving Sucha, who was rubbing her sore bottom, feeling wronged. Xianqing stepped forward to comfort Sucha, saying, "Bai Mu is so naughty. He hits Su, unlike me, who only feels pity for you." Sucha shot him a glare, retorting, "Don't think I don't know it was you who told on me." With that, she turned and ignored Xianqing. He clicked his tongue, following her and saying, Su is being unreasonable. It was Bai Mu who hit you, not me." Sucha went over to help Bai Mu, obediently assisting them with the roasting. Subai divided the meat, saying, "Let us start roasting." Sucha nodded, carefully sitting beside Bai Mu with the skewers, occasionally stealing glances at him. Noticing her obvious interest, Bai Mu chuckled, pulling her closer, saying, "Be good, and I won't hit you." Sucha replied, "It's all Xianqing's fault for encouraging me." This little expression was said with utmost seriousness, causing Xianqing, who sat opposite, to stifle a laugh, quickly covering his mouth as if nothing had happened. Sucha huffed, focusing intently on turning her skewers. Bai Mu and the others observed her expressions, feeling quite pleased, and remarked, "Indeed, we believe you." Xianqing nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's my fault." This made Sucha feel slightly embarrassed, as she quietly shot Xianqing a glare and huffed again. Chapter 144. Midnight Conversations. Sucha focused on roasting her skewers until they sizzled with oil and aroma. Bai Mu handed her salt and Sichuan pepper. Sprinkling the seasoning made the meat even more fragrant and with satisfaction. Sucha took a bite before offering it to Subai. "Here for you." Subai smiled as he accepted it, taking a bite and saying, "Delicious, thank you." Su. He then handed his roasted meat to her. Bai Mu served the cooked meat to Hanqing and Chuangu, saying, "Eat up, I'll roast more." Chuangu thanked him and took a large bite, immediately regretting it as it was hot but too delicious to spit out. Hanqing, ever kind, offered Chuangu a lettuce leaf, saying, "Wrap it up, and it won't feel so hot." Chuangu responded with a delighted sound, accepting the leaf to continue eating. Bai Mu laughed as he continued roasting, noticing the little ones gazing longingly at the meat. He picked them up and showed them to Hanqing, saying, "You can't eat this." Hanqing placed the 4 little ones into a basket, allowing himself to enjoy the roasted meat. Sucha, observing the eagerly watching little ones, felt a pang of pity and said, "Wait until you grow your teeth. Then you can eat, my babies. You must listen to your mother beast." San Bao seemed to understand and stopped calling out. Even Si Bao fell silent, while the Bao and Air Bao continued to howl at the meat. Sucha quickly became full, refusing the roasted meat offered by Subai, saying, "I'm full. You should give it to Hanqing and Chuangu." Subai turned to the 2 who were gazing longingly at the meat, chuckling, "You 2 share this, and I'll roast more." As he spoke, he handed the roasted meat to them and brought more to roast. Sucha rubbed her stomach, feeling a bit stuffed, and stood up to walk around the campfire, observing Bai Mu and the others eat. By the time she had walked around 20 times, Xianqing, having finished eating, stood up and supported her as they walked together, while Bai Mu and Subai continued roasting for Chuangu and Hanqing. Bai Mu, feeling too lazy to wait for them, directly handed a large plate to Han Qing, saying, "Is this enough?" Han Qing happily accepted the plate. Hee, it's plenty. So Bai, imitating Bai Mu, also roasted a plate and handed it to Chuan Gu, encouraging them to eat at their leisure. Bai Mu then moved to the other side of Su Cha, supporting her as they walked, while Su Bai, seeing there was no more space, watched the two eat, idly poking at the fire. Su Cha envied their appetites, exclaiming, "Eating so much without gaining weight is truly wonderful," before angrily pinching the soft flesh at her waist. Xian Qing, noticing, reached out to pinch her as well, saying, "It feels just fine. Su is already slim enough." Su Cha laughed brightly, responding, "Really?" Xian Qing exaggeratedly replied, "Of course. If you don't believe me, ask Bai Mu. I want Su to eat more meat." Su Cha looked at Bai Mu with anticipation. He smiled and nodded. A little more weight would be good. Being too thin is not ideal. Su Cha, feeling delighted, stopped walking and sat down to warm herself by the fire, just as Han Qing and Chuan Gu finished their meal. Chuan Gu, feeling a bit shy, took his bowl and chopsticks to wash them in the kitchen with Han Qing. Su Cha thought it was inappropriate for Chuan Gu, being a guest, to do so, and stood up to take the bowl from him. So Bai pulled Su Cha into his embrace, saying, "It's fine, Su. Let him wash." Reluctantly, Su Cha nodded, watching as Chuan Gu and Han Qing chatted happily while washing the dishes of the kitchen counter. The prolonged meal had left the little ones unable to bear their hunger, causing them to cry out from the basket. Su Cha suddenly remembered and called, "Bai Mu, bring the little ones back to the room. We have guests today. They should go back." Bai Mu, noticing that the living room allowed a clear view of the bedroom, found Chuan Gu a bit bothersome and exchanged glances with Su Bai. Su Bai understood, not wanting others to see his partner, and said to Su Cha, "No rush, wait a moment." Xian Qing, holding the little ones, added, "Endure a bit longer. We'll get you in trouble if you cry." The little ones immediately quieted down, and Xian Qing, satisfied, stroked their fluffy fur, saying, "Good babies." Chuan Gu and Han Qing emerged, stretching and bidding farewell to everyone before happily leaving. Su Bai watched them depart, closing the wooden door tightly, while Su Cha anxiously turned to Xian Qing, exclaiming, "Quick, hand me the little ones." Xian Qing passed the two smallest cubs to Su Cha, watching as she lifted her shirt, and the cubs eagerly latched on, making delightful, suckling sounds. In an instant, the room was filled with the sounds of the cubs nursing, while the two who hadn't yet fed began to wail. Xian Qing, feeling a bit dry in his throat, quickly averted his gaze, soothing to Bao and Air Bao in his arms. "Be good and don't cry. You'll have your turn soon." The Bao and Air Bao looked up at their mother beast with pitiful eyes, softly whimpering. Su Cha, feeling heartbroken, wished she could grow 2 more arms. Glaring at Han Qing, "It's all your fault. Look how hungry the cubs are." The feeble whimpers of the 2 cubs tugged at everyone's hearts, prompting them to comfort the little ones. Han Qing immediately took the blame. "It's all my fault, Su." Su Cha, feeling compelled, pulled them both close to let them eat. San Bao and Si Bao had already been nursing for a while, and thus the 4 cubs took turns feeding, nursing for so long that Su Cha began to feel drowsy. Bai Mu, holding all 4 cubs, patted their bellies, saying, "Full now." The 4 cubs, satisfied, stuck their tongues out, allowing their father beast to hold them. Han Qing interjected, "Let me have them. I'll sleep with the little ones tonight." Bai Mu handed the 4 cubs over to Han Qing, who tenderly stroked them, saying, "Be good. Time to sleep. Tonight is my fault." The cubs, now full, allowed Han Qing to cradle them, and upon reaching the small room, Han Qing transformed into his beast form, placing the cubs in the warmest spot to sleep. Bai Mu, observing the chaos of the night, cradled the drowsy Su Cha, saying, "It's getting late. I'll take Cha-Cha to sleep now." So Bai also stood, stretching and declaring, "I'm tired too. Let us head to our rooms." Xian Qing rose to head to his room, casting an envious glance at Bai Mu before departing. Su Bai stayed behind to extinguish the fire and securely closed the wooden door before returning to his room. Bai Mu placed Su Cha on the bed, quickly undressing her and tucking her into the soft, fluffy beast pelts. He swiftly removed his own garments, burrowing into the pelts and holding Su Cha close. She nestled into Bai Mu's embrace, whispering, "Let us sleep." Bai Mu responded with a low hum, gently coaxing her into slumber. Su Cha, feeling drowsy, succumbed to slumber, enveloped in the warmth emanating from Bai Mu, which was particularly comforting amidst the biting cold of winter. As Bai Mu gazed at the sleeping Su Cha, he sighed and looked down at himself, tightening his embrace around her in an attempt to force himself into sleep. However, in the dead of night, Su Cha, still in a haze, pushed Bai Mu away, exclaiming, "It's too hot. Let me sleep alone," as she unintentionally attempted to free herself from the source of warmth. Completely unaware of her actions, Bai Mu, already a light sleeper, was instantly awakened by her movements, and his excitement effectively banished any remaining chance of sleep. He bit his lip, struggling to contain himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead despite the winter chill. Suddenly, Su Cha's delicate hand fell still, and he exhaled in relief, only to find himself locking eyes with her as she awoke, startled by the heat. She quickly withdrew her hand, wishing to return to sleep. Unable to suppress his feelings any longer, Bai Mu rolled over, pinning her down, and said, "Cha-cha, you have truly put me in a predicament." The next morning, Su Bai rose early and ventured into the living room, glancing at the two still lost in slumber, while outside, the snow continued to fall heavily. With Bai Mu not tasked with lighting the fire that day, it fell upon him to do so. Skillfully, he gathered dry branches and kindled the fire, settling down to wait until it blazed brightly enough to prepare rice. As he bent over the fire, Xianqing, yawning, emerged with a displeased expression, sitting down by the flames and lamenting they are still not awake. "Last night, Bai Mu made quite the ruckus, didn't he?" Se reprit, raising un eyebrow. Xianqing grumbled, "I know, I couldn't sleep a wink." Su Bai chuckled, relieved that his room was far from Su Cha's, as he watched Xianqing, who was situated next to her room, laugh softly. Xianqing, lacking the energy to engage in banter, lazily leaned against the stone wall, dozing off. Once the fire was ablaze, Su Bai stood to wash the rice, placing it over the flames to cook. The bubbling sound soon filled the room, and after stirring it with a spoon, he continued to monitor it. Xianqing, now awake, shifted positions and called out, "Let me know when it's done. I'm going to sleep a bit longer." Su Bai acknowledged with a nod, watching as the pot continued to bubble vigorously. However, since Bai Mu and Su Cha remained in bed, he decided to set the pot aside to keep warm. Just then, he caught sight of Han Qing yawning as she stepped out, cradling her little one. Xianqing opened his eyes, snatched the child, and resumed sleeping, muttering, "So warm." Su Bai instructed Han Qing, "Keep an eye on the fire. If Su Su wakes up, let me know. I'll be next door," leaning against Xianqing's shoulder. Han Qing closed her eyes again, waving her hand in response. "Go ahead, I'll watch." Su Bai chuckled as he headed next door to organize the herbs in his cave, sorting through what remained. Eventually, Bai Mu awakened, gazing affectionately at the still sleeping Su Cha, and gently caressed her head, whispering, "You've worked hard, Cha-cha." Su Cha swatted his hand away, retorting, "Whose fault is it for causing such a commotion in the middle of the night? You're even more annoying than Xianqing." Bai Mu helped Su Cha rise, smiling as he nodded. "It's my fault. Please forgive me, Cha-cha." After dressing her, he affectionately kissed her forehead, saying, "Let's get up and have something to eat." Su Cha, struck by his charm, smiled as she playfully touched Bai Mu's abs. "All right, I suppose I can reluctantly forgive you." As they stepped out, they found the two sleeping figures in the living room. Bai Mu carried Su Cha into the kitchen, personally preparing hot water for her and placing a toothbrush in her mouth before stepping out. He then roused Han Qing and Xianqing, asking, "Why are you both sleeping here?" Upon waking, Han Qing immediately called out to Su Bai next door, "Su Su is awake." From the adjacent room, Su Bai's voice responded, "Awake. The rice is probably cold. I'll heat it up again." He then walked over to retrieve the pot. Bai Musmaid, Norus. Cha-cha is still washing her face. Sitting beside Su Bai, Bai Mu was suddenly asked, "How's everything?" Bai Mu smiled but did not reply, simply saying, "Very well." Su Bai licked his lips, nodding with a grin, while Xianqing, observing their interaction, remarked, "How lewd, unlike me, a respectable person." Su Bai shot back, "In this family, you're the only one who isn't respectable. Your skin is as thick as Han Qing's." Han Qing, holding her little ones, interjected, "What about me?" Xianqing patted his shoulder. "Su Bai is complimenting us." Han Qing laughed joyously. "Really? Hee hee hee." Su Bai and Bai Mu exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. "This family is doomed. Without us, it will surely fall apart." Bai Mu nodded in agreement with Su Bai's statement, just as Su Cha emerged, flicking droplets of water from her hands, inquiring, "What are you all talking about?" Su Bai beckoned Su Cha to sit down by the fire, drying her hands. "Nothing, just waiting for Su Su." Bai Mu got up to bring the rice down, instructing Han Qing, "Go to the kitchen and fetch some bowls and chopsticks." Han Qing responded with a hurried, "Okay," dashing to the kitchen and returning with 6 wooden bowls, placing them on the table. Bai Mu stirred the rice, cooling it down faster, and served 2 bowls for Han Qing. She placed the largest bowl on the ground, calling for Xianqing to bring the little ones over to eat. Bai Mu followed suit, bringing over 2 bowls, one for Xianqing and one for Su Cha, before fetching 2 more for Su Bai and himself, stating, "Eat up." Seated beside Bai Mu, Su Cha watched as the little ones eagerly dove into their bowls, their fluffy heads buried in the rice, clamoring for more. Su Bai remarked, "Today, we only cooked rice without any meat." Su Cha replied, "Eating something different is nice too. Say by netted, so swingoi sweet things, right? When the warm season comes, honey will be delicious, but such food is hard to find." Bai Mu added, "I know that food is favored by the Haisheng tribe, and there will be bees nearby, making it easier to find." Su Cha, beaming, replied, "I love it. Sweet honey can be mixed with water, and there are so many ways to enjoy it." So Bai grinned, "Then let's go look for it together." He stood to serve his second bowl. Su Cha followed him to get more rice, and Bai Mu trailed behind, commenting, "Today Cha Cha has quite the appetite, finishing 2 bowls already." Su Cha patted her belly, saying, "I'm hungry. It's all your fault for being so distracting last night." Ultimately, among all her partners, it was Su Bai she had pursued herself, and she cherished that. Su Bai chuckled, handing her a bowl. Being able to eat is a blessing. If it's not enough, feel free to get more. Su Cha gleefully accepted the bowl and followed Su Bai, while Bai Mu followed suit, chuckling in resignation. Once seated by the fire, Su Cha, noticing the little ones had finished, suggested, "Let's give them another bowl. They're growing and can eat quite a bit." Han Qing, just about to serve more, nodded in agreement, "All right." Xian Qing seized the opportunity, handing his bowl to Han Qing. "Bring me one too." With a reluctant acknowledgement, Han Qing took the bowl and left. After breakfast, Su Cha sat by the fire, gently rubbing the little ones' bellies. "After eating so much, should we still feed them milk?" Bai Mu crouched down, patting their bellies. "No need. They've had 2 bowls of rice today." The little ones, obediently nuzzling against the 2, fell silent, and Su Cha nodded, petting their heads. "All right, I'll feed them when they're hungry." Su Bei, having washed the bowls and chopsticks, returned to sit beside Su Cha, commenting, "It's rare that it isn't snowing today." Su Cha zoom pet oh, rushing to the cave entrance to check on the snowman, then hurried back to the fire, exclaiming, "It's freezing outside." Su Bai affectionately patted Su Cha's head, saying, "I know you want to go out and play, but due to the issues with the Bao tribe, it's best we stay in this winter." Su Cha understood the gravity of the situation and assured him, "Don't worry, I won't sneak out. I promise." Su Bei, still concerned that Su Cha might try to run away, reiterated his caution and, upon receiving her promise, smiled, "Good girl," mainly because it's not safe nearby. Su Cha hagtse beisarm, understood. After finishing their meal, they observed the 2 drowsy figures leaning against each other, and Su Cha found it amusing, wondering how they could still be asleep after just waking up. Chapter 146. The 5 travelers. Su Cha gazed with curiosity at the 2 individuals leaning against the stone wall. "Dozing off. Haven't you just woken up? You 2 must have gone cattle rustling last night to be this sleepy." Xian Qing, unable to express his discomfort, discreetly cast a glance at Bai Mu, recalling what he had just said about only being able to placate Su Cha. He replied, "The warmth from the fire is too comforting. It makes one drowsy." Han Qing quickly chimed in, "Yes, it's precisely because of the warmth." Observing the 2 of them on the verge of slumber again, Su Cha remarked, "Why don't you 2 go back to your rooms to sleep? What if you tumble into the fire?" Han Qing transformed into his beast form and sprawled on the ground, saying, "This way it's all right." Xian Qing immediately joined him, lying down beside the fluffy wolf, stating, "2 bodies will keep us warm." The little ones found this amusing and crowded around, insisting on being a top fanking. Growing annoyed by the commotion, Xian Qing gathered the little ones and used them as makeshift pillows. To his surprise, the little ones cooperated, remaining quiet. Before long, the 2 fell asleep in Su Cha's line of sight, with Han Qing even snoring. Bored, Su Cha poked at the fire, muttering, "How dull. All we can do at home is sleep." Bai Mu comforted her, gently patting her head. "Just be patient. Once winter passes, we will have much to do, hunting and planting crops." Instantly revitalized, Su Cha began to plan the summer activities with Bai Mu and Su Bai. "Our cave entrance is at the very back, so we can plant at the foot of the mountain. There's water nearby, making irrigation easy." Su Bai nodded in agreement. "Yes, we will have an abundance of vegetables, and we should also plant some fruits." Su Cha affirmed, "Indeed, we have gathered many seeds. I wonder what we have." Bai Mu reminisced about their shared moments, tenderly stroking Su Cha's head. "Yes, Cha Cha has collected seeds along the way. Her little backpack is bursting, and she can't bear to part with any." This reminded Su Cha of their time together, and she chuckled. This is all for future planning. So Bai turned her face towards him, and planted a kiss on her lips. Su. Confused, Sucha responded, "What is it?" Subai smiled and shook his head, feeling a tinge of jealousy as he stroked her head. "I just wanted to call you." Sucha replied, "Why are you so childish, just like Han Qing?" Subai continued to smile without retorting, while Bai Mu sensed a hint of tension but chose not to reveal it, contentedly resting with his eyes closed against Sucha. Sucha pushed Bai Mu away and stood up, declaring, "I'll go out for some fresh air," and headed towards the cave entrance. Subai rose to accompany her, and they stepped outside to find a vast expanse of white, indistinguishable from where they stood, all covered in snow. Bai Mu emerged with a cloak and draped it over Sucha, saying, "It's cold outside. Let us play for a bit and then return." Sucha agreed and frolicked at the entrance. The three of them joyfully built 2 small snowmen beside a larger one. Observing the 2 bare snowmen, Sucha clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Now they won't feel lonely. Let us head back to the fire." She quickly urged the others to return home. Upon entering, they were greeted by a wave of warmth, and Sucha rushed to the fire to warm her hands. After Bai Mu closed the wooden door, he joined them at the fire, watching as Han Qing and the little ones slept soundly. Sucha poked Han Qing's large head, teasing, "He's really asleep. Han Qing must be a pig, capable of eating and sleeping." Bai Mu chuckled silently, while Subai remarked, "That's quite possible. He can eat and sleep." Sucha giggled, temporarily sparing Han Qing from her antics, and looked at Xian Qing, who was lying on Han Qing, wanting to tease him too. However, her short arms couldn't reach, so she gave up. Bai Mu pulled Sucha into his embrace and said, "Just warm yourself for a while. You just played in the snow." Sucha nodded, extending her hands towards the fire, fearing illness, and leaned against Bai Mu to rest. Bai Mu gazed down at the sleeping Sucha and adjusted her head for added comfort. Subai glanced over and said, "You kept her up all night. Look how tired she is. Next time, you need to exercise moderation. With so many of us, Sucha can't handle it." Bai Mu affectionately kissed Sucha and replied, "I couldn't help myself last night. I will be more cautious next time." Subai nodded, smiling as he pointed to the 2 still sleeping soundly nearby. "Those 2 didn't sleep a wink last night because of you." Even the dull-witted Han Qing noticed. Bai Mu found their situation amusing and agreed, "It won't happen again." The 2 fell into silence, careful not to disturb Sucha. Subai leaned against the stone wall, closing his eyes to rest. Bai Mu hailed Sucha, one hand supporting her head while he poked at the fire with a stick, being the most alert among them. In the cozy cave, everyone else slept deeply, time slipping away unnoticed. When noon arrived, Bai Mu woke everyone, saying, "You've all slept too long. Eat something before going back to sleep." Sucha opened her eyes, stretching her neck. "Yes, okay." Bai Mu looked at her and asked, "What do you want to eat? After we eat, we can return to our rooms." Feeling drowsy, Sucha suggested, "Roasted meat sounds good. I'm so sleepy." Xian Qing stood up, stretching. "I feel like I haven't slept enough. Today is rough." Han Qing remained sprawled on the ground, lamenting, "I'm so sleepy too." Subai, feeling better after stretching, headed to the kitchen to help Bai Mu prepare lunch. Sucha pressed on her neck, and noticing this, Xian Qing approached to massage it, asking, "Did you twist it while sleeping? Why don't you sleep on a bed?" Sucha laughed, "I didn't even know how I fell asleep. After we eat, I'll head to bed." Xian Qing, eager to eat quickly and resume sleeping, kicked Han Qing awake. "Come help Su with her neck. I'll assist Bai Mu in the kitchen." Han Qing groggily acknowledged and transformed back into human form to massage Sucha. Soon, Bai Mu emerged with meat and lettuce, and without needing to call out, everyone instinctively took meat to roast, including Han Qing, while Subai observed. The meal was devoured in a flash. Afterward, Bai Mu cleaned the dishes while Sucha fed the little ones. Once Bai Mu finished washing the dishes, he brought the other 2 over to sit beside Sucha. As the 4 little ones were satiated and appearing drowsy, Bai Mu decided to send them back to their small room. Sucha stood up, Zaning, and was carried back to the room by Subai, while Bai Mu quietly followed. Xian Qing raised his eyebrows, also entering, and Han Qing, mistaking it for a meeting, hurried in as well. In the end, 5 of them lay on Sucha's large bed, with Sucha in the center, Bai Mu on her right, Subai on her left, and Xian Qing and Han Qing each holding onto a foot as they slept. Sucha, utterly exhausted, paid no mind to them and quickly fell asleep. Chapter 147, Wolf Cub, Egg. Before long, everyone was asleep. The 4 surrounding Sucha on the large bed ensured that no matter which direction she rolled, warmth enveloped her, making for a most comfortable slumber. The fire in the living room crackled softly, while the room remained tranquil with only Han Qing's snores breaking the silence. The others slept soundly. Winter days always feel interminably long. When Su Cha awoke, she noticed it was already dark outside, and the fire in the living room was barely alive. The room was still quiet. They must not have awakened yet. What a ridiculous bunch. Turning to face Bai Mu, she discovered he was awake as well. They exchanged smiles, and she remarked, "I feel like I've slept for ages." Bai Mu held her close, saying, "Let us get up. If we don't, the fire will go out." Beside them, Subai also woke, stretching his legs to nudge the two sleeping individuals awake, calling out, "Time to rise. It's already dark." Bai Mu, still holding Su Cha, made his way to the living room and was met with the sight of the little ones crawling around. They must have awakened without anyone noticing. Subai kicked the two at his feet awake and stood up, eyeing the fire. "If we wait any longer, the fire will extinguish." He then headed to the kitchen to fetch firewood to add to the flames. Su Cha and Bai Mu, meanwhile, held on to the little ones, knowing they must have been awake for quite some time. Bai Mu gently placed them in the basket, nodding in approval. "You have been quite well behaved today." Xian Qing, holding the soft and cuddly Han Qing, remarked, "Indeed, it is much more comfortable sleeping with Su Su." Su Cha cast a sidelong glance at Xian Qing and said, "Stop being cheeky and come help. We're having sauerkraut hot pot tonight." The mention of hot pot instantly revived Han Qing, who jumped up, exclaiming, "Hot pot! I'll help." Su Cha smiled and beckoned. "Come here and keep an eye on the little ones. I'll handle the hot pot." Han Qing nodded, cradling the little ones in his arms as he followed Su Cha, watching her busily prepare. Kai Bai observed the fire that had already been lit and called out, "Xian Qing, come watch the fire. Bai Mu and I can manage the kitchen." Xian Qing whistled as he approached, playfully pulling Han Qing to sit beside him, saying, "You should stay here and not cause any trouble." Han Qing, feeling indignant yet unable to break free from Xian Qing's grasp, pouted and sat down with him, watching the fire. In the kitchen, Su Cha took out the sauerkraut to chop. Bai Mu reached over to assist, while Kai Bai emerged from the cellar, carrying meat, potatoes, and lettuce to place on the counter. As Kai Bai washed the vegetables, Bai Mu glanced over and said, "I'll cut the meat later. You wash the vegetables and clean the pot too." Kai Bai nodded in agreement. Su Cha cheerfully approached Kai Bai, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Not bad, not bad. Quite firm." Kai Bai shot her a playful look and replied, "Stop fooling around, Su Su." Su Cha giggled and gave Kai Bai's abdominal muscles a playful poke before moving over to Bai Mu. Time for a new victim. Bai Mu, exasperated, looked down at her restless hands and remarked, "Didn't you have enough fun last night? Cha-cha?" The mention of last night made Su Cha blush slightly, realizing she had indeed been quite bold. Bai Mu silently observed her expression as he placed the sauerkraut onto a plate and prepared to cut the washed meat and potatoes. Kai Bai, holding the clean pot, turned to Su Cha and asked, "Should I make the soup, or will you?" "Su Cha plave. You take the pot outside to heat it up. I'll bring out the lard and sauerkraut." After Kai Bai acknowledged her request, he placed the pot over the fire just as Su Cha returned with the lard and sauerkraut. She put the lard in, which melted instantly, sizzling in the pan. Su Cha leisurely added the sauerkraut, stirring it before pouring in water. She rose to return to the kitchen, handing the ladle to Kai Bai. "All right, once the water boils, we can eat." Halfway there, Su Cha suddenly paused, her expression shifting as she turned to them and said, "Oh no, we forgot to cook the white rice." Bai Mu, carrying the ingredients to the table, reassured her, "No hurry, we can cook it now." Kai Bai nodded in agreement. Su Su, you can enjoy the meat for now. It'll take a while to cook the rice." Su Cha shook her head. "Let us take the pot down first. We can cook the rice later." Everyone's gaze turned to the large rice container. Han Qing stated, "I can wait. I'm not hungry." Su Cha smiled. "Right then, since our big rice barrel is not hungry, let us cook the white rice." Bai Mu had already brought out the cleaned rice, while Kai Bai set the pot down on the table. Bai Mu placed the rice in, and they gathered around the fire. Su Cha tossed a stick into the flames. "Let us wait." The little one struggled to get down from Han Qing's embrace, whimpering. Bai Mu glanced over. "Let them down. They need to play for a bit." Han Qing complied, releasing the little ones, who immediately dashed off like wild horses, soon scrambling to Su Cha's feet, biting at their mother's pant legs. Bai Mu kicked them away playfully, prompting the little ones to think he was joining their game, and they eagerly awaited his next move. Su Cha laughed. "What fun." She extended her foot, only to be seized by the little ones, who held on tightly. Thus, everyone entertained the little ones until the rice was cooked, and by then, the little fluff balls were utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground, tongues lolling out as they panted. Xian Qing, still eager to play, looked at the little ones and suggested, Su, let's make some eggs together. That would be fun. Han Qing quickly chimed in, wolf cubs are also fun. Su, don't you like my beast form? We could have a whole litter of wolf cubs. Su Cha shot them both a glare. If you want to have cubs, you two can go ahead. Immediately, the competition ceased, and they gazed affectionately at the 4 little fluff balls. Kai Bai stood up, observing the rice. It's ready. I'll bring it down. Bai Mu, you take the pot up. Kai Bai descended with the rice, lifting the lid to let it cool, while Bai Mu took the hot pot back to continue cooking. Su Cha noticed the broth had cooled and remarked, it's solidifying. Looks like we'll need to cook it a little longer. Fortunately, the fire was strong. As Bai Mu placed the pot on, the oil began to melt slowly. Su Cha, noticing this, promptly added salt and Sichuan pepper, saying, I forgot to add these earlier. Kai Bai brought over the meat to add, followed by the vegetables, while Han Qing carried bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen to serve everyone. Su Cha held a bowl of white rice, announcing, time to eat, but be careful, it's hot. An Qing eagerly dove, quickly picking up a piece of meat and blowing on it. Xian Qing, sitting beside Han Qing, disdainfully remarked, why the rush? You're acting all frantic. He elegantly picked up a piece of lettuce, savoring it slowly. Su Cha, seated across from them, couldn't help but laugh. Neither of you can judge the other. You're both the same. At least Han Qing is cautious enough to blow on his food. Xian Qing, you don't even bother. Xian Qing, caught in the act, maintained his composed demeanor and replied, Su, you don't understand. I enjoy my food hot. Su Cha responded with a playful acknowledgement. Chapter 148. Sleep. Meanwhile, Bai Mu and Kai Bai silently loaded Su Cha's bowl with meat and vegetables. At Bai Mu's feet sat the 4 little ones, gazing up with pleading eyes. Su Cha, feeling sorry for them, stroked their heads, saying, you can't eat yet. You'll have to settle for rice porridge for now. The little ones persisted in their cries, and Bai Mu glanced down at them, causing the 4 cubs to huddle together, silenced by their fear. Su Cha list. So the little ones are clever, knowing Bai Mu would scold them, so they don't dare make noise and instead decide to bully me. The cubs whimpered softly, asserting their innocence and obedience. Kai Bai placed a piece of meat in front of Su Cha, encouraging, eat up, don't mind the little ones. They can't eat much anyway. Bai Mu added a piece of potato to Su Cha's bowl, grinning, if you don't eat, those 2 over there will finish everything. Su Cha gasped and joined the fray for food, and with everyone intentionally allowing her to eat, she quickly filled her belly while they continued to feast. Su Cha stood up, taking her bowl to the kitchen. You all eat at your leisure. I'm full. Han Qing and the others, seeing Su Cha clear her bowl, immediately reverted to their true forms, competing to eat as much as they could. The little ones watched curiously as the scene unfolded. After Su Cha exited the kitchen, she wandered around the living room, waiting for them to finish eating, while the 4 little fluff balls followed her clumsily, swaying along. Bai Mu, having eaten his fill, got up and joined Su Cha, walking alongside her. Su Cha tilted her head, asking, aren't you going to eat anymore? Bai Mu replied, I'm full now. Soon, Kai Bai also finished, leaving only Xian Qing and Han Qing, prompting Su Cha to leisurely say, you 2 are always the last. You'll be on dish duty later. Xian Qing looked up at Su Cha and said, Su. Han Qing said he'll wash the dishes alone later. Upon hearing this, he glanced into the pot and noticed the meat was nearly gone, exclaiming, why haven't you saved any for me? You'll be washing the dishes alone later. He pouted as he scooped up a pear of sauerkraut. Kai Bai, sitting by the fire, observed them and said, are you 2 still eating? Then I'll add a little more meat. The 2 individuals across from each other immediately nodded in delight, turning their gazes towards Sabai. Sabai extended his hand and brought the last of the meat to the pot, saying, eat up, this is the final morsel. There are no more vegetables. Sucha found their antics quite amusing and pulled Bai Mu to the cave entrance to observe the outside. The world was enveloped in a frigid winter. The ground still illuminated despite the night, while the sky loomed dark, devoid of stars and the moon, which lent an eerie air to the surroundings. Feeling unsettled, Sucha quickly urged Bai Mu back inside, ensuring the wooden door was tightly shut. Sabai called out to the returning pair, come over and warm yourselves, it's cold outside. Sucha replied with a cheerful rushing over to bask in the warmth of the fire, exclaiming, it's no longer snowing outside. Sabai took her hands, cradling them between his, nodding as he remarked, it should be clear tomorrow. Once the snow melts, we will gradually enter the warm season, and when the tender shoots emerge, we can plant the seeds. Sucha shot him an astonished glance, marveling at his extensive knowledge. Impressive. Sabai, how do you know so much? Sabai relished her admiration and affectionately ruffled her hair, feel free to ask me anything in the future. Sucha nodded eagerly, nestling into his embrace, just as the two others finished their meal. Xuanqing called for Hanqing to bring the pot over. Noting that the rice was gone and only a bit of broth remained, Sucha smiled at their diligent efforts, saying, with the two of them around, "There's no need to worry about leftovers." Bai Mu, entertained by the little ones, agreed with a soft Sabai added, "It's much more convenient with these two big eaters around." Sucha chuckled softly. It seemed Xuanqing had also earned the title of Big Eater now, a title that had previously belonged solely to Hanqing. Bai Mu cradled the little ones, saying, "Cha-cha, it's time to feed them." Sucha, grinning, took them from Sabai's arms to feed, while Bai Mu awaited patiently with the other two. Once the little ones were satiated, the two in the kitchen shook off the water from their hands and joined the fire. Xuanqing remarked, "All cleaned up, but the water is so cold." Sucha glanced at him, replying, "Of course, it's frozen outside." Bai Mu observed Hanqing, who had been lethargically tending to the little ones, and noted that perhaps their long afternoon nap had left them wide awake now. Sucha, feeling a bit bored, called out to Bai Mu to bring out some sunflower seeds. But Sabai interjected, "Su, everyone is full now. We'll roast the seeds during the day. We have other matters to attend to." Sabai's words drew envious glances from the others, while Sucha, puzzled, queried, "What matters? Why not share now?" Sabai simply patted her head. "I'll tell you later." Sucha could only express her disappointment with a soft "oh," leaning against him for warmth as the little ones, now full, began to doze off by the fire. Hanqing, observing this, took them back to their small room. Sucha watched Hanqing's retreating figure, remarking, "The little ones are tired so early. They must have woken up early this afternoon, which explains why we saw them playing right after we got up." Bai Mu nodded in agreement. "That seems likely. Otherwise, they would have crawled around for a while after eating." Sucha sighed dramatically. "How boring. In winter, we can't go out to play. When will the warm season arrive?" Sabai stroked her head. "It will come soon. This winter is just too unsafe." Sucha nodded, knowing she just needed to vent her frustrations. Suddenly, she felt herself lifted, clinging tightly to Sabai's neck, asking, "What are you doing?" Sabai, grinning joyously, headed towards the room. "Su, since you're bored, let us engage in some interesting activities." Xuanqing, behind them, whistled. It was always when they fell asleep that the fun began, and Sabai's boldness made her slightly uncomfortable as she nudged him. "No, they're not asleep yet." Sabai turned to see the three in the living room, only to find that Hanqing had already retreated to the little one's room. Xuanqing approached, gently touching Sucha's cheek. "Tomorrow, it will be my turn. Su, remember to have fun." He then returned to his own room. Sucha, placing her hopes on Bai Mu, was surprised when he too got up to extinguish the fire and closed the door without a glance in her direction. Sabai raised an eyebrow, delighting in tossing Sucha onto the bed, swiftly pinning her down, and murmured, "Now is this satisfactory, Su?" Sucha responded with a soft as the two soon became entwined in passion. Upon awakening, the cave was quiet except for Hanqing, who slept soundly without a care. Xuanqing and Bai Mu lay stiffly in bed, enduring discomfort. Bai Mu fared slightly better, having just experienced the night before, pricking his ears to the delightful sounds emanating from next door. Sucha felt the heat enveloping her, managing to place her hand on Sabai, whispering, "Slow down." Sabai murmured in acknowledgement, continuing his fervent endeavors. The next morning, Bai Mu arose to discover that the snowfall had ceased, and the ground snow was rapidly melting. The melting snow was even chillier than the snowfall itself. Bai Mu hurried back home from the kitchen, gathering dry firewood to ignite a flame. Just as the fire was beginning to catch, Xuanqing emerged, arms crossed, exclaiming, "What is going on today? It's so cold it woke me up." Bai Mu tossed more sticks into the fire, explaining, "The snow is melting outside." Xuanqing remarked, "This winter is peculiar. It snowed heavily yesterday, yet today it's melting." As they spoke, Hanqing groggily emerged, cradling four little ones, exclaiming, "It's so cold today?" Bai Mu advised, "Don't lie down just yet. The fire has just started, and the ground is cold." Hanqing responded with a sleepy "oh," transforming into his human form and sitting beside Xuanqing, both shivering as they warmed themselves by the fire. With the little ones seated in a row around the flames, Bai Mu added more dry wood to the fire to make it blaze brighter. Unexpectedly, there was a knock at the wooden door. Bai Mu, puzzled as to who would visit so early, opened it to find the clan leader and the drowsy Chuangu. He quickly stepped aside to let them in, and both headed straight for the fire. The clan leader surveyed the room and remarked, "Where is that Sabai? Still asleep?" Chuangu, upon entering, slumped against the stone wall, appearing as though he might fall asleep at any moment, complaining, "Who would wake up so early on such a cold morning?" Bai Mu chuckled, knowing that the clan leader must have dragged Chuangu from his warm bed. I'll go wake Sabai. You two wait here. The clan leader waved his hand. Hurry. Tell him I have urgent matters to discuss. Baimu nodded and proceeded to Sabai's room, gently shaking him awake and silently gesturing towards the living room before glancing at the peacefully sleeping Sucha and stepping outside. Sabai raised his head, realizing the clan leader and Chuangu were present, indicating something important was afoot. However, his gaze lingered on Sucha, who lay beside him, their bodies closely intertwined. Moving would surely wake her. To his surprise, Xuanqing entered just then, prompting Sabai to withdraw quickly, allowing the cold air to sweep in. Sucha, groggily blinking at him, asked, "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Sabai decided to get up entirely, and Xuanqing promptly snuggled in beside Sucha, saying, "Continue sleeping. I'll keep Su company." Sucha nestled into Xuanqing's warm embrace, drifting back into slumber, while Sabai wiped away the moisture beneath him before heading out to join the fire, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Chuangu shook his head. "The clan leader summoned me." The clan leader, frowning, added, "This winter is too bizarre. It snowed heavily yesterday. Yet today the snow is melting. Usually this takes a long time." Sabai nodded, stepping outside to witness the snow melting at an unprecedented rate, as if someone were stoking a fire beneath it, which was indeed peculiar. The clan leader followed him outside, stating, "Strange, I senti it. Could this year herald a great drought?" Sabai observed the ice on the river rapidly dissolving, the water flowing freely. He solemnly nodded, "It is possible. This ice is quite thick, yet it melts at such a swift pace." The clan leader, having experienced a great drought before, exclaimed, "What shall we do? I fear for my old bones." Han Qing stepped out and observed their serious expressions, inquiring, "What is the great drought season? Is it truly terrifying?" The old chieftain nodded and replied, "One can survive without meat, but water is essential. The great drought season is when water sources become scarce. The previous lion tribe did not settle here. They did so in search of water." Han Qing glanced at the roaring river at the foot of the mountain and remarked, "That river outside is quite large. It shouldn't dry up, right?" Sabai shook his head, saying, "If this is the only water source during the great drought season, then we are in trouble. People will surely try to claim it, leading to inevitable conflict. Human greed knows no bounds." Chuangu and Sabai had only faint memories of the great drought season when they were young, as the chieftain would forego his own food and water to share his portion with them. Hence, Chuangu was deeply concerned about the chieftain abandoning the search for her among the mermaid tribe, while Sabai willingly chose to remain with the lion tribe. Han Qing was puzzled, as the snow domain was abundant in water sources. Bai Mu emerged and said, "Come inside, it's cold out here." Sabai snapped back to reality and hurriedly assisted the old chieftain back to the warmth of the fire, reassuring him, "Do not worry. You still have me and Chuangu." The chieftain sighed as he sat by the warm fire. "I am old. Death is inevitable. But I cannot help but worry about you two and the lion tribe. Regardless, I have lived long enough." Chuangu patted the old chieftain's shoulder, saying, "No one shall let you die. Rest assured, you still need to see Sabai's offspring." Sabai nodded in agreement. "Do not worry. I will handle everything and find a solution when the time comes." Bai Mu had already gone to the kitchen to wash rice and brought it back to cook over the fire. Chuangu, initially intending to return to sleep, immediately sat back down, exclaiming, "What a coincidence. You are also having breakfast this morning." Bai Mu smiled and replied, "Chieftain, you two should stay here and eat. I have prepared plenty." Sabai urged the old chieftain, "Let us enjoy a meal here. Look, Chuangu is already salivating." The old chieftain chuckled in agreement, but still wore a worried expression as he gazed outside, stating, "At the rate the ice is melting, there will likely be no snow by tomorrow." Sabai cheerfully responded, "That would be splendid. As the ice and snow melt, the rivers will increase, allowing us to endure even the great drought season for a while." The old chieftain nodded, "I am old. I leave everything to you young ones." Chuangu immediately approached the old chieftain, playfully offering to massage his back. "You are not old. Today, you are agile as a cat." The old chieftain playfully tapped Chuangu with his wooden stick. "All you do is sleep. With such laziness, when will you find a partner?" Chuangu responded with a grin, remaining silent as he worked even harder to massage the old chieftain's back. Sabai found the scene amusing as Bai Mu handed him a spoon, saying, "When it starts bubbling, add the meat and vegetables. I will check if Su has woken up." Sabai nodded, stirring with the spoon. Bai Mu entered the room and found Xianqing awake, playfully tangling Su Cha's hair. Xianqing looked up at Bai Mu, asking, "Should I wake Su?" Bai Mu nodded. There are guests in the living room. Please help the little female put on her clothes before coming out. After saying that, he left the room. Qianqing gently shook Su Cha and blew in her ear. Su, it's time to get up. Su Cha responded with a soft opening her eyes and asking, why are you here? Where's Tsabai? Qianqing, holding Su Cha, feigned sadness and said, I'm so heartbroken. Early in the morning, all you do is ask about Tsabai. Why not ask about me? Su Cha instantly became alert, realizing that there were guests. After getting dressed in the blankets, she climbed out and looked at Qianqing, saying, let us get up. Qianqing replied with a hey, and hurriedly got up, carrying Su Cha to the living room. However, Su Cha, seeing the guests, resisted, but Qianqing insisted on carrying her. So she had no choice but to bury her head and let him take her to the kitchen to brush her teeth and wash her face. Qianqing, with a clear conscience, carried her away, while Tsabai and the others watched their retreating figures. Chapter 150. Frowning Su Cha emerged from washing her face and brushing her teeth, sitting by the fire and saying, it's so cold today. She greeted the old chieftain as Bai Mu came out with bowls and chopsticks. Tsabai placed the rice on the table, saying, let's sit for a bit. It's hot. He opened the lid halfway. Su Cha smiled as she patted the little ones' heads, saying, they're so plump and adorable. I will serve them a bowl later. Han Qing glanced over and said, one bowl is not enough for the little ones. They need two. The chieftain gazed longingly at the plump little white tiger cubs, calling out, Su Cha, little female, bring them to me. I want to pet them. Su Cha quickly handed over the most well-behaved one, Si Bao, to the chieftain. He took it and stroked Si Bao's beautiful fur, saying, Tsabai, you must strive for this. Tsabai came over to take Si Bao back, saying, let us wait a moment. They need to eat too. He then placed Si Bao on the ground and set down a full bowl of rice, causing the cubs to rush over. Bai Mu served the chieftain first, while Han Qing brought 2 bowls to Chuan Gu and Qianqing. Everyone sat around the warm fire and began to eat. The chieftain took a bite and remarked, not bad. I didn't expect rice to be cooked like this with meat and vegetables. It's delicious. Tsabai nodded, if you want more. Just ask Chuan Gu to cook. Chuan Gu, satisfied, nodded, sure, just call me. I'm right next door. Su Cha was slow to eat, and Han Ti finished her first bowl when Han Qing and the others were already on their second. Today, Su Cha was unusually able to eat 2 bowls as well. Tsabai quickly finished 2 bowls and stopped, sitting next to the chieftain, waiting. Bai Mu also refrained from eating, as everyone was waiting for the chieftain to enjoy his meal at his own pace. The cubs, too, had stopped eating and were sitting by the fire, licking the rice off their paws. Su Cha noticed and called Bai Mu to fetch a damp bee skin to clean the cubs. Finally, the chieftain set down his bowl, and Tsabai immediately took it, pulling Qianqing with him to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Chuan Gu, feeling stuffed, leaned against the stone wall, while the chieftain surveyed the cave. Sitting here by the fire, feeling warm and cozy, said, I still need to find a partner, Chuan Gu. Chuan Gu replied affirmatively, but the matter remains unresolved. Su Cha, observing from across the room, found it amusing that even here there were elders urging marriage. Bai Mu, noticing Su Cha's suppressed laughter, playfully poked her nose, saying, you little rascal. Su Cha stuck her tongue out at him, I am not. As they focused on cleaning the cubs, they finally managed to clean all 4 of the dirty little ones. The chieftain, seeing the now pristine little cubs, casually picked one up and placed it on his lap. Stroking its fur, Su Cha looked up and realized the chieftain had picked the most mischievous one, Dabao, and quickly signaled Tsabai to exchange it for another. Tsabai was about to swap Si Bao, as everyone feared that Dabao would cause trouble for the old chieftain. However, Bai Mu remained calm and said, it's fine, Dabao is also very well behaved. Hearing this, everyone turned to look, and indeed, Dabao was simply lying quietly on the old chieftain's lap. The chieftain, unaware, continued to praise Dabao. Look at this thick fur. Once it grows up, it will surely be a warrior of our tribe. Dabao wagged its tail happily, seemingly responding to the chieftain's praise. Su Cha chuckled lightly. Yes, Dabao is the strongest. Tsabai stood up to glance outside the cave and hurriedly returned, saying, the ice and snow have melted halfway. Will there be a flood? The old chieftain slowly got up to take a look outside, and Tsabai quickly supported him back down, saying, there's no need to worry. Eat and drink well. And just sleep. We are here for you. The old chieftain smiled at Tsabai. With you around, I feel at ease. Behind them, Chuan Gu rolled his eyes. You only know how to flatter Tsabai. The old chieftain shot Chuan Gu a glare. Do you have fewer worries than me? Chuan Gu sheepishly touched his nose and fell silent, realizing that continuing would reveal too much. Su Cha, who had yet to go outside, inquired, What is going on outside? You all look so worried. Sabai gently patted her head. This winter may quickly lead into the great drought season. The ice and snow are melting at an alarming rate. Sucha gasped. The great drought season? Does it mean there will be no water? And what about the flood you mentioned? Sabai remarked. After several days of snowfall, the accumulation of snow is substantial. Now that the ice and snow are melting, numerous rivers will emerge. The sudden thaw indicates a rise in temperature, which may lead to a swift transition from floods to a severe drought season. Upon hearing this, Sucha stepped outside to observe, and only upon reaching the cave entrance did she realize that Sabai had understated the situation. Just yesterday, the landscape was blanketed in ice and snow, yet now water flowed freely everywhere, with even the ice on the rivers melting away as if a volcano lay beneath. Sucha quickly stepped out to warm herself by the fire, remarking, "Is there a volcano nearby, Sabai?" Sabai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No, but rest assured, Su, we reside halfway up the mountain, so a flood would not pose a significant threat, though the drought season could be troublesome." Suchan nodded in agreement, suggesting, "When the floods arrive, we should find ways to store water." Baimu gently patted her head, assuring her, "Don't feel overly pressured." "Sha." Sucha touched Sibao and replied, "At this rate, the floods may arrive soon. We should prepare ourselves." Sabai nodded in affirmation. "We will assess the situation tomorrow. It is not yet the right time." The elder leader stood, stating, "I shall return now. Sabai, I leave you in charge." Chuangu immediately rose to assist the elder, saying, "Sabai, if you devise a plan, do come to find me. I will escort the elder home for some rest." Sucha waved her hand. Go on. The little ones followed the elder to the cave entrance before returning, obediently wagging their tails at Sucha's feet. With affection, she petted the plump little ones, realizing that while adults could endure thirst for a while, the little ones would cry out when thirsty, which tugged at her heart. Suddenly, Sucha slapped her thigh, recalling that she had a system. She called out mentally, "Xiao Sago, are you there?" The system quickly responded, Su, let us discuss this when no one is around." Sucha nodded, sitting up straight and looking at the worried Sabai. "Let us devise a plan together. Do not bear too much pressure." Sabai acknowledged her concern, still worried as he bore the responsibility of the entire lion clan. Xuanqing lazily leaned against the stone wall, speaking, "There is no need for worry. It is not yet upon us." Baimu comforted Sabai. "Xuanqing is right. We shall take it one step at a time." Sucha, shivering from the cold, nestled into Baimu's embrace, insisted, "We must think of preventative measures. Otherwise, we will be caught off guard when the time comes." Sabai smiled knowingly. "Susu understands me well." Sucha cheerfully exchanged glances with Sabai, affirming, "Of course." As Sabai caught the look from Sucha, he chuckled, shaking his head as he stood. "I will go take a look. I will certainly return before noon." Sucha, aware of his lingering concerns, waved her hand. "Go ahead, return for the delicious roasted meat at noon." Sabai smiled and nodded, leaving the cave while closing the wooden door behind him. Sucha called out, "Don't close it." But it was too late. Sabai had already gone far. Reluctantly, she strolled towards the cave entrance, emerging to find the situation more severe than described by Sabai. Just yesterday, the landscape was covered in ice and snow. Yet by morning, half of it had already melted. The speed was astonishing. Stunned, Sucha turned to Baimu, exclaiming, "This phenomenon is indeed peculiar. At this rate, the ice and snow will be completely gone by tomorrow." Baimu nodded, pointing to a snowman at the cave entrance. "It will soon vanish." Sucha gasped. Glancing at the snowman, "It will melt away shortly." She squatted down to toss the snowman down the mountain, otherwise it would leave a puddle on the ground. Baimu joined her, and together they disposed of the snowman, their fingers reddened from the cold. They exchanged smiles, and she chuckled. "Let us head back. We're freezing." Baimu agreed, taking Sucha's hand. "All right, let us return." Once inside the cave, they were greeted by a warm source of heat. Xuanqing, seeing Sucha's red fingers, tenderly embraced her, saying, "Baimu, how could you take Susu out to play in the snow? Look how cold she is." As he held her fingers to the fire until they warmed, he did not release her. Sucha, not wanting to be left out, playfully rubbed Xuanqing's cheek, explaining, "We didn't play. We merely threw the snowman away, and the snow outside is melting." Xuanqing nuzzled her, assuring, "Susu saw it. Do not fret." Sucha nodded, reflecting, "It is always this strange. Yesterday it was a winter wonderland, and today it has suddenly melted." Xuanqing shook his head. "It is not always so. Floods and droughts occur occasionally. This year, we are likely facing a drought." Sucha sighed, realizing this was a natural disaster. unavoidable and only manageable in terms of mitigating the damage. No wonder Bai was so concerned. Nearby, Hanqing had already dozed off by the fire, snoring softly. Sucha looked at him and mused. Hanqing is blissfully carefree. Just look at how peacefully he sleeps. The trio's gaze fell upon Hanqing, who lay sprawled on the ground, a wolf with 4 little bundles sprawled out beside him. Bai Mu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the little ones, while Xuanqing leaned closer to Sucha, whispering in her ear, "Give me some eggs, Su. They are easy to raise, and look how adorable the babies are." Sucha ignored him, suddenly sitting up straight and asking seriously, "Did you all hear that sound? It sounds like squeaking, and it seems very close." Bai Mu and Xuanqing listened intently, and Bai Mu responded, "Yes, it is the sound of rabbits. It seems the rabbit clan is coming to find Bai." Xuanqing nodded. "No need to mind them. They're likely here to inquire about the sudden melting of the snow. Probably because Bai is leading them slowly toward our home." As anticipated, just as Xuanqing finished speaking, the wooden door swung open. And Bai was the first to enter, followed by several rabbits who transformed into human forms upon entering the warm cave. Sucha greeted them cheerfully. It was Kongqing and the others. Bai approached, ruffling her hair and asking Kongqing, "What brings you here?" Kongqing replied, "Our clan leader sent us to consult with Bai, the shaman, about the sudden and strange melting of the snow and whether it is related to the drought season." Bai took a seat, gesturing for them to join him before responding, "Yes, and the second son will also emerge." Upon hearing about the second son, Sucha wanted to inquire further but restrained herself, noting the serious expressions on Bai and the others. Perhaps she would ask later when they were alone. Kongqing reacted strongly, his ears perked up in excitement, exclaiming, "This is disastrous. During the drought season, we cannot plant carrots and we cannot compete with other tribes. We will surely perish." The other rabbits surrounding Kongqing drooped their ears in despair. Bai observed them and said, "Before the drought season, a flood is likely to occur. Your territory is low-lying. Prepare yourselves and consider relocating." Kongqing nodded, realizing that moving was not an easy task. The rabbit clan was numerous, and they had many belongings. If anything happened along the way, it could be disastrous. Suddenly, he perked up, asking Bai, "Can we move next to the lion clan? There is an empty mountain nearby." Bai stepped outside to look before returning. "Yes, but it is best to do so quickly. This area is the highest. Surely other tribes will seek to claim it. The leopard clan's territory has collapsed, and only this nearby mountain remains close to us." Kongqing immediately leaped up in joy, exclaiming, "We will return to discuss this with our clan leader." He tossed down a bag of carrots and dashed off. Watching the rabbits bounce away, Sucha finally asked, "Bai, what did you mean by the second son?" Bai handed the carrots to Bai Mu to store, explaining, "There have always been 2 suns and 2 moons in the sky. When the 2 moons appear, it signifies the passing of a year. When the 2 suns appear, it indicates the drought season, hence the rare occurrence of both suns appearing simultaneously." Sucha nodded, recalling that when the 2 moons appeared, it marked the new year, whereas the appearance of 2 suns signaled calamity. This year it was possible that both suns would emerge, and one was already hot enough, 2 would surely scorch us dry. The lack of water would pose a significant concern as well. Bai gently patted Sucha's head, saying, "Su is truly clever. Therefore, we must prepare in advance and devise a way to store more water during the flood. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if everyone fights over water sources. Being close to the water source will surely bring calamity upon us." Xuanqing leaned against the stone wall, crossing his arms, and remarked, "At that time, we can seize the river at the foot of the mountain." Hanqing agreed wholeheartedly. "Indeed, if it comes to a fight, why should we fear them?" Bai Mu, however, remained silent for a moment in contemplation before turning to Bai and said, "If it's just a few of us, we could take it by force. But Bai, your role is different. You bear the heavy responsibilities of the Shi tribe. And Xuanqing, you must also consider your Xuanyu tribe. Thus, you should return and discuss this with Feiyu, especially since the Xuanyu tribe and the Shi tribe are now bound together." Xuanqing playfully tapped Hanqing on the forehead, exclaiming, "Oh right, I nearly forgot about my status as an elder. It is Bai Mu who is attentive. I should go check on them." Bai Mu nodded and turned to Bai, saying, "Do not be anxious. We will think of a solution together. Surely, the shamans of the other tribes have noticed the situation as well." Hanqing covered his forehead. "Why don't you hit yourself?" Bai chuckled and nodded. "We are not in a rush. After all, we have you." With that, laughter erupted among them. The little ones by the campfire were oblivious to the situation, but seeing the fathers laugh joyfully, they began to howl along. Da Bao, nestled at Su Cha's feet, howled loudly. Unable to bear it, she looked down at Da Bao, who was straining to howl even louder. Covering her ears, she pinched Da Bao's mouth shut, saying, "Dear child, you are too loud. It must be done this way." Da Bao shook his head, trying to shake off his mother-esque fingers, but Bai Mu reached over and swatted his bottom, saying, "Be quiet." Da Bao immediately deflated, lying down and pawing at his mother's fingers. Su Cha observed Da Bao's silence and released him, saying, "Much quieter now, otherwise my ears cannot take it." The other little ones, witnessing Da Bao being swatted, also fell silent, only emitting soft whines. Suddenly, the sound of digging reached their ears. Su Cha and Bai stepped outside to the cave's entrance and discovered numerous rabbits burrowing into the hillside. The Shur tribe originally resided between two mountains, but now the remaining one, previously belonging to the Bao tribe, had also been taken over by the Tu tribe. However, only the Shur tribe's mountain was made of the hardest rock. Suddenly, one rabbit waved at them before continuing to dig. The entire mountain was filled with white rabbits. Sabai stated, "That was Kongqing. They're digging tunnels. Once completed, they will bring their kin over. I suspect all the male beastmen are already here. However, their tunnels are rather complex, and one can easily get lost inside, as they are all interconnected." Bai Mu carried Su Cha inside to warm by the fire, saying, "It's cold outside." Everyone returned, and Bai closed the wooden door behind him as he sat down by the fire, saying, "The Tu tribe is numerous. At their digging speed and with the need to refine, they will likely move in within a few days." Su Cha nodded, "We will have neighbors soon." She then squatted down to play with the little ones. On the neighboring mountain, Kongqing observed Bai and the shamans enter and spoke to a male rabbit beastman beside him, saying, "Father Beast, fortunately, we arrived early. I saw the leader of the Hema tribe on our way here. We acted swiftly." The beastman digging nearby nodded, "We must dig faster and move over quickly. Only then will I feel at ease." Kongqing stood up and said, "I will return to summon more tribe members. A few can remain to guard the tribe. The nearby tribes know of our good relations with the Shur tribe and that we are moving in. Surely, no one will dare contest our tribe." The beastman beside him nodded, "Bring more over, and also call the little ones to help polish the stones." Kongqing cheerfully agreed and hopped off. The rabbits on the mountain resumed their vigorous digging, while the tribe leader watched, noting that their tunnels would be crucial for survival in times of need. The commotion caused by the tribe caught the attention of the Shur tribe. Guo happily ran to find Su Cha. Su Cha opened the door to let Guo in, and they sat together hand in hand. Guo said, "The Tu tribe is moving in next door. Did you know?" Su Cha nodded. "They came to seek out Sabai." Guo excitedly replied, pulling Su Cha close to whisper. Guo had been sent by Shur Wu, and the males in the cave, noticing the two little females, instinctively stepped aside to quietly keep watch. Bai Mu, after watching for a while, got up to wash the pot in the kitchen and took out some sunflower seeds to roast. It seemed that every time Su Cha and Guo gathered together, they particularly enjoyed cracking seeds, and the more they cracked, the more animated their conversation became. Xuanqing, seeing that Su Su was occupied, stood up to stretch and said, "I will return to the Xuanyu tribe for a while. If I'm not back by noon, you need not save me any food." Su Cha waved him off. Go ahead, go ahead." She then turned back to continue chatting with Guo. Xuanqing nodded, opened the wooden door, and flew off. Hanqing, with the little ones, leaned by the fire, drowsy. Sabai had also left at some point. Bai Mu brought the roasted sunflower seeds over to the two little females, leaving some for Shurwu. Hanqing, seeing the seeds, also got up, grabbing a handful to start cracking. Only the three of them remained in the cave, along with one Shurwu. They quietly ate the seeds, watching the two little females crack them. Suddenly, Su Cha covered Guo's mouth, saying, "Let us pause for a moment. We need to discuss what this means." She reached out to stroke Guo's belly, as Guo had been protecting it since entering, which initially went unnoticed by Su Cha. Guo blushed and glanced shyly at Shurwu, saying, "I'm expecting this litter belongs to Shurwu." "Oh dear, it's only been a few days, and I didn't expect you to find out." Su, usually carefree, was suddenly bashful, leaving Su Cha a bit taken aback, yet she was genuinely delighted, saying, "Really? You are amazing, Guo. I've never seen a Shur tribe cub before. When they are born, I will bring the little ones to play with you." Guo nodded, cradling Da Bao. "I hope my cubs are as strong as Da Bao." Su Cha replied cheerfully, "Of course. They will be mischievous and give you a headache." Guo gently caressed Da Bao and suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Oh no, where are we? You interrupted me. And I forgot." Su Cha handed Guo a handful of sunflower seeds, saying, We were talking about which female in the tribe. Continue. Guir replied affirmatively. And they resumed their chatter, leaving a pile of sunflower seed shells at their feet. Outside the tribe, in the forest, a concealed underground dark river stirred as a massive, pitch-black venomous serpent writhed its body. Chia opened his eyes, sensing that it was time to end its hibernation, only to close them again. Suddenly, the black-robed individuals on the surface halted abruptly. The leading beastman said, "The ground has stopped moving. Could there be something below?" The beastman behind him coldly replied, "Do not forget, the elders summoned us to investigate the situation regarding the melting snow. Other matters are not our concern." As he spoke, he intended to lead the other beastmen forward. The initially leading beastman's eyes sparkled. Didn't the elders come to search for something some time ago? What if? He happily made a mark in secret before hurriedly chasing after the others, glancing back at the mark with unease. Within the tribe, Sucha took a sip of water, saying, "These sunflower seeds are drying out my mouth," as she offered water to Guor. Guor took a sip and remarked, "Time is passing too quickly. I must return." As Guor stood, Sherwu immediately went to his sister. "It's noon. We should head back." Guor nodded and turned to Sucha, saying, "We are heading back now. Perhaps it's the pregnancy, but I've been feeling quite sleepy lately. I'll come find you tomorrow." Sucha waved her hand. "It's so cold outside. You shouldn't go out. I'll come find you to play tomorrow." With that, they agreed, and as Sherwu carried Guor away, Sucha watched them leave with reluctance. Bai Mu gazed after their departing figures before swiftly turning to embrace Sucha, planting a kiss on her cheek. Was Zaibai absent? It would be the three of us for lunch. Sucha chimed in with a cheerful, "I'll help with the barbecue." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. Chapter 152, Barbecue. Turning around, Sucha and the others were delighted to see Zaibai returning. With a smile, he informed them, "Sherwu and the others have left." "Perfect timing, Sucha zetponde, pulling Zaibai kolo." We were just about to start the barbecue. Bai Mu, seeing Zaibai back, hurried into the kitchen to retrieve meat from the cellar, also bringing out a fresh head of lettuce. Zaibai entered behind him, taking the vegetables from Bai Mu's hands. "My slices may not be as thin as yours. Let me wash the veggies." Sucha squeezed into the kitchen alongside the two, eagerly awaiting Bai Mu to finish slicing before he took the platter outside. In the living room, Han Qing was tending to the charcoal fire. She glanced back and called out, "Make sure to burn a bit more. It's not enough yet." Han Qing continued to stoke the glowing embers while Sucha dashed into the kitchen. Zaibai placed the lettuce in a bowl and brought it out, while Bai Mu carried a platter of grilled meat. Sucha followed closely behind, clutching salt and Sichuan peppercorns. Han Qing, eyes sparkling with excitement, urged, "Come over. The charcoal is burning nicely." Sucha settled down beside her. "Let us get ready to grill, Bai Mu. I wonder when Xianqing will return." With a hint of disappointment that Xianqing would miss this delicious meal, Han Qing suggested, "Let us not wait for him. We can enjoy it ourselves." Sucha nodded, accepting the slices of meat Bai Mu handed her, focusing intently on grilling her skewers, while Zaibai and Bai Mu each took 2 skewers to cook. Han Qing kept an eye on the little ones, ensuring they received treats while drooling at the delicious aroma. Amused by Han Qing and the pup's expressions, Sucha remarked, "It will be ready soon. Look at how eager you all are." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Han Qing scratched her head and smiled. Bai Mu called out for salt, prompting her to quickly turn and pass it to him. As Sucha noticed her meat sizzling and emitting a mouth-watering scent, she exclaimed, "Mine is ready too. Where's the salt?" Han Qing handed over both salt and Sichuan peppercorns, saying, "Here you go, Su. Yours looks so fragrant. Can I have a piece?" With a smile, Sucha nodded, sprinkling the seasonings on her skewers before carefully turning them to ensure even grilling. Soon, they were golden and inviting. She pulled them off the heat to cool. The tantalizing aroma drew Han Qing closer, her eyes wide with anticipation as she gazed at Sucha's grilled meat. Bai Mu, standing nearby, handed her a skewer, saying, "Here, enjoy, but don't even think about stealing from Sucha." Han Qing happily accepted the food, wrapping it in lettuce before taking a bite. The cave filled with the savory scent of grilled meat, entrancing the pups, who scurried around their feet, barking excitedly. Sucha wrapped a piece of lettuce around her meat and took a satisfying bite, savoring the unique flavor that burst in her mouth. She glanced down at the pitiful pups and said, "It's not that the mother beast won't feed you. It's that you can't chew well. My dear little ones." The pups obediently sat down, letting out a soft whine as they gazed at the feast, unable to ignore their plight. Sucha averted her gaze from them, enjoying her meal even more. Soon, She finished the meat in her hand, and Bai Mu promptly offered her another skewer, saying, "Here, eat up." Su-cha accepted it, looking at Bai Mu. "You should eat too. And Han Qing, you need to learn how to grill meat yourself." Han Qing nodded eagerly. "Of course. Next time, Su, teach me, and I'll surely master it." Su-cha smiled, realizing that Bai Mu had surpassed her culinary skills. Even Bai was quite proficient. Among the four, she had taught them all, yet Bai Mu had now outshone her. After the barbecue, Su-cha patted her belly and stood up, taking a stroll. Bai Mu and the others were still enjoying their meal. She stepped outside and noticed rabbits digging on the neighboring mountain. Hungry, they munched on carrots before quickly continuing their work. The snow outside had melted halfway, but the air was still quite chilly. Su-cha closed the wooden door and returned to the living room, moving slowly as she waited for Bai Mu and the others to finish eating. Bai Mu, seeing Su-cha back, paused his meal to cook 2 more skewers for Han Qing, saying, "If that's not enough, we can grill more." He then stood and walked over to support Su-cha as they moved together. Having finished his meal, Bai set down his utensils and called to Han Qing. "Once you're done eating, please wash the dishes." Han Qing nodded, continuing to eat. Bai leaned down to pet the pup's beautiful fur, saying, "Su, isn't it time to feed the little ones? Their bellies are quite round." Hearing about food, the pups immediately surrounded Bai, barking eagerly. Su-cha approached and gently patted the little ones' tummies, realizing they were indeed quite round. "Bai, could you hold them for me?" Bai Mu joined to help, as they usually fed 2 pups at a time. Watching the little ones suckling heartily, Su-cha felt a pang of guilt. It's the mother beast's neglect that left the babies so hungry. Bai Mu affectionately stroked Su-cha's head, reassuring her, "The pups say it's okay. There is no need for you to feel guilty." Cha-cha. Believing Bai Mu could understand the pups' excited barks, Su-cha joyfully patted their round heads. The mother beast promises it won't happen again. "Eat up, little ones, and grow plump." Having finished her meal, Han Qing glanced at the 3 others across from her, silently gathering the dishes to wash them in the kitchen. Hearing the commotion, Su-cha turned to look and said, "Aren't you eating? If not, you can wash the dishes." Han Qing, carrying the dishes, replied cheerfully as she bounced to the kitchen. The pups had also filled their bellies. Su-cha cradled the 2 satisfied ones and reached for Bai Mu, saying, "Give me those 2. After feeding them, I might take a nap." Bai Mu nodded, placing the pups in Su-cha's arms before heading to the small room to fetch the basket, placing the satisfied little ones inside. When Han Qing finished washing the dishes and came out, the pups were already nestled in the basket, obediently sleeping after their meal. Su-cha yawned and wandered back to her room, saying, "I'm going to take a nap." Bai Mu watched as Su-cha climbed into bed, while the 3 of them exchanged glances, sitting by the fire. They didn't have a habit of napping, and usually only did so to keep Su-cha company. Bai stood up and said, "I'll step out for a bit," returning before dark. Bai Mu nodded as Bai opened the wooden door and left. Han Qing stretched, revealing her beast form, but Bai Mu urged her back to the room, saying, "You should go to your room and sleep. I'll clean the living room and kitchen." Han Qing complied and turned towards the pup's room, with Bai Mu left alone in the living room. He observed for a moment before rising to sweep out the ashes from the fire pit and emptying it outside. He then returned to tidy up the living room and kitchen. Finally, Bai Mu straightened up, satisfied with the clean living space, wiped down the meat-cutting table, and washed several wooden bowls before returning to the living room to add dry wood to the fire. In the bedroom, Su-cha had already awakened. Watching Bai Mu clean, she called out to the system, "Xiao Sago, are you there? I need to talk." Soon, the system's voice echoed in her mind. "I'm here, Su. What would you like to inquire about?" Su-cha quickly replied, "Is there any way to resolve the water disaster and the great drought, or to avoid them?" The system responded cheerfully, "The water disaster is easy. You can widen the river at the foot of the mountain and dig a lake nearby to divert the water into it. Since you plan to grow vegetables, it will also make watering more convenient. As for the great drought, I need to look up more information about this world's drought, and will inform you later." Su-cha sprang up. "Great. Thank you for your hard work." Suddenly, Bai Mu approached, puzzled, and asked, "Cha-cha, who are you talking to?" Realizing she had spoken aloud in her excitement, she quickly replied, "I was just talking to you, Bai Mu, saying thank you for your hard work." Chapter 153. Resolving the water disaster. Bai Mu smiled as he helped Su-cha get dressed. "It's no trouble at all. I thought I might have woken you up with the noise from cleaning." Su-cha opened her arms, asking Bai Mu to carry her to the living room. "It's a bit chilly. Carry me to the fire." Bai Mu obliged, holding Su-cha as he brought her to the living room, settling her on his lap just as Han Qing emerged, cradling the pups. Su-cha gazed at the immaculate living room, noting that even the ashes in the fire pit had been cleared away. She praised Bai Mu. You have worked hard to clean so thoroughly. Han Qing, in his beast form, lay beside the fire, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Bai Mu is impressive. The little ones, having rested enough, climbed onto Han Qing to play, and he quietly allowed their antics. Su-cha leaped down from Bai Mu's embrace and walked towards the cave entrance, saying, I will go check on how the rabbits are digging. Bai Mu rose and followed her outside, where they observed that fewer rabbits were visible on the mountain slope. Yet the sounds of clinking echoed from within. They were already inside. After watching for a moment, Su-cha pulled Bai Mu back in, saying, The ice and snow are melting, and it's quite cold. We should go inside. Su-cha nodded and followed Bai Mu, taking a glance at the entrance. Noting that Bai had not yet returned, Han Qing lifted his eyelids to glance at them before closing his eyes again, allowing the little ones to crawl over him. Su-cha seated herself and observed the wolves nearby, noticing that her bow was tugging at Han Qing's beautiful fur, which she adored. Annoyed, she picked up her bow and admonished, No biting and no pulling on the fur, understand? Otherwise, I will have your father beast spank you. With a yelp, her bow indicated that he would stop biting, and upon Su-cha releasing him, he indeed ceased his actions. Han Qing opened his eyes and reassured, It's fine, Su-su. The little ones don't bite hard. Bai Mu playfully swatted her bow's backside, which made the other cubs hesitant to tug at Han Qing's fur. After the playful reprimand, they settled down on Han Qing, playing without further biting. Su-cha expressed her satisfaction. Still, we must teach them. Don't you cherish your own fur? Last time, when your tail was burned, it pained you. Han Qing chuckled softly, but remained silent. Su-cha patted his large head, saying, Next time they bite you, just tell me. I will have Bai Mu deal with them, or else they will become too mischievous. Bai Mu nodded in agreement. Males should not indulge them too much. Once they grow a bit, we must begin teaching them hunting skills. Su-cha looked at Bai Mu with anticipation. Will I be able to watch then? Bai Mu smiled and replied, Of course, we shall bring Cha-cha along. Su-cha joyfully exclaimed, Oh yay, I promise not to disturb you. At that moment, Xuanqing and Bai entered the cave together, with Bai commenting, What are you all so happy about? I could hear Su-su's voice from afar. Xuanqing squeezed past Bai and rushed towards Su-cha, lifting her up and inhaling deeply before asking, Did you miss me, Su-su? It's been a day since we last met. Su-cha responded warmly, Of course I missed you. Where have you been? Why did you both return together? Bai sat down and explained with a smile, We met at the cave entrance. Xuanqing, holding Su-cha, settled down and nodded. Let me warm up for a bit. It's so cold. Su-cha looked at everyone and said, I just thought of a great idea. What do you all think? The snow is melting quickly, and soon there will be plenty of water. Tomorrow, let us widen and deepen the river at the foot of the mountain, and dig a small creek to direct the water into it. We can also dig a large pit to create a lake and fill it with water. What do you think of this plan? Bai's eyes lit up. That is a brilliant idea. Su-su, let us dig a couple more and fill them with water. Tomorrow, I will take the tribe to start digging. Xuanqing nodded in agreement. Great. I will call Fei Yu and the others to help. Su-cha noted that half of the task was already settled and smiled, saying, All right, we will proceed with this plan and see how it goes. Bai approached and pinched Su-cha's cheek. This issue had me worried. Thankfully, we have Su-su. Su-cha swatted his hand away. All right. As long as the problem is resolved, don't fret too much. She quickly changed the subject, as the idea wasn't solely hers, and silently thanked the system in her mind. Bai Mu, seeing that it was still early, suggested, It's still early. You two can go notify the tribespeople. Bai jumped up excitedly and headed outside. Bai Mu is right. I will feel at ease once we start digging. Xuanqing leisurely stood up. I'll be right back. Su-cha cheerfully waved them off. Go ahead. We will wait for you at home. Tonight, we will have stir-fried dishes, something you haven't tasted before. Han Qing immediately propped his head up, looking at Su-cha. Really, Su-su? Su-cha confirmed, indeed. We will prepare it for tonight. She watched the two leave and then returned to sit beside Bai Mu. Bai Mu gently patted her head. Tell me how to make the stir-fried dishes, and I will help. Su-cha laughed and shook her head. This time, I will cook for you all. Next time, you can take the lead. Look, Han Qing is practically drooling. Haha, no need to rush. Han Qing quickly turned his large head away. I am not Su-su. You're just making things up. Su-cha dashed over, playfully grabbing Han Qing's ears and teased. Oh, then what is this? Han Qing, feeling guilty, responded. It's Bao's saliva. I just wiped it off him. Su-cha laughed until she could hardly stand straight at his awkwardness. You're all tough talk and no action. Han Qing proudly huffed. It's Bao's, it's not mine. Dabo loudly protested. only to be silenced by Han Qing's paw. Be good. We won't blame you. Sucha exclaimed. Oh my, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Please let me rub it. Bai Mu playfully flicked her nose. I told you not to be mischievous. Sucha continued to giggle while looking at Han Qing and Da Bao, who was struggling beneath his paw, saying, let Da Bao out. Be careful not to suffocate him. Han Qing nodded, lifting his paw, and Da Bao dashed out, rushing to Sucha's side and snuggling closely while still barking at Han Qing. Sucha, amused, patted Da Bao to soothe him. All right, don't be upset. I know it's not you, baby. During their conversation, Sabai returned, sitting beside Sucha, happily announcing, I have already notified the tribespeople. We will start digging tomorrow morning. Has Xuanqing not returned yet? Sucha nodded. He should be back soon. Let us wait for him. Just as she finished speaking, Xuanqing pushed open the wooden door and entered, looking at Sabai. I didn't expect you to be faster than me. Sucha quickly waved him over. Come, warm yourself by the fire. Xuanqing nodded and sat down beside Sucha, saying, I have informed the tribespeople. Tomorrow morning, Fei Yu will bring people down to help. Sabai replied. Susu mentioned she wanted to make something delicious. Sucha stood up and glanced outside, excitedly exclaiming, Oh, right. Bai Mu, please start cooking the white rice. Make plenty, as I will prepare the dishes. Bai Mu smiled, ruffled her hair, and went inside to wash the rice, while Sucha took Sabai to the cellar to see what ingredients they had. She reluctantly set aside the few peppers she found and collected cabbage, potatoes, and some meat before emerging. In the kitchen, Sabai looked at the ingredients and asked, How do we prepare this, Susu? Sucha cleaned and peeled the potatoes. Placing them on the counter, sliced these into shreds. I will tear the cabbage with my hands later, and the meat should be cut into strips. As she spoke, she handed the cabbage to Sabai to wash while she took the knife to cut. Bai Mu entered and observed, Let me help with that. Sucha nodded. Glancing over at the living room where Xuanqing was watching the fire, she confidently handed the knife to Bai Mu, saying, Just cut it like I showed you. Bai Mu replied affirmatively and swiftly began slicing, making finer potato shreds than Sucha. She turned to assist Sabai in washing the vegetables, twisting them dry and placing them on a plate to wait. Bai Mu, holding 2 large plates of meat and potato shreds, looked at Sucha and asked, What is next, Cha-Cha? Teach me. Sucha observed the simple ingredients and wondered if the dish would taste good. It seemed she needed to venture out more often. Since they had peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, there should be other ingredients available as well. Bai Mu waved the plates before Sucha's eyes. What is wrong, Cha-Cha? Sucha snapped back to reality. Let us set these aside for now. I will check if the rice is ready, and then we can start frying the dishes. Xuanqing replied with a nod. The rice is ready. I can smell it from here. Please bring the pot down. Sucha stood up and smiled. Bai Mu, you are the best. Xuanqing, please bring it down. Sabai carefully retrieved the clean frying pan and placed it over the fire, awaiting the evaporation of the water within. Sucha promptly added lard, and as it heated, she hurriedly tossed in the shredded potatoes for stir-frying. While Sucha stirred with a wooden spoon, Bai Mu and Sabai squatted nearby, observing intently. Once the potatoes were cooked, Sucha sprinkled a pinch of salt and Sichuan pepper powder, sampling a bite with chopsticks, and declared with satisfaction that it was ready to serve. Bai Mu lifted the pan, transferring the potatoes onto a plate, while Sucha proceeded to cook the meat, culminating in a bowl of cabbage soup. The trio of dishes presented on the table looked quite appetizing. Han Qing had already filled his bowl and was seated, awaiting Sucha's arrival. Sucha approached, gathering the pots and saying, Let's eat. I hope you all enjoy it. It would have been better with some chili, but we have limited ingredients. Han Qing eagerly took a bite of meat with rice, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Sucha. Delicious, Susu, he exclaimed, offering her a piece of meat in return. Susu smiled at them. You all enjoy. I'll have some soup first. Bai Mu appeared particularly fond of the shredded potatoes and cabbage soup, while the others showed a preference for the meat. Sucha poured a bit of soup in her bowl to mix with the vegetables, suggesting they could enjoy it as she did, pouring soup over the rice, which was a delightful alternative to porridge. Having finished a bowl of rice, Han Qing eagerly filled another large bowl, exclaiming, Let me try. He poured soup over the rice and added some cabbage and meat, taking a bite and confirming, The flavor is indeed different, Susu. Sucha nodded with a smile. As everyone focused on their meal, even the little ones at their feet were given a bowl of soup-soaked rice. Bai Mu occasionally shared bits of meat with them, causing the little ones to squeal in delight. Sabai glanced down and picked up the bowls of the little ones, saying, You're eating so quickly. Let me serve you another bowl. The little ones immediately followed Sabai, leaving him with little space to stand. Sucha laughed, calling out, Babies, come here to your mother beast. The little ones rushed over to her, while Sabai quickly served more rice, soup, and some shredded potatoes on the ground for them. Sucha felt the dishes were somewhat bland after 2 bowls and set down her utensils, declaring, "I'm full. You all take your time." Han Qing continued to eat. Waving at Sucha, she smiled back, remarking, "You truly are dedicated, still finding time to respond to me." Despite the simplicity of the meal, it was all consumed, leaving no soup behind. Since Xian Qing and Han Qing were the last to finish, they took on the task of washing the dishes. Sucha, realizing she had no further responsibilities, stepped outside to observe, noting the rabbits on the neighboring hill were still digging. As darkness fell, Sabai embraced her from behind, saying, "They have already changed to a new group. There are many from the rabbit tribe." Sucha responded with a slight shiver. "It's a bit cold. Let's go inside." Sabai gently carried her back, while Baimu used animal skins to wipe the grease from the little ones' mouths and chins. Sucha knelt to assist, noting how messy they always got during meals. Da Bao joyfully yelped, wagging his tail in delight at Sucha's attention. Si Bao was content in Sabai's arms, while her Bao was less cooperative, struggling to escape for play. As Baimu cleaned him up and released him, her Bao dashed away like a wild tiger, excitedly yelping. Hearing this, Da Bao began to squirm, prompting Sucha to let him go. "Go play. But if you get dirty again, I'll want to help you clean." Da Bao immediately charged at her Bao, and the two rolled together, while Sucha turned her attention back to assist Baimu with San Bao. Sabai held the freshly cleaned Si Bao near the fire, warming his fur, while Baimu brought San Bao over to roast them both until their fur fluffed up, then gently released them. The 2 little ones nestled quietly by the fire. Unlike Da Bao and Bao, who continued to frolic in the living area, Han Qing, shaking water from his hands, quickly reached for the warmth of the fire, commenting, "Today's water is so cold. Su, don't touch the water. Call us if you need anything." Sucha agreed. Perhaps it's due to the melting snow. Xian Qing cheerfully interjected, "The stir-fry was quite good. Shall we have it again tomorrow?" Sucha smiled and nodded. "If you all enjoyed it, we can certainly make it again. Though the ingredients are limited, it could be even better." Han Qing eagerly exclaimed, "What else do we need? We'll go find it. Is it something like Sichuan pepper that can enhance the flavor?" Sucha confirmed, "No rush. We will discuss it when the warm season comes." Han Qing sighed in disappointment. Suddenly, he turned around with a yelp, noticing 2 little ones colliding with his backside. The others turned to see the 2 rambunctious little ones playfully bumping into Han Qing. Da Bao, seeing Han Qing turn, tried to dash over to bump into Xian Qing, who stopped him with 2 fingers on his head, warning, "Dare to bump into me? Be careful. I might spank you later." Da Bao and her Bao amusingly dug at the ground with their front paws, eliciting laughter from the group. As the little ones turned to charge at Sabai, Sucha quickly glanced at Baimu. Baimu nodded and approached, giving each of the little ones a light swat, saying, "That's what you get for being naughty. Bumping into people at home is too mischievous." The 2 little ones squirmed in his grasp, but eventually settled down, and Baimu released them, saying, "Now it's fine. Look how well Si Bao behaves." Eating and then sleeping. The little ones yelped a couple of times before scampering off to curl up with San Bao and Si Bao, quickly falling asleep after their earlier antics. Sucha observed, considering how much rice they consumed tonight, they probably want to need milk. Baimu agreed. "I just checked their tummies. They're still round, so we want to feed them tonight." Sucha nodded, and the group gathered around the fire, hearing faint sounds from the neighboring mountain, likely the rabbit tribe working tirelessly. Tonight, it was Xian Qing's turn to sleep beside Sucha. He asked Susu, "Are you tired? Would you like to sleep?" Sucha shook her head. "I'm not very tired. It's still early." Xian Qing sighed in disappointment, lightly hitting Han Qing beside him. Han Qing, feeling wrong, covered his head, saying, "Susu, look at him bullying me." Sucha shot a glare at Xian Qing. "Why do you always pick on Han Qing?" Han Qing, "Next time, fight back." Han Qing nodded determinedly. Xian Qing chuckled and after a moment, casually said, "I want to do it again. My hand just slipped." Sucha, unable to chastise him further, leaned on Baimu's shoulder and inquired of Sabai, "Have you arranged everything?" Sabai responded cheerfully, "It's all set at the foot of the mountain, so there is no need for males to guard the tribe. All males of the lion tribe without mates will go. Those with mates will leave 1 male at home to care for the females. This way we can work faster, and once the snow melts, there will be plenty of water to draw in." Sucha smiled and nodded. Sabai is indeed clever, arranging everything so clearly. "Let us retire early." Xian Qing, excited, jumped up and hugged Sucha, eager to head to their room. Sucha quickly held him back, saying, "I want to check the entrance first. There is no hurry." Xian Qing, beaming, replied, "I'm not in a hurry, Susu. I'll accompany you." They walked together to the entrance, and Sucha turned to see the darkened neighboring area, hearing only distant sounds. "Are there still rabbits digging on the neighboring hill?" she asked. Xianqing glanced at the multitude of rabbits, nodding, yes, many. It's cold outside. Let's head back. Sucha wrapped her arms around herself and followed Xianqing back to the living area. Bai Mu immediately pulled her closer to the fire, stating, next time, wear a cloak when you go out. The wind is strong at night. Sabai concurred, yes, Su. If you fall ill, you'll have to take medicine. The thought of the bitter herbs made Sucha shake her head. I'll certainly wear one next time. Once warmed up, she looked at the little ones, saying, we should still feed them. Otherwise, they'll be hungry when it's time for bed. With that, she gathered the little ones close. Bai Mu leaned over to assist, while Xianqing casually approached to support Sucha, stating, the little ones are too plump. My hands are weary. Allow me to help, Su. Sucha completely relaxed into Xianqing's embrace, replying, indeed, supporting them is exhausting. Bai Mu held two eager little ones, awaiting their turn. And Sucha exchanged a light chuckle with the cubs, saying, haven't you all eaten enough? Yet you still gaze at me with such longing. Hearing this, Bai Mu looked down at the two cubs perched on his lap, their wide eyes fixed on Sucha. Zabai gently tapped them, adding, oh, you poor things. It's not as if we're withholding food from you. Your turn will come soon. Just as Sucha felt that the cubs were no longer eating, she handed them over to Han Qing, then turned to Bai Mu, saying, hand them to me. Bai Mu responded with an affirmative grunt, as the cubs eagerly struggled to leap into their mother's arms, startling Sucha into quickly opening her arms to catch them. The two chubby little ones nearly toppled Sucha, whose delicate frame was fortunately supported by Xianqing from behind. Everyone was taken aback, including Bai Mu, who was unprepared for the cub's sudden leap. Sucha patted her chest, holding the cubs tightly, exclaiming, thank goodness I caught them. I broke out in a cold sweat. This cannot happen again to Bao and Airbao. The two cubs wagged their tails excitedly, making loud noises, though it was unclear if they understood. Bai Mu approached them, playfully swatting their behinds, saying, if you continue to be this mischievous, I shall punish you by forbidding you from eating. The cubs immediately quieted down, letting out a few whimpers to signify their understanding. Only then did Sucha turn her back to prepare to feed these mischievous little rascals. Xianqing meticulously shielded Sucha, ensuring that the three of them could not see her body. Bai Mu and the others waited in silence, and after a while, Sucha turned around, handing the two round-bellied little fur balls to Han Qing, stating, all right, we have work to do tomorrow. Let us sleep early. Xianqing immediately laughed, lifting Sucha and tossing her slightly, exclaiming, oh, you've gotten lighter again. You must eat more meat, Su. Sucha silently patted the soft flesh at her waist, opting not to respond. As Bai Mu observed the two returning to their room, everyone gradually dispersed. Zabai stretched and remarked, I shall return to my room for some rest. Han Qing tightly embraced the four fluffy cubs, stating, I will sleep with the little ones, before rising to leave. Bai Mu, noticing he was the only one left in the living room, stood up to extinguish the fire, checked the wooden door, and quietly retreated to his room. In the adjacent room, Sucha hastily shed her clothing and nestled into the soft beast skin, releasing a comfortable sigh. As long as I undress quickly enough, the cold air cannot catch me, she mused with a chuckle. Xianqing slowly removed the thin gauze from his body, placing it on the other side of the bed before burrowing in to embrace Sucha. Is it no longer cold now? He asked. Sucha instinctively snuggled closer into his arms, replying, it's warm now. Let us sleep. Xianqing kissed her neck, teasing, there are still very important things we have yet to do. Have you forgotten, Su? Hearing the heavy breaths of the person behind her, Sucha attempted to divert the topic, saying, what can we possibly do at this hour? Be good and sleep. Swanin chakil softly, Susuas vergaten. Let me help jog your memory. With that, he rolled over, pressing down upon her. Chapter 156. Digging ditches suddenly, a startled cry from Sucha pierced the night, prompting Bai Mu to silently cover his ears with his tail. The next morning, as Bai Mu rose, he found that everyone was already awake, including Xianqing. Bai Mu inquired, are you all hungry? Then he turned to Han Qing, asking, why are you up so early? Han Qing was stretching, stating, I'm going to help dig ditches. Each household is supposed to send someone, right? Zabai, being the shaman of the Lion clan, must go, and Xianqing will supervise the Xianyu clan. As for our family, I'll be the one going, Bai Mu. You stay home to look after Su. Zabai playfully patted Han Qing on the back, saying, many hands make light work. Let us go then. We want to eat. Bai Mu, you just need to prepare food for Su and yourself. As the three quietly made their way outside, Bai Mu followed, noticing that soon the melting ice and snow would complete their cycle. Outside, streams of water flowed everywhere, accompanied by the pleasant sounds of gurgling water and chirping birds. On the neighboring mountain, many rabbits were already busily transporting items this way. At the foot of the mountain, Kong Qing saw Zai Bai and the others running back and forth, quickly returning with many members of the rabbit clan to join in the ditch-digging effort. After watching for a while, Bai Mu went inside to gather firewood, expertly rinsing rice and preparing pots to cook. He hurried to the kitchen to cut meat, hearing movement in the living room, and initially thinking Su Cha had awakened. He rushed out with a knife in hand, only to discover it was the cubs who had woken up, crawling around and making noise. Bai Mu glanced at the small bundle on Su Cha's bed, which lay still, indicating she had not yet awakened, likely exhausted from the previous night. He returned to the kitchen, placed the knife down, and put the cubs into a basket to restrain them, saying, "Be quiet. Your mother has yet to wake. If you wake her, I will spank you." San Bao and Si Bao obediently nestled in the basket, while the Bao and Air Bao continued to fuss until Bai Mu swatted their behinds, prompting them to settle down with soft whimpers. Bai Mu, satisfied, stroked their heads, saying, "Good, father will prepare delicious food for you." As he walked back into the kitchen to continue cutting meat, he heard the pot bubbling and rushed out with a spoon to stir, adding the meat along with some cabbage. Finally, Bai Mu found a moment of respite, stirring the white rice until it thickened, then setting it aside to wait for Su Cha to rise. With no tasks at hand, he stepped outside to observe the beastmen at the foot of the mountain digging ditches, the river quickly widening and deepening. Among the lions, Han Qing's white fur stood out prominently, and Bai Mu chuckled as he watched a wolf digging earnestly, the fastest of them all, managing to catch quite a few fish from the river. Bai Mu felt a nibbling on his back and looked down to find a Bao and Air Bao somehow flipped over. He bent down to pick them up, saying, "See, once your mother wakes up, you will be able to eat." The Bao gazed excitedly at the bustling beastmen below, then turned to look at his father. Bai Mu patted his head, cautioning, "It's dangerous outside. You must grow up before venturing out." "Not yet." The Bao looked displeased, his tail drooping, while Air Bao reached out a paw to poke the Bao, prompting both cubs to cheer up and wag their tails excitedly. Bai Mu chuckled at their antics, gently stroking their heads, when he suddenly felt someone leaning against his back. He smiled and softly asked, "Are you awake?" Su Cha, cradling Bai Mu, lazily responded with a hum. Looking down, "They've already dug so much. How fast?" Bai Mu nodded, explaining, "Zai Bai brought people to dig early this morning, and even the rabbit clan has joined in. With so many hands, the work progresses swiftly." Su Cha stretched, saying, "I'll go wash my face and brush my teeth." Turning, she headed back inside, with Bai Mu following closely behind, hastily closing the wooden door and setting the pot to warm as he awaited Su Cha. The cubs, drawn by the enticing aroma, obediently settled by Bai Mu's feet, staring at the bubbling white rice. Once the rice was warmed, Bai Mu ladled 3 bowls, allowing them to cool, just as Su Cha emerged with chopsticks in hand. She looked at the 3 bowls of rice on the table, asking, "Is it just us?" "Everyone else is out," Bai Mu confirmed, saying, "Han Qing is representing our family, while Zai Bai and Xian Qing have their own matters to attend to." Su Cha carefully picked up a bowl, slowly making her way to sit by the fire, sipping the warm rice and feeling warmth envelop her body. Bai Mu placed a portion meant for the cubs on the ground before sitting beside Su Cha, saying, "Let us eat. It's just the 2 of us at home." As Su Cha observed the cubs eating, she laughed, commenting, "Why do the little ones always spin in circles while they eat?" "Just look." Bai Mu glanced over to see the 4 cubs circling as they ate, a familiar sight. He approached to steady them, but to his surprise, while their behinds remained still, their heads continued to move. Su Cha found it amusing, saying, "Let them be. Perhaps it makes the food taste even better." Bai Mu reluctantly released the cubs, who eagerly peered into the empty bowl and promptly filled another generous bowl, placing it on the ground. Su Cha also rose to serve herself a second bowl, exclaiming, "I don't know what's come over me today, but I'm so hungry. I need another bowl." Upon hearing this, Bai Mu generously added more meat to Su Cha's bowl, saying, "Then indulge in the meat. For lunch, we shall have barbecue, and let us wait for them." Su Cha nodded in agreement. "All right, we will have barbecue for lunch while we wait for them." After devouring 3 bowls, she patted her belly and burped contentedly, "I'm full. Hee hee hee," as she lovingly caressed her round belly. Bai Mu, having placed the bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen, approached her and reached out to touch her belly, saying, "Let me check if you're truly full." Su Cha lifted her head, exposing her soft belly in invitation. Bai Mu smiled as he placed his hand on her belly, his expression faltering momentarily as he met Su Cha's bright, bewildered gaze. After a pause, he chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair. Indeed, it is delightfully round and pleasing to touch. Su Cha, with a hint of envy, reached out to touch Bai Mu's firm abdominal muscles, remarking, "You consume even more than I do, yet you have no little belly." Bai Mu stepped back, saying, "Cha-cha, you play with the cubs for a while. I will wash the bowls." Su Cha, not pondering much, agreed with a simple and, glancing at the cubs, followed Bai Mu to the kitchen. She grabbed a wet piece of hide, declaring, "The cubs are all messy again. I will clean them up." After saying this, she stepped outside, and shortly, Bai Mu heard the pitiful cries of the cubs from the kitchen, leading him to chuckle softly as he bent down to continue washing the dishes. Su Cha soaked, rushed back inside, and pouted at Bai Mu, "I can't handle the cubs on my own." Bai Mu turned with a smile, "Just a moment. There's one last bowl to wash." Su Cha responded with an "oh" and leaned against the kitchen door to wait for him, while the cubs played energetically in the living room, prompting Su Cha to cover her ears in exasperation. Chapter 157. Bai Mu's disappointment. Bai Mu placed the bowls on the counter and shook the water off his hands as he stepped outside, saying, "Let us go." Su Cha quickly followed with the hide in hand. "It's only because you're here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be afraid of me." As expected, the moment Bai Mu appeared, the cubs obediently lined up, wagging their tails. Su Cha, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile in frustration. "So you all are just bullying me." The cubs, however, made no admissions, instead barking joyfully at Bai Mu. Su Cha approached with the hide and seized the bow first. "You were the most rebellious just now." The bow, initially wanting to struggle, looked at his father beast sitting nearby and yielded with a yelp. Bai Mu, noticing that Suden can met, swiftly took the bow, deciding to handle the two most mischievous cubs first. After a bit of a tussle, Su Cha admitted she was a bit fatigued. The cubs have grown quite strong now. Bai Mu retrieved the hide specifically meant for Su Cha's face from the kitchen and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, saying, "Let me handle this next time. The cubs are at their most mischievous stage, and I fear they might hurt you." Su Cha shook her head with a smile. "It's fine. I can still manage them. If they grow any bigger, it might be a different story." Bai Mu stood up, hanging the hide to dry before sitting beside the fire with Su Cha in his arms. "Be good and warm yourself by the fire while playing with the cubs. I will step outside for a moment." Su Cha responded with an feeling a bit chilly from the water splashed by the cubs, and positioned herself to dry off by the fire. Bai Mu stood at the entrance, gazing down at the river, which had been deepened and widened, revealing two large pits near the foot of the mountain, with numerous small streams dug around. Suddenly, Han Qing lifted his head from below, waving a paw at Bai Mu before returning to his diligent excavation. Bai Mu smiled, observing Han Qing at work, and chose not to respond, turning back after a moment. Su Cha, noticing her clothes had dried, sat up and looked at Bai Mu. "You're back. It's cold outside. Hurry and warm yourself by the fire." Bai Mu sat beside her, wrapping his arms around her and gently inquiring, "Is your stomach uncomfortable?" He tenderly caressed her round belly. Su Cha reciprocated with a touch, shaking her head. "I just overindulged a bit, but I'm feeling better now." Bai Mu murmured in response, "If you feel any discomfort, please let me know immediately." Su Cha turned to face him while sitting on his lap. "Bai Mu, you seem a bit odd today. What's wrong?" She playfully pinched his cheek. Bai Mu maintained his gentle smile, soothingly replying, "Nothing. I was just a bit worried about you." Su Cha leaned in and planted a quick kiss on Bai Mu, assuring him, "I'm all right. I will tell you if anything comes up. I promise never to hide anything from you." Bai Mu diktenet his embrakte, tea. "Remember what you said today. It's our little secret." Su Cha reciprocated the hug. Of course, Su Cha will forever love Bai Mu. Bai Mu finally sighed in relief. "I will always love you too, TT." Just then, the wooden door swung open, and they instinctively separated, with Su Cha quickly jumping off Bai Mu's lap. They turned toward the entrance to find Xianqing. Su Cha cast a somewhat awkward glance at Bai Mu before speaking. "Xianqing, what brings you back?" Unaware of the peculiar atmosphere between them, Xianqing walked into the kitchen, gulping down a large mouthful of water. "Ah, that feels refreshing. I was parched and came back for a drink." "Did Su have breakfast?" Su Cha replied, "We had plain rice this morning. Just Bai Mu and me since you all were not around." Xianqing approached the fire, extending his hands to warm them. "We left early today, so we didn't call you. Bai Mu, we mentioned we wouldn't need you to cook for us." Su Cha zetponde. "Ah, that explains why there was no sign of you when I opened my eyes." Xianqing chuckled, playfully pinching her puffed-up cheeks. "I wanted Su to sleep a little longer." After that, Xianqing stood up and headed towards the entrance, saying, "We will return by noon. I have some matters to attend to first." With that, Xianqing leapt down, spreading his wings to soar gracefully as he approached the ground. Su Cha watched, heart racing, and exclaimed, "I'll deal with you when you come back. You scare me to death." Bai Mu cradled Su Cha as they returned. "You were frightened. I'll give him a good scolding when Xianqing returns." Su Cha nodded. "Let us call Zai Bai and the others too. That was terrifying." The cubs gathered around to comfort their mother beast, with the Bao attempting to perform a backflip to amuse her. Su Cha, witnessing this, couldn't help but laugh. When did Bao learn to do backflips? Seeing his mother bee smile, Bao executed several more flips, with even the usually quiet San Bao and Si Bao joining in, trying their best to make their mother laugh. For a moment, the living room was filled with the excited sounds of the four cubs competing to perform backflips. Finally, Su Cha laughed and said, "All right, little ones, I'm fine now." Bao approached, nudging Su Cha's feet with his head while yapping happily. Su Cha immediately crouched down to pet him. Bao is so wonderful. Mother Beast is very happy. The other cubs quickly gathered around, and Bai Mu, holding Su Cha, said, "This way, there's more room." The two enjoyed a peaceful moment by the fire, and the morning slipped away. Bai Mu eventually set Su Cha down, stating, "I'll go outside to check. They should be returning soon." Su Cha, feeling drowsy from the warmth, murmured an mm and followed Bai Mu outside, discovering they were indeed close to returning. Bai Mu brought Su Cha back inside, positioning her by the fire. "TT, please prepare more charcoal. We'll need it for the barbecue." Su Cha quickly began adding sticks, using a long one to poke at the glowing embers. Bai Mu busied himself in the kitchen, slicing meat and washing vegetables, cheerfully noting that Zai Bai and the others must be tired and deciding to cut more meat from the cellar. Observing the growing pile of charcoal, Su Cha dashed into the kitchen to help carry out the vegetables, then hurried back to fetch the meat. Bai Mu called out to her, "TT, just leave it for now. I will handle it. Don't rush, they still have a little while." Su Cha, having set down the plate, quickly returned, asking, "Is there anything else I can assist with?" Bai Mu gazed at her obedient demeanor and was tempted to reach out and pat her head. But upon noticing the grease on his hands, he withdrew his hand and said, "Cha-Cha, you are truly well-behaved today. However, there is nothing here that requires assistance. You may go outside and play with the little ones. Once Zai Bai and the others return, we can commence roasting." Su Cha responded with a soft and approached him for a quick kiss before darting out, soon filled with the sounds of her playful scuffles with the little ones. Bai Mu, observing the meat in his hands, bent down to finish slicing it and arranged it on a plate to bring out. He glanced at the cave entrance and noted that there were no more beastmen at the foot of the mountain, which likely indicated that Zai Bai and the others had returned. Turning back inside, he began to roast the meat as Su Cha approached to assist, asking, "Have they returned yet?" Bai Mu nodded in reply. "There is no one left below. They should have returned." Just as he finished speaking, laughter echoed from the cave entrance, accompanied by the sound of footsteps approaching. Su Cha immediately ran out joyfully to greet them, exclaiming, "You're back." Han Qing dashed forward and embraced Su Cha tightly, exclaiming, "I missed you so much, Su Su." The two behind him smiled at Su Cha. Chapter 158. A visit to Gua Er's house. Su Cha waved cheerfully at the others, and the corridor was filled with the bright laughter of Han Qing. He spun her around in his arms and carried her inside, where the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat enveloped them. Su Cha playfully urged him, "Put me down. I still need to settle accounts with Heir Lu Zi." Upon seeing the roasted meat, Han Qing momentarily forgot about Su Cha and nodded, releasing her to rush over to Bai Mu, eyes wide with anticipation. Bai Mu chuckled as he handed him a skewer, saying, "Here, eat this first. It's roasted just for you." Han Qing grinned widely, eagerly biting into a large piece, exclaiming, "It's still the best when Bai Mu roasts it." Meanwhile, Su Cha stormed toward Xianqing, gritting her teeth. Not understanding the situation, Xianqing caught her, saying, "Slow down, Su Su. I would feel heartbroken if you fell." Zai Bai observed the two approaching and affectionately patted Su Cha's head before joining Bai Mu to roast meat. Engaging in conversation, behind them, Han Qing and the four eager little cubs squatted, their eyes fixed on the roasted meat. Su Cha glared at Xianqing, shouting, Liu Zi, you nearly gave me a heart attack today. Do you understand?" Xianqing, perplexed, pondered the events of the day, but could not recall anything significant, responding, "I beg for your guidance, Lady Su Su." Their conversation drew the attention of everyone present. Zai Bai looked curiously at Bai Mu, while even Han Qing scratched his head. Holding a piece of roasted meat, and asked, Su, what's wrong? Bai Mu gently explained. Xianxing returned before noon and jumped down from the cave entrance, startling the little female. Upon hearing this, Xianxing immediately exclaimed, Oh, I understand now. Su was worried about me. I'm sorry, I'm used to it. I want to do that again. Please don't be angry, Su. He then extended his hand to gently pat her belly. Sucha rebuffed his gesture, huffing. I watched you the whole time and thought you had fallen and turned into a pancake. Zhe, Bai, and the others, acting as the audience, turned their attention away from the two. Han Qing continued to enjoy his roasted meat, while Bai Mu inquired about the progress of the ditch digging from Zhe, Bai, and the others. Xianxing wrapped his arms tightly around Sucha, asserting, I knew Su loves me the most. Don't worry, I always play like this, but if Su doesn't like it, I won't do it anymore. It's my fault. Sucha, unfazed by his charm, firmly pushed him away, stating, You need to learn your lesson. What if something happens? Xianxing quickly followed her, attempting to appease her. Sucha sat down beside Bai Mu and declared, Hand me the meat, I'll do the roasting. Zhe Bai passed the plate to them, suggesting, Let us work together. It will be quicker this way, and we need to dig the ditch this afternoon. Bai Mu turned to Han Qing, who was engrossed in his food, saying, I will go this afternoon. You stay home and keep the little female company. Han Qing responded with an O, continuing his battle with the roasted meat. Considering that they had work to do in the afternoon, the feast was consumed quickly. Bai Mu took the plate to the kitchen to wash, while Zhe Bai and Han Qing transformed into their beast forms, resting in the living room. Xianxing assisted Su Cha in feeding the 4 cubs, and by the time Bai Mu emerged from the kitchen, the living room was filled with the sounds of snoring. Together, Su Cha and Xianxing placed the chubby little fur balls beside Han Qing. Xianxing stretched and announced, I'm going to lie down for a bit. Before heading to his room, Bai Mu bent down to embrace Su Cha, and the two made their way to the bedroom, where Bai Mu helped her undress before they laid down together in the warmth of the animal skins. Bai Mu gently patted her head, saying, Take a nap. If you cannot see me later, do not be afraid. Su Cha, having yawned frequently while nursing, now lay on the bed and sleepily replied, All right, I understand. Let us sleep. With that, she relaxed her body. Bai Mu watched as Su Cha drifted off to sleep, holding her tightly and soon succumbing to slumber himself. Indeed, he was unaware of how long she had slept in the afternoon. Reaching out to the space beside him, he found it already cold, indicating she had left. In the living room, Han Qing lifted his head upon noticing movement from Su Cha's room and immediately disentangled himself from the cubs to head toward her room. He stood at the bedside, his hind legs slightly bent, and leapt onto Su Cha, lightly pressing down on her. Su Cha, surprised by the sudden appearance of the large wolf, reached out to rub his head, asking, When did Bai Me and the others leave? Are we the only ones at home? Han Qing, wagging his tail excitedly, nodded vigorously and then nudged her with his head. The two soon found themselves rolling around on the bed, while the cubs ran over, barking excitedly from beneath the bed. Su Cha pushed him off, rising to say, Get up, get up. She quickly dressed, then jumped off the bed to gather the cubs, showering each of them with kisses. After tidying the bed they had just disturbed, Han Qing jumped down to follow Su Cha. As she stood at the cave entrance, looking down, she indeed spotted a large white tiger mingling among a group of lions, and noticed that the ditch had already been half dug. Han Qing nudged Su Cha with his head, saying it's cold outside. Let us go back, Su. He gently pushed her back inside and closed the wooden door. Sitting by the fire to warm herself, Su Cha suggested, How about we go find Gui'er to play? It's inconvenient for her to go out with the cubs. Han Qing nodded, shifting to human form. That's fine, but we need to take the cubs with us. There's no one at home. Su Cha looked down at the cubs, saying, In a little while, the mother beast will take you out to play. But you must behave, otherwise I will spank you. Han Qing went to the small room, retrieving a basket to place the cubs inside, saying, Su, you warm up by the fire for a bit. I'll go fetch a cloak. Su Cha nodded as she watched Han Qing return from the room with a fluffy cloak, which she put on herself. With one hand carrying the basket, Han Qing turned to Su Cha, extending his arms to embrace her. Su Cha shook her head. You carry the cubs. I can walk myself. It's not far. After a moment's thought, Han Qing smiled, saying, All right, let us go. We need to return early tonight. Su Cha agreed, and the two closed the wooden door behind them as they set off toward the tribe. Unfamiliar with Gui'er's home, Su Cha inquired, Han Qing, Do you know where Gui'er lives? Han Qing guided her, saying, Just stick close to me, Su. They turned left and right, finally stopping at the entrance of a cave. Su Cha called softly, Gui'er, are you home? Before long, Guaer came running out with a smile, exclaiming, Su, you came to play with me. Behind her, a nervous male companion followed closely, ensuring her safety. Su-cha, startled, rushed forward to embrace Guaer, saying, don't run. Be careful not to fall. The two little females hugged each other tightly, and the two males nearby relaxed, with Han Qing greeting Guaer's partner. Guaer pulled Su-cha inside, saying, I was just about to look for you. It's so boring at home. Seizing the opportunity, Su-cha surveyed Guaer's cave, noting that it was a spacious area but very tidy, with a fire burning in the center. Guaer seated Su-cha on a soft animal skin, and Han Qing brought the cubs over. Guaer then said, let the cubs sit with us on the animal skin. Han Qing glanced at Su-cha, who nodded, and he lifted the cubs out of the basket. Chapter 159. Han Qing's focus on food after placing the cubs down. Han Qing quietly retreated to sit beside Guaer's partner, both of them leaning in together. Guaer gazed at the four plump, fluffy little bundles, reaching out to embrace Dabao with a smile, exclaiming, Dabao has gotten chubbier, how adorable. Su-cha observed Guaer burying her head in Dabao's fur, inhaling deeply, and remarked playfully, once your little ones are born, let Dabao take them out to play. Guaer nodded, releasing Dabao to gently groom his fur, saying, it would be wonderful if I could have a little female. Su-cha noticed Guer's belly beginning to swell and gently touched it, whispering, this must be your first pregnancy, and it's quite difficult to conceive a female for the first time. Lost in thought, she mused that perhaps this was why females were scarce in the beast world. Guer nodded affectionately, but I am not afraid. The ability to bear a female is a blessing from the beast god, and it is my fortune. Only then did she remember to look down at the four cubs beside her, asking, can they eat anything? She glanced at her partner and called out, please bring out the sweet fruit for the cubs. Soon, Guer's partner appeared with a branch laden with red fruits, placing it beside the two females before quietly retreating to sit beside Han Qing. Su-cha curiously picked one up and asked, what is this? There are fruits in the middle of winter? Guer smiled and nodded, I don't know, it was brought back by Shi Wu. Ever since I became pregnant, I've been craving sweet things. Su-cha nodded in understanding, I feel the same way when I'm pregnant. Do you like sour foods? I have some pickled vegetables. I'll bring them over tomorrow. Guer replied joyfully, thank you, Su, I would love to have some. Su-cha lovingly rubbed Guer's belly, and as they settled closer together, they began their usual conversations. Guer, unable to contain herself, spoke up, being pregnant recently has confined me at home. It's driving me crazy, but I still hear some things, let me tell you. In the distance, Han Qing, who had propped his head up, laid it down again. Commenting, they've begun discussing things we can't understand. The person beside him agreed, I'm going to sleep. As he spoke, a wolf and a lion nestled harmoniously together and drifted off to sleep. Su-cha was taken aback and covered her mouth. Oh my, that is shock. Now that you're pregnant, you mustn't let this influence you. She soothingly patted Guer's rising belly, saying, don't be upset. Little ones can be quite mischievous. Guer calmed herself. I'm not upset. I'm just furious. I never expected her to be that kind of person. Su-cha nodded, of course. It's definitely her fault. As soon as Guer finished speaking, tears welled in her eyes as she clung to Su-cha, lamenting. We're the only ones who understand each other. These males have no idea. Boo-hoo. Su-cha patted her back. That's right. We're the best of friends. Guer's emotions shifted rapidly, and she released Su-cha, saying, by the way, I just remembered something I wanted to tell you. Unbeknownst to them, the two had consumed nearly half of the sweet fruits. Su-cha noticed and decided to stop eating, forbidding the cubs from indulging as well. Guer quickly pressed more into Su-cha's hands, insisting eat. There is plenty left. I saved this especially for you and the cubs, to ensure her belief. She pointed toward the corner, where indeed more branches laden with fruit remained. Su-cha's gaze brightened as she smiled. Guer, you truly are the best to me. Guer nodded in agreement, of course. Now where was I? Su-cha popped a sweet fruit into her mouth, saying, you were talking about how she tricked you out of the tribe. Luckily, you didn't go. Guer slapped her thigh, right? Let us continue. You have no idea how outrageous she is. It seemed there were no new gossip today, only Guer's past peculiar experiences. As a quiet listener, Su-cha occasionally chimed in with indignation. Really? I never expected her to be that kind of person. The two became engrossed in conversation, and even Su-cha shared quite a bit. Eventually, Han Qing reminded them, Su, we should be heading back soon. Bai Mu and the others will be returning. Su-cha finally remembered that she needed to return to prepare dinner for them, and called out to Han Qing, I understand. Guer glanced outside, exclaiming, time flies so quickly. Su-cha nodded, yes, I'll head back now. I'll bring you pickled vegetables tomorrow. Guo nodded happily, and they continued chatting for a while longer, playing with the 4 cubs until they reluctantly had to leave. Su Cha waved to Han Qing. Han Qing approached with a basket, gathering the cubs inside and lifting it up, assisting Su Cha in standing while exchanging a few words with Guo's partner. Su Cha embraced Guo, saying, "I'll come back to play with you tomorrow." Guo reluctantly watched as the two departed. Upon stepping outside, Su Cha noticed the sky had darkened slightly, and the forest was enveloped in a thick fog, casting a gray hue over everything. She could still see the beast men at the foot of the mountain, busy digging. Han Qing, observing her gaze, leaned down and lifted Su Cha into his arms, saying, "This way, Su can comfortably watch outside." Su Cha wrapped her arms around Han Qing's neck, laughing. "What do you want to eat tonight?" Hearing this, Han Qing's throat slightly bobbed as he replied, "Anything is fine." Su, his voice low and husky. From her angle, Su Cha could see his alluring throat, which tempted her to lick it. But she quickly shook her head, dismissing such thoughts, and resolutely avoided looking at Han Qing, responding, "Yes, as long as it's food, I will cook for you." Han Qing immediately cheered. "That's wonderful. Can we have hot pot tonight? It's been so long since I've had it." Su Cha nadith, oldait. But it can only be flavored with pickled vegetables. We're out of spicy peppers. Han Qing hastily walked toward their home. "Pickled vegetables are delicious too. Let us hurry back to cook and wait for Bai Mu and the others." Su Cha leaned against Han Qing, silently watching the beast men at the foot of the mountain, her gaze drifting towards the slowly rising white mist. Soon, they arrived at their doorstep, and Su Cha jumped down, pushed open the wooden door, and stepped inside. The dim light within the cave contrasted with the glowing plants in her room, making it easier to see. Han Qing pushed the door aside, declaring, "I'll start the fire." He then handed the cubs to Su Cha and swiftly went to the kitchen to fetch firewood. Before long, the fire blazed brightly, illuminating the cave, though it was still light outside. Su Cha approached and released the cubs, saying, "Let us start cooking first. We'll stir-fry later." Han Qing nodded eagerly, rushing into the kitchen to wash the rice. Su Cha, feeling uneasy, followed him in to guide him on how much water to add and then took the pot out to cook. Han Qing looked at the pot over the fire and said, "I'll go to the cellar and get some meat and vegetables." Just as Su Cha raised her hand, Han Qing dashed off, his excited voice echoing from the cellar. Su Cha looked down and stroked the cubs' heads, calmly remarking, "Your father is acting a bit crazy again." The cubs stared up at their mother with wide, round eyes, tilting their heads in confusion. Su Cha watched as Han Qing emerged with an armful of ingredients. Rising to assist him in the kitchen, the cubs happily followed, stepping on their mother's heels. Chapter 160. Han Qing attends to his mate. Su Cha entered the kitchen, surveying the items on the counter before stating, "You go wash the cabbage and lettuce, and while you're at it, grab some more pickled vegetables from the stone jar and rinse them. I'll handle the rest." Han Qing promptly grabbed a plate and went to the living room to fetch the pickled vegetables from the jar, while Su Cha turned back to her tasks. She took the meat and potatoes to wash, playfully shaking her hands occasionally as the knife felt heavy and her hands grew sore. Rising, she sighed with relief. Finally done washing and peeling, Han Qing had also finished washing all the vegetables, cutting them into small pieces and placing them in a dish. He quickly turned to take the items from Su Cha's hands, saying, Su, let me teach you. You can just guide me from the side." At that moment, he resolved to master the culinary arts, realizing it would be troublesome if Bai Mu and the others were absent, as they had relied on Su's efforts today. Su Cha smiled at Han Qing's determined gaze, replying, "If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Just place them on the counter." Han Qing nodded, setting the items down. He took the knife in one hand and the meat in the other, gently slicing a piece, and upon seeing the neatly cut, thin slices of meat, he looked up at Su Cha with delight. Su Cha chuckled at Han Qing's eager expression for praise, nodding approvingly. "Yes, that is how you cut it. You're doing wonderfully." Han Qing proudly lifted his chin, of course. He then continued to focus intently on slicing the meat. Su Cha chuckled lightly as she approached the exuberantly wagging tail of Han Qing, moving closer to him. "Keep your hand holding the meat away from the bone knife. There's no need to cut so forcefully. The meat won't feel any pain." Han Qing responded with an "oh," letting his tail droop slowly and stopping its wagging. He followed Su Cha's advice and soon discovered that the pieces he had cut were thick and uneven. Observing Han Qing's slight anxiety, Su Cha smiled and reassured him, "No need to rush. Take your time. You can watch me first. Bai Mu and the others will likely be back soon." Han Qing silently stepped aside, allowing Su Cha space to work. She deftly grasped the bone knife and began slicing with agility, producing thin and even pieces of meat in no time. Without raising her head, she said, "Could you check if the rice is cooked? I think I smell something delicious. We mustn't let it burn." Han Qing nodded and dashed outside, quickly returning with 4 little fur balls stumbling behind him. "Su, the rice seems to be ready." Su Cha set down the bone knife and stepped out to lift the lid, confirming the rice was indeed cooked. "Han Qing, please take the pot off the fire and place it on the table. Then add some wood to the fire to produce more charcoal." With a task at hand, Han Qing's tail began to wag again, and even his droopy ears perked up. Amused by Han Qing's enthusiasm, Su Cha resumed cutting the meat. She realized that they wouldn't actually need charcoal, but seeing Han Qing's earlier disappointment, it was good to keep him busy. He truly resembled a child, and she shook her head with a smile. In the living room, Han Qing excitedly tossed wood into the fire when Bai Mu and his companions entered. Startled, Han Qing looked up. "When did you return? Why was there no sound?" Xian Qing, crossing his arms, observed the foolish wolf squatting by the fire and whistled. "With such a loud commotion, you didn't hear us? Our little Qing Qing isn't up to any mischief, is he?" In the kitchen, Su Cha heard the noise, set down the bone knife, and joyfully greeted the trio. "You're back. We are preparing dinner for tonight." Bai Mu approached with a smile, ruffling Su Cha's hair. "What are we having for dinner?" On the floor, Han Qing huffed in response to Bai Mu. "We're having sauerkraut hot pot. The rice is already cooked." Su Cha cheerfully affirmed. "Yes, I'm slicing the meat. I came out when I heard the noise." Bai Mu nodded with a smile and led Su Cha to the kitchen to wash her hands, drying them off before quickly slicing the remaining meat and uncut potatoes himself. Su Cha hugged Bai Mu from behind, saying, "I missed you so much, Bai Mu," while affectionately nuzzling his back. Bai Mu softly replied, "I missed you too, Cha-Cha. Let's go outside to warm up. You've done wonderfully today. I'll take care of the rest." At that moment, Subai entered and pulled Su Cha away, letting go of Bai Mu and gently touching her hand. "You're quite cold." He led her outside while calling for Xian Qing. "What is the matter?" Xian Qing asked as he approached Subai. Subai entrusted Su Cha to him, saying, "Keep an eye on Su and make sure she sits by the fire. I'll help Bai Mu." With that, he turned and left. Xian Qing rubbed Su Cha's small hands, guiding her to sit by the fire, extending his hand to warm himself. "You are indeed very cold. You mustn't touch cold water in the future." Su Cha obediently extended her hands to the fire until they felt warm, finally responding, "Understood." Just then, Subai returned with the pot, announcing, "It's time to prepare for dinner. Xian Qing, keep Su at a distance. The lard will splatter." As the pot heated, Bai Mu added the lard, waiting for it to melt before tossing in the sauerkraut to stir-fry, followed by water, salt, and Sichuan pepper. After a flurry of activity, Bai Mu brought out the meat and potatoes, stating there are still vegetables inside. Everyone immediately sprang into action, retrieving bowls and chopsticks, while Han Qing was responsible for serving the rice. Bai Mu watched as the bubbling pot released tantalizing aromas, promptly adding the meat and vegetables. Su Cha placed 2 bowls of rice on the table and urged, "Come and eat. The dishes will lose their flavor if they sit too long." Bai Mu nodded, setting down the plate and sitting beside Su Cha, taking the bowl from her hands. Su Cha playfully offered him a piece of lettuce, winking, "This makes it taste better. Give it a try." Bai Mu chuckled and nodded, and soon everyone was immersed in their meal, while the little ones, drawn by the enticing scent, whimpered and circled around. Su Cha suggested, "How about we give them a bowl of rice with soup and vegetables?" Just as Bai Mu prepared to rise, Han Qing exclaimed, "I'll do it. You eat." He darted to the kitchen, returning with a large bowl for the little ones, filling it with rice and soup, while Subai and others added meat, potatoes, and vegetables. Han Qing then set the bowl on the floor for the little ones to enjoy. They began to cautiously eat, sticking out their tongues. Su Cha laughed at them. "They might find it hot. Let's eat first." After 2 bowls of rice, Su Cha set her utensils down. The little ones finished their bowl, but showed no interest in more, while the 4 of them continued to eat. Su Cha wandered around the living room as they finished, glancing outside to see the sky had darkened, with the snow and ice on the ground nearly melted away, leaving no trace of white in the night. Bai Mu was the first to finish and joined Su Cha at the entrance, where they stood for a while before returning inside. Subai and the others had also finished, busying themselves with the cleanup, while Han Qing washed the dishes in the kitchen. Suddenly, Xian Qing emerged, shaking the water from his hands, and remarked, "Tonight, it's Han Qing's turn, right?" Su Cha looked at him, puzzled. Bai Mu leaned closer to Su Cha's ear and whispered, "Tonight, it's Han Qing's turn to sleep with you." Su Cha responded with an "Oh," finally understanding. Subai helped Han Qing clean up in the kitchen. Bai Mu led Su Cha back to sit by the fire, conveniently positioned across from Xianqing. In Chapter 161, Xianqing's mischievous thoughts surfaced as Su Cha cast a glance at him, then quickly averted her gaze. Xianqing, noticing her discomfort, chuckled lightly and whistled at the two across from him. Su Cha silently scolded him, calling him a rogue. Xianqing smiled and said, "I'm right here, Su Su." Su Cha turned away, clinging to Bai Mu's neck, and observed the four little fur balls darting about, commenting, "They are getting rounder and fluffier, so adorable." Bai Mu nodded seriously. Once they grow a bit more, they can transform into human form. However, it's better to raise the cubs in their beast forms for now. Su Cha, somewhat confused, asked, "What preparation should we make? Didn't they say they can only transform upon reaching adulthood?" Su Bai's voice accompanied his footsteps as he replied, "Every tribe has shamans who bless the cubs, helping them transform into human form. It's not just upon reaching adulthood. It's that small tribes without shamans wait until the cubs mature before seeking help from larger tribes." Su Cha responded with anticipation, "Oh, can I go see when the time comes?" Su Bai gently lifted Su Cha from Bai Mu's embrace, sitting beside her and affectionately patting her head. "Of course you can." Su Cha cheered and kissed Su Bai on the cheek, exclaiming, "It's getting colder. The ice should be melting soon. How's the drainage ditch coming along?" Bai Mu glanced at Xianqing, teasing Hanqing, and couldn't he help but chuckle. "It's almost done, Xianqing." Su Cha turned to the sound, noticing Hanqing, looking upset, huddled away from Xianqing and Bai Mu. She indignantly shouted, "Xianqing, why are you bullying Hanqing again?" Xianqing shrugged innocently. "I didn't. His tail hit me, so I pinched it." Everyone turned to Hanqing, who was still clutching his tail, saying, "Why did you pinch my tail?" "Only Su Su is allowed to touch it." Xianqing scoffed, leaning against the stone wall. "I wouldn't want to touch it anyway." Su Cha, feeling a headache from their antics, hugged Su Bai and suggested, "Let us talk amongst ourselves and ignore them." Su Bai chuckled and agreed. The drainage ditch is nearly finished. It should be completely cleared by tomorrow. Bai Mu, amidst the playful chaos of the little ones, suddenly remarked, "It's happening so fast. We'll likely see the double moon in a few days." He glanced up at Su Cha, their eyes meeting. Su Cha nodded, eagerly anticipating her first New Year celebration here. Indeed, time flies by so quickly. Hanqing excitedly howled, "Are we going to prepare lots of delicious food for the double moon?" Su Cha nodded, "Of course, I will prepare a sumptuous feast that day for you to enjoy." Hanqing chuckled and turned to play with the little ones, while Su Bai gazed thoughtfully at the starry sky outside. Tonight, Xianqing was unusually quiet, and Su Cha felt somewhat unaccustomed. She turned to the person leaning against the stone wall with closed eyes and asked, "Is Xianqing asleep? Why is he not speaking tonight?" Hanqing immediately stretched out her foot from a distance to nudge him. "Hey, are you dead asleep? Su Su is calling for you." After saying this, she quickly withdrew her foot and hid behind Bai Mu. Xianqing opened his eyes, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he casually replied, "Not at all. I was just lost in thought." "What's the matter, Su Su?" Su Cha looked at the gentle and serious Xianqing, shaking her head. "It's nothing. I just thought you had fallen asleep with your eyes closed." Xianqing raised his eyebrows with a teasing tone. "I knew that Su Su loves me the most." Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Su Cha, and upon hearing this topic, she feigned ignorance, burying her head in Su Bai's neck and murmuring softly, "It's getting late. Time for bed." Hanqing immediately approached with the little ones. They haven't been fed yet. Su Cha hurriedly took the little ones, hiding in Su Bai's embrace to feed them. The four of them fell silent, the atmosphere subtly charged, with only the sounds of the little ones feeding and a few awkward swallowing noises filling the cave. Feeling uneasy, Su Cha quickly finished feeding the little ones and handed them over to Bai Mu before rushing back to her room, diving into the fluffy animal pelts to conceal herself. The few people in the living room chuckled at the shy Su Cha, and their laughter reached her ears, causing her face to flush as she huffed. "You're all bad eggs." Seeing Su Cha not coming out, the others had no choice but to return to their respective rooms, with Bai Mu carrying his four little cubs back to his room. Xianqing, wrapping an arm around Hanqing's shoulders, glanced around before noticing that Bai Mu and Su Bai had returned to their rooms. He then spoke softly, "How about we spend the night together? It would be more beneficial for you, and next time I come over, I'll let you join me, so you won't have to wait another day. What do you think?" Hanqing secretly peeked into Su Cha's room, her ears turning red as she pushed him away. "Su Su will get angry." Saying this, she stepped into Su Cha's room. Xianqing rubbed his chin, clicking his tongue. This girl is so clueless. With only himself left in the living room, he closed the wooden door, extinguished the fire, and returned to his room. Su Cha crawled out for some fresh air. just in time to see Han Qing rushing in with her red ears. Given her fair complexion, it was hard not to notice, and out of curiosity, she asked, "What were you two whispering about in the living room?" Han Qing immediately exclaimed, shaking her head in a fluster, "Nothing, he just told us to go to bed early." Su Cha pointed at her ears with curiosity. "Then why are your ears so red?" Han Qing, feeling embarrassed, covered her ears and stammered, "I got too warm by the fire." Su Cha, believing her due to the slight sheen of sweat on her forehead, said, "Come in and sleep." Han Qing tucked the animal pelts around Su Cha. "You go to sleep first, I'll wash my face. I've been sweating and I don't want to disturb you." With that, she dashed out. This made a certain mischievous bird eavesdropping next door let out a disgruntled click of the tongue, feeling disheartened as it lay down to sleep. This matter had to rely on oneself. Han Qing was unreliable. Han Qing washed quickly in cold water and soon slipped into the warm animal pelts. Su Cha, wanting to snuggle closer, was held back. Su, wait a moment. My body is cold from the cold wash." Su Cha murmured in a daze and turned her back to Han Qing, falling asleep. Han Qing, feeling himself warm up, gradually moved closer to Su Cha, pulling her into his embrace and gently kissing her soft hair. "Sleep well. I love you, Su." In her dreams, Su Cha was enjoying a large chicken leg when she took a bite. Han Qing, holding her, allowed a soft hum, thinking he had awakened her. He looked at her adorable sleeping face. His mood lifted as they both drifted into slumber. In the adjacent room, Qianqing heard no sounds and let out a sigh of resignation, preparing to sleep as well. The next morning, Sabai and the others set out early, leaving Qianqing behind. As soon as they left, Qianqing immediately climbed into Su Cha's bed to take Han Qing's place. Contentedly, Qianqing embraced Su Cha and continued sleeping, for he had suffered throughout the night, his mind filled with colorful images. However, as he slept, his hand unconsciously followed the curves of the person in his arms, unable to resist the one he had been yearning for. Disturbed in her dreams, Su Cha shifted uncomfortably but continued to sleep. Observing her expression, Qianqing grew bolder as she slept peacefully. Qianqing tightened his hold around Su Cha, his hands exploring her smooth skin as he let out a muffled groan. He watched her still sleeping form and without hesitation, rolled over to cover her completely, leaning down to kiss her forehead. Su Cha, stirred awake, initially thought it was Han Qing and, with her eyes still closed, softly protested, "What are you doing? It's too early to wake me." After saying this, she turned her head, about to drift back to sleep. Qianqing, seeing that Su Cha was finally awake, would not let her slip back into slumber. He leaned down, completely enveloping the petite Su Cha beneath him, chuckling, Su, make sure you see clearly. I am not a foolish wolf." Su Cha finally opened her eyes, looking up at the person above her, fully awake now. With annoyance, she pushed Qianqing away, but he wouldn't budge, so she gave up and wrapped her arms around his neck, bringing them closer together. "Why are you here? Where is everyone?" Qianqing, propping himself up with his arms, replied in a low voice. "They went to dig a ditch. Today it's just the two of us and the little ones. Su, I miss you so much." After saying this, he gently nibbled on her earlobe and then kissed her lips. Su Cha's face flushed with embarrassment, and not rejecting him, they fell into a natural rhythm. In that moment, the cave was filled with muffled moans and a few gasps until Su Cha, feeling utterly spent and limp, could only cling to Qianqing. How much longer? The little ones will wake up soon. Qianqing, looking satisfied, tenderly tucked her damp hair behind her ear. "Oh, so Su wants it to be quicker? It's all my fault." As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Cha, as please, echoed in the cave. "No, that's not what I meant." Unable to resist, she bit his shoulder. Just then, hearing movement in the living room, Qianqing lifted his head to see the four little fur balls, releasing Su Cha as he stood up to survey the mess around them. He grabbed a thin veil to cover her, gazing at the shy little figure beneath it, momentarily reluctant to leave. Su Cha shot him a glare. "It's all your fault. It's already noon, and I still need to find where to play." Qianqing immediately nodded in a contrite manner. "It's all my fault. I'll go heat water for you to bathe. Wait for me." With that, he patted Su Cha's head and stepped outside. The little ones, seeing someone, immediately followed Qianqing, yapping excitedly. Qianqing looked down at the adorable little fur balls and smiled. "I'll go heat water for your mother. So you all play for a while." The eldest, Dabao, obediently led his siblings away to play in a corner. Qianqing's movements were swift, and soon he returned with a basin of hot water, gently wiping Su Cha down. "By Mu and the others should be back soon. What do you want to eat for lunch, Su?" I'll make it. Su Cha huffed lightly, feeling entitled to his service. It's all your fault. I didn't have time to prepare, so we can only eat roasted meat. Xianqing, feeling content after a satisfying meal, replied, Yes, it's all my fault for being too enduring. Don't be angry, Su, just hit me. After all, hitting is affection, and scolding is love. Unable to refute him, Su Cha awkwardly walked out after he helped her dress, ignoring his teasing. As soon as the little ones saw Su Cha, they surrounded her, yapping and jumping excitedly. Looking at the 4 chubby little fur balls, Su Cha's heart melted as she squatted down to embrace them, planting kisses on each of their heads. Mommy's big boys, you're getting cuter by the day. As she prepared to stand, she unexpectedly stumbled. The little ones were too heavy, and she let out a yelp. Xianqing rushed over and caught her in his arms. The little ones have been eating and drinking well lately. Su can't carry them anymore. Su Cha patted their heads. Mommy can't carry you anymore, so you'll have to follow along. As she spoke, she turned to Xianqing and said, First, start the fire, then bring out the meat and lettuce. Cut the meat and wash the lettuce. Xianqing, rubbing her waist, responded with a soft hum and went to the cellar to fetch the items, for Bai Mu and the others were soon to return. Su Cha then entered the kitchen to wash her face and brush her teeth, observing the little ones sitting obediently beside her, their heads tilted in curiosity. Amused, Su Cha gently tapped their heads while washing their faces, saying, Be good and sit by the fire. Do not be mischievous. Before long, Xianqing returned from the cellar. Placing the food on the table, she noticed the 4 little bundles beside Su Cha and, after gathering some dry firewood, stepped outside to stoke the fire, making it blaze brighter, before quickly returning to cut the meat. Su Cha discarded the water and began washing the lettuce, but Xianqing snatched it away, saying, The water is very cold from the melting snow these days. Su, go to the living room to watch the little ones. Be careful they do not roll into the fire. With that, Xianqing placed the lettuce out of Su Cha's reach and raised an eyebrow at her. Then Su should go outside to tend the fire. This is an important task. Otherwise, there will be no charcoal for grilling later. Reluctantly, Su Cha stepped outside to sit by the fire with the little ones, poking at the flames to make them burn brighter. In the kitchen, Xianqing chuckled softly at Su Cha's sulky back. Even when angry, she is so adorable. She then lowered her head to continue cutting the meat. Outside, the sky was bright, hinting at the sun's arrival, although it remained chilly due to the winds sweeping in from the mountainside. Su Cha, noticing the ample charcoal, turned to the kitchen and called out, Have you finished cutting? Xianqing emerged with a plate, placing it on the table. All done. We're just waiting for Bai Mu and the others to return. Su Cha acknowledged with a hum and got up to assist in plating the meat and lettuce. Xianqing began grilling the meat, while Su Cha took a little for herself. Xianqing, freeing one hand, began to massage Su Cha's waist, asking, Are you still uncomfortable, Su? Feeling the relief from the massage, Su Cha replied, It feels much better now. As Xianqing tended to the meat with one hand while massaging her waist with the other, they heard voices approaching from the cave entrance. Su Cha turned the meat in her hand, saying, It sounds like Bai Mu and the others. Xianqing smiled and replied, It must be Han Qing who arrived first. Su Cha, catching the enticing aroma of the grilled meat, chuckled and said, I think so too. True to her expectation, Han Qing burst in excitedly, exclaiming, It smells so good. What are you making? He sniffed the air, searching for the source of the delightful scent. Su Cha laughed and waved at the 2 behind him, Come over quickly. We're having grilled meat for lunch. Han Qing dashed over, sitting down eagerly. Great. I could smell it from afar. Xianqing raised an eyebrow with a smile. Sit a bit further away. Don't let your drool drip on the meat. Bai Mu and Subai arrived, also bringing meat to grill. Bai Mu picked Su Cha up, settling into her spot, and ruffling her hair. What did you do today? Su? Su Cha's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She shot a glare at Xianqing and said, I woke up late, washed the little ones' faces, and prepared lunch. Xianqing, catching the look from Su Cha, handed the grilled meat to Han Qing, inquiring, How is the ditch digging going? Subai sprinkled salt and pepper over the meat. Turning it again, It's nearly finished. We can return a bit earlier this afternoon. For a moment, the cave was filled with the sound of Han Qing happily munching his food. Suddenly, Su Cha turned in surprise to Bai Mu, who was offering her a massage on her waist. She was taken aback, wondering how he knew she was uncomfortable. Bai Mu leaned closer to her ear. I saw you supporting your waist when I entered just now. Is this comfortable? Once again touched by Bai Mu's attentiveness, Su Cha relaxed against him, nodding as they continued grilling the meat. The 2 worked in perfect harmony, silently flipping the meat over the glowing embers. Subai offered Su-cha a skewer of deliciously grilled meat, saying, "Eat first. Your stomach is growling." Subai glanced disapprovingly at Xianqing, took the uncooked meat from Su-cha's hand, and continued grilling it. Xianqing, feeling guilty, couldn't bring herself to look at Subai and felt a surge of sympathy for Su-cha. Thus she grilled the meat with even more effort, the sparks flying. As chapter 163 unfolded, the ditch was fully dug. Xianqing placed the finished grilled meat on a plate and handed it to Su-cha, saying, "Su-su, eat quickly. If you need more, I have more here." Su-cha wrapped the meat in lettuce leaves and, feeling satisfied, smiled and said, "I can't finish it alone. You all should eat too." With that, she turned and fed Bai Mu a wrapped bite. Bai Mu took a bite and affectionately said, "Thank you, Su-su." Su-cha, delighted, continued to indulge in the feast, happily competing with Han Qing for more food. Once Bai Mu filled himself, he began preparing more for Su-cha, cherishing the rare occasion when she ate so much. Xianqing watched, feeling even more concerned, likely due to her own influence. She handed Su-cha a piece of fatty pork wrapped in lettuce, saying, "Eat more, it's all my fault." Su-cha happily accepted, oblivious to Xuanqing's murmurs. Eventually, she patted her round belly and stood up, exclaiming, "I can't anymore. I'm a bit too full. I need to take a break." Bai Mu carefully supported Su-cha as she walked around the living room, while Xianqing tidied up the leftovers and washed the dishes. Han Qing, having transformed into his beast form, lay by the fire and sighed, "I'm so full, Su-su." Su-cha nodded, acknowledging that she indeed ate a lot, attributing it to her morning exercise as she chatted merrily with Bai Mu in the living room. Subai, having been busy these past few days, returned to his room to rest after finishing his meal, as he would need to dig the ditch later. Su-cha felt a pang of sympathy for Su-bai's weary figure, but understood that as the shaman of the Lion clan, many responsibilities fell on him. Bai Mu pinched Su-cha's soft waist and remarked, "Su-bai has indeed been exhausted these days, but he will finish today, and then he can rest well." Su-cha nodded, and after a while, Xianqing finished washing the dishes and came out, shaking off the water from her hands. "You two should go rest. I still need to help Su-su feed the little ones." Su-cha nodded and called Bai Mu and Han Qing to sleep, but Bai Mu shook his head. And Han Qing chimed in, "Su-su, don't worry about me. I'll just sleep here for a bit." With that, he covered his face with his tail and dozed off. Bai Mu and Xianqing helped Su-cha feed the little ones, while Xianqing took them to the room to sleep. Su-cha then pulled Bai Mu into her room, saying, "We still have time for a little nap." Bai Mu nodded, holding Su-cha as they fell asleep together, perhaps due to the long hours of work. He soon began to snore softly. Su-cha felt a sense of security and gradually drifted into slumber. After settling the little ones, Xianqing emerged to find them all asleep. Silently, he spread his wings and flew towards the peak of the Xianyu clan. Time passed quietly, and when Su-cha woke, Bai Mu was no longer beside her. In the living room, Xianqing was patiently playing with the little ones. Hearing the noise, he immediately came into the room, helping Su-cha put on her clothes. "You are awake. Let us get up. Didn't we say we would go find Guair to play?" Su-cha quickly revived, jumping up. "Oh right. Hurry, put on clothes and shoes. I need to bring pickled vegetables to Guair." Xianqing smiled and nodded. "No hurry." He then carried Su-cha to the living room to play while he went to find large leaves to wrap the pickled vegetables. Su-cha teased the little ones, laughing, "How about we take you out to play?" The little ones jumped excitedly, howling with joy. Xianqing returned with the pickled vegetables, saying, "Let us warm up first before heading out." Su-cha agreed and ran to the small room to fetch a basket. Gathering the little ones inside before sitting down for a waist massage, "Are you still uncomfortable, Su-su?" Su-cha shook her head. "Not anymore. It feels much better." Xianqing, with a heart full of concern, said, "Next time, I will be gentler." Su-cha shot him a glare. "Do you expect there to be a next time?" Xianqing immediately adopted a conciliatory tone. "I won't do it again, I promise." Su-cha let out a light huff, stood up, and declared, "That's more like it. Let us go." Xianqing, holding the basket and pickled vegetables, said, "Su-su, come sit on my back." As she spoke, she squatted down, bending her arms to allow Su-cha to settle comfortably against her neck before they ventured outside. Su-cha observed the orcs at the foot of the mountain and remarked, "Some small ditches have already begun to flow with water, and there doesn't seem to be any ice or snow nearby. It seems they are close to melting entirely." Xianqing nodded in affirmation, stating, "I flew around today, and indeed, there is no snow left, although there are still plenty of ice blocks." Su-cha responded with an "oh," and the two made their way towards Guair's home. After winding through several paths, they finally arrived, and Su-cha called out, "Guair, are you home?" Soon, an orc emerged from the cave. To her surprise, it was Wu who was accompanying Guair today. She greeted Wu, saying, "I came to play with Guair." Wu smiled and nodded, exchanging pleasantries with Qian before inviting them in. "Come in, Guair has been home lately," saying Xi's board. As Qian carried Su-cha inside, they spotted a female orc sitting on a thick layer of animal skins in the corner of the cave. Upon seeing each other, Guair and Su-cha beamed with joy, waving excitedly. Qian helped Su-cha remove her shoes and joined Guair on the floor. Guair quickly lifted the animal skins covering her and pulled Su-cha closer, exclaiming, "I've missed you so much. I thought you had forgotten about me." Su-cha, basking in the warmth, hugged Guair tightly and laughed. "How could I forget? Look, I even brought you some pickled vegetables. Later, I will teach you how to make them." As she opened the container, a strong sour aroma wafted towards them. Guair inhaled the scent, delighted, and took a bite, declaring sour, delicious, even more so than the sour fruits. Seeing Guair's enthusiasm, Su-cha chuckled, "Once you finish, let me know, and I will bring you more." Guair nodded eagerly, requesting Wu to put the pickled vegetables away, then turned back to Su-cha, embracing her tightly. Su is the best to me. These stinky males don't understand me at all." Noticing Guair's sudden melancholy, Su-cha understood that a pregnant woman often experiences emotional fluctuations. So she joined Guair in venting her frustration at the males. Qian, feeling caught in the crossfire, remained silent, listening quietly. Wu, too, held his breath, placing sweet and sour fruits down quietly, waiting patiently. After their venting session, Guair's mood lifted, and she smiled as she and Su-cha began discussing any gossip within the tribe. Su-cha gently touched her belly and said in the tribe, "You're my only friend. I don't know any gossip." Guair replied cheerfully, "Once I give birth, we can go out to play together again. Don't be sad." Su-cha touched her own face and exclaimed, "All right, let the little ones play together. Once the ditches are fixed, we should have no more worries." Guair nodded. However, the Double Moon Festival should be coming soon. Su-cha, intrigued, asked, "How did you celebrate the double moon in previous years?" Guair handed some sweet fruits to Su-cha and began nibbling on the sour fruits herself, explaining, "Our tribe will have a shaman offer blessings, we light bonfires, and everyone gathers to roast meat, symbolizing the end of the year and praying for a bountiful hunt in the next." Su-cha, intrigued, expressed her curiosity about how the cedar trees would offer blessings, eagerly stating, "That sounds like so much fun. We should sit together during the festivities." Guair raised an eyebrow mischievously. "Hee, there'll be even more exciting things at that time, things that Su will love." Guair's cryptic words piqued Su-cha's curiosity, prompting her to demand, "What is it? Don't just speak half-heartedly. It makes me anxious." Guair shook her head playfully. "You'll find out when the time comes. It will be very enjoyable and lively." Not wanting to be left in suspense, Su-cha lunged at Guair, tickling her until they fell into a heap. Though mindful of Guair's belly, she was gentle in her play. Chapter 164. A pregnant woman's foolishness for 3 years. Su-cha, noticing Guair's flushed face, persisted, "You must tell me. The double moon is still quite a while away." Guair sat up, exclaiming, "It's coming soon, but if I tell you now, 1 TB is fun. You will see when the time comes." Su-cha pouted, lifting the fluffy dabao to stroke its fur. "These past few days, as the ice melts, it's been quite cold, and I'm already looking forward to the warm season." Guair cradled Si Bao in her arms, gently grooming its fur. "Yes. The warm season is much better. In the winter, we can only stay inside the cave. We had planned to play outside in the snow. But who would have thought that the winter in the Orc continent would be so dreadful? It's impossible to go out now." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps and voices approached the cave. Su-cha curiously looked outside and asked, "They're digging ditches at the foot of the mountain. Who is out there?" Guair echoed her curiosity, calling out, "Wu, could you go check who is outside?" Qian, positioned near the entrance, glanced outside and remarked, "It seems the ditches have been completed. They are returning." Su-cha, excitedly tugging at Dabao's fur, exclaimed, "Yes, the cedar trees mentioned the ditches would be finished today. I didn't expect it to be so quick." At that moment, several orcs returned, all of whom were Guair's partners. Upon entering, they were not surprised to see Su-cha, smiling and greeting her before joining Wu on the side. Observing the gathering, Su-cha felt shy and decided to leave the gossiping aside, standing up to say, "They're back, so the cedar trees should be returning as well. Guair, I'll head home now. When you have the pickled vegetables tonight, Ask Sherwoo to prepare some rice and pickled vegetable soup for you. Guayer also got up to help Sucha gather a few cubs into a basket. Nodding, I understand, but I don't have a stone pot like yours. Xianqing approached, carrying the basket. Sure, we will return with us. We can get one back. Sucha agreed. Remember to add salt. Otherwise, it won't taste good. We're leaving now. Rejecting Xianqing's offer for a hug, Sucha walked back on her own, with Sherwoo following closely behind. Along the way, they encountered numerous orcs and smiling females, and Sucha couldn't help but feel uplifted by their joy as she bounced her way home. Xianqing, trailing behind, watched the lively Sucha, her petite figure and the glimmering strands of hair at the back of her head tugging at his heartstrings, his gaze fixated upon her. Upon reaching the cave, Sucha discovered that the wooden door was ajar, and she joyfully shouted, "Bai Mu, I'm back." She dashed inside to find the three of them sitting by the fire, engaged in conversation, and they all smiled warmly upon her arrival. Sucha rushed to Bai Mu, who opened his arms wide to embrace her, lifting her effortlessly into his lap. "Where have you been? Did you miss me?" he asked, snuggling contentedly in Bai Mu's embrace. Sucha replied, "Yes, I missed all three of you. Have the ditches been finished?" Kai Bai, sitting nearby, playfully toyed with Sucha's fingers. "Yes, they're done. And the neighboring rabbit tribe has moved over as well." Next to them, Han Qing joyfully cuddled the four cubs, exclaiming, "I've missed you little rascals." The cubs eagerly licked his cheeks, howling in excitement, prompting Han Qing to transform into a massive wolf beast, frolicking with the cubs in a lively chase throughout the living room. Unfazed by the commotion, Sucha turned to the weary Kai Bai and gently said, "You've worked hard these past few days. Tonight, let us make something delicious to reward you." Kai Bai smiled at her, affectionately ruffling her hair, with Su around. "I don't find it difficult at all." Seeing that it was still early, Sucha asked, "Is it too early for you all? Are you hungry?" The others shook their heads, indicating they weren't hungry. Even Han Qing joined in. Sucha shrugged. "All right then, we'll eat a bit later. Let me think about what to prepare for dinner." Suddenly, her gaze swept around the room, asking, "Has Sherwoo returned?" Xianqing, emerging from the kitchen with a bundle of firewood, responded, "He has returned. I showed him our stone pot and told him where to get one and how to use it, and then he left." Sucha nodded, relieved. "Thank goodness for you." Xianqing, "I was so excited to see you all that I forgot." Bai Mu affectionately pinched her nose. "So, you want to play at Guayer's house?" Sucha nodded enthusiastically, "Yes. Guayer told me that during the Double Moon Festival, the tribe will have bonfires, shamans offering blessings, and lots of fun things to enjoy together." Kai Bai, recalling last year's bonfire events, probingly asked, "Did Guayer tell Su anything else?" Upon hearing this, Sucha looked at Su Bai with a sense of grievance. "It's nothing. Guayer said I would know when the time comes. It must be something quite amusing." Bai Mu playfully pinched Sucha's soft earlobe, amused as he understood what Su Bai was about to inquire. He hesitated, fearing he might startle her, as she was easily embarrassed. Su Bai merely nodded and fell silent, tossing dry twigs into the fire. Sucha tightened her grip around Bai Mu's neck and urged, "You must know. Please tell me what it is." Bai Mu kissed her forehead and replied, "In due time, Cha-Cha will find out. It will indeed be quite live." Sucha huffed lightly, no longer pressing the matter, and stood up, pulling Bai Mu toward the kitchen. "I will check the cellar to see what we have." There were many items they had collected together, and she had forgotten some of them due to the sheer volume. Bai Mu smiled, allowing her to lead him down to the cellar. He opened the lid, revealing a significant amount of light and a clearer view of their belongings. Bai Mu jumped down first, carefully catching Sucha as she followed. In the moment they embraced, they exchanged a knowing smile while crouched among their collection. Observing the somewhat disorganized cellar, Bai Mu began to sort and categorize their items. Meanwhile, Sucha rummaged through the cellar, unearthing seeds and exclaiming, "We should not store the seeds here. Let us take them out later." Bai Mu, organizing the food behind her, softly agreed, appreciating the tidiness as it made things easier to locate. He glanced at Sucha, who was still muttering to herself while searching. As Sucha continued to explore their cellar, she was surprised by how much they had accumulated, including numerous seeds, many of which she had forgotten. She decided to collect them all, reasoning that whatever could grow edible plants would be beneficial, while inedible ones could simply be discarded. Bai Mu, observing her, offered, "What are you looking for, Cha-Cha? I can help you." Sucha shook her head. "I'm just seeing what we have in the cellar. There's so many seeds, and I've forgotten what they are." Bai Mu chuckled. "These are all things we gathered along our journey. It's normal for you not to remember after so long. Once we plant them at the foot of the mountain, we will see what grows." Sucha turned to Bai Mu, her eyes sparkling with delight. That's exactly what I was thinking. You truly are Bai Mu. We are in sync. Bai Mu nodded with a smile. I love you, Cha-Cha. Overcome with excitement, Su-Cha leaned forward and quickly kissed him. I love you too, she said, before turning back to her search. Bai Mu, resigned, continued to tidy up the items she had discarded. Su-Bai called from above. Do you need me to come down and help? Bai Mu assessed the cramped cellar and replied, No, it's just fine with Cha-Cha and me. Su-Bai acknowledged and stepped away. Su-Cha, still chattering away, turned to Bai Mu and instructed, Set the seeds aside. We will take them out later. Bai Mu nodded. Rest assured, I have already separated the seeds. Su-Cha responded with an O and resumed her search, tossing out a few potatoes. We can eat these in the next few evenings. Bai Mu nodded and picked up the rolling potatoes and seeds, placing them aside for later. As the light in the cellar dimmed significantly, Su-Cha stretched her back and declared, All right, let us head up. It's getting too dark to see. Bai Mu began to carry the items out, extending his hands at the opening. Hand them to me. You just need to carry Su-Su up. Bai Mu glanced at Su-Bai, then nodded as he passed the seeds, potatoes, meat, and vegetables to him, before turning to embrace Su-Cha, and together they climbed up. Su-Cha nestled against Bai Mu's neck and remarked, My back hurts a bit. I must have been over for too long. She rubbed her back, voicing her discomfort. Bai Mu emerged, placing the cellar lid back in place, and smiled, I will give you a massage later. Now we must prepare dinner. Su-Cha nodded, and Bai Mu set her down by the fire, where Xianqing immediately came close. Han Qing, with the little ones in tow, cheerfully asked Su-Su, What are we having for dinner tonight? Su-Cha observed the darkening sky and recalled that it had been ages since they had enjoyed clay pot rice. She turned to Bai Mu and suggested, It's been a while since we had that steamed rice. How about we have it tonight? Bai Mu smiled and nodded. Of course, I will prepare it right away. As Bai Mu entered the kitchen, he saw Su-Bai washing the food. He took some meat and began cutting it into pieces, instructing, Once you finish washing, head out. Give Cha-Cha a back massage. Su-Bai understood Bai Mu's intention of wanting him to keep Su-Cha company and nodded, I'll finish washing the vegetables and then go out. Call me if you need anything. Bai Mu acknowledged and continued cutting the meat. Once Su-Bai finished washing the vegetables, he placed them on a plate and exited, pulling Su-Cha into his lap. Su-Cha felt it had been a while since they had been this close and nuzzled against him. You've been so busy lately. It feels like you haven't held me in ages. Su-Bai missed her too and embraced her tightly, lowering his head to inhale her scent. Soru. Su-Su, looking into her eyes, which reflected his own like distant stars, he felt an overwhelming urge to lean in closer. Their lips nearly touched before Su-Bai restrained himself, stepping back slightly as he noticed Su-Cha's cheeks flush. He chuckled softly, so soft and sweet. Su-Cha shot him a glare, You naughty wolf. You pressed against me? Su-Bai smiled slightly, adjusting his hold on her. I can't help it when I meet you, Su-Su. Xianqing, unable to bear the scene, stood up to assist Bai Mu in the kitchen, while Han Qing blissfully played with the little ones. Su-Cha, feeling a bit embarrassed watching Xianqing leave, suddenly felt Su-Bai's hands massaging her waist, causing her to melt into his embrace. Bai Mu noticed Xianqing entering and set down his knife, saying, I'm all done. You can take the stone pot outside and start cooking the rice. Xianqing nodded, lifting the stone pot and placing it over the fire, casting a glance at the two cozy figures before silently sitting down to add dry twigs to the flames. In this household, only Han Qing seemed unaffected by jealousy. Bai Mu brought out the meat and vegetables, and Su-Cha waved him over. Come sit by the fire. It's getting a bit chilly tonight. Bai Mu smiled, placing the items down and sitting beside Su-Bai. Is your back still bothering you? Su-Cha shook her head. Su-Bai's massage helped a lot. It was sore before. Bai Mu gently patted Su-Cha's head. I should have been more attentive this time. Su-Cha, nestled in Su-Bai's embrace, murmured, It was my choice to do it. It's not your fault. Just a bit more pressure on the left. Su-Bai complied, switching his technique to continue the massage. Bai Mu chuckled, watching the rice bubbling away. He opened the lid to check, then added more wood to the fire to intensify the heat. As the water began to evaporate, he added the meat and potatoes, and the delightful aroma of rice began to waft through the air. This enticing scent immediately captured Han Qing's attention as he approached, and Bai Mu turned to find 5 fluffy little creatures sitting beside him, with Han Qing drooling. Bai Mu laughed at the sight. You all can go play for now. It will be a little while longer. He then affectionately patted the little ones' heads and ruffled Han Qing's fur before moving away. Han Qing eagerly leaped into action, leading the little ones in playful tumbling. Su-Cha turned to watch them frolic, noting how the little ones chased after Han Qing, squealing with delight, Even Si Bao was scampering along behind, with Han Qing pausing to wait for him. Su Cha observed and thought to herself, Han Qing is truly suited for looking after the little ones. This remark provoked a reaction from Xian Qing, who was tending the fire. Su, I am quite good at looking after them too. I even know how to hatch eggs. Su Cha couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Xian Qing earnestly attempting to hatch eggs. Indeed, you all are quite impressive. Xian Qing flicked his ponytail proudly, of course. So, are you considering having eggs with me? Su Cha quickly turned her attention to Su Bai's abs, ignoring Xian Qing's antics. Su Bai lowered his head, and, as he exchanged glances with Su Cha, he chuckled softly, suggesting that they could have a little lion together, which would be quite adorable. Su Cha's cheeks instantly flushed crimson at Su Bai's words, and she huffed in silence, feeling an inexplicable shyness towards him. Su Bai, undeterred, continued to massage Su Cha's waist, glancing over at Bai Mu as he placed the vegetables into the pot. Announcing that dinner would soon be served, Bai Mu responded affirmatively, advising Xuan Qing not to add any wood, as letting it simmer would enhance the flavor, and Su Cha enjoyed the crispy rice. Xuan Qing, complying, hurriedly tended to the fire, ensuring it smoldered. Han Qing, upon hearing the commotion, ceased his play and brought his 4 cubs over, obediently sitting beside Bai Mu. Su Cha observed the large wolf and the 4 small tiger cubs, finding them irresistibly cute. She suggested to Han Qing that he should transform back into his human form since dinner was nearing. Han Qing eagerly nodded and quickly shifted back, with the cubs immediately surrounding him. As Bai Mu set the fragrant dish down, he smiled and instructed Han Qing to fetch bowls and chopsticks, including those for the cubs. Han Qing, filled with excitement, dashed to the kitchen and soon returned with an armful of bowls, 2 of which were notably large. Su Cha pointed at the larger bowls, laughing as she remarked that they were for the cubs and him, implying that he would only consume 1 bowl despite the 4 cubs. Han Qing scratched his head, noting that it would make things easier without needing to refill. Su Cha agreed, acknowledging the convenience. Bai Mu filled the cubs' bowls first, followed by Han Qing's, before preparing the smaller bowls. Su Cha, holding her chopsticks, admired the fragrant rice, exclaiming how delicious it smelled. They all gathered in the living room, sharing laughter, while the cubs eagerly fought over their food, scattering crumbs everywhere. Bai Mu offered Su Cha a piece of meat from his bowl, encouraging her to take her time as there was plenty more in the pot. With her mouth full, Su Cha's eyes sparkled as she nodded in appreciation. Suddenly, Xuan Qing interjected, warning Su Cha that the ice and snow would soon melt. It was best not to venture outside, as the hibernating beasts would emerge to forage. Su Cha assured him earnestly that she would not sneak out for play, putting his mind at ease. Bai Mu affectionately patted Su Cha's head, suggesting that once the warm season arrived, they could take the cubs to visit his mother beast. As Su Cha rose to refill her bowl, she remarked that they had promised to visit her, expressing concern that her mother beast must be missing them, especially since they had planned to go during winter but had faced unforeseen circumstances. She paused, reflecting on the last time she had seen Ma Na, realizing she had not encountered her since then. Bai Mu gently shook Su Cha, inquiring what was on her mind. Su Cha shook her head, noting that the cubs had finished eating quickly. She then filled their bowls again, as well as her own and Bai Mu's. Balancing 2 bowls, she turned to see Han Qing approaching with his large bowl, with rice grains adorning his face. She couldn't help but chuckle, advising him to slow down as there was still food in the pot. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Han Qing scratched his head and laughed, confessing that the food was simply too delicious to resist. Su Cha, still smiling, cleared a spot for him beside Bai Mu and handed him her bowl, suggesting he eat as she planned to take a bath soon. Xuan Qing immediately chimed in, offering to scrub her back. Su Cha shot him a disapproving glance, reminding him that she could manage washing herself in her room. Xuan Qing grinned lewdly at the prospect of her bathing in the unshielded room, lamenting that he would have to wait for another opportunity to assist her. Su Cha admonished him to behave himself, wondering if he could ever think of anything useful. Xuan Qing, with a mouthful of rice, feigned innocence, claiming to be a respectable person. Su Bai, listening to their banter, simply smiled elegantly as he continued to eat at a leisurely pace, occasionally offering Su Cha some of the meat from his bowl. Su Cha, feeling generous, insisted that he eat, noting that they had all been working hard lately and she had plenty in her bowl. Su Bai acknowledged her with a hum and continued enjoying his meal. Soon, Su Cha set her bowl down, stretching her back as she announced her fullness and encouraged the others to take their time. At that moment, Bai Mu presented her with a skewer of grilled meat, urging her to enjoy it. Su Cha eagerly accepted it, taking a bite and exclaiming how delicious it was, asking when it had been grilled. She then offered him a bite in return. Bai Mu took a gentle nibble, explaining he had grilled it out of concern that she might not be satisfied, and affectionately patted her head. Sucha relished the grilled meat, strolling slowly with Bai Mu in the living room, observing the others enjoying their meals. With the cubs' bellies round and full, Sucha remarked that they should refrain from feeding the cubs any more for the time being, pointing out their full bellies. Bai Mu agreed, noting that they had already eaten quite a bit and suggesting they might overindulge. Hanqing set down his bowl, eager to wash up alongside Xuanqing, who had also finished eating. Sabai, having completed his meal, took his dishes to the kitchen to clean. Hanqing, unable to contain himself, urged Xuanqing to eat faster, as he was waiting for him. Xuanqing glanced at him, swallowing the last bite, and replied that there was no rush, as he would wash while Hanqing fetched water for Sucha's bath. Hanqing, cheerful, nodded and handed his bowl to Xuanqing before rushing to prepare hot water. Sucha watched them busily scurrying about while the cubs, plump and wiggly, wandered around, their tails perked up. She knelt down to pet their bellies, instructing Bai Mu to retrieve a basin of water and a piece of bee skin to clean the cubs. As she squatted, the cubs spotted her and scampered over, yelping joyfully. Sucha affectionately patted their bellies, teasing them for eating so much without concern for discomfort. Bai Mu returned with water, and together they cleaned the cubs of rice grains and dirt. Hanqing joined in, and the three of them laughed as they tidied up the cubs before wrapping them by the fire. Bai Mu, carrying a basin of murky water, approached Bai and Xuanqing, who had finished washing the dishes and were exiting the kitchen. Sucha called out to them, requesting assistance in holding a cub to dry off. As they approached, Xuanqing playfully remarked that he had expected the fur to be fluffy, only to discover it was packed with meat. Sucha looked down, noting how much fatter the cubs had become. Sabai gently stroked the cub's belly, reassuring them that it was perfectly fine and that they would grow out of it with time. Sucha wrung out the water from the cub's paws, stating that being chubby was adorable as long as they remained healthy and well-fed. Hanqing chimed in enthusiastically, declaring that he wholeheartedly agreed, as being able to eat was indeed a blessing. Bai Mu, holding the larger cub, announced that the water was heated and suggested Sucha take her bath first, assuring her that she would be warm by the fire afterward. Xuanqing promptly handed the cub he was holding to Sabai, announcing he would fetch water for Sucha in her room. Sucha chuckled, expressing her gratitude to Xuanqing for his efforts. Xuanqing, with a beaming smile, set off to gather water, while Sucha noticed his expression was almost comical, as he was usually quick to escape from tedious tasks. Bai Mu attentively grilled the larger cub, ensuring its fur dried and fluffed up before retrieving another from Sabai. Sucha embraced the freshly cleaned cub, admiring its beauty post-bath. Before long, the excited voice of Xuanqing echoed from the room, beckoning Sucha to come in as the water was pleasantly warm. Sucha set the cub down and headed to the room, only to find Xuanqing standing awkwardly by the tub, raising an eyebrow as he urged her to leave so she could wash herself. Xuanqing feigned injury, claiming he had slipped while carrying water, leaving him unable to move. Sucha, amused, suggested a simple solution and called out for Bai Mu and Sabai. Xuanqing quickly changed his tune, expressing concern for Sucha being alone and insisting he should stay. Bai Mu and Sabai entered the room, lifting Xuanqing from either side. Sucha playfully shook her finger at him, insisting he leave, and exchanged glances with Bai Mu and Sabai. Ultimately, Xuanqing was escorted, and Sucha relished the moment, humming a tune while enjoying the soothing warmth of the bathwater in the corner of the room. Chapter 166. Bai Mu's night vigil in the living room. Bai Mu casually discarded Xuanqing and departed with Sabai. Xuanqing, with his head lowered, sat by the fire. Alas, I just placed the basin in the corner, and now it's out of sight. Hanqing, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. So you wish to see it yourself, did you? Who would have thought you'd be left out? Xuanqing glanced at the two expressionless figures. Boring. Sabai looked up at him. We only heed Su's wishes. Bai Mu, after ensuring that the four little ones were clean, released them to frolic in the living room. Standing upright, he declared, Tonight, Cha-Cha will sleep with me. I'm in no hurry. This statement provoked Xuanqing, who pointed at Bai Mu. Listen to this, what a statement. Boo-hoo. Sabai chuckled. I'm not in a hurry either. It's merely a day's wait. Xuanqing, regarding these unromantic individuals, mimicked Hanqing and turned away with a huff. I shan't listen. Hanqing, recognizing a semblance in Xuanqing, angrily exclaimed, Why are you imitating me, you foul bird? Xuanqing instantly stood up. Let's have a spar. I have pent-up energy. Hanqing, equally unyielding, also stood, and the two immediately began to tussle. Bai Mu glanced over. Be mindful, do not let Cha-Cha witness this. Bai concurred, speaking in a deep tone. Otherwise, you two should take it outside. Xianqing promptly ceased his actions and sat down. Indeed, Su Su favors Han Qing. He will certainly blame me. Let's fight outside by day. Han Qing nodded vigorously. Very well, let us settle this outside. His tone was commanding. Bai leaned against the stone wall, nodding. Not bad, not bad. I have faith in you, Han Qing. Bai Mu inquired. Tomorrow, will there be anything amiss? Bai nodded. Tomorrow. Let us all take a day to rest. However, in the following days, I must prepare for the Xuanyue bonfire blessing ceremony. Bai Mu affirmed. Recently, we must ensure Cha-Cha does not wander out alone. The snake tribe is awakening from its winter slumber. At this point, Bai Mu's tone grew heated. He had not forgotten that the stray beast belonged to the snake tribe. Xianqing nodded. Su Su is yet unaware of the stray beast. We must avoid any encounters. For Su Su bears its beast mark, and it should be hibernating. Everyone fell into a momentary silence, until Bai remarked, in the future, do not leave Su Su alone. The four were quite concerned about the incident where Su Cha was taken right before their eyes, nodding in agreement. Henceforth, regardless of what we do, one must always accompany the little female, never leaving her side. From the room, the cheerful sounds of Su Cha could be heard. Bai Mu smiled and said, I truly hope Cha-Cha remains this joyful forever. Bai glanced towards the room, nodding with a smile. It surely will be. In a crucial moment, Xianqing remained reliable. Of course, with us protecting Su Su, there will be no unforeseen incidents. Suddenly, Su Cha's voice rang out from the room. Xianqing, come help me pour water. I can't lift it. The four immediately stood and proceeded towards the room, only to find the little female wrapped in bee skin in the corner, her cheeks rosy and hazy from the steam, gazing at them. Xianqing dashed over, scooping Su Cha in his arms. You all pour the water. Su Su is cold. I will take her to warm by the fire. Bai chuckled, shaking his head at Su Cha's rosy little toes. I was still a step too slow. Bai Mu smiled and shook his head. Let us go. Han Qing, blushing, quietly went to pour water and clean up the spilled water on the ground. In the living room, Xianqing held Su Cha by the fire, gently touching her icy little feet and wrapping them in warmth. Why are they so cold? Su Cha, having nothing on underneath, sat by the fire and did not feel cold, tightly wrapped in the bee skin. It is winter, of course it is cold without shoes. But we'll be fine in a moment. Xianqing, with a low hum, leaned down and inhaled at her neck, captivated. Su Su, you smell so good. Su Cha regarded this old lecher without a word, until she noticed Bai Mu had tidied up and approached. I want to go to Bai. Xianqing huffed, not allowing her to depart. You can walk there by yourself. Su Cha displayed a look of disbelief. I'm not wearing shoes. How can I go to that ruffian? Do not be too unreasonable. Xianqing continued to smile and held her tighter. I am warm inside. You are not going. The gazes of Bai and the others were fixed on Su Cha. Her exposed toes, held by Xianqing, looked as delicate and pink as pearls from the ocean floor, causing them to swallow hard in silence. Unaware, Su Cha continued to sway her feet, feeling Xianqing's warmth enveloping her, quickly retracting into the beast's skin, leaving only her head and half-dry hair exposed. Bai Mu stood and fetched a clean piece of bee skin to help Su Cha dry her hair. If it hurts, tell me. Su Cha shifted position, sitting sideways in Xianqing's embrace, directing her hair towards Bai Mu. No need to dry it too thoroughly. It will dry by the fire soon. Bai Mu smiled. All right. Eventually, Bai could no longer resist and joined, playing with Su Cha's feet, realizing how peculiar he was. Han Qing, cradling the cubs, did not approach but glanced towards the four across the room. Xianqing, content, held Su Cha while observing the foolish wolves opposite, playfully raising an eyebrow at Han Qing in silence. Han Qing did not respond, continuing to entertain the cubs. Xianqing, unperturbed, provided warmth to Su Cha with his heated body. Bai Mu rose and walked towards the kitchen, quickly returning. Let us wait until Cha-Cha's hair is dry before sleeping. Su Cha murmured, leaning against Xianqing, feeling somewhat drowsy, and spoke. Han Qing, touch the cubs' bellies. Do they need feeding? Upon hearing this, Han Qing immediately checked the cubs' bellies, discovering they were still round and plump, and replied to Su Cha, no need to feed them tonight. Su Cha sighed, leaning against Xianqing, closing her eyes, allowing Bai to play with her feet by the fire, feeling warm. Bai, enamored, toyed with her small feet, which were tender and white, unlike their rough hands. Qianqing gently swayed her, softly asking, Su, are you tired? Would you like to sleep? Bai Mu nearby carefully ran his fingers through Su Cha's now dry hair and stated, since your hair is dry, it's time to sleep. Han Qing immediately gathered the cubs and returned to the room. Qianqing, laughing heartily, held Su Cha tightly and began to head towards the room, only to be stopped by Bai Mu, who extended his hand. Give her to me. Sabai smiled, watching the two. Qianqing, feeling defeated, relented. All right. Here you go. Humph, she will be mine the day after tomorrow. I am not in a rush. Saying this, he gently handed Su Cha over to Bai Mu. Sabai chuckled lightly and lazily returned to his room. Bai Mu, looking at Qianqing, smiled. Remember to close the door and extinguish the fire last. With that, he turned and left. Qianqing, irritated, scoffed and shut the door before retreating to his own room, preparing to eavesdrop. Sabai, unperturbed, transformed into a large lion and curled up on the bed to sleep. Bai Mu placed the drowsy Su Cha on the bed, stripped off his clothes, and lay down. Wrapping her in his embrace, sleep now. Gently patting her back, Su Cha finally succumbed to sleep. Bai Mu gazed down and kissed her forehead, and the two drifted into slumber. In the adjacent room, Qianqing, upon hearing this, could only resign himself to sleep. Was he the only one unable to resist constantly thinking of Su? Chapter 167. Qi awakens in the early morning. Su Cha awoke amidst a gentle shaking, squinting her eyes to find a figure beside her, accompanied by low, heavy breaths reminiscent of springtime creatures in heat. Su Cha paused, sensing the warmth at her neck and the unusual sensation beneath her. She couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Why are you awake so early? We don't have to dig ditches today. Bai Mu, glancing at the now awake Su Cha, halted and propped himself on her, playfully nudging their noses together. I couldn't help myself while sleeping beside you. Cha. Upon hearing this, Su Cha reached out and wrapped her arms around Bai Mu's neck, pulling him closer for a kiss, and in an instant, they tumbled into a passionate embrace, their movements creating a lingering stir within the cave. Outside, the sky remained a muted gray and chilly, yet inside the cave, it was a scene of fervor. Two figures entwined intimately until dawn broke. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the cave, illuminating Su Cha's youthful form, delicate as the tender shoots of spring. Her cheeks flushed, eyes dreamy and glistening with tears. Bai Mu gazed at his beloved creation, unable to resist caressing and kissing. So beautiful. Cha. Su Cha softly replied, Go heat water for my bath. It's all your sweat, and I wonder if the others are awake. Bai Mu chuckled softly, noting the keen hearing of the beastmen. He could distinctly perceive the sound from several rooms away, especially considering their number. Rising from his bed, Bai Mu ambled to the kitchen to boil water. Glancing outside, he was pleasantly surprised to see the sun shining brightly today. He smiled and shook his head, igniting the fire and waiting idly while casting a glance towards Qianqing's room, only to meet his unsatisfied gaze. Bai Mu responded with a smile and raised an eyebrow before casually averting his eyes. He carried the hot water to the room, gently cleaning Su Cha and tucking her into the warm fur. He quickly wiped himself down, stepped out to pour water, and returned to nestling under the fur with Su Cha, softly patting her back, urging her to sleep a little longer as it was still early. After a morning of playful antics, Su Cha felt a bit weary and gradually succumbed to sleep at Bai Mu's tender voice. As Bai Mu watched her drift off, he too closed his eyes for a brief nap, only to awaken to the sun now directly overhead. In the living room, Zai Bai and Qianqing sat expressionless, while Han Qing lounged comfortably at the cave entrance, basking in the sunlight with the little ones. After her slumber, Su Cha turned to Bai Mu, urging him to wake up, exclaiming that the sun was warming her backside. She reached out to pinch his nose. Bai Mu immediately opened his eyes, grasping her small hand and teasing, suggesting it was time to rise and take Cha out to soak up the sun. Su Cha, excited by the bright sunshine, nodded enthusiastically, affirming that good weather indeed lifts one's spirits. As she began to dress, Zai Bai entered and offered to help her, saying, Let me assist you, Su. Su Cha, feeling shy, did not refuse, and Zai Bai promptly began to help her find clothes. Bai Mu also got dressed and soon left the room, leaving only the two of them behind. Zai Bai, holding a small garment, chuckled softly at Su Cha's rosy cheeks, remarking on how, after all this time, she still hadn't grown accustomed to their looks. Su Cha, covering her face, nodded. It was primarily due to their striking appearances that her cheeks flushed. If they were even slightly less handsome, she would feel less awkward. Zai Bai adored her bashful demeanor and took her outside, playfully suggesting they hadn't seen the sun in ages and should enjoy it. Su Cha found herself seated atop Han Qing, running her fingers through his soft, fluffy fur. Warmed by the sunlight, surrounded by 4 little fur balls, Zai Bai settled beside them and remarked on the bright blue sky, noting that the sun meant the twin moons were approaching. Han Qing playfully wagged his tail and chimed in, expressing his anticipation for the abundance of food on the day of the twin moons. Su Cha playfully tugged at his tail, countering that while he was fixated on food, she was looking forward to the lively festivities that the fruit promised. Zai Bai, feigning exasperation, swiftly changed the subject, unwilling to share details that might frighten her. Han Qing chuckled softly and lay down, wagging his tail, inviting Su Cha to play. After a while, Bai Mu emerged, inquiring about their lunch preferences so he could prepare accordingly. Su Cha, lazily toying with Han Qing's fluffy tail, suggested they have roasted meat, craving lettuce wraps with it. Bai Mu acknowledged her request and returned to the kitchen to prepare the meal. As he passed by Xian Qing, who was still sitting solemnly by the fire, Bai Mu smiled at the sight of him, noting the warmth of the sun and its pleasantness. Xian Qing, annoyed by Bai Mu's cheerful demeanor, snapped a stick in frustration, grumbling about the noisy morning and suspecting it was intentional. Bai Mu, slicing meat in the kitchen, heard Xian Qing's quiet complaints but remained unbothered, his spirits high as he swiftly prepared the meal. Meanwhile, Su Cha enjoyed the warmth of the sun at the cave entrance, feeling quite comfortable. The winter sun was gentle on her face. Curiously, she turned to Zai Bai and inquired about Xian Qing's solitary presence inside. Zai Bai, amused, replied that Xian Qing had been digging ditches for days and was likely a bit worn out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting by the fire on such a sunny day. Han Qing could not help but stifle a laugh, adding to Zai Bai's. Su Cha nodded, agreeing that they should let him rest and not disturb him. Inside the cave, Xian Qing, eavesdropping with ears perked, was quite irked, stifling his cries as he had hoped Su Cha would come in to comfort him with a kiss or a gentle embrace. Bai Mu, unable to contain his laughter, accidentally made a loud noise, causing Xian Qing to quickly turn away and feign nonchalance while drying his tears by the fire. Hearing the laughter, Su Cha entered, asking what was so amusing, urging them to share their joy. Xian Qing stood up, casually moving closer to Su Cha, grinning as he echoed her request. Su Cha turned to him, smiling as she playfully hooked her finger towards him, inching closer. Xian Qing, delighted, opened his arms to embrace her, affectionately rubbing his head against hers, momentarily forgetting his earlier woes. Bai Mu observed the interaction, surprised to find Xian Qing, despite being the eldest, to be the most juvenile among them, even more so than Han Qing, who was adept at putting on a facade. Zai Bai lightly nudged Xian Qing, teasing him to drop the act. Bai Mu, with a knowing glance, remarked that he had heard a little one crying earlier and thought it was Bao, which had caused his laughter. Xian Qing, usually thick-skinned, felt a twinge of embarrassment and stammered that it had indeed been Bao crying. He had been trying to soothe him in the living room. He sighed, acknowledging that it was normal for the little ones to cry. Han Qing burst into laughter, holding his stomach, exclaiming that he had never realized Xian Qing was so amusing. Xian Qing's face flushed as he buried his head in Su Cha's neck, remaining silent yet holding her tightly. Su Cha, puzzled, wondered what they were discussing, asserting that Bao was outside with them, soaking up the sun. The others exchanged glances, unable to contain their laughter any longer. Continuing might leave Xian Qing too embarrassed to face anyone. Bai Mu approached, ruffling her hair and clarifying, "TT, you've misunderstood. Bao is in the living room." Su Cha nodded and urged Xian Qing to release her, suggesting they bring out the plates and start roasting the meat as she was beginning to feel hungry. Xian Qing insisted, "No, I want to stick with Su. Now that they were all aware of the situation, he felt no need to pretend, continuing to hold her closely. Bai Mu emerged with 2 large plates, announcing that he had gathered everything and it was time to begin. Su Cha, dragging a large plate behind her, slowly made her way to the fire, ultimately finding herself seated in Xian Qing's embrace. Bai Mu handed the meat, declaring it was time to start as Su Cha was hungry, assigning Xian Qing the task of roasting for her. Xian Qing cheerfully accepted, promising to ensure Su was well fed. Su Cha, eager to join in, suggested they all roast together, instructing Han Qing to take the meat and watch Bai Mu, replicating whatever he did. Han Qing, grinning, grabbed a hefty piece of meat and sat closely beside Bai Mu, mimicking him like a photocopy. The fire crackled vigorously as the meat sizzled and released a tantalizing aroma, making Su Cha's mouth water. Xianqing affectionately tousled her hair, assuring her that it would be ready soon, urging her to be patient and promising she would have her fill. Su Cha, eyes fixated on the roasting meat, nodded absent-mindedly, while nearby, the little ones scurried about, clamoring and attempting to nudge Bai Mu. Bai Mu, smiling gently, called out to the little ones, inviting them over. Come here, little ones. Your father will The little ones scampered over, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Bai Mu continued, playfully tapping one on the head, teasingly warning, so you've learned to nudge, have you? Next time, I'll have to give you a little smack. The little ones immediately scattered, chattering in response. Han Qing, observing with concern, cautioned, be gentle. Their skulls are still developing. Zai Bai, chuckling, reassured him, don't worry. Male cubs are not that fragile. Xianqing concurred, adding, Zai Bai is right. Males must learn early. Su Cha, pursing her lips, remarked, it's fine to play, but do be gentle. Look how pitifully they cry. Bai Mu nodded with a smile, saying, let us heed what TT says. He then sprinkled salt and pepper on the meat, roasting it a little longer before handing it to Su Cha. Su Cha joyfully accepted the lettuce leaf wrapped around a morsel and took a bite, her little feet swinging as she nestled in Xianqing's embrace. Sensing Su Ji's delight, Xianqing leaned in to bite the same spot she had just nibbled. Indeed, it was delicious. Su Cha responded with two affirming sounds. ISN, it taste. Our Bai Mu makes the best. Hearing this, Bai Mu looked over with a gentle smile. If it's good, eat more. I'll roast some more. Su Cha shook her head. You eat. I'm almost done here. Bai Mu continued to roast the meat in silence, while a few little ones, having been scolded, obediently sat beside him. Xianqing turned to Bai Mu and said, you must be hungry too. Hurry and eat. I'll roast for Su Su. Han Qing, satisfied from his meal, chimed in. This time I roasted it well. Su Su, try this. He offered it over. Su Cha graciously took a bite. There's improvement. Keep it up. Han Qing nodded with confidence and immediately took another piece to roast. From now on, I'll be self-sufficient. Bai Mu smiled and nodded. Ambitious, very good. Xianqing leaned closer to Su Cha's neck and suddenly said, recently, with the snow melting, it's quite dangerous. Su Su, don't sneak out to play. Su Cha nodded. I know. I'll tell you where I'm going. Sabai added, good, when a warm season comes. We'll take you to see the sea of flowers. Su Cha excitedly nodded. Great. Let's go see the sunflowers. Bai Mu flipped the meat. Yes, for these days, stay at home, and in a few days, we'll take the little ones to see my mother beast. There's no rush. Ani nad so nadith. Jis, Susu. In a few days, we also have the Double Moon Festival. It's quite lively, only once a year. Su Cha nodded obediently. I understand, I want to sneak out. The group exchanged glances, and Xianqing finally felt relieved to pat Su Cha's head. Good, eat the roasted meat. Su Cha immersed herself in the delicious food, and amidst their laughter and joy, someone suddenly rushed into the cave. Sabai turned around to see a panting tribesman. What's the matter? Why the rush? The beastman straightened up and hurriedly explained. There's commotion not far outside the tribe. Some tribesmen have already gone there, and the chief sent me to find the shaman. Sabai, upon hearing this, set down the roasted meat and stood up. I'll go with you to see what is going on. Bai Mu also stood up. Do you want us to come with you? Sabai glanced at Su Cha and shook his head. No need. You three stay with Su Su. He turned to leave, but quickly returned to pull Bai Mu along. Once they were a bit further from the cave entrance, Sabai spoke solemnly. Keep an eye on Su Su. I suspect that poisonous serpent has returned. After all, there hasn't been such a situation before. Bai Mu nodded. Don't worry, we'll stay with Su Su. If it dares to come, we'll ensure it doesn't return. The incident from last time left a lingering unease in their hearts. Sabai nodded and departed with a few tribesmen. When Bai Mu returned, he caught Xianqing's eyes. Both were filled with concern. Bai Mu relayed Bai's words to Xianqing, who nodded. I'll call Fei Yu to follow and check it out. Saying this, he walked to the cave entrance and whistled sharply into the air. Soon, a massive feathered beast descended and respectfully called out, Elder Xian. Xianqing nodded. Fly towards the forest. If you see Sabai, follow him. Fei Yu nodded and swiftly vanished from sight. Bai Mu settled back beside Su Cha. Have you eaten enough? Su Cha nodded. While you were away, I ate a lot. I even roasted some for you. Come and eat. Bai Mu smiled and beckoned Xianqing to join them. Even Han Qing, who had been eating, set down a plate of roasted meat. Let me show you my cooking skills. Bai Mu examined the roasted meat on the plate. It looked decent, at least not burnt. and he praised Han Qing with a smile. This looks good. Han Qing eagerly watched them, then hurry and eat. Xian Qing took a piece and popped it into his mouth, but his expression changed, given his history with Han Qing's cooking. Bai Mu immediately set down his meat and looked at Xian Qing. What's wrong? Xian Qing gulped down the bite and dashed toward the kitchen for water. Returning after a moment, there was too much salt. It's hardly fit for a beast. Han Qing, having sampled a piece himself, stubbornly insisted. I think it's fine. If you want to eat it, I will. Chapter 168. The underground river churning with a massive serpent skinned by Mu, and the others silently observed the obstinate Han Qing. Su Cha, feeling sympathetic, suggested, why not just throw it away? It's too salty. Han Qing shook his head. I'll finish it all. He then dashed out, barely able to say a word. Bai Mu watched his retreating figure. Ain't he gonna get some water? Let us eat. Xian Qing nodded and sat down. Once Su Cha felt full, she roasted some more and curiously inquired, what just happened? Bai Mu, munching on the roasted meat, responded, I believe the water ditch wasn't T-dubbed properly, so they called Sabai to take a look. Su Cha acknowledged and ceased her questions, playing with the little ones at her feet. Xian Qing glanced at her. Su, are you tired? After a while, I'll accompany you for a nap. Su Cha nodded, having not slept well that morning. Sure. Hearing this, Xian Qing ate faster. Su Cha offered more roasted meat for the two of them. The little ones at her feet circled around her obediently. Bai Mu remarked, they must be hungry. Su Cha looked down at their pleading eyes, their little tongues licking their lips, and her heart ached. My little ones, I'm sorry for neglecting you. I'll feed you now. Xian Qing, having just finished his meal, rushed over. I'll help. Bai Mu hasn't he finished eating yet? Bai Mu, looking at the abandoned roasted meat, smiled helplessly and picked it back up. Yes, let Xian Qing help first. Su Cha nodded, lifting Si Bao and San Bao to nurse. The little ones suckled eagerly, perhaps due to their hunger, sucking vigorously and pressing with their tiny paws. Su Cha leaned down to kiss them. Eat more, little ones. Sensing the scent of milk, the two little ones in Xian Qing's embrace grew restless, starting to cry, which made even Xian Qing awkwardly swallow. Bai Mu glanced over and suggested, in a few days, let us try feeding them meat. Otherwise, Cha-Cha's milk might not suffice. Su Cha stroked the little ones tenderly and nodded. Indeed, they grow quickly, and I'm worried they won't have enough to eat. The two little ones in her arms slowed their pace, prompting Xian Qing to bring over to Bao and Air Bao. Let us feed them first. They sound so pitiful. San Bao and Si Bao willingly relinquished their spot for Bao and Air Bao to feed. Su Cha struggled to hold all four, and Xian Qing came over to assist in carrying the little ones, their hands inadvertently brushing against her soft skin. Su Cha was so focused on the little ones that she didn't notice the lingering gaze beside her. Bai Mu, feeling full, began to tidy the dishes and wash them in the kitchen, anticipating that Sabai and the others might not return for a while. Once the little ones were satiated, Su Cha leaned against Xian Qing, her eyes beginning to droop. Xian Qing, unable to restrain himself, continued to caress her, gradually losing control over his breathing. Bai Mu watched as he emerged, carrying the little ones to a small room to let them sleep, while Xian Qing took Su Cha to their room. Bai Mu added a few sticks to the fire to keep the embers alive before returning to the kitchen to continue washing the dishes. Xian Qing removed Su Cha's clothes and shoes, then joined her under the warm beast skin, both ready for a peaceful slumber. For a moment, the cave was filled only with the sound of Bai Mu washing the dishes. In the forest, when Sabai arrived, he witnessed Chuan Gu emerging from the underground river, holding a large, intact serpent skin. His expression was grave, indicating that something was hibernating here and had likely awakened in recent days. Chuan Gu noticed Sabai approaching with a somber face and thought of the missing poisonous serpent. Sabai approached the churning underground river and stated, this must be the work of a beast shedding its skin while hibernating. It seems it heard the commotion and fled, but hasn't gone far. Chuan Gu, with a look of disdain, cast aside the snake's skin and approached, intending to tap Sabai on the shoulder. Sabai swiftly dodged, glaring at Chuan Gu's hand that had just touched the snake's skin and said, do not touch me. Chuan Gu shrugged, all right. I won't touch you. This snake's skin is so intact. It must have heard us coming and fled before it could retrieve it. We should search around. It is likely a stray beast, and we cannot allow it to remain in our territory. Sabai nodded and turned to his clan members, instructing, you two split up to search. If you find it, do not alarm it. Send a discreet signal to the clan. The clan members nodded and quickly dispersed, leaving only Chuan Gu and Sabai behind. With a mischievous grin, Chuangu placed the snakeskin back in its original spot and crouched in the grass with Sabai, saying, "We will wait here. The shed skins of the venomous anaconda tribe are of great significance. Let us see if it dares to return for it." Sabai turned to him with an expression of incredulity. "Are you foolish? The stray beast is most sensitive to scents. Having touched it, it will not return." Chuangu pressed Sabai's head down. "I applied the herbs you gave me earlier. It won't be able to detect it." Sabai made a sound of understanding and lay down. The two remained vigilant when suddenly a sound came from the sky. Sabai looked up to see Fei Yu standing and waving at him. "It must be Xian Qing calling for me." Upon noticing Sabai, Fei Yu quickly descended, transforming into human form and standing beside him. "Elder Xian has summoned me to assist." Sabai nodded silently, while Chuangu stood and quickly urged both to crouch down. "Let us be quiet. We cannot let the stray beast see us." Fei Yu, having spotted a large snake skin from above, nodded eagerly. "Yes, let us be stealthy. If it dares to return, we shall strike." The three fell silent as Sabai quickly lowered himself. "Do not move. There is a rustling sound ahead." They all crouched lower, focusing on the writhing underground river before them. On the other side of the underground river, Chi had shrunk considerably, carefully avoiding many lion tribe beastmen as he slid towards the underground river. Where could the shed skin be? He needed to retrieve it for Su Su to wear. Soon, Sabai caught sight of the cautious stray beast crawling forward. His blood boiled. This was the very beast that had taken Su Su's skin, and to his surprise, it was indeed hibernating nearby. Chuangu, aware of the situation, comforted Sabai, and the three focused intently on the stray beast, which had returned for its prize. Due to the scent of herbs, Chi was oblivious to the presence of other beastmen and swiftly moved towards the underground river. Just about to claim his precious skin when he suddenly paused, hastily retreating into the river. Sabai and the others watched helplessly as the stray beast escaped. The underground river was a labyrinthine domain where they could not pursue it. Infuriated, Sabai was ready to leap after it, but Chuangu, seeing Sabai's eyes turn crimson, quickly restrained him. "Do not rush. The underground river is the stray beast's territory. We would be unable to catch it. It has likely already made its escape." Sabai closed his eyes and exhaled. "You take the others and fill in this river. I will return first." Chuangu, concerned, nodded. "Fei Yu, watch over Sabai as he returns." Fei Yu nodded, following closely behind Sabai. Chapter 169. Unaware of Chi Ye's beast mark, Chuangu watched as the two departed before transforming into a large lion and roaring to summon the clan members back. Lions from all directions rushed back. After waiting for all the clan members to return, Chuangu spoke. "The snake's skin has been taken by the stray beast. Keep a close watch on the females at home, and do not venture out alone." The clan members nodded in agreement. Chuangu continued, "All right, once we have filled in the underground river, we shall return." In no time, a large hole was filled with earth by Chuangu and the others. Not far away, a pair of dark, slitted eyes observed them intently as they filled the hole and then quietly vanished. Back in the tribe, Sabai returned to the cave. Finding it quiet, he entered Su Cha's room, relieved to see her resting on the bed, when suddenly, Xian Qing opened his eyes and met Sabai's gaze. Sabai stepped out, and Xian Qing followed, with Bai Mu and Han Qing quickly emerging behind. Sabai stood at the cave entrance, addressing the three. "The stray beast has returned. It never left but hibernated nearby. It must have been startled by the noise of shedding its skin and fled." As he spoke, Sabai's mood fell, his head drooping. "It escaped right before my eyes. I could not catch it." Bai Mu comforted him. "This is something we all wish to avoid. Do not blame yourself. We must protect the young females well." Xian Qing nodded. "Do not worry. If it dares to show its face again, I shall make soup of it." Han Qing grasped Sabai's arm. "It is all right. The stray beast is simply too cunning. We must ensure Su Su's safety." Sabai glanced at the peacefully sleeping young female in the room and nodded. "It will certainly return for Su Su. We must stay close to her." Bai Mu affirmed. "Let's keep this from the young female." The others agreed without objection, and the four turned to re-enter the cave, while Xian Qing climbed back onto the bed to cuddle with Su Cha. Bai Mu went to the kitchen, bringing out meat for Sabai, while Han Qing transformed into his beast form and lay by the fire. The group shared no words, yet their cooperation was instinctual, understanding each other's glances perfectly. It was not until the sun reached its zenith that Su Cha awoke, rolling over to see the playful Xian Qing propped up on his elbows, gazing at her. Thinking she had drooled in her sleep, she reached up to touch her chin and spoke. "Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you going to sleep?" Xianqing ruffled her tousled hair. Su is beautiful. Su Cha, caught by his affectionate gaze, turned her face away. I need to get. Where are Bai Mu and the others? Xianqing immediately sprang up to help her dress. How heartless of you, Su. I kept you company while you slept, and now you want to find Bai Mu right away. How it wounds my heart. Su Cha promptly pushed him away. Scoundrel. Let me get up. Xianqing, grinning, carried Su Cha out of the room and into the living room, stating, I want to let you go. If I release Su, she will seek Bai Mu and forget about me. In the living room, Bai Mu sat on one side, Sabai on the other, and Hanqing wagged his tail by the fire. Su Cha sighed. I just want to sit by myself. Let me go. Xianqing stubbornly shook his head. What are you saying, Su? Your ears must be a bit off recently. You can't hear properly. Bai Mu chaked softly. Bai walked over to snatch Su Cha from Xianqing's grasp. If your ears are bad, do not pass it on to Su. Let me hold her. Su Cha tightened her hold around Sabai's neck, smiling as she nodded. Yes, you can help me check. Xianqing leaned against the stone wall, gazing adoringly at Su Cha. That one do. I am lovesick, and only Su can cure me. Su Cha, sitting on Sabai's lap, shot him a glare. Scoundrel, are you feeling a bit too mischievous lately? Xianqing whistled. Sure, hitting his affection, scolding his love. I understand, Su, do not hold back. Su Cha, not wanting to entertain him, clung tighter to Sabai and asked, What did you do this afternoon? Sabai adjusted her position for greater comfort and replied, There was a small waterway in the forest that was blocked. We went to clear it so that the water could flow. Su Cha responded with an O and called out to Hanqing, who was happily playing with the cubs, Give me Si Bao. Bai Mu promptly lifted Si Bao by the nape and placed him in Su Cha's arms. Hold him. He is a good boy. Si Bao nestled in his mother's embrace, enjoying being petted and emitting soft purring sounds, his tail wagging joyfully. Sabai reached out to stroke Si Bao's beautiful, fluffy fur. He has gotten a bit dirty. When the weather warms up, we should take them out to play and teach them to hunt. Su Cha, not understanding these matters, simply adored the fluffy little creature and nodded in agreement. I'll listen to you all. Bai Mu smiled and added, when the warm season arrives, we can teach them all four to hunt. By the time we check on the mother beasts, it should be about right. Xianqing spoke up beside them. All right, let us go together to meet your mother beast. Bai Mu nodded with a smile, adding a stick to the fire. Hanqing, fearing he would be left out, immediately jumped up and exclaimed, What about me? I want to go too. I don't want to stay behind alone. Su Cha, observing his eager demeanor, chuckled. We're all going. We can have fun along the way. Hanqing promptly lay down with a cheerful grin. Great. Just take me along. Suddenly, Su Cha remembered something and asked, Is there sea around here? I've never been to the seaside. At the mention of the sea, Hanqing reacted strongly, shouting, No, the sea is very far away. Don't think about it, Su. Su Cha replied with a sigh. All right, I just thought it would be nice to play by the sea. I've never been there. Unaware of the situation, Xianqing smiled and said, What's the big deal? We'll go once the warm season arrives. Su Cha turned to Xianqing with sparkling eyes. Really? However, she glanced at Bai Mu and the others. Bai Mu nodded. Yes, we'll take Cha along. We can catch some big fish too. Everyone was delighted, except for Hanqing, who sulked with his back turned. Su is still thinking about that merman tribe. I knew it, boo-hoo. Xianqing, suppressing a smile, asked, What merman tribe? I wasn't aware of such a thing. Su Cha, seeing Hanqing's sorrowful expression and Xuanqing's inquiry, felt a bit guilty about the innocent nature of their relationship. She poked her fingers together. It's about the exchange at the Sun City, but we don't have any relationship. Bai Mu confirmed. Cha really likes pearls and shells. So she exchanged some with a few males from the merman tribe. Snuggling in Sabai's embrace, Su Cha quickly nodded. Yes, I don't know Jinchi at all. Hanqing instantly accused her. But you remember his name. Su Cha retorted. He just told me one name. Don't overthink it. Hanqing replied. I understand now. Then he transformed into his beast form, burying his large head into his body as he cried softly. Su Cha, unsure why, felt the urge to laugh, but managed to suppress it, holding Sabai tightly and quietly chuckling against his neck. Chapter 170. The beastman who gets eaten by Mu chuckled as he watched the large wolf by the fire rise and pat his head. All right, you're already a little female's partner. There's no need to worry. Hanqing immediately perked up, shaking his whiskers with excitement. Oh, right, hee. He then approached Su Cha to nuzzle her. I'm sorry, Su, I was wrong. Su Cha, looking at him, patted his large head. I forgive you, but if you don't trust me in the future, I'll have Bai Mu beat you up. Hanqing nodded vigorously. I won't. Sabai, holding Su Cha, said, The ice and snow in the forest have melted. The water will rise soon, so it's better not to go out. Bai Mu agreed. All right, We'll wait until after the double moons. Sucha concurred, yes, it's still winter. She set down Seabow, allowing him to play with the other cubs, who immediately tumbled together. Yipping joyfully, Bai Mu, watching them, suddenly glanced at Sucha's belly. Has anything been bothering you lately? Cha-cha? At Bai Mu's question. Everyone turned their anxious eyes toward her. Sabai gently touched her body, checking for wounds. Does anything hurt? Su? You must tell us. Sucha, curious about why Bai Mu suddenly asked, responded, I don't feel anything. I just ate too much and overslept. She frowned lightly, shaking her head. I'm fine. Why do you ask? Bai Mu shook his head at their innocent expressions. It's nothing. I was just concerned about Cha-cha. Hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. Xianqing said, You scared us. We thought something was wrong with Su. Bai Mu smiled, shaking his head as he glanced at them, deciding not to reveal anything and chuckling softly. Sucha, intrigued, asked Bai Mu, What are you secretly laughing about? Bai Mu continued to smirk, just thinking about Cha-cha. Sucha, blushing at Bai Mu's eviction, averted her gaze, covering her warm ears. Suddenly, a sound from the cave entrance caught their attention. They turned and saw Chuan Gu. It turned out to be Chuan Gu, whom they hadn't seen in a while. Sucha greeted him. Are you here to see Sabai? Chuan Gu sat beside Sabai, nodding it's been a while. I came to check on him. Bai Mu walked over and picked up Sucha, while Sabai naturally released her, so Bai Mu could carry her easily. Sabai turned to Chuan Gu. It's been a while. I thought you had died in the cave. Chuan Gu laughed and shook his head. Not at all, Sabai. You've changed. We only saw each other at noon. Sucha sat obediently in Bai Mu's arms, listening to their conversation, feeling a bit bored as she played with Bai Mu's silver hair. Bai Mu glanced at her. Would you like me to take you to find Guer to play? Sucha shook her head. It's almost evening now. We wouldn't have time to play. Guer has also been busy. Let's go another day. Bai Mu nodded, gently massaging her waist when suddenly Chuan Gu mentioned the stray beast. Sabai nearly threw Chuan Gu out, but managed to let Sucha hear. Upon hearing stray beast, Sucha recalled the vile snake. Is it the same one as before? Chuan Gu, thinking Sabai had informed them of the situation, noticed the anxious stares directed at him, and his hair stood on end. He jumped up. I just remembered. I have something to do. I need to leave now. I'll come back another day. With that, he vanished in a blink of an eye. Sucha, expressionless, looked at Sabai. Are you hiding something from me? Hanqing immediately raised his hand, unable to contain himself. How could we hide anything from Su? Sucha's gaze fell on the trembling Hanqing, whose face was flushed and ears were as red as ripe cherries, nervously clutching his tail, revealing his unease. Sucha couldn't help but chuckle. Hanqing, tell me what's going on. If you do, you can sleep with me tonight. Hanqing's eyes lit up with excitement, looking at Sucha. Really, Su? Sucha nodded, while Sabai, looking displeased, interjected, Tonight is my turn. Let me tell you. Unable to keep the secret any longer, they decided to inform her. This way, she would understand the danger and avoid sneaking out to play. Sabai looked to the other two, and seeing them nod, began, It's about the stray beast that took you before. It has returned. But we couldn't catch it, and it got away. Sucha, upon hearing this, shrugged. Is that all? I had almost forgotten about it. Don't worry, I can protect myself. Bai Mu smiled and patted her head. Yes, our Cha-cha is the strongest. However, you must always inform us wherever you go. At least one of us must accompany you. Xianqing, glancing at the empty space where Sucha's arm was, appreciatively regarded Sabai. Indeed, Su Bai Mu is right. The stray beast is very cunning. We must remain vigilant. Sucha nodded obediently. In the future, if there's anything, you can tell me too. There's no need to hide it from me. I can avoid danger if I know. Right? Bai Mu agreed, nodding. Cha-cha is right. There won't be a next time. With the misunderstanding cleared, the atmosphere returned to warmth and laughter. Little did they know, at the foot of the mountain, a greedy gaze was fixated on Sucha's sweet smile, harboring desires to claim her. Above the forked tongue, two venomous fangs glimmered as it slithered silently up the tree. Meanwhile, in the underground river, a sneaky beast man was excitedly rummaging around, glancing left and right, fearful of being discovered as he had snuck out. If he could find what the elders needed, perhaps he could. At this thought, the sneaky beast man couldn't help but chuckle. When Xie returned, he found a lecherous beast man rummaging through his hibernation spot, where the lion tribe had painstakingly filled in the hole he had made. Now, this beast man was digging it up again. As Xie slowly glided closer to the orc, he suddenly expanded, opening his massive jaws to swallow the orc whole before retreating back into the underground river to slumber. The surface was immaculate, devoid of any blood. As if nothing had transpired, Even the orc had no time to cry out before Chi consumed him. In the far corner of the Lion Clan's cave, laughter erupted as Bai Mu stood up, glancing at the waning daylight, and declared, "What shall we have for dinner tonight? It is getting late." Sucha nodded after peering outside, suggesting, "Let us have stir-fried dishes. Boiled rice would suit the cubs as well." Bai Mu nodded and turned towards the kitchen. Suddenly, Sucha called out to him, recalling, "I just remembered, Bai Mu, we are out of chili peppers in the cellar. Stir-fried dishes would not taste as good. Let us stick with plain boiled rice. You make it delicious." Bai Mu chuckled in response. "All right, I shall prepare it right away." Han Qing scampered over to join Bai Mu, exclaiming, "I will help." Meanwhile, Sucha remained in the living room, playing with the cubs, who were in their most playful mood. Subai sat nearby, gently observing Sucha and the cubs at play. Chapter 171. Chi's provocation. Subai watched Sucha amusingly tease the cubs, mimicking their playful growls and chuckling softly. Upon hearing him, Sucha turned and caught him laughing at her, feeling slightly embarrassed as she averted her gaze. "What are you laughing at? Come here and help me with the cubs," she urged. Subai, noticing her flushed ears, obediently got up and joined her, and together they continued to engage the cubs in play, their joyous laughter mingling with the sounds of meat being chopped in the kitchen. Before long, Bai Mu emerged with a pot, placing it over the fire, and took a piece of lean meat to slowly roast. Han Qing was still busy in the kitchen, and upon seeing Bai Mu juggling both cooking rice and roasting meat, Sucha inquired, "Is there not enough rice to eat?" Bai Mu, noticing her eager gaze on the roasting meat, smiled and replied, "This piece of meat will be sliced and placed in your bowl shortly. You need to eat more meat, as you do not favor fatty cuts." Sucha's eyes sparkled with affection at his words. Observing the sizzling meat, she leaned over and pecked Bai Mu on the cheek, exclaiming, You discover my secret. It smells so good." Bai Mu tenderly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and pointed towards the cubs. "Go play with the cubs. It will be ready shortly." With a skip in her step, Sucha dashed over to a large lion, playfully touching his ears. "Sube, your ears are so thick and meaty. They feel wonderful to touch." Initially resistant, Subai lay down, then touched them a little longer. Sucha nodded, watching the cubs climb onto Subai, lifting them onto his back. Subai lay patiently, allowing the cubs to play with him as if he were their toy. In the kitchen, Han Qing emerged, glancing at them before excitedly announcing to Bai Mu, "I have washed the potatoes and cut them to match the size of the meat. We're just waiting for the rice to finish cooking." Sucha interjected, "Add a bit of lard for better flavor." Han Qing promptly turned around to praise her. "You are still so clever, Su. I will reward you with extra meat later." Sucha, hearing the mention of meat, nonchalantly replied and returned to playing with Subai's ears or tail. Han Qing joined in their merriment, while Bai Mu focused intently on roasting the meat and monitoring the rice. Soon, the aromas of the cooking rice and roasted meat wafted through the air, instantly attracting the cubs, who squatted eagerly beside Bai Mu. Even Sucha rushed over, captivated by the delightful scent. Bai Mu chuckled as he patted them. "Just a little longer. Soon you shall eat." Subai transformed into human form, approaching to lift the lid and inspect. "We can add the meat and potatoes now." Han Qing dashed inside, returning with the meat and potatoes, brushing a layer of lard over the rice before adding them, saving the vegetables for the last moment. Subai quickly covered the pot to allow it to steam. Bai Mu, taking the roasted meat, cut it into small pieces before returning to sit down, waiting for the rice to finish. In the forest, a massive, pitch-black venomous serpent lay at the riverbed of the Lion Clan, fixated on the glowing cave halfway up the mountain. He recalled the 4 cubs he had seen earlier, surprised they had actually been born. It had been a while since he last saw Su, and he felt a pang of urgency. They had been too watchful of her, leaving him no opportunity to approach. Having just emerged from hibernation, Chi felt hunger gnawing at him, casting a reluctant glance back before swimming deeper into the forest. Moving quickly like a shadow, the arrival of Chi startled a flock of birds in the forest. He glanced upward at the chattering birds atop the tree, silently coiling around the trunks to climb higher until the chirping ceased, leaving the night eerily quiet. Satisfied, Chi glided down, relishing the stillness around him, and began to hunt. To satiate his hunger, he would need to sleep for 2 days to digest his meal, which meant 2 days without seeing Su. Back in the Lion Clan, Sucha and the others had begun their meal. Bai Mu had prepared a delicious dish of roasted meat mixed with rice, and she could not resist indulging in 2 hefty bowls. The cubs on the ground spun in circles, joyfully wagging their tails as they ate. Bai Mu rose to refill her bowl, attempting to take hers, but she refused. "I will be full after this bowl. I do not want more. Bai Mu laughed and placed the remaining roasted meat in her bowl. Then enjoy your meat. Han Qing approached, cradling his large bowl, reaching towards Bai Mu with a cheeky grin. I want more. Xian Qing also stood up. I want more too. Bai Mu's cooking is delicious. Bai Mu filled their bowls one by one, saying, There's plenty. Eat your fill. Su Cha finished the roasted meat in her bowl and set it down, slowly walking in the living room before heading towards the cave entrance. Upon seeing the dark night, she shivered slightly and hurried back inside. Before long, Bai Mu had finished eating and stood up, supporting Su Cha as they wandered the living room while waiting for the others to finish. Ultimately, it was Han Qing and Xian Qing who lingered the longest, washing the dishes, while Su Cha, Bai Mu, and Su Bai bathed and dried the cubs by the fire. Su Cha was washing Dabao, noticing his wet fur sticking to his chubby body, remarking, We want to feed them tonight. Look how round their bellies are. Bai Mu gently patted the cubs beneath his hands, all of them round and plump, and nodded, Then we shall not feed them tonight. The three of them dried the 4 chubby cubs and placed them by the fire to dry their fur faster. Han Qing had just emerged to see they were finished and approached with a basin of water to pour out. Xian Qing followed, taking one of the cubs from Bai Mu to roast its fur. When Han Qing returned, he had no cubs to hold, so he turned to lift Su Cha's, saying, Dabao is so heavy, let me take him. Su Cha leaned against Bai Mu's shoulder, nodding with closed eyes, suddenly voicing, Why do I feel like I've been so sleepy lately? Su Bai gently caressed her head. It's nothing. Perhaps you were just tired, Su. A few days of rest will do you good. Su Cha nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Indeed, I will sleep early tonight. Let us rest once the cub's fur is dry. Observing her fatigue, Su Bai stood up, handing the cubs to Bai Mu and embracing Su Cha to carry her back to their room. Then let us sleep. Su Cha responded, What about the cubs? Su Bai kissed her forehead. Sleep. The cubs will be with Bai Mu. With that, he stripped off his clothes, wrapping Su Cha and himself in warm furs. Su Bai contentedly held her close, whispering, Sleep now. I am tired too. Bai Mu, noticing Su Cha's absence in the living room while waiting for the cub's fur to dry, promptly returned to the room to prepare for sleep. Lastly, Han Qing chuckled as he closed the door and extinguished the fire, turning to join the cubs in their room for the night. The following morning, Bai Mu discovered a complete venomous serpent skin at the cave entrance. Chapter 172. Burning the venomous serpent skin, Bai Mu silently regarded the neatly stacked skin before turning to the kitchen to fetch a stick, which he used to carry it outside the clan and dispose of it at the mountain's foot, setting it ablaze to cleanse it before returning. Xian Qing, observing Bai Mu's return, curiously asked, So early, what were you up to? Bai Mu calmly recounted the discovery of the venomous serpent skin at the cave entrance and added, I took it out to burn it clean. Xian Qing regarded him with admiration, nodding and speaking with a tone of disdain. Indeed, if we capture a wandering beast, we shall set it ablaze. I have heard that even the venomous serpent fears fire, though I cannot ascertain the truth of this. Bai Mu expressed his agreement before entering to wash his hands, subsequently igniting a fire to prepare rice. After stretching languidly at the cave's entrance, Xian Qing called out to Bai Mu, I shall visit the Xianyu clan for a while and return shortly. And with that, he unfurled his wings and soared towards the mountain summit. Han Qing, rubbing his eyes as he emerged from the room of the cubs, caught sight of the large wings taking flight and exclaimed, Where's that birdman off to so early? Bai Mu glanced at him and replied, Xian Qing has gone to the Xianyu clan. Come over and keep an eye on the fire while I wash the rice. Han Qing, acknowledging with a simple "oh," approached and settled down, tending to the flames to make them burn brighter. Observing the sky outside, Bai Mu rose to prepare breakfast and quickly returned with a pot, placing it atop the fire as they both sat down. Bai Mu then recounted to Han Qing the sighting of the venomous serpent's hide at the cave entrance. Han Qing, upon hearing this, excitedly snapped a stick in his grip, ready to voice his thoughts, but suddenly covered his mouth and, casting a furtive glance towards Su Cha's room, whispered, He dares to return. If I catch him, I shall roast him and consume him myself. Bai Mu tossed dry twigs into the fire, saying, Despite not having captured him, he still dares to appear and provoke us. We must remain vigilant and protect the little female. Han Qing glanced at the two nestled together in the room and nodded. Rest assured, ye shall safeguard Susu. Bai Mu affirmed they should awaken shortly. Hearing the sounds of the cubs, Han Qing rose and walked towards the small room, soon emerging with 4 fluffy cubs, placing them beside Bai Mu. The cubs frolicked in the living room, occasionally playfully nipping at Bai Mu and Han Qing, urging them to join in their play. Bai Mu gently pushed the cubs away, pointing to the bubbling pot over the fire, and affectionately stroked their heads, saying, I am cooking something delicious for you. Be good and play for a while. Wait for your mother to awaken to play with you. Han Qing transformed into his beast form and took the cubs to the cave entrance to play, while Bai Mu watched the rice bubbling, adding meat and cabbage before covering the pot. He sat down, observing the playful cubs as they awaited Su Cha's awakening, with only the sounds of the cubs' playful cries and the crackling fire filling the air. Inside, Bai had awoken when the cubs stirred, holding Su Cha gently as he awaited her consciousness, lightly tracing her face with his fingers. When his fingertips brushed her lips, Su Cha awakened. Feeling an itch on her face, vexed, she reached out to swat what she thought was a bothersome insect, only to grasp a large hand. Instantly alert, Su Cha turned to Bai with exasperation. Why did you disturb my sleep? I thought it was a bug. Bai chuckled softly at her ruffled demeanor. My apologies. I simply cannot resist your beauty, Su. Seeing his handsome face up close, Su Cha's irritation faded as she embraced him. All right, I shall forgive you this once. Now that I am awake, I might as well get up. Bai replied with a simple helping Su Cha sit up and dress her, while both made their way to join Bai Mu in the living room. Su Cha called out cheerfully, Bai Mu, you are up so early? What are you cooking? Bai Mu turned to the room, rising to approach Su Cha, who had just finished dressing and stood reaching out for him to lift her. Bai Mu smiled and picked her up, with Bai following closely behind, holding her shoes. Han Qing, hearing Su Cha's voice, rushed in, trailed by the 4 fluffy cubs. Were it not for the black stripes on the cubs, one might mistake them for Han Qing's own offspring. Bai Mu seated Su Cha beside the fire, saying, I am cooking rice. It has been a while since you had breakfast. Bai squatted down to help Su Cha with her shoes, glancing around and inquiring, where is Qing? Has he not yet risen? Han Qing, sitting nearby with a wagging tail, replied joyfully, Qing has returned to his tribe. Bai Mu nodded, Su Cha, go wash your face and brush your teeth. I shall bring the pot down, and once you are ready, we can eat. Su Cha nodded. Jumping down from Bai Mu's embrace and heading towards the kitchen, followed eagerly by the cubs. Bai Mu stood to bring the pot down, placing it on the table, lifting the lid to stir the contents, then went to fetch 2 large bowls and 4 smaller ones to stir the rice and allow it to cool. In the kitchen, Su Cha washed her face and, noticing the 4 cubs tilting their heads at her, found them irresistibly adorable, washing their faces and patting their heads. All right. Now you're even cuter. Go outside and find your father to warm yourselves by the fire. The cubs obediently trotted outside to sit beside Bai Mu by the fire. Just then, Qing returned, entering with a branch laden with fruits. Not seeing Su Cha, he asked, where is Su? I have brought her some sweet fruits. Upon hearing his voice, Su Cha rushed out from the kitchen, exclaiming, I am here. Qing smiled as he handed her the branch. Here are the sweet fruits. I noticed you enjoyed them at Guerre's place, so I want to find some. Su Cha delightedly accepted the branch, plucking a sweet and fresh fruit from it, then excitedly approached Qing to give him a peck on the cheek. Delicious. Thank you, Qing. Qing embraced her and settled by the fire, saying, now tell me you love me the most. Su Cha giggled and replied, I love you all the most. Qing, not annoyed, playfully pinched her nose, exclaiming helplessly, you just know how to charm me. Now eat. Bai Mu approached, placing the branch aside, declaring, let us eat the rice first. It is just right. Su Cha nodded, rising to fetch the rice and running back to offer it to Qing. You eat first. Thank you for finding the sweet fruit for me. Qing accepted the bowl with a smile, taking a bite. Bai Mu's cooking is still the best. The family gathered around the fire, with even the cubs receiving a large bowl to share. Bai Mu lightly tapped their heads with his chopsticks, admonishing, no fighting. And remember, the cubs chirped in protest before lowering their heads to continue eating. Qing spoke up from the side, I just went out. The snow has melted, and there is water everywhere. Thankfully, we dug many small ditches, allowing the water to flow into the river, along with a large pit we excavated. Bai nodded. In a few days, it will warm up, and we won't need to warm ourselves by the fire anymore. The Double Moon Festival is approaching, and I will soon be busy preparing for the tribe's blessings and bonfire. Su Cha, filled with anticipation, exclaimed, great. This will be my first festival here. Bai Mu and the others assumed she meant it was because she had no one to celebrate with before and paid it no mind. Qing affectionately ruffled her hair, teasing, make sure to stay close to us, Su, lest you be taken away by a wicked beast. Su Cha nodded, do not worry, I have everything planned. On that day, we shall sit together with Guerre's family. It will be so much fun. Han Qing, engrossed in devouring the rice, had little to say, but he quickly returned for another bowl, leaving Su-cha astonished at his speed, exclaiming, "That is so hot. Eat slowly. There is still more in the pot." Han-ching chuckled. "I do not find it hot at all," and proceeded to refill the cubs' bowls as well. Chapter 173. An Unexpected Discovery After Breakfast. Su-cha gazed at the slowly rising sun, remarking, "Winter is truly coming to an end." Han-ching nodded. "This tedious winter is finally passing. If I lie down any longer, my bones shall become loose. I long to run freely, hunt, and tear into my prey." Xianqing, smiling as he tapped Han-ching on the head, cautioned, "You must not venture out these days. The beasts awakening from hibernation will be hunting. A beast that has gone an entire winter without food is quite fearsome." Han-ching covered his head. "I did not mention going out. I see you are merely looking for an excuse to strike me." Bai Mu and Bai were in the kitchen washing dishes, conversing, and soon emerged to find the family seated in a neat row at the cave entrance, watching the sunrise, while the cubs darted playfully around their feet. Xianqing, blowing on his fingers, jested he could ask Bai Mu, "It would not be unjust for me to hit you." Han-ching, aware of the implications, fell silent. Xianqing, with a raised brow and a smile, recalled how Han-ching had once sneakily taken Su-su out, and he dared not reveal this to Bai Mu. Bai Mu, noticing Su-cha seated on the ground, lifted her onto his lap, embracing her intimately as he inquired, "Are you cold?" Su-cha shook her head. "I was a bit earlier, but I'm not cold now." Bai added from the side, "I shall soon begin my preparations for tribe matters. Please take good care of Su-su." The others nodded in agreement, rest assured. Bai gently tapped Han-ching's head, saying, "Especially you, if Su-su encourages you to go out to play, just let us know." Han-ching, too timid to respond, covered his head and hid behind Bai Mu. Su-cha, feeling guilty at this remark, whispered, "I never encouraged Han-ching to go out. It's just that I went out to meet you all." Upon receiving a sidelong glance from Bai, she immediately smiled obsequiously. "There won't be a next time, I promise. Unless you all wish to take me out." Only then did Bai pat her head reassuringly, saying, "Let's wait a few days before going out. It's dangerous outside now, especially with a stray beast lurking. Therefore, I hope Su-su understands and behaves." Bai Mu also leaned in to kiss her, affirming Bai is right. After some time, "We will take you out to play." Xuanqing took Su-cha's hand, adding, "Yes, Su-su, we are all very concerned about you." Han-ching nodded vigorously, his eyes glistening as he gazed at Su-cha. Su-cha pursed her lips. "I understand. You need not worry so much. Besides, I didn't come to any harm last time. I even managed to stab him once. I always carry the horn knife Bai Mu gave me." Just then, the sun climbed into the sky, its rays warming the earth and enveloping Su-cha's face. In a moment of excitement, she exclaimed, "Look quickly, the sun has risen." The others turned in the direction of her pointing finger, witnessing the vibrant sunlight bringing life to the earth, with tender shoots sprouting at the foot of the mountain. They stood in awe of the sun, while the cubs began to roar, drawing everyone's attention back. Su-cha flicked the cubs gently. "Stop shouting, it's noisy. Sit quietly and bask in the sun so you can grow." The cubs, upon hearing her, obediently laid down beside them, closing their eyes to soak up the sunlight. Bai's hair glistened under the sun, a golden hue that complemented his exquisitely sculpted features as he gazed affectionately at Su-cha. Uncomfortable under his intense gaze, she averted her eyes, feeling her ears flush with warmth, grumbling internally about this man who continually enticed her. Choosing not to look at Bai any longer, she closed her eyes and leaned against Bai Mu, basking in the sunlight. Bai, noticing Su-cha's blush, smirked slightly, propping one leg up and reclining against the stone wall, eyes closed, reveling in the sunlight. Xuanqing quietly held Su-cha's hand, idly toying with it, while Han-ching had transformed into his beast form, lying with the cubs. Bai Mu gazed down tenderly at Su-cha, gently patting her back to soothe her. The family sat together at the cave entrance, enjoying the tranquil moment in silence. After a while, Han-ching and the cubs even began to snore. Bai Mu glanced at the sleeping figure in his arms and kicked Han-ching lightly. Han-ching immediately ceased his snoring, and even the cubs quieted down. Bai opened his eyes to check the sun's position before closing them once more to rest, cherishing this rare moment with Su-su. He knew he would soon be busy again. His beast ears drooped unhappily atop his head. Bai Mu gently lowered his gaze to Su-cha, noticing she remained asleep, likely disturbed by Han-ching's snoring. He frowned slightly and resumed lightly patting her back, only for Su-cha to drift back into a deeper slumber. Bai Mu stared vacantly into the distance towards the forest. Indeed, during lunch when they were enjoying roasted meat, Bai was summoned by the chieftain. Sucha watched him leave with the roasted meat, saying, "Is he already that busy?" Baimu nodded. Sabai is a shaman in our tribe. The twin moon shamans are always busy with blessings. Sucha replied with an O, continuing to eat the roasted meat while glancing at Xuanqing. You're still the elder of your Xuanyu tribe, yet you seem quite idle these days. Aren't you going back? Xuanqing raised an eyebrow, smiling as he offered her a piece of deliciously roasted meat. Don't worry, they will come to seek me out for matters they cannot handle. Sucha nodded and turned to Baimu, saying, I want more to eat. Hanqing, pondering over Sucha's belly, reached out and touched it. Su, why have you been eating so much lately? You aren't expecting cubs, are you? Upon uttering this, he appeared delighted, looking at her with surprise. Xuanqing, hearing Hanqing's words, also looked at Sucha with astonishment. Really? Is Su having mine? Among the three, only Baimu remained calm, handing Sucha another piece of tender roasted meat without saying a word. Sucha, bewildered, responded, That's unlikely. I've been with all of you, and no one transformed. Hanqing scoffed. Someone must have done so secretly. Look at you, always sleeping and eating a lot. Isn't that just like when Da Bao and the others were in the same situation? Sucha nodded, indeed feeling that her appetite and sleepiness had increased notably. However, upon reflection, she realized that they had always transformed into their human forms during their encounters. Did it happen while she was unconscious? After all, their stamina was remarkable, often leaving her in a state of faintness. Xuanqing, noticing Sucha's flushed cheeks, gently shook her. Su, are you thinking about something embarrassing? Your face is so red. Sucha gasped, awkwardly coughing. No, I'm just feeling warm by the fire. I can't be sure. Perhaps we should wait for Bai to return. She was uncertain about the cub's parentage. Baimu patted her head. Just eat for now. We'll let Sabai check this evening. Hanqing, seeing Sucha's voracious appetite, happily offered her his roasted meat, proud to be the first to notice. To his surprise, Sucha declined. I won't eat yours. You cooked it poorly. Hanqing protested. Xuanqing, standing nearby, was equally excited, grinning as he occasionally reached out to touch Sucha's belly. Chapter 174. Sucha is pregnant after lunch. Xuanqing and Hanqing excitedly followed Sucha, occasionally asking if she wanted to sleep or eat. Sucha rubbed her round belly and said, Could you both be a bit quieter? Besides, whether it's true or not, my belly is this big probably just because I've overeaten. Xuanqing, supporting her, remarked, If it's not true, then we could just work harder tonight to make it happen. He winked at her playfully, attempting to flirt. Sucha, now indifferent to such charms, pushed Xuanqing away. Is your eye bothering you? You keep blinking. Hanqing laughed out loud. Oh, you crack me up? Ignoring the two jesters, Sucha walked towards the kitchen to see what Baimu was doing. Baimu looked down at her and chuckled. What brings you here, dear? I am washing dishes. I'll play with you shortly. Sucha shook her head. I want to wait for you to take a nap with me. Baimu juka sopti anzai. Then Sucha, let go of me for a moment. I'll wash my hands and we can go to sleep. Sucha obediently released him, waiting patiently. Just then, Xuanqing and Hanqing entered, grinning. Sucha turned to them, saying, You two look like troublemakers. Xuanqing immediately responded with a laugh. Hanqing is the wolf. I'm not the one in trouble. I have the prettiest feathers in the Xuanyu tribe. He puffed out his chest proudly. Hanqing scoffed. But Su loves my fur the most. Your feathers are of no use. As they began to bicker, Sucha quickly intervened. Stop it. Both of you are right. Just be quiet. My head hurts. Instantly, Xuanqing and Hanqing fell silent, nervously glancing at each other, each suspecting the other of being the father. Baimu walked over and lifted Sucha into his arms, heading towards their room while calling out to them. I'll accompany my little female for a nap. You two keep it down and don't fight. Xuanqing nodded. Don't worry. I'm the third brother. I'll one-T bully the younger ones. This statement infuriated Hanqing, who retorted, If not for you trying to entice Su, you'd be the youngest. What are you bragging about? Xuanqing, witnessing Hanqing's frustration, cheerfully whistled and sat at the cave entrance, closing his eyes in a show of refusal to engage. Hanqing, equally irked, ignored him and took Da Bao and the others to the small room to sleep. Inside, Baimu held Sucha gently, patting her back. Sleep now, don't worry. When Sabai returns, we'll know for sure. The shaman has his ways. Sucha nodded, feeling a bit uncertain. After all, Da Bao and the others had been born 3 months ago, and it had been a while since she had her period. As the gentle voice of Baimu lulled her into a tranquil slumber, he too reclined, bestowing a tender kiss upon her before seeking a moment of rest. Xianqing, basking in the sunlight at the cave entrance, sensed the surrounding tranquility and finally opened his eyes. This little one could not possibly be his. He had not taken on his beast form. It must belong to Tsabai or Hanqing. How infuriating to have been ambushed. He resolved to administer a proper thrashing when the truth was uncovered. Observing a small bird flitting across the sky, he slowly raised his hand, conjuring a stream of air that enveloped the bird, rendering it unable to move from its original position. Inside the small room, Hanqing wept silently, his eyes swollen with tears, pitifully clutching Da Bao and her bow to wipe his tears, afraid to make a sound lest he disturb Su Cha's slumber. He curled up, despondent, on the tiny bed belonging to the little ones, his shoulders shaking, his wolf ears drooping sadly atop his head. After a while, Xianqing, finding the scene before him rather dull, released the bird and languidly leaned against the cave entrance, lost in thought as he gazed into the distant forest. Time slipped away, and the sun nearly reached its zenith, yet Xianqing remained motionless, ensnared in his despondency. Tsabai approached from afar, noticing Xianqing's forlorn state. He raised an eyebrow and kicked him lightly, inquiring, "What are you doing? Why not just jump down from here? Is the height insufficient for you?" Xianqing, unresponsive, suddenly grasped Tsabai's leg. Startled, Tsabai leaped back, exclaiming, "If you wish to perish, don't drag me down with you. I cannot bear the thought of losing Su Su." Upon hearing Su Su's name, Xianqing snapped back to reality, clutching Tsabai's leg and wailing, "That scoundrel Hanqing ambushed me. Wah, Su Su is having wolf cubs." Tsabai felt a flicker of unease and pride, Xianqing's hand away, asking, "What's going on? Where's Su Su and Bai Mu?" He turned and walked into the cave, just in time to see Bai Mu helping Su Cha dress. Hanqing, hearing the commotion, emerged from the small room, cradling the little ones. Tsabai observed the scene and noted that while one was crying inside, another was crying outside. He felt a pang of guilt as he avoided Hanqing's red-rimmed eyes, clearly filled with grievance. It was evident that their personalities had led them to quarrel. Xianqing suspected Hanqing, while Hanqing suspected Xianqing. Thankfully, no one suspected him, and he quickly slipped into the room. As Xuanqing's gaze met Hanqing's, they both huffed in disdain, trailing behind Tsabai, one on each side. Bai Mu watched the trio enter, amusement dancing in his eyes as he remarked to Tsabai, "It seems they had a quarrel at noon. This is beyond my capacity to resolve." Tsabai nodded sheepishly, turning to Su Cha. "Su Su, how do you feel?" Su Cha sat on the bed for a while before speaking. "Earlier today, Hanqing suggested I might be pregnant. Coupled with my recent excessive sleepiness and appetite, I find myself somewhat suspicious. However, you all did not take on your beast forms with me. If there are indeed cubs, I truly have no idea who the father is." Her gaze shifted to the four of them. Bai Mu maintained a calm demeanor, smiling at the three. Hanqing and Xianqing exchanged mutual suspicion, ready to erupt at any moment, while Tsabai simply nodded, "Wait a moment." He then turned, moving to the next room, standing before a niche in the wall for a moment before retrieving a leaf, approaching Su Cha and the others. Bai Mu had already seated Su Cha in the living room, and all eyes turned to Tsabai and the object in his hand. Tsabai smiled, sitting down. "This is a sour leaf, detectable only by pregnant females. To others, it smells like an ordinary leaf." He offered it to Hanqing to try. Hanqing immediately declared, "It has no distinct scent. It's just like any other leaf." Tsabai nodded and then handed it to Su Cha, who was met with anxious stares. Su Cha took a whiff, grimaced, and promptly tossed it aside, exclaiming, "Sour? More so than the pickled vegetables I made." She gagged slightly. Bai Mu quickly patted her back, while Xianqing rushed to the kitchen to fetch water for her to rinse her mouth. Feeling somewhat better, Su Cha's gaze returned to Tsabai. "So, Su Su is expecting, or not?" Tsabai's expression brightened, his golden eyes sparkling as he looked at Su Cha. "Su Su is indeed pregnant, though it appears to be only a little over 10 days along." Xianqing glared furiously at Hanqing. Hanqing retaliated with a fierce glare, and it seemed a brawl was imminent until Tsabai interjected, "It's mine." Xianqing, taken aback, looked at Tsabai. "Yours? When did this happen? I thought it was Hanqing's." Hanqing nodded, his expression awkward as he addressed Tsabai. "I also assumed it was Xianqing's, given his tendency to flirt with Su Su." Bai Mu chuckled softly. "Well, Tsabai, you've done an excellent job of keeping this a secret, even from me." Tsabai raised an eyebrow. "You didn't know?" Bai Mu rubbed his nose, choosing silence. Su Cha, equally bewildered, asked, "When did this happen? How can I not know?" Tsabai settled beside Su Cha. "It was during our last encounter. Su Su fainted afterward, and I couldn't help myself." He wore an expression of mock innocence. Su Cha caressed her belly, contemplating the small life within her, realizing that in a few months they would welcome another little lion. Bai Mu embraced her from now on. Da Bao and her Bao will be big brothers. Don't overthink it, just cherish this moment. Sucha nodded, leaning into Bai Mu's embrace. Bai Mu exchanged glances with Sabai, who promptly seized the two bickering individuals and led them outside. Xianqing protested, "Don't think just because you're the second eldest. I won't dare to hit you." Hanqing agreed, "As long as the cub isn't Xianqing's, I can accept it." On the other hand, Xianqing, who had begun to accept the situation, exclaimed, "What do you mean by that? Thank goodness it's not yours. Otherwise, I would have to kill you." Sabai dragged the two away, discreetly sprinkling a bit of powder, unnoticed by the squabbling pair. With a mischievous smile, Sabai led them from the tribe, revealing his beast form at the foot of the mountain, roaring with excitement. "Let us have a fight. Just what I need to vent." His forepaws shimmered with fiery light. Xianqing, seeing this, soared into the air, declaring, "You and Hanqing can fight. I have no desire to risk my beautiful feathers." Hanqing, possessing a one-star ice-type beast spirit, faced an uphill battle against Sabai, a two-star veteran. Unexpectedly, as Xianqing flew through the air, he lost his balance and plummeted on a Hanqing. Hanqing yelped, "Clumsy bird, why are you so heavy?" Xianqing glared at Sabai, accusing, "You drugged me." Sabai perched above them, looking down with a nod. "You two have been unruly, disturbing Susu and causing her distress. Reflect upon your actions. I have my methods of dealing with disobedience." Unable to move, Xianqing surrendered, lounging on Hanqing's body as he appraised the imposing lion before him, clicking his tongue. "Were it not for your beast form, I might have mistaken you for a cunning fox." Sabai smiled in agreement. "Thank you for the compliment. I shall return to keep Susu company. You two will be able to move again by nightfall." With that, he walked away with elegant strides, leaving the pair to call after him. Reflecting on their actions, Xianqing realized they had indeed caused Susu distress and fell silent. Hanqing, however, continued to lament his plight. Xianqing, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "Stop your wailing. It's your fault we quarreled and put Susu in the middle. Sabai is merely cleaning up our mess." He won tea return. Hanqing remained skeptical. "Don't cast aspersions on Bai Mu. You're fine." "But I was genuinely thrashed by Sabai." Xianqing sighed, falling from above hurt too. "Didn't you see Bai Mu signaling Sabai? We both deserve the punishment. Now, let me rest for a while." Hanqing scoffed, "Of course, it's easy for you up there, not being the one to cushion the fall." Xianqing chuckled softly. "Since Sabai did not leave me behind, it must mean that your mistakes exceed mine. Please be quiet, or we might attract attention, which would be quite embarrassing. As the esteemed elder of the Xuanyu tribe, I still care about my dignity." With a satisfied glance around, she noted that Sabai had at least shown some conscience by hiding them behind the large tree. "I shall take a nap now. I have no idea what Sabai has concocted for us. I feel utterly languid and shall sleep instead. Hanqing, keep an eye out for danger and wake me if anything arises." Hanqing lay below, grumbling, "Got it." He turned his gaze towards the cave entrance, uncertain if Susu would think of him. Meanwhile, Sabai floated to the cave entrance, where Sucha rushed over, looking at the large lion before her. "Where are the others? Why did you come back alone?" Sabai transformed into human form, smiling broadly as he embraced Sucha. "Rejoice, we have cubs now, Susu." Sucha shyly replied, "I am happy too, but what about the others? Are they upset? Did they hurt you?" Bai Mu emerged from behind and exchanged glances with Sabai. Sabai nodded gently, pointing to the large tree at the foot of the mountain. Bai Mu reassuringly said, "Do not worry. Cha-cha, they know their limits." Sabai nodded eagerly like a naive child. Sucha pinched his cheek playfully. "You are so silly. Where have Xianqing and Hanqing gone?" Sabai snapped back to attention. "Oh." Xianqing took Hanqing to the Xuanyu tribe for some fun. They said they would return before dark. Sucha replied with an "oh," and together with Bai Mu and Sabai, they headed back. Sabai quickly gathered firewood from the kitchen, saying it will be cold for a few more days. The warmth will only come after the Xuanyu festival. "Susu, be careful not to catch cold." Sucha nodded, leaning against Bai Mu as she playfully teased the cubs with her feet. The cubs excitedly yelped, vying for her shoes, while Bai Mu bent down, preparing to scold them. Sucha quickly grabbed his hand. "Let them play a little longer. They won't ruin anything." Sabai, using a small stick to attract the cubs, called out, "Come here, little ones." The four cubs joyfully raced towards Sabai, tugging at the stick and wagging their heads. Sabai, chuckling, remarked, "Next time we go hunting, we can take the cubs to catch little rabbits or wild chickens." Bai Mu nodded. Looking at Sabai, he asked, "How are your preparations for the Xuanyu festival coming along?" Sabai tossed firewood into the flames, affirming, "All set. When I offer my prayers, you all keep an eye on Susu. After all, the nearby tribes will also join us. Sucha curiously asked, not just our tribe, but other tribes as well? Sabai nodded with a smile. Yes, many tribes will come, so Susu must not wander off. Suchari assured him, do not worry. I will stay close to Baimu. She was quite looking forward to the Xuanyue festival. As Go'er had said, it would indeed be lively with so many people. And she would even see other beastmen. As Tabai played with the cubs, watching the happy Sucha, he shook his head with a smile. I will be very busy then. Susu must be obedient. Baimu affectionately patted her head and addressed Sabai. Rest assured, go ahead with your tasks. I will take care of the little female here. Sabai nodded, realizing that Baimu was indeed more reliable than the duo at the mountain foot. Initially, he thought Xianxing was stable, having lived for so long, but he did not expect her to possess such childish traits, sometimes even more so than Hanqing. Sucha, observing the scene of Sabai playing with the cubs, turned to Baimu and expressed, tonight, I wish to have sauerkraut fish hot pot. Is that all right? Baimu leaned down and affectionately kissed her forehead. Of course, we will have sauerkraut hot pot tonight. As for the fish, I will catch it myself. Upon hearing this, Sabai immediately stood up. No need. You stay home to take care of Susu. I might run into Xianxing and Hanqing. With that, he hurriedly dashed out. Baimu smiled at Sabai's hasty demeanor, reminiscent of his own anxiousness when caring for the little female. Sucha, bewildered, watched as Sabai disappeared and finally commented, what is up with him? Why has he suddenly become so restless? Is there a dog chasing him? Baimu, shaking his head in amusement, replied, Sabai has gone to catch fish. It's still early. Let us take our time and prepare the ingredients. He then led Sucha to the cellar to gather meat, potatoes, and vegetables. Sabai hopped eagerly to the foot of the mountain, skipping towards the large tree. Upon rounding a corner, he spotted two anxious faces, particularly Xianxing, whose expression was taut. Sabai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing Sabai, Xianxing let out a sigh of relief. You nearly frightened us to death. We thought it was someone from the tribe coming over. If they had seen me, I would have no face left. Hanqing, lying below, nervously nodded. Yes, Sabai, good brother. Please let us go. We won't do it again. Sabai huffed lightly. Fine, Susu wants sauerkraut fish. You both can come with me to catch fish. Xianxing immediately agreed. I am the best at catching fish. I promise to catch only the biggest ones. Sabai approached, tossing a handful of powder over them as he settled a bit further away. It will be ready soon. Sure enough, after a while, Xianxing stretched with excitement. Ah, this feels wonderful. With all this commotion, it's getting dark. Let us go. The two strode towards the river with determination. The sound of the nearby stream flowing harmoniously into the tribe's river. The river had deepened and widened, now free of ice, with clear water revealing large fish swimming beneath. Hanqing, feeling lethargic, slapped his back and followed closely. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, These fish are not afraid of people. Are they a bit foolish? Is Susu safe eating them? Sabai explained as the trio stood by the river. There are rarely any fishermen around here, so the fish are not scared. We will catch them, clean them, and slice them before wrapping them in leaves to take back. Xianxing nodded, transforming into her beast form to soar above the water, observing silently before swiftly plunging her sharp beak into the water, soon emerging with a large fish. Sabai, not to be outdone, leaped into the water and stood quietly, while Hanqing joined in but struggled to catch anything. Eventually, he only managed to capture one. Sabai climbed ashore, calling for Xianxing to come down. It's getting dark now. Let us clean these fish and bring them home. Susu is waiting for us. Xianxing nodded, teasing Hanqing, you're not doing so well. It took you this long to catch just a tiny one. Perhaps we should release it. Ignoring their banter, Sabai skillfully sliced open the fish's belly, discarding its insides. Then cut the fish into fillets, placing them on clean leaves before turning to Xianxing. Do you understand? Remember to scale the fish and discard everything from the belly, or Susu will vomit from a smell. Xianxing nodded, ceasing her argument with Hanqing, and diligently began to clean the fish, with Hanqing following suit. Sabai chuckled softly, observing their playful quarrel, as long as it was hidden from Susu. He then focused on his own task. Hanqing insisted on competing with Xianxing, resulting in all the fish being filleted. Sabai, feeling helpless, intended to save two for tomorrow, but, seeing the fillets on the leaves, washed them again himself. Satisfied as he stood up, let us head home. Baimu and the others are likely waiting for us. With that, he happily walked towards the direction of the tribe. Inside the cave, Sucha and Baimu sat by the fire, peering outside. It's dark. Why haven't they returned yet? Baimu affectionately patted her head. Once they return, we can eat. What would you like to eat first? Sucha shook her head. gazing at the table filled with meat slices, vegetables, and potatoes, sighing. I just want sauerkraut fish. Bai Mu, noticing the bubbling sauerkraut soup, was about to serve her a bowl when they heard footsteps approaching the cave entrance. Sucha joyfully dashed out, and Bai Mu followed closely, discovering it was indeed Sabai and the others, each holding leaves containing their catch. Sucha excitedly exclaimed, "You're finally back. We've been waiting for your fish." As Sabai and the others entered, they saw that everything was ready. The soup was bubbling away, indicating they had been expected for some time. Sabai gazed and spoke, "I apologize, Susu. It was Xianxing and his companion who returned late. I was waiting for them. Look, I have prepared the fish." He opened his hand, revealing the leaves, and offered them to Bai Mu. The two behind him gritted their teeth in frustration, but eventually acquiesced. Xianxing, with a smile that barely masked his displeasure, said, "It was indeed our tardiness. It is not Sabai's fault." Hanqing, catching the fragrant aroma, nodded in agreement. "We can place the fish in now and commence our meal." Sucha, observing that everyone had returned, felt her irritation dissipate. Together with Bai Mu, they placed the meat, vegetables, and fish into the pot, then offered the bowls to the others. "The fish and meat should not be boiled for too long. Let us begin." As she served herself rice and sat by the fire to ladle out soup, she looked across at Hanqing and smiled. "The pickled fish soup over rice is delightful. Would you care to try?" Hanqing nodded excitedly. "Yes, yes. Susu always speaks of delicious things." Sucha laughed as she took her first bite of the pickled fish, and Sabai quickly served her some fish slices. "Eat up, it's ready." Sucha nodded, satisfied with her meal. Hanqing, across from her, exclaimed in delight, "I never imagined fish could be so delicious." Suddenly, a fleeting star shimmered across the sky, catching Sabai's eye. In disbelief, he paused and then dashed outside. Sucha and the others, seated with their backs to the entrance, exchanged glances, puzzled by Sabai's sudden departure. Bai Mu set down his bowl and asked, "What is the matter?" Sabai turned back towards them, calling excitedly, "Come out and see. The Due Yue has appeared." Xianxing, having lived longer, displayed mild interest but followed them outside nonetheless. Sucha looked up and noted that the night sky was indeed brighter than usual, filled with stars that seemed to form an incomprehensible shape. All eyes turned once more to Sabai. In Chapter 177, titled The Double Moon Festival, Sabai looked up at the increasingly clear Due Yue and explained with a smile, "The Due Yue is composed of 12 stars. Its appearance indicates that the Shuang Yue will emerge tomorrow night. I thought it would be several days away. I didn't expect it to arrive so soon." Sucha responded with an "Oh," realizing, "So it means the festival is tomorrow night, then? How wonderful." Sabai softly inquired, "Festival?" Sucha nodded at their bewildered expressions. "The festival is like your Shuang Yue. It signifies the end of the year." Sabai nodded. "Then from now on, we will celebrate the festival with you, Susu. The Due Yue is fading. Let us return before the fish cools and becomes unpalatable." Sucha agreed, and Hanqing immediately pushed forward, exclaiming, "My fish, my fish." Sucha, walking behind, couldn't he help but chuckle. Hanqing is solely focused on food. Sucha resumed her seat, continuing to eat, while Bai Mu stood up to serve the young ones rice, soup, and fish. Sucha, feeling concerned, called out, "Make sure to remove the fish bones before giving it to them. The little ones are still small, and it would be troublesome if they choked." Bai Mu nodded with a smile, bringing a large bowl to place before her. "Here, eat. I've removed the bones. You can share it with the little ones." Sucha grinned, and Sabai poured more soup into the pot, saying, "This way, Susu can eat slowly and at one tea get cold." Sucha savored their thoughtfulness, unknowingly consuming 2 large bowls of rice and a bowl of fish soup. After feeling full, she set down her bowl and moved slowly about the living area, watching the 4 still dining. The little ones trailed behind her, akin to a fluffy tail. Sabai finished his meal and rushed over to support Sucha. "Tomorrow morning, I must begin preparations for the Shuang Yue festivities. Bai Mu will keep you company. Remember to think of me." Sucha smiled and nodded. "Of course, go ahead with your tasks. We shall meet again in the evening." Just as they finished their stroll in the living area, someone entered the cave looking for Sabai. At the entrance, Chuan Gu, drawn by the enticing aroma, lamented, "Oh dear, I have arrived late once more." He groaned in frustration. Bai Mu invited him to sit and join their meal. As Hanqing and the others had yet to finish, Chuan Gu swallowed hard. "The chief is looking for Sabai on urgent matters. I shall return another time." Sabai affectionately ruffled Sucha's hair. "Sleep early. You need not wait for me." And with that, he dragged the reluctant Chuan Gu away. Bai Mu approached to accompany Sucha. "It's likely about the Due Yue. Do not worry." Sucha embraced Bai Mu's arm, feeling a newfound attachment to Sabai, constantly desiring his presence. Could this be due to her pregnancy? She pondered while gently stroking her still unchanged belly. Baimu also placed his hand on her abdomen. What are you thinking about? The little one is only a few days along. There's still time. Sucha suddenly posed a question. How long will this pregnancy last? Just then, Baimu was about to respond when Xianqing interjected. Around 4 months. The gestation period for the lion tribe is 4 months. So Susu will need to endure a bit. Sucha nodded. All right, then the fruit should be a few days longer than me. I'd almost forgotten. I'll ask tomorrow. Perhaps we can take the little ones out to play together. Baimu, walking with Sucha to aid digestion, chuckled. Yes, let us have the older ones take care of their younger siblings. Xianqing, displaying anticipation, added, what if it's a little female? She mustn't follow the older ones out to play. Han Xing, satisfied, put down his bowl and exclaimed, finally full. Baimu's cooking is exquisite. Xianqing immediately jumped up, feigning annoyance. You'll wash the dishes tonight. You chose to eat last. Han Xing, patting his round belly, laughed as he gathered his bowl to head to the kitchen. What should we do with the leftover fish? He called out as he looked back. Baimu patted Sucha and headed to the kitchen to store the fish, glancing back to see Han Xing washing the pot by himself. He returned to keep Sucha company, only to find Xianqing whispering something in her ear, making her blush deeply. Baimu ap gojek, witnessing Xianqing playfully pinching Sucha's earlobe, and suddenly exclaimed, tonight is my turn, right? Baimu nodded. Sucha is with child. Please be cautious. Xianqing watched as Sucha moved towards Baimu, releasing her grip to sit by the fire. Rest assured, I am not that kind of person. Sucha muttered softly, you rogue? You just teased me. Xianqing chuckled at her adorableness. I heard that, Susu. Baimu, tenderly squeezing her warm earlobe, confirmed Sucha's words. Despite the time that had passed, the little female remained just as easily flustered. Baimu's expression was profoundly gentle, and Sucha leaned closer, curling into his embrace, secretly kissing his chin. Baimu let out a soft hum. Sucha has learned bad habits from Xianqing. Hasn't she? Sucha playfully swatted his chest. I have not. Xianqing, with a teasing expression, scanned the pair with fervent eyes. Sucha, regaining her composure, asked Xianqing, what were you and Han Xing doing at the Xuanyu tribe today? Xianqing maintained a calm demeanor. Nothing much. I was handling matters within the tribe, and Han Xing insisted on stubbornly following me. Baimu held Sucha close, watching the exchange without intervening, while toying with her hair. Sucha relaxed against him. I thought you two might be up to something mischievous. Baimu began to massage her waist, ensuring her comfort. Sucha, lulled by his touch, felt drowsy, and Xianqing remarked, shall I carry Susu to bed? She looks tired. Baimu not dead? Handing Sucha over as he went to close the door and extinguish the fire in preparation for sleep. Han Xing gathered the 4 fluffy little ones by the fire and headed toward the small room. Baimu, glancing into Sucha's room, caught sight of Xianqing helping her remove her clothes. Sabai returned in the middle of the night, quietly lying down in bed and quickly falling asleep. The morning sun eagerly crept through the crack in the wooden door, illuminating Sucha's face. Xianqing spread his wings to shield her from the sunlight and continued to hold her close as they slept. Baimu sat up, observing the sunlight filtering in from outside. He stood to check on Xianqing, who was ensuring Sucha was well covered, and he opened the wooden door, glancing at Sabai's bed, confirming he had returned. Baimu stood at the cave entrance for a while, relishing the warm sunlight that enveloped him. In the distance, vibrant green buds began to emerge from the forest, signaling the undeniable end of winter. Chapter 178. The Hormones of the Campfire. After gazing for a moment, Baimu returned to prepare a fire to cook rice, as the small female was now pregnant and in need of adequate nutrition. Quietly, he busied himself in the kitchen, with sunlight streaming through the window, warming him as he stood in its embrace. The others in the cave had yet to awaken, allowing him to leisurely wash the rice before placing it over the flame to simmer. Leaning against the kitchen window, he gazed out at the thriving forest. Sabai was the second to rise. Passing through the living room, he glanced at Sucha's room. Xianqing's wings obscured his view, and as he withdrew his gaze, he made his way to the kitchen, where he found Baimu lost in thought. Sabai approached softly and inquired, what are you thinking about? The rice is going to burn. Baimu turned to him, saying, I was just admiring the beautiful weather and soaking up the sun. Sabai nodded. I'm heading out. You don't need to wait for me to eat. Just let Su know when she wakes. He left reluctantly. Baimu watched Sabai's retreating figure before returning to stir the rice, adding meat and covering it. Han Qing was roused by the enticing aroma. Still half asleep as he stumbled into the kitchen, followed by his little ones, who were wobbling about. Bai Mu couldn't help but chuckle as he gently shook Han Qing awake. Once the small female is up, we can eat. Hurry and bask in the sun at the cave entrance. Han Qing, still in a daze, led the little ones back to the entrance, where they collapsed in a heap. Bai Mu continued to tend to the pot, the aroma wafting through the air. Gradually, he reduced the heat, lifted the lid, mixed in vegetables, and set it aside to cool before heading towards the cave entrance. Han Qing had transformed into his beast form, sprawled out with his 4 paws to the sky, while the little ones imitated him, settling onto his soft belly. Bai Mu also shifted into his beast form, quickly joining Han Qing, a majestic white tiger elegantly lying beside him, its front paws crossed as it playfully tossed its head. The little ones, upon spotting their father in beast form, squealed with excitement and rushed towards him. Bai Mu worried they would awaken Su Cha and attempted to gently restrain them with his large paw, but it was too late. A voice emerged from the cave. Inside, Su Cha, disturbed by the noise, tightened her grip on Xian Qing and asked, "What is going on with the little ones? Why are they so excited today?" As she spoke, she became more alert, opening her eyes to see Xian Qing's great wings blocking her view of the outside. Xian Qing shook his head. "They are likely just playing with the little ones. Do you want to continue sleeping?" Su Cha replied, shaking her head. "They're awake now, so let us get up." As Xian Qing folded his wings, sunlight streamed onto Su Cha, lifting her spirits. Taking a deep breath, she sprang up, beaming as she called out, "Bai Mu, what are you all doing outside?" Bai Mu, aware that Su Cha had awakened, helplessly patted the little ones before standing up and returning to the cave to help Su Cha dress. He then cradled her and placed her on Han Qing's back before saying, "I was just playing with the little ones. I'm going to warm up the rice." Su Cha followed him into the kitchen. "I'll wash up first. Breakfast will be ready soon. By the way, where is So Bai? I haven't seen him this morning." Bai Mu briefly warmed the rice and replied, "He went to the clan leader. He will be busy today with the dual moons and may not return until evening." Su Cha expressed her anticipation for the evening's campfire blessing, cheerfully acknowledging she had heard him, and focused on brushing her teeth. Bai Mu called out, "You two bring the little ones inside for breakfast." Han Qing quickly scooped up 2 of the little ones and rushed inside, while Xian Qing gently picked up the remaining 2 and followed. Su Cha had just finished washing up and remarked, "How could I not gain weight with all the food and milk?" Bai Mu took out a large bowl for the little ones, filling it to the brim and placing it on the floor for them. He then handed a bowl to Han Qing. "This is yours. Go eat." Han Qing happily accepted it and left. Bai Mu turned to give the other 2 their bowls. "Here, take the small female to the entrance to eat in the sun. It's warm." Su Cha nodded and followed Xian Qing, while Bai Mu grabbed his bowl and joined them, the family seated together at the cave entrance for breakfast. Missing only So Bai. After breakfast, as Su Cha and the others set down their bowls, Gui Er and her partner arrived. Upon meeting, the 2 small females embraced, with Su Cha joyfully exclaiming, "I was just about to come find you. Let us sit together during the dual moons tonight. I'll roast meat for you." Gui Er nodded. "Great. I saw Su Bai and the shaman at the clan leader's place, and thought I'd come find you to play. Tonight, it won't just be our tribe." Su Cha nodded, pulling Gui Er to sit at the entrance to bask in the sun, while Gui Er's partner sat nearby, watching over them. Gui Er waved to them. "You 2 go ahead. I'll just play here with Su Su." Su Cha asked, "Where are they going? Aren't they going to stay and keep you company?" Gui Er playfully tossed her hair and replied, "They're going to help out. Tonight's campfire blessing is very important." Realizing that no one from her family had gone yet, Su Cha didn't want to trouble Su Bai at the clan and called out, "Han Qing, you and Xian Qing go help. No one from our family has gone yet." Han Qing nodded and stood up, heading towards Gui Er's partner, while Xian Qing stubbornly refused to leave, stating, "I want to stay and keep Su Su company. I've already sent someone to help at the Xianyu tribe." Bai Mu, washing dishes in the kitchen, heard Xian Qing's declaration, and Su Cha fell silent, waving to Han Qing, "Thank you. I'll roast meat for you tonight." Han Qing smiled and departed with the others. Su Cha and Gui Er sat at the entrance, soaking up the sun and chatting about recent gossip in the tribe. Bai Mu finished washing the dishes and brought out a plate of fried seeds, offering it to the 2 of them before sitting a short distance away to watch over them. Su Cha smiled as she accepted the seeds, becoming more engrossed in conversation with Gui Er. Gui Er playfully asked, "Hey, Su Su, are you thinking of finding another partner?" She winked mischievously, adding a touch of playful charm. Su Cha, unable to contain herself, patted her arm. "What are you talking about? You're giving me goosebumps." "No way. 4 is already enough for me." Guair teased. If a handsome male catches my eye tonight, I'll definitely take him. That way, Lion Wu and the others won't be so exhausted. Can your four really take care of you? Su Cha cast a playful glance at the distance, where Xianqing was eavesdropping. She leaned closer to Guair and whispered, while keeping an eye on Xianqing, who appeared anxious and poked Bai Mu beside him. Bai Mu remained unfazed, enjoying the sunlight as he lay on the ground. Su Cha couldn't help but chuckle, declaring, "For is enough. I won't be taking any more partners." Guair laughed, not arguing further, and continued discussing the latest happenings in the tribe. Intrigued, Su Cha asked, "Do you know where the leopard tribe has gone?" Guair exclaimed, "The leopard clan has moved to a distant place. They say there's a vast forest with abundant game, along with extensive hills and water sources that are quite suitable for settling down." Su Cha nodded. "That's wonderful. I am pregnant with the child of the Tsabai." For some reason, she still felt concerned about that female and hoped nothing would happen to her. Guair was taken aback. "What? You're pregnant? And it's the Tsabai's child?" Su Cha smiled and nodded. "It has only been a little over 10 days. I just found out yesterday." Guair swallowed hard. "You are so carefree. Our timeline should be similar, so I will give birth before you." Su Cha cheerfully replied. "Great. Then we can play with our little ones together." Along with the babies, Guair beamed and nodded. The two leaned against each other, seemingly with endless topics to discuss, while in the distance, Xianqing had already fallen asleep against Bai Mu. Bai Mu, with narrowed eyes, watched Su Cha's every smile and frown, his tail wagging unconsciously. Before long, noon arrived. At their feet, the remnants of sunflower seeds had accumulated, and 4 fluffy cubs rolled playfully amidst the scattered shells. Bai Mu, glancing at the sun above, wiped away his lovesick expression, adopting a neutral demeanor as he approached the 2 females and asked, "What would you like for lunch?" "Cha-cha, I'll prepare it." They probably won be back. Su Cha, patting Guair's belly, recalled the fish and looked up at Bai Mu excitedly. "Guair can have lunch at our place. We have plenty of fish left from last night. Let us make sauerkraut fish." Bai Mu ruffled her hair. "Right. You two keep playing for a while." He then went inside to start a fire for cooking rice. Xianqing followed him into the kitchen, asking, "Is there anything I can do?" Bai Mu shook his head. "I can handle it myself. You stay outside and keep an eye on Cha-Cha. Don't let her out of your sight." With that, he playfully kicked Xianqing out, making the kitchen feel much more comfortable. Xianqing silently patted his backside and sat down a short distance away from Su Cha, watching the two of them. In the kitchen, Bai Mu efficiently began preparing the ingredients. At the entrance, Guair, upon hearing about the sauerkraut fish, was already salivating as she exclaimed, Su, how did you know I wanted sauerkraut? But I've never had fish before." Su Cha chuckled, wrapping her arms around her. "The sauerkraut fish soup over rice is absolutely delicious. You must eat more." "We don't know when we'll start dinner tonight." Guair nodded. "I can already taste the sourness in my mouth." Su Cha smiled as she gently stroked Guair's protruding belly. Bai Mu's cooking is delightful. "When you have time, you can invite Sherwu over to learn from him." Guair exclaimed excitedly. "Really? Then I'll definitely invite him over tomorrow. They only know how to roast meat. I'm tired of it." Su Cha nodded proudly. "Of course. We're good friends. I'll just mention it to Bai Mu tonight." Guair suddenly hugged Su Cha tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. "Well, we are good friends. Su, I don't want to cry," as her tears began to flow uncontrollably. Su Cha chuckled softly. "It's all right. This is all due to pregnancy. It's said that pregnant women have unstable emotions, but I don't feel it. I'm not like fluctuating between joy and sorrow." It was the same when I carried a Bao and the others. After a while, Bai Mu emerged, calling out, "Come in for lunch. It's ready." Hearing this, Guair's mood finally improved, and hand in hand, she and Su Cha entered, leaving Xianqing stunned behind them. He wondered why Su wasn't like that. He could have cheered her up, so he realized he needed to pay more attention to Su in the future. Bai Mu patted Xianqing on the shoulder. "What are you doing? Let us go inside." They won be back. Xianqing snapped back to reality, quickly following Bai Mu inside. The living room was alive with the fire crackling, and the pot was bubbling, releasing a tantalizing aroma. On the table were meat, vegetables, and fish. Bai Mu served 2 bowls of rice to Su Cha and then filled a large bowl with soup and some vegetables for the cubs to eat. Su Cha eagerly sat down and handed a bowl to go. "Hurry and eat. I can't control myself anymore. The fish can't be cooked too long. We'll add soup to the next bowl." As she spoke, she picked some fish for Guair, inhaling the rich, sour aroma, happily nodded and began eating with Su Cha, while Bai Mu and Xianqing sat beside them. Bai Mu placed a bowl of carefully deboned fish in front of the 2 females. "Take your time eating. It's all prepared." Su Cha joyfully exclaimed as she served Guair more vegetables. Guer also served Su Cha some. Don T just served me. You eat too. I didn't expect the sauerkraut fish soup to be so delicious. Meanwhile, the cubs had finished their meal and were gazing up at Su Cha, whining. This tugged at the hearts of both Su Cha and Guer. Bai Mu, holding back Su Cha, who was about to get up, said, "You eat. I'll take care of it." He then took the cubs' bowls to serve them more food. Guer gently blew on the fish before feeding it to the cubs. "Eat up. It's not hot anymore." The cubs excitedly chirped back at Guer, recalling how their mother often took them to find her. Bai Mu returned with a large bowl, calling the cubs over to eat. After the meal, both Su Cha and Guer felt a bit stuffed as they slowly walked in the living room and at the entrance to digest. Bai Mu sent Xianqing to clean up the living room and wash the dishes while he kept a close distance behind the two females. The cubs, having had their fill, waddled along behind Bai Mu, their bellies round and full. Su Cha looked at Guer and asked, "Shall we take a nap?" Guer nodded. "I never used to sleep in the afternoon, but ever since I got pregnant, I need a little rest every day." Su Cha laughed. "All right then, let us sleep together in my room later." Guer agreed. "Sound good. Anyway, I'll be alone when I go back." Xianqing, drying his hands as he came out, heard this and felt a bit sad, silently watching as Su Cha led Guer past him toward the bedroom. The two females lay on the bed and quickly fell asleep, while Bai Mu transformed into his beast form, lying by the door to guard them, watching Xianqing jump around. "If you wake the little female, I'll have Sabai deal with you." Xianqing immediately quieted down and moved closer to Bai Mu, letting out a soft, sour hum. Feeling insecure about his beast form for the first time, especially since Hanqing had said Su liked fluffy things the most. Chapter 179. The Fright of Blessing. By the time Su Cha and Guer awoke, the bonfire was already prepared. Sabai had returned specifically to call them, and upon seeing Guer, he merely nodded in greeting. Su Cha and Guer stood at the entrance of the cave, while Shi Wu and the others had come to pick up Guer. Su Cha was momentarily confused, "But it's still bright outside. I sent it too early to start." Sabai hugged Su Cha and smiled. "Not yet. It's time to go down and play. Others from different tribes have already arrived at the foot of the mountain. The blessing will wait until the twin moons appear." Guer immediately exclaimed with excitement. "What? Beastmen from other tribes? Let us go, Su. Let us find a good spot." A few people were hurriedly led by the two females towards the foot of the mountain. The area was bustling with excitement, especially with the appearance of two distinctly different females. Su Cha, already beautiful, had become even more enchanting after being nurtured by Bai Mu, appearing gentle and petite, while Guer radiated enthusiasm, her face often adorned with a smile, even her freckles adding to her charm. Su Cha was stunned by the multitude of males, and occasionally, some revealed inappropriate things. She inadvertently caught sight of them, her face instantly turning crimson as she nervously averted her gaze, fearing others would accuse her of peeking. Guer, noticing the open space, pulled Su Cha to sit closer to the fire. Bai Mu and Guer's companions gathered around, preparing to ignite the fire. Su Cha, feeding Shay, tugged on the excited. "I didn't expect there to be so many people today." Particularly, several pairs of heated gazes were fixed upon them, making her feel a bit uneasy. Bai Mu noticed this and repositioned himself to shield Su Cha, gently stroking her head. "Enjoy tonight. There's nothing to worry about with me around." Su Cha felt the intense gazes retract, and upon glancing up, she found Bai Mu, instantly feeling much more relaxed as she nodded with a smile. Guer turned her head back and saw Su Cha's face flushed. Even her ears were red, which instantly made her burst into laughter. "Oh dear, Su, how innocent you are. It seems you still need to gather more partners." Su Cha glanced at Bai Mu and the other three, who had not yet begun, and shook her head. "I only like them. No more needed. You already have 6. Guer nodded while laughing. "If you have someone you like, just collect them." "I only have 6, which is quite few." While they were conversing, the fire was already lit by the others. "In a while, the clan leader will bring food over. For now, we need to get the fire going." Su Cha nodded, noticing that each small group had a fire pit, surrounding a platform made of wood, with logs stuffed underneath for seating, and they were positioned towards the front. Zabai pinched Su Cha's earlobe, saying, "In a bit, I will pray on the platform, and then set it ablaze." This was Su Cha's first time witnessing such a scene, and she nodded with anticipation. "All right, just be careful." Surrounded by voices, Su Cha observed that there were very few females, and none were alone. Each was encircled by a group of males. The sky still held some light, but was gradually darkening. At that moment, the Lion Clan's leader, supported by Chuan Gu, approached with a smile, followed by large lions carrying food. "Zabai gets Su Cha forehead. See you in a bit. I must go attend to matters." He stood up and walked toward Chuan Gu. The surrounding tribal leaders also rose to greet the Lion Clan leader. Suddenly, a waft of fragrance captivated everyone's attention. A group of female beastmen clad in light, sheer fabric approached, all wearing veils. The leader, a young male, smiled and spoke in a deep voice. "We, the Fox Clan, have arrived late. We hope you do not mind." With so many females accompanying them, no one would remember their tardiness, and laughter erupted, comforting the veiled females. The leading beastman casually pointed to a vacant space, and the 10 or so females gracefully walked over to sit down, immediately attended by eager males who came to light their fires. Su Cha and Gui'er were mesmerized, even though they couldn't see their faces as they passed. Su Cha found them beautiful. This was the first time she saw someone dressed, albeit in sheer fabric that revealed little. Gui'er pulled Su Cha and exclaimed, "The Fox Clan hasn't appeared in ages. I never expected them to come out this year, and with so many females. I've heard that Fox Clan members are exceptionally beautiful. I wonder if we will see that tonight." Su Cha observed that all the males around were captivated by the Fox Clan females, while their small circle remained calm. She was curious. I wonder if they will remove their veils. Even just passing by, they smelled heavenly. They must be stunning. The two were engrossed in discussion as the sky darkened, prompting everyone to rise. Gui'er tugged at Su Cha. "It's time for the prayer. The fun is just beginning." They stood up, only to realize that on the platform, only Bai was present, clad in a long, oddly shaped animal skin, wearing a bizarre mask. Looking down at the crowd, as two moons slowly appeared in the sky, illuminating the earth, Su Cha glanced up. One moon was almost fully visible, and everyone was waiting. The surroundings quieted, a solemnity enveloping the space as the cold moonlight fell upon each person. When the moon was complete, Bai began, hands clasped, kneeling on the platform, murmuring something. He then rose, performing strange movements before kneeling again, seemingly in prayer. At that moment, several beastmen below began to ignite torches, tossing sparks towards the platform. Su Cha's eyes widened, her body tensed, ready to rush forward. Bai Mu, who had been watching her closely, was the first to notice her distress, covering her mouth and pulling her back while soothing her. Their commotion caught Gui'er's attention. She grasped Su Cha's hand, and the two females were encircled by Bai Mu and Shi Wu, who had not been noticed until now. Gui'er whispered, "It's okay, Su, look." Tears welled in Su Cha's eyes, but she trusted Bai Mu, glancing up to see flames shooting into the sky, while Bai stood beside the clan leader, the only sound being the crackling of the roaring fire. Su Cha observed that everyone was gazing at the moon, none looking their way. Taking a deep breath, she pulled Gui'er's hand, lifting her gaze to the moon, its beauty and chill making her wonder if Wu Gang and the Jade Rabbit were within. When a loud crash signaled the fire pit's collapse, Bai had already removed his peculiar animal skin and mask, stepping forward with an expressionless demeanor. "The beast god has heard our prayers. Now everyone, please take a seat. Tonight's food is provided by my Lion Clan." As Su Cha watched Bai illuminated by the flames, she felt he was different. She seemed unable to see through him. After speaking, Bai turned to converse with Chuan Gu and the clan leader, while the lions began distributing food, with only females receiving it. Bai approached their position, carrying a burning stick, tossing it into the fire pit. Seeing Bai's actions, the crowd began to gather around the large fire pit to grab burning sticks. Su Cha observed that everyone was heading to the fire pit where Bai had stood and asked, "What does this mean? Why is everyone going to take one?" Bai Mu and the others were preparing to roast meat nearby. "This is sharing the blessing." Su Cha nodded, then turned to Bai. "Why didn't you tell me this was how the prayer works? I thought you would be sacrificed." I was genuinely frightened, as I assumed this was an ancient practice involving live sacrifices too. Bai pinched her earlobe gently. "I apologize, Su. I did not mean to scare you. I thought you already knew. It was my oversight." Su Cha was genuinely annoyed, huffing and ignoring him as she excitedly discussed the nearby males with Gui'er, feeling they resembled peacocks flaunting their feathers. Gui'er eagerly whispered to Su Cha about a particularly handsome male, noting his attractive face, impressive abs, and height. Su Cha had never witnessed such a spectacular scene and nodded enthusiastically, especially as the area around the Fox Clan had become surrounded by throngs of males. Many males were eyeing Su Cha and Gui'er, but the two females were well guarded by Bai Mu and Shi Wu, preventing anyone from approaching, particularly as Xian Qing's prominently displayed 6-star B soul deterred them. Su Cha covered her mouth to suppress laughter, continuing to discuss the handsome males with Gui'er. Suddenly, the crowd around the Fox Clan began to part, creating a space. Su Cha pulled Gui'er. "What are they doing?" Gui'er's eyes sparkled. Are they about to dance? I've heard that Fox Clan females are extraordinarily beautiful and can dance. Once males see them, they will fall hopelessly in love. Sucha was also curious as they turned to look, and indeed, 10 females in the open began to dance gracefully, underneath their sheer garments. Their alluring figures were faintly visible, and under the moonlight, they appeared even more mysterious, igniting an irresistible desire to see what beauty lay beneath the fabric. Sucha observed the ardent gazes of the males present. Turning her head, she discreetly watched Zhe, Bai, and the others, realizing they were not focused on the dancing beauties, but were instead intent on roasting meat. Xianqing raised an eyebrow at Sucha, giving her a teasing glance. Hanqing was taking care of the young ones, playing with them near the fire, while Bai Mu and Zhe Bai continued their cooking. Content. Sucha turned back, feeling justified in watching the Fox Clan females dance. Guo whispered excitedly in her ear, indeed, as expected of the Fox Clan females. Look, several males can hardly contain their gazes, staring at them infatuated. Sucha followed Guo's line of sight, but quickly averted her gaze, pulling Guo back as well. We shouldn't be so obvious. Let's watch secretly, hee. As they spoke, the two hid beside their companions, secretly observing the spectacle before them. Sucha paused and remarked, Guo, what you mentioned sounds amusing. Could it be this? Guo, her gaze fixed on the distance without turning her head, replied, Indeed. Look how entertaining it is. So many males. Sucha, her ears burning with warmth, murmured in agreement and leaned closer to Guo, whispering, It is indeed delightful, and we get to enjoy handsome men for free. At that moment, someone nearby stealthily pinched Sucha's bottom, startling her as she turned to see Xianqing licking his fingers, his eyes fervently fixed on her. Annoyed, Sucha shot him a glare, knowing it was Xianqing. The rascal. Bai Mu observed their antics and discreetly separated the two. Xianqing, unfazed, excitedly whistled, drawing the attention of several onlookers who mistakenly thought he was flirting with a female of the Fox Clan. He raised an eyebrow, finding it amusing to watch Sucha's wandering gaze. Suddenly, a female of the Fox Clan, who had been dancing gracefully in the open space, approached them. Sucha, pulling her, looked bewildered at the approaching female, all of whom still wore veils. Bai Mu and the others were similarly perplexed, retreating as the female danced closer, while only Sucha and Guo remained enthralled by her presence. Sucha exclaimed with a smile, It smells wonderful. I wish I could get closer to the beautiful lady. Sabai, wearing a sullen expression, directed a stern voice towards the Fox Clan female, saying, You need not come over here. Xianqing covered the mesmerized Sucha's eyes, raising his hand to create a gust of wind that pushed the female away. The nearby males were oblivious to this subtle gesture, and the pushed female, unfazed, tossed them a flirtatious glance before continuing to dance around others. Guo, similarly shielded from the view by Wu, was in a slightly better position. Xianqing released Sucha, commenting, This dance is utterly unremarkable. Wait until tonight. I shall perform a striptease for you. I am quite skilled at that. Sucha and Guo seemed to forget the earlier distraction, happily holding hands as they were led back to enjoy roasted meat by their respective partners. Seated together, Sucha and Guo soon felt hunger pangs and excitedly accepted the roasted meat. Guo, with enthusiasm, called out, Delicious. Who made this? Shivu, Bizita Guoya, replied with a smile. This is a collaboration between Bai Mu, Sabai, and me. If you like it, feel free to indulge. There's more to come. Guo nodded eagerly and turned to feed Sucha a piece, saying, Tasty, right? Eat up. There will be even more entertaining sights soon. Ha ha ha. As they munched on the roasted meat, Bai Mu was nearby, tearing pieces to feed the cubs. Hanqing, noticing Bai Mu struggling to feed them all, took one cub in her arms and shared the others with Xianqing and Sabai. The four of them each held a cub while feeding, with Wu looking on enviously before affectionately patting Guo's belly, thinking of the day he too would have cubs. Meanwhile, the females in the open space ceased their dancing, and immediately surrounding males began presenting roasted food in an attempt to please them. Sucha turned to Guo, gently nudging her. What is happening now? Is there another fun activity? Guo leaned closer to Sucha, explaining, Now is the male's courtship phase. They will shed their animal skins and approach the females they fancy. If both are interested, they may form a partnership. Another method of courtship involves challenging the head of the family. If the male can defeat the leader, he can join that family. Sucha couldn't help but laugh. Let us eat quickly. It seems they are about to begin, and with so many males here, it will surely be intense. She pulled Guerre back to continue feasting on the roasted meat, excitement bubbling within her. The thought of being surrounded by a multitude of handsome men, all over 189 centimeters tall, was irresistible. The color of the orcs' fur matched the color of their human hair when transformed. They all had impressive physiques and long limbs, showcasing their masculine traits like peacocks displaying their plumage. Su-cha couldn't suppress a laugh at the thought. Guerre mirrored her enthusiasm, and both shared knowing looks as they observed their partners, unable to contain their amusement. Sure Wu remained composed, accustomed to Guerre's exuberance. After the four had sufficiently fed the cubs, they began to eat themselves, while the cubs scampered off to play with their mothers. Su-cha and Guerre, each cradling 2 cubs, turned their attention back to the open space, where the females of the Fox clan seemed to be waiting for their meal to conclude before resuming their activities. It was then that Su-cha noticed the absence of the males from the Fox clan. In Chapter 181, a challenge arose against Bai Mu. After finishing their roasted meat, Bai Mu and the others began to stretch their limbs, with Shi Wu preparing nearby as well. Xian Qing, raising an eyebrow, approached Bai Mu, saying, "Shall I step in? I would rather not have anyone steal Su's affection." Bai Mu shook his head. "No need. My 3-star beast soul is sufficient to handle them." So Bai reassured Xian Qing, "Rest easy." Xian Qing, now quiet, leaned against Han Qing's shoulder and sighed. "How fortunate we are to have Han Qing. Thankfully, you are not the first. Otherwise, your single-star beast soul would be insufficient." Han Qing sat beside Su-cha, watching the Fox clan's area while ignoring Xian Qing. Xian Qing clicked his tongue in disdain, then sat up, glaring at the nearby males with a fierce expression. Soon, several orcs stood up, shedding their animal skins as they approached the females they desired. As the Fox clan females were the most numerous, their positions became obscured by the towering figures of the orcs. Su-cha sighed in frustration. "Now we cannot see anything." Suddenly, her eyes widened as a large figure appeared before her, prompting her to hurriedly pull Guerre aside. The approaching orc chuckled lightly at Su-cha's actions, saying, "You are quite adorable, little female. I am Ling Tong of the Dog Clan. May I be your partner?" Su-cha shook her head, holding Guerre. "Please leave. I already have 4 partners." Ling Tong smiled. "No problem. Then I shall challenge your first partner." He turned his gaze toward Han Qing. Xian Qing couldn't help but chuckle. "He is not our leader. Just remember not to make it too embarrassing." At that moment, Bai Mu stood up, addressing the orc. "Let us move to the open space." Su-cha recalled what Guerre had just said and followed Bai Mu with her eyes. So Bai held her, reassuring her, "Do not worry. You must trust Bai Mu." Su-cha nodded in agreement and turned to find Guerre, only to discover she had wandered off to play. Bai Mu and Ling Tong faced each other, each transforming into their beast forms, instantly capturing everyone's attention as they were the first to engage in combat that night. Bai Mu charged forward with great force, while Ling Tong skillfully dodged, igniting a wave of excitement among the surrounding orcs. Su-cha watched nervously. If Bai Mu were to lose, she would have to accept Ling Tong according to the rules. Frustrated, she exclaimed, "Is this the rule? This is madness." Xian Qing, observing Ling Tong's evasive tactics, assured Su-cha, "Do not fret. He cannot lose. That orc only possesses a single-star beast soul, and Bai Mu has not yet exerted his full strength. He is merely toying with him." Su-cha focused intently, noticing Bai Mu's calm demeanor as he effortlessly countered Ling Tong's attempts at deception, swiftly delivering a powerful strike with his paw. Watching Ling Tong spin in circles made her dizzy. He must be a greyhound. Bai Mu, twisting his neck, declared, "It is time to end this. I must return to my little female." He impatiently lunged toward Ling Tong, his claws crackling with electricity. Ling Tong's pride in his agility proved futile as Bai Mu overpowered him, sending him tumbling several meters and leaving him incapacitated. Ling Tong's kin rushed forward to carry him away. Su-cha cheered as she waved at the impressive Bai Mu. "So remarkable." Bai Mu approached, bending down and nuzzled Su-cha. "Pet me." Su-cha giggled, reaching out to affectionately stroke his ears, ruffling his head and beard before finally letting him go. "Hurry and transform back. You're too large." Bai Mu transformed into human form, cradling Su-cha by the fire, while Guerre and the others had long vanished. Han Qing, holding the little ones, approached with a gleeful gaze directed at Bai Mu. "You were magnificent when you took down that guy just now. Let me have a go next time," he said, his expression brimming with anticipation. The 3 companions nearby immediately sprang up in unison, exclaiming, "No way." Su-cha, Suanin, and Su-bai, upon noticing the attention directed at them, seated themselves once more. Su-cha rubbed her nose and remarked, "What if you lose?" I would have to deal with them. Xian Qing, pulling Han Qing's ear, retorted, "You couldn't even handle that little pup just now. Thankfully, you're not Su Su's first partner. Otherwise, we would have to take you down ourselves." Su Bai, observing Han Qing's dejected demeanor, nodded solemnly. Xian Qing is right. You should focus on taking care of the little ones. Look how well you manage them. They're all plump and adorable. Flattered by Su Cha's praise, Han Qing momentarily forgot the earlier incident, his tail wagging with joy. Of course, when the little lion cubs are born, I'll take care of them until they're all chubby. Su Cha sighed in relief, as if Han Qing had discovered his life's purpose, and resumed her observation of the spectacle. Xian Qing grasped one of Su Cha's hands, and the two continued to watch as the females of the fox tribe engaged in a fierce brawl, adding to the excitement with mixed combat. Some males even shed their bee skins to entice the females, and Su Cha noticed several females had already found partners, with a few males lurking behind them. Meanwhile, some beastmen, undeterred, fixed their gaze on Su Cha's direction. With Gua'er and her partner gone, the only ones seated were Su Cha and Bai Mu, making their group appear somewhat sparse. Soon, a beastman approached Su Cha, seeking to court her. Anticipating this, Su Cha buried her head into Bai Mu's neck to reject him. The persistent male called out, "Little female, I see you have only 4 partners. Look at my guarantees. I can make you comfortable." Susia resolutely averted hergaze, rippling. "I don't want you. Go away." Another rejected beastman turned to Bai Mu, challenging, "Let us have a fight. If you lose, you must let me be the little female's partner." Su Bai, feeling restless, was eager to intervene, but Bai Mu held him back, passing Su Cha to him. "Wait for me a moment," he said, striding toward the open space. This time, he engaged the beastman with his beast soul, and before long, had him pinned to the ground. Bai Mu flicked his tail, taunting, "Do you still want to fight? You can't win against me." The beastman attempted to rise, but was held down by Bai Mu's weight, who playfully swatted his face with a paw, charged with electricity, preventing him from getting up. Frustrated by the beastman's silence, Bai Mu delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. "It's over. Anyone else want to fight? Step up. Let us settle this all at once." Instantly, 5 beastmen approached, one of whom was from the Black Bear tribe, declaring, "You said it yourself. 5 against 1. Su Cha felt a surge of anxiety and turned to Xian Qing. "Quickly help. How could Bai Mu possibly handle 5? Han Qing was equally alarmed, fearing that if Bai Mu lost, someone might try to take Su Su from him. Xian Qing stood up, ready to assist Bai Mu, but Bai Mu gently shook his head. "No need to come over. I can manage." With that, he engaged in a fierce struggle with the 5 beastmen, revealing the power of his 3-star beast soul, his fur crackling with electricity, resembling an armor. Chapter 182. The End of the Twin Moons, New Year. Su Cha observed as Xian Qing retreated, while Bai Mu was embroiled in the fray. With 1 against 5, there were always vulnerable moments, and Bai Mu was caught off guard by a sneak attack from the Black Bear, though fortunately, he remained unscathed. Xian Qing approached and took Su Cha's hand, insisting. Bai Mu said he doesn't need help. Su Bai, holding Su Cha, added, "These challengers are all from the leader's household. If Xian Qing intervenes, the other beastmen will surely cause a ruckus, and it won't just be 5 anymore. They will band together against Bai Mu." Su Cha felt perplexed, wondering why no one sought her opinion. How could they expect to assault her partner and still seek entry into her home? Focused, she watched intently as the 5 beastmen surrounded Bai Mu. Bai Mu, irritated by the wound on his neck from the earlier ambush, decided to retaliate. He lunged at the weakest of the 5, delivering a powerful blow that sent the beastman flying one by one, until only the Black Bear remained. The Black Bear chuckled lightly. "Let us begin. I look forward to becoming family with you." Glancing over at Su Cha, infuriated by the audacity of these annoying beastmen, Su Cha glared back fiercely. The Black Bear, noticing her furious expression, chuckled and turned his attention elsewhere. Xian Qing, unimpressed by the Black Bear's arrogance, shouted, "Bai Mu, teach him a lesson." Han Qing cheered. "Go for it, Bai Mu. You are the strongest." Su Bai remained silent, but exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Mu, raising an eyebrow and mouthing encouragement. Bai Mu redirected his focus to the Black Bear. "It seems they are not welcoming you. What will you do about that?" The Black Bear arrogantly retorted. "Then I will fight them into submission." With that, he charged at Bai Mu. Bai Mu, observing the clumsy approach of the Black Bear, easily leapt over him, delivering a kick to his rear, which echoed with a thud, sending dirt flying. Laughter erupted around them. "I thought he was formidable." "Indeed. Look at him now after provoking Bai Mu." The resilient Black Bear quickly got back on his feet, shouting, "Come on, I'll wear you down today." He lunged at Bai Mu once more. Su Cha and her companions exchanged glances, bemused by his unyielding spirit. Is this guy out of his mind? I thought he was tough, Su Cha remarked, shaking her head in disbelief. So Bai patted her head. The black bear was hiding in the corner, likely too timid to engage Bai Mu directly, so he watched as Bai Mu dispatched the others. Su Cha exclaimed, "That pesky bear deserves a beating." The onlookers, witnessing the black bear's relentless thrashing, mocked, "What a bore. Just fall already. Don't waste our time." With one voice, they urged the black bear to step down. Bai Mu, exasperated, gazed at the battered black bear. "Since he refused to step down, I'll help you." With that, Bai Mu charged at the black bear, unleashing his lightning powers with every punch, leaving him utterly defenseless before delivering a final kick that sent him sprawling. The black bear, trying to rise, suddenly felt paralyzed, collapsing back to the ground, panting heavily. After a while, the black bear's tribe members, somewhat embarrassed, came to carry him away. Bai Mu then returned to Su Cha's side, and the surrounding beastmen, intimidated by Bai Mu's display of strength, hesitated to challenge him further. Su Cha wrapped her arms around Bai Mu. "You worked hard. Are you hurt anywhere?" Bai Mu touched the minor wound on his neck and shook his head. "I'm fine. Let us sit down and warm ourselves by the fire. We'll head back soon." Lowering his neck to hide the evidence of his battle, the two settled cozily by the fire. At that moment, Guair returned, leading an unfamiliar male, her face flushed with shyness. Su Cha inquired, "Could this be your new partner?" Guair nodded and took a seat. "What about you? Was it fun while I was away? Did anything exciting happen?" Su Cha playfully pushed Guair's hand away. "Nothing much. I'm not looking for a partner anymore. It's exhausting with so many." Nearby, Xianqing listened in, smiling with satisfaction. Su Cha gazed up at the bright, cool moon. "Tomorrow, I'll come to play with you. The warm season is approaching, and I plan to grow vegetables and other things at the foot of the mountain." Guair leaned closer to Su Cha, whispering, "Not tomorrow. I have other plans." Su Cha understood. "Are you planning to drain him completely?" "Well, that's fine." Bai Mu interjected from the side. "Cha-cha, tomorrow we are heading to my mother beast's place." Su Cha slapped her thigh. "Right. Tomorrow I will go to see Bai Mu's mother beast," though I did not speak much. Guair nodded. "What's the big deal? You can see her when you come back. By the way, I just returned from the Fox tribe, and they have taken on many partners at least." Su Cha was astonished. "Do they follow their partners to various tribes, or do the males and females return home?" Guair nodded. "In the Fox tribe, the males follow them to live there." Su Cha sighed, looking at the orc still playing, rubbing her eyes. "Let's go back. I'm feeling a bit sleepy." Guair leaned on her newly acquired partner. "I'm a bit sleepy too. Let us head back together since we have had enough fun." Su Cha reached out to Bai Mu for a hug, and they quietly made their way back to the tribe. So Bai patted Bai Mu on the shoulder. "You two go ahead. I will inform the clan leader." He then headed towards Chuan Gu and the old clan leader. Su Cha, feeling drowsy, squinted her eyes as Bai Mu carried her home, holding tightly onto his neck. Bai Mu paused momentarily before continuing forward, and soon, Bai caught up. At the mountain foot, many orcs lingered, with some even mating, their sounds echoing. Some females had returned, but the Fox tribe's males remained to showcase their masculine traits. Su Cha squinted at the flickering flames below. "I didn't expect there would be so many people." She yawned. That night, they arrived at Han Qing's place. In the living room, Bai Mu handed Su Cha over to himself and took the cubs to sleep. The cubs had already fallen asleep, so Bai Mu simply carried them back to his own room. So Bai, feeling exhausted, turned to his own room, while Xianqing closed the door behind him before returning to his room. The cave soon fell silent, and Su Cha, utterly fatigued, lay on the bed and drifted off, faintly hearing the roars from the mountain foot. Chapter 183. The journey to the Baihu tribe. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the door crack, warming Su Cha's face. She raised her hand to cover her face, took a moment to gather herself, and kicked the snoring Han Qing off the bed before sitting up. Bai Mu, already awake, approached and saw the little female sitting dazed on the bed, along with Han Qing sprawled on the floor, snoring away. He walked over and embraced Su Cha. "What is wrong, Cha-Cha? Why are you up so early today?" Su Cha tightened her grip around Bai Mu and then let go. "It's all Han Qing's fault. His snoring is too loud. I want to go to the cave entrance to bask in the sun. I don't want to sleep anymore." Upon hearing this, Bai Mu dressed her, fearing the morning chill, and wrapped a bee skin around her as he carried Su Cha over Han Qing's body towards the exit. Only the two of them were awake at home, with the cubs still fast asleep. Bai Mu, unable to leave, took Su Cha to bask in the sun at the cave entrance. Su Cha leaned against Bai Simbi's. Feeling drowsy again, Bai Mu glanced down and gently patted her back. It's still early. Sleep a little longer. Su Cha murmured in response, leaning into his embrace and dozing off again, while Bai Mu rested his eyes against the stone wall, still holding her closely. The sun eventually rose fully, hanging in the azure sky and illuminating the ground, encouraging tender shoots to sprout, accompanied by the soothing sound of flowing water. Unbeknownst to them, Bai Mu too drifted into slumber, his arms still tightly wrapped around Su Cha, a sight that would infuriate those lurking at the mountain foot. Su Bai emerged and saw Bai Mu sleeping at the cave entrance, covered with a piece of beast skin. Upon approaching, he discovered Su Cha nestled in his arms. As Su Bai approached, Bai Mu had already awakened, opening his eyes to signal Su Bai to remain silent, pointing at the sleeping figure in his embrace. Su Bai nodded, gazing at the bright sun, and then turned to the kitchen to prepare some rice. Bai Mu, unable to leave, thought to see what Su Bai might cook today. Contentedly holding Su Cha as he continued to sleep, pulling the beast skin over her so the sunlight wouldn't reach her, Su Bai busied himself in the kitchen, finally washing the rice and placing the pot over the fire. Just then, Xianxing emerged, stretching lazily as he leaned against the kitchen door, glancing into Su Cha's room and asking, "Where is Su? Up so early with Bai Mu?" Su Bai shot him a look. "Keep your voice down. Su is still sleeping at the entrance." He resumed stirring the rice. Xianxing turned and walked towards the entrance, indeed finding the two intimately nestled together in the sunlight, seemingly still asleep. Bai Mu opened his eyes, glanced at Xianxing, then closed them again. Continuing to embrace Su Cha, Xianxing sat down beside them, and the three remained in quiet companionship, guarding Su Cha. Suddenly, the cubs woke up, starting to cry, prompting Xianxing to spring up and rush to the room to soothe them. He curiously glanced at Han Qing, still snoring on the floor, and waited until the cubs quieted down before bringing them out to let them crawl at the entrance. After a while, Su Bai stepped out softly. "It's ready. Let us wake Su." He then went to rouse Han Qing. Bai Mu gently poked Su Cha's cheek. "Wake up. Su Bai has made something delicious." Su Cha mumbled and opened her eyes. "I know. Give me 2 minutes." She closed her eyes again, preparing to doze off. Bai Mu stood and gently shook her. "Is this making you more awake?" Su Cha nodded, sliding down from Bai Mu's arms. "I feel much better. I can walk on my own." Watching Su Bai call Han Qing for breakfast, she walked inside and squatted down to pinch his large ears. "Time to wake up. The sun is shining on your backside." She playfully tapped his thick fur. Xianxing entered from behind, observing Han Qing on the floor while placing the cubs on him and asking, "Why is he sleeping on the floor?" Su Cha, watching the cubs excitedly lick and nibble on Han Qing's fur, stood up and replied, "I don't know. Maybe he rolled off himself." She walked toward the kitchen to find Su Bai cooking rice porridge. Su Bai handed a bowl to Su Cha. "Try it and see if you like it." Su Cha took it cautiously, sipping a mouthful, her eyes lighting up. "I like it. It's sweet." Su Bai shook, ruffling her hair. "I brought a bit of honey from Chuangu last night. Eat up, there's more." Han Qing had woken up, drawn by the aroma. "What's that? I want to eat too." Su Bai served a large bowl to the cubs, and then sat beside Su Cha to eat. Bai Mu pointed to the pot. "There's more. Hurry up. After eating, we need to tidy up and head out." Han Qing scratched his head and walked over, while Xianxing finished quickly and said to Bai Mu and the others, "I'll head to the Xianyu tribe first." Su Cha, watching Xianxing's soaring figure, suggested, "Let us set off at noon. It doesn't seem far." Su Bai put down his bowl and patted Su Cha's head. "Be good and wait for me at home. I'll go take care of some matters." Su Cha, still holding her bowl, nodded. "Go ahead. It's still early." Bai Mu, standing beside them, also finished eating, placing the dishes in the kitchen and looking at Han Qing. "After a while, you'll wash the dishes. I'll pack some things for the little female." Han Qing nodded, refilling the bowls for the cubs who had finished eating and were now wobbling behind Su Cha. Bai Mu began gathering some of Su Cha's clothing, packed her toiletries in a small backpack, and cleaned out an old water bottle to fill it with water before emerging to assist Su Cha. At that moment, Xianxing swooped down from above, landing at the cave entrance with a smile. "I'm ready." Su Cha waved at Xianxing. "So fast. We're still waiting for Su Bai. It's not cold at all today." Bai Mu chuckled from the side. "After the double moons, it will be the hot season." "Cha-cha, you still need plant vegetables, right? When we come back, we'll start digging. I have experience from staying in the herbivore tribe." Upon hearing, Su Cha smiled and nodded. "Sure. How come you seem to know everything?" Bai Mu is truly impressive. Xianxing, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, Indeed. In Su's eyes, there's only Bai Mu. She can't even see others." Su Cha looked at him and exclaimed, "Oh my, there seems to be a sour scent in the air." Could it be you, Xianqing? Are you feeling jealous? Xianqing, gently leaning closer like a soft creature, replied, Yes, Su, please caress me. It hurts here because you don't love me. He took Sucha's hand and placed it on his chest. Sucha started. Quickly withdrew her hand. You rogue, if you keep this up, I'll call by Mu to beat you. Can you not think of anything other than these inappropriate notions? Xianqing, undeterred, continued to caress her small hand. Yes, Su is right. In my mind, Sucha is quite adorable, especially when she is not dressed. Sucha covered his mouth. Be quiet. She threatened to call by Mu. Xianqing quickly broke free from her grasp. Don't shout, I'm sorry, Su. Sucha gave a light hum of approval. That's more like it. Let's go inside and help Bai Mu tidy up. At that moment, Bai Mu was in the kitchen carefully packaging some salt and pepper into Sucha's backpack, while Han Qing was washing the dishes nearby. Sucha observed Bai Mu's meticulous nature and inquired, Is there anything else that needs to be done? Bai Mu shook his head. No need. Xianqing, take the little female out to bask in the sun. I'll take care of the rest. Once Subai returns, we can set off. Xianqing embraced Sucha and led her out of the kitchen. All right, Su, let's go enjoy the sunshine. All of us crowding here makes it difficult for Bai Mu to work. Sucha nodded and sat down at the cave entrance, with Xianqing joining her to soak up the sun. Sucha gazed at the sunlight and remarked, Finally, we can go out. This winter feels like I've been cooped up at home every day, either warming by the fire or sleeping. I feel so lethargic. Xianqing chuckled in agreement. Yes, this time when we go out, we can play for several days before returning. After all, there isn't much to do. Sucha turned to him. Aren't you worried about the Xianyu clan when you go out? I noticed Su Bai has been gone for quite a while. Xianqing affectionately patted her head. I'm different from Su Bai. I used to go out often. If they need me, they'll come looking. Sucha felt delighted and asked, Then you must have traveled to many places, right? She looked at him with envy. Xianqing nodded. I've been to the sea, vibrant hills, high cliffs, grasslands, and ancient forests inhabited by the Elven clan. There are many places I will take you to. Sucha grasped his hand with joy. Okay, then it's settled. Don't forget. Xianqing assured her, I absolutely will not. By now, Subai had returned, beaming as he approached the two. What are you so happy about? Where's Bai Mu? Sucha responded, He's inside tidying up. Have you finished your preparations? Subai came over and patted her head. Everything is arranged. This time, we will play for several days. He then turned to find Bai Mu. Sucha, feeling a bit displeased, pouted, If you keep patting my head, I'll go bald. From now on, you all must refrain from touching the top of my head. Xianqing chimed in with a laugh. I haven't done that. Su, you know I prefer to touch other places. Sucha shot him a glare before following Subai inside to watch him converse with Bai Mu. Han Qing had already cleaned the dishes and tidied up the kitchen. He was currently wiping the bodies and faces of the cubs. Xianqing entered and observed the 4 chubby cubs squished together in a basket. I should go to the tribe and bring back a larger one. The cubs are getting big and it's cramped. The others turned their attention to Han Qing, who was watching the 4 cubs as they playfully nipped at each other and squealed. Sucha nodded. This was still suitable for when they were younger. Unknowingly, the cubs have grown up. Han Qing pulled the cubs out and stood, looking at Xianqing. Hurry, otherwise they'll start fighting on the way. Xianqing laughed and left, not long after returning with a larger basket for Han Qing to try. Sucha came over to help place the cubs inside, realizing they fit comfortably without being cramped. Han Qing observed the 4 cubs spinning around inside and nodded. Not bad, they're much more comfortable like this. He then placed the old basket in the cubs' little room for future use with the little lions. Bai Mu emerged and announced, All right, we can set off. Subai checked the house thoroughly. Su, see if there's anything else we need to take. Prompted by Su Bai's words, Sucha inspected Bai Mu's packed items. A few animal skins, some seasonings, a lighter, her clothes, and toiletries were all neatly arranged. She shook her head. No, Bai Mu has packed everything well. Han Qing stood at the cave entrance, excitedly holding the cubs. Then let's set off. Let's go. The group secured their belongings, closed the wooden door, and headed down the mountain slope, exiting the tribe. Bai Mu handed the items to the others, keeping only what he needed to carry Sucha, as it was inconvenient otherwise. Everyone was in high spirits along the journey, with Xianqing occasionally calling out and performing aerial jumps and spins. Sucha sat comfortably on Bai Mu's back, her bottom cushioned by fur, without a worry in the world, enjoying the scenery along the way. Bai Mu walked in the center, Han Qing in front, and Subai in the back. Looking at Sucha's cheerful demeanor, commented, This is a rare outing. We should play for several days. Bai Mu agreed. Yes, let's take the little female out to enjoy herself for a few days. Han Qing carrying the cubs on his back, chiming cheerfully, "Sounds good." Xianqing kept an eye on the path from above, landing only if there was a situation, while Su Cha relaxed on Bai Mu's back, thinking of it as a spring outing. Staying home every day was quite tiresome. Bai Mu chuckled lightly. But there will be plenty to do in the hot season, with the new year approaching. The journey was filled with stops and starts as Su Cha spotted beautiful flowers and wanted to pick them, causing the cubs to chase after small animals. Han Xing had just retrieved the eldest cub, who had run off after a rabbit. "You can't do that next time. What if you get lost?" The cub protested, struggling as Han Xing held it by the scruff of its neck, letting out cries. Just as Bai Mu approached to intervene, the cub became obedient. Bai Mu, satisfied, gathered the 4 cubs and cautioned, "You must not wander off. If you do, wild beasts may eat you. Be good and listen to your forefathers, or I will discipline you." The cubs nodded in unison, and Han Xing, watching, reassured, all right, they understand their mistake." He then handed a small rabbit to the cubs to play with. Instantly, they became excited, squealing and pawing at the trembling little rabbit. Bai Mu observed them play, while Su Bai and Xianqing took the little female to pick flowers elsewhere. Bai Mu looked up at the sun and said, "It's noon. I will go gather some firewood. You wait here with Cha-Cha and the cubs." Han Xing waved at the cubs. "Go ahead, and if you see any small animals, remember to bring them back for the cubs." Bai Mu smiled at the playful cubs on the grass, then nodded and began to gather dry branches while also hunting. Just as Han Xing was watching the cubs play with a benevolent smile, Su Cha came running over with a bouquet of flowers, calling out, "Han Xing, look what I brought back." Han Xing looked up to see Su Cha approaching with a vibrant bouquet, her beauty surpassing even the flowers, instantly captivating his heart. As Su Cha drew near, Han Xing continued to gaze at her dreamily. Su Cha, noticing the cubs but not seeing Bai Mu, asked, "Where did Bai Mu go? Why are you and the cubs alone?" She brought the flowers closer to Han Xing. "Smell them. They are so fragrant." Behind them, Xianqing and Su Bai exchanged amused glances at Han Xing's infatuation, realizing that Su had a way of captivating them at all times. Chapter 184. The mysterious little red fox. Eventually, Xianqing could no longer bear it and approached, giving Han Xing a gentle kick. "Where did Bai Mu go?" Han Xing, startled, replied sheepishly. He said it was almost noon and went to hunt. Hearing this, Su Cha hugged her flowers and went to play with the cubs. Su Bai approached and said, "You two keep an eye on Su. I will go hunt and look for Bai Mu." Xianqing waved his hand. "Go ahead. I am here." With a mere nod, the beast's skin was set aside, transforming into its beast form and darting away, startling a flock of birds in the forest. Xianqing cast a glance at the avian assembly before approaching Su Cha, crouching down together to observe the cubs frolicking around a rabbit. Su Cha, noticing the trembling little creature, remarked, "How pitiful it is. Perhaps we should let it go." The cubs immediately expressed their discontent, pressing down on the rabbit to prevent its escape. Xianqing extended a hand, lifting the rabbit and stating, "You are on the verge of being played to death. Be patient, and I shall catch you another one soon." Upon hearing this, the cubs, seeing the rabbit's frail state, released it with a chorus of excited cries. Xianqing set the rabbit down in a patch of grass, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished. Su Cha gasped, "It was just pretending. I thought it was on the brink of death." Xianqing chuckled softly, "That is simply an animal's ruse. Do not be deceived in the future, Su." Su Cha nodded, "I understand, but where are they?" In the distance, Han Xing sat on the grass, resting his chin in his hands, gazing dreamily at Su Cha. With no toys left to play with, the small, fluffy bundles followed Su Cha closely, endearing themselves to her. She squatted down and gifted one a small red flower, saying, "You may play, but do not eat it." Sounds of commotion arose from the forest, and as Xianqing took Su Cha's hand to look, they discovered Bai Mu and Su Bai returning together. Su Cha stood up and called out, "How did you catch so many? Is there food?" The two dropped their catch in firewood, and with a thud, Han Xing snapped back to reality, rushing over to assist, exclaiming, "We have plenty to eat. It has been ages since I last savored fresh meat." Su Bai transformed into human form, approaching with firewood and cheerfully assuring, "Do not worry, Su," with Han Xing around. "Nothing will go to waste." Bai Mu took the game to the riverbank to prepare it, while Han Xing hurried to help, leaving Xianqing to watch over the cubs and Su Cha. With nothing to occupy her, Su Cha settled by the fire to help prepare charcoal for roasting meat, occasionally glancing at the passing beastmen or wild animals, who quietly avoided Bai Mu and the others. Swankin demand closely beside Su Cha, suddenly glancing up at a large tree behind them, startling a flock of birds. He raised an eyebrow, realizing it was merely a small bird, then returned his focus to playing with Su Cha's chubby fingers. Concerned that the cubs might wander off while playing, Su Cha kept a vigilant eye on them. And when she spotted DeBeo attempting to run far, she immediately chased after him, lifting him back. So unruly. Be careful not to lose your mother beast. Other ferocious beasts might snatch you away. DeBeo and the others, in their playful, chaotic age, squirmed and squealed, glancing toward the nearby bushes. Xianqing approached and discovered a small red cub trembling in the grass, seemingly frightened by DeBeo. Su Cha, cradling DeBeo, curiously inquired, "What is this? It looks rather lovely." The pitiful cries of the small cub attracted by Mu and the others, with Sabai stepping closer, exclaiming, "Is this a little red fox? How did it end up here?" Bai Mu examined it closely, stating, "This is a cub from the Chi Hu tribe. What brings it to the forest?" Xianqing leaned in to sniff the little red fox. There must be Chi Hu clan members nearby who have not strayed too far. This cub likely sneaked out and was discovered by DeBeo. DeBeo, excited by the sight of the little red fox, wriggled in Su Cha's embrace. Sabai took DeBeo into his arms, saying, "Be gentle. Your mother beast is expecting a little brother." Ignoring the advice, DeBeo continued to howl at the little red fox, kicking fiercely against Sabai, causing the small fox to whimper in fright. Su Cha remarked, "The little red fox is a beast man, right? Why is DeBeo so excited?" Bai Mu comforted the fox in his arms, asking, "Where is your father beast? Why are you alone here?" Witnessing the gentle embrace of its father beast, DeBeo became even more boisterous, kicking Sabai with all its might. Sabai exclaimed, "Little one, such strength. Do you mistake the little red fox for prey?" Xianqing chimed in, "It is quite possible." DeBeo discovered it in the bushes, thinking it was just another small animal. Su Cha gazed at the little red fox, her heart melting at its cuteness as she reached out to gently pat its head. "Do not be afraid. DeBeo will not bite you." Hanqing arrived with the other 3 cubs, observing the little red fox and asking, "What should we do if we cannot find its kin?" Sabai placed DeBeo down, clutching his chest. "This little one is kicking so hard it hurts." Su Cha chuckled while rubbing his chest. "Let me soothe it. It will feel better." After taking advantage of the moment, she playfully darted away. Sabai shook his head in exasperation. "Xianqing, could you fly up and check if there are any Chi Hu clan beastmen nearby? Otherwise, this little cub will be in trouble. Left in the forest, it could be devoured by wild beasts." Xianqing nodded and spread his wings, soaring into the sky. Bai Mu, cradling the red fox, suggested, "Let us wait here for a while, preparing some roasted meat for this little one. It must be starving." Su Cha agreed, "Yes, I'm a bit hungry myself." Sabai squatted down, flipping the meat on the fire. "Then let us wait." In the chapter titled 7 Colored Clouds, Xianqing also settled down beside Su Cha, where DeBeo and the others continued to watch the little red fox with keen interest. Hanqing, slightly puzzled, asked, "Is this little red fox going to be a problem?" DeBeo and the others seemed to dislike him. Su Cha nodded, but he is just a tiny cub, as she prepared to set the little red fox on the grass. DeBeo and the others instantly stood up, mimicking hunting poses and emitting soft growls. Su Cha quickly scooped up the fox once more, exclaiming, "Could it be a wild beast cub?" DeBeo clearly sees it as prey. Xianqing, roasting meat nearby, reassured her, "Su, do you not trust me? Surely you trust Sabai. He is indeed a cub of the Chi Hu tribe." Bai Mu added with a smile, "This little one is certainly a Chi Hu cub. But I recall the Chi Hu clan is distinct from the fox tribe, even rarer than the fox tribe itself. I have yet to see a beast man from the Chi Hu clan." Xianqing affirmed, "Indeed, the Chi Hu clan has long distanced themselves from the fox tribe, remaining. It is a mystery how this little one ended up here." Throughout their discussion, the little red fox nestled closer to Su Cha, seeking comfort against her soft bosom. Mistakenly thinking the cub was frightened, her maternal instincts surged as she embraced it tightly, saying, "Do not fear. DeBeo and the others are just playing with you." Meanwhile, Bai Mu and the others remained focused on roasting meat, oblivious to the increasing volume of DeBeo's calls, while the little red fox peeked down at DeBeo, letting out soft whimpers in response. Su Cha was perplexed, but DeBeo, growing increasingly agitated, climbed on her lap, eager to bite at the little red fox. The once obedient Bao seemed to join in, displaying a noticeable disdain for the small creature. Su Cha, feeling a headache coming on, thought, "If his father beast doesn't come looking for him, it will be difficult for us to manage him, especially since DeBao and the others harbor such a dislike for the little red fox." Bai Mu and the others, unable to intervene, decided to wait a little longer. Hanqing, having finished roasting meat, carefully brought Si Bao over, tearing pieces of the roast to feed him. Xianxing also extended a hand to fetch a piece for himself, while the most unruly de Bao was left for Bai Mu to feed. Reluctantly, Su Cha took it upon herself to feed the little red fox, which devoured the food voraciously, making it all the more pitiable. She gently patted its head and pointed ears, saying, "Eat up, there's more to come." Once Su Cha and the others had their fill, they extinguished the fire and covered it with dirt, settling by the riverbank as Su Cha washed her face. Bai Mu dared not hold the little red fox anymore, fearing that de Bao would become even more upset. Instead, it was in the embrace of Xiangbai. Xianxing observed the whimpering little creature and pondered, what if no one comes looking for it? Normally, cubs are precious, and losing one from the Chi Hu tribe should be a cause for concern. From behind a large tree, a pair of vertical pupils observed the group and the little red fox, deep in thought, careful not to be detected as they silently concealed themselves among the branches. Xianxing occasionally glanced back and remarked, "It feels as though someone is behind us. Could it be the kin of this little one?" Standing up and spreading his wings, he declared, "I'll go take a look. Wait for me here." He then soared into the sky, scouting the vicinity. Having finished washing, Su Cha sat together with Bai Mu and the others, gazing up at Xianxing, placing their hopes upon him, as they were not in a position to carry the little red fox. The little creature, with its damp eyes, looked up as well. De Bao and the others had quieted down significantly, merely keeping watch without a sound. Before long, Xianxing returned, and Hanqing eagerly inquired, "What did you find? Are there any beastmen from the Chi Hu tribe nearby?" Xianxing smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I spotted several Chi Hu tribe members running through the forest, seemingly heading in our direction. Let us wait a bit longer." The group complied and waited. Eventually, they saw a few members of the Chi Hu tribe approaching, prompting the little red fox to excitedly whimper. Xianxing addressed the wary Chi Hu tribe members. "Come quickly and take your cub. You've delayed our journey." A few foxes transformed into their human forms, approaching sheepishly. The leader spoke. "Thank you. We only realized he was lost halfway through our journey." Bai Mu stood and handed the little red fox over here. He then turned to Su Cha and the others. "Let us continue on our way." Su Cha nodded as she climbed onto Xiangbai's back, departing. The beastmen behind them, cradling the little red fox, remarked, "Which tribe are you from? I'll bring something to thank you later." Bai Mu shook his head. "No need. Just be more careful next time and take good care of your cub." With that, he left, carrying his own young one. The beastmen observed the chubby cub in their basket, then glanced at the slender little red fox, watching Bai Mu and the others leave. The little ones, witnessing the departure of the small fox, were quite delighted, falling asleep in the basket without a hint of annoyance. Xianxing, finally shaking off the few beastmen, descended and remarked, "All is well. They won't be following us." Bai Mu spotted their odd behavior right away. Xiangbai nodded. "Fortunately, we kept our observations to ourselves." Su Cha, curious, asked, "How did Bai Mu discern their unusual demeanor?" Bai Mu chuckled, "If a cub is lost, it's unlikely that only a few beastmen would come searching. They seem to be hiding from something, moving cautiously with shifty eyes, and they carried a scent of blood." Appearing very alert, Hanqing, somewhat bewildered, said, "No wonder I caught a whiff of blood earlier. I thought it was just the scent of the prey we processed." Su Cha nodded. "We were oblivious. We should heed Bai Mu's insights more diligently in the future." The others agreed, and Xianxing, wary of being spotted, flew lower to converse with Su Cha. As they walked and paused intermittently, Su Cha pointed toward the distant, vibrant hills. "Those mountains are colorful. What are they?" As everyone looked, they confirmed the beauty. Xianxing explained, "That is Chitsai Dansha Mountain. It appears even more stunning after rain, with steep cliffs and towering peaks, exhibiting bizarre shapes and a myriad of colors, especially the striking reds, yellows, greens, blues, purples, and gray whites. Thus, they are collectively referred to as Chitsai Dansha." Su Cha, eyes gleaming with excitement, exclaimed, "Can we take a detour to visit them on our way back? I've never seen such mountains." Bai Mu smiled and nodded. "Sure. We'll take a detour on our return." Xiangbai added, "It's rare to bring Su out. Let us extend our fun for a few more days." Delighted, Su Cha swayed her legs while perched on Xiangbai's back, humming a cheerful tune. As they meandered along, the group pointed out various beautiful sights for Su Cha to admire. Soon, twilight descended, and they remained within the woods. Bai Mu looked up at the sky and addressed Xianxing. "Please find a place to spend the night. It's becoming unsafe as darkness approaches." Xianqing nodded and promptly took to the skies, scouting the area. He soon spotted a cave at the forest's edge and landed, saying, "There's a cave up ahead. Let us see if it's occupied." Leading the way, they approached, while Su Cha had already fallen asleep on Xiang Bai's back. Chapter 186. Xianqing takes the blame. Xiang Bai walked in the midst of the three, remarking, "Su Su seems to have fallen asleep." Bai Mu glanced back. "She's sleeping. Let her rest." With that, the group fell silent. Xianqing led them to a halt near the cave entrance, instructing, "You all wait here while I check inside. I'll wave you over if it's safe." Bai Mu and the others watched as Xianqing made his way to the cave, its entrance obscured by underbrush, leaving them to wait. Han Qing held the little ones in front until he saw Xianqing wave his hand, at which point they approached and discovered that the cave was quite spacious. Despite the small entrance, Bai Mu stood at the cave mouth and announced, "I'll go in and prepare a sleeping area. Xiang Bai, you stay here with the little female. Xianqing, go gather firewood and hunt. Han Qing, come inside to assist me." Once the tasks were assigned, they began their work, leaving only the little female on Xiang Bai's back to sleep peacefully. After Bai Mu cleaned the cave, he spread soft furs in a corner before signaling Xiang Bai to bring Su Cha in carefully and lay her on a makeshift bed. Han Qing exited to discard waste and returned with some firewood to start a fire, while the little ones continued to sleep on the bed. Outside, the sky glowed with the hues of sunset. Bai Mu, seeing this, stood up and said, "I'll go find Xianqing. You all keep an eye on the little female and don't stray." Just as Bai Mu reached the cave entrance, Xianqing returned, smiling and exclaiming, "There are plenty of prey around. They must be sluggish from winter. They don't even flee upon seeing me." Bai Mu took the game from him, and together with Xiang Bai, they went to find water to process the catch. Meanwhile, Xianqing, pleased with the tidy cave, joined Han Qing by the fire to prepare charcoal. With Su Cha asleep, the two remained silent, merely tending to the fire by adding dry branches. Before long, Bai Mu and the others returned, bringing with them a head of lettuce. Han Qing was thrilled. "Where did you find this? Now we can wrap it around the roasted meat." Xiang Bai, holding large leaves, approached the fire and said, "I found it by the river. There's a whole patch of it, lush and green." Bai Mu, drying his hands, walked over to the still sleeping Su Cha, pulling furs over her before stepping away. "Cha hasn't woken yet. Let us start roasting. The aroma should awaken her." With the addition of lettuce tonight, Han Qing focused intently on roasting the meat in his hands. Su Cha was roused by the enticing aroma of roasted meat, feeling the soft warmth of something furry beside her. As she turned to embrace it, she found it was the little ones. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Bai Mu and the others cooking. Xiang Bai, sitting close, turned to her as he heard her stir. "You're awake, Su Su." Su Cha slowly sat up. "It smells so good. I'm famished. Why didn't you wake me?" Bai Mu approached her, gently arranging her disheveled hair, lifting her into his arms while smiling. "I want Cha to sleep a little longer. The meat is perfectly roasted, and we have fresh lettuce today." Bai quickly handed over the roasted meat, while Han Qing brought the lettuce. "Hurry and eat. It's delicious, Su Su." Xianqing looked at the still sleeping cubs and said, "I'll wake them up. Otherwise, they'll be hungry in the middle of the night." He rose and went to the bed, shaking the cubs, who soon woke up, starting to wail even before they opened their eyes. Han Qing rushed over, picking them up and seating them by the fire. "Each of you feed one." He distributed the cubs, and Bai Mu held Su Cha while Han Qing fed to himself. Su Cha ate heartily, patting her belly, and remarked, "Nothing beats freshly roasted meat, especially wrapped in lettuce." She then jumped down and looked at Bai Mu. "All right, I'm full, but you haven't eaten much. I'll take care of the cubs. You hurry and eat." She dashed over to Han Qing, taking one of the cubs to feed it roasted meat herself. Bai Mu wasted no time, devouring his food, and soon everyone was satisfied. Sitting by the fire, Su Cha gazed at the starry sky. So many stars, they're sparkling. Bai glanced up. "Indeed, they are beautiful, but not as beautiful as you, Su Su." Su Cha chuckled softly at his words. "Why do you sound just like Xianqing now? So slick with words." Xianqing chimed in with a grin. "Exactly. Don't waste your effort. Su Su only likes me." Su Cha huffed. "You're the most annoying. Oh, look." The group turned their gaze to the sky, spotting a shooting star gliding swiftly. Bai laughed. "It's a meteor. Su Su's good luck." Leaning against his shoulder, Su Cha chuckled at the shooting star, recalling the first time she had seen one with the sheep tribe, surprised by how quickly it had come again. Bai Mu and the others quietly accompanied Su Cha at the cave entrance, where the tall grass concealed the firelight from outside, rendering them invisible. Gradually leaning against Bai's shoulder, Su Cha felt drowsy and suddenly jolted awake. I'm a bit tired, so I'm quite sleepy. Bai Mu stood up and scooped her up. I'll take Cha Cha to rest. You all keep one person on watch. He carried Su Cha away without a backward glance. Bai turned to Xianqing, who was preparing to sneak away. Starting tonight, let us have Hanqing take the first watch, then Xianqing tomorrow night, rotating like that. He then went to the only bed in the cave. Lying down next to Su Cha, Xianqing observed them both nestled beside Su Cha while he had no space left and had to curl up at her feet with the cubs to sleep. Hanqing transformed into his beast form, lying at the cave entrance, his eyelids drooping uncontrollably, and he promptly dozed off. In her dreams, Su Cha felt as if she were being roasted by the fire, irritably pushing Bai away and kicking Bai Mu before settling down again. Bai Mu opened his eyes, meeting Bai's gaze, and then looked down at the quiet Su Cha, gently patting her back. Sleep, sleep. The next morning, Su Cha awoke refreshed. Her complexion rosy as she crawled out from between the two men and walked outside, spotting Hanqing. As soon as Su Cha left, Bai Mu woke up, quickly getting up to chase after her, finding her basking in the sun at the cave entrance. Feeling relieved as he approached and embraced her. Why are you up so early today? Don't you want to sleep a bit longer? He helped her tidy her tousled hair. Su Cha faced the sunlight. I've had enough sleep. I can't sleep anymore. Stretching, Bai came out and casually kicked Hanqing, walking away as if nothing happened. When Hanqing opened his eyes, he saw Xianqing standing beside him and angrily shouted, "Why did you kick me?" Xianqing, looking bewildered, pointed to himself. Me? I just came out. Who kicked? Hanqing huffed in silence, rising to find the cubs, while Xianqing, equally perplexed, stepped out and asked, "Why are only the two of you here? Where's Bai?" Bai Mu, supporting Su Cha, was sitting on the grass, soaking up the sun, and indicated toward the forest. He went to hunt. He just left. Xianqing nodded. I'll go help him. He soared toward the forest, soon spotting by chasing prey below and quickly descended to assist. Su Cha turned to Bai Mu. Let us start a fire and wait for them. After eating, we can set off and reach the Baihu tribe a bit earlier. She went to gather dry branches at the forest's edge, with Bai Mu closely following her, and before long, they returned with an armful of kindling. Chapter 187. Discovery of a peeping Tom. Hanqing approached and took the dry branches from Su Cha's hands. I thought you two had gone somewhere. I turned around and was left all alone. Su Cha touched her nose. I forgot to tell you earlier. The cubs are awake. Hanqing let out a loud call, and immediately 4 plump little cubs came scampering over. Su Cha laughed as she scooped them up and played with them, while Bai Mu prepared the fire, ready to roast as soon as Bai returned. Hanqing was called over to guard Su Cha and the cubs, while not far away. Chi gazed intently at the little female in front of him. Unaware, Su Cha joyfully played with the cubs. Suddenly, a noise from the forest caught her attention, and she turned to see Bai and the others returning. Su Cha waved cheerfully. You're back. What did you catch? She ran toward them to greet them. Bai, carrying the prey, avoided the hand Su Cha extended. Wait a moment to see, Su. Xianqing flew in the air and glanced back again. This time, it was not an illusion. Someone was truly following them, likely from the tribe. To avoid alarming the hidden observer, Xianqing landed and gently patted Su Cha's head. There was a really pretty little bird over there just now, but unfortunately, it flew away. He pointed in the direction he had just been looking. Su Cha excitedly peered in that direction. Where? I didn't see it. Xianqing chuckled, taking Su Cha's hand to walk back. Bai startled it just now, and it flew away. Su Cha shrugged. It's fine if I can't see it. Then forget it. Let us go back, eat roasted meat, and then set off. Yi, hiding among the branches, had thought that the beast man had discovered him. Watching them eat, he hurried to hunt, swallowing his catch whole and then applying herbs to mask his scent before sliding back into position. Observing Su Cha and the others still at it, he retracted his fiery gaze, fearful of being noticed, his slit pupils silently fixated on them. Bai Mu stood up to pack their things, while Bai gathered the furs, and Xianqing squatted on the ground, amusing the cubs. Hanqing was responsible for extinguishing the fire, digging into the earth to bury the embers, stepping on them a few times before joining Su Cha to play with the cubs. Bai Mu checked everything. Let us go, otherwise the sun will get hot. Bai nodded. Today, Hanqing will take Su. We'll follow behind. Hanqing happily transformed into a stunning wolf, lowering his body. Hop on, Su. Su Cha, basket in hand, climbed on a Hanqing's back, finding his beast form far more appealing than a husky. Bai Mu, walking behind, suggested, "How about you let me carry the cubs? It would be uncomfortable for Cha-Cha to sit like that." Su-Cha shook her head. "No way. I'll place the basket in front. That way, I can still play with them." High up in the sky, Xianqing was flying exceptionally high today. Su-Cha looked up, noticing him as merely a black duck, wondering why he was so high today. Throughout the journey, Bai Mu and Bai protected Hanqing, and Xianqing would occasionally swoop down to steal a quick kiss from Su-Cha. After a few times, she grew annoyed and threw stones at him. Xianqing dodged, laughing. "Hey, you can't hit me, Su-Su." Infuriated, Su-Cha pointed at him. "You rogue. I'm canceling your night watch duty tomorrow." Xianqing immediately flew down to apologize, pleading with Su-Cha. "That is not fair, Su-Su. You're trying to take my life. I'm sorry. I won't dare next time." Hanqing gleefully chimed in. "Don't believe him, Su-Su. Xianqing is the best at deceiving people." Xianqing shot a sly glare at the foolish wolf, continuing to lower his head in apology. After a while, Su-Cha finally released his flushed ears, feeling satisfied. "All right, I forgive you." Xianqing immediately beamed, giving her a kiss on the forehead before whispering something in Bai's ear, then flew back high into the sky. Hanqing glanced back, exclaiming loudly to Xianqing, "I merely spoke a word to you. Is it necessary to whisper slander about me behind my back?" Xianqing, flapping his wings, retorted, "I shall not divulge anything to you, especially since you tarnish my reputation in front of Su-Su." Infuriated, Hanqing felt an overwhelming urge to soar up and give Xianqing a scratch. Their journey was filled with laughter and merriment, and before long, noon had arrived. Bai Mu hunted behind them while Ziyuan searched for a water source to rest, and Such's water bottle had run dry. Eventually, they discovered a small stream. As they approached, the nearby creatures fled in a panic. Ziyuan let out a roar to scare off other beasts, allowing Hanqing to gently set Sucha down. Upon seeing the water, Sucha excitedly grabbed her mineral water bottle, took a sip, filled it up, and splashed her face, instantly feeling refreshed. Sitting on the grass, she sighed in relief at last. "It's cool." It was unbearably hot at noon. Hanqing approached with the cubs, urging them to drink, and sat beside Sucha, saying, "In a while, Su-Su will cover herself with a beast skin to avoid the sun." Sucha pondered for a moment. While it might be hot, at least she wouldn't get sunburned. Nodding, she replied, "All right, otherwise I will return home tanned." Bai Mu arrived with the prey to process, prompting Sucha to hurriedly assist Ziyuan in gathering firewood. The sun hung high, making Chia, the dark and damp snake, uncomfortable. It lay languidly on a branch, lacking the strength to coil. Watching the fire blaze up, he felt even more uneasy and quietly slipped into the water to soak. Sucha stirred the fire with a stick and inquired of Bai Mu, "How much longer until we reach the Baihu tribe?" Bai Mu placed the freshly caught prey on the leaves Yuan had prepared, replying, "We shall arrive by noon tomorrow." "Thank you for your hard work, Cha-Cha." Sucha shook her head. "We should have brought the cubs earlier. Let's stay a few extra days so the mother beast can see them." Bai Mu bent down and couldn't help but kiss her. "How are you so adorable?" Sucha's cheeks flushed as she pushed him away. "There are others here. It can't happen again." Bai Mu chuckled and went to prepare for roasting the meat. Xianqing immediately squeezed in. "Su-Su, you are biased. Why is it that when he kisses you, I am called a rogue?" Sucha turned her head and poked his nose. "Bai Mu kissed me just once. Why you keep swooping down to ambush me?" "It's fortunate I Haven T retaliated." Xianqing continued to smile, drawing closer and hugging her tightly. "I fly gracefully in the sky. Who could resist such a beautiful Su-Su when I see her?" Sucha chuckled lightly and pushed him away. "All right, let's help with the roasting. We need to continue our journey soon." The cubs were taken by Hanqing for a bath and were now perched by the fire, drying their fur. Sucha approached, sitting down and taking some meat from Bai Mu. "It's quite hot. Let's hurry up and move away from the fire." The midday meal left everyone drenched in sweat, and they felt much more comfortable after bathing. Chien the tree had quite the view, his entire body rigid. Sucha was rinsing her hair and enjoying the refreshing river water, but she sensed someone watching her. Unsure if it was Xianqing, she hurried her wash. Chapter 188. The first touch of cloud. Sucha, dressed and stepping out from behind a rock, approached the orderly Xianqing and asked, "What were you doing just now?" Xianqing, who had been observing the cubs with Hanqing, turned at the sound of Sucha's voice and dashed over. "Are you done washing, Su-Su? I'll help you dry your hair." Then, quicker than him, appeared beside Sucha, saying, "My beast spirit is of the fire element. Let me handle it." As he spoke, flames flickered in his palm, inching towards Sucha's hair. Such swiftly dodged, you'll burn my hair like that. It's sunny, and it will dry soon enough. Xianqing approached, grinning. Then let me blow dry it for you, or else it will keep dripping. He extended his hand to control the wind, blowing her hair dry. Sucha nodded appreciatively. Just don't make it too dry. Ziyuan chuckled lightly, not at all offended. He kissed Sucha on the cheek before returning to watch the cubs with Han Qing. With only the two of them left, Sucha softly asked, "Were you peeking at me while I bathed?" Xianqing shook his head, though I am bold. It was not me this time. Suddenly, he recalled something. The one who had been following them had not emitted any scent moments ago, leading him to believe he had left. It seemed he had concealed his presence, which he had not detected. He needed to inform Baimu and the others. Sucha brushed her hair and remarked, "Perhaps it was just my imagination. Let us not dwell on it. We should hurry." Xianqing, coming back to reality, embraced Sucha as they walked towards Baimu and the others. "Susu, why not sit on me for a while?" Baimu and the others had no objections. But Sucha shook her head. "The sun is too fierce. I don't want to fly up now." Xianqing shrugged. "All right, we can wait until the sun sets this afternoon." Ziyuan transformed into his beast form and lay down, saying, "Then ride on me." Sucha laughed as Baimu lifted her up, while Han Qing draped a thin beast skin over her. "Now you 1 TB sunburned." Sucha tightened the skin around her. "Let us set off. It's too hot here. We'll head into the forest." Baimu, carrying the cubs, followed behind them as Han Qing led the way into the forest to avoid the sun. Xianqing soared above, observing the ground below, noting the prowess of the beastmen, though he remained curious as to why they were following them. Sucha nestled her head against Ziyuan's sturdy back, ready to take a nap. Ziyuan felt the pace steady, and aside from the cubs, who excitedly called out at new sights from their basket, silence reigned. Xianqing occasionally swooped down to check on Sucha, and upon seeing her asleep, he would fly back up, sometimes bringing down a flower to place in the basket for the cubs to play with. After a while, the cubs grew visibly tired, prompting Xianqing to retrieve a large leaf to shield them from the sun. It was not until evening that Sucha awoke, feeling a serene quietness while still on Ziyuan's back. She lifted the beast's skin to find the sun nearly set, with vast stretches of twilight clouds appearing on the horizon. Baimu, observing her rise, smiled and said, "We need to find a place to spend the night. We will reach the Baihu tribe by noon tomorrow, just a little longer." "Cha-cha." Sucha stretched. "You all are the ones working hard, walking and carrying me. I'm just tired from sleeping." Ziyuan chuckled lightly. "Susu is so light, not even heavier than a small prey. It's hardly tiring." Han Qing dashed ahead with the cubs, encouraging them to explore the grass. Xianqing flew down, landing before Sucha with an outstretched hand. "Let me take you up to see the sunset." Sucha offered her hand, and Xianqing grasped it tightly, pulling her close as he soared into the sky. Sucha, frightened, clutched Xuanqing's neck, the wind rushing past her and Xuanqing's exhilaration ringing in her ears until he whispered in her ear, "Open your eyes." As she did, she beheld the lavender clouds before her, curiously reaching out to touch them, her fingers passing through. It was her first encounter with clouds, filling her with joy as she noticed they were enveloped in the fluffy mass together. Xianqing, watching her delight, smiled and asked, "Isn't it beautiful?" Sucha responded with a cheerful affirmation, "It's stunning." "Haha, I touched a cloud." Xianqing, seeing her so joyful, twirled her about in the clouds, swiftly forming a heart shape. "Sucha, isn't this fun?" Sucha nodded. "It's fun, but it's too high. I'm a bit unaccustomed to this. Let us descend." Xianqing gently patted her head, guiding her down slowly, landing them safely on the ground. "Feeling better? You'll adjust gradually." Sucha patted her chest. "I felt a bit breathless earlier, but now I'm much better." Xianqing smoothed her hair, observing her improvement. "Now, Susu, look up. What do you see?" Sucha, curiously glancing up, gasped as the sky was adorned with a large heart. Unable to contain her laughter, she exclaimed, "I absolutely adore such overt affection." Xianqing leaned closer, lightly kissing her earlobe, his voice fervent. "I love you, Susu, my little female." Overwhelmed by his charm, Sucha's ears flushed crimson, as if enchanted. "I love you too." Xianqing chuckled, "So adorable." Sucha shook her head. "I absolutely will not be enticed by you, Frog." With that, she pushed him away and attempted to flee, only to be caught by Xuanqing's hand. "Slow down." Two individuals frolicked and dashed to chase after by Mu and the others. At that moment, the sky was adorned with a warm glow, resembling a picturesque painting. Baimu, observing the two approaching, remarked, "Slow down. Sabai has gone ahead to find a place for the night. There is no rush." Xianqing handed Su Cha over to Baimu, stating, "I shall scout ahead. I can see further from below." With that, she spread her wings and soared ahead. Bai Mu transformed into human form and walked alongside Su Cha, while Han Qing remained in beast form, leading the cubs as they playfully dashed through the grass, capturing little rabbits. Bai Mu took Su Cha's hand, saying, "We will reach the Baihu tribe by noon tomorrow. You've worked hard these past few days. Just hold on a little longer." Su Cha looked earnestly at Bai Mu, responding, "I'm truly not tired. I am well fed and rested. Besides, I am delighted to visit your mother beast." Bai Mu leaned down and kissed her forehead, saying, "Good. I do not wish for you to suffer at all. When we return, you must eat plenty." Su Cha chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, I've grown plump under your care." As she spoke, she pulled his hand to touch her waist, where a soft layer had formed. Bai Mu playfully squeezed her plush hand, remarking, "Being a bit chubby is wonderful. It signifies health." Su Cha, spotting Xian Qing returning, inquired, "Why are you alone?" "Where's Sabai?" Xian Qing landed and explained. "He discovered a cave near the small river up ahead and is cleaning it out. I came to fetch you." Su Cha grispa moyescandigarly. "Alright. Let us hurry and help him." She bounced ahead with excitement. Han Qing called out, "Wait for me. Susu, look, we've caught so many little chicks and rabbits." The cubs chimed in, making adorable sounds that lacked the authority of their earlier hunting cries. In Chapter 189, the highest realm of love is unconscious heartache. Su Cha observed the small creatures and asked, "Can we keep them? The chicks will lay eggs, which we can eat." Han Qing wagged her tail and tilted her head. "Susu, we don't eat eggs. Only the poisonous anaconda beast steals eggs." Su Cha sighed. "All right, when we return, I will ask Bai Mu if we can keep them. That way, we can enjoy fresh meat in winter." Han Qing leapt in excitement. "Susu, you are so clever. I hadn't thought of that. Hee. Let us release these for now. I'll catch more with the cubs on our way back." With that, she bounced away on all fours. The cubs, finding it amusing, straightened their bodies and hopped after Han Qing. Su Cha, watching them, laughed uncontrollably. "You all are so funny." Bai Mu approached and took Su Cha's hand. "Let us go. The cubs have become silly following Han Qing." Su Cha giggled. "Han Qing is just like a little cub. Of course, they can play together." Bai Mu smiled at the 5 large rabbits bounding ahead. Indeed, Han Qing has always been quite delightful. Upon reaching the cave, they found Sabai had already started a fire. Xian Qing had gone hunting, and since the cave was small, the fire was lit at the entrance. Sabai got up and pulled Su Cha over to sit by the fire, massaging her shoulders and back. "You've been sitting all day. Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Su Cha relaxed under his touch. "A little. Press harder on my neck." Bai Mu entered the cave, noting that Sabai had cleaned it thoroughly. He took out some animal skins to prepare everything, and by the time he returned outside, Xian Qing was back, and the sky had darkened. Su Cha and Han Qing sat by the fire, playing with the cubs, while Sabai and Xian Qing were nowhere to be seen. Su Cha called out to Bai Mu as he emerged. "They've gone to handle the prey. Come and rest for a while." Bai Mu approached and continued to massage her shoulders, asking, "Is there anywhere else that hurts?" Su Cha shook her head. "Just my shoulders and thighs." Bai Mu susurred. "All right, just one more day, and we'll arrive." Su Cha nodded enthusiastically. "I really enjoy going out with you all. It feels like a spring outing. Who knows when we'll venture out again?" Han Qing chimed in. "No worries, Su. If you wish to play, we shall come out." Su Cha smiled. "After we return, we will have things to do." "Oh, Bai Mu, can we raise small animals? Like the ones the cubs caught today, so we can have fresh meat in winter?" Bai Mu, looking at the excited female, smiled and gently tapped her forehead. "Let us try when we return. If it succeeds, we shall keep them." Su Cha and Han Qing exchanged glances and instantly cheered. "Hooray! We'll surely succeed." As Sabai and Xian Qing approached from afar, they heard Su Cha's joyful laughter. Xian Qing came over, curious. "What are you laughing about so happily?" Su Cha playfully pushed him away. "I want to tell you for now. You'll find out later." Sabai approached with the catch in hand, holding a fresh, crisp lettuce. "This meat is very tender. Susu must eat more. You've worked hard these past few days." Bai Mu and the others began to cut the meat and grill it, and Su Cha happily joined them, claiming the most tender piece for herself. The cubs sat obediently beside them, fixated on the sizzling meat that wafted an enticing aroma. Han Qing laughed at the cubs' eagerness. "Just wait a bit longer. The fire one to eat the meat." Everyone chuckled at the cubs' antics, and Su Cha patted their heads. "Oh dear, why are you all so silly, just like Han Qing?" At this remark, everyone burst into laughter, except for Han Qing, who pouted and looked at Su Cha with feigned indignation. "I'm not silly. This is Bai Mu's cub. Clearly, I'm just as clever as Bai Mu." Su Cha playfully rubbed her belly. "Ah, yes, you're the smartest in our family." Han Qing, feeling as though he were being subtly mocked, looked at Su Cha with a pitiful expression but remained silent. Su Cha, seeing his forlorn face, suppressed her laughter. Yes, you are the smartest in our family. Han Qing pouted. All right, thank you for your compliment, Su Cha. Su Cha covered her mouth, trying not to laugh, and nudged Xian Qing, whispering, stop laughing. If you keep laughing, Han Qing will start to cry. Xian Qing stifled his laughter and nodded, casting a playful glare at Han Qing. Bai Mu, noticing the meat was ready, picked up the cubs and handed one to Xian Qing. You laughed too loudly and disturbed Han Qing's ears. Xian Qing held the cub tightly. All right, I won't laugh anymore. With 4 individuals and 4 cubs, they had just enough to share, and Su Cha finished hers before starting to feed the cubs. The cubs had grown accustomed to eating meat and could consume quite a bit, but it needed to be shredded into small pieces. After patiently feeding the cubs, they finally began to eat. By the time Bai Mu and the others were full, it was quite late. Su Cha, who had been lying on the grass, stargazing, had dozed off, only to be carried inside to sleep by Bai Mu. Su Cha groggily opened her eyes to see Bai Mu preparing to stroke her. Bai Mu paused for a moment when she suddenly awoke, then continued to caress her cheek. By noon today, we will arrive, and then Cha-Cha can finally rest well. Su Cha nestled closer to him, embracing him. You all are tired as well, especially you, worrying about me and the others. She looked up and kissed him softly. Bai Mu tightened his embrace around Su Cha. Being with Cha-Cha is not tiring. It brings me joy. I hope to be with you forever. Su Cha smiled. Of course, we are meant to be together for a lifetime. If we can't sleep, let's rise and bask in the sun while we wait for them to wake up. With that, the two quietly slipped out, lying hand in hand on the grass to soak up the sunlight. Xian Qing glanced at them from the cave entrance before retreating back inside to sleep. The day was still bright and sunny, and the morning sun warmed them gently, creating a delightful sense of comfort. Chapter 190. The young ones teething before long. Subai awoke and, in the process, roused Han Qing from his slumber. Bai Mu sat up and remarked, we should arrive at the Baihu clan by noon. Han Qing yawned and nodded. Finally, we are almost there. I've been so tired these past few days. Subai playfully tapped his forehead. Hurry and start a fire. I will go hunt for more food so we can continue our journey. With that, he transformed into his beast form and dashed away. Bai Mu turned to the yawning Han Qing and said, why don't you check on the young ones? I will handle this. He then went to gather firewood at the edge of the forest. Su Cha followed suit, collecting small twigs to help build the fire. Bai Mu, though initially reluctant, decided to accompany her, keeping a watchful eye on her. As Su Cha wandered into the forest, she spotted a tree laden with green fruits. Curiosity drew her closer, but the shaded woods felt slightly eerie, causing her to shiver and step back, only to bump into Bai Mu's chest. He gently patted her head. What brings you here? Su Cha touched her heart and replied, I saw a fruit tree and came over. She pointed towards the depths of the forest. Bai Mu wrapped his arms around Su Cha and led her back into the sunlight, glancing at the tree. It's green and not yet ripe for eating. Su Cha sighed. All right then, let's return to the fire. I've gathered a lot of twigs. Bai Mu took the branches from her hands, holding her close as they walked back. Next time you want to explore, do let me know, all right? Su Cha nodded. I was hoping to find you'd come with me. Bai Mu smiled and took her hand with one free hand. Such a good girl. I'll roast some meat for you later. When they returned to the cave entrance, Han Qing was already playing with the young ones on the grass outside, while Xian Qing, who had not slept the previous night, was now catching up on rest. Su Cha, seeing Bai Mu tending to the fire and feeling helpless to assist, joyfully ran toward Han Qing and the young ones. The little ones squealed with excitement and rushed towards their mother. Su Cha gathered them in her arms, burying her head in their soft fur to take a deep breath, then lovingly stroked each one, their fur ruffled playfully. Ha! You 4 chubby little ones look just like dandelions. Su Cha exclaimed, thoroughly pleased as she patted their backs. The young ones, seeing their mother so happy, instantly began to leap and spin with joy. Anin Yoin Su Cha, watching as the little ones nibbled on each other's tails, jokingly saying, these little ones are their most playful phase. We must take them out to play more often. Su Cha agreed. Yes, when we return, we should plant vegetables at the foot of the mountain and bring them along to play. Han Qing chuckled, resting a hand on Su Cha's shoulder. How about I take you back to Shuiyu one day? Would you like that? Su Cha turnet do anin. Anin. Do you miss home and your mother? Han Qing nodded. A little, but being with you makes me happy enough that I don't think about it too much. I just want my mother to meet you. Su Cha leaned closer. Of course, once we finish planting, I'll go back with you to visit. I've never been to Shuiyu. The mention of Shuiyu made Han Qing's eyes light up with excitement as he exclaimed, I'll take you to have fun there. They have flowers that are transparent, and I know you would love to eat them. Su-cha smiled and nodded. Let us make it a plan. She then affectionately stroked Han Qing's soft hair. At that moment, So-bai approached. What are you two chatting about? The meat will be ready soon. Hearing the mention of food, Han Qing immediately scooped up Su-cha and dashed towards the fire, causing Su-bai, who was trailing behind, to clench his fists in alarm. Slow down, don't drop her. He hurried after them. Su-cha was startled by Han Qing's sudden movement and clung tightly to his neck. Put me down. Han Qing only released her once they reached the fire, where Xian Qing, having just woken up, playfully kicked Han Qing's backside. If you drop Su-su, just wait until I catch you. Bai Mu gently patted Su-cha's back to soothe her. It's all right now. Su-cha exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, yes. Just give me a warning next time, so you don't scare me like that. Seeing Su-cha still concerned, Han Qing reassured her. All right. I will definitely let you know next time. I got too excited when I heard about food. Su-cha waved her hand. It's fine. It wasn't a big deal. Don't blame Han Qing. Let us eat and hit the road. She took a seat. Han Qing glanced at Su-bai and Bai Mu, then entered the cave to wake Xian Qing before returning to feed the young ones. Xian Qing took the young one from Su-cha's arms. Su-su, eat quickly. I'll handle feeding them. With 4 people and 4 young ones, losing one would stir jealousy among them, leading to playful scuffles. Su-cha rubbed her stomach, realizing she was indeed hungry. All right, once I'm full, I'll roast some for you. She began to eat. By the time Su-cha had her fill, the young ones were nearly done as well. However, the roasted meat was consumed entirely. Su-cha immediately set to roast more for them. It will be ready shortly. The young ones refused to eat raw meat in front of Su-cha, so Bai Mu approached to lend a hand. Let me take over. You go play with the young ones. So Bai came over, grabbing a large piece of roasted meat. Make do for now. Su-su, go wait aside, or you might get splattered with grease. Su-cha, feeling shooed away, huffed, but eventually went to play with the young ones. They had started teething, and, after getting bitten during nursing, she had refrained from feeding them. As soon as she squatted down, they began tugging at her pants playfully. Just as she managed to push the eldest away, the second one bit her from behind. Su-cha decided to sit down, gathering them into her arms, gently pinching their ears as they gradually accepted her affection, lying down on the grass to be petted. Bai Mu, having finished his meal, joined Su-cha, watching her with a smile as she played joyfully with the young ones. You seem to enjoy this, Su-cha. Would you like to pet the larger ones tonight? Su-cha chuckled lightly. I wouldn't dream of it, you rogue. Bai Mu did not contest her playful banter and joined in the fun with the young ones, causing them to leap and squeal with delight. So Bai brought over a stick and placed it on the grass, prompting the young ones to rush over and gnaw on it to soothe their teething. He then sat down and remarked, the little ones are indeed at the stage of teething, so they are quite mischievous and love to bite things. Su-cha nodded. No wonder they like to chew on my pants. Their teeth must be itching. So Bai affirmed, you can give them sticks or hard items to bite on. It will pass in time. Bai Mu quietly listened, subtly playing with Su-cha's fingers, gently pressing her palm. The 3 sat quietly in the grass, basking in the sun while watching the young ones gnaw on the stick, enjoying the coolness of the morning. Su-cha turned her head and noticed that Xian Qing and Han Qing had finished eating and were putting out the fire. She stood up and stretched. Let us go while the sun isn't too hot. It will be sweltering by noon. Han Qing approached with a basket, and Bai Mu helped place the young ones inside. Let us gather our things and head out. Chapter 191. Arrival at the Baihu clan, Su-bai began to pack up, and as Xian Qing exited the cave, the two collided. He raised an eyebrow. I'm all packed. You should check inside for anything left behind. Su-bai nodded, stepping aside to inspect the cave before emerging with his belongings and animal skins. Let us go. Who will carry Su-su? Su-cha glanced at the 4 of them and replied Bai Mu. The others nodded in agreement, and they began their journey, walking along the grassy path where flowers bloomed, avoiding the forest for now. Su-cha briefly looked back at Su-bai, then raised her gaze to Xian Qing, who was leading the way with the young ones. The sounds of their playful gnawing on the sticks filled the air, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Everything seemed so perfect. And Su-cha sighed, I truly hope we can always be this happy, watching the young ones grow together as a family. Bai Mu smiled, we will, as long as it's what you wish for, Su-cha. In the sky, Xian Qing called out and descended, bringing a flower to Su-cha, saying, of course, we will always be together. The voice of Su-bai echoed from behind. All right, from now on, we shall be a family together. Han Qing hurriedly approached with the little ones to express their affection. Both I and the little ones will always be by Su-su's side. Su-cha looked at the 4 of them anxiously surrounding her and chuckled softly, tucking the flower Xianqing had given her behind her ear, smiling. Very well from now on. We shall always be a complete family, including the little one in my belly. Sabai and the others, seeing her smile with joy, relaxed and returned to their positions. Su Cha, sitting on Bai Mu's back, merrily hummed a cheerful tune, swinging her feet and gazing at the surroundings. With winter past, everything was flourishing, and the vibrant greenery uplifted everyone's spirits. The others, influenced by Su Cha's mood, also felt elated. Xianqing spun and leaped excitedly in the sky. However, Qi Yi, who had been cautiously following them in the forest, felt despondent, perched on a branch as he gazed at the small female on Bai Hu's back. He longed for her words of family to include him, yet it was a mistake from the start. The small female did not harbor feelings for him. For the first time, Qi Yi felt a twinge of retreat, coiling himself into a spiral and dangling from the branch, choosing to fall behind. The figures of Su Cha and her companions gradually faded away, and their joyful song seemed to recede into the distance. Suddenly, Qi Yi opened his eyes wide, resolute. Even if she does not like me, I still want to be with the small female. With that, he chased after them from another direction. After a leisurely stroll, they finally arrived at the territory of the Bai Hu tribe at the peak of the sun's heat. Su Cha touched her somewhat dry lips, relieved to have arrived, having just finished her water without informing Bai Mu and the others. Bai Mu led them into the Bai Hu tribe settlement, greeting some of the tribe members along the way before guiding Su Cha and the others home. As they neared the cave entrance, they transformed back into their human forms. Bai Mu noticed Su Cha's cracked lips and rummaged through his backpack. The water is gone. Why didn't you tell us? The other three turned to see Su Cha's pale complexion and cracked lips. Sabai approached, glancing at her. Let's go find water for Su Su. Bai Mu carried Su Cha to the Mother Beast cave and called out, Mother Beast, I'm back. Instantly, an elderly female rushed out, her speed remarkable, joyfully exclaiming, Bai Mu, my dear, you finally returned to see your mother. Upon seeing Su Cha in Bai Mu's arms, she hurriedly asked, what happened? Should we call the shaman? At that moment, Sabai stepped forward. Su Su hasn't had water for a long time. She needs it now. A male emerged from the cave, carrying a skull filled with water. Handing it to Sabai, quickly, give the small female some water. Bai Mu supported Su Cha, allowing her to sip water slowly. While he looked up to meet his father's reproachful gaze, I'm sorry, father, I didn't take good care of my partner. Su Cha, feeling a bit better after drinking, quickly interjected, Father, it's not Bai Mu's fault. I didn't want to trouble them by not saying anything. Lita gently caressed Su Cha's face, my dear. Take them to your cave to rest. Your father just cleaned it yesterday. Bai Mu nodded. I will come find mother later. With that, he led them next door. Sabai and Xianqing went ahead to prepare the bedding, and Bai Mu placed Su Cha on it, saying, rest well for a while. Feeling a bit dizzy, Su Cha nodded. Ready to sleep. Bai Mu gently patted her back until he heard her soft snores and quietly said, Xianqing, you didn't sleep last night. Come and rest here with Cha Cha. Xianqing nodded and lay beside Su Cha. Sabai added, I will watch over them. You go. Bai Mu and Hanqing each took a little one to find Lita. Lita looked at Bai Mu and asked, have you settled in? You all must be careful next time. Little female, listen, she is very weak, and you must take good care of your partner. Bai Mu assured, don't worry, mother. There won't be a next time. He then brought the little ones out. Lita joyfully stroked them, so chubby and adorable. She then called Bai Mu's beast father to come and see the little cubs. The little ones eagerly surrounded Lita, wagging their tails and yipping, instantly winning her heart. Bai Mu, observing his mother-esque delight, smiled and said, Mother, keep an eye on them. They can be quite mischievous. I'll go hunt. Lita waved her hand dismissively. Go on, go on. Bai Mu, with a resigned smile, turned to Hanqing. You wait here for me. Hanqing shook his head. I will go hunt with you. It will be quicker. Bai Mu had no choice but to take Hanqing with him, noticing his father approaching and pausing. His father stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Let me see if your skills have improved, then led the way. Bai Mu followed silently, noting his father's serious demeanor, while Hanqing felt a bit intimidated, as his own home was ruled by females, and their fathers were always cheerful. Bai Mu, sensing Hanqing's discomfort, patted him reassuringly. Don't be afraid. My father just doesn't like to smile. Hanqing nodded, closely trailing Bai Mu. Upon reaching the forest, Bai Mu transformed into his beast form and dashed into the woods. Hanqing, seeing this, also transformed into a wolf to follow, while Bai Mu's father calmly walked behind them. Bai Mu quickly spotted a small prey, crouching low and signaling Hanqing to block from the other side. With their teamwork, they swiftly captured the prey, Bai Mu presented the catch to his father, wagging his tail and tilting his head, eager for approval. His father approached and ruffled Bai Mu's head. Well done. Remember not to rush next time. Bai Mu nodded and watched as his father went off to hunt. At that moment, Han Qing dared to approach. Your father's beast form looks great, so muscular. Bai Mu smiled and nodded, noticing movement in the grass. He walked over and discovered a nest of gray bunnies. Han Qing came over excitedly. Let's take them back for the little ones to play with. They love little creatures. The two of them carefully bound the nest of 4 little gray bunnies with vines, preparing to take them back. In the afternoon, the prey was all caught by Bai Mu's father, and the 3 returned triumphantly. Han Qing, cradling the little bunnies, dashed toward the cave entrance, calling out, "Little ones." Lida, watching the previously surrounding chubby cubs rush toward Han Qing, laughed, "Slow down, my dear cubs." Han Qing released the bunnies onto the ground, and they scattered in all directions. The 4 little ones eagerly chased after them, playfully pouncing on the bunnies, while only Si Bao struggled to catch San Bao, who helped him retrieve it. Bai Mu placed the prey at the cave entrance and stepped inside to check if Su Cha had woken up. Lida was sitting at the entrance with her partner, observing the playful little ones on the grass, sighing, "Our beloved cubs have grown up and found partners, and now they have 4 chubby little ones. They had such fun while you were away." Bai Mu's father relaxed, holding Lida. Indeed, among the siblings, Bai Mu is the most talented. Lida nodded with a warm smile, watching the little ones rolling in the grass. By noon, Lida's other partners returned, delighted to see Bai Mu, and they all began to play with the 4 chubby little ones. Su Cha awakened when Bai Mu entered, opening her eyes and looking at him. "I feel much better. Help me sit up." Bai Mu and Sabai approached to help her dress, while Xianqing leaped up. "A nap makes everything feel better. Where is that foolish wolf?" Bai Mu, noticing Su Cha looking well-dressed, took her outside. Han Qing is playing with the little ones on the grass at the entrance. As they stepped outside, they saw Han Qing sprawled on the grass, fast asleep, with the little ones in Lida's hands, along with a few males. Su Cha smiled and walked over to Lida, sweetly calling Mother Beast. Lida, visibly pleased, took Su Cha's hand and surveyed her, finally satisfied. "You must be hungry after all this time. We will roast meat shortly." Bai Mu and Su Bai ventured forth to kindle a fire in preparation for the feast, while Xianqing quietly trailed behind Su Cha. The little ones, Han Qing, observed the clearly defined roles of the group. Su Cha and Lida sat at the entrance of the cave, engaged in lively conversation when an orc approached. Addressing Lida, the clan leader requests Bai Mu's presence. Lida nodded and called for Bai Mu to come forth. Bai Mu's father emerged, stating, "I shall accompany Bai Mu. We will return shortly." Lida, concerned that the clan leader might trouble her offspring, replied, "Then hasten back, for we shall not wait for you." After exchanging a few words with Su Bai, Bai Mu departed with his father. Su Cha turned to her mother, saying, "Mother, I shall assist with the preparations for our midday feast." Lida grasped Su Cha's hand. "No need, you may stay here with me. They will manage." Su Bai smiled and added, Su, you may remain seated. Rest assured, I am quite adept at roasting meat." Reluctantly, Su Cha settled beside Lida, observing the lively antics of the younglings and the little rabbits frolicking in the grass. Suddenly, Lida spoke. "Su, if you encounter a female named Mo Li in the coming days, keep your distance. She harbors an intense obsession with Bai Mu and has a volatile temperament. I fear she may wish to harm you." Su Cha nodded. "Mother, I shall be cautious." During their conversation, Su Bai and the others had already ignited the fire, and as the delightful aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, Han Qing promptly gathered the young ones around. It is time to prepare the meat." Su Cha took Lida's hand and walked toward the fire, cheerfully exclaiming, "I am quite skilled at roasting meat. I shall personally prepare a piece for you." Lida nodded with a grin. "Ever since I tasted your cooking last time, I have been eagerly awaiting your return." Su Cha laughed. "Very well, we shall extend our stay this time. Mother, you are in for a treat, and Bai Mu's cooking is truly delightful." As Bai Mu and his father returned, they overheard the laughter. Bai Mu chuckled and inquired, "Mother, what is the source of your merriment?" "My father and I could hear your joy from outside." Su Cha turned with a beaming smile. "I was praising your culinary skills to Mother." Lida, also smiling, urged, "Come sit with us. What did the clan leader want?" Bai Mu settled beside Su Bai and replied, "Nothing of great import, merely inquiring about her stay." Lida nodded, falling silent as she playfully engaged with the younglings. These little ones are just like Bai Mu was in his youth, plump and mischievous. Bai Mu began roasting a piece of meat. "Mother, let us not dwell on the past. Cha-Cha is present. Su-Cha, seizing the opportunity, eagerly implored Lida to recount tales of Bai Mu's childhood. The midday meal passed unnoticed, and after eating, Bai Mu carried Su-Cha back for her afternoon rest. Lying on the bed, she quickly drifted into slumber, while Xianqing yawned and reclined beside her. I, too, need a brief respite. Han Qing, tending to the young ones, soon succumbed to sleep as well, leaving Bai Mu and Su-Bai seated at the cave entrance. Su-Bai gazed into the distance and mused. Do you suppose the one following us is that stray beast? Bai Mu nodded. It has been trailing us for quite some time. It must be that venomous python. Su-Bai, feeling vexed, clicked his tongue. What a bother. Lurking in the shadows while we are unable to capture it. Bai Mu replied. The venomous python clan has always been solitary, a naturally wandering creature. Thus, they possess methods to conceal their presence. Unless it reveals itself, we cannot ensnare it. The two fell silent. It was Xianqing who had first detected the presence of this stray beast, which seemed reluctant to cease its pursuit. Stealthily observing them was not a viable solution. Su-Bai, particularly agitated, was acutely aware that Su-Su was with child. The last encounter had nearly cost them their firstborn. This stray beast was an unpredictable threat, and for the first time, he found himself losing composure, irritably tossing stones ahead. Bai Mu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Xianqing has suggested we let it follow us for now. Once we return to the Shi clan, we shall devise a plan to compel it to reveal itself. Su-Bai sighed. We must remain vigilant in the coming days. It seems we have no other choice. He then rose and lay down beside Su-Cha, gently caressing her belly. Bai Mu, meanwhile, remained at the cave entrance, staring vacantly at the place where he had grown up. When Su-Cha awoke, the sun was nearing its descent. Embarrassed, she touched her cheek. I must have been tired from our travels these past few days. Xianqing, leaning against a nearby wall, chuckled softly. Su-Su, you now snore as loudly as Han Qing. Han Qing, playing with the young ones at the cave entrance, overheard Xianqing's laughter and discreetly threw a stone at the back of his head. Xianqing exclaimed, Han Qing, are you seeking a fight? Han Qing quickly waved his hands. Not me. I am preoccupied with the young ones. Why would I bother with you? Su-Cha chuckled. Well done. Serves you right for teasing me. Su-Bai approached, assisting Su-Cha in donning her clothing, and playfully tapped her nose. These past few days have been taxing for you. Su-Su, you must eat more meat later. Su-Cha, still groggy, nestled against Su-Bai and surveyed her surroundings, inquiring, where has Bai Mu gone? Han Qing, seated at the cave entrance, turned. Bai Mu and his father went hunting. They should be returning soon. Su-Bai carried Su-Cha outside to join the young ones on the grass, where the sky was painted with vibrant hues of sunset, interspersed with twinkling stars and a crescent moon, creating a picturesque scene. Xianqing emerged from behind. Would you like to ascend and see the view, Su-Su? Su-Cha looked at him with eager anticipation. I would love to. Xianqing spread his wings and embraced Su-Cha, soaring upward. Close your eyes. Su-Cha, feeling the rush of wind, clung tightly to Xianqing. Her senses heightened as the sensation of weightlessness enveloped her, causing her to shiver slightly. Xianqing patted her back. Hold on tight. There is nothing to fear, Su-Su. I will take you flying more often, and you shall grow accustomed to it. Su-Cha bit her lip, gripping him tightly, her voice trembling. Can I open my eyes now? The uncertainty of not seeing made her even more anxious. Below, Su-Bai lay on the grass, gazing up at the two, while Han Qing, imitating Su-Bai, reclined beside him, watching Su-Cha and Xianqing. How high they are. I wonder what it feels like to fly up there. Su-Bai chuckled softly. In a moment, I shall ask Xianqing to take you up so you can find out. Han Qing immediately shook his head. I do not want to. What if he drops me? I would be reduced to a puddle of mush. Su-Bai laughed, but remained silent, gently stroking the fluffy fur of the young ones while watching the two in the sky. In the air, Xianqing kissed Su-Cha's forehead and encouraged. You may open your eyes now. Do not be afraid. Su-Cha, still apprehensive, tightened her grip on Xianqing as she gazed at the clouds and the moon, her eyes lighting up. The clouds are so beautiful, and look at the stars. Xianqing acknowledged her with a hum, and circled through the clouds a few times before descending. Upon landing on the grass, Su-Cha felt slightly disoriented, her legs weak as she nearly stumbled. Su-Bai quickly rushed to her side. Are you all right? Su-Cha beamed. I am fine. It was delightful, albeit a bit high, which made me feel wobbly. Han Qing, curious, leaned in. What does it feel like to fly, Su-Su? Xianqing, with his wings still unfurled, playfully approached Han Qing. That is simple enough. Allow me to take you up, and you shall see. With that, he transformed into his beast form, grasped Han Qing with his claws, and soared into the sky. Han Qing's protest was drowned out by his screams. Su Cha looked up to see a magnificent bird grasping Han Qing, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xian Qing quickly set Han Qing down. You are scaring him to death. Previously, Xian Qing had simply spread his wings to carry her up. Now, transformed into his full beast form, he ascended higher and higher, the echoes of Han Qing's cries resonating throughout the tribe. Bai Mu's mother heard the commotion and quickly emerged from the cave, looking up to see Xian Qing in his beast form for the first time and anxiously asking, "What has happened? Did Han Qing offend the phoenix?" Su Bai reassured her, "Do not worry. Han Qing merely expressed a desire to experience the sensation of flight, so Xian Qing is giving him a taste of it." Su Cha approached and wrapped her arms around Li Da's. "Indeed, Mother Beast, do not worry, they are merely playing." Han Qing's voice attracted several beastmen from the Baihu tribe. Xian Qing, seeing Han Qing's pitiful cries, had no choice but to bring him down. As soon as Han Qing reached the ground, his legs weakened, trembling as he pointed at Xian Qing. "You are deliberately tormenting me," he said, feeling nauseated and bent over to vomit. Xian Qing turned back into human form, shrugging innocently. "Did you not say you wanted to try going up? Why blame me?" Su Cha came over to pat Han Qing's back. "This seems serious. Are you all right?" Han Qing leaned weakly against Su Cha's leg. "I feel a bit dizzy. The ground is much better." Xian Qing laughed heartily beside them, while Su Bai humorously handed Han Qing some water. "Take a sip and rinse your mouth. You will feel much better." Su Cha, seeing his frail state, took the water and fed it to Han Qing. "Do you feel better now?" Han Qing nodded feebly. "Much better, thank you, Su Su." Xian Qing squatted down, looking at Han Qing's wolf ears and tail atop his head, chuckling lightly. "So frightened. I shall have to take you up more often." Han Qing clung tightly to Su Cha's leg, his tail wrapping around it in fear. "I don't want to." Su Su. Su Cha tapped Xian Qing's head. "All right, stop scaring Han Qing. If you frighten him any further, he will transform." She pointed at Han Qing's hands, which had already morphed into claws. Xian Qing raised an eyebrow and patted Han Qing's head. "From now on, you must listen to third brother. Otherwise, you will fly more often." Han Qing quickly nodded. "I will be obedient. I will be obedient. Please let me go." Xian Qing chuckled again, standing up and stretching. "I just saw Bai Mu up there. I will go fetch him." With that, he spread his wings and flew away, still in human form, but with a beautiful pair of large wings behind him. Han Qing watched him leave and sighed in relief. "Xian Qing is too much. He only knows how to bully me, humph." Su Cha pinched his wolf ears. There's no helping it. After all, Xian Qing is the strongest among us." Han Qing clenched his fists. "Rest assured, Su Su, I will defeat Xian Qing in the future." Su Bai chuckled softly. "Good, we are rooting for you." Xian Qing, a 6-star wind-type beast soul, while Han Qing was merely a 1-star ice-type beast soul. It was as amusing as an ant challenging an elephant. Li Da, not comprehending the situation, smiled and encouraged Han Qing from the side. At that moment, a female figure came running from afar, calling out, "Li Da Ma, has Bai Mu returned? Where is he?" Li Da's expression darkened as she looked at the approaching female. "Mo Li, Bai Mu already has a partner and children." Su Cha discreetly assessed the female before her. Her plump body was panting after running such a short distance, and her features were indistinguishable amidst the excess flesh. Not to mention, she wasn't wearing a strapless top. Behind Mo Li, more than 10 males rushed over, immediately surrounding her to wipe her sweat, only to be pushed away by Mo Li. Lida pulled Su Cha back, while Su Bai and Han Qing stepped forward to create distance between them and Su Cha, and Lida whispered to Su Cha, "This is Mo Li, who has been pestering Bai Mu. It is because of her that Bai Mu left us." Su Cha sensed the somber tone in Li Da's voice and comforted her by patting her shoulder. "Do not worry, Mother Beast, Bai Mu has a partner now." Montak, irritated by the males surrounding her, pushed them away and shouted, "You all get lost. Bai Mu will be back soon." Although the other males were reluctant, they understood how fond Mo Li was of Bai Mu and reluctantly retreated. Just then, Bai Mu and Xian Qing walked over from a distance, seemingly engaged in conversation. Bai Mu wore a smile, while Xian Qing laughed exuberantly. Mo Li immediately brushed past the males around her and sweetly called out to Bai Mu, "Brother Mu, you're back." Su Cha and the others were taken aback, unable to react fast enough to witness Mo Li's sudden transformation into a coy demeanor. Chapter 194. Mo Li's entanglement. Upon hearing that voice, Bai Mu's expression changed as he noticed a large figure charging towards him. Without time to think, he quickly grabbed Xianqing and dodged aside. When Su Cha and the others realized what was happening, they saw Mo Li sprawled on the grass, wailing loudly, attracting her partner and more than 10 males rushing to help her. The scene was chaotic, and Mo Li was even stepped on by someone. Li Da, unable to bear the sight, walked over and said, "You all, stop pushing. Help Mo Li up first." Su Cha and Su Bai approached to support Bai Mu, while Xianqing looked at the female beside them and asked, "Who is she?" "I just heard her call him Brother Mu," throwing a flirtatious glance at Bai Mu. Bai Mu face palmet. "She is Mo Li, the daughter of the Baihu tribe's leader. I have no relationship with her." Mo Li, having been helped up, immediately cried out, "We grew up together. You were supposed to be my partner. How can there be no relationship? It was she who took you away from me." She pointed accusingly at Su Cha. Su Cha was bewildered. "Me? Why is she pointing at me?" By stepped closer to protect Su Cha, fearing the female might charge at them, which would send Su Cha flying due to her petite stature. Lito looked at the noisy scene and addressed the filthy Emoli. "Emoli, you should go back. Look at your knees, they are bleeding, and you are covered in mud." Emoli glanced down at her dirty self and immediately covered her face, shrieking, "Brother Mu, I will come find you later." With that, she ran off. Once Emoli left, her partner followed suit, leaving a significant emptiness in the grassy area. Xianqing smiled and remarked, "We were unaware Bai Mu had such an affectionate female." Su Bai embraced Su Cha and turned to look at Bai Mu, with everyone's gaze fixed upon him. Bai Mu could only walk towards the cave entrance with his prey, saying, "Let us discuss it while roasting meat later. It's getting late. And Cha-Cha must be hungry." Xianqing came over to help, while Su Bai went to start the fire. Su Cha and Li Da walked ahead. And when the fire pit ignited, Li Da's partner returned, bringing several small chickens for the cubs, who were playing on the grass. Bai Mu's father brought back many prey, and everyone gathered around the fire pit at the cave entrance to roast meat together. Xianqing looked at Bai Mu. "Now you should speak." Su Cha also looked at Bai Mu. "Yes, otherwise we won't know anything." Li Da urged Bai Mu, "Cub, go ahead, it's no big deal. It has always been Mo Li pestering you." Bai Mu's father, sitting nearby, roasted meat for Li Da and added, "You must be loyal to your partner." Bai Mu nodded. "TT, I'm sorry. I did not mean to hide this from you. Mo Li has been pestering me since I just came of age. Wanted to be my partner. I do not like her and have rejected her, but she has always used her father's status to find me, which is why I left the Baihu tribe." Su Cha nodded. "I didn't expect that after all this time. Mo Li still has feelings for you. She does have some charm." Bai Mu, feeling wronged, wrapped his tail around Su Cha's waist. "TT, I only like you, and I have already rejected Mo Li." This was the first time Su Cha saw Bai Mu so helpless, and she chuckled lightly. "All right, we will stay here for a few days and then return. It's nothing. Just keep your distance from Mo Li in the future, and do not be alone with her." Bai Mu promised earnestly in the past. "I did not like her. I will not in the future either. I only like you, TT." So Bai handed over a piece of roasted meat. "Su, eat the roasted meat. It will taste bad if it gets cold." Su Cha nodded and began to eat, while Han Qing hugged the cubs, dividing their portions. The four of them were just right, feeding the cubs until they were full before Bai Mu and the others began to eat. Li Da watched the harmonious interactions among them and felt happy for Bai Mu. At that moment, Bai Mu handed a piece of delicious roasted meat to Li Da. "Mother Beast, try it and see if you like it. I learned how to roast from my father Beast. Li Da tuka bite. It's delicious, thank you." Bai Mu. Bai Mu smiled as he observed the Mother Beast and Father Beast exchange glances. Everyone sat around the fire pit, enjoying roasted meat and sharing laughter. After finishing her meal, Su Cha moved a bit away to play with the cubs, waiting for Bai Mu and the others to finish eating. Li Da, also full, came over to sit beside Su Cha and play with the cubs. Outside the Baihu Zhu tribe, Chi gazed enviously at a group of people on the grass, their eyes intently fixed on Su Cha's figure. He wished to see the little female smile like that forever. Her eyes crescent-shaped with joy and her plump cheeks inviting to the touch. Chi hung forlornly from a tree branch, noticing that the little female seemed quite fond of her partner. Yet, he yearned for her to belong solely to him, desiring the absence of anyone else. But after a while, Chi left dejectedly. Bai Mu and the others required a substantial amount of meat to satiate their hunger, and at that moment, the moon emerged, casting a gentle glow upon the grass. Today, Xiang Bai had eaten rather quickly and leaned down to whisper something into Bai Mu's ear before making his way towards Su Cha. Li Da smiled at Xiang Bai before departing. while Bai Mu instructed his father beast on the art of roasting meat to perfection. The cubs were in pursuit of the little chicks, and Su Cha beamed at the fluffy creatures, contemplating creating a special place for them so that they could have meat during the winter. Xiangbai pulled Su Cha into his embrace, and the two nestled together on the grass, gazing at the moon. Su Cha looked up at his chin and said, "When we return, we should raise some chicks. They will lay eggs, and when they grow up, we can have meat." Xiangbai rubbed his chin against her head and replied, "That sounds wonderful. We can dig a hole at the foot of the mountain just for them." Su, feel free to share any other ideas you have. Su Cha nodded, her mind racing with thoughts of what to do upon their return. There indeed seemed to be quite a bit to arrange. The two sat quietly on the grass, the sounds of Bai Mu and his father beast conversing nearby, occasionally punctuated by the cubs' playful cries. At that moment, Xianqing approached and sat beside them, playfully grasping Su Cha's fingers and teasing, "What are you thinking about, Su? I came over, and you didn't even notice." Su Cha laughed joyfully. "I was pondering the tasks awaiting us at home. You'll have your hands full." As she spoke, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but he held on tightly. Han Qing also ran over, leaving only Bai Mu and his father beast conversing by the fire, while Li De, feeling a bit cold, retreated to the cave. Su Cha nestled deeper into Xiangbai's embrace, curiously glancing over. What could Bai Mu and his father beast be discussing for so long? Han Qing cast a sidelong glance and replied, "Bai Mu is asking his father beast how to guide the cubs, the appropriate age to begin. And much of it pertains to Su and the cubs." Su Cha was puzzled about what they could be discussing regarding her, but decided to wait until Bai Mu returned to inquire, leaning against Xiangbai's chest and feeling drowsy. The cubs, however, were quite lively, the little chicks too weak to escape. The bough continuously pawed at them, and they remained motionless for feeble chicks lying on the grass, allowing the cubs to play with them. Han Qing noticed and stood up, heading toward the cubs to rescue the little chicks, saying, "If you keep playing, the chicks will fall asleep. You can't play with them tonight, they will get cold." Su Cha watched and cheerfully called out, "Take good care of the chicks. We don't want the daddies to harm them." Xiangbai's deep voice interjected, Su really adores small animals. When we return, let us each catch a few to raise." Su Cha nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, let's do it together next year." The three were all enchanted by Su Cha's laughter, each one smiling broadly, while the cubs sat obediently. Xianqing, however, casually cast a glance at the dark forest, sensing no trace of stray beasts. He was uncertain whether they had fled or if something else had driven them away. Qi had not left. He remained hidden in the branches of a large tree, continuing to watch Su Cha. Xianqing must have sensed him, but as long as he stayed concealed, they had no means to approach her. Su Cha scanned her surroundings and remarked, "Isn't Mo Li supposed to visit Bai Mu? Why hasn't Tishi arrived yet?" Xianqing chuckled softly. "That Mo Li is quite a handful for Bai Mu. I wonder how he endures it." Su Cha huffed in discontent, asserting that Bai Mu should not be blamed, for it was Mo Li who incessantly pursued him, eventually driving him to leave the tribe. Xianqing stroked his chin, smiling but remaining silent, as he playfully toyed with Su Cha's fingers. Han Qing kept the cubs entertained, lest they refused to sleep later. Bai Mu approached and gently patted Su Cha's head, saying, "It's cold out tonight. Should we head inside?" Su Cha turned to him. "Have you finished your conversation?" Bai Mu replied affirmatively. "It had been a while since we last met, so I chatted a bit longer with my father beast." Su Cha took his hand. "Let us go back. It's indeed rather chilly outside." Xiangbai lifted Su Cha and began walking back, while Han Qing remained behind, calling out to them, "You go ahead. I'll keep the cubs entertained a little longer. Otherwise, they won't sleep tonight." Bai Mu turned to Han Qing, "Be careful," before following Su Cha into the cave, leaving only Han Qing and the four little Bai Hu cubs on the grass. Su Cha sat on the bed, surveying the spacious cave. Bai Mu, "Did you live in such a large cave by yourself before?" Bai Mu settled beside her. "This is a cave I dug myself after reaching adulthood. Then Mo Li began to pester me, and I left the tribe, which is when I met you." The four nestled together on the bed, with Xiangbai holding Su Cha close, and Xianqing and Bai Mu sitting on either side. It felt warm, and they could still hear Han Qing playing with the cubs at the entrance. Su Cha leaned against Xiangbai's chest and yawned. "Let us call Han Qing into sleep. I'm feeling quite sleepy." Xiangbai embraced Su Cha and rose, while Bai Mu tidied the disheveled bedding before settling her down. Xianqing stepped outside to summon Han Qing. Su Cha, with her eyes half closed, lay on the bed waiting for Han Qing, only to find herself drifting off to sleep unbeknownst to her. Bai Mu gently patted her back, soothing her to sleep. By the time Han Qing returned, Su Cha was already asleep, softly snoring. Xiangbai signaled Han Qing to be quiet, and Han Qing nodded, carefully lying down next to the cubs at Su Cha's feet. The others soon found their places beside Su Cha, and the cave quickly fell silent. Jie, having watched the wolf beast enter with the cubs, remained silent at a distance before finally heading into the forest to hunt. The next morning, the sunlight streamed onto everyone's faces. Bai Mu was the first to awaken, turning to glance at Su Cha, who was still asleep. He had no desire to rise, content to watch her serene, sleeping face. Her long eyelashes tempted him to reach out and caress her. To his surprise, Su Cha awakened just as he was about to, their gazes locking. Upon opening her eyes, Su Cha saw Bai Mu reaching out to her, his gaze so tender that she couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Bai Mu tucked her tousled hair behind her ear and leaned in to kiss her forehead. "It's wonderful to see you, Cha-Cha, the moment you open your eyes. I just want to kiss you." Su Cha's cheeks flushed crimson, and she leaned in to plant a quick kiss on Bai Mu's lips. "All right, let's get up." At that moment, Xiang Bai's voice came from behind. Su has already kissed Bai Mu. "I want to turn too. It's unfair." Xiang Bai reached out to tickle Su Cha's waist. Feeling shy under Bai Mu's gaze, Su Cha could only sit up and quickly peck Xiang Bai on the forehead. "All right, the two of you and the cubs are still asleep. Let us keep our voices down." Bai Mu helped Su Cha dress before carrying her outside to the grass, with Xiang Bai leisurely following behind. Qi had been watching from the cave entrance, seeing Su Cha carried out by the Baihu beast man to bask in the sun. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, his gaze fixated on Su Cha, remembering the sounds he had heard in the forest last night. His eyes flickered as he shrank his body, concealing his presence among the branches. Su Cha lay on the grass, breathing in the fresh air. The morning sun feels so good. Bai Mu and Xiang Bai lay beside her, with Bai Mu remarking in the past, "Cha-Cha never got a bask in the morning sun, but now that you're pregnant, you're up early." Xiang Bai added, "If Su feels unwell at any point, you must tell us." Su Cha smiled brightly, "Of course. I just woke up early because I went to bed early last night. It's the winter mornings that make me reluctant to rise." Bai Mu affectionately stroked her soft hair. "It's all Winter's fault. So annoying without any sun." As he spoke, he deftly braided her hair into a plait. Su Cha was pleasantly surprised, touching her hair. She had only attempted to braid it once before, not realizing Bai Mu had remembered. "It looks beautiful. Bai Mu, you're becoming quite the skilled one." Bai Mu grinned. "All thanks to your teachings, Cha-Cha. From now on, I shall be the one to braid your hair." Bai gently plucked a white flower and nestled it in Su Cha's hair, declaring that it enhanced her beauty. Su Cha, fondly caressing the flower in her hair, praised Bai before rising to dance joyously upon the verdant grass, humming a cheerful tune. Nearby, a female clad in a white fur top and a short skirt, her head adorned with fresh blossoms, twirled gracefully across the lush meadow, enchanting as a butterfly. Chia, close enough to hear the female's merry laughter, found himself wishing to monopolize her beauty. Witnessing the throngs of eager males around him, he harbored violent thoughts of ridding them of their sight. Bai Mu also noticed the increasing number of males approaching and promptly stood to retrieve Su Cha. Su Cha held out a handful of flowers for them to smell, exclaiming about their delightful fragrance and the beauty of the surroundings, where butterflies flitted about. Bai Mu and Bai discreetly formed a protective circle around Su Cha, shielding her from the fervent gazes of onlookers. Su Cha obediently settled between them, preoccupying herself with the flowers in her hands. At that moment, Lida rose and approached Bai Mu and the others. Bai Mu called out to her, "Mother Beast," and then shouted to the figure behind her, "Father Beast." Su Cha then offered the flowers to Lida, saying, "Mother Beast, take a whiff. They smell delightful." Chapter 195. Su Cha's poison wanderings. Lida received the flowers with a smile, thanking Su Cha and encouraging her to sit down. Once again seated, Lida inhaled the fragrance of the flowers and remarked on how lovely they smelled, uplifting her spirits on this fine morning. Just as Su Cha was about to speak, she heard Han Qing calling her name. Turning around, Su Cha saw Han Qing approaching, breathless and cradling her little ones, followed by the languid Xian Qing. Han Qing, panting, exclaimed, "Su, why are you up so early? I woke up and couldn't find you." Xian Qing strolled over, casually tossing the little ones to Bai Mu before snuggling against Su Cha to rest her eyes. After a while, once Han Qing had caught her breath, she began playing with the little ones beside Su Cha. Finally having a moment to speak, Su Cha remarked, "The sun is already high, and you two are just getting up." Han Qing chuckled, while Xian Qing remained silent, leaning on Su Cha's shoulder to continue her slumber. observing that everyone was awake. Bai Mu declared, "I shall roast some meat. Let us prepare for breakfast." Li Da replied to Bai Mu, "Bai Mu, you all can handle your own. We only eat twice a day." Bai Mu nodded and, along with Bai, began preparations, while Su Cha called out, "Just roast a little. I'll only have a small bite." Li Da gently patted Su Cha's arm. "Su, you should eat more meat. You're too thin, which makes you prone to illness. Falling ill is quite unpleasant, and it requires enduring bitter herbs." Su Cha touched the soft flesh on her shoulders, Mother Beast. "I assure you there's still meat on me. I'm not too thin. I've gained quite a bit of weight during my pregnancy." Li Da, still unsatisfied, shook her head, urging Su Cha to consume more meat before leaning against her partner to bask in the sun. A moment later, distant sounds of Molly's incessant chatter and the flattering voices of males reached their ears. Li Da opened her eyes wide and sat upright. "Oh no, Molly is coming," she exclaimed, glancing into the distance. Su Cha, curious, looked as well and spotted Molly being carried by several males, sitting regally as if a queen, while some offered her fruits and others shielded her from the sun with leaves, all the while Molly berated them. Su Cha clasped her mouth in astonishment. How many partners does Molly have? Li Da pondered. There are at least 20 confirmed partners with a few more admirers. As Su Cha noticed the approaching crowd, she voiced her concern. "She is coming closer. What should we do?" Li Da, equally distressed, suggested, "Let us leave it to Bai Mu. We cannot manage this. Molly 1T listened to us." Just then, Bai Mu returned with roasted meat, neatly cut into small pieces and arranged on leaves, having even fashioned chopsticks for Su Cha. Bai brought over shredded roasted meat for the little ones to eat. Su Cha took a piece for herself and asked, "Aren't you all going to eat?" "I'm the only one." "Bai Mu, note that. We aren't very hungry in the morning. You, Su Cha, need to eat more meat for the sake of our little ones." Bai approached with water. Su, eat slowly. If it isn't enough, I'll roast more." Su Cha shook her head. "I'm full, but there's another troublesome matter awaiting us." She gestured for the two to look. Bai Mu, upon spotting Molly, groaned. Why is she coming over again? Can't she understand? Is her mind not right? Su Cha, hearing Bai Mu's exasperated remarks, stared at him in surprise, offering him a thumbs up for his gentle yet civilized insults. Molly, upon seeing Bai Mu, was as excited as a dung beetle spotting a dung ball. She quickly urged her partners to set her down before sprinting towards Bai Mu. Bai Mu clenched his fists, veins bulging as he restrained himself from kicking her away, mindful of Molly's female status. Bai swiftly embraced Su Cha, retreating to the side, leaving Bai Mu to handle the situation alone. Bai Mu's father and Li Da also moved aside, wary of Molly's potential to cause chaos. Han Qing and Xian Qing, holding their little ones, watched the unfolding scene, with Han Qing amused while Xian Qing remained focused on ensuring the little ones enjoyed their meat. Molly, with a pout, looked at the retreating Bai Mu. "Brother Mu, why won't you catch me?" Molly's partners, with an air of arrogance, pointed at Bai Mu. "Molly is the most beautiful female of our tribe. It is your fortune to have her attention. Why not kneel down and beg for a favor?" Bai Mu, lacking patience for Molly's partners, stepped forward and seized the one who had spoken. "Repeat that. I already have a partner. You'd best keep a close watch on your female, or I can't guarantee I won't harm her next time." Su Cha, munching on roasted meat, gazed at Bai Mu with heart-shaped eyes, finding him exceptionally handsome, particularly as he held the muscular orc aloft. Molly, suddenly heartbroken, pointed at Su Cha. "Bai Mu, are you abandoning me for that ugly female? She is so thin. She must be unhealthy. If you were with me, I'd bear you many offspring." Su Cha, caught in the crossfire, protested. "How can you say such things? Bai Mu has made his feelings clear. Besides, who says I cannot bear children? Our offspring are nearly grown," she added, playfully making a hum at Molly. Han Qing chimed in, raising the little ones. "Bai Mu's children are right here." Xian Qing, unable to contain his laughter at Su Cha's antics, found her adorably boastful. Hearing the laughter, Su Cha turned to Xian Qing with a warning glance, signaling him to avoid trouble. Xian approached, hugging Su Cha and leaning close to her ear. "If you want me to be good, Su, you'd better keep a close watch on me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do." Su Cha, alarmed, immediately grasped Xian Qing's hand, fearing he might cause mischief for Bai Mu. Molly, initially focused on Bai Mu, was drawn to Xian Qing's laughter and gazed at him, adorned in sheer red fabric, a beautiful red crystal accentuating his waist, his hair styled high with red stones. She found him languidly resting against Su Cha's shoulder, and upon catching a glimpse of his masculine features, she felt herself swoon, blushing as she asked, "What is your name? I would bear your children. How about we become partners?" Bai Mu, now thoroughly irritated, kicked the incessantly chattering orc away and, upon hearing Molly's voice, glanced back at the ostentatious Xianqing, realizing why Molly had noticed him so readily. Han Qing, bewildered by Molly's infatuation, exclaimed, "You don't want Bai Mu anymore?" Molly, attempting to stifle her laughter, ended up grinning widely. "I still prefer Brother Mu the most. If you four join me, I wouldn't mind. As long as you abandon Su Cha, I'd gladly bear you children." Han Qing, feeling a shiver run down her spine at Molly's gaze, hurriedly hid behind Xianqing, who was far less gentle than Bai Mu and had no qualms about handling troublesome females. Su Cha was rendered speechless, astonished at the insatiable appetite of this Mo Li, who seemed so fond of her partner. The male companion beside Mo Li was not unattractive either. Xianqing, who had been resting with his eyes closed, straightened up and looked at the female opposite him, smiling as he spoke. "Do you wish to be my partner?" Mo Li, gazing at the smiling Xianqing, mistakenly believed he had consented, immediately lifting her chin and nodding. "However, I must first bear my first litter with Bai Mu. You can wait for the next." The companions surrounding Mo Li instantly cast envious glances at Xianqing and Bai Mu, for despite their long association with Mo Li, they had yet to produce any offspring. Xianqing, with an alluring smile, raised an eyebrow and approached Mo Li, stretching his limbs as he contemplated sending this oblivious female flying. Su Cha, unable to watch any longer, looked at the hopeful Mo Li until Xianqing raised his hand, seemingly ready to toss her aside. Her companions snapped back to reality, encircling Mo Li to rescue her. Bai Mu hurriedly approached and grasped Xianqing's arm. "No, she's the chieftain's daughter." Xianqing scoffed. "And what of it if she is the daughter of the Beast King? I will still strike. Here, aside from Su Su, all are males. There are no females to be found." Li Da regarded Xianqing with some surprise, for the beast realm was generally quite accommodating towards females. Only the stray beasts failed to cherish them. Bai Mu, resigned, whispered in Xianqing's ear, "Just consider this a favor for me. My mother beast is still in the Baihu tribe. Otherwise, Mo Li would have been dealt with long ago." Xianqing shrugged. "Fine, just be cautious. This female seems a bit off." With that, he turned and returned to lean against Su Cha. Mo Li, frightened by Xianqing, broke down in tears, crying out, "How dare you strike me? I'm a female." Bai Mu, rubbing his ears, admonished Mo Li's companions. "Take Mo Li back. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." They knew that the orc-in red beast skin was not to be trifled with, and reluctantly, they ran off with Mo Li. Their hasty retreat was so comical that even Su Bai could not help but chuckle, while Han Qing laughed heartily, rolling on the ground with the cubs. Su Cha pursed her lips, observing them. "Why is Mo Li so enamored with my people?" As she turned to scrutinize the four of them, it was evident they possessed a certain charm, prompting her to chuckle. Xianqing, wrapping his arms around Su Cha, grinned at her playful demeanor and poked her forehead. Su Su, you are not thinking of anything lewd, are you? You look so eager. Do you need my assistance?" Su Cha pushed him away. "Do you think everyone is like you? I am contemplating other matters." With that, she began to pick grass, busily distancing herself from Xianqing's embrace. Xianqing did not pursue her. He merely stood with his arms crossed, watching her busyness with a smile. Everyone regarded Su Cha with expressions of mirth until she could no longer maintain her facade, turning to them and stamping her foot. "All right. I admit I was coveting your beauty." So Bai approached her to console. "All is Xianqing's fault. Let us revoke his opportunity to share a bed." Su Cha smiled and nodded. "Very well, from now on, Xianqing shall sleep alone in a small room." Xianqing immediately glared at Su Bai. "Ah, you sneaky fellow." Always encouraging Su Su, he then rushed to appease Su Cha, unwilling to spend the night alone. After all, it was far more comfortable to embrace the fragrant, soft female. Han Qing fanned the flames. "Su Su, do not forgive Xianqing. He deserves it." Su Cha nodded with a smile. "Indeed, we shall not pardon him, especially after mocking me." Xianqing, clutching his forehead, cried out in protest as he chased after Su Cha, the cubs, thinking they were playing a game, scampering after them. Bai Mu and Su Bai stood helplessly aside, watching the trio frolic like children before quietly departing to hunt. Qi Yi had been observing from the shadows, watching as the Baihu and Sure beasts left, leaving only the small female and her two companions on the grass. If that Xian Yao orc were to depart, he would have the opportunity to stealthily take the small female away. However, Chi smirked coldly, revealing his fangs. He was in no rush, waiting for the orc to make a move. Then he could take the small female amid the chaos. His mood considerably brightened as he gazed lovingly at the little female playing on the grass. After running for a while, Su-cha finally stopped, sitting on the grass and exclaiming, "No more playing, I am so tired." Xianqing and Han-qing sat beside her, the three of them lying quietly on the grass. Su-cha glanced around and spoke. "Where did Bai Mu and Sabai go?" Xianqing, resting his head on his arm as he gazed at the sun, replied, "They went hunting, they just told me." Su-cha gathered the four treasures in her arms, closing her eyes in silence. Xianqing turned to glance at her, chuckling softly as he shielded her from the sunlight. After a while, Su-cha, feeling drained, released the four treasures and began to emit soft snores. Han-qing looked at Xianqing. "Su-su has fallen asleep." Xianqing nodded, and the two kept watch over her until Bai Mu and the others returned. Only then did Xianqing gently shake Su-su awake. "Su-su." Su-cha, drowsily opening her eyes, murmured, "Huh, how did I fall asleep?" She instinctively reached to rub her belly, having felt a strong urge to sleep lately. So Bai approached to help Su-cha wake up. "Let us eat. Then we can return to sleep." "Be good, it's all because of the cubs." Su-cha nodded, suddenly hearing Mo Li's voice, and instantly became alert. "Why do I hear Mo Li?" Everyone looked over, and indeed, Mo Li was approaching, smiling and carrying a basket, no longer calling out for Mu Gu or gazing adoringly at them. Su-cha was somewhat perplexed by Mo Li's demeanor, as the group observed what she intended to do. Mo Li, ignoring Bai Mu and the others, cheerfully walked over and took Su-cha's hand. "Hello, I am Mo Li. Can we be friends?" Su-cha withdrew her hand. "I am Su-cha, but as for friendship, I think not. I fear you may have ulterior motives." Speaking bluntly, Mo Li remained unfazed, smiling as she replied, "Previously, I was in the wrong, but I no longer have feelings for Bai Mu. I only came to play with you. Rest assured, I will not covet your partner." So Bai stepped forward to separate the two. "Please do not approach Su-su. Do not force me to take action against a female." Mo Li continued to smile. "I came alone. I assure you, I will not harm Su-su." Spotting Lida emerging from the cave, she also ran over. "Buling Lida along." Lida, taken aback, looked at Bai Mu. "What is going on?" Mo Li, "You and Bai Mu both have part. Do not cling to him any longer." Mo Li smiled and explained, "Lida, I have come to play with Su-su. I will no longer pursue Bai Mu, so do not worry." Lida, believing Mo Li had given up, smiled and patted her hand. "Good. It's great that you think this way. Would you like to stay and join us for some roasted meat?" Mo Li smiled and nodded. "I want to be a freeloader. I brought some fruits that are very sweet. Su-su will surely like them." Bai Mu and the others still did not allow Mo Li to approach Su-cha, and as they gathered around the campfire, Lida seated herself between the two and, while eating the fruits Mo Li had offered, spoke to Su-cha. "Su-su, would you like to try one? They are very sweet." Lida finished one before handing it to Su-cha. Mo Li also smiled beside them. Taking one, "If you're not at ease, I will eat one first." Su-cha, reluctant but aware that Lida was Bai Mu's mother beast and had washed the fruit before offering it, felt it would be rude to refuse. Chapter 196. Poisonous fruit. Su-cha had no choice but to take one, biting into it before pausing for 2 seconds, then quickly finishing it in a few bites. She looked at the basket. "It is indeed very sweet." Mo Li smiled and handed the basket over. "If you like it, eat more. I have plenty in my cave that I cannot finish." Su-cha glanced at Bai Mu but did not take any. Mo Li directly pushed it into her hands. "Do not worry. You are Mu Ji's partner. How could I harm you?" Su-cha originally had no intention of eating, but as the fruit was pressed into her embrace, a delightful fragrance wafted toward her nose. Subai, having been pushed away by Xianqing, sat farthest away, preparing roasted meat for Su-cha, so he did not see her eating the fruit. Su-cha restrained herself from eating, looking at Bai Mu. "Can I eat it?" Bai Mu glanced at Mo Li, then nodded. "Go ahead. Save one for later when we go to the forest to pick some for Cha-cha." Su-cha nodded and thanked Mo Li before, unable to resist, eating a few more before stopping. The group failed to notice the excitement hidden in Mo Li's eyes as she lowered her gaze. In the distance, Chi observed Su-cha as she consumed several fruits, his excitement palpable. The entire snake, taut with anticipation, focused intently on Su-cha, unperturbed by the troublesome female, confident that someone would deal with her. Jasmine, delighted by Su Cha's enjoyment of the fruits, eagerly sought out Lita to learn the art of roasting meat, discovering to her surprise how delectable it was. Lita patiently instructed Jasmine, and after a satisfying lunch, Jasmine stood up and declared, "I have mastered roasting meat. I shall return to prepare some for my father beast. Thank you all," and joyfully dashed away with her basket. Su Cha watched her retreating figure and mused, "This person isn't so bad after all. She can think of her father beast when there's food to share." Bai Mu and the others remained silent, accompanying Su Cha as they strolled slowly on the grass. Lita had already retreated to the cave to rest, leaving only Su Cha and her companions on the grass. The little ones, their bellies round and full, trailed closely behind Su Cha. Feeling somewhat dizzy, Su Cha leaned against Bai Mu's shoulder and said, "I wish to go back and sleep for a while." Bai Mu glanced at Su Bai, then lifted Su Cha and carried her back to the cave, with Han Qing hastily bringing the little ones along. Xian Qing and Su Bai lagged behind, whispering to each other. Su Cha turned her gaze toward them and called out, "What are you two discussing? I can't hear you." Xian Qing shook his head and replied, "We wouldn't dare keep secrets from you, Su. We were merely discussing what to have for dinner tonight." Lacking the energy to respond, Su Cha softly said to Bai Mu, "I want to sleep." Bai Mu gently laid her down on the bed and settled beside her, while Han Qing took a position on the other side. Su Bai and Xian Qing took watch at the cave entrance, resting against it. As Su Cha drifted into a deep slumber, a sudden cacophony of sounds and hurried footsteps erupted from outside. The two at the entrance opened their eyes to see members of the Baihu tribe rushing out of the cave, one shouting, "Everyone be alert. There are stray beasts attacking." Stray beasts were universally despised, as they lacked emotions, were indolent, and only sought to pilfer the fruits of others' labor. Su Bai entered and saw that Su Cha had not yet awakened. He declared, "There are stray beasts. I shall investigate. You three stay close to Su. Bai Mu stood up and said, "I will go. After all, this concerns the Baihu tribe. You stay here with the two of them. I feel more at ease that way." Su Ben Uded, what Xing Bemu Dipa. The females remained inside the cave, hesitant to venture out, while Su Bai lay beside Su Cha, keeping a watchful eye on her, and Xian Qing stood at the entrance, observing the frenzied activity of the Baihu tribe. Bai Mu reached the entrance of the tribe and indeed noticed several stray beasts blocking the way, neither advancing nor retreating, which was quite peculiar. Spotting a familiar figure in the crowd, he approached and patted his shoulder, calling out, "Mo Bai, what is going on here?" Mo Bai turned, his eyes widening in surprise. "Bai Mu, you've returned. Why didn't you come find me to play?" Bai Mu smiled. "I merely came back to see my mother beast and will leave after a couple of days, so I didn't seek you out." Montak Bai nodded, casually draping an arm around Bai Mu's shoulders. "All right, we can discuss our matters later. I've missed you," he laughed. Bai Mu, accustomed to Mo Bai's carefree demeanor, turned his attention to the stray beasts outside. "What is the situation? It seems they are waiting for something." Mo Bai, intrigued, replied, "Just moments ago, a tribe member rushed in, saying many stray beasts were heading toward the tribe. We prepared for their arrival, but they remain at the entrance, leaving us uncertain of their intentions." Bai Mu inquired, "Has anything unusual occurred in the tribe lately, or anyone new?" Mo Bai rubbed his chin and pondered before shaking his head. "No, if they don't enter, why not charge out? Instead, they just linger." Bai Mu pressed, "Where's the tribe leader? Such a significant situation, yet he is nowhere to be seen." Mo Bai gritted his teeth. "Don't get me started on the leader. He seems to only indulge in Jasmine's antics while causing chaos in the tribe. It drives me mad. Jasmine insists on becoming my partner, but I refuse. I would rather grow old alone than yield to his daughter." Bai Mu patted his shoulder. "Look, it appears the stray beasts are multiplying." Mo Bai's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he transformed into beast form, shouting, "Everyone prepare, they're about to charge in." The tribe members swiftly transformed into their beast forms, roaring fiercely at the gathering stray beasts, among which the snake beasts were the most numerous. Bai Mu stood beside Mo Bai, "Be cautious. The snake beasts and the poisonous anaconda tribe possess toxic fangs." Everyone nodded, taking their battle stances, and indeed, the stray beasts outside began to stir, crashing about. A massive stray beast broke through their barriers, and the tribe leader of the Bai who arrived late, directing the tribe members. Bai Mu remained near Mo Bai, the two working in perfect harmony, though it seemed the stray beasts had a singular focus, bypassing the tribe members in favor of reaching the heart of the tribe. Mo Bai had just captured one stray beast when he shouted, "Everyone be alert. They aim to seize the females and food." Instantly, the warriors of the Baihu tribe fought with renewed vigor, as the tribe housed mostly females or the elderly and infirm. Bai Mu assisted in the fray, while no one noticed a female stealthily making her way to the back mountain, successfully uncovering a hidden tunnel. Jasmine struggled to move the stones aside and called inside. I can't move the rest. You all need to push it open. Breathing heavily, she sat on the grass, watching as the stones at the entrance began to fall away, revealing a glimmer of light. The stones above the entrance suddenly tumbled down, and a slick, burly male leapt out. Jasmine, satisfied with his unattractive face, pointed in a direction. Hurry, there's a beautiful female waiting for you inside. She can bear many cubs and will surely give you a healthy and robust litter. The tusked male nodded, eyeing Jasmine with ill intent. You stay here and ensure no one approaches. Otherwise, if I take the female, I won't be able to escape. Jasmine glared at him impatiently. Hurry up. If Bai Mu and the others return, you're done for. Instead of leaving, the beast emitted a strange call toward the entrance, and soon 4 more beasts emerged, swiftly binding Jasmine. She screamed, "What are you doing? I helped you. Let me go, or I'll have my father beast deal with you. I'm the only daughter of the Bai Hu tribe leader." The 5 beasts began to manhandle Jasmine, one firmly covering her mouth, commanding, "You 3 go fetch the female she mentioned. We need to leave quickly." The others nodded, leaving 2 beasts to restrain Jasmine at the entrance while 3 stealthily made their way towards Su Cha's cave. Chi, following closely behind, felt exhilarated, his pupils dilating with excitement. Observing these fools, he glanced back at the entrance where Su Bai remained, along with 2 other beasts, and impatiently growled, "Useless. I'll lend you a hand." With that, he hastily moved ahead to create chaos, and soon several stray beasts charged in, causing instant turmoil within the tribe. Females fled from the cave, and an increasing number of stray beasts surged in from all directions, seizing whatever they could find. Sube, witnessing an approaching beast carrying a female, quickly transformed into his beast form, only to realize it was Lida from next door. Bai Mu's father, noticing Subai's beast form, asked, "Are you all right?" Han Qing emerged and shook his head. "All is well. Please let Lida enter. It's too chaotic outside." Bai Mu instructed us not to leave and to guard Su Su. Bai Mu's father nodded, ushering Lida inside. Su Cha remained asleep while Bai Mu's father, along with other companions, stood guard at the entrance, deterring the stray beasts. Su Bai remained vigilant, observing the surroundings, noting that the Bai Hu tribe appeared to lack leadership, with chaos erupting both outside and within. Uncertain of the tribe leader's whereabouts, Bai Mu's father, catching a glance at Su Bai, remarked, "You must be curious why the Bai Hu tribe is in such disarray." Su Bai, regarding him with respect, nodded earnestly. "I have never witnessed such a fragile tribe. A mere handful of stray beasts cannot be held back. Once the situation is resolved, would you consider taking Lida and us back to the lion tribe at Rock Mountain?" Bai Mu's father beast shook his head, saying, "With companions like you, I feel reassured about Bai Mu and Lida. As for leaving the Bai Hu tribe, we have never considered it. We have grown accustomed to this place. In the future, you can frequently bring Su Cha, the little female, and the cubs to visit us." Su Bai nodded in agreement, choosing not to speak further as he had already voiced Bai Mu's sentiments. Suddenly, several strays rushed toward their cave, with someone shouting, "Let us storm this cave together, and we'll divide the spoils later." With so many beastmen guarding it, it must be the treasure cave of the Bai Hu tribe. This proclamation instantly attracted numerous beastmen to their vicinity. Su Bai immediately engaged in combat, his claws ignited with flames, causing many stray beasts to deliberately avoid the lion, who was engulfed in fire, opting instead to target the weaker ones in groups. With the overwhelming numbers, Su Bai found it challenging to manage the situation. Inside the cave, Xianxing noticed the sleeping Su Cha and sensed something was amiss. He rose, intending to call Su Bai in, but saw Han Qing returning. He realized that if he left, only the weakest, Han Qing, would remain, and it would be unsafe with 2 females still inside. "Vida hail Su Cha sita," saying, "Su Su seems to be ill. She hasn't woken up for a long time." Xianxing glanced at Su Cha and then turned sharply to Han Qing, instructing, "You go out and bring Su Bai in. Just tell him that Su Su is unwell. I will keep watch here." At that moment, Han Qing regretted his past self for being so focused on play, with only a 1-star beast soul, unable to protect Su Su. He carefully handed the basket of cubs to Xianxing before rushing outside. Su Bai immediately spotted Han Qing emerging and hurled several fireballs, exploding them near the strays. Han Qing took the opportunity to run to Su Bai's side, saying, "Su Su is ill. You should go check on her while I hold them off." Bai Mu's father beast approached, reassuring, "Don't worry, I am here. I want T let them in. Just hold on a little longer. Bai Mu will be back soon." So Bai nodded and dashed inside. Xianqing saw Su Bai pulling him along, asking, "Has Su woken up yet? Is she really ill?" So Bai transformed into human form, approached, and felt Su Cha's feverish body, asking, "What did Su eat for lunch today? Why is she so hot?" Xianqing, sitting at a distance, was quick to respond. It was the fruit that Mo Li brought over. It was the only different one. However, both Mo Li and I ate it without any issues. So Bai glanced at Lida, asking, "Is there any of that fruit left?" Lida promptly retrieved a fragrant fruit from her waist, and upon seeing it, Su Bai's expression changed drastically. This kind of fruit can only poison pregnant females, and it is a potent toxin that causes deep sleep. The body overheats, and only after 3 days and nights of mating can the female awaken. The reason Mo Li and you have no reaction is that this toxin only affects pregnant females. Lida gasped, "What should we do?" "I feel guilty towards Bai Mu's cub. I thought Mo Li had recovered, and since I had no issue, I gave it to Su. Xianqing's face darkened, wishing he could eliminate Mo Li. Given the current situation, can Su endure mating? Moreover, it is unsafe right now. Suddenly, they heard Han Qing's roar. Xianqing stepped outside to find Han Qing sealing the cave entrance with ice. Su Bai exclaimed, "This is bad. Han Qing must be overwhelmed, hence sealing the entrance." Xianqing turned, saying, "You stay here. I'll go check." Su Bai grabbed him, insisting, "No, you are the strongest among us four. You must protect Su, or I won't feel at ease. I will go assist Han Qing." Reluctantly, Xianqing acquiesced. Su Bai placed his hand on the ice surface, quickly melting a hole. Glancing back at Xianqing before bending down and crawling out, Lida anxiously held the feverish Su Cha, staring at the cave entrance, while Xianqing silently guarded the opening. Outside, the situation was indeed dire. Even Han Qing bore bruises and the strays, witnessing the fierce defense of the cave by the wolf beastmen, were convinced that treasures lay within and flocked toward them. So Bai emerged to aid Han Qing. While at the front of the tribe, Bai Mu was also exasperated. "Why are there so many strays here? We can't seem to defeat them all." Montak Bai, punting, tossed aside a stray beast's corpse, stating, "I don't know. It's as if they are charging for something. They flee if they can overpower us. At this rate, we will be exhausted." Bai Mu and Mo Bai leaned against each other, feeling fatigued. In the back mountain, Mo Li was being pinned down and humiliated by 2 strays. She struggled, shouting, "You will regret this. Just wait until my father beast finds you." The beastman holding her down leaned in for a playful kiss, saying, "Didn't you call us here?" "Oh, you mean the leader of the Baihu tribe? He has probably been eaten by the strays by now." Mo Li continued to curse them, and the beastman, growing impatient, shouted, "You come over and hold her down. We will switch later." Another beastman approached, grumbling about the delay. We've been spreading rumors among the nearby strays that the Baihu tribe has treasure and a beautiful female, whose cubs are both healthy and strong. The beastman on top of Mo Li replied irritably, "Don't worry. Once they return, 2 females will be enough for us to enjoy for a long while. Just a bit longer." Chapter 197. Su Cha's Poisoning and Disappearance. Outside the cave, 3 beastmen managed to evade detection and crouched beside the ice-sealed entrance. "Boss, what should we do?" Suddenly, the leading beastman pointed excitedly at the small hole Su Bai had melted, exclaiming, "Let us sneak in through here and quietly take the female while they fight out." The 3 of them were elated and crawled through the small opening, coming face to face with Xianqing, who wore a faint smile. Xianqing, feeling irritated, approached the trio with raised eyebrows. "Now that you're here, let us sit and chat." The 3 beastmen turned to flee, but Xianqing kicked them away, sending them soaring into the air before letting them drop, resulting in a chorus of screams as 3 flattened bodies landed on the grass below. Satisfied, Xianqing descended toward the cave entrance. Upon entering, he found Su missing and instead saw Lida unconscious on the ground. He paused, realizing the gravity of the situation, and rushed outside to find Su Bai still lying on the grass beside Han Qing. "Su is gone. Quickly, we must find Bai Mu." Xianqing observed the nearby strays and transformed into beast form, his massive Xian bird blocking out the sun. Everyone looked up in awe as a fierce wind swept through, destabilizing them. Bai Mu seized the chance to eliminate several strays, his heart racing at the sight of the unusual Xianqing. He knew something had happened to Su Cha and lost interest in fighting, sprinting toward Xianqing. Mo Bai, wishing to follow, turned to see the chaos of the Baihu tribe and begrudgingly stayed back to assist. Xianxing dispatched most of the strays and the remaining ones. Recognizing the six-star bee-soul of the Xian bird, fled in terror. Xianxing, frustrated, searched the area but found no trace of Su Cha, growing increasingly agitated as he eliminated all strays in sight. Bai Mu approached, witnessing Xianxing's bloodlust, and used a bolt of lightning to snap him back to reality, asking, "Where is the little female? Didn't I tell you to guard her?" Xianxing looked down, confessing, Su is missing. I left for just a moment, and she vanished. Bai Mu took a deep breath, addressing his father beast. You go inside and care for the mother beast while keeping an eye on Dabao and the others. We will search for Cha-Cha. He then turned to the others, stating, let us split up and search from 4 directions. We mustn't act recklessly. Call for help if needed. With that, Bai Mu dashed toward the back mountain. Han Qing headed for the front, so Bai took the left, and Xianxing moved to the right. Bai Mu's father beast tended to Li Da, comforting the wailing cubs while gazing at the devastated tribe with a sigh. Bai directed the tribe members to clean up the wreckage. Li was nowhere to be found, and her mate was frantically searching for her. Yet, there was a silver lining. The old elder had died a miserable death. Qi happily cradled the unconscious little female as they drifted in the underground river, which had swelled with melting ice and snow, ensuring that they would not be discovered this time. Qi strolled leisurely, carefully protecting the little female in his embrace, confident that even if his companions uprooted the surrounding grass and forest, they would remain oblivious to his presence. The small, delicate female nestled within him stirred his emotions, prompting him to lean down and gently kiss her forehead. Overwhelmed by heat, he resolved to swiftly leave the territory of the Baihu tribe in search of a safe haven to mate with her. At the back mountain of the Baihu tribe, Bai Mu discovered a concealed entrance he had never noticed before, surrounded by grass that bore the fragrance of jasmine. Though it lacked the scent of Su Cha, he dashed forward, unaware of the events unfolding. Su Cha felt a burning discomfort throughout her body and could not help but whimper. It hurts, Bai Mu. Chia listened attentively for a moment. The chill of his body contrasted with the warmth of the small female rubbing against him, and he tenderly kissed her lips, assuring her, it will be all right soon. My dear. As he swam faster, he felt the urgency of their situation. They needed to alleviate the effects of the toxic fruit. Although 3 days and nights seemed daunting, he believed he could endure. Turning towards the direction of the Moonlight City, the dark river concealed the scents of Qi Ye and the small female, leading Bai Mu and his companions to search the forest's outskirts without success, even failing to find the disoriented Jasmine, Ma Li. Bai Mu returned to the Baihu tribe carrying Ma Li, tossing her to her partner, and squatting down to ask, where's Cha-Cha gone? Ma Li, frightened, shrank back into her partner's embrace. Xuanqing swooped down, gripping Ma Li's neck with his claws, demanding, speak. Who took Su away? His sharp claws broke the skin, and blood trickled down. Disgusted, Xuanqing withdrew his hand and turned to Bai Mu. Where did you find her? The toxic fruit was given to Su by her. She must know something. Bai Mu pointed to the back mountain. There's an entrance we were unaware of. I saw 2 stray beasts bullying Ma Li, and after dealing with them, I could only bring her back. Ma Li continued to mutter, while Bai returned, forcefully shoving a handful of herbs into her mouth. Her companions dared not utter a word in the presence of Bai and his 2 companions. Xuanqing remarked, we should continue searching. Bai said the poison within Su must be alleviated through mating. Bai Mu's gaze fell upon Ma Li, and he suddenly paused. What if the small female wasn't taken by the stray beasts? Remember the beast man who has been following us? Xuanqing's fur bristled, indeed, but we do not know which beast man it is. It is no small feat to follow us for so long. This complicates matters. Bai, observing Ma Li's silence, inquired, where has Su gone? Did you lead the stray beasts here? Do you realize that your recklessness has caused your father to perish, his body devoured by the strays? Upon hearing of her father's demise, Ma Li broke down, exclaiming, it wasn't me. I only gave her the toxic fruit and let the strays take her. I did not summon them. Bai stood up, acknowledging Bai Mu's suspicion. Ma Li brought 5 stray beasts, not realizing they intended to take her as well. 2 remained to watch Ma Li while the 3 who went after Su were likely those whom Xuanqing killed. The other 2 sensed something amiss and took Ma Li away. Xuanqing nodded. Yes, it must be the beast man who has been following us that took Su. But who could it be? Ma Li had already been taken away by her partner, leaving the other tribesmen to deal with the aftermath. Bai Mu, clutching his head, gazed at the distant river and suddenly stood up. Could it be that toxic python beast? It excels at traversing the dark river, if it is indeed him. Finding the small female will prove challenging. Xuanqing slapped his forehead, lamenting, "It's my fault for being careless." Sabai stood despondently on the grass. Recently, with the melting snow, the dark river has swelled and flows swiftly. Coupled with the python's ability to conceal its scent, we have no idea where it might head. Suddenly, Hanqing rushed over excitedly, calling out, "Follow me. I can smell Susu's scent." The three of them, invigorated, hurried after him as he reached the river at the tribe's entrance, declaring, "This is where Susu's scent is strongest." Bai Mu and the others exchanged glances, now certain that Su Cha had been taken by the toxic python beast. Sabai patted Hanqing's shoulder. "Can you still track it?" Susu must have been taken by that python beast. Hanqing bristled. It was him. He almost killed Susa last time, and he dares to return. Xuanqing nodded. "Let's continue searching separately. Last time, he ruthlessly bit Susu's heart to drink her blood. He will not spare her this time." Sabai shared his concern, noting that Susu was carrying his offspring. Instantly, they scattered in search of the river's direction. In the meantime, Chi had already led Su Cha away from the Baihu tribe's territory along the dark river. The coldness beneath him prompted him to embrace Su Cha. As they had ventured far from the tribe, deliberately heading into the forest to avoid being spotted by Xuanqing, with tall, dense branches shielding them from the sun. Su Cha, restless in his embrace, pressed against his icy abdomen, repeatedly expressing her discomfort. Chi had quickened his pace, sensing her rising temperature. He was anxious to find a secure cave before nightfall. Bai Mu and his companions remained near the Baihu tribe, utterly unaware that the toxic python beast had taken Su Cha towards the Moonlight City. Chia paused to transform into human form, the sun high in the sky, warming the river water. He decided to cleanse the small female, leading her gently into the water to wash her clean. Observing her smooth, delicate skin, he found it difficult to resist the urge to caress her damp hair. A flicker of warmth emanated from his palm, tenderly drying her hair as if the flame shared a gentle touch. Looking at the dirty animal hide on the grass, his long fingers flicked, sending a spark to ignite it, which quickly turned to ashes, disappearing in the wind. Content, he draped his own hide over Su Cha, the light sheer fabric cooling against her skin, presenting an exquisite charm. Gazing at the small female nestled among the flowers, he leaned down, kissing her lightly as if honoring his faith, and stood up, declaring, "Now, you shall forever belong to me." With that, he lifted Su Cha and headed towards the distant mountains. Back at the Baihu tribe, Bai Mu and his companions, having found nothing, were forced to return. Ma Bai, having settled the tribesmen, approached Bai Mu, noticing the low spirits among them. Already aware of Ma Li's predicament and ensuring her safety, Bai Mu, pausing to inquire, asked, "Is everything well in the tribe?" Ma Bai nodded. "All is well. Only the old chieftain has passed. The elders are discussing the next chieftain." Bai Mu responded, "Ma Bai, do you know if there are beastmen from the canine tribe nearby, or those with strong tracking abilities?" Ma Bai affirmed, "There is indeed a canine tribe not far off, but they are quite proud and may not offer assistance." Xuanqing suddenly turned to Ma Bai. "Where are they? I will go find them. They will agree." Sabai understood Bai Mu's thoughts. The canine tribe has keen senses. We must attempt to reach out to them. Han also stood beside Xuanqing. "If they refuse, we will compel them to comply." Ma Bai nodded. "I will take you to them. The canine tribe resides in a valley, and you might not find it otherwise. I know of a place where I accidentally discovered their hunting grounds." Bai Mu urged, "Can we reach them tonight? The sooner, the better. Cha-Cha cannot wait." Sabai understood Bai Mu's urgency. The longer they delayed, the more the toxic python beast would prevail. The combination of Su being poisoned and carrying offspring was unacceptable. They feared for her safety at any moment. Ma Bai spoke, "It is a bit far. If we travel continuously, we will not reach the Ling Chuan tribe's territory until midnight." Bai Mu replied, "You all go ahead. I will settle Da Bao and then catch up with you." Bai nodded, and as they prepared to part ways, Bai Mu's parents approached, cradling 4 restive cubs. Upon seeing Bai Mu and his companions, the cubs finally calmed down. The 4 of them stepped forward to comfort the anxious cubs, with Bai Mu pressing his face into Da Bao's fur, tears dampening the soft coat. "Bai Chun, be good. We will find your mother. Stay safe at home." Bai Chun ceased his commotion and nodded obediently, while the other 3 cubs fell silent as well. Han Qing and the others, with expressions full of concern, handed the little ones over to Lida. Bai Mu turned away to wipe the corners of his eyes and said, "Mother Beast, we must take our leave." Lida gazed at the tearful Bai Mu, holding the cubs close, and reassured him, "You all go ahead and rescue Su. Rest assured, I will take good care of the cubs. Bai Fu approached and patted Bai Mu's shoulder, encouraging him, be strong, go quickly. Sube, observing the redness around Bai Mu's eyes, pursed his lips and solemnly remarked, let us depart. Nightfall is approaching. Bai Mu turned to embrace his father beast before nodding. Mo Bai, please lead the way. Mo Bai, witnessing his fragile friend transform into beast form, urged, then let us hurry. He sprinted ahead, with Bai Mu and the others closely trailing behind, soon vanishing from sight. Lita, cradling the 4 cubs, anxiously watched their disappearing figures and sighed, let us return as well. As she began to lead Bai Fu back, the cubs were surprisingly well behaved, and Lita, feeling a pang of heartache, gently stroked them. Upon feeling the damp fur of Dabao, she could not hold back her tears, lamenting, Bai Mu is still so strong. This blow is too great for him. Bai Fu, embracing Dabao and noticing the wet fur, gently dried it, sighing, ah, they have grown. Bai Mu and his companions, guided by Mo Bai, dashed towards the Ling Quan tribe. Meanwhile, Chi Yi, having found a high mountain as the sun set, discovered a cave concealed beneath a waterfall halfway up the slope, which pleased him greatly. He navigated through the water at the mountain's base and climbed upward from within. Few would imagine that the water at the foot of the mountain concealed a small passage leading to the cave above. Chi cautiously protected the little female until he saw light. Standing inside the cave, he was quite satisfied. It was dry, and near the entrance there was water. He found a clean spot to place the little female and began to tidy up the cave, using hay to create a soft nest for Sucha. He kissed her gently, saying, stay here and wait for me. I will go hunt. After leaving his scent in the cave, he leaped from the waterfall and plunged into the water, swiftly heading towards the forest. Leaving the little female alone worried him. During his time with Bai Hu and the others, he had learned much about caring for a female. Sucha, barely coherent from fever, only sensed the comfortable, cool fabric against her skin, yet still felt hot and writhed uncomfortably in the nest. Chapter 198. 3 days and nights without rest. Chi Yi returned swiftly, bringing back a well-prepared prey and sweet fruits, along with some firewood, which he placed in the cave. Upon catching a whiff of a delightful aroma, he could not help but stick out his tongue and hiss softly, moving the items away from the cave entrance to avoid the water, before transforming into human form and approaching Sucha. In an instant, Chi Yi raised his head, feeling an overwhelming rush of blood. The scene was too tantalizing for this innocent young beast to resist. Inside the hay nest, Sucha had removed her beast skin, unable to endure the heat. Her face flushed as she squirmed and complained of discomfort. Chi stepped closer to touch her forehead, noticing that she bore no mark of his beast on her. As he caressed her arm, a delicate and intricate mark resembling a coiled venomous serpent appeared on her skin, lifelike yet dim in color. Chi was taken aback. Indeed, they had covered it up, and the little female likely remained unaware. He lowered his head to kiss his own beast mark, casting an envious glance at the white tiger occupying Sucha's heart. Feeling Chi Ye's cool body, Sucha instinctively tightened her embrace around him, murmuring Bai Mu, I feel unwell, Chi Yi, fearing he might inadvertently harm her, propped himself up and heard Sucha call for Bai Mu. His heart ached, and he kissed the corner of her mouth, saying, be good, I will help you. Remember, my name is Chi Yi. Sucha weakly squinted her eyes, feeling comforted, but soon drifted back into unconsciousness. Chi Yi, carefully supporting his body, felt a nervous sweat on his forehead. He had thought the little female had awakened. Concerned that she might not like him, he reached out to touch her forehead and found it not too hot. His movements were gentle, mindful of the cubs growing within her, though it was his first time, and he could not help but apply a bit too much pressure. The mark on Sucha's arm glowed warmly, her gaze bright and beautiful. Chi caressed his own beast mark, saying, how wonderful. My dear, you cannot abandon me in the future, or I shall have no choice but to consume you. Sucha, feeling slightly better, responded drowsily, prompting Chi Yi to feel even more exhilarated. You have promised, he said, do not rush. There is more to come. In the cave, an atmosphere of intimacy enveloped them, reminiscent of spring. In the forest, as night enveloped the land, they finally reached the territory of the Ling Quan tribe. Their commotion startled the sentinels into wakefulness. Xianqing observed them, saying, let them call out. This saves us the effort. Subai nodded, and they stood quietly, watching as the Ling Quan tribe members gathered swiftly. Bai Mu called out, bring forth your leader. We mean no harm, and seek your assistance. The beastmen of the Ling Quan tribe remained skeptical. You come to ambush us in the dead of night. Your intentions are certainly dubious. Qianqing clenched his fist, stating, if reason will not suffice, then we shall fight, and transformed into beast form, charging like a sharp arrow towards the leading beastman. Bai Mu and the others also shifted into beast form and roared at them. Bai Mu approached, asserting, we do not have time to parley. Whether you agree or not, you must accompany us today. Wait, a voice called from behind, and the Ling Quan tribe members parted to create a path. Qianqing perched on a branch, claws tightly gripping a Ling Quan beast. A young beast man stepped forward. Glancing sympathetically at Qianqing, I am Ling Su, the leader of the Ling Quan tribe. Elder Qianqing, may I request the release of my kin? Qianqing raised an eyebrow and released his grip, causing the beast man to tumble down. Since you know me, there is no need for further words. I require your tribe's assistance in locating my partner, who has been captured by a venomous serpent skilled in concealment and traversing dark waters. The Ling Quan transformed and a tall beast man emerged, waving his hand. I shall accompany Elder Xian. In terms of scent and speed, none can surpass me. Qianqing nodded. Then let us depart. We cannot delay. Ling Su turned to instruct a nearby beast man to ensure their kin remained hidden, then followed by Mu and the others. Surrounding Ling Su, Bai Mu and his companions pressed on, while Qianqing kept a watchful eye from above. Ling Su chuckled helplessly, since I have agreed to your request. You need not worry about my escape. Let us first visit the location where the little female went missing and bring an article of her clothing for me to scent. Bai Mu nodded. I apologize for the trouble. It was urgent that we intrude upon the Ling Quan tribe at night. Ling Su replied, no worries. Fortunately, I have met the elder of the Xianyu tribe, or else I might not have recognized you. Let us expedite our search for the female. Stray beasts can be quite savage. With that, they hastened their pace. Bai Mu quickened his steps to keep up, as did Su Bai and the others, while only Mo Bai lagged behind, marveling, as expected of the Ling Quan tribe. They are remarkably swift. He struggled to keep up, his four paws straining to follow closely behind them. As the sun rose, Bai Mu and the others reached the territory of the Baihu tribe. Montak Bai, ex-Houstet, gazed at Bai Mu with trembling limbs. I cannot go on. I will rest for a while and then seek you out. Bai Mu was grateful for Mo Bai's support throughout the night, saying, Mo Bai, please return and rest. Thank you. Mo Bai waved his hand dismissively. No need for such words, and unsteadily made his way toward his own den. Bai Mu and his companions were not in much better condition. Even Qianqing, who usually cared for his appearance, had discarded his thin veil, his hair disheveled, his complexion pale, and his lips chapped. To facilitate matters, he wrapped himself in a piece of bee skin, much like Bai Mu and the others. Bai Fu approached with food and water, saying, Bai Mu, you should eat something. There is also water here. Otherwise, you will not endure. You have not rested all night. Bai Mu approached and inquired of Fu Shou, Father Beast. How are Bao and the others faring? Observing the others sharing their food, he watched as they devoured it ravenously, while Ling Su consumed only a small portion before stopping. Han Qing, noticing their arrival, asked, do your Ling Quan tribe eat so little? No wonder you are so thin. Ling Su, at a loss for words, replied, the beast forms of the Ling Quan tribe are inherently like this. It has nothing to do with how much we eat. Han Qing merely responded with an O, lowering his head to finish his meal. Once everyone had finished eating, Bai Mu returned with Bai Fu and handed a piece of Su Cha's clothing to Ling Su. Ling Su inspected it carefully before returning it to Bai Mu, instructing, stay close to me, and then sprang away. Bai Mu and the others followed closely behind, noticing how quickly they were distancing themselves from the Baihu tribe. They had not anticipated the speed of the Duhan beast. Ahead, Ling Su's nose was pressed to the ground as he moved swiftly, while Han Qing struggled to keep up, glancing at Bai Mu and the others, realizing his own weakness. On the mountainside, Qi panted heavily as he embraced Su Cha, having exerted himself all night to accommodate the young one growing within her. He restrained himself, though it was not without discomfort, and tenderly stroked her forehead, saying, You're not too hot anymore. Why are you still not awake? As Su Cha felt the coolness of his fingers on her forehead, she opened her eyes to find a beast man with short black hair and all black eyes gazing at her gently. Blushing, she queried, Who are you? How did I end up here? Where is Bai Mu? Qi, helping Su Cha to sit up while allowing her to see their bodies, noticed her surprise at his human form. His slit pupils narrowed as he said, As for Bai Mu, I do not know. I rescued you from the hands of a wandering beast. At that time, you had consumed a lot of aphrodisiac fruit, so, at this point, Qi shyly curled up, hugging himself, lamenting, "Woo, my first night was meant for my mate. What should I do? Our snake tribe has a hard time finding mates. And now my first time is gone." Feeling weak, Sucha leaned against her nest and observed the tall figure beside her, whose ears were flushed red as he tried to make himself small. His features were exquisite, and his all-black eyes were deep and inscrutable, with a beauty that was both masculine and feminine. She could sense the predicament they were in and sighed helplessly. Chi raised his head, his deep gaze fixed on Sucha, saying, "My name is Chi. What is yours? You do not intend to abandon me, do you?" He looked quite pitiful as he spoke. Sucha touched her stomach and replied, "I am very hungry. May I eat something first?" Chi covered Sucha with a beast hide, saying, "You wait here. I will roast some meat for you." Chapter 199. Chi as Ascendants with Little Green Tea. Sucha felt quite uncomfortable, watching Chi bustling about, and sighed, "What is this? I have ended up sleeping with someone else in such a muddled manner." Hearing Chi say he rescued me from a wandering beast, I do not know whether to thank him or resent him. After all, had he not saved her, her fate might have been much worse. She reached out to touch her abdomen, recalling that she had felt Chi Ye's gentleness during the night when she had regained some consciousness. Her thoughts were in disarray. Bai Mu and the others must be terribly worried about her disappearance. Why could she not remember anything? All she recalled was feeling unwell after eating roasted meat at the Baihu tribe and then falling asleep, only to awaken in a completely different situation. Peering outside, she noticed the brightness obstructed by a waterfall, making it hard to tell the time. Chi approached with roasted meat, cutting it into small pieces to feed Sucha, saying, "I am sorry, I do not have any salt. Just eat this for now, or perhaps some fruit if it does not suffice." Sucha took a piece and replied, "It is fine. I can eat this. What time is it? Do you know the Baihu tribe?" Chi tilted his head and shook it gently, saying, "I have not heard of the Baihu tribe nearby. Yesterday afternoon, I was hunting in the forest when I saw 3 wandering beasts sneaking away with you. You were still unconscious, so I drove them away. I could not find any nearby tribe, so I had no choice but to bring you back." Sucha nodded, silently consuming the roasted meat. She had been eating the same food every day and had felt unwell after eating Jasmine's fruit, initially thinking it was due to pregnancy. She was uncertain about what had followed. Chi observed Sucha finishing her meal and offered her another piece, saying, "You are not planning to abandon me, are you?" Sucha, still resistant to this sudden appearance of the beast man, replied, "My name is Sucha." "What time is it now?" Chi, sitting nearby with a smile, responded, "It is noon. Which tribe are you from? I could take you back." Sucha looked at him with surprise. "Really? If you could take me back to the Baihu tribe, my mate must be very anxious." Chia's expression fell as he lowered his head. "I understand about your mate." Sucha was uncertain about how to navigate her relationship with Chi, feeling as if she were a heartless woman who would abandon others. She felt a headache coming on and nodded, choosing to avoid the topic. Soon, Chi raised his head again, looking at Sucha with a smile. "I know it is hard for you to accept me, but your body still needs to recover. Once you are better, I will take you back. Otherwise, I will worry about you." Now unable to move, Sucha looked at Chi, who did not seem like a villain, and agreed. "Chi, are you not going to eat?" Chia's face instantly flushed red as he glanced at Sucha before looking away. "I do not like cooked food. This is for you." He pointed to the raw meat in the distance. Sucha replied, "It would be better to eat cooked food in the future. Eating raw meat is unhygienic and can lead to illness." Chi nodded eagerly at everything Sucha said, being exceptionally obedient. After Sucha finished eating, she quickly fell asleep, having had no rest the previous night and being exhausted from Chia's antics. Chi hastily ate, tidied the cave, washed his hands, and then returned to the nest to hold Sucha. That lion beast man had mentioned that the poison would take 3 days and nights to dissipate, and fortunately, he had 2 doses available. Meanwhile, Bai Mu and the others followed Ling Su to a fork in the river and stopped. Xianqing descended, asking, "What is the matter? Have you found something?" Ling Su shook his head. "It seems the Duhan beast has taken the young female towards Moonlight City. We cannot catch up. Let us rest for a moment. It is already noon. We should eat." Bai Mu was reluctant to rest, but Subai came forward and patted his shoulder. "Look at everyone. It will be best to take a break." Han Qing, panting, caught up, asking, "Why have we stopped?" Bai Mu looked at Han Qing and reluctantly agreed. "Fine. We will rest for a bit before moving on. I will go hunt." Xianqing also stood up to assist. Before Subai and the others could settle, Bai Mu and the other 2 returned, tossing their catch onto the ground. "Hurry and eat. Do not waste time." Subai examined the prey on the grass. Noting that not a single hair was missing, and they transformed into their beast forms to eat. Bai Mu sat by the river, lost in thought. And as Su Bai and the others finished, he immediately stood up. Let us go. If the Duhan beast takes the young female into Moonlight City, it will be troublesome. Su Bai then recalled Su Cha's healing abilities and the legends surrounding Moonlight City. Leaping to his feet, hurry, we must find them before they enter Moonlight City. Xianqing understood Bai Mu's urgency and realized they had been careless, immediately urging Ling Su, hurry. If you do not find them, I will wipe out your Ling Quan tribe. Though Han Qing was slow to react and did not fully grasp the situation, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere and hurried to follow Bai Mu and the others. Ling Su sniffed the air, tracking the direction where Qi Yi and Su Cha were located. Qi Yi, contentedly holding Su Cha as she slept, soon sensed her discomfort again. Are you feeling unwell again? Do you need my help, sweetheart? Now fully awake, Su Cha felt reluctant to ask Qi Yi for assistance and shook her head, turning away from him and silently biting her finger. Qi Yi was not in a hurry. His fiery gaze unabashedly roamed over Su Cha's fair, delicate skin, recalling the delightful sensation he had experienced the previous night. At that moment, Su Cha longed for Bai Mu, unable to suppress her tears as she rubbed her thigh in distress. Qi Yi turned her to face him, saying, do not cry, my dear. I will help you, but you must not forget me afterward. Su Cha nodded and leaned toward Qi Yi. Perhaps due to Qi Ye's beast form, his body exuded a pleasantly cool sensation, akin to a large refrigerator on a summer day. Qi Yi, delighted by Su Cha's reaction, bent down to plant a gentle kiss on the corner of her mouth, reassuring her, do not fear, my dear. You seemed to enjoy it last night. Otherwise, I could not have satisfied you alone. Su Cha's face flushed with embarrassment as she tightly embraced Qi Yi, exclaiming, you feel so comfortable, so cool. Qi Yi replied in a deep tone, my dear, I shall begin. He tenderly wiped away her tears, a sly smile creeping onto his lips as he reveled in his inner wildness. Chapter 200. Tormenting the delicate beauty, Su Cha felt like a small boat adrift in a vast ocean, constantly wavering. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and softly exclaimed, what is that? Quickly, take it away. No. Qi Yi, caught off guard by her sudden outburst, let out a muffled sound. My dear, that is my tale. You will come to like it. Su Cha covered her face, quickly becoming swept away by Qi Ye's fervor. The two of them immersed themselves in their springtime reverie, time slipping away unnoticed. When Qi Yi finally emerged from their cozy nest, licking his lips, the sun had already set. Exhausted from their escapades, Su Cha lay in the straw nest, unable to even lift her hand, her eyes tinged with red as she gazed at Qi Yi. It is almost dark. Her voice was soft and melodic, perhaps influenced by Qi Yi. Qi Yi, still full of energy, smiled at Su Cha. Stay here, my dear. I will go hunting. Su Cha, feeling too weak to escape, nodded. Hurry back. I am afraid alone. Qi Yi, relishing the sight of his delicate and dependent mate, crouched down to smooth her tousled hair. I will return shortly. Do not be afraid. With that, he left the cave, glancing back multiple times while Su Cha sighed, uncertain if Bai Mu and the others would find her. Qi Yi leaped into the water and made his way toward the forest, intending to catch a spotted deer for Su Cha. After all, the spotted deer was notoriously difficult to capture, yet its tender meat was favored by the females. Jie, feeling elated after a satisfying meal, swayed his body towards the forest, untroubled by the thought of Bai Mu and the others finding him. For he had left many false trails along the way, and this location was quite secluded. Meanwhile, Bai Mu and the others, just as Qi Yi had anticipated, were growing impatient. Xianqing looked up at the setting sun and called out, Ling Su, this is the third time you have gone astray. If we do not find Su this time, be prepared to face the consequences. Su Bai hurled a stone into the river, and Ling Su suddenly spotted something and rushed forward, excitedly declaring, Elder Xian, do not worry. This time, I guarantee success. Upon checking the nearby bushes, he triumphantly presented a piece of fur to Bai Mu. Is this your mate's fur? It is caught here. Bai Mu approached, nodding, yes. It is what Cha-Cha wore yesterday. Han Qing joyfully ran up. That means we are on the right track. Let's go. Ling Su nodded. This cunning stray beast intentionally misled my sense of smell. This time, we are surely correct. Su Bai relaxed his tightly pressed lips and quickly followed behind Ling Su. The group had searched tirelessly for 2 days without rest, their spirits taut, but now, a glimmer of hope emerged. Once they captured the venomous snake beast, they would certainly deal with it harshly, not caring whether it agreed or not. After satisfying his hunger, Qi climbed up the cliff with the meat and fruits, calling out, My dear, I have returned and brought you delicious food. Sucha weakly responded, her gaze fixated on Chi Yi as he stopped at the cave entrance, washing the food and water before approaching her with a handful of leaves. Sucha longed for the vibrant fruits, but hesitated to ask for them since she was still unfamiliar with Chi Yi. Observing her timid demeanor, Chi Yi chuckled. So shy. Yet you were so flirtatious last night. Sucha covered her face. I was poisoned. I did not mean it. Chi Yi moved closer, preparing to roast meat for Sucha. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the only sound was the cascading waterfall, its soothing rhythm accompanied by the pleasant chirping of insects. Chi occasionally glanced at Sucha, fearing that this moment might be merely a dream. Avoiding Chi Ye's gaze, Sucha found herself recalling her fear of snakes, and tears began to well in her eyes. As Chi heard her soft sobs and the meat finished roasting, he reached for the fire, only to quickly recoil from the burn. He sliced the meat into small pieces, placed them on leaves, and crouched beside Sucha. I am sorry, dear. Are you missing home? Tomorrow, I will take you back, all right? Do not cry. He lifted her into his arms, clumsily trying to comfort her. Being with me has been difficult for you. I am not accustomed to caring for a female, but please stay with me for one last night. At that moment, the sheer fabric of his sleeve slipped, inadvertently revealing a burn on his arm. Sucha noticed the delicate, pale fingers across her chest, now bore a new scar. Recognizing it as a burn, she immediately grasped his hand. You are hurt. Chi quickly retracted his hand, anxiety etched across his face. I am sorry, dear. Please do not abandon me. I will learn to use fire properly. For now, let us enjoy the meat and see if it tastes better than last time. Sucha's emotions were conflicted, recalling that snakes were cold-blooded and averse to heat, while Chi was, after all, a fire-type beast spirit. Do you dislike fire? Chi carefully fed Sucha the roasted meat, nodding. The venomous snake beast also fears fire. I did not expect my beast spirit to be the fire type. I do not like it. He lowered his head, looking pitiful. I do not understand why my beast spirit is fire. There has never been a fire-type beast spirit among the venomous snake clan in the desolate continent. Do you despise me for being a mutated beast? Chi paused before continuing. Because of my beast spirit, I was ostracized from a young age, which is why I left the tribe to live alone. Sucha's mind raced, envisioning Chi Yi being bullied and ostracized by his kin due to his beast spirit. His delicate and beautiful appearance, now filled with a sense of vulnerability, implored her not to abandon him. Determined, Sucha fed him a piece of roasted meat. Do not worry, we are already each other's mates. Come back with me, but I have 4 beast husbands. They may have a bit of a temper, and Bai Mu is the one in charge, so you might face some difficulties. Chia's eyes lit up as he looked at Sucha. Really? You accept me, dear? Will they bully you? In the beast world, it is usually the females who are in charge. I did not realize your family is male. I will make sure to get along with them and not let you suffer. After all, I am the newcomer. If they strike me, I will not retaliate. As long as you accept me, I will be fine. Sucha stroked her chin, fearing that bringing Chi back would sadden Bai Mu. And given Xianqing and Sabai's volatile tempers, Chi might face some trouble. Xianqing would likely explode, while Sabai might resort to silent schemes. Chi understood Sucha's predicament. Initially, he had intended to take her away, but with her carrying young ones and having 4 little ones to care for, she would resent him for leaving. During their time together, all he wanted was to see her happy and to behold her sweet smile. Chi gently patted Sucha's head. Dear, do not worry. Let us eat the roasted meat first. Tomorrow, I will tell them myself. If you feel uncomfortable, just say that I took you away and that you did not know anything. I fear they might bully you. I can endure a few blows. Sucha realized Chi Yi had misunderstood her intentions. Seeing his innocent demeanor, her protective instincts surged, and she patted his shoulder. Do not worry. I hold a significant position at home. I will tell them you saved me when we return. Chi smiled and nodded. Eat quickly. I will step outside for a moment. As he said this, he covered his wound and walked outside. Sucha immediately called out to him. That is a burn. See if there is any purple grass nearby, or might leave a scar. Chi pressed his hand against the wound, appearing quite distressed. I'm accustomed to being alone. This scar is nothing to me. Besides, it's a mark of my loyalty to Guai Guai. Even if it leaves a scar, I find joy in it. I'll take care of it myself, and also gather some sweet fruits. With that, he transformed into his beast form and leaped down, vanishing swiftly from sight. Sucha observed Chi Ye's beast form, feeling a sense of familiarity that she could not quite place, perhaps because snakes generally share similar appearances. Moreover, Chi seemed to possess horns, making him appear slightly different from an ordinary serpent. after finishing the roasted meat and nibbling on a few fruits. She felt less queasy and decided to rest in the hay nest. The earlier commotion had exhausted her, and she was uncertain about how to explain Chiye's situation to the others upon her return. The thought gave her a headache, and she found herself pondering how those from ancient times managed to endure such trials. Meanwhile, Chiye swam to the shore, leaning against a stone with his glossy dark tail comfortably submerged in the water. He had intentionally allowed Su-cha to see his beast form, curious whether she would remember it. After his winter slumber, his beast form had indeed changed, now sporting two prominent bumps on his head. As he rested by the water's edge, he flicked his tail, having discerned the little female's character. She preferred gentle coaxing over force. It seemed this approach was effective, as fish soon surfaced with a swift flick of his tail. As the sun set, the forest buzzed with the sounds of insects and birds. Xianqing, feeling agitated, flew to a branch, startling the birds as he gazed at Bai Mu and the others. If we can't find Su Su soon, I might lose my mind. Ling Su, sensing the group's low spirits, quickly interjected, this time, we're on the right path, heading towards Yucheng. Bai Mu, lost in his thoughts, remained silent. While Subai suggested, let us continue our journey. Xianqing, please be quiet. Xianqing nodded, acknowledging the request. Han Qing silently followed behind, understanding that they were all feeling the strain. Xianqing had not changed his favorite hair and veil in 2 days, and Bai Mu was in a similarly disheveled state. Ling Su, weary but unwilling to voice his exhaustion, feared for the fate of the little female. They pressed on without food or drink, Ling Su leading the way while suppressing his discomfort. Chiye, carrying fish and sweet fruits, joyfully approached the cave, eager to see Su-cha's reaction. However, upon her return, he found her already fast asleep, emitting soft breaths. He placed the items at the cave entrance and moved closer to the peacefully slumbering little female. With a smile, he lay beside her, and she instinctively rolled into his embrace. Observing her furrowed brow, he gently mimicked the comforting gestures of a white tiger, patting her back to lull her to sleep, then tenderly smoothing her brow before succumbing to slumber himself. This time, Ling Su's chosen path was indeed correct, and Bai Mu and the others were drawing nearer to Chiye. In the middle of the night, Su-cha, in a state of delirium, cried out for Chiye's assistance. Due to the effects of the toxic fruit, she was akin to an animal in heat, her sweet scent stirring restlessness among the nearby beasts. Chiye quickly dispersed his aura to deter them from advancing. He leaned down, gently tapping her nose. You mischievous little troublemaker. Tears welled in Su-cha's eyes as she gazed at Chiye, seemingly bewildered by his words, and she clutched at his clothing. Kid. Very well, I shall carry you. He never anticipated that he would one day share the little female with others. His previous disdain for the males who would go to any lengths to please females now seemed a distant memory. In the forest near the cliff, Ling Su suddenly halted, detecting the scent of a female in heat nearby. Bai Mu looked up sharply. That's the scent of the little female. Subai glanced at the crescent moon above. We must be close. Let us proceed. Ling Su dashed ahead, with the others closely following, as Chiye's interference had led them astray in the forest throughout the night. Xianqing leaned against a large tree, cursing the venomous serpent beast. Once I capture him, I'll make him pay for toying with us. Ling Su, atterlig sostif. Lay on the ground. I can't run anymore. Let us take a break. Bai Mu squinted at the sun peeking over the mountain. Then let us rest for a while. Chiye, aware of the sunlight, knew he could no longer hide. Bai Mu and the others were near the forest at the cliff's base. He cast a reluctant glance at the sleeping little female, silently pleading, please do not abandon me upon your return. You promised me this. Do not let me down. Unbeknownst to the blissfully slumbering Su-cha, Chiye had endured a long night and was now prepared to rest for a while before heading down at noon. In the forest, Bai Mu turned to the group. I'll go hunt. We need to eat something. Han Qing promptly followed Bai Mu, and they set off to hunt, consuming raw meat as they awaited Su-cha's return. Subai urged Ling Su, let us continue searching. The dark river must be nearby. Xianqing recalled the filthy dark river with irritation. That wretched venomous serpent beast wouldn't dare keep Su in that damp, filthy place, would he? She could get sick. Subai shared his concern for Su's health, glancing at the rising sun as they resumed their search in the forest. Jie, sensing their presence drawing closer, rose and decided against lighting a fire. He approached Su-cha, gently waking her, Guai. Rise and have something to eat before we head home. Su-cha, who had been sleeping soundly, immediately stirred at the mention of home, dragging her weary body upright. Really? Chi helped her up, offering her the sweet fruits. Indeed, eat a little before we depart. Su-cha nodded and nibbled on a few fruits before losing her appetite. Chi also had a few, then dressed her before carrying the drowsy girl from the cave, knowing Bai Hu and the others were close behind. Observing the slumbering Su-cha, he patiently sat by the riverbank, awaiting Bai Hu's arrival. Ling Su, with his nose to the ground, raced along with Bai Mu, gaining speed as they exited the forest towards the riverbank. Suddenly, Xian Qing swooped down. I see him. He.s. holding Su by the river. Han Qing clenched his fists. This time, he must not escape. Let us hurry and intercept him. Bai Mu stood, gazing at the figure in the distance. Let us go. He has no intention of fleeing. He was deeply concerned about the little female's unusual condition. Xian Qing cast a glance and reluctantly fell in line behind Bai Mu. Qi, watching the weary Bai Mu approach, gently shook Su-cha. Guai guai, wake up. They have come for you. Su-cha blinked sleepily, her gaze falling upon a ragtag group of men. Even Xian Qing, who usually took pride in his appearance, looked disheveled. Bai Mu stumbled towards her, desperate. Su-cha leaped down, but her legs weakened, causing her to nearly collapse. Bai Mu rushed over, catching her and burying his face in her neck. Cha-cha. I finally found you. It feels as if my heart has returned. With her feet no longer touching the ground, Su-cha wrapped her legs around Bai Mu's waist, feeling the dampness of his neck as he cried, I'm fine. It was Qi who saved me. I missed you so much. She comforted Bai Mu, hugging him tightly. The others gathered anxiously around Su-cha, and Ling Su, relieved, collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath before sprinting to the river to drink water. Finally free from the worry of losing his mind, Qi stood alone by the riverbank, silently observing the group, his head bowed, fingers intertwined. After they had all embraced Su-cha, they turned their attention to Qi. Han Qing, still holding Su-cha, began to cry. Su, I'm so sorry. I was too weak. Su-cha, helpless, patted Han Qing's back. Look, I'm perfectly fine. Please don't cry. Bai Mu and the others noticed the beast mark on Su-cha's arm, realizing that unlike before, they had indeed mated this time. Xian Qing clenched his fists, ready to confront Qi. Sabai gazed at the orc by the riverside, whose striking appearance was no surprise. It was easy to see why Su would be captivated. The skin was excessively fair, and the facial features were strikingly three-dimensional and refined, rendering the androgynous beauty ambiguous. Had it not been for his height and physique, one might have mistaken him for a female of the Fox clan. With a head of short black hair and deep, bottomless black eyes now brimming with tears, he looked towards them. Su was unaware that he was a wandering beast, but they were well aware. Xuanqing charged forward and landed a punch on Qi's face. Qi clenched his fist, casting a glance at Su-cha before loosening his grip. I am merely a docile beast husband now. I implore you to allow me to stay. Xuanqing scoffed. You wish for something so beautiful? It seems you have forgotten the last encounter. A creature like you does not deserve to possess a female. With that, his fist aimed again at the side of Qi's face. Xuanqing targeted his face deliberately. After all, Qi was too handsome to be allowed entry into their home, as it jeopardized his own standing. Qi remained silent, covering his face and allowing Xuanqing to strike him, his head bowed, dark eyes flickering with a glimmer. His pale, slender fingers revealed charred flesh from burns. Bai Mu, stretching his limbs, stepped forward to join Xuanqing. Sabai observed Su-cha, entangled with Han Qing, and chuckled softly as he approached, forming a circle around Qi. Qi continued to endure their sharp claws scratching at him in silence. Su-cha, hearing the commotion, was frantic and tapped Han Qing. They are attacking Qi. Let me go. He is not a bad person. He saved me. Meanwhile, Bai Mu addressed the restrained Du Han Shou. I do not know what means you employed to deceive the little female, but once she learns you are the serpent from before, she will only grow angrier. She detests deceit and betrayal. Only then did Qi lift his gaze towards Bai Mu, but I had no choice. I wish to share the docile one with you. If only you would permit me to remain. His voice fell, heavy with emotion, as he glanced towards Su-cha. At that moment, Su-cha freed herself from Han Qing's grasp, rushing over to embrace Bai Mu. Please do not harm Qi. Hear me out first. As Qi's figure swayed, clad in dark garments that concealed the blood, his pale skin betrayed the crimson trickling down his fingers. He staggered, shifting his position, and a pool of blood formed on the grass beneath him. Su-cha hurried over to support him. Are you all right? Qi weakly shook his head. Do not worry about me. It is my fault for taking you away. They are justified in their actions. Han Qing approached, guilt evident in his demeanor as he met the eyes of Xuan Qing and the others. I could not stop them. Su Cha felt a surge of power coursing through her since mating with Chi Ye. Her concern for him overwhelming as tears fell. The moment she cried, Bai Mu and the others were instantly filled with compassion. Chi Ye succumbed, blood gushing forth. Xuan Qing harbored a wish for Chi Ye to perish, while Han Qing muttered, "Is it really that severe? The blood flows like water." Bai Mu shot him a glance, prompting Han Qing to quickly cover his mouth. They were unwilling to assist, nor did they want the little female to be distressed. Su Cha, fearing Chi Ye was on the brink of death, suddenly heard a voice in her mind. Quickly, Su, use the healing technique. With renewed resolve, Su Cha leaned down, pressing her forehead against Chi Ye's. Soon, shimmering green orbs of light began to swirl around them, entering Chi Ye's body. His complexion brightened, and he looked at Su Cha with a hint of surprise. His injuries were not as dire as they appeared. The burn on his fingers was being mended by the glowing light. He quickly interjected, Su, cease. I am well now. Su Cha opened her eyes, gleefully regarding Chi Ye. Is there anywhere else that hurts? You must tell me. Chi Ye, satisfied, glanced at the scar on his finger. It is nothing. Do not fret over me. Rather, you should refrain from using that healing technique in the future. Bai Mu and the others, realizing what Su Cha had done, quickly surrounded her to check on her well-being. Is there anything wrong? Su Cha shook her head. No. I am not feeling as ill as before. Xuan Qing contemplated a gentle kick towards Chi Ye, but refrained, fearing Su Cha's intervention. Addressing Chi Ye, he clenched his fist. Healing techniques require other life forces. Last time, Su used her own vitality to save Bai Mu, but here, the surrounding plants have changed. Su Cha looked up at the nearest flower. It had wilted since it had just bloomed moments ago, yet she felt no discomfort. It seemed the system had returned. She would inquire later. Chi Ye sat up and gently caressed Su Cha's silky hair, but Xuan Qing swatted his hand away. Unperturbed, he turned to Su Cha. Thank you, Su, may I remain? Su Cha did not respond but turned to Bai Mu and Sabai Bai Mu. Understanding her intent, Bai Mu replied, As long as you are happy, Cha. He lifted her up. Let us return. Suddenly, Chi Ye noticed a figure in the distance and frowned. It was no wonder Bai Mu and the others had found him so quickly. Ling Su, trembling in the distance, felt he had uncovered something monumental and feared for his life, striving to diminish his presence. Su Cha's commotion had lulled her to sleep in Bai Mu's embrace. Bai Mu signaled to Xuan Qing to handle the predicament. Chi Ye withdrew his hand gently, reassured that someone would address the issue, and followed behind Bai Mu with a sense of relief. Xuan Qing and Sabai approached Ling Su. Ling Su immediately pleaded, Do not kill me. I did not see or hear anything. I have family to care for. Please, consider my hard work in assisting you. I promise I know nothing. Sabai chuckled. What are you thinking? We are good people. How could we ever commit such acts against beasts? Xuan Qing squatted down, placing a hand on Ling Su's head before standing again. What are you doing here? Why are you not leaving? Ling Su's mind went blank. Are we not searching for females anymore, Elder Xuan? Sabai smiled. Hurry back. We have already found the female. Return and take good care of your kin. You have worked hard with us for 2 days. With that, he pulled a red crystal from Xuan Qing's waist and handed it to Ling Su. Ling Su, delighted with the crystal, departed. Xuan Qing huffed in discontent. Now there's one less stone. My belt will look unsightly. Sabai replied, I will sew it back for you. The two hastily caught up with Bai Mu and the others. In chapter 202, Chia walked among them, his expression devoid of emotion. He understood that those surrounding him held no fondness for him, but it mattered not. His concern lay solely with the little female. Xuan Qing remarked, We have not consented to your joining. Clearly, you have seduced Su. Chia simply replied, Oh. Sabai, with a cold demeanor, questioned, What do you think would happen if Su discovered you were the serpent that harmed her? The pain in Chia's heart was palpable, yet he remained expressionless. Han Qing clicked his tongue. If it were not for Su protecting you, you would have been dead long ago. Walking ahead, spoke up. At this point, you are bonded with the little female. We will not allow you to be alone with her until you have passed our trial period. Your identity as a wandering beast is perilous. Chia recognized Bai Mu's standing in Su Cha's heart, even his beast mark occupying a place within her. He nodded, I will not harm the docile one. Should you threaten her, I will devour you. I wish to share Su with you. Bai Mu grunted in acknowledgement. Were it not for the little female, you have been dead by now. Su Cha already bears your beast mark, and killing you might adversely affect her, though the beast world favored females. Once a female and male had bonded, their connection became a tether, demonstrating the fairness of the beast god in this regard. Xuanqing, noticing Chia's demeanor, snorted. What is this attitude? Why do you only acknowledge Baimu? With that, he cracked his knuckles, ready to confront Chia. Chia disdainfully ignored Xuanqing. Closely following Baimu, Baimu shot a glance at Xuanqing. Cease your fuss. The little female is asleep. Xuanqing immediately fell silent. Observing Su Cha's delicate form, his voice laced with disdain, Beast, look at how you have exhausted Su Su. Sabai also glanced at the slumbering Su Cha, inquiring, have you cured the poison you inflicted on Su Su? Chia replied coldly, yes, but after just 2 days, you came looking for me. Su Su will likely feel unwell tonight. Sabai nodded, and Baimu, holding Su Cha, couldn't help but feel her skin was burning. He expressed his concern, suggesting, let's transform into our beast forms. This pace is too slow, and Cha-Cha feels quite hot. In an instant, Sabai and the others transformed into their beast forms. Baimu carefully placed Su Cha onto Sabai's back, instructing him to be steady. He then transformed into his beast form and walked alongside Sabai. Chia also shifted into his beast form, following closely behind them. Upon seeing Chia's beast form, Baimu and the others understood why Su Cha had not recognized him. Chia's beast form was even more striking than before. Its glossy black scales shimmering in the sunlight, accentuated by 2 prominent ridges atop its head. Xuanqing circled Chia, inquiring, what is your beast soul? Chia, maintaining his icy demeanor, ignored Xuanqing's question. Baimu sighed. Chia, you must adapt to being in a group. Otherwise, you'll isolate yourself from the little female, which might create discomfort for her. Chia promptly replied, I possess a Sanxing Huoxi Shouhuan. Xuanqing, upon hearing this, could not contain his laughter, quickly stifling it to avoid waking Su Cha. Even Hanqing smiled, while Baimu silently smirked. Sabai, carrying Su Cha steadily, remained unfazed. Chia, observing their reactions, felt an overwhelming urge to strike down the chaotic birds flying above. After Xuanqing had his fill of laughter, he descended and remarked to Chia Ranshou, afraid of fire? How could your beast soul be the fire type? That's quite humorous. Chia dismissed Xuanqing, flicking his tail in annoyance and fixing his gaze ahead. Xuanqing dodged Chia's tail while whispering to Hanqing. It was their first encounter with a fire-type beast soul in a Duran-So, as awakening a beast soul is contingent upon the alignment of time, place, and human factors. Such a case as Chia's was indeed rare. Chia, tuning out the surrounding chatter, focused his gentle gaze on Su Cha, finding the commotion of the bird and wolf behind him bothersome, wishing to silence them. Sabai was not surprised. He had grown accustomed to the eccentricities of this family. While Xuanqing merely teased Chia, Baimu remained quiet, walking alongside Sabai, ensuring Su Cha's safety. Chia suddenly spoke to Sabai. It seems you are on the verge of a breakthrough. I can assist you. Sabai, taken aback, glanced at Chia and nodded indeed. I sense a powerful force surging within me. Chia responded affirmatively. Upon hearing that Sabai was about to break through, everyone rushed over, whispering, why didn't Tiu say anything? This is quite dangerous. Hanqing immediately pounded his chest, exclaiming, if Sabai breaks through, he will attain. Oh, I'm still a 1-star. Xuanqing added, this matter cannot be taken lightly, even without a fire beast soul. My 6-star wind beast soul can help suppress your beast soul. Sabai, observing their concern, chuckled, I was merely being considerate of Su Su. I can handle it, which is why I didn't inform you. Chia, witnessing their natural camaraderie, quietly stepped aside, concentrating on Su Cha. Baimu quickened his pace. Let's hurry back to the Baihu tribe. Dabao and the others are still waiting for us. Sabai nodded and began to run with Su Cha, while Chia followed closely behind, ready to catch Su Cha with his tail if needed. Sabai maintained a steady pace, and Su Cha showed no signs of awakening as the group hurried towards the Baihu tribe. They arrived at the entrance of the tribe before sunset, where Sabai transformed back into his human form, cradling Su Cha. Baimu instructed Chia to revert to his beast form before they headed into the tribe. Ma Bai, seeing Baimu and the others return, approached joyfully. Did you find the little female? Baimu nodded. Ma Bai, we have urgent matters to attend to. We must return now. Ma Bai waved goodbye as he watched them depart, busy with the recent selection of a new tribe leader. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they spotted the young cubs sprawled on the grass. Lida, seeing Baimu and the others with Su Cha, immediately stood up. Baimu, did you bring Su Su back? Bai Fu approached with a look of satisfaction, patting Baimu's shoulder. Good, good. Now your mother can finally rest easy. Bai Mu not that? Squatting down to embrace the wailing cubs. We are back. Have you all been good? He leaned down to kiss the 4 white tiger cubs. Sucha also awoke, and, upon being set down by Tsabai, instantly scooped up all 4 cubs, exclaiming, "Oh, my babies! I miss you all so much. Let me check if you've lost weight and whether you've been eating well." Li Da smiled at Sucha. "It's good that you're back. The cubs have been waiting at the cave entrance for you these past few days." Suddenly, Li Da noticed Chi Ye standing behind them and asked, "Who is this?" Tsabai stepped back and whispered to Chi Ye, "Li Da, Ama has not seen you in human form." Chi Ye replied, "Not at all." Bai Mu introduced, "This is Chi Ye. He rescued the little female from a stray beast." Li Da nodded, her expression turning sympathetic as she looked at the group. "You all should wash up quickly. I'll prepare some roasted meat for you. You all look so thin." Xuanqing glanced down at himself and immediately shouted, then dashed away. Bai Mu also felt it was time for them to clean up. Sucha lay on the grass, cuddling the cubs, while Chia quietly sat beside her, watching her play with the young ones, feeling grateful for the decision he had made. Chapter 203, A Silent Rivalry. Sucha turned her head and met Chi Ye's gentle gaze. She offered to pass the 4th cub to him, saying, "You should pet them. They're so playful." Perhaps sensing Sucha's essence on Chi Ye, the cub nestled comfortably in his embrace, licking his fingers. Chi Ye looked down at the fluffy little creature in his arms, its tiny tongue tickling his fingers, making him instinctively retract his hand in discomfort. Sucha chuckled at their interaction. "This one is the smallest. We call him Si Bao." Chi tentatively reached out to stroke Si Bao's soft body, finding it quite pleasant. Si Bao closed his eyes in contentment, purring softly, while the other cubs, noticing, climbed onto Chi Ye's lap, wagging their tails in hopes of being petted. Sucha gathered them close, introducing, "This is your DD, Chi Ye." The cubs chirped in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this title, Chi Ye's fingers twitched, and he began to stroke Si Bao more gently, running his fingers through its fur, realizing these were Bai Mu's cubs. Sucha and Chi Ye sat on the grass, playing with the cubs, their joy palpable. Even Chi Ye, watching the adorable little ones, found himself smiling, his gaze fixed on Sucha as she entertained them. Si Bao remained nestled in Chi Ye's arms, seemingly more fragile than the other 3. Observing Chi Ye's intense focus on Si Bao, Sucha explained there was a slight complication during childbirth, which caused Si Bao to stay in the womb longer, making him less robust. Chi Ye's heart sank, his mind racing as he feared the implications, feeling a pang of pain deep within him, realizing he had been mistaken. Sucha, noticing the dimness in Chi Ye's eyes, smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. Bai Mu and the others assured me that with proper care, Si Bao will grow strong like his brother. For now, he is eating and sleeping well, so there is no need to worry." Chi Ye said nothing. Drawing closer to Sucha and embracing her, "Be good. Promise me you won't leave my side." Sucha returned the hug. "We are already family, of course. I won tea." Chia murmured a soft agreement, but Si Bao, squeezed between them, protested with cries of discomfort. Chia immediately released Sucha and cradled Si Bao, asking what is wrong with him. Sucha, finding his concern amusing, laughed lightly. "It's nothing. We aren't squishing him." She reached out to soothe Si Bao, who soon quieted down. Chia gently placed Si Bao on the grass to let him sleep, shooing away Da Bao, who had tried to approach. Sucha watched him silently. As typically, everyone would discreetly care for Si Bao. Just then, Bai Mu and the others returned, and upon seeing the 4 handsome figures striding toward them, it was hard to imagine they had just appeared as beggars. Chi observed Bai Mu, clad in fiery red, adorned with a belt of red crystals, his black hair flowing as he walked, exuding a flamboyant charm. Bai Mu, with his long white hair cascading freely behind him, gazed softly at Sucha. Han Qing, with his short silver hair, approached with a cheerful smile, bouncing toward them. Tsabai, with his resplendent golden locks, appeared less aggressive in the glow of the setting sun as he walked at the rear, his expression enigmatic. Chi observed the 4 of them before, silently averting his gaze. Xuanqing approached, collapsing beside Sucha like a boneless figure. "Su, am I not handsome?" He raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence in his appearance. Sucha nodded earnestly. "You are indeed handsome, very dashing." Xuanqing's spirits lifted instantly as he regarded the garment Sucha wore, finding it rather unappealing. "I made an outfit for Su. Let's try it on tonight." Sucha nodded and, seeing the cleaned beasts rise, suggested, "Let us assist the matriarch. Otherwise, it will take ages for so many to roast." Initially intending to take Chi Ye's hand, she found Xuanqing gripping hers tightly, prompting her to glance apologetically at Chi Ye. He smiled weakly. "It's all right, dear." Sabai, with a knowing smile, leaned toward Baimu. This little fellow has some tricks up his sleeve. I wonder if he surpasses Xuanqing. Baimu turned to Sabai. You are the one who conceals your talents. Sabai, feeling a bit guilty, fell silent, watching the two ahead vie for attention. Hanqing had not seen the cubs for 2 days and was currently engrossed in showering them with affection, oblivious to the tension between the males. Sucha, observing the pale and fragile Qi, reflected on how she had taken his first and brought him home without a sense of responsibility. He was still unfamiliar with them. And in an effort to ease his discomfort, she attempted to pull Qi along. Come with me. Qi smiled, nodding happily while secretly glancing at Xuanqing. Xuanqing felt a surge of anger but restrained himself, realizing he had encountered a rival. He smirked and raised an eyebrow at Qi. Their silent exchange revealing unspoken challenges. Baimu, arms crossed, found the situation amusing. Qi, aloof, could incite Xuanqing's ire with just a glance. Sabai and Baimu never engaged in their juvenile antics, leaving Xuanqing to bully Hanqing in the past. Now the household was lively. Sucha led them to the fire, with Xuanqing and Qi seated beside her, while Baimu and Sabai faced them. Hanqing surveyed the scene before settling between Baimu and Sabai with the cubs. Qi gazed at the crackling flames, quietly stepping back to sit behind Sucha. Xuanqing, with a triumphant smile, reached for meat to roast, while Sucha, noticing Qi's fear of fire, took it upon herself to cook for him. Qi rested his head on her shoulder, massaging her waist. Is this comfortable? Sucha nodded. If you massage me, I'll cook for you. I make delicious roasted meat. Qi, beside her, felt like an iceberg melting in spring, whispering warm breaths into her ear. All right, dear. I shall cherish you for providing me with such delectable roasted meat. Sucha playfully pinched his earlobe, laughing. Just wait. I promise you'll have your fill. She began roasting the meat with great care, turning it to ensure it sizzled and released its savory aroma. Xuanqing chuckled, we have feasted on a meat roasted by Susu so many times, yet some have only tasted a morsel. Qi ignored Xuanqing, focusing solely on Sucha. I am unfortunate not to have met you sooner, dear. Sucha promptly soothed him. From now on, I will roast for you. Xuanqing huffed and remained silent, reaching for his meat as Hanqing handed him a cub to feed. The 4 of them each fed a cub, perfectly matching the number. Qi watched their camaraderie and leaned toward Sucha, asking, once I learn to roast meat, may I feed the 4 treasures? Sucha glanced over, noticing the 4 treasures in Xuanqing's arms, yet had not spoken yet. Xuanqing, tearing at roasted meat to feed the 4 treasures, declared, that one do. I have always fed the 4 treasures, and I refuse to relinquish them. Hanqing scratched his head, pondering why the cubs were not easily shared. They could simply distribute them evenly. Sucha offered roasted meat to Qi. Taste my roast. It's incredibly fragrant. Qi extended his hand, feeling the warmth, initially frowning but then relaxing, smiling as he accepted. It smells delightful. It looks utterly delicious. Sucha, unaware of his earlier frown, turned back. Then eat plenty. I will roast more. Xuanqing, having noticed, whistled and observed Qi's mixed feelings as he enjoyed each bite, unable to stifle a laugh while rubbing the 4 treasures' belly. Once you're full, go play. Chapter 204. Sucha and Heat. Sucha turned to Xuanqing. What are you laughing at so merrily? Xuanqing shook his head. Just seeing Susu makes me happy. He then turned to request a kiss, only to be playfully swatted away by Sucha. Once Baimu and the others had fed the cubs, they began to eat. Qi, noticing Sucha had only consumed half of her roasted meat, lifted her into his arms, feeding her small bites. You've worked hard too. Let me feed you. Sucha accepted his offering with soft hums, continuing to turn the meat over. Baimu kindly handed her a piece of perfectly roasted meat, cut into small portions and placed on a leaf. Sucha accepted it, enjoying the meal alongside Qi. After satiating their appetites, Sucha squatted on the grass, playing with the cubs while Qi quietly accompanied her. Baimu and the others were busy tidying up at a distance. Sucha began to feel a bit warm, initially attributing it to the fire, and stood to suggest to Qi, shall we rest inside for a bit? Qi, noticing her flushed complexion, discerned that she was experiencing another heat and gently scooped her up, heading toward the cave. Sucha, nestled against his chest, gasped. What is happening to me? Qi leaned down to kiss her. You're in heat. You're so sweet. I wish to keep you hidden away. Sucha let out soft sounds as she rubbed against him. It feels so good. Due to his beastly nature, Qi was cool to the touch as he carried Sucha into the cave, whereby Mu and the others also entered. What is going on? Qi set Sucha down on the bed, but she clung to him, unwilling to let go, grasping tightly at his clothing, revealing a smooth, pale chest, lacking the solid musculature of Bai Mu and the others. Sabai squatted to observe. Susu still harbors residual toxins. That's why she's feeling hot. Xuanqing clicked his tongue. Looks like Xie, you're not up to the task. The toxins haven't been purged from Susu. Xie remained silent, allowing Su Cha to lean against him, and she indeed felt much better. Bai Mu addressed Xie. Let me explain our household rules. Previously, we took turns, each one spending a night, but since you interrupted, tonight it will be me sleeping with the little female, followed by Sabai, Xuanqing, Hanqing, and then you. However, since you haven't completed your probation, your turn is cancelled. Xie nodded, looking at Su Cha, who was still clutching his clothes. Dear. Xuanqing, with a hint of pride, declared, I am older than you. You must listen to me from now on. Xie glanced at Bai Mu, gently passing Su Cha to him before leaning against the cave entrance, gazing at the moon. Xuanqing patted Bai Mu's shoulder. If you need assistance, just call me. I am more than willing to help. Bai Mu, holding Su Cha, shot a glare at Xuanqing. Just leave. Sabai took Xuanqing outside, and the three of them sat at the cave entrance, while Hanqing remained on the grass, playing with the cubs. Perhaps sensing their return, the cubs were particularly lively that night. Xie, with one leg curled up, looked up at the moon, ignoring the two beside him. The three sat together in silence. Sabai with closed eyes appearing to doze off. Inside the cave, the air thickened with suggestive sounds and alluring whispers. Each of the three feeling a noticeable tension in their lower abdomens. Xie closed his eyes, concentrating on his breathing, while Xuanqing turned to observe the two with closed eyes, astonished by their restraint. Unable to endure any longer, Xuanqing rose and strolled toward the grass, playing with the cubs to alleviate his excess energy. As soon as he left, Xie opened his eyes. Let us find a quiet place to soothe your restless, beastly spirit. Sabai felt an overwhelming heat wash over him, as if he were on the verge of igniting at the playful beckoning of Sucha. The two of them made their way up the back mountain, eventually discovering a secluded cave where they entered and sat cross-legged, facing each other. Xie reached out, gently touching Sabai's forehead, and behind them, beast souls emerged. Xie observed a lion, ablaze with fire, roaring restlessly. Sabai, in his pain, had his eyes shut tight and thus failed to notice the long-horned Jiao lurking in the void behind Xie. Remarkably, Xie did not perspire even a single drop. He watched Sabai, who was drenched in a cold sweat, before turning his finger and lightly tapping, which finally brought Sabai to a state of calm. In the latter half of the night, Xie and Sabai returned, quietly settling at the cave entrance to rest. On the other side, Xuanqing leaned against Hanqing, and the little ones had already drifted into slumber. With a gentle gaze, Xie observed Sibao being cradled in his arms, and only then did he close his eyes, preparing to sleep. The sounds within the cave must have been quite stimulating. The next day, as sunlight streamed onto Xie's face, he awoke and gazed at the rising sun. He harbored a distaste for the sun, preferring the moon instead, and moved to a different spot to sleep while still holding Sibao. When the sun had fully ascended to its place in the sky, everyone awoke. Bai Mu emerged from the cave and addressed them. Today, we shall return once the little female awakens. Sabai and the others had no objections, simply replying, we will follow your lead. Bai Mu nodded and walked towards the adjacent cave. As Sabai entered to check on Sucha, he passed by Hanqing, who excitedly reached out to him, pointing at the bee soul at his waist, noting, you have 3 stars now. Xuanqing also looked over, saying, Xie helped you. Why didn't you call us? That was quite dangerous. Sabai smiled and replied, yes, Hanqing, you must put in more effort. Xuanqing turned and playfully tapped Hanqing on the head, saying after all this time, you are still at 1 star. Hanqing shielded his head and promised, I will work hard. Sabai chuckled as he entered to lie beside the still sleeping Sucha, holding her and continuing to slumber. Xie followed suit, cradling Sibao as he sought a comfortable spot in the cave, avoiding the glaring sunlight outside. Sibao remained quiet and still in Xie's embrace, prompting Hanqing to take the other 3 cubs out to play in the grass. With nothing else to occupy himself, Xuanqing ventured into the forest to stretch his limbs. By the time Sucha awoke, it was already noon, and only Xie and Sabai remained in the cave. Upon seeing Sucha awake, Sabai assisted her in sitting up, stating, they are roasting meat. Once we eat, we will head home. Sucha nodded, recalling Bai Mu's words. Sabai affirmed, put on your clothes, let's go outside. Xie promptly carried Sibao and joined Sucha and Sabai as they stepped out. Bai Mu greeted them, saying, here is the roasted meat for you. I will tidy up. Hanqing tugged at Bai Mu, suggesting, Xuanqing and I will help clean up. Bai Mu, you should keep Lita the mother beast company. With that, they dashed towards the cave like a gust of wind, leaving Bai Mu to comfort the tearful mother beast. As Sucha, Chia, and Sabai sat by the fire enjoying roasted meat, Chia positioned himself at a distance, carefully tearing apart the meat to feed Sibao. After Sucha had her fill, she leaned against Chia, observing how he doted on Sibao. Sibao is merely physically weak, but Sabai is helping to restore his health. There is no need for any special treatment, she remarked. Chia lowered his gaze, murmuring in agreement as he gently stroked Sibao and set him down. Go play with your brothers, he encouraged. Sibao scampered off joyfully, and Chia embraced Sucha, saying, My dear, I simply adore you. Leaning against Chia, Sucha grasped his hand. Sensing his insecurity, Fear not. Now that we are family, we shall never part, she reassured. Chia remained silent, content to hold Sucha as they watched Bai Mu and the others busy themselves. After a while, Sucha felt herself drifting towards sleep when Bai Mu approached, softly announcing, It is time to head home. Chia gently urged Sucha to rise, and soon Hanqing and the others arrived with their belongings. Sucha slung her small backpack over her shoulders, and Sabai inspected it, relieved to find the water bottle full. Standing at the entrance of the tribe, Sucha waved goodbye to Lita, saying, Mother Beast, do return home. We will visit again. Lita, leaning against Bai Fu, wiped her tears and waved reluctantly, Cubs, do take good care of Susu. Though Bai Fu said nothing, he cast a serious glance at Bai Mu, declaring, Take care, do not worry about us. I will look after your mother beast. After embracing both the mother and father beasts, Bai Mu prepared to leave when a shout rang out. Bai Mu, wait. They turned to see Ma Bai rushing towards them. Bai Mu patted his shoulder, saying, We are getting ready to head back. Ma Bai nodded. I know, I came to see you off. With a cheerful expression, he glanced around, his gaze landing on Sucha. Sucha remembered that he had helped look for her the day before, and she smiled and nodded in response. Ma Bai returned her smile before addressing Bai Mu. All right, I will watch you leave. Do not worry, the Bai Hu tribe has me. I will take good care of Lita and the others. Bai Mu nodded, casting one last glance at the mother beast before departing with Sucha and the others. Sucha, perched on Bai Mu's back, swung her legs and queried, Why not bring the mother beast to live with us? It would save so much trouble, and we wouldn't have to part. Bai Mu playfully stomped on the flowers with his paw, leaving only the most vibrant blooms. Meanwhile, Chia used his tail to roll them up and present them to Sucha, his tail mischievously tapping her rounded backside. Sucha accepted the flowers, lightly swatting at Chia's tail. Her spirits lifted as she remarked, In light of the flowers, I shall forgive you. Bai Mu chuckled, explaining, The mother beasts have always resided in the Bai Hu tribe. They have grown accustomed to it, and we can visit often. Sucha responded with an O, as yet another bothersome bird approached. She turned to see Xuanqing hovering above her head, asking, What are you doing? With a raised eyebrow, he replied, Providing shade for Susu. Isn't it much cooler now? Sucha nodded, observing her hair dance in the air, though there was no breeze. She then looked up and exclaimed, Hey, you shall be my personal fan from now on. Splendid. Xuanqing twirled in the air with delight, proclaiming, Then I shall demand a reward. Sucha laughed softly, recognizing the mischief in his expression, and playfully replied, Of course not. Quickly hide that lewd expression of yours. Xuanqing feigned dismay, exclaiming, It seems we share a deep connection. You sense my thoughts, Susu. Clearly, I am your favorite. After all, who could resist my good looks? Sucha merely smiled, holding the flowers in silence. Chia contemplated using his tail to pull Xuanqing down, but seeing him shield Sucha from the sun, he silently refrained. Sabai walked beside Bai Mu, overhearing Xuanqing's words, and quipped, The one with the thickest skin in our family is undoubtedly you. The rest are a mystery. Hanqing led to Bayo and the others as they explored the nearby thickets and grass, teaching the cubs how to hunt small animals. Xuanqing observed the cubs' hunting stances and remarked at Sabai, I know, you are simply envious of my good looks, trying to win Susu's favor. Sabai smiled without replying. He remained confident in his appearance, for it was he who had initially charmed Sucha. After all, without some charm, how could he be the second brother? Bai Mu, however, kept his gaze fixed on the cubs, watching Hanqing instruct them on capturing small creatures. Soon, Sibao found himself unable to keep pace with his three brothers. Sabai handed his basket to Hanqing, saying, Put Sibao in here, I will carry it. Chia immediately stepped forward, using his tail to gently lift Sibao and place him atop his head, with the two bumps on either side ensured Sibao wouldn't fall. In fact, It seemed that the bundle atop Che's head appeared even larger. Sucha observed, "Let me hold him. Give him to me." Che swiftly glided back to Bai Mu. His expression indifferent, but his gaze soft as he gently refused, "No need. I won't let Sibao fall." Sibao nestled comfortably on Che's head, wagging his tail in contentment. Bai Mu cast a glance, but said nothing, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, while Tsabai walked silently beside him, choosing not to speak. Sucha observed that Sibao had fallen into a gentle slumber, prompting her to speak up. "Very well. If you feel uncomfortable, just hand Sibao over to me." Chi affectionately brushed his tail against Sucha's waist, replying, "All right, I will be obedient." Xianqing soared above them, casting a shadow over the trio, which alleviated the heat for Bai Mu and the others. After walking for a while, Sucha unknowingly drifted into sleep, causing the flower in her hand to slowly slip away. Chi curled his tail around it and gently placed it in front of Sucha, while the group continued their journey in silence. Han Qing returned from the forest with a basket, excitedly bringing along several small creatures. Bai Mu noticed that the little ones in the basket were already exhausted and sleeping. Han Qing whispered with enthusiasm, "They caught so many, but I let some go." Xianqing raised an eyebrow. "Of course, this litter of cubs possesses the strength of all of us, which surely has some impact. Perhaps their beast souls might even undergo a transformation." So Bai glanced at Xianqing. "At that time, we all soothe the cubs with our beast souls. So when they mature, it's likely they will embody our beast souls." Xianqing nodded. "They may inherit our beast souls, not necessarily by Mu's lightning affinity." Han Qing eagerly gazed at the cubs, yearning to howl at the sky, but he restrained himself. I look forward to their maturity. What if they possess my ice affinity beast soul?" Bai Mu also looked at the cubs with delight, recalling how Xianqing mentioned that this litter, having absorbed their beast soul power, would be exceptionally gifted. He glanced at Sibao as he spoke. Bai reassured him, "Rest assured, I am nurturing Sibao. When he matures, he will undoubtedly be a strong male." Bai Mu responded with a soft mm, and the group continued towards the territory of the Lion clan. Throughout the journey, Chi Yi remained aloof, not engaging in their conversations. Over time, Xianqing's provocations garnered no response, leading him to ignore Chi Yi altogether. As dusk approached, Sucha finally awoke, realizing that Xianqing was no longer hovering above her. The sun was nearly set, and the forest had grown dim in the twilight. After a moment of collecting herself with closed eyes, she opened them. "Have I slept for so long? Where are we now?" Chi immediately replied, "My dear, being pregnant is exhausting. It's perfectly fine to sleep a little longer. We are searching for a cave to spend the night." Bai Mu added softly, "We won't reach home until the day after tomorrow. Han Qing and Bai have gone hunting. Xianqing is looking for a suitable cave to rest in." Sucha turned her head and noticed 4 small white furballs sleeping soundly on Chi Ye's dark form. Quite conspicuous. Chapter 206. Tender affection. Bai Mu walked steadily, while Chi Ye's gaze remained fixed on Sucha, the 4 cubs on him snoring contentedly. Hearing their soft snores, Sucha turned to look at the young ones on Chi Yi. Only Bao seemed somewhat better, quietly resting atop Chi Ye's head. After a while, she found herself less fearful of Chi Ye's beast form, especially since he rarely transformed fully, usually only revealing his tail. However, this time he was entirely in his beast form, with Bao comfortably nestled on his large head. Curiously, Sucha pointed at the bumps on either side of Bao. "What are those? I've never seen a snake with horns." Bai Mu glanced over and explained, "Chi is not of the serpent clan. He belongs to the poison python clan, though he resembles a snake." Jie, unaware that he had sprouted horns after waking from a slumber, answered in a deep voice, "I'm not sure. I just woke up from hibernation with these 2 bumps on my head." Sucha nodded, pondering whether they would grow into horns in the future. At that moment, Xianqing returned and landed gracefully. "There's a perfect spot for overnight rest ahead. Follow me." He extended his hand towards Sucha, entranced by Xianqing's large wings. Sucha found herself unable to resist as she placed her hand in his, allowing him to pull her into his embrace and soar into the heights. Chi's gaze followed the 2 in the sky, shrouded in ambiguity. Bai Mu suddenly remarked, "Come out with me at midnight." Chi nodded, his gaze gentle as he watched Sucha, now joyous in the air. "As long as you don't chase me away, I can agree to anything. I just want to keep my breath." Bai Mu noted that Chi Yi received no response, recognizing that they were somewhat disdainful of him. Yet they maintained a peaceful coexistence in front of the young female. In the forest, Han Qing walked happily beside Bai. I didn't expect to find lettuce. We can wrap it around the roasted meat later. Hee hee. Subai chuckled at his lack of restraint. All you think about is food. It's no wonder you've grown so big. Why haven't you grown any brains? Han Qing retorted. Hey, my head isn't small. It's just fine. Subai laughed, not responding further, thinking it amusing how often Xian Qing teased him. Suddenly, both looked up to see Xian Qing, who appeared to be carrying Su Cha. Subai quickly ran toward them. Hurry up. They must have found a cave for the night. Let us meet up with Bai Mu. Han Qing followed closely behind with a howl, while Xian Qing noticed the two. Soon, Subai joined Bai Mu, and the four followed Xian Qing. In the sky, Su Cha closed her eyes and spread her arms, laughing joyfully. I can fly. Xian Qing embraced her tightly. Indeed, Su can fly. After a few circles, Xian Qing descended with Su Cha, approaching Bai Mu and the others. Let us go. I found a wonderful place. He led them toward a grand mountain. They soon arrived at a smooth cliff face, overgrown with grass, and Xian Qing guided them to the right, where a cave entrance appeared before them. Qi frowned, but said nothing as he silently followed them inside. Su Cha marveled at the spacious cave, discovering a steaming pool inside, accompanied by the scent of sulfur. She reached out to touch the water, finding it warm. Xian Qing approached with a raised eyebrow. This is my discovery. It's naturally warm water, perfect for soaking. Subai stepped forward to test the water. It's fine. The temperature isn't too high. Su can soak, but not for too long. Su Cha nodded enthusiastically. Great. Let us all soak together in a bit. Qi remained at the cave entrance, watching Su Cha's joy before slowly stepping inside. Due to the warmth, Bai Mu prepared a resting area at the entrance, while Su Bai and the others tended to the fire for roasting meat. Han Qing and Xian Qing took the vegetables and prey to process, while Qi stayed by Su Cha's side. Su Cha looked at Qi Yi, who sat at the cave entrance enjoying the breeze. Aren't you able to soak in hot springs? Qi nodded. I don't like hot things, but I can accompany you for a while. Observing Qi Yi's pale skin, which was even lighter than her own, she found him delicate yet muscular. Unlike Bai Mu and the others, whose physiques were exaggerated, which she preferred. Qi looked at Su Cha, casually pulling down his clothing, revealing half of his chest. In the moonlight, his pale skin glowed enticingly. Su Cha, seemingly bewitched, reached out toward Qi Yi. Qi Yi relished the moment, taking her hand and placing it on his chest. I am entirely obedient. Feel free to touch. Snapping back to reality, Su Cha abruptly withdrew her hand and stood up. I'll go help Bai Mu. She turned, patting her flushed cheeks. How infuriating to be tempted. Male beauty can lead one astray. Glancing back, she caught Qi Yi, disheveled, gazing at her with water-laden eyes, as if she had done something wrong, despite having done nothing at all. Qi Yi watched Su Cha turn away, smiling as he adjusted his tousled clothing, rising to pursue her. Bai Mu had just finished arranging the sleeping area when he saw Su Cha approaching. He smiled and playfully tapped her nose. I've finished. Let's go find Subai. He took her hand and led her outside. Qi followed closely, tugging at the wide sleeves of Su Cha's garment, disliking the red color she wore, preferring her in black. Subai had already prepared a significant amount of charcoal, waiting for Xian Qing and the others to return. He handed the cubs over to Bai Mu. I'll go check on those two. They've been gone for quite a while. As he stood to leave, a voice rang out. No need, we're back. They turned to see Xian Qing and Han Qing approaching, laughter in the air. Xian Qing ran over, holding up a fish. Look what I brought back. Su Cha exclaimed in delight. Fish? What a big fish. You two must have gone fishing to be so late. Han Qing hurried over, placing the neatly prepared meat on a leaf, nodding in agreement. Yes, let's call Bai Mu to roast it later. Susu lobes fils. Su Cha smiled and nodded at Han Qing's bright eyes. All right, I'll roast it in a bit. Hee, I'm quite good at roasting fish. Bai Mu approached and gently ruffled her hair. Cha, let me handle it while you teach me on the side. Han Qing and Su Cha instantly cheered, while Qi Yi in the distance appeared lost, feeling out of place amidst the lively atmosphere. Suddenly, he looked down to see Si Bao nudging at his feet, its fluffy fur brushing against him. Qi Yi squatted down, picking up Si Bao, and they exchanged glances. Si Bao barked happily, wagging its tail and tilting its head at Qi Yi. Qi Yi's gaze softened, his voice firm. Good. Chapter 207. The beast husband always comes first. Su Cha watched the two from afar and went to pull Qi Yi into their group, but considering his aversion to crowds, she allowed him to sit behind her. Qi Yi, still cradling Si Bao, sat cross-legged behind Su Cha, playfully teasing the little creature. Su Cha sensed that Chi Yi seemed to have a fondness for sea bao, shook her head, and turned to assist Bai Mu with the fish. Chi Yi edged closer, reaching for a piece of meat to roast. Can you teach me how to roast meat? I want to make it for you in the future. Su Cha nodded, sure. All their roasting skills are taught by me. As she spoke, she helped Chi Yi skewer the meat onto sticks. Chi Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. His throat dry as he murmured, really? Who was the best among them? Su Cha immediately chimed in with a smile. Of course it's Bai Mu. He is my first beast husband, after all. Ha ha ha. The worst roasters are Xian Qing and Han Qing. Xian Qing's is edible, while Han Qing's is as hard as a rock. The two across from her instantly exploded with indignation, with Han Qing shouting defiantly. That's not true. I can roast without burning it now. It's delicious, and you'll see when Su tries it later. Su Cha promptly declined. I'll stick to roasted fish. Heh, you keep it for yourself. Xian Qing, displeased with his ranking, protested. Su, you're mistaken. I'm clearly the second best roaster in this house after Bai Mu. You're biased. Su Cha ignored Xian Qing's insistence, countering. I'm very fair. I don't acknowledge any bias. Bai Mu and Ci Bai typically refrained from engaging in such childish disputes, quietly tending to their tasks. Chi Yi felt a thrill from mischief, gazing at the sizzling meat with disdain for the flames. He gently wiped the oil from his hand, revealing scars that made his lips curve upward. While Su Cha prepared roasted fish for Bai Mu, it was evident that Bai Mu was the most talented among them. Grasping concepts quickly and innovating many dishes on his own, Su Cha happily snuggled against Bai Mu's arm. Brother Bai, you're amazing. Hee. Upon hearing her soft, sweet voice calling him Brother Bai Mu shifted awkwardly but smiled in response. We'll be able to eat soon. It's still not cooked inside. Oblivious to the drool-worthy roasted fish, Su Cha remained patiently waiting. Ci Bai, however, observed everything clearly and chuckled, earning a glare from Bai Mu. Xian Qing seized the moment. Teasing, Su calls Bai Mu brother. Why don't you call me brother too? Su Cha, realizing her slip, felt a bit shy as she looked at Xian Qing. I won't call you that. Even if you want to hear it, I have no intention of saying it. Xian Qing, undeterred, threw a flirtatious glance at Su Cha. Oh really? If you want to call me, I have plenty of ways to make you do so. Su Cha, sensing his expression, scolded. You scoundrel. Keep that up, and I'll get them to beat you up. Xian Qing, grinning, pleaded. I was wrong. Forgive me, Su. Su Cha huffed and approached Chi Yi, instructing him on adding salt and pepper to the meat. Chi Yi, captivated by Su Cha, replied. Okay, I understand. Su Cha, exasperated. What are you staring at? Focus on the meat. Jia Lianit Kolosiv, Pidesink against Su Si, causing her to shrink back from his icy touch. Why are you still so cold, even after being near the fire for so long? Jia Gazit Atsu Sihea. Unbothered. If you like it, I can cool you down. Su Cha nodded, rubbing her face against him. I like it. My face is all red from roasting. This feels nice. She shifted closer to Chi Yi. Su Cha felt as if she were beside a large refrigerator, quite comfortable, as the heat from the fire seemed less intense. She turned the meat in her hands, glancing at Han Qing. Could you pass me a leaf of lettuce? My meat is ready. Han Qing handed her a large leaf, and, as everyone's meat was done, Bai Mu continued to roast fish, distributing the portions just right. Chi Yi, still holding Si Bao, fed him. Su Cha first wrapped a piece of meat for Bai Mu, smiling at him. Delicious, right? Bai Mu, unable to use his hands, took a bite from Su Cha's hand, licking her fingers, his voice husky. Delicious. Su Cha not that, turning to help ki fit Si Bao. While the three across from them focused on feeding their own little ones. Once all 4 cubs were full, they let them play nearby before everyone began to eat. Bai Mu took the roasted fish down, placing it on a leaf, and as he cut it with a bone knife, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Su Cha ingan deeply, shall dagang. Han Qing, squatting beside her, was already drooling. Can we eat now? I can't hold back any longer. Bai Mu shook his head. Let us eat the roasted meat first. The fish is still too hot. Chi Yi, uninterested in the steaming fish, enjoyed watching Su Cha's eager expression and couldn't help but lean closer to her. Thinking Chi Yi wanted some fish, Su Cha pulled him along. It's too hot right now. We can't eat it yet. Chi Yi leaned against Su Cha, staying close. After eating a piece of roasted meat, Su Cha felt a bit full and, after nibbling on some fish, decided to stop, hugging Chi Yi, the large refrigerator, to cool down. Noticing that Bai Mu and the others were still eating, she felt a bit warm and stood up to join the frolicking cubs on the grass. Enjoying the breeze, Chi Yi, having eaten a bit, followed her. Su Cha looked at him, then at Bai Mu and the others. You've eaten so little. Are you full? Chi nodded as he settled down. Full. Xian Qing, eyeing the cuddling pair, brought a piece of fish over and plopped down beside Su Cha. Su, have a bite. It's really delicious. Su Cha sighed as she took a bite. I do miss the pickled fish from home. Chi interjected. Pickled fish? Teach me, and I'll make it for you. Su Cha smiled and shook her head, turning down Xian Qing's offer. You eat it. I'm really full. Xian Qing quickly finished the fish and got up to continue eating, as he was still hungry. After a hearty dinner, everyone lounged on the grass, letting off steam as they awaited their turn in the hot spring. Su Cha gazed at the 5 men beside her, marveling. I never expected to have 5 beast husbands in this lifetime, all handsome and towering over me at 188 centimeters, standing among them. I feel like a little potato. Bai Mu tightened his embrace around Su Cha. Cha is wonderful, which is why we all love you. The others echoed their affections, with Xian Qing squeezing in for a kiss, while Chi silently held Su Cha's hand, his expression indifferent as he observed them. Su Cha, feeding ilatif, stood up. Let us go to the hot spring and take the cubs along. With that, she headed towards the cave. Han Qing and Bai Mu followed closely behind, trying to catch the 4 mischievous cubs, while Xian Qing had already dashed ahead, with Ci Bai and Chi walking beside Su Cha. Upon reaching the cave, Su Cha noticed Xian Qing already splashing in the hot spring and turned to Chi. How about you wait for me on the side? I'm afraid you might not enjoy it. Chi gently placed his clothes aside at the shore. It's fine. I'll join you in a bit. Su Cha nodded, not bothering to change, and stepped into the water. Xian Qing quickly swam over to support her. Be careful. Don't worry. I've got you. Chi observed and then leaped into the spring from the other side. Chapter 208. A chaotic hot spring adventure. As soon as she entered, Su Cha exclaimed, so hot. Xian Qing dared not loosen his grip, holding Su Cha high as Chi approached and gently splashed water to wet her body, saying, get accustomed to it. Xian Qing slowly submerged with Su Cha, watching her closely. If you feel uncomfortable, do let us know. Su Cha found the warm water enveloping her to be quite soothing as she clung to Xuanqing's neck. It feels delightful. It doesn't seem as hot as before. Meanwhile, Chi leaned against the shore, gently swaying his tail while observing Su Cha's flushed face, her complexion glowing from the steam. His tail involuntarily emerged, a sign of his discomfort, and even his pale face took on a hint of color, his gaze dreamy as he looked at Su Cha. Xian Qing, seated on a stone at the water's edge with Su Cha in his arms, called out to the 3 onshore, come down, it's quite pleasant. Bring the little ones too. Han Qing released the cubs, who immediately floated on the water's surface, their 4 little paws frantically paddling, an adorable sight. Su Cha couldn't help but laugh, exclaiming, they are so cute, they can swim. Bai Mu and the others, having shed their animal hides, descended directly into the water, instantly enveloped by the warm liquid. As they gazed at Su Cha's smooth, fair skin, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within them, unaware that a pack of hungry beasts had set their sights on her. Su Cha continued to enjoy the playful antics of the cubs, twisting her body and declaring, let me down, I want to play by myself. Xian Qing, observing the water's depth and Su Cha's height, gently lowered her until the water reached her chin, though he worried that a sudden movement might cause her to swallow water. Su Cha, standing happily in the water, reached for the cubs. It's fine, I'll be careful. Besides, you're all here with me. Bai Mu and the others leaned against the rocky wall, savoring a moment of relaxation, while Chi remained on the other side, watching Su Cha and the cubs play. He couldn't help but secretly extend his tail towards them. Underwater, Su Cha watched the cubs' chubby little paws paddling earnestly, and she felt an urge to tease them. After playing enough, she turned to the 5 handsome men on the shore and asked, why aren't you joining us? Just as she approached them, an unexpected touch against her legs startled her, prompting a shrill scream. Bai Mu quickly rushed over, embracing her. Don't be afraid. That was just Chi Ye's tail. He shot a glare at Chi Yi. Chi Yi swam over, grasping Su Cha's hand and touching his own tail. I'm sorry. My dear, I didn't mean to scare you. He lifted his tail above the water for her to see. Su Cha, relieved to see his beautiful black tail, sighed. I thought it was a snake in the water. I'm afraid of snakes. Please don't do that again. Chi nodded, a hint of grievance in his voice. Don't be scared of me. I would never harm you. With that, his tail gently wrapped around her. Su Cha gradually acclimated to Chi Ye's beast form. Perhaps sensing that he meant her no harm, her fear lessened. However, the earlier scare in the water had startled her considerably. Bai Mu, observing Chi Ye's tail entwine around Su Cha, slowly released his hold, allowing her to sit on Chi Ye's tail, ensuring she wouldn't fall. Han Qing, feeling comfortable, had transformed into a wolf, playing with the cubs, while Zai Bai rested with his eyes closed. Xian Qing, slightly dissatisfied, remarked, "This water has an odor. I dislike it. Let us bathe again later." Han Qing immediately rejected the idea. "I want to go. You can go alone. Bathing again is too troublesome. I'd rather sleep." Xian Qing tossed his hair back with a smile. "That is not up to you." Su Cha, perched on Chi Ye's tail, looked at them. "Why don't you all transform and join us in the water? Look how comfortable Han Qing is." Everyone turned to Han Qing, who floated gracefully on the water's surface, leisurely paddling with his paws and occasionally howling softly, with the cubs mimicking him, enjoying the moment. Zai Bai raised an eyebrow. "This is quite nice. I fear I might lose control." Bai Mu and the others remained silent, but understood, watching Su Cha, her skin flushed from the heat, feeling a tightening discomfort in their groins. Suddenly, Su Cha stiffened, her body awkwardly turning to Chi Yi. "Damn that lecherous snake." Chi Yi, noticing Su Cha's expression, felt an urge to tease her further. Pretending to be oblivious, he tilted his head and asked, "What's wrong, dear? Don't you want to play anymore?" Su Cha, glancing at the numerous onlookers, felt bashful and cleared her throat softly. "I don't want to soak anymore. Please let me up." Chi slowly lifted Su Cha to his face. "Are you feeling hot? Then play on my tail for a while." He raised her above the water's surface. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to them. Su Cha, straddling his tail, blushed as she clung to her upper body. "You lecherous snake, put me down," she protested, squirming. Jie, observing the subtle expressions of Bai Mu and the others, smirked. It seemed the torment was not solely his, fearing Su Cha might tumble off. He lowered his tail until the water reached her shoulders, concealing her modesty. This tantalizing reveal was even more alluring. Merely glimpsing her smooth, rosy shoulders was enough to captivate the others. Xian Qing swiftly swam over to Chi Ye's side, while the other three discreetly inched closer. Their gazes fervently admiring the beauty before them, their spirits lifted. Su Cha felt uneasy under their intense stares, as if their gazes could penetrate the water's surface, igniting a heat within her. Bai Mu and Zai Bai's animal ears involuntarily emerged, and their tails seemed to reach out towards her. Xian Qing, observing the predatory behavior of the others, let out a huff, lamenting, "Why must I be a Xian bird?" Su Cha looked at the group in bewilderment, unsure of their intentions, feeling teased. Chi let out a comfortable hum. "Dear, be gentle." Su Cha's entire body flushed red. "I'm not doing anything. You all let go of me." Chi, now allied with the others, flipped and swam back towards the shore. His tail immediately coiled around her waist, pulling her back into Bai Mu's arms. "Bai Mu asked me to bring you back." Su Cha shot an accusing glance at Bai Mu, who met her with a gaze full of affection, causing her to deflate. "What's the deal? You're all picking on me." Somehow, she could never truly be angry with Bai Mu. Xian Qing, witnessing Chi's antics near his ear, remarked, "I told you." Su Su wouldn't stay mad at Bai Mu. Chi swayed his tail, remaining silent, his indifferent gaze momentarily hazy, as if a spring had frozen. When would Su Cha love him like she did Bai Mu? Suddenly, a soft gasp broke the moment. Chapter 209. Chi gets hit. Everyone turned their attention to see Su Cha tightly clutching Bai Mu's neck, her entire being flushed with color. She buried her head into Bai Mu's neck, softly complaining, "Big brother, why are you like this now?" Zai Bai, casually twirling a strand of Su Cha's hair around his finger, observed the intimate intertwining of the dark and silver-haired individuals beside him. "Bai Mu, notijin hair shines, chocolate." "I'm sorry, Cha-Cha. You're just too beautiful. I can't help myself." Su Cha laughed lightly. "You're all naughty. I want to talk to you. Hurry and take me up." Zai Bai interjected. "Take Su Su up. She shouldn't soak too long." Bai Mu nodded, lifting her as he stood. Xian Qing also rose, saying, "Hey, let us take Su Su outside to wash. This water smells unpleasant." Su Cha, clinging to Bai Mu's neck, urged, "You all should wash too. This water has a sulfur smell." As soon as Su Cha finished speaking, the four in the water each grabbed a cub and followed Bai Mu towards the riverbank. Upon emerging from the hot spring, the night breeze caused Su Cha to shiver, tightening her hold on Bai Mu. "It's a bit cold." Bai Mu had no choice but to wash her while sitting in the water, while Zai Bai added, "The fire is still burning. I'll go gather some firewood." Su Cha girli nadif. "Great. Let's dry our hair and then sleep." Zai Bai quickly washed himself and casually made his way to the cave entrance. Bai Mu meticulously cleaned Su Cha from head to toe, ensuring her comfort. Meanwhile, Xianqing, standing nearby, whistled at Su Cha. "Oh, who is this lovely lady? Oh, it turns out she is mine." Su Cha disdainfully clicked her tongue, expressing her thoughts on Bai Mu's immature and outdated behavior. Qi Yi was bathing Si Bao, while Han Qing managed 3 little ones on her own. Seeing Xianqing so idle, she handed him the most mischievous to Bao. After finishing washing Su Cha, Bai Mu finally turned to clean himself. Unaccustomed to the numerous gazes upon her, Su Cha hugged her chest and nestled beside Bai Mu, waiting for him to finish. Bai Mu, aware of her discomfort, wrapped her in a piece of animal hide once he was done and carried her ashore towards the fire. Han Qing hurriedly gathered the 2 wet cubs and suggested, "Let's go up too," to warm the little ones. Qi Yi silently followed with Si Bao, taking a seat beside Su Cha while Han Qing joined them. Zai took one of the cubs from Han Qing's arms, advising, "Wipe them down with the hide, or they'll catch a cold." Upon hearing this, they began to use the animal hides to dry the cubs, while Bai Mu gently wiped Su Cha's seaweed-like silky hair with a piece of hide. Sitting in Bai Mu's lap, Su Cha stretched her hands towards the fire, feeling warmth seep into her body. "It's still cold after coming out of the hot spring," she remarked. Bai Mu, noticing the moisture evaporating from their bodies, held her tightly, saying, "Then hold on to me." Su Cha nestled closer, glancing at the cubs in the other's arms. Just moments ago, they resembled drenched rats, but now they were fluffy and adorable little furballs. Qi thoroughly dried Si Bao, who contentedly nestled in his embrace, purring softly, clearly enjoying the grooming. Xianqing suddenly called out, raising her to Bao, "My little one is dry too. So fluffy and beautiful, it will surely grow up to be just like me." Han Qing, holding San Bao, retorted, "Clearly my cub is prettier." Zai Bai, examining Air Bao, remained silent and focused on ensuring its fur was dry, avoiding their quarrel. Qi Yi, with a cold gaze, surveyed the scene before his satisfied eyes fell back on Si Bao. Observing the brewing argument, Su Cha interjected, "Stop squabbling. If you have nothing to do, go to sleep. We have a journey to continue tomorrow." Xianqing, proudly puffing up, twirled around, still cherishing her cub. Bai Mu noticed Su Cha's yawns, feeling her hair was completely dry, tenderly rubbing it. "You're tired. Let us sleep." Zai Bai extended his hands, and Bai Mu passed Su Cha to him. "Take her to rest. I'll clean up." Zai Bai nodded, carrying Su Cha towards the cave. "Time for sleep. Don't be noisy." Fortified by her support, Su Cha boldly pointed at Xianqing. "If you keep making noise, I'll hit you. Sleep now." Xianqing, with a playful expression of mock dismay, excitedly held her cub. "Ah, Lady Su Su, I want tea dare. Please don't hit me." Before anyone realized it, Su Cha was already carried inside by Zai Bai. Bai Mu turned to Han Qing. "You take the cubs into sleep. I need to talk to Qi Yi." He handed Si Bo to Han Qing. Realizing the atmosphere had shifted, Xianqing discreetly followed Han Qing, fearing Bai Mu would call her back. With only Bai Mu and Qi Yi remaining by the fire, Bai Mu quickly extinguished it and gestured for Qi Yi to follow him into the forest. Xianqing, watching from the cave entrance, clicked her tongue. "What do you think Bai Mu is taking Qi Yi? I hope he doesn't tee up plans for him." Han Qing shot her a glance. "We'll find out tomorrow. If you don't sleep and wake Su Su, Bai Mu might summon you for a little meeting tonight." Xianqing shivered at the thought, quickly declining, "I don't want that. Qi deserves it. I'll just sleep." With that, she lay beside Han Qing, adjusting her clothing and crossing her arms over her abdomen, ready to rest. Meanwhile, Han Qing, sprawled beside her, looked unimpressed, even feigning sleep. Outside the forest, Bai Mu turned to Qi Yi after distancing from the cave, instructing him, "Shift to beast form." Qi Yi immediately transformed into a massive black viper, his length rivaling the width of a nearby river, his scales glistening, a larger bulge atop his head evident as he stood silently before Bai Mu, hissing softly. Bai Mu frowned, "Shrink a bit." Qi Yi complied, reducing to a size akin to that of an ordinary snake. Bai Mu circled him, questioning, "You aren't trying to transform into a jiao, are you? You've grown horns." Qi Yi, puzzled by the sudden growth, replied, "I don't know. I just woke from hibernation with 2 new bumps on my head. I'm only a 3-star fire beast spirit." Bai Mu raised an eyebrow, swiftly morphing into a majestic white tiger, roaring at Qi Yi, "If it weren't for the little female, we wouldn't have kept you. You saw what happened last time, forcing her led to see Bao being so weak, and if it weren't for Xianqing, the little female would have perished." Qi, once proud, let his head droop. "I only want to stay beside the little female, regardless of your feelings. I want to leave." Bai Mu, hearing this, lunged at Qi Yi, his claws crackling with lightning. Chi felt a jolt coursing through him, rendering him limp. Bai Mu halted, chakelung. I wanted to do this for a long time. Chi lifted his inky gaze to meet Bai Mu's. Do as you wish, just let me breathe. Bai Mu stood before him, lifting a paw to toss a purple lightning ball at him. Even if you resist, you can't best me. Chi fell silent, and Bai Mu began his assault, leaving numerous marks across Chi's body. Chi, flung aside, made no attempt to resist, allowing Bai Mu to vent his frustration, his back scales emitting wisps of black smoke. He could hear the sounds of his bones misaligning, but he didn't mind, as long as Bai Mu was satisfied. That was enough. Bai Mu, finally feeling content after seeing Chi Yi in a weakened state, noticed the sky brightening and cheerfully remarked as he turned to leave. Crawl back on your own. If you can't even manage that, you shouldn't be near the little female. Chi watched the departing white tiger, following behind, his indifferent gaze suggesting that the bloodstains on the path were not his own. After washing away the scent of blood, Bai Mu returned to lie beside Zai Bai, still able to catch a bit more sleep. Chi submerged himself in the water for a while before emerging at the cave entrance. Transforming back to human form and resting against the stone wall, his black clothing concealing his wounds. Chapter 210. Bai Mu's pressure in the early morning. Chi opened his eyes to the sun slowly rising beside the mountain, recalling the first time he saw Su Cha, who shone as brightly as the sun, bounding towards Bai Mu with eyes full of affection. This vision ignited a yearning within him, prompting a desire to steal someone else's son. However, he ultimately ended up hurting her, and he dared not reveal to the little female that he was the venomous serpent. Zai Bai emerged and found Chi Yi looking weak, leaning against the stone wall, seemingly on the brink of collapse, with visible injuries across his pale skin. The delicate fabric of his clothing revealed the bruises beneath. Chi allowed Zai Bai to scrutinize him, squinting at the sun, ignoring Zai Bai's presence. Unfazed, Zai Bai went to start a fire to prepare meat for Su Cha's breakfast, deciding to cook a large quantity for the cubs, as they weren't particularly hungry. Han Xing, feeling the sunlight on his face, awakened and immediately met the gaze of 4 pairs of shiny black eyes. The cubs had woken up quietly, patiently waiting for Han Xing to stir. Feeling his heart soften, Han Xing leaned down to kiss them. So good. I'll take you out to play right now. Meanwhile, Xian Xing also awoke and observed that Su Cha and Bai Mu were still asleep, quietly following Han Xing to find Zai Bai. Both noticed Chi Yi slumped at the cave entrance, his breath faint, appearing as if he were on the verge of death. Xian Xing immediately adopted a serious demeanor. It seems the boss had to step in. I suppose we can't provoke Bai Mu in the future. He hits hard enough to leave a mark. But I kind of like it. With that, she cheerfully departed. Han Xing, lacking sympathy for Chi Yi, remarked, "You brought this upon yourself." Bai Mu was being merciful. He then hurried off to join Zai Bai. Chi Yi, unfazed by their comments, continued to gaze longingly at the sun, disregarding his wounds. Xian Xing sat by the fire, pondering, will Su Cha be angry if Bai Mu hurt Chi Yi so badly? Han Xing smacked his forehead, pondering whether to save him. What if Su Su used her healing magic to rescue him? So Bai flipped the roasted meat over the fire, remarking, Su Su won't get angry at Bai Mu. But you two, I can't be sure. Xian Xing, feeling indignant, interjected, it was Bai Mu who hit him, not us. So be merely should. We'll know once Su Su wakes up. If Bai Mu dares to strike, he must not fear Su Su's wrath. Han Xing nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su Su has a fondness for Bai Mu. Xian Xing scoffed, confidently flipping his hair. If I had encountered Su Su first, you two would likely have been out of the picture, for someone as perfect as me is rare. So Bai responded playfully, oh really? When Su Su wakes, I'll tell her that you have many females outside. Xian Xing immediately felt dispirited. What are you doing? Are you joking? Why take it so seriously? So Bai simply smiled and, observing the meat was ready, said, you two eat first. When Su Su wakes, you both can tidy up. Han Xing nodded, filled his belly, and went to the grass to round up the little ones for the meat. After the three ensured the cubs were well fed, they let them play. Chi remained motionless at the cave entrance until Bai Mu emerged, carrying Su Cha, prompting Chi to rise and gaze blankly at her. Su Cha, noticing the wounds on Chi's face, pointed and asked, how did you get hurt? Chi, naturally pale, revealed his injuries clearly. He shook his head. It's nothing, dear. Just some hunting mishaps last night. Su Cha looked at him with suspicion, then turned to examine Xian Xing and the others. They really didn't beat you up? Chi met Bai Mu's calm gaze. He continued to hold Su Cha without concern that she would be angry, confident in the trust she bestowed upon him. The trio by the fire nearly jumped up to exclaim, "It wasn't us. It was Bai Mu." Chi, his dark eyes brimming with tears and his tone resolute, insisted, "No, it was from hunting last night." Seeing his pitiful expression, Su Cha waved him over. "Come with me." She then whispered to Bai Mu. Bai Mu carried Su Cha toward the fire, while Chi followed behind, looking as forlorn as a scorned spouse. Su Cha settled on the grass, and Chi immediately nestled close, whispering, "Dear, I'm fine." Su Cha placed her hand on Chi Ye's cool forehead. "Be more careful next time. If you can't win, it's okay to be afraid. Why were you out hunting alone at night anyway? Were you not full during dinner? Or did you not like cooked meat?" Chi nodded. "I am sorry. I'll try to adapt." Bai Mu sat nearby, watching Su Cha use healing magic on Chi, clearing his throat twice. Chi quickly grasped Su Cha's fingers. "I'm already fine. It's just some superficial wounds. In the future, please refrain from using healing magic outside. The beastmen of Yuliangcheng are inquiring about those possessing healing abilities." Su Cha observed the fading wounds on Chi Ye's face and withdrew her hand. "All right. But why are the people of Yuliangcheng looking for beastmen with healing abilities?" Bai Mu, noticing Chi Ye's facial wounds had lessened while his body still bore many injuries, embraced Su Cha and fed her roasted meat. "We can discuss these matters once we return home." Su Cha nodded, her mouth full of meat. Bai Mu casually glanced at Chi Yi, who instantly straightened, discarding his earlier weak demeanor. Xianqing, watching from across, clucked his tongue, truly deserving of the title of the eldest at home. "When can I take a turn at being the eldest?" Su Bai, in a cheerful mood, replied, "In your next life, you'll forever be the third. Had Han Qing not been foolish, you might have nearly been the fourth." Xianqing gritted his teeth in frustration. "Don't think I'm unaware. You also used unscrupulous means to entice Su Su." Su Cha sensed that everyone was in high spirits today. Even Su Bai was tolerant of Xianqing's childishness. Han Qing, seeing Xianqing pulling away, stood up to help tidy up the cave in preparation for their departure. Su Bai also felt a pang of homesickness, wondering if anything had happened in the tribe during his absence. Su Cha, having finished eating, looked at Chi Yi. "Aren't you going to eat?" "Ji similet. I've already eaten." They all began gathering their belongings, ready to set off toward the Lion tribe settlement. The morning breeze was refreshing, and the sun was not too scorching, making it quite pleasant. Chapter 211. Heartfelt Confessions. Su Cha sat comfortably on Bai Mu's back, the thick fur preventing any discomfort. She called out to the long-missed system, "Where have you been? You didn't even show up when I was pregnant." The system replied, Su, I'm merely a low-level birthing system. I can't assist with other matters, so when you weren't pregnant, I went to study. I just returned." Su Cha hadn't realized the system needed to study. "All right then, what about this healing magic? Can it be upgraded? Will it become powerful in the future?" As they conversed joyfully in their minds, the system affirmed, "Of course, it will be powerful. I've researched this desolate continent. Not everyone possesses healing beast souls. You still have a 1-star beast soul, so you can only absorb the vitality of all things for healing. Also, the litter of cubs in your belly hasn't been rewarded yet. I'll give it to you once we return home. For now, it exists in the system space." Su Cha happily hummed, "Okay." The system cheerfully added, "All right, just call for me when you need anything. I'm here." This time, I even downloaded many novels and shows to watch. Su Cha imagined the system in its space, probably indulging in a novel about a domineering CEO falling in love. Shaking her head, she decided to end the conversation. Bai Mu, sensing Su Cha's cheerful demeanor, couldn't he help but ask, "Cha, what did you see that makes you so happy?" Surprised by Bai Mu's observation, Su Cha smiled and bent down to play with his ear. "Because we're going home." "Of course." Su Bai walked alongside, carrying a bundle of small animals that were chattering incessantly. Turning her head, Su Cha noticed Su Bai's impatient expression as he found the noise bothersome. She laughed. "These are the little ones we caught. We need to take them home to raise." "Don't you dare lose them." Chibai grunted in acknowledgement, falling silent. Su Cha enjoyed the gentle breeze while seated on Bai Mu's back, listening to the chirping sounds around her. Eventually, Su Bai could no longer tolerate the noise and handed the small creatures over to Xianqing. Su Bai glanced at the sun's position and suggested, "We should find a place to rest." Qi, who had been quietly trailing behind, stepped forward. "I'll go hunting." Su Cha looked at him with concern. "You were just injured last night. Are you all right?" Qi's pale face bore no visible injuries, yet he nodded. "Iem me fine." Su Bai concurred. "All right, I'll go with him." "Don't te worry, Su." With that, the two dashed. Bai Mu began to stroll leisurely, surveying the area in search of a spot with water and large trees for convenience. Xianqing descended, There's a river ahead, and a huge tree nearby where we can roast meat without being in the sun. Bai Mu nodded. Let us go. Han Qing lagged behind, the cub's short legs not allowing them to keep pace. Bai Mu remarked, they've played enough this morning. Let us put them in the basket. They're too slow. Han Qing quickly placed the basket on the grass, and the cubs hopped in on their own. He hurriedly followed after Bai Mu. Su Cha observed the exhausted yet excited cubs panting in the basket, their tongues lolling out as they looked around. Han Qing comforted them. Be good. We'll let you out once we reach our destination. Bai Mu called out to the cubs, and they immediately settled obediently in the basket, happily wagging their tails at Su Cha. She waved back at them, and soon they arrived at the spot. Su Cha sat beneath the large tree with the cubs, shielding them from the sun, while Bai Mu and the others went to gather firewood. Xianqing leaned against the tree. Sigh, it's so cool here. I detest hot weather. Su Cha, observing the vibrant revival of nature, felt quite pleased. I enjoy this weather, even if it's hot and uncomfortable. Xianqing fanned the air for Su Cha with his wings, saying, Are you feeling comfortable now? Su Cha turned back in surprise, smiling as she replied, Yes, thank you. Xianqing seized the opportunity to tease her, his tone light and playful. Su, you know I do not accept mere verbal thanks. I rather enjoy a more physical expression of gratitude. Su Cha immediately turned away, ignoring this lecherous fellow, muttering under her breath, Rascal. She then focused her attention on the little ones. Xianqing continued to fan her, unperturbed, chuckling. Thank you for the compliment. Su Cha chose to disregard him. Upon seeing Bai Mu and Han Qing return, she quickly stood up to assist with her small backpack, noticing her water bottle was empty. She planned to refill it. Xianqing followed her as Bai Mu took the small backpack, advising, Cha, the sun is quite strong. You and the little one should stay under the big tree. Su Cha shook her head and squatted by the river to wash her face and hands, saying, I understand. Xianqing watched as the red sheer fabric of her clothing became more translucent when wet, and he could not help but whistle at her. Su Cha lowered her head, cursing the devilish Xianqing for providing her with this red sheer attire. Had it not been for his own matching outfit, she might have suspected it was intentional. Now that it was wet, the effect was even more pronounced. She shot Xianqing a glare, calling him a pervert. With that, she took the little ones back to the shade of the big tree, effectively escaping their gaze. After Bai Mu filled the water bottle, he approached with firewood, preparing to start a fire. Su Cha, feeling useless, remained still. Han Qing, feeling hot, took a quick bath and was now sunbathing on the grass. Su Cha, seeing Han Qing was all right, playfully patted the little ones, encouraging, go play with your fourth daddy. The little ones scampered off joyfully towards Han Qing. Su Cha squatted beside Bai Mu, asking, what else do we need to do? Do you want my help? Bai Mu pulled her down to sit beside him, using a long stick to tend to the fire. No need, the fire's already going. We just need to wait for Qi Yi and the others to return. Su Cha leaned against his shoulder, saying, all right, I wonder how Qi Yi is doing. Bai Mu gently brushed his fingers against Su Cha's nose, reassuring, don't worry, Qi Yi, like Su Bai, possesses a 3-star fire bee soul. Su Cha expressed surprise, but Su Bai is only a 2-star. When did he upgrade? Bai Mu continued to poke at the embers, chuckling, it seems your heart has been preoccupied with Qi Yi lately, leading you to overlook Su Bai. Su Cha immediately climbed into Bai Mu's embrace, facing him, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Bai Mu. I don't know how to express this. Bai Mu held her tighter, responding, no need to apologize. Although it pains me, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. I understand that you were poisoned this time. Su Cha kissed the corner of Bai Mu's mouth, declaring, I love you the most, Bai Mu. Bai Mu caressed the beast mark on Su Cha's body, feeling her heart beating for him, and softly kissed her forehead, replying, I love you too, forever, Cha. The two shared a quiet embrace, the atmosphere warm and devoid of awkwardness. At the end of the day, Su Cha's heart still belonged to Bai Mu. Xianqing, feeling out of place in their intimate moment, sulked by the river, tossing stones until he noticed Su Bai and Qi Yi returning. Bai Mu also nudged Su Cha, saying, they're back. Come down, I'll help. Su Cha obediently climbed down to stand beside Bai Mu. Qi Yi, with a keen sense, noticed that Su Cha seemed to rely more on Bai Mu, her attention solely on him. Xianqing, relishing the opportunity to stir trouble, was about to approach Qi Yi when Su Bai promptly handed him the game. You handle the prey. Xianqing had no choice but to take the game to the riverbank for processing. Since Su Cha only consumed meat and not entrails, the prey needed to be cleaned meticulously. Su Bai called out, Su, come here, I brought you some fruit. Upon hearing this, Su Cha, enticed by the food, mischievously scratched Bai Mu's waist and stuck out her tongue before racing toward Sabai. Chi stood beside Sabai, unveiling a leaf that concealed purple fruit, a delightful fragrance wafting through the air. Chapter 212. A sudden night assault. Su Cha, drawn in by the aroma, looked at Chi. His deep, jewel-like eyes sparkled as he smiled and offered her a piece, saying, "It's sweet." Su Cha tasted the sweet juice bursting in her mouth, nodding enthusiastically before handing him a piece in return, then took 4 more to share with the others. Bai Mu was the last to receive, and as Su Cha fed him, she eagerly asked, "Is it sweet?" Bai Mu, without a word, swallowed the fruit, leaned down to kiss Su Cha, and then quickly pulled back, laughing, "It is sweet." Su Cha covered her mouth, her cheeks flushed, exclaiming, "It is," before she couldn't help but run away. Chi approached, gathering Su Cha in his arms and leading her to the shade of the big tree, saying, "Eat up, there's more." Su Cha reached out to touch Chi Ye's cool skin, commenting, "So refreshing. You want to always be like this, will you?" Chi felt a pang of sadness at the thought of winter, aware that his beast form lacked the warmth of Bai Mu's fur or the beauty of Xuanqing's feathers. Feeling inadequate and unappealing to the female, Su Cha settled on Chi Ye's lap, resting against his chest. With his heat, I won't have to worry about overheating. Chi couldn't help but laugh, continuing to feed Su Cha fruit. Bai Mu and the others had already begun roasting meat, but Chi stayed close to Su Cha, keeping her away from the fire. The 4 of them held the little ones, tearing off pieces of cooked meat to feed them. Bai Mu, busy, handed Chi Yi the tenderest piece of meat. Chi watched as Bai Mu cut the meat into small pieces to feed Su Cha until both she and the little ones were full before they began to eat. Su Cha looked up at Chi Yi, who was still holding her, and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Fearing that the little female might dislike him for consuming raw meat, Chi immediately replied, "I'll go right now. I'm just worried you'll get hot." Su Cha, misunderstanding his concern, jumped off his lap, urging, "Go eat, or else Xianxing will finish it all. I'll take a stroll nearby." Chi Yi reluctantly walked over, and Xianxing, with mischief in mind, handed him a large, steaming piece of roasted meat, smiling amiably, "Quickly eat. If you starve, Su Su will be heartbroken." Chi maintained a stoic expression as he stared at the meat, frowning. Upon hearing Su Cha's footsteps approaching, he quickly accepted it. Xianxing, finding amusement in the situation, returned to his spot, pleased to watch Chi eat the roasted meat, noting his furrowed brow and occasional clumsiness, clearly distressed. Xianxing thrived on Chi Ye's discomfort. Bai Mu, having finished his meal, stood and walked toward Su Cha. Su Bai leisurely enjoyed his roasted meat, aware that Chi Yi was not to be trifled with. He eagerly awaited the day Chi Yi could no longer hold back, which would surely be entertaining. Han Qing continued to devour his meat, feeling satisfied, before stretching and exclaiming, I'm so full." Su Cha and Bai Mu walked hand in hand nearby, and upon hearing Han Qing, she reached out to pat his belly, teasing, "You've eaten so much, yet your belly isn't bulging at all." Han Qing laughed, Su, I'm not a female, my belly won't bulge." He then reached out to pat Su Cha's belly. Su Cha, stepping back behind Bai Mu, protested, "No touching, it tickles." Bai Mu, hearing this, intervened, "All right, enough mischief. Go play with the little ones." Han Qing nodded and headed off to find the little ones. Su Bai approached, standing beside them to smooth Su Cha's disheveled hair. "Tomorrow we will reach the tribe. I wonder how it is faring." Bai Mu, holding on to the playful Su Cha, reassured, "Do not worry. We've only been gone a few days. There's a flock of bird people on the mountaintop. There's nothing major that could have happened." Su Binu did. And Su Cha watched the 2 converse, one of her hands held by Bai Mu. Smiling, she reached out her other hand to tease Su Bai, poking his waist. Su Bai turned, chuckling, Su, caught in the act of mischief, and now you shall be punished." Hearing this, Su Cha quickly withdrew her hand, exclaiming, "I didn't do anything." Su Bai smirked playfully, "Oh really? Was that not the mischievous little one who just poked me?" Su Cha looked around, deliberately avoiding Su Bai's gaze. "I don't know. Perhaps it was the bow. I just saw him pass by." Su Bai and Bai Mu could not help but chuckle at her antics. Bai Mu tugged at Su Cha, trapping her in his embrace while gesturing toward Su Bai. Immediately, Su Bai reached out and playfully slapped Su Cha's backside, admonishing, "Naughty girl, a light smack for you. Will you misbehave again next time?" Su Cha let out a dramatic wail. "I won't, I promise. You 2 are bullying me. Woo, Xuanqing, save me." Chia sprang to his feet, brimming with righteous indignation, only to be restrained by Xuanqing. "Don't go, they are merely playing. Su is just pretending." Observing Su Cha's expression and Su Bai's playful demeanor, Chia hesitated, fearing that his interference might upset the little female, and so he reluctantly sat back down, resuming his disdainful gnawing on roasted meat. With no one coming to her rescue, Sucha began to plead. Sabai chuckled softly. You little rascal, I barely exerted any force. Bai Mu, unable to resist, smiled at Sucha's expression. Leaning closer, Sabai whispered in Sucha's ear, if you misbehave again, Bai Mu and I will take turns with you. Sucha felt a shiver run down her spine, leaning into Bai Mu's embrace, while the warm breath from Sabai sent a thrill through her. I was wrong, Bwaga. Tsaga, please let me go. Sabai, enjoying the moment, stepped back, saying, all right, Su, since you have acknowledged your mistake, we shall forgive you, though I hope you will misbehave again in the future. Recalling Sabai's earlier words, Sucha pushed Bai Mu away and huffed. You two are such rascals. I won't play with you anymore. I'm going to find Xuanqing. With that, she skipped away. Bai Mu and Sabai exchanged glances before each began to pack their belongings for departure. Xuanqing, having finished his meal, remained seated across from Chia, watching him eat intently. Sucha rushed over and leaped into Xuanqing's arms, asking, haven't you two finished eating yet? Xuanqing, cradling Sucha, smiled and replied, oh, we're just waiting for Chia. We are a loving family, after all. Chia, eyeing the unappetizing meat, shot Xuanqing an irritated glance before turning to Sucha. I'm almost done. Xuanqing was thrilled by Chia's retort, even if it was merely a glance. Sucha nodded. All right, I'll go play with the little ones over there. You two hurry up. Bai Mu and the others are already packing to leave. Finally, Chia, determined to finish, swallowed his meat in one go, chewing not a morsel. Observing Chia's rare display of discomfort, Xuanqing, usually so aloof, took pleasure in his plight and promptly left to assist with packing. As the group resumed their journey, Sucha, full and sleepy, soon dozed off on Sabai's back. When the sun set and darkness cloaked the sky, they located a cave for the night and roused Sucha. Still weary, she let Bai Mu feed her dinner, but soon fell into a drowsy slumber again. Bai Mu gently placed her on a carefully arranged pelt before stepping outside to eat. That night, Xuanqing held Sucha as she slept, while Bai Mu kept watch. Chia leaned against the cave entrance, and Bai Mu transformed into his beast form to guard the entrance. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps broke the stillness, prompting Chia to open his eye. Bai Mu whispered, you go check, but do not alarm them. We need to ascertain what beast approaches. Chia stealthily glided towards the sound. Chapter 213. Safely home, Sabai emerged and noted Chia's vanished silhouette, declaring, there are beastmen, and more than one. Bai Mu, observing Xuanqing stirring in the cave, swiftly signaled him while he and Sabai crouched at the entrance, surveying the forest. Hanqing, also awake, held the little ones and inquired softly, what is happening? Gazing at Sucha, who was peacefully slumbering on his arm, Xuanqing hesitated, then urged, you go check. Hanqing nodded and cautiously approached the entrance. Squeezing between Bai Mu and Sabai, Bai Mu glanced at him, saying, you go back and guard Xuanqing with the little ones. We three can handle these beasts. Hanqing, recalling past events, reluctantly returned to his post, ensuring two would always stay and protect the little female. Chia returned and reported to the two at the entrance. A pack of Fong beasts has arrived, and I do not know why they are surrounding us. Bai Mu nodded, how many? Let us resolve this quickly. Chia replied, 10. Sabai stood, let us keep our voices low and eliminate them swiftly. We would tea want to wake Su. This could mean breakfast is secured for tomorrow. Sabai took the lead into the forest, where pairs of glowing red eyes shimmered in the dark. Bai Mu followed, while Chia cast a glance back at the little female in the cave before joining them. Soon, the forest echoed with roars, and Xuanqing covered Sucha's ears. Bai Mu and Sabai struck with lethal precision, swiftly and ruthlessly severing their prey's necks. Chia, however, was more brutish, transforming into his larger beast form and dispatching one after another without a trace of bloodshed. Before long, the trio had dispatched their quarry. Chia devoured 5, while Sabai retained 2, tossing the remainder aside. Only then did they return, with Sabai and Bai Mu casting scrutinizing glances at Chia. Believing they were concerned about his beast form, Chia quickly reassured them. I ate a bit too much. My beast form digests rapidly. Rest assured, I will revert to my human form by tomorrow. I would never allow the little one to witness such a sight. Sabai nodded. Susu does not favor brutish behavior. You must refrain from consuming prey in front of her, for your manner of eating is quite unsightly. Chia remained silent, and the three washed the scent of blood from their bodies by the river before returning. Chia hovered at the cave's entrance while Bai Mu and Sabai chose to sleep outside. unbeknownst to Su Cha, who had no inkling of the events that transpired. Xuanqing finally felt at ease and fell asleep. The next morning, as sunlight streamed into the cave, Bai Mu and Sabai awoke. Bai Mu nudged Chia, transform back. Chia promptly shifted into human form, leaning against the stone wall, while Bai Mu and Sabai did the same and headed into the forest. Chia, watching them depart, closed his eyes, preparing to snooze a little longer. Moments later, the sound of rustling reached him, and he opened his eyes to see Bai Mu and Sabai returning, one tending to the fire while the other handled the prey. As the fire roared to life, Hanqing emerged with the little ones, allowing them to play on the grass. Xuanqing followed behind, cradling Su Cha, with her eyes closed, clung to his neck, appearing as though she had yet to awaken. Bai Mu and Sabai, seated by the fire, called out to Xuanqing, "Is the little female awake?" Xuanqing, holding the soft and fragrant Su Cha, nodded, "Indeed, or else I wouldn't dare to bring her out. Su is the leader of our little family." Saying this, he let out a playful hiss. Su Cha, stretching her hand to pinch his waist, demanded, "You shouldn't speak ill of me." Xuanqing quickly pleaded, "I was wrong. Su, please loosen your grip. It hurts. My delicate skin cannot endure this." Su Cha scoffed, "You deserve it for speaking ill of me. You think you're delicate? Your skin is as tough as that mountain." Xuanqing chuckled, continuing to plead for mercy. "Only Su understands me. With such a thick skin, how could I ever pursue you?" Feeling more alert, Su Cha scanned the surroundings and asked, "Where's Chia gone?" Bai Mu glanced toward the cave entrance and beckoned Chia over. He approached, and Su Cha realized he had been resting at the entrance all along, unnoticed. Hanqing, seeing everyone assembled, suggested, "Shall we eat? Afterward, we can head home." Su Cha leaned against Xuanqing, patting his chest, "Put me down. You're too hot." Reluctantly, Xuanqing set her down, only for Chia to swiftly scoop her up, declaring, "I'm not hot. Stay with me." Su Cha leaned against Chia's cool chest. "All right, let us hurry and eat the roasted meat. We'll arrive by noon. After days of only eating roasted meat, I might just be sick of it." Sabai, with a sympathetic look, gently patted her belly. "We'll be home by noon. You've done well, Su. Bai Mu nodded in agreement. "Once we return, we will prepare something delicious for Cha. Hanqing began distributing portions to the little ones, while Chia took the tenderest cuts, feeding Su Cha small bites. Having eaten lightly in the morning, she stopped halfway, prompting Chia to finish the remainder himself, holding her away from the fire as they awaited Bai Mu and the others. Su Cha observed as Bai Mu and the others finished their two prey. Noticing that Chi had eaten very little, she gently inquired, "Are you feeling unwell? Why have you eaten so little?" Chi embraced her tighter and replied, "I had something to eat this morning, so I'm not hungry." Comfortable in his arms, Su Cha reassured him, "When we reach the tribe, if you are not accustomed, you can let me know." The two engaged in light conversation while waiting for the others. Soon, Bai Mu had his fill and went to the cave to tidy up, while Zaibai also ceased eating and joined him. Before long, everyone was organized and cheerfully headed towards the tribe. As they approached the increasingly familiar surroundings, joy filled the air. Finally, at noon, they entered the territory of the Lion clan. Zaibai, seeing the familiar forest, grasslands, and hills, felt a wave of relief. Su Cha, perched on Zaibai's back, excitedly exclaimed, "Hurry, let's go home and take a look." Their commotion attracted the attention of many tribe members, who emerged from their caves, delighted to see Zaibai and Su Cha, greeting them warmly. Chi transformed back into his human form and followed behind, receiving curious glances from the crowd, though they assumed he was merely Su Cha's new partner, and thus found nothing unusual. The group made their way to the innermost cave, where they opened a wooden door to find a clean space, suggesting someone had tidied up. Zaibai and Xianqing spoke in unison. "I instructed Fei Yu and Chuan Gu to come and check frequently. It must be them." Su Cha looked around, admiring the familiar items and her large bed, exclaiming, "Home offers such a sense of security. Tonight, I want to eat sauerkraut fish." Bai Mu and the others began to tidy the cave, while Chi held Su Cha's hand, surveying the intricate layout. Entering was a large chamber, which branched off into several smaller ones, the largest being Su Cha's, with 4 smaller ones adjacent. Hanqing observed Chi and remarked, "With an additional member in the household, we need to dig another cave." Bai Mu suggested, "Let us excavate one on the far left for him." Hanqing nodded and moved to dig beside himself, quickly creating a modest cave, calling out, "Chi, come and see if this needs further excavation." Su Cha tugged on Chi to come over. Turning to him, she asked, "What do you think?" Chi desired to sleep beside Su Cha, but knew it was not possible, He glanced at the cave and replied, "As long as it is suitable for sleeping." Han Qing immediately started moving stones outside, stating, "Then this will do. I'll polish it up for you shortly." Just as they arrived home, everyone busily began tidying and cleaning. Su Cha organized her room while Bai Mu entered, shaking out the animal skins from the bed to sunbathe them. Zai Bai, after organizing the food in the cellar, emerged with rice, announcing, "Let us have rice for lunch today." Su Cha cheered, "Hooray! Finally, no more roasted meat." Bai Mu had just returned from outside and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch with Zai Bai. Xian Qing returned to the Xianyu clan, while Han Qing played with the young ones, bringing back small animals. Qi felt somewhat out of place with nothing to do, so he went to the kitchen to gather firewood. Su Cha observed him and said, "Let me do it. Aren't you afraid of fire?" Qi shook his head and placed the wood together, creating a fireball with a snap of his fingers, igniting the sticks instantly. Su Cha clapped her hands in delight. "You have such a talent. How impressive." Qi couldn't help but smile at her praise, feeling quite pleased. Chapter 214, Cultivating Land and Raising Livestock. Xian Qing returned just before lunch, drawn in by a delightful aroma. He entered, exclaiming, "That smells wonderful. This scent is somewhat unfamiliar." The group gathered around the fire, though they kept their distance due to the heat. Su Cha called out, "Of course. Lunch is Bai Mu's delicious steamed rice. Just in time for your arrival." Xian Qing approached, pushing Qi aside to sit next to Su Cha, successfully displacing him while raising an eyebrow in challenge. Qi remained indifferent, retreating behind Su Cha, as if she were the sole focus of his world. Bai Mu added the meat and vegetables to the pot, saying, "It will be ready to eat soon." Zai Bai stirred the embers, noting that he hadn't eaten in days and missed it, taking a deep breath of the fragrant steam rising from the pot. Han Qing, cradling four young ones, excitedly rolled around beside them. "Me too. It smells divine. I can hardly wait." The little ones eagerly called out toward the pot. Xian Qing, seated beside Su Cha, began to fidget, prompting Su Cha to swat his hand away. "Are you in heat? Be quiet and let me enjoy my meal." Xian Qing swayed his body, the crystals on him jingling, and persisted in clinging to Su Cha. Su, don't forget me just because there's a new partner. That would truly sadden me." Su Cha felt as if she were caught in a contrast of extremes. Qi behind her radiated coldness, while Xian Qing beside her emanated warmth. His already light garments slipping from his shoulders, Zai Bai approached with a smile, lifting Su Cha and bringing her back to Bai Mu's side. Su Cha immediately expressed her gratitude with a playful smile, while Xian Qing straightened up, chuckling. Qi, however, remained expressionless, pulling Xian Qing's thin veil back up. Voice cold and firm, "You scared the little female away." Xian Qing brushed aside his cool fingers, retorting, "You're a lecher. This is just playfulness, which you clearly don't understand." Casting a glance at Su Cha, Qi chose silence, feeling indifferent to Xian Qing's jabs. As for being called a lecher, he accepted that label. Su Cha avoided Xian Qing's fiery gaze, sitting in Zai Bai's embrace, chatting with both men while playfully engaging with the adorable young ones nearby. Bai Mu sensed the moment was right, lifting the lid, causing a plume of steam to escape, and the aroma intensified. Su Cha exclaimed in delight, "It smells so good. I'm already salivating." Bai Mu smiled as he placed the pot on the stone table, instructing, "Han Qing, go fetch some bowls, but be careful, it's very hot." "So wait a moment." Han Qing eagerly dashed to the kitchen, quickly returning with 2 large bowls and 5 smaller ones, placing them upon the stone table. Su Cha joined the excitement, and Bai Mu mixed the meat and vegetables before serving the rice, cautioning, "Not yet. It's too hot for your tongue." Han Qing shook his head vigorously, insisting, "I'm not afraid of the heat." Bai Mu remained firm in his refusal, while Xian Qing approached with a grin, saying, "It's no big deal. Look how eager Han Qing is." As he spoke, he conjured a gust of wind to cool the steaming rice. Han Qing wiped away his drool, his eyes sparkling at Xian Qing's actions, and his wolf ears perked up as his tail wagged with excitement. Bai Mu placed the young one's bowls on the ground and handed another large bowl to Han Qing, saying, "Go ahead. Today you can eat to your heart's content." Su Cha also took her bowl, and their lunchtime meal felt like a battle. By the end, Xian Qing and Han Qing were comically vying for the last bowl, with Xian Qing ultimately emerging victorious. Su Cha found herself pleasantly stuffed, standing alone at the cave entrance, gazing down at the foot of the mountain, pondering where to cultivate land. The tasks seemed simple enough. She could dig a cave down there for raising livestock. Bai Mu spotted Su Cha standing alone and promptly tidied himself before stepping out to embrace her waist, bending close to whisper in her ear, "What are you thinking? You didn't notice I came over. Su-cha felt a tickling sensation and scratched at it. I was just contemplating farming. Bai Mu began to massage her lower back. TT, you should take a nap first. The sun is quite harsh right now. We could go down to check later in the afternoon. Su-cha nodded, realizing that although she hadn't walked much during their journey, riding had still tired her, leaving her sore and longing for a good rest. Bai Mu swiftly lifted Su-cha in his arms, instructing the others to organize their belongings quietly. Be gentle. I'm afraid the little female needs to rest for a while. The others nodded silently, hastening their eating as they observed Su-cha yawning. Jie, recalling the previous days of grilled meat, surprisingly found himself enjoying the rice immensely. Bai Mu's cooking was simply delightful, and soon everyone was full, quietly tidying the common area before retreating to their own rooms to rest, as the events of the past few days had left them all tense and in need of recuperation. Chi, too, returned to his room, and soon the cave fell silent, save for a few soft snores. Bai Mu opened his eyes, gazing down at Su-cha nestled in his arms, holding her tightly as he prepared to take a brief rest himself. As the sun rose, its once brilliant light transformed into a gentle orange hue, accompanied by the indistinct chirping of insects that soothed the restless heart. After a refreshing nap, Su-cha felt rejuvenated and quickly dressed, pulling Bai Mu towards the cave entrance. Hurry, we need to go to the foot of the mountain. Hearing her voice, Bai and the others emerged from their respective rooms. Su-cha beamed at them, clapping her hands in delight. Wonderful. Let us descend and figure out how to cultivate the land, so we can plant the seeds as soon as possible. Bai Mu lifted Su-cha, allowing her to perch on his arm while he affectionately brushed his fingers against her nose. I have spent time in the herbivore tribe. Planting rice is not a simple task, so do not rush, cha-cha. His calming tone immediately put Su-cha at ease, prompting her to smile and respond, I understand. I will follow your lead, before playfully sticking out her tongue at the others. They soon arrived at the foot of the mountain, where they had previously dug numerous small ditches, now filled with water, making irrigation convenient for planting. Su-cha chose a spot beneath her cave, distant from the tribe's entrance, yet close to the territory of the rabbit clan. Lacking tools, she instructed her companions to transform into their beast forms to dig. They needed to prepare the fields for rice and vegetables, ensuring proper irrigation channels to prevent overflow. Fortunately, the vegetable patch was easier to manage. After much effort, they managed to create 3 square plots and 1 vegetable field, but darkness had already fallen, necessitating their return home. Su-cha squatted by the river to wash off the dirt, watching as her companions took turns bathing. Once they were clean, they headed back together, elated by their progress. Su-cha bounced along, exclaiming, once we return, I will take stock of the seeds we have. Xianqing, holding 3 plump fish, remarked, look how delighted Su-su is. Today as fieldwork nearly exhausted me. If only Su-su. Su-cha rushed over on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on the corner of his mouth. Does it still hurt? Xianqing bent down, returning the kiss. Not anymore. It seems Su-su is more effective than the shaman. The others immediately grew displeased, prompting Su-cha to kiss each of them to lift their spirits. She shot a glare at Xianqing, scolding, you scoundrel. Xianqing raised an eyebrow and smiled, whistling cheerfully. Frustrated, Su-cha turned away, only for Chi-yi to appear at her side. Do not be angry. I will take care of him, he said, moving to confront Xianqing. Fearing for Chi-yi's safety, Su-cha tightly grasped his hand, their fingers entwined. Forget him. He only knows how to tease me, like a scoundrel. Jie softly murmuret, secundre. Su-cha nodded, explaining, a scoundrel is someone who spends all day in heat. From now on, I shall call him that. Chi chuckled, gazing down at their joined hands without uttering a word. Chapter 215, Jealousy and Rivalry. Hearing this, Xianqing handed the fish to Hanqing and squeezed between Su-cha and Chi-yi, forcibly separating them. Chi-yi stood frozen, observing his fingers before lifting his gaze at the chattering Xianqing. A surge of blood rushed to his face, and his ink-black eyes slowly turned crimson, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Xianqing, his forked tongue hissing with excitement and danger. Xianqing felt a chill run down his spine, but shrugged it off, continuing to plead with Su-cha. Bai was the first to notice Chi-yi's transformation, recognizing the true nature of a rogue beast radiating danger. Bai Mu, sensing Chi-yi's impending loss of control, approached to incapacitate him, while Bai caught him and remarked to Bai Mu, this is why everyone hesitates to accept rogue beasts. They are bloodthirsty, indifferent, and possessive. Su-cha, drawn by the commotion, turned to see Chi-yi unconscious in Bai's arms. What happened? You seemed fine just a moment ago. The group gathered around, with only Su-bai and Bai Mu having noticed the earlier tension. Su-bai reassured Su-cha, "It is nothing. He probably just needs rest. This fragile fellow can sleep at a moment's notice. Ha ha." The others found his absurdity amusing, but Su-cha lifted Chi-ye's clothing, revealing unblemished skin, and decided to let Su-bai take him home to rest. As Su-cha followed Su-bai, Bai Mu lagged behind, addressing the others just now. Chi nearly attacked Xianqing. "We must keep an eye on him. I fear he may harm the little female." Xianqing scoffed at the retreating figures. "If it weren't for Su, I would have dealt with him long ago." Han Qing nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We have been kind to him during this time. All for Su's sake." Bai Mu patted them on the shoulder. "He is indeed despicable, but due to the little female, we are bound to him. We will discuss it further when he awakens." Xianqing, hearing this, sulked in silence, while Han Qing, fuming, hurried away with the cubs. Bai Mu shook his head in exasperation, lamenting, "This family would fall apart without me." Upon reaching home, Su-bai threw Chi-ye's unconscious form onto the stone bed. Su-cha rushed in, glancing reproachfully at Su-bai. "Could not be a little gentler? He is unconscious." Su-bai brushed off the concern. "Do not worry. He is sturdy." Unable to move Chi-yi, Su-cha covered him with a hide. Soon, Bai Mu and the others returned home, and Su-cha emerged to see Bai Mu holding a large fish. "Shall we have sour fish soup tonight?" Su-bai agreed, heading to the kitchen to prepare the sauerkraut. Meat and vegetables, realizing they needed more ingredients lest there be insufficient food. Bai Mu took the fish to process, while Su-cha sensed an unusual atmosphere, especially with Xianqing's sulking demeanor. His lips pouted as if ready to hang an oil pot. Su-cha approached and wrapped her arms around Xianqing's waist. "What is wrong? Did I upset you? Please tell me." Xianqing bent down to lift her, resting her on his arm. "You are biased, ever since Chi-yi arrived. Your heart belongs solely to him." Su-cha playfully scratched his firm muscles. "Not at all. I am quite fair." Chi-yi fainted unexpectedly, regardless of who it was. "I will be concerned for any of you." Xianqing, not wishing to burden Su-cha, merely felt uncomfortable and sought a reason to complain. He sighed, "I understand." Su-cha kissed the corner of his mouth, reassuring, "All right, no more sulking. A kiss will make it all better." Instantly, Xianqing responded fervently to her kiss, and when they parted, a silver thread connected them. Embarrassed, Su-cha lowered her head, the thread snapping. "I like all of you. I have never favored anyone." Xianqing nodded. "Ah, there's no way around it. Su is too perfect. I suppose I must keep a closer watch." Su-cha playfully punched his chest. "You are taking advantage of this. Now, let me down. We must help Bai Mu." Xianqing carried her into the kitchen, where Su-bai washed vegetables while Bai Mu sliced fish. "Do you need anything from me?" Su-cha nodded in agreement. "Yes, what else needs to be done? Let us work together." Bai Mu chuckled. "You two can tend the fire. The kitchen is small enough for Su-bai and me." Su-bai dried his hands and approached, ruffling Su-cha's hair. "You should go outside, otherwise, I won't be able to concentrate on cutting the meat with you here." Xianqing set Su-cha down and carried firewood outside. Su-cha caught a glimpse of Bai Mu's back, blushing as she stood on her tiptoes to kiss Su-bai. Su-bai patted her backside approvingly. "Go on, dinner will be ready soon." Su-cha grinned, nodding as she turned to dash outside. But just then, Bai Mu called out, "Come back." Su-cha giggled as she returned to plant a kiss on Bai Mu's cheek. "May I go outside now?" Bai Mu continued cutting the fish. "Yes." Su-cha beamed and quickly ran outside, squatting beside Xianqing to help with the firewood. The flames quickly ignited, and Su-bai emerged with a stone pot. "Let's cook the rice first. You two keep an eye on it to prevent burning." He then returned to the kitchen, seated on Xianqing's lap. Su-cha played with his dark hair as they tended to the rice. After a flurry of activity, the group finally enjoyed steaming bowls of sour fish soup, with Su-cha relishing the tangy aroma, eagerly downing 2 bowls of broth. Bai Mu has been diligently removing fish bones for her. After Su-cha has had her fill, she glances at Chi-yi, who remains in slumber yet breathes evenly, indicating he is fine. After adjusting the fur blanket over him, she steps outside, observing Bai Mu and the others enjoying their meal. This evening, Zai-bai has been particularly quick in his eating. After setting down his utensils, he rises to accompany Su-cha, gently caressing her belly as they stroll slowly through the living room, asking if the little ones are behaving. With a tender smile, Su-cha replies, "Of course they are good. I feel nothing at all, just a desire to sleep and an increased appetite." Zai-bai nods in agreement, reassuring her. "That is a good sign. Do not worry about Chi-yi. He simply needs to rest." With Zai-bai's promise, Su-cha feels a wave of relief wash over her. She watches as the little ones finish their meal and squats down to wipe their faces, remarking on their messy state. Once the meal is concluded, they begin to bathe the little ones. Han Qing, being the last to finish, is tasked with washing the dishes afterward. Having dined late, Su Cha feels a bit drowsy and stands, stating, "I wish to sleep. Tomorrow morning, let us rise early to tend to the fields." As she speaks, her eyes glisten with sleepiness. At that moment, Han Qing emerges, having cleaned his hands, and suggests, "Then let us retire for the night." He lifts Su Cha into his arms and carries her to their room. Bai Mu glances at Han Qing, advising, "Mind your sleeping posture. Do not crush the little female." Zai Bai and Xian Qing also regard Han Qing with serious expressions, for his sleeping position is indeed less than desirable. Han Qing nods and carries Su Cha away, while Bai Mu retreats to his room with his 4 little ones to sleep. Xian Qing shakes his head and exits, prompting Zai Bai to extinguish the fire, close the door, and prepare for rest. The following morning, Su Cha awakens unusually early. Rolling over, she observes Han Qing still snoring, and playfully uses his tail to tickle his nose. Han Qing, stop messing around. Let me sleep a bit longer, he mumbles, half asleep. Su Cha, feeling lauter, zipli, anzai. I will rise. You may continue to sleep. Han Qing grunts a couple of times before falling silent. Su Cha climbs out of bed, dresses, and heads toward the entrance. Bai Mu emerges from the adjacent room, calling out, "Cha-Cha, why are you up so early?" With a cheerful smile, Su Cha approaches and offers to help with the 2 little ones, carrying them as they head outside. "I went to bed early last night. We have tasks today. I will organize the seeds and plant what we need first," she explains. Bai Mu opens the door and sets the little ones in the sunlight, laying down a fur hide for Su Cha to sit upon, remarking, "The morning sun is pleasant." Su Cha nods in agreement, accepting the invitation, while Bai Mu goes inside to rouse the others. After waking Qi Yi, Bai Mu begins to cook rice. Qi Yi steps out and leans against Su Cha, murmuring, "Em sorry." Su Cha, holding Si Bao, turns in confusion, asking, "What is it? You fainted yesterday. Is there something wrong with your health?" Qi Yi shakes his head, his face pale, unable to confess the bloodthirsty impulses that had shaken him. "Please don't abandon me," he pleads. Su Cha, observing him, sets Si Bao down and reaches out to touch his forehead. "We are family. How could I ever leave you? Is there something you are hiding from me?" she asks, her gaze firm. For a fleeting moment, Qi is tempted to divulge everything, but ultimately shakes his head. "No, I must just be tired. I have fainted, and I'm unsure why." Su Cha attempts to examine him, but Qi declines, saying, "Do not use your healing abilities when there are no plants nearby. Otherwise, it will drain your life force." Su Cha nods, recalling how she had fainted after using them on Bai Mu. Just then, Zai Bai emerges from the next room, offering, "If you are concerned, I can check on him." Su Cha agrees, and after a few observations, Zai Bai confirms, "Indeed, he appears somewhat weak. Allow me to fetch some herbs for you." He quickly returns with the most bitter and astringent herbs, reasoning that since Qi Yi is not ill, a little bitterness will do him good. Su Cha stays by Qi Yi's side as Zai Bai hands him the herbs, instructing, "Eat up. These seeds are simple. You can chew and swallow them directly." Qi Yi, with a detached expression, takes the herbs, and after a moment of hesitation, consumes them. The unpleasant and bitter juice bursts in his mouth, assaulting his taste buds, causing him to frown for the first time. Xian Qing, watching from the side, bursts into laughter, approaching Zai Bai with a pat on the back. "You truly are a great shaman. Look at how Qi Yi is instantly revitalized." Han Qing, the last to rise, approaches the entrance, immediately assaulted by a pungent smell that makes him feel slightly nauseous. "What is that smell? It is unbearable," he exclaims. Bai Mu, in the kitchen, pulls him inside to help. "It's nothing. Qi is taking medicine because he is unwell," Bai Mu explains. Han Qing, acknowledging this, takes a bowl and remains inside with Bai Mu. Su Cha, noticing Qi Yi's expression, covers her nose and advises, "Herbs have that scent. Just hold on and try not to vomit." As she speaks, she gags slightly and stands, saying, "I can't. I need to step outside for a moment." Zai Bai pats Xian Qing's shoulder, instructing, "Keep an eye on him while I check on Su Cha." Xian Qing, crossing his arms, stands at a distance, assuring, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." As Qi watches Su Cha leave, he can no longer contain himself and feels the urge to vomit. Xian Qing raises an eyebrow, warning, "If you dare to vomit, I will tell Su Cha immediately." At that moment, Qi wishes to strip this avian creature of its feathers, glaring at Xianqing as he finishes his herbs, darkly muttering, "Tell me, can you fly without feathers?" Xianqing clutches his arms tighter, retorting, "Oh, you dare threaten me? I'll report you." Disregarding Xianqing, Qi heads to the kitchen for water to rinse his mouth, finding the taste intolerable. Xianqing, amused, chuckles as Han Qing announces, "Time for breakfast." Bai Mu says we need to tend to the crops. The group quickly gathers for breakfast, with the little ones also receiving a generous serving. Su Cha offers her bowl to Qi Yi, saying, "This will help mask the taste in your mouth." Qi Yi silently accepts it. After finishing her meal, Su Cha retreats to a corner to sort through a few seeds. Potatoes, peppers, cabbage, lettuce, and rice, though only a small amount of rice. Bai Mu approaches, bending down to inquire, "What are you discussing?" Su Cha, grinning, points to the small piles of seeds she organized. "I'm searching for seeds. Many are ones we collected on our journey, though I'm unsure of their types. I remember one that had a large fruit, filled with white powder inside. I can't recall which is its seed," she explains, her expression one of frustration. She recalls having said she would keep it to see if it could replace flour. Sighing, perhaps my pregnancy is affecting my memory." Bai Mu gently pats her head, stating, "I remember. I'll help you find it." He squats down and begins rummaging through the seeds. Before long, Bai Mu triumphantly holds up a white seed, which Su Cha eagerly accepts, placing it aside. Bai Mu remarks, "However, I recall the fruit it produces is quite large, and the tree grows slowly." He remembers this clearly, as they had only gathered a few seeds from beneath a very tall tree. Su Cha clutches the seed, assuring, "It's all right. We will plant our crops at the foot of the mountain, and they will have their time to grow. Zabai interjects, let's move." I noticed the Rabbit Clan-esque beastmen seem to be digging in the lower fields. They are likely preparing to plant rice as well. Su Cha responds, "They have been farming for a long time. Surely they have experience. We can ask them for guidance, so we need not worry about our planting." With that, she slings her small backpack over her shoulders and strides outside, with the others quickly following. The little female seems overly excited about the prospect of farming. Han Qing, cradling the young ones, trails behind, holding a small animal. Initially intending to plant vegetables first, he realizes their waste is too unbearable for everyone, leading Su Cha to decide that both tasks should be tackled together. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, the Rabbit Clan settlement indeed revealed numerous rabbits diligently digging in the soil. A small river separated them from the Lion Clan, known for their carnivorous nature, leaving the area in front of the mountain rather barren. Su Cha spotted a rabbit hastening toward them, unfamiliar at first, until it transformed into a human figure, revealing itself to be Kong Qing. With a smile, Su Cha waved and inquired, "Are you about to start planting vegetables?" Kong Qing approached respectfully and greeted Su Cha and the others. "Yes, since we are no longer at our previous settlement, we need to dig and irrigate anew." Su Cha stroked her chin, pointing to the field they had dug the previous day. "We also plan to cultivate some crops. Perhaps you could teach us how to grow rice later." Kong Qing nodded, but was suddenly called by someone from his clan. He turned back to wave at his kin before looking at Su Cha. "I will head over first and return shortly." With that, he dashed away. Su Cha then moved closer to Han Qing and Zai Bai, saying, "Han Qing and Zai Bai will dig the caves here, while Bai Mu, Xianqing, Qi, and I will focus on planting vegetables." Everyone agreed to this arrangement. Su Cha gazed at the stone wall and instructed, "Dig a slightly higher and smaller entrance, just big enough for one person to enter. Inside, it can be larger. If you encounter any difficulties, call for me." Zai Bai assured her, "Rest assured, I am here. It will be completed swiftly." Su Cha felt reassured by Zai Bai's capabilities and walked alongside Bai Mu. With tasks allocated, everyone began their work. They started with the vegetable planting, while the rice paddies continued to be irrigated. Chapter 217, The Forest's Anomaly. The morning was bustling with activity, not limited to their small group, thus generating considerable noise. The Lion Clan, having never seen farming before, curiously gathered around as they witnessed Zai Bai, the shaman, engaged in planting. The Rabbit Clan's orcs were even more numerous, resembling a large-scale industrial operation, efficiently organized with neat and uniform plots, including both paddy fields and dry land. Su Cha approached the gathering around Zai Bai and asked, "Do you wish to try planting?" Zai Bai chuckled in response, Su, our clan members prefer meat and hunting." The orcs nodded in agreement, then proceeded to assist Zai Bai in digging. Feeling it was time to move on, Su Cha headed towards Bai Mu and his group. Bai Mu, truly a skilled homemaker, grasped Su Cha's intentions effortlessly and executed them with even greater finesse. Once he had finished his task, Kong Qing returned with a bag of white rice seeds, placing it before Su Cha. Su, these seeds are for you. When they sprout, we can help you with the husking. Unhulled rice can be harsh on the throat. Su Cha nodded, admiring Kong Qing's long rabbit ears, but was immediately pulled back by Bai Mu. Thank you. We have never planted rice before, so we will need your guidance. Kong Qing waved his hand dismissively. No trouble at all. I'll be right here. Just call for me. Kong Qing, after expressing his gratitude, hurried off, appearing quite occupied. Bai Mu turned to Su Cha. Do you understand now? Su Cha lowered her gaze. I didn't think much of it. I just found him adorable and wanted to touch his ears. Bai Mu lifted Su Cha's chin. If you touch Kong Qing's ears, he may misconstrue your intentions. Su Cha responded playfully. I shall refrain in the future and only touch yours. Bai Mu led Su Cha to the dry land, instructing, keep an eye on me while I dig holes to plant these white seeds. Xian Qing and Qi Yi are already proficient. Su Cha observed the two nearby, who were quietly engaged, one scattering seeds while the other buried them, avoiding any conflicts. In reality, Xian Qing's taunts could be heard, while Qi Yi remained focused and silent, diligently covering the soil. Xian Qing teased, are you capable of this? Don't cover them too thickly, or they won't sprout, and that will be your fault. Qi Yi responded with silence. Su Cha withdrew her gaze, squatting down to concentrate on Bai Mu's digging. We should be able to finish planting today. I am really craving spicy peppers, the kind that tingles and excites the palate. Her mouth watered at the thought. Suddenly, Su Cha recalled the idea of planting a prickly ash tree. Should we also plant a prickly ash tree here? After all, it was Han Qing and I who found it outside. What if we can't find it again in the future? It would be wise to plant one here. Bai Mu nodded in agreement. Let's return around noon to check if we have any seeds. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Cha ran to see Zai Bai, who was making good progress with the help of the clan members. Just then, Zai Bai approached Su Cha. She noticed that the clan members had vanished, and the cave had been completed. The entrance was about chest height for her, round and spacious inside, with ample light. There were two additional openings higher up that Su Cha could not reach. Han Qing joyfully rushed over and lifted Su Cha. Can you see now, Su? Su Cha perched at the entrance and nodded with a smile. You are all so clever. I hadn't thought of adding windows. Han Qing fuklid. That was Zai Bai's idea. He said one entrance would be too dark and adjusted the design for our height. As Zai Bai turned, he saw Han Qing roughly holding Su Cha at the cave entrance and rushed over to gently set her down, giving Han Qing a light flick on the head. This stone has yet to be smoothed. How could you let Su lean on it? What if she gets hurt? Han Qing held his head. I didn't think. My apologies. Su Cha quickly reassured them. I'm fine, Zai Bai. After inspecting her thoroughly, Zai Bai relaxed and carried her toward Bai Mu. Say, I will go gather some grass to put inside. Su, stay with Bai Mu. Su Cha agreed. Let us leave half of it open for them to move around. We should also catch more of those small, furry creatures like last time. Zai Bai nodded, placing Su Cha beside Bai Mu and leading Han Qing and 4 young ones into the forest. Su Cha then assisted Bai Mu in burying the soil. Despite Xian Qing's incessant chatter, he worked quickly, though he frequently expressed disdain for getting his clothes dirty, shaking off mud, and teasing Qi in the process. Su Cha found their antics amusing and leaned closer to Bai Mu, whispering, only Qi can endure Xian Qing's incessant prattle. He used to bully Han Qing, but now targets Qi. Bai Mu glanced at her, unconvinced that Xian Qing was bullying Qi, and reassured Su Cha. Do not worry, they will not fight. They are aware of their limits and will intervene if necessary. As they completed planting fruit trees, potatoes, peppers, cabbage, and lettuce, Zai Bai and the others had yet to return. Su Cha looked up at the sun. It must be noon already. They have been gone for quite a while. Bai Mu and the other two squatted beside their field, watching the irrigation. Bai Mu looked toward the forest. I will go check. You two keep an eye on Su Cha. Su Cha waved to him. Find them and return quickly. We will wait here for you. Xian Qing was still washing himself nearby, while Qi Yi leaned against Su Cha, playing with her hair. Su Cha glanced at him and asked, Aren't you tired? You should take it easy this afternoon if you're not feeling well. Qi Yi lifted his head to look at her. Are you dismissing me? Su Cha gently stroked his cool body, shaking her head. I am merely concerned for you. Perhaps you should stay and play with the young ones this afternoon. Qi Yi fell silent at her suggestion. Xian Qing approached and snatched Su Cha away. Let me hold you. I have missed you dearly. Su Cha offered no resistance. Holding on to Qi Yi with her other hand, resting against Xian Qing's chest, do you think Zai Bai and the others have encountered any danger? They have been gone for such a long time. Xian Qing sighed contentedly. Zai Bai is clever. If he cannot win, he knows to flee. Do not worry. It is likely Han Qing is just being playful. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the direction of the forest, and Su Cha sprang to her feet. It's Bai Mu. Xian Qing also stood with a serious expression, turning to Qi Yi. Go check. I cannot leave Su Su. Qi Yi nodded and swiftly transformed into his beast form, racing towards the forest. The nearby rabbit clan orcs, frightened by Qi Yi, scattered in all directions, shouting, "Stray beast! Everyone run!" Su Cha hurried towards them, calling out, "Do not worry. Qi Yi will not harm you. He is my partner." Kong Qing also rushed to reassure his clan members. Su Cha then noticed Chuan Gu leading a few lions into the forest and shouted, "Where are you going?" Chuan Gu, upon halting, remarked, "I can hear the call of the cypress." Little Female swiftly returned to the tribe and summoned Kong Qing to lead the two clan back as well. With that, he dashed away. Observing the situation, Kong Qing promptly ushered the clan members into the cave, and Su Cha was also escorted back to the tribe by Xian Qing. The sounds of battle and the roars of beasts in the forest grew increasingly intense. However, fortunately, they did not resemble the cries of Bai Mu and his companions. Chapter 218. The Attack of the Man in Black inside the cave. Su Cha paced anxiously, occasionally glancing towards the entrance. Why haven't they returned yet? Xian Qing. Why don't you go take a look? Xian Qing declined, stating, "No. If I leave, they would return and beat me to death. Besides, they're not that weak. So do not worry." Su Cha alternated between sitting and standing, her concern for them palpable, especially for the young ones. Why was her beast spirit power not formidable, but rather focused on healing? Xian Qing, seeing her distress, suggested, "Let us roast some meat while we wait for them to return. When they do, we shall feast." Su Cha nodded eagerly and sought something to occupy her mind. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in her mind. "Su Su, your healing ability can now be utilized at home. Your absorption capacity has grown stronger." Su Cha paused. "All right. Can you assist me in checking on Bai Mu and the others?" The system replied, "Su Su, I cannot interfere excessively in your lives. I can only offer help to one person." Xian Qing observed Su Cha's sudden stillness, inquiring, "What is wrong?" Su Cha regained her composure. "It is nothing. Let us proceed." She walked to the kitchen, gathering kindling, and spoke as she moved. "Xian Qing, you go fetch the meat and some vegetables. I will ignite the fire." Xian Qing went down to retrieve the food, cleaning it before beginning to cut the meat. Watching the fire ignite, Su Cha hurriedly piled on more wood before rising to assist in washing the vegetables, ensuring each piece was clean and neatly placed on a plate. Noticing Su Cha's distracted demeanor, Xian Qing remarked, "Su Su, would you like some white rice? My culinary skills are quite commendable." Su Cha shook her head, continuing to wash the vegetables. "I am worried about Bai Mu and the others, as well as the young ones." Once Xian Qing finished cutting the meat, he approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her as they worked together to wash. "They're fine. Do not fret. Do you not trust Bai Mu? That fellow is quite capable, and the cypress is clever. Qi Yi has gone. He is no ordinary bee spirit, being a 3-star fire bee spirit. The young ones will be looked after by Han Qing." Su Cha nodded. "Then let us commence roasting the meat." With that, she nudged Xian Qing, prompting him to rise. Xian Qing wiped his hands clean and affectionately patted her head. "Good. We will first roast our share, then cook for them." He carried the meat and vegetables outside, where the fire was already blazing. In the rare tranquility of the home, Su Cha sat beside the fire, feeling melancholic. Suddenly, a louder roar pierced the air, prompting her to sprint towards the cave entrance, yet she saw nothing. Xian Qing gently pulled her back. "Let us eat something first. Su Su, you have young ones to nurture." Su Cha touched her round belly and reluctantly settled down with Xian Qing to roast the meat. In the forest, the towering trees obscured the sunlight, growing increasingly dim as Qi Yi found Bai Mu engaged in combat with a serpent beast, while the cypress was nowhere in sight. The serpent beast, upon spotting Qi Yi, joyfully exclaimed, "Come help me. This white tiger is quite the handful." Qi Yi approached and swiftly snapped the serpent's neck. Turning to Bai Mu, "Where are they?" Bai Mu, catching his breath after being ensnared, explained, "As soon as I entered, I saw numerous men in black surrounding the cypress and Han Qing. I intended to assist, but got caught up instead. They retreated deeper into the forest." Qi Yi frowned. "The depths of the forest are treacherous for hiding. We must proceed with caution." With that, he shifted into his smaller beast form. Bai Mu followed suit, and the two stealthily pursued, confident that the cypress and the others were clever enough not to be apprehended easily. Indeed, as they ventured further in, the light diminished, and soon the sky was obscured, with grass towering above them, creating a sense of peril. Chi paused, flicking his tail to signal Bai Mu, "Follow me." He veered in another direction, and Bai Mu trailed closely behind. Before long, they spotted a group of men in black scouring the area. Chi discreetly passed a handful of green herbs to Bai Mu. "Apply this. They're likely searching for the cypress." As a shaman, he must possess herbs with concealed scents. He began to apply the herb to himself. Bai Mu quickly chewed and smeared it on, and they crouched in the grass, observing the black-clad figures until they suddenly departed at a swift pace. Chi spoke. "Beast men from the Lion clan are approaching. They must have been summoned by the cypress." Soon, the sounds of the Lion clan echoed as they communicated. Suddenly, a lion beast leapt down from a tree, carrying 2 young ones in its mouth, while a wolf beast similarly descended from another tree, also clutching 2 young ones. Bai Mu stood and called out, "Cypress, Han Qing." Chuan Gu and the others soon arrived, and they all regrouped. Bai Mu looked at the two. "How did you end up fighting a group of men in black?" Han Qing set down the young ones. "We were unaware. We were hunting in the forest, capturing fur beasts with the young ones when a swarm of men in black suddenly appeared." The cypress explained to Chuan Gu and the others. They appeared quite peculiar, cloaked in black garments that concealed their entire being, their faces unrecognizable, and their behavior was suspicious. "We must enhance the tribe's defenses upon returning and advise the clan members against venturing out alone." Chuan Gu nodded and glanced at Chi Ye's beast form. The cypress added, "He is Su Su's newly acquired mate. He is not a snake but a poison python beast." Chuan Gu observed the 2 horns atop Chi Ye's head and nodded. "Let's return. Why were they pursuing you?" The cypress handed the young ones to Bai Mu, stating it seemed they were digging for something, and upon seeing us, they attacked without hesitation. "We could only flee with the young ones." Breaking his silence, Chi Yi remarked, "They are beast men from Moon City. The men in black serve the beast god temple." Chuan Gu was taken aback. What is their purpose in coming here? They resort to violence without provocation. The beast god temple is known for its prohibition against killing. The elders there are benevolent. How could they be associated with the temple? Chi said nothing further, walking alongside Bai Mu with the young ones. Bai Mu suggested, "Let us return and discuss this. The little female is waiting for us." The cypress nodded as they swiftly departed the forest, the light ahead growing brighter. Upon reaching the tribe's entrance, Chuan Gu led the clan members away from the cypress, who turned ahead in another direction. Bai Mu inquired, "Did you see what they were doing?" The cypress shook his head. "Su Su desired fur beasts. We were taking the young ones to capture some when we encountered a multitude of men in black. They attacked us out of the blue, and we had to flee, fearing they might discover the tribe's location and retreat deeper into the forest." Han Qing nodded in agreement. "They are from the Serpent Clan and are exceedingly swift. I've never been so flustered in my life, even climbing trees." The cypress chuckled at Han Qing. "A little crisis awareness would do you good. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to climb a tree." Han Qing laughed cheerfully. "I'm sure Su Su is missing me." The cypress turned to Chi Yi. "Do you have any past grievances with those from Moon City?" Chi Yi replied, "I did eat a man in black last time, but no one saw it. I have been to Moon City before, so I'm aware of their ways." Bai Mu warned, "We should avoid the forest for the time being. Once they leave, let us refrain from contact with the beast men from Moon City, especially considering the little female and the legend surrounding her." The cypress agreed. "Tonight, after Su Su falls asleep, the 5 of us will discuss this further." Bai Mu turned to Chi Yi. "From now on, you are part of this family. The little female carries many mysteries, and we must protect her." Chi Yi's eyes lit up as he nodded. "I will." Chapter 219. Boldly approaching as they approached the cave entrance, they saw Su Cha running towards them, throwing her arms around Bai Mu. "Are you all right?" "I was so worried." She then scrutinized the cypress and glanced at Chi Yi, relieved to find no visible injuries on any of them. The cypress gently patted her head. "I am fine. I just encountered a troublesome prey, so I called Bai Mu for assistance." Su Cha, intrigued, looked back. "What happened to the prey? Did it escape?" Bai Mu, holding Su Cha as they walked back, replied, "Its meat was not worth the trouble, so we let it go." "Have you eaten anything, Cha Cha?" Shenqing leaned against the cave entrance, gazing at them. "Su Su has peered at the cave entrance hundreds of times, worrying about you all." "You've barely eaten," she remarked. Under the stern gaze of Bai Mu, Su Cha gradually lowered her head, feeling guilty. "I was just concerned for you. I even prepared roasted meat and waited for you. Hurry and eat." "Kvi, smiling, Keritsu chakrose." "All right, let us dine together," he said, walking into the cave. Chi silently followed, squeezing past Xianqing, who was beside Su Cha. Xianqing looked at Chi Yi with incredulity, realizing that he had learned to resist despite his previous indifference. Qi quietly settled beside Su Cha, not giving Xianqing a second glance, especially since Bai Mu had openly acknowledged his identity. Bai Mu approached with the meat to roast, while Su Cha nestled in Sabai's embrace, holding 4 little cubs and inspecting them. Qi brought the 4 cubs closer, mimicking Su Cha's actions, observing, "Goodness, the 4 cubs are unscathed, but their little bellies are quite round. They must be hungry." Su Cha, suddenly recalling their earlier exertions, exclaimed, after all that fuss at noon, "They must be starving." She handed out 2 cubs, leaving 1 for Sabai to tear the roasted meat for feeding, while also feeding Su Cha. Once everyone had fed the 4 cubs until they were plump, Su Cha declared, "Now we can eat. We've all worked hard. Let's take a brief rest before heading to the fields." She covered her mouth and yawned. Sabai, feeling a pang of concern, held her tighter. "I'm sorry for making you worry." Su Cha shook her head. "As long as you are safe, I am happy." After everyone had their fill, Su Cha had already fallen asleep in Sabai's arms. Bai Mu turned to Sabai, saying, "You take the little lady to sleep. I will clean up here." Sabai silently cradled Su Cha and walked to the room, while Bai Mu and the others swiftly tidied up the living area, with Qi assisting before returning to their respective quarters. When Su Cha awoke, it was already mid-afternoon. Sabai, propping his head, looked at her. "You're awake." As Su Cha opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a handsome man gazing at her, which instantly brightened her mood. "Have I slept long? Why didn't you wake me?" she asked, embracing Sabai. Sabai leaned down to kiss her forehead. "Not for long. Let's get up. We still need to tend to the vegetables. Also, we caught a lot of Mao beasts this morning. Susu should see if they're what you wanted." Su Cha nodded and sat up, stretching her arms towards Sabai with a playful hum. Sabai smiled as he got up, helping her dress and playfully pinching her nose. "You little rascal." He bent down, offering his sturdy arms. "Climb on." Su Cha wrapped her arms around his neck and sat up. "I wonder if Bai Mu and the others are awake." Sabai chuckled lightly. "They are sunbathing at the cave entrance." He carried Su Cha to the entrance, where they spotted a white tiger lounging nearby, accompanied by a silver wolf and the 4 cubs. Bai Mu transformed into human form and approached. "Awake? I have gathered the seeds, including some unfamiliar ones. Shall we head out?" Su Cha twisted her body to get down. "I need to wash my face first." She dashed to the kitchen. Xianqing and Qi emerged, and everyone waited at the cave entrance for Su Cha, while Bai Mu fetched the necessary items. Su Cha emerged with her hair flowing freely. "Let us go. I'm ready." Before her stood 5 handsome men, and Bai Mu spoke up. "Today, let the little lady choose one for herself." Just as Su Cha was about to approach Qi, Xianqing snatched her up into his embrace. "I need to style Susu's hair. It will be too hot otherwise." He then smugly glanced at Qi. Bai Mu spoke in a deep tone. "Let us proceed." Xianqing produced a hair crown similar to his own, styling Su Cha's hair to match his high and spiky look. "This looks much better. It will be perfect if you wore my clothes." Su Cha shook her head. "Those clothes are meant for home. They will get dirty in the fields." Xianqing raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Then I shall find plenty of sheer fabrics for Susu, so you will never run out. That way, you won't have to worry about getting them dirty." Su Cha taitli hag swanking, declining. "Actually, the ones you and Qi gave me are too sheer. I don't like wearing them at home." Xianqing nodded. "All right then, just wear them for me." The group hurried down the mountainside, encountering the heavily pregnant Gua along the way. It had been a while since they last met, and Su Cha enthusiastically waved. "Gua." Gua responded warmly. She was out with her companions, enjoying the sun, and joined by Mu and the others as they continued down the mountain. Su Cha reached out to touch Gua's belly. "It's grown a lot." Gua nodded. "I'm expecting cubs. I've been sleeping in the cave for a while, and today I finally managed to come out. What you all up to?" Su Cha pointed to the neatly divided sections of land ahead. "We are planting vegetables, along with white rice and other crops." Gua seemed uninterested but nodded. "I just want to give birth to the cubs quickly. I haven't heard any gossip in days, and it's quite miserable." Su Cha sighed in agreement. "I feel the same. Our only source of entertainment has vanished. We are both quite unfortunate." Gua bid farewell. "Susu, I'm going for a stroll by the river. I'll come back to find you." Su Cha guav. "Go ahead. The weather is nice today. It's good to walk around and breathe fresh air." Watching Gua walk away, Su Cha headed back to the cave, where the cheerful clucking of chickens and quacking of ducks greeted her. Sabai noticed her joy and remarked, "Is the chicken you mentioned this type of Mao beast? This meat is scarce and covered in fur. What do you intend to do with it?" Su Cha, envisioning her future farming endeavors, replied with a smile, "We will call them chickens. Those over there are ducks. They taste good, provide meat, and lay eggs." I'll make you a delicious dish of stuffed chicken later. Sabai, watching Su Cha's animated gestures, affectionately patted her head. Of course. The dishes made by Su must be delightful. We are truly fortunate. Su Cha proudly hummed. Indeed, let's help Mu. With their combined efforts, they successfully planted everything needed, leaving only the white rice. Observing the flooded fields, Su Cha suggested, let us plant it tomorrow when the soil is softer. Mu, noticing the time was still early, asked, what would you like to eat tonight, Cha-Cha? Su Cha, seated among the five, contemplated before responding. I still wish to eat the meal prepared by Mu. Mu smiled and nodded. Very well, tonight we shall have braised rice. Suddenly, a kind-looking old beast man approached, accompanied by several figures in black robes, smiling as they approached. Sabai was startled, realizing they were the same black-robed individuals that had pursued him in the morning. This was Chapter 220, Elder of the Beast God Temple. Sabai discreetly signaled Mu to promptly take Su Cha back, while he stepped forward to inquire. Mu picked up Su Cha and headed back, while Xianxing turned to Qi Yi and Han Qing. You two should return as well. I'll check it out. Watching them move away, Su Cha spoke up. Mu, who are they? Mu pondered before responding. They're from the Beast God Temple. For now, Su Cha, it's best if you stay indoors. Do you remember what we discussed before regarding your beast soul? Su Cha nodded vigorously. All right, I will stay at home for the next few days. The beast man with the staff does not seem benevolent. His gaze is quite sinister. Jie, King Bisi de He, remarque it. The Beast God Temple is not composed of good beings either. However, the influence of the black-robed faction in Yuliang City is significant. Even the Beast King cannot control them. Han Qing, unfamiliar with these matters in the snowy realm, held the cubs tightly as they walked behind. Then we should avoid them. They chased us this morning, and now they seek us out again. How brazen. Upon returning home, Mu instructed Su Cha to remain indoors while he stood at the cave entrance, observing the beastmen conversing at the foot of the mountain. Sabai and Xianxing stood together, watching the beastmen, led by the old beast man. The one holding a black staff with a green gem on it spoke kindly. Pardon the intrusion. We are from the Black-Robe faction of Yuliang City. Recently, a group impersonating the Black-Robe faction has been causing chaos, attacking beastmen and seizing tribes. We hope you will inform me if you see them. He bowed to Sabai and Xianxing. Xianxing raised an eyebrow at him. Internal conflict in Yuliang City. Yet they have yet to capture anyone after such a long time. The figure in the black robe continued to smile and said, Elder Xianxing, the Moon City has always been united and harmonious. They do not belong to our Moon City. They merely use our name to commit evil doings. The Grand Elder specifically sent us to apprehend them. Elder Xianxing merely responded with a soft "oh" and fell silent. Sabai spoke in a serious tone. Our tribe has not seen them. Elders, it would be best to search elsewhere. Since it is the Grand Elder's command, we shall not keep you. Sabai's sincerity was palpable. Xianxing stood with arms crossed, smiling as he observed the performance, and soon the figure in the black robe headed towards the forest. Sabai transformed into beast form and let out a roar to summon the tribe members who were still hunting outside. Sabai turned to Xianxing and said, I will look for Chuangu. You should hurry to the Sunuzu tribe and warn them to be cautious. After all, we cannot ascertain whether what they said was true. With that, he dashed away. Xianxing stroked his chin, finding the reasoning sound, and spread his wings to fly towards the mountain peak. Inside the cave, Mu watched as they disappeared into the distance before turning back. Su Cha looked at Mu and asked, Have they left? Mu not that, stating that even if they had not, Sabai would find a way to send them away. Su Cha sighed in relief, leaning against Han Qing. Finally, they are gone. Otherwise, I would have been delayed in planting the rice. Mu affectionately ruffled her hair. With just these few fields, we can finish planting by tomorrow. Su Cha shook her head. We must scatter the seeds in the fields and leave a little water. Not too much or the seeds won't germinate. Chia raised his tail. I can help water them. Su Cha smiled and nodded at Chia. All right, I suddenly crave sunflower seeds. Do we have any at home? Mu got up and went to a corner, retrieving some. Yes, I'll fry them now. Su Cha flopped on a Han Qing's soft belly and nodded. Good, no rush. I'm just too bored. It's all those people in black clothing's fault. Otherwise, we could go hunting in the forest. Han Qing lay on his back in beast form. Yes, it's all their fault. Don't be upset, Su. Hee, we'll go tomorrow. Chia also came over to comfort Su Cha, and, inexplicably, the three began to playfully tussle. Su Cha tried to tickle Han Qing's armpits, while Chia helped to restrain him. The little ones found it amusing and surrounded Han Qing, making playful noises. Mu, hearing Su Cha's melodious laughter from the kitchen, peeked out and saw her frolicking with the cubs, chuckling softly as he focused on frying the sunflower seeds, almost burning them in his distraction. When Sabai returned, Bai Mu happened to emerge with the sunflower seeds. Upon seeing Sabai, Sucha jumped off Hanqing and said, "What happened? Share with us. We have sunflower seeds." Bai Mu placed the seeds on the stone table and sat on a stone bench with Sucha, who eagerly looked towards Sabai. Sabai, noticing the outstretched hand, smiled and moved closer, grabbing a handful of seeds as he spoke. "They are elders from Moon City. The one with the staff is an elder, and the ones behind him are the beast men from the Black Robe Society. They came to find a group of people in black robes who were impersonating Moon City and committing evil deeds." Sucha nodded. "Moon City seems very mysterious." Bai Mu handed her a handful of shelled sunflower seeds. "Never be curious about Moon City. The Beast God Temple has existed for a long time, and gradually, Moon City has distanced itself from the Beast King's control. It is best for us not to get involved." Sabai concurred. "The Sun City and Moon City are already adversaries. It appears calm on the surface, but it is best we do not engage with them." Although Suchat did not fully understand, she obediently nodded. "I understand. I will not go out alone." Elder Xianxing also returned, retracting his wings and directly grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds, while saying, "I just spoke with them. Those beastmen were not searching for anything. They were merely resting in the tribe's forest. We should be cautious. I sense they harbor ill intentions." Sabai looked at Xianxing. "You weren't discovered, were you? I feel that the beast man with the emerald is quite formidable." Xianxing laughed dismissively. "Just them? Rest assured." Sucha looked at Xianxing. "I thought you had gone off to slack off. You took quite a while to return." Xianxing smiled at Sucha. "Rest assured. I would take you along even if I were to slack off." Bai Mu observed that it was still early and said, "Didn't you want to eat steamed rice tonight? I will go catch a couple of fish to cook together." Sucha replied in confusion. "But fish doesn't taste good when cooked together." Bai Mu chuckled as he ruffled her hair. "What I make will definitely be delicious. Wait for me at home." With that, he left with Sabai. Xianxing immediately seized Sucha, looking at the slow-moving Chiye with a mischievous grin. Sucha sighed as she leaned into Xuanqing's embrace. "I wonder when those figures in black robes will leave." Xianxing looked at Sucha. "What are you afraid of? If you want to go out to play, I will take you." Sucha still refused. "No." Bai Mu said, "We can't go out now. We must wait for them to leave." Xianxing immediately nodded, feeling guilty. Yes, it is better to listen to Bai Mu and the others." Seeing Susu's aggrieved expression made his mind go blank, and he blurted out. Thankfully, Susu did not agree. Chiye, resting his chin on his hand, silently looked at Xianxing, as if to say, "I will inform Bai Mu when he returns." Xianxing huffed, knowing he was in the wrong, vowing to beat Chiye next time and strip him of his scales. The two exchanged glances while Sucha shelled sunflower seeds for the cubs, unaware of his silent rivalry, with Hanqing watching the unfolding drama. Chapter 221. The Beast God Temple resides in the Lion Tribe. Hanqing looked at Xianxing and Chiye and suddenly suggested, "Why don't you two go out and have a fight?" Sucha raised her head. "Why should you fight?" "No." Chiye responded, "No way." Xianxing playfully glared at Hanqing. "How could we fight? Right, Chiye?" Chiye affirmed yes. Bai Mu and Sabai returned to find Xianxing, comforting Sucha. Sabai handed the fish to Bai Mu and approached, asking, "What happened? Did you upset Susu again?" Xianxing quickly shook his head. "I did not. I was just helping Susu shell sunflower seeds." Bai Mu took the fish inside to cut thick slices, while Chiye, feeling left out, coldly rose to help in the kitchen. Bai Mu, seeing him enter, understood Chiye's quiet nature and instructed, "You 1T be able to handle this. Go start the fire," and called Sabai in to wash the rice and cook. "I have other matters to attend to." Chiye nodded and carried some firewood outside. He arranged the wood in the small fire pit and tossed a fireball to ignite it, calling out, "Sabai, Bai Mu wants you to come in and wash the rice to cook." Sabai left Sucha and headed toward the kitchen. "Got it." Sucha immediately jumped down from Xuanqing's lap. "I want to help." With that, she dashed to the kitchen and suddenly hugged Bai Mu from behind. Bai Mu, Statan, set down his bone knife and turned to look at the mischievous little one, gently saying, "Slow down, be careful not to press on my belly. A 1T run away." Sucha giggled, burying her head in his chest, inhaling deeply. "What delicious food are you making?" Bai Mu pulled Sucha to the side and continued cutting the fish. "You'll find out soon. I guarantee it will be delicious." Sucha obediently watched Bai Mu slice the fish. Spotting Sabai emerging from the cellar, she hurried over to see. Sabai, with a fond demeanor, carried her along as suddenly someone outside called for him. Sucha peeked out at Chuangu. Xianxing entered, taking over the rice-washing task, and looked at Sabai. Hurry. He seems quite urgent. Sabai wiped his hands and patted Sucha's head. I'll be out for a bit. Be good and don't cause trouble. Sucha waved goodbye to him with a smile as she watched him and Chuangu depart. Xianxing went out to cook the rice, while Bai Mu continued cutting fish and prepared the cooking pot in the kitchen. Sucha watched him wash the pot and pour oil, and suddenly exclaimed, Are you going to fry the fish? Bai Mu, seeing the oil heating in the pot, laughed and nodded while blocking her view. Smart. Step back for a moment. He gently pushed Sucha away. He placed the fish pieces into the pot, and Sucha leaned at the kitchen door, watching Bai Mu busily work while inhaling the enticing aroma. Chia, worried about Sucha getting burned by the hot oil, came over and picked her up, saying, Don't get too close. It's very hot. Han Qing joyfully cheered. Tonight we have more delicious food. I knew I chose the right person. Sucha, cuddling the cub, looked at Han Qing. I think when we first met, you were probably thinking about Bai Mu's cooking skills. Han Qing immediately exclaimed, I haven't done anything. It's clearly because Su is so beautiful that I want to follow you all. Sucha chose to ignore this gluttonous fellow, holding the cubs as they attempted to scratch Qi Yi with their paws, resulting in a playful tussle between the two. Xianxing sat quietly by the fire, gazing into the flames and the pot of rice. Bai Mu expertly pan-fried the fish until both sides turned a golden hue, carefully placing it on a plate dusted with Sichuan pepper and salt before he began to chop the potatoes and meat into small cubes. Once everything was prepared, he picked up a piece of fish and walked toward Sucha. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Sucha to eagerly approach and stop in front of Bai Mu. Is this for me? She asked. Bai Mu playfully scratched her nose, replying, Of course, try it. It's delicious. I've removed all the bones. Sucha nodded, allowing Bai Mu to feed her, savoring the taste, though she found it slightly lacking in spiciness. Bai Mu observed her enjoyment and remarked, It will taste even better when you put over rice. Han Qing, drooling from the side, was quickly directed by Bai Mu. Go ahead, but you can only have one piece. He dashed towards the kitchen, causing Xianxing to chuckle behind him. Bai Mu turned to Qi Yi and Xianxing, suggesting, You two should give it a try as well. Qi shook his head while Xianxing smiled and said, Let us wait a bit. It won't make a difference. Bai Mu approached the pot, removing the lid to add the meat and potatoes, saying, We can lower the heat now and let it simmer for a while. Xianxing silently pushed the sticks aside, allowing a few embers to flicker. Kai Bai entered with a serious expression, taking a seat on the stone bench. The suddenness of his arrival drew the attention of the others. Sucha inquired, What's wrong? Has something happened in the tribe? Kai Bai shook his head. People from the Beast God Temple have returned to our tribe. This time, it was the chieftain who received them. By the time I arrived, they were already settled in, and opposing them now would only draw attention. Xianxing nodded in understanding. No wonder they refused to leave. It seems they intended to stay. Kai Bai was visibly angered, prompting Xianxing to suggest, Perhaps we could take Su to the Xianyu tribe for a while. Bai Mu sighed, The more we hide, the more suspicious they become. We don't know their intentions. Recently, we've been minimizing the outings with Cha-Cha to avoid encounters with the Beast God Temple. If anyone asks, we should say Cha-Cha is pregnant and feeling unwell at home. Kai Bai nodded in agreement. All right, let us follow Bai Mu's lead. At that moment, a delicious aroma filled the air, and Han Qing shouted, It's ready. Bai Mu swiftly moved to remove the pot from the heat, lifting the lid to let it cool for a moment. Han Qing had already dashed to fetch bowls and chopsticks, along with the fish. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the delectable food, and Sucha felt her appetite awaken. True to form, Bai Mu filled 2 large bowls for Han Qing and the cubs, adding a piece of fish. Kai Bai took the fish and shredded it for the cubs, placing it on the table without serving the little ones. Bai Mu distributed fish to each bowl, stating, If it's not enough, come over for more. As Sucha enjoyed the hot fish, she noticed the pitiable looks on the cubs' faces. She lifted their bowls, controlling the wind to cool them down before placing them on the ground, saying, Go ahead and eat. Everyone busily indulged in the meal, leaving no room for conversation. Sucha silently polished off 3 bowls, setting them down and rubbing her round belly. I'm so full. I'll take a walk. With that, she began to stroll slowly in the living room, observing the 5 of them eat. They devoured the entire pot of white rice and all the fish, leaving nothing behind. And, as usual, Han Qing was the last to finish, so he took on the task of washing the dishes. Sucha and Qi Yi leaned against the cave opening, gazing at the stars. Kai Bai joined them on Sucha's other side, and soon the 5 of them were stargazing together, while Han Qing was still busy at the sink. Later, Sucha hazily felt herself being carried back and upon awakening, it was already the next morning. She found herself entangled with Bai Mu's hair, a blend of black and white that created an oddly harmonious sight. Sunlight streamed in from outside, casting a peaceful glow over the bed. It appeared that Su Cha had awoken early. She had been stargazing the night before, but had fallen asleep without realizing it. Lying on the bed, she caressed her belly, thinking that pregnancy made one incredibly drowsy. One moment she was watching the stars, and the next she was fast asleep. Her sleep quality was undeniably remarkable. Chapter 222. Spring has arrived. Bai Mu opened his eyes, momentarily dazed, then turned to look at Su Cha, discovering she was awake. When did you wake up? Su Cha instantly rolled into his embrace, resting her face against his chest. Just now. How did I fall asleep last night? Bai Mu, holding her, gently stroked her belly. Last night we were stargazing and you fell asleep while snoring. Su Cha's eyes widened in disbelief. I snored? The thought of snoring in front of 5 handsome men made her cheeks flush. Bai Mu chuckled softly at her embarrassment. No, I covered their ears. So they didn't hear you. Su Cha now felt certain that she must have snored. How embarrassing. Bai Mu stood up, wrapping himself in a fur cloak, as a noticeable bulge formed beneath it. Recently, due to Su Cha's pregnancy, everyone had been feeling uncomfortable. Bai Mu took a deep breath and pressed down on it. Su Cha's face turned even redder, more delicate than the early spring flowers. Are you all right? Bai Mu calmly dressed Su Cha, selecting a thin red gauze for her, opting for a fur cloak underneath. Unable to resist Bai Mu's insistence, Su Cha thought she wouldn't be going outside today, so she complied. Sure enough, Bai Mu carried Su Cha out, and the atmosphere in the living room grew heavier with the presence of the others. Bai Mu wore a mischievous smile, clearly not the only one feeling discomfort. Xianqing couldn't help but approach and kiss Su Cha. Su, you look beautiful today. Gai Bai, Ma Visa, said nothing and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Han Qing and the cubs were still asleep. Chi's gaze was intensely fixed on Su Cha. Bai Mu set Su Cha down at the cave entrance, and Xianqing quickly spread a fur hide for her to sit on. Bai Mu patted Su Cha's head. I'll go prepare some rice porridge. Be good and sunbathe here. Su Cha nodded, and as soon as Bai Mu left, Xianqing and Qi flanked Su Cha, sandwiching her between them. Leaning against the stone wall, Su Cha squinted her eyes, basking in the warmth of the sun, and warned, Xianqing, if you keep being handsy, I'll hit you. Xianqing laughed and protested, no, it's Qi's hand. Innocent, Susu. Qi toyed with Su Cha's other hand. Retorting, it's clearly Xianqing's hand. I saw it. It was rare for Qi to speak so much, and Su Cha replied, let us be quiet for a moment and enjoy the sun. Qi mimicked her posture, relaxing against the stone wall, gazing at the blinding sun. Xianqing pouted, quietly tugging at Su Cha's fingers while covering his mouth with his other hand. Su Cha opened her eyes to see Xianqing's flushed face and the muffled sounds escaping his lips. He pleaded, I beg you, Su, just a little longer. Before Su Cha could grow angry, Xianqing stood up, spreading his wings and flying towards the forest. Han Qing, just waking up, rubbed his eyes and remarked, why did Xianqing go to the forest so early? Qi chuckled at Xianqing's disheveled appearance. Perhaps he is too pinned up and needs to release some energy. Su Cha huffed, when he comes back, I'll make him pay. Han Qing approached with a cub in his arms, lying beside Su Cha with his eyes closed, his tail swaying gently behind him. Su Cha stood up, I'm going to wash my hands in the kitchen. Qi got up to follow her, and when Bai Mu saw Su Cha enter, he asked, are you hungry? It'll be a while. Qi meticulously helped Su Cha wash her hands, ensuring every finger, even the spaces beneath her nails, were scrubbed clean. Su Cha contentedly rubbed against Qi. All right, they're clean now. Bai Mu and Kai Bai leaned against the side, feeling unusually warm that morning, an uncomfortable heat enveloping them. Kai Bai awkwardly shifted, speaking hoarsely, what is Xianqing doing outside? Breakfast is almost ready. As Su Cha lifted her head, Bai Mu quickly turned to face the stove, while Qi observed their actions with a smirk. Su Cha found it hard to speak, clenching her teeth. Who knows what he is up to? Bai Mu glanced at the bubbling pot of rice and asked Kai Bai, are there any bees left? Sabai nodded, and Su Cha's eyes sparkled upon hearing about the honey. Yay, can I add a bit more? I love it when it's really sweet, she exclaimed. Chia murmured, you like eating honey, huh? Su Cha did not hear this and hurried after Sabai to get the honey. Sabai opened the bamboo slip for Su Cha to taste. Without hesitation, she dipped her chopsticks and savored a bit of it. Sabai smiled and asked, is it sweet? Su Cha nodded excitedly, and offered her chopsticks to him. It's delicious. You should try it. Sabai looked at the eager Su-cha, bent down, and suddenly kissed her, pinning her against the wall, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable desire. It was only when Su-cha gasped for air that Sabai released her, their foreheads touching as he said in a deep voice, "After all this time, you still haven't learned." Su-cha steadied her breath and looked up softly. "Then why do you keep bullying me? I'm not talking to you anymore." With that, she hugged the bamboo slip and ran toward Baimu. Sabai watched her retreating figure, smiling as he wiped the corner of his mouth. It is indeed quite sweet. Upon hearing this, Su-cha ran even faster. Baimu caught her and looked at Sabai, saying, "That's too much. Cha-cha is pregnant, you know." Sabai grunted in response and walked over, while Hanqing placed bowls and chopsticks on the table, saying, "Xuanqing hasn't returned yet. Let's leave a bowl for him." Baimu glanced at a cluster of feathers near the cave entrance. No need. He's already back. Sure enough, the next moment, they heard Xuanqing's cheerful voice. "Susu, did you miss me? I brought you some sweet fruits." Su-cha huffed. "I'll forgive you for the sweet fruits, but hurry and wash them clean. I want to eat them after the meal." Xuanqing immediately scampered off to wash the fruits, while Baimu handed out rice, saying, "I've added a little honey. If it's not sweet enough, add more yourself." Su-cha avoided Sabai's gaze and Xuanqing's approach, sticking close to Baimu. After a satisfying breakfast, Su-cha lay at the cave entrance, enjoying the sun and fruits, asking, "When will the people from the Shoshindian leave?" Sabai sighed, "I don't know. They're very quiet. Aside from having Chuangu bring them food, I haven't seen them leave the cave." Xuanqing rested his arm on his head, whistling. "We should be more cautious. It feels like they're up to no good." Baimu nodded. "Let us stay at home for the next few days." Su-cha sat up, leaning against Baimu. "All right, we've finished planting, and there's no rush for the rice. Let the fields soak first. But remember to feed the chickens and ducks at the foot of the mountain." From Baimu's perspective, he could see Su-cha's snow-white skin, which made him slightly unsteady. Recently, perhaps due to the weather, everyone had been restless. Baimu changed his position to hold Su-cha. "All right," he said, extending his hand to feed her the sweet fruits. The other four were also influenced by Baimu, their gazes averted from Su-cha as they stared into the distant forest. Chapter 223. Testing the Shoshindian, the atmosphere among the group was harmonious as they nestled at the cave entrance, when suddenly a commotion erupted nearby. Baimu immediately stood up, holding Su-cha, and moved towards the cave. Sabai rose and frowned at the approaching figures, calling out, "Hanqing, take the cubs inside and tell Susu not to come out." Chia and Hanqing followed suit, leaving Sabai and Xuanqing at the entrance. Xuanqing clicked his tongue. "Look, they have arrived." Chuangu rushed over, panting. "Sabai, quickly show this elder. He can't have any incidents in our tribe. Or how will we explain it to the Shoshindian?" He pulled Sabai forward. Xuanqing silently followed, eager to observe. As they approached the injured elder in a black robe, crimson blood dripping onto the green gem atop his staff, creating an eerie sight. Sabai looked at the supporting beastmen and said, "You need to remove his clothing, otherwise I cannot see the injury." The beastmen hesitated, exchanging glances. But the weakened elder in the black robe spoke, "It's fine, take it off." They hurriedly spread a beast hide at Sabai's cave entrance for the elder to sit on. Su-cha hid in the shadows, watching, feeling particularly uncomfortable with the green gem atop the black-robed figure's staff. Sabai examined the pale beastman before him, noting his sickly appearance, likely due to prolonged exposure to darkness. He observed a long wound on the elder's chest, resembling a deep cut, with flesh protruding from within. Sabai turned to Chuangu, "Go boil a pot of hot water and bring clean, thin beast hides. I will fetch some herbs." With that, he turned and went inside for the herbs. Xuanqing leaned against the stone wall, arms crossed, watching them work without offering to help. The black-robed man humbly addressed Xuanqing. "I didn't expect to be this weak, allowing my prey to injure me." Xuanqing raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what does that have to do with me?" "You may continue. I'm merely here to observe." The black-robed man chuckled softly, but then coughed painfully. The surrounding beastmen quickly urged, "Elder, the bleeding is increasing. It's best you remain silent. The prey has already been captured." The black-robed elder slumped, unable to utter a word. Sabai returned with herbs, while Chuangu brought a skull to place aside. Sabai addressed the black-robed man. "I will begin now. The wound is quite deep, so bear with it." He started to clean the wound, crushing the herbs and applying them, stopping the bleeding immediately. Sabai then wrapped the wound in beast hide. "All done. Wait a few days before unwrapping it." The black-robed man donned his robe again. "I intended to leave tomorrow, but I've delayed significantly here. Now I must trouble Tsa by the healer. Chuangu immediately responded, no problem. You can stay a few more days. Wiping sweat from his brow, he continued, thankfully, he didn't die. Otherwise, how would we explain it to the Shoshintian? Sabai nodded, it's no trouble. Elder, just rest here and recuperate. If you need anything, you can speak to Chuangu. The black-robed man lowered his gaze at the red glow emanating from the green gem. A faint smile appearing before his expression turned weak and weary. Thank you, Sabai the healer. I will certainly report this matter to the Grand Elder upon my return. He coughed again painfully. The beastmen nearby lifted the black-robed elder, and one with vertical pupils stepped forward, saying, we will take the elder back to rest. Sabai waved his hand. Chuangu, see the elders back. As he watched them depart, Sabai disdainfully discarded the blood-stained beast hide, turning to Xuanqing. Let us go. How much longer must we linger? Xuanqing whistled, keeping pace with Sabai. Do you think that wound is real or fake? Sabai glanced at him. It's real. Xuanqing clicked his tongue. What a hassle. If not, we could just kill them all tonight and feed them to the wild beasts. Sabai chuckled lightly, looking at the little heads peeking from the cave entrance. Do you think I wouldn't want to? However, I advise against it. What if that elder has a way to contact someone from the Shoshindian? It would be troublesome if they came looking for us. Xuanqing fell silent, smiling as he walked over to pull Su Cha into his embrace. Su, did you miss me? Su Cha replied, exasperated. It hasn't been long since we parted. What is there to miss? Sabai, noting how the time had flown by, spoke up. What do you want for lunch, Su? Su Cha rubbed her belly, feeling a bit hungry. Let us have roasted meat. And I want fresh lettuce as well. She punctuated her words by playfully poking her fingers. Xuanqing burst into laughter. That's easy. Just wait here. I'll be back soon. Bai Mu stepped out. Let us all go together. It's too much for you alone with so many people at home. Su Cha watched them leave, saying, then we'll wash the lettuce and start the fire while we wait for them. She turned back with a cheerful demeanor. Sabai entered, washing his hands before preparing to wash the vegetables, while Chiya and Su Cha carried dry branches outside. Hanqing played with the cubs, who were lively and needed someone to keep them entertained. Otherwise, everything in the cave would be chewed through. Su Cha clung closely to Chiya. This feels so nice and cool. Chiya kissed her forehead. Then let us stay together forever. Su Cha leaned against Chi, nodding in a daze, rubbing against him. Chi, slightly overwhelmed, said, Su, it's uncomfortable. Su Cha immediately snapped back to reality, awkwardly distancing herself. Oh, really? Hee. As she spoke, she lowered her head to play with the embers. Chi chuckled and patted her head. It's all right, just relax, I can handle it. Upon hearing this, Su Cha happily moved closer. On the other side of the tribe, Chuangu escorted the members of the Beast God Temple to the cave entrance before preparing food for them. In the dimly lit cave, the previously weak figure in a black robe suddenly brandished a staff, laughing excitedly. It really is that little female. The Great Elder is indeed formidable. We found her. We've truly found her. Ha ha ha. Several beastmen quickly surrounded the Elder, praising, Elder, you have achieved a great feat this time. Remember us when you return. The black-robed individual gazed at the restless red light within the green gem, of course. But we must devise a way to take the little female with us and also relay the message to the Great Elder. As he spoke, he coughed up blood. The sacrifices this time are significant. We must communicate this well to the Great Elder. The beastmen immediately comforted the black-robed figure. We now have reason to stay here. Let's find an opportunity in the coming days. Elder, focus on your recovery for now. The black-robed individual excitedly settled down to regulate his breathing, right? I cannot hold you back. For the next few days, you all must remain quiet and avoid reckless actions. The companions of that little female are not to be underestimated. The beastmen lowered their heads, attending to the black-robed figure. Su Cha sat in the living room, feeling a twitch in her eyelids. Discomfort prompted her to rub her eyes and place her head on Chi Ye's shoulder. After washing the vegetables, Zai Bai and Bai Mu returned, bringing clean game. Su Cha rushed to greet them. You're back. Bai Mu, seeing everything prepared, handed the game to Zai Bai and entered to wash his hands. Then let us get started. Cha must be hungry. Su Cha nodded a bit. Hanqing's stomach had already begun to grumble, prompting laughter from everyone as they began preparing the roasted meat, while Hanqing shyly covered his belly. In Chapter 224, The Transmission of Information, Su Cha sat beside Bai Mu, inhaling the aroma of the roasting meat, unable to suppress her saliva. It smells so good. Bai Mu chuckled softly. Be patient. It will be ready soon. He then glanced at the four little ones nearby, noting their identical greedy expressions. Su-cha nodded, ate a sweet fruit, and patted her round belly. It hasn't been long. How did my belly get so big? There can't be many little ones inside, right? Instantly, everyone turned their gaze to Su-cha's belly, then collectively looked up at Zai-bai. Zai-bai could barely suppress a smile, reassuring Su-cha, "Don't worry. They're just like a bow. It won't hurt." Su-cha nodded, continuing to drool over the roasted meat on the fire. Bai Mu sprinkled salt and pepper, roasted it a bit longer, then took it out and placed on a plate, handing it to Su-cha. "Eat slowly. It's a bit hot." Su-cha wrapped the meat in a lettuce leaf to eat, as Zai-bai and the others carried away the four eagerly waiting little ones to feed them. Bai Mu focused solely on feeding Su-cha. After a hearty lunch, Su-cha felt quite full and moved slowly in the living room. With the sun at its peak intensity, everyone chose to stay inside the cave. Unbeknownst to them, a small snake quietly slithered away from the lion tribe. Bai Mu approached Su-cha, offering support. "Are you feeling better? It seems we need to keep an eye on you next time." "Su-cha Saif. It was just too delicious. I couldn't help it, and now I'm stuffed." After they finished eating, Zai-bai and the others tidied up the living room and extinguished the fire. Otherwise, the continuous heat would be unbearable, especially for Chi-yi, who distanced himself. Su-cha, glancing at the heat waves outside, voiced her concern. "It's so hot. I hope our vegetables aren't stunted. We should go down to water them tonight." Bai Mu gently tapped her nose. "Oh, you needn't worry about the plants at the foot of the mountain. We have water for them. And the chickens and ducks are all being fed." Su-cha suddenly craved fried eggs and boiled eggs, excitedly exclaiming, "If you see the chickens and ducks laying eggs, bring them back. I want to eat." Zai-bai approached, responding, "All right, after feeding them for so many days, they should have laid some. I'll check later." Su-cha leapt into Zai-bai's embrace. "Great. Tonight, we'll have boiled eggs." Bai Mu shook his head helplessly. "Fine, I'll make them for you tonight." Su-cha yawned. "I'm so sleepy. I want to take a nap." Zai-bai bent down and picked up Su-cha, carrying her to the room. "Then let us rest for a while." Bai Mu, taking his four little ones, headed back to the room to sleep, while Han Qing, having eaten his fill, fell asleep in the living room. Xian Qing kicked Han Qing awake, saying, "Go sleep in the room. You're too big and blocking the way." After that, he returned to his own room. The living room, once hot, had already seen Chi-yi retreat to his room. The entire home fell into silence. Only the soft sounds of snoring could be heard. Zai-bai gazed at the tranquil Su-su and gently kissed her forehead. "Sleep well, Su-su." Meanwhile, in another part of the cave, the atmosphere was tense. Several individuals surrounded the black-robed figure when suddenly an orc rushed in. "Elder, the information has been successfully transmitted. Soon the Great Elder will receive it." Instantly, the tension in the cave dissipated and the black-robed figure smiled. "I didn't expect it to be so simple. I thought it would be more difficult. Well, we can now wait for the Great Elder's instructions in peace." The surrounding beastmen promptly assisted the black-robed figure to lie down. "Elder, you should focus on your recovery. They won escape." The black-robed figure excitedly gazed at the pulsating red light in the green gem, nodding. "Let us keep a low profile for the next few days. We must not raise suspicion." The beastmen nodded in agreement. When Su-cha awoke, it was already around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Zai-bai was awake, leaning beside her, playing with her hair. Su-su is awake. Su-cha sat up and stretched. Have the others awakened?" Zai-bai glanced outside. "They're awake. It's raining outside. Do you want to go see?" Su-cha perked up instantly. "Really? That means we don't need to water the crops." The thought of spicy hot pot made her mouth water. Zai-bai dressed Su-cha and carried her outside. Indeed, the sound of raindrops hitting the ground filled the air, accompanied by a refreshing breeze. Bai Mu, who had been playing with the bow in the room, saw Su-cha and immediately brought them outside. "You're awake." Su-cha sat at the cave entrance, seeing everyone. Her spirits lifted. "Come out, it's so cool." Chi-yi, who loved rainy days, felt his mood brighten upon seeing Su-cha's delight and sat beside her. Xian Qing, disliking the rain, leaned against the stone wall lazily. "Tish, I hate rainy days. I'm not going." Bai Mu settled beside them, shielding Su-cha from the drizzling rain. "Let us sit for a bit and then head back. You'll catch a cold otherwise." Su-cha nodded, gazing at the misty forest, noting how much darker the sky had grown, with the river below surging. After a while, Bai Mu carried Su-cha back inside. They gathered in the living room, where Su-cha entertained Dabao and the others. Xian Qing, feeding Su-cha sweet fruits, turned to Bai Mu. "When will those beast god temple folks leave?" Xian Qing scoffed. "They don't want to leave. They've been lingering around the lion tribe." Zabai nodded, especially that old beast in the black robe. He appears friendly, but surely has ulterior motives, yet we cannot drive them away. Chi glanced at Su Cha, noticing her engrossed in play with the young ones. He made a throat-cutting gesture towards Bai Mu and the others. Zabai shook his head. No, that black-robed beast staff looks truly suspicious. If they can contact the beast god temple, it could be troublesome. Chi fell silent, and Xian Qing suggested, let us heed Bai Mu and Zai Bai S advice. We shouldn't act impulsively. Chi nodded. Rising, I'll go check if the chickens have laid eggs. With that, he headed outside. Su Cha called out as Chi approached the cave entrance. It's raining so heavily. Where are you going? Chi turned back, embracing Su Cha. Don't worry. I'll just be a moment. Su Cha couldn't stop him, and Bai Mu added, he is a poison python beast. He loves water. Let him enjoy the rain. Su Cha reluctantly gave up and continued to frolic with the cubs. Bai Mu and the others resumed their discussions. The harmonious atmosphere filled with Su Cha's laughter and the cubs' playful cries. Han Qing transformed into his beast form and joined Su Cha in her play. Due to the rain, the day darkened unusually early. Chi returned with a bag full of eggs, along with fragrant fruits. Su Cha, seeing the abundance of chicken and duck eggs, excitedly exclaimed, did you go to the foot of the mountain to collect eggs? As she rushed toward Chi, Bai Mu stopped her, saying he's wet. Chi placed the clean, smooth, and white eggs in the kitchen, and by the time he came out, he was already dry and emitting warmth. Su Cha followed him inside, enviously admiring Chi Ye's fire beast soul, and upon seeing the pristine eggs, she wondered aloud, how are they so clean? Chi chuckled, I'll wash them down there. Su likes things clean. Ecstatic, Su Cha tugged at Bai Mu, playfully asking, will you make me boiled eggs tonight? I want them, and also fried eggs. I also want tomato scrambled eggs, but I haven't seen any tomatoes around here. Bai Mu, observing the joy radiating from the little female, nodded with a smile. All right, I'll make them all for you. Bai Mu took Su Cha outside, with Chi trailing behind, watching the bouncy Su Cha with a slight smile. That evening, Su Cha indulged in boiled and steamed eggs as she had wished, while Bai Mu shook his head at the little one who was bobbing her head in delight, remarking, there's no oil left at home, so we can only steam them. Are they delicious? Su Cha nodded enthusiastically. They're very tasty. The boiled eggs with chili powder are the best. Hee, I can't wait for our chili harvest. Since we don't have lard, we can catch a pig tomorrow to prepare it. Bai Mu prepared a bowl of steamed egg rice for the cubs, but they only took a couple of bites before opting for roasted meat instead. However, Chi enjoyed the steamed eggs, sitting with Su Cha as they ate together. The rain darkened the sky swiftly. By the time they finished dinner, it was pitch black outside. Su Cha, having eaten her fill and 2 boiled eggs, sighed. I really want to eat chili. Chi, sitting nearby, responded, today when I went down, I saw the seeds sprouting. We should be able to eat them soon. Su Cha immediately cheered. Let's wait for the weather to improve and go look for them. There must be chili and Sichuan pepper here. So there must be other plants too. Bai Mu and the others, having finished their meal, promptly began tidying up the living room. Su Cha squatted on the ground, playing with the cubs, gently patting their round bellies, feeling they had grown a lot. Now, they were even above her knees, and their fur was becoming shinier. Sabai glanced outside and remarked, it shouldn't rain tomorrow. Su Cha turned to look out into the darkness. This rain has made our vegetables sprout. If the sun comes out tomorrow, we can go play. Bai Mu firmly refused. Not yet. We have to leave the beast god temple first. Su Cha could only lower her head and pout. Fine. Xuanqing returned to comfort Su Cha. Su, there are many things we can do at home. Tomorrow I'll accompany you. I promise you won't be bored. Su Cha's mood shifted swiftly, and she immediately began playfully wrestling with Xuanqing. When Su Cha grew tired and wished to sleep, Sabai carried her to the room, and Bai Mu closed the door behind them as he returned to his own room. In the beast god temple, the elder gazed at the weakened Xiao and quickly left, realizing that without a plan, everything would be doomed. He had not anticipated Xiao's sudden frailty, and the circumstances were beyond his comprehension. The elders in the beast god temple and the orcs from the Black Robe Society had been dispatched to search, capturing numerous cubs, but they still needed the heart of the divine tree. It was said that the heart of the divine tree resided in a healing-type orc, and thus far, only Xiao had manifested it. Suddenly, manic laughter echoed from the statue's location, causing the elder to frown and rise to approach the statue. In a cave at the edge of the Lion Clan's territory, ambiguous sounds emerged, and Bai let out a satisfied grunt. Su, call out. Su Cha, like a leaf adrift on the ocean, tightly covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with spring, shaking her head. Sabai chuckled softly, increasing his intensity. The sound of jade clashing filled the cave, causing the four nearby to grit their teeth in frustration, realizing that Bai was deliberately letting them hear. Bai Mu gently tapped the stone wall 3 times, and after a while, the noise lessened. Xuan Qing, in the room, felt his eyes blaze with anger. Wishing to rush over, Han Qing, cradling the cubs, snored softly, while Qi lay quietly on the bed, uncertain if he had fallen asleep. Though his body's reactions betrayed him, in the entire cave, aside from Han Qing, only Bai seemed truly at ease. In the morning, when Bai awoke, he noticed the dark circles under the eyes of everyone except Han Qing and raised an eyebrow with a smile. What were you all up to? Did you not sleep last night? Bai Mu, uninterested, glanced at the small lump on the bed, revealing only a delicate white wrist, before diverting his gaze to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Su Cha. Xuanqing shot a glare at Bai. Isn't this all you're doing? You just like to bully Su. The cries from last night had tugged at his heartstrings. Qi said nothing and quietly made his way outside. Xuanqing huffed and followed Qi Yi into the forest. Bai, in high spirits, returned to cuddle with Su Cha for more sleep. Bai Mu busied himself in the kitchen, lost in thought. At that moment in the Beast God Temple, the elder finally released the battered Xiao and approached him, saying, I have found a replacement for you. Do not worry. I cannot bear to see you die. With that, he left. Xiao, watching the sunlight diminish inch by inch, chuckled softly, your plan will not succeed. Unfortunately, the elder had already departed and did not hear him. Otherwise, it would have caused another uproar. In the Beast God Temple, the elder excitedly addressed the orc before him. I have truly found it. In the Lion Clan, the orc bowed, afraid to meet the elder's gaze, nodding, yes, elder. The staff you gave us reacted. It is a small female. The elder, elated, patted the orc's back. Good. Quickly, go find a few from the Snake Clan and come with me. I will personally lead this. The orc respectfully departed, only daring to lift his head and breathe a sigh of relief once he was out of the elder's sight, hurriedly making his way to the Black Robe Society. After instructing everything, the elder set off with 10 orcs towards the Lion Clan. In the tribe, Su Cha was awakened by Bai's voice, Su. Wake up and eat something before sleeping again. Su Cha felt weak all over, recalling how she had pleaded the night before, and in her frustration, she swatted Bai's hand away. Big bad guy. Bai, in a good mood, patiently dressed Su Cha and carried her outside. All right, I'm the big bad guy. Bai mu emergit, holding Svitrije. Su Cha, softly leaning against Bai's chest, asked, where's Xuanqing and Qi? Where did they go so early? Han Qing, holding a bowl nearby, looked up and said, I don't know. I didn't see them when I got up. Bai Mu placed the cubs' bowls on the ground and fed them, saying, they went out for something. They won't be having breakfast. Su Cha exclaimed, having a bowl before insisting to return to sleep. Bai Mu laid a soft animal hide at the cave entrance, cradled Su Cha, and placed her on it. The morning sun is nice. Su Cha can sleep here with the cubs. He then went inside to call the cubs out. Han Qing, having eaten his fill, transformed into his beast form and lay behind Su Cha, saying, if Su is tired, lean against me and sleep. Su Cha Yaonith, comfortably leaning against Han Qing and continuing to sleep, enjoying the pleasant morning sun. Bai Mu and Bai stood in the kitchen washing dishes, with Bai Mu commenting, next time, we can't be so rough. Look at how exhausted the little female is. Bai quickly nodded, just this once. Bai Mu replied, when will the people from the Beast God Temple leave? We must think of a way to get rid of them. I've been feeling uneasy lately, sensing something will happen. Bai agreed. I've long found them displeasing. I'll go check on them shortly. After they cleaned the dishes and returned them to their places, both went out to accompany Su Cha, quietly sitting beside her as she slept. The 4 cubs sprawled out in various directions, and Su Cha lay cozily against Han Qing, sleeping soundly. Chapter 226, Treatment of Exposed Beast Souls. Su Cha felt an itch on her face. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered Xuanqing teasing her. No wonder it was itchy. It was feathers. You're back, she remarked. Xuanqing gave a light hum. I brought you some sweet fruits. Shall we eat now? Looking at the only 2 people beside her, Qi Yi and Xuanqing, Su Cha replied, I'm not hungry anymore. Where did you 2 go this morning? Qi Yi toyed with Su Cha's fingers. We want to play in the forest for a while. Su Cha nodded and inquired, why are only you 2 here? Where's everyone else? Xuanqing, holding Su Cha with a smile, explained, Bai went to handle matters for the tribe. Bai Mu is in the kitchen. And Han Qing took the bow and the others to the foot of the mountain to feed the chickens and ducks. Feeling soft and sleepy, Su Cha leaned against Xuanqing. I see. She looked up and noticed the sun had risen high, indicating it was around noon and quite sunny. Xianqing spread his wings to shield her from the harsh rays. Shall we go inside? The sun is quite fierce at noon. Gia silentis tout besideher. Fanning her, Su Cha nodded. Let us return and see what Bai Mu is doing. As she stood up to head inside, Qi Yi carried the animal skins with her. In the kitchen, Bai Mu was preparing lunch when he saw Su Cha walk in with teary eyes. Setting down his wooden spoon, he looked at her. You're awake. Are you hungry? He gently caressed Su Cha's chubby cheeks, clearly enamored. After all, she was raised by him. Su Cha nodded. I'm hungry. Bai Mu handed her over to Xianqing, saying, then I'll make it quickly. Qi, go call Hanqing and the others back. Qi nodded and stepped outside, while Bai Mu's cooking utensils were already sizzling with fire. Zaibai walked in with a serious expression, taking a sip of water. Those people from the Beast God Temple are truly shameless. They can't be chased away. Su Cha, noticing his anger, asked what happened. Zaibai immediately recounted how he had subtly reminded the people from the Beast God Temple that they should leave, as the tribe could not accommodate outsiders for too long. To his surprise, the elder had laughed heartily, rejecting him with a grin, which only fueled Zaibai's irritation. Xianqing chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Why not just throw them out? Why waste breath on them? Bai Mu, surprisingly agreeing with Xianqing, added if it comes to that, we might as well do as Xianqing suggested. I always feel uneasy about matters concerning Cha-Cha. The longer they stay, the more dangerous it becomes. Seeing Bai Mu's frowning face, Su Cha comforted him. Nothing has happened yet, Bai Mu. Don't overthink and stress yourself out. I've been staying at home obediently these past few days. The Beast God Temple hasn't seen me. Bai Mu set the pot aside, choosing not to respond. Just then, Qi and Hanqing returned with the young ones, carrying several eggs. Bai Mu glanced at them and said, let us eat. Su Cha, seeing their joy, exclaimed, you went to collect eggs again, and you found so many. Hanqing cheerfully placed the eggs down. We only took half. The rest are left for them. In a while, there will be many more chicks. Bai Mu peeled an egg for Su Cha while Xianqing cast a meaningful glance at her. These eggs are white and tender. They must be delicious. Su Cha shot him a glare, knowing from their time together that his meaning was anything but innocent. Bai Mu cut the egg in half and placed it in a bowl. Eat up. After you finish, we need to go to the forest to find a wild boar. We're out lard at home. Su Cha, clutching the bowl, glanced at Bai Mu, hesitant to speak. Bai Mu shook his head. No, I will be at home too. Su Cha let out a disappointed "oh." Qi Yi and the others felt a pang of sympathy, yet they knew caution was necessary. Rumor had it that the elder from the Beast God Temple was quite deranged and had become increasingly audacious in recent years. After finishing her meal, Su Cha set down her bowl and addressed them. When you go to the forest, could you bring back any unusual plants for me? Zaibai nodded. No problem. This afternoon, Xianqing and I will go catch a wild boar for Su Su. Su Cha smiled and replied, I'll wait for your return. After they finished their meal and cleaned up the dishes, Zaibai and Xianqing set off. In the morning, Hanqing had taken the young ones out to play and was now back in the room for a nap. Qi Yi clung to Su Cha like a shadow. And Bai Mu asked, would you like to take a nap? Su Cha shook her head. I've had enough sleep this morning. Let us take the animal skins outside to bask in the sun. She walked toward her room. Qi Yi and Bai Mu followed, carrying the animal skins to sunbathe. Su Cha organized her room while Bai Mu entered with a broom made of hay to help clean up. Qi Yi stayed close to Su Cha, assisting her in folding clothes. After their bustling efforts, they looked at their tidy room with satisfaction. Su Cha sighed in relief. All right, let us rest for a while. Qi Yi sat down with Su Cha, while Bai Mu continued cleaning the living room and kitchen. As Su Cha savored the sweet fruits, she admired Bai Mu's industriousness. Thinking how delightful it was to have 5 husbands, chores could be divided, making everything quicker. Qi fanned Su Cha and fed her sweet fruits. After just tidying up, Su Cha felt a bit drowsy again, prompting Qi to set her down and go fetch the animal skins to make the bed. Bai Mu finished cleaning and came over to help, while Su Cha lay comfortably on the warm animal skins, enveloped in the scent of sunshine, quickly drifting off to sleep. Bai Mu, shaking his head in resignation, suggested, you should go up and sleep with Cha-Cha for a bit. It will keep you cool. Upon hearing this, Qi climbed up, and Su Cha instinctively rolled over, snuggling into him. Bai Mu turned to continue tidying up the house, even organizing Zaibai's cave. Once finished, he noticed Zaibai and Xianqing returning with a wild boar and immediately gestured for them to be quiet. As the two approached, Bai Mu cautioned, Cha-Cha just fell asleep. Let us keep our voices down. Zaibai nodded, observing the spotless home, and entered the kitchen to prepare the wild boar. Xianqing, with a glint in his eye, made his way to Su Cha's room, spotting Qi there and promptly lying down on the other side. Qi looked at Qianqing, puzzled, but seeing him quiet, he too closed his eyes. In the kitchen, Bai Mu cut the fatty meat from the wild boar, following Su Cha's previous instructions, and soon a large pot of lard was sizzling. Bai continued to cut the fat, saving the good meat that had a mix of fat and lean, knowing Su Cha wouldn't eat pure fat. The two worked silently in the kitchen. When Su Cha awakened in the afternoon, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of fried lard. As she prepared to rise, she realized she was sandwiched between Qi Yi and Qianqing, likely due to Qianqing's warmth, as most of her body rested on Qi Yi. Looking up into Qi Yi's dark eyes, which sparkled like stars, Su Cha felt entranced and leaned forward to kiss the corner of his mouth. "Your eyes are so beautiful." Qi Yi's ears instantly flushed crimson, his body reacting uncontrollably. "Su, do you want to get up?" "Su Cha nadith. I smell something delicious." Qi dressed her and carried her to the kitchen. Bai Mu and the others are frying lard. Qianqing rubbed his eyes and joined them. Leaning against the kitchen door, "It does smell good." In the kitchen, Han Qing and the young ones had already eaten a lot. Bai Mu, seeing Su Cha awake, relaxed his actions. "Come try some," he said, offering her a piece. Su Cha tasted it. "Delicious. If you add some Sichuan pepper, it would be even better." The group squeezed into the kitchen to enjoy the fried lard, but as it became too crowded, Bai Mu shooed them outside. Soon, the lard was finished, stored in a stone jar covered with a thin slate. Bai Mu and Bai began cleaning the kitchen, as the oil had spattered everywhere, making it quite slippery and uncomfortable. At that moment, the elder from the Beast God Temple had already arrived near the forest of the Lion tribe, eager and restless, his eyes bloodshot with excitement, wishing he could capture that little female right away. Recently, his behavior had been unusual, and he feared that he might not be able to hold back much longer. Fortunately, he had found the next opportunity. Indeed, the Beast God was on his side. Chapter 227. The elder's devious scheme. Bai Mu and the others finished cleaning the kitchen and stepped out. The water jar in the kitchen is empty. "We need to fetch some water." As they spoke, they directly carried 2 large water jars outside. Su Cha, astonished by their strength, exclaimed, "Are you really going to fetch water like that?" Bai Mu nodded with a smile, remarking on the speed of their task, suggesting they might even catch some fish along the way. Su Bai observed the 2 water barrels, saying it was indeed convenient to fill them with water, and proposed showing to the clan members tomorrow so they could make one as well. Su Cha agreed, noting that it would make drinking water easier. As she watched Bai Mu and Su Bai walk away, Qi Yi promptly followed, declaring his intention to catch fish. Han Qing, having satisfied her hunger, played with the cubs, while Qianqing remained lazily by Su Cha's side. Su Cha sighed as she sat on Qianqing's lap, expressing her desire to go out and play, lamenting that if they did not leave soon, it would be time to plant rice. Qianqing gently arranged Su Cha's hair, his gaze softened by the evening glow streaming in. "Su, pursue whatever you wish. Even if it means confronting the Beast God Temple, I will ensure your safety." Su Cha looked up at Qianqing, finding him exceptionally handsome at that moment. Yet, she hoped that such a day would never come, for she did not want them to risk their lives for her. She climbed up to kiss the corner of Qianqing's mouth, smiling as she retreated, only to be playfully pulled back by him, causing her to lean down until she could hardly breathe. They finally separated, gasping for air, a silvery thread of saliva shimmering between them. Qianqing touched Su Cha's flushed earlobe and declared, "I love you, Su." Su Cha calmed her breath and replied, "I know, but if there ever comes a day when your sacrifice is needed for my survival, I would rather end my own life. Meeting the 5 of you has been my fortune." Here, she gradually forgot her dreary modern life, feeling as if the world had suddenly brightened one day, and she cherished this new existence. Qianqing embraced Su Cha tightly, teasing, "Why are you so adorable?" Su Cha huffed, "I'm not adorable. I am the queen of this household, and if you misbehave, I shall use a little whip on you." She mimicked the action of wielding a whip, baring her teeth in a mock display of authority. Qianqing, ever the supportive partner, refrained from laughing, saying, "All right, my queen." Suddenly, he leaned closer and whispered something in Su Cha's ear, causing her face to flush crimson as she jumped off his lap, exclaiming, "You rascal! How could you even think of that? I shall ignore you." With that, she dashed to the cave entrance to play with Han Qing. Qianqing sat on a stone bench, resting his chin on his hand, chuckling as he watched Su Cha's retreating figure, choosing not to pursue her. Upon hearing his boisterous laughter, Su Cha turned back, glaring at him in annoyance. Qianqing, with a charming smile, blew her a kiss, and said, "Wait for me tonight." Realizing she was no match for him, she called out, "When Bai Mu and the others return, I will tell them to beat you." Xianqing stood and approached her with a grin, saying, "I was wrong. Please forgive me, Su Su." Su Cha huffed twice, focusing on playing with the cubs. As darkness enveloped the sky, signaling that Bai Mu and the others should soon return. True to her words, they arrived at the entrance almost immediately. Xianqing, holding Su Cha, declared, "You are blocking the way." Su Cha noticed the muscular arms of Su Bai and Bai Mu as they placed the water barrels in the kitchen. Qi followed behind, carrying 2 large, prepared fish. Su Cha went into the kitchen, watching the 2 of them sweat, not a single drop. While she struggled to lift the heavy water barrel, the others couldn't help but laugh at her efforts. Bai Mu jested, "With 5 of you, we could easily lift this barrel." Xianqing crossed his arms, observing from the side, "With such tiny arms and legs, you think you can lift a water barrel?" Su Cha, smiling brightly, stepped back, asking, "What shall we eat tonight?" Su Bai glanced at the fish and the marbled wild boar meat, suggesting, "How about roasted meat tonight, along with grilled fish?" Su Cha spotted the fatty pork and nodded eagerly. "Yes, let's have roasted meat." She then proceeded to prepare. "Bai Mu poulet Su Cha bak," handing her over to Qi Yi, saying, "No need for your help. We can handle it. Go play with Dabao and the others." He snapped his fingers, and the cubs immediately ran in, obediently sitting before him. Bai Mu instructed, "Take your mother outside to play." Instantly, the cubs surrounded Su Cha, leading her outside. Now that the cubs had grown significantly, Su Cha had to follow their lead. Bai Mu, watching the 4 cubs encircle Su Cha, couldn't help but laugh, suggesting, "Let's start preparing the roast. I will handle the fish." Su Bai, knowing Bai Mu's cooking was the best, nodded in agreement. "All right, Xianqing, wash the lettuce. I will handle the roasting." The 3 of them quickly divided their tasks and began to work. Qi lit the fire before seeking out Su Cha to play. Han Qing remained with the cubs, and soon, at Bai Mu's call, Su Cha and the cubs entered to find everything prepared. Su Cha immediately sat beside Bai Mu, saying, "Just looking at it makes my mouth water." Bai Mu placed the fish on the grill, stating, "We haven't even started yet. It'll smell even better soon." The entire cave was warm and inviting, occasionally filled with the melodious laughter of the females. Behind a large tree at the foot of the Lion Clan's mountain, an elder emerged only after Su Cha and the others had entered. He gazed at the dark green gem atop his staff, buzzing with energy. Realizing this little female indeed possessed the healing beast soul, it was no wonder that previous events had pointed to this location. Everything was now clear. The 99th cub was ready, confirming that the beast god was indeed supporting him, causing the elder's expression to twist with excitement. A few serpent beastmen approached, one of them bowing and avoiding eye contact, reporting, "Elder, shall we seek out the 10th elder now?" The elder, covering himself with a black cloak, rasped, "Find a secluded spot in the forest and wait there. Tomorrow, we shall seize the female and leave." With that, he headed toward the forest, followed closely by the other beastmen. In the cave, Su Cha wrapped the pork belly in lettuce leaves, having eaten quite a bit herself. Watching as the 4 of them tore meat to feed the cubs, Bai Mu was still grilling fish, saying, "Right on time. We don't even know how many little lions are in your belly." Xianqing patted Dabao's round belly, playfully saying, "Go play. Save some room for grilled fish." Dabao lay beside Xianqing, refusing to leave. Once Xianqing had completed his task, he leaned closer to Su Cha, saying, "Once the little lions are born, Dabao and the others can eat on their own." Su Cha nodded, observing the cubs, who were gradually growing larger, agreeing, "That makes sense. I must truly be silly from pregnancy." Bai Mu sliced open the fish with a bone knife, and the delicious aroma wafted through the air, prompting the cubs to stand and gaze at their father. Han Qing echoed, "It smells so good." Bai Mu, grinning at their eager expressions, announced, "It's ready to eat." Su Cha savored the fish meat, expertly deboned, feeling utterly satisfied. "Bai Mu, you truly are the best cook. This is delicious. I want more." The 5 beastmen took turns feeding Su Cha fish until she burped, prompting Su Bai to exclaim, "Su Su, you cannot eat anymore, or you'll feel uncomfortable later." Su Cha patted her belly, standing up in the living room, declaring, "I'm so full. I won't eat anymore." She still had plenty of fish left in her bowl, which Bai Mu took to feed the cubs. After a whirlwind of activity, it was Han Qing who finished last, tasked with washing the dishes. Su Cha, having digested her meal, leaned against the cave entrance to enjoy the breeze, saying, "Han Qing, hurry up and eat next time. Otherwise, you will end up washing the dishes again." Han Qing chuckled, "Washing dishes is no trouble." The others helped tidy up the living room, clearing away the fish bones. Finally, the family sat at the cave entrance, enjoying the breeze. Once Han Qing finished washing, he squeezed over and playfully flicked Xian Qing's forehead. Why are you pushing me? Go bother Qi Yi instead. Han Qing rubbed his forehead, preparing to complain to Su Cha, only to find her sleeping against Su Bai's shoulder, with Bai Mu sitting nearby. Xian Qing noticed and remarked, it seems Su has been out long enough. She has fallen asleep. Let's head back to rest. Bai Mu glanced over and said, let her sleep. Do not wake her. They all understood who that remark was directed at and remained silent, while Xian Qing pouted, I am not a beast. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, handing Su Cha over to Xian Qing before returning to his room to sleep. Bai Mu called the cubs to their small room for sleep, and he also returned to his room. Qi quietly slipped away, while Han Qing was the last to close the door. All fell silent until midnight when a sudden soft whimper broke the stillness. Su Bai opened his eyes, glancing at Su Cha's room before shifting to a more comfortable position to continue sleeping. Well, it seems someone would be in for a beating tomorrow. Chapter 228. Departure from the tribe as the dawn broke. Su Cha was still slumbering, having overslept. However, Xian Qing had risen early. Gazing fondly at Su Cha nestled peacefully in his embrace. Unable to resist, he playfully tapped her nose and murmured, what a delicate little creature you are. Su Cha stirred slightly, turning away from him to continue her slumber. Xian Qing, mindful not to disturb her further, chose to quietly accompany her in sleep. Early in the morning, Bai Mu, upon peeking into Su Cha's room, stealthily made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Su Bai had also awakened, stretching at the cave entrance, while Qi sat serenely at the mouth of the cave, enjoying the gentle breeze. Han Qing, noticing the sun peeking over the horizon, rested with the cubs at the entrance. Su Bai entered the kitchen to assist Bai Mu with breakfast and asked, did you sleep well last night? Bai Mu, focusing on washing the rice, replied without looking up, not well at all. Su Bai chuckled softly. Xian Qing must be feeling a bit mischievous. Bai Mu nodded in agreement, and the two conspired quietly on how to deal with Xian Qing later. When Su Cha finally awoke, the sun had fully risen. Xian Qing dressed her and tied her hair, adorning her waist with a delicate red crystal. There, Su, you look truly beautiful today. The addition of a waist belt accentuated her figure, making her appearance even more striking. Su Cha remarked, it's all your fault. I'll surely be the last to rise. Xian Qing, carrying her outside, grinned, it's all right. Even Han Qing hasn't awakened yet. Bai Mu observed their departure, and, upon seeing Su Cha's appearance, was taken aback. Su Cha cheerfully declared, I want to wash up first. Su Bai carried her into the kitchen. Everything's ready for you, Su. After washing, we'll have breakfast. Would you prefer something sweet or savory today? Desiring something sweet, Su Cha replied, is there honey? I wish for something sweet. Bai Mu emerged with a bamboo slip. There is, rest assured, TT. If we run out, we shall fetch more. As Su Cha brushed her teeth and washed her face, she smiled, appreciating how Xian Qing had tied her hair up, making it much more convenient. Just then, a beast man named Fei Yu descended from the mountaintop. Xian Qing frowned, stepping outside, knowing they wouldn't seek him out without reason. Fei Yu respectfully addressed him. Elder Xian Qing, there has been an incident in the tribe. The elders have summoned me to discuss matters with you. Xian Qing sighed, understood. Wait here for me. He then entered briefly to inform Su Cha before departing with Fei Yu. Bai Mu served a bowl of rice porridge to Su Cha. Eat up. If it's not sweet enough, we can add more. Su Cha sat at the cave entrance, enjoying the sun while eating. She squinted as she noticed a beast man approaching from a distance. Su Bai, it seems someone is coming to find you. Su Bai looked up and recognized the tribesman. The beast man hurriedly approached. Su Bai, a warrior has been injured gravely. We need you to come quickly. Su Bai finished his bowl of rice and set down his chopsticks. What happened? The beast man swallowed nervously. He was bitten by a beast while hunting this morning, and he is bleeding profusely. Su Bai understood and went inside to gather some herbs. Su, I'll step out for a moment. I'll return shortly. Su Cha waved goodbye as she watched Su Bai depart. Go ahead. I'll wait for you at home. Han Qing got up and entered, and Su Cha handed her bowl to him. Let us go together. Han Qing laughed as he took the bowl. Is there anyone else who needs more? I'll bring it inside. She had finished one bowl and declined further, while Bai Mu shook his head, I want to eat anymore. Seeing how much Su Cha enjoyed the fresh game last night, I'll head out to hunt. After eating 2 bowls, Su Cha felt satisfied and set down her utensils. Han Qing collected the dishes to wash in the kitchen. Bai Mu stood and declared, I'm going out to hunt. TT, be good and stay at home. Su Cha looked at Bai Mu. There is plenty of food at home. Bai Mu affectionately patted her head. The dried meat is perfect for the cubs to chew on. I'll catch something fresh, as your teeth aren't quite strong yet. Feeling bashful, Su Cha covered her mouth and chuckled. You've noticed. It was true. She was fond of dried meat, as it was unappetizing when roasted, so Bai Mu often used it in stews. Bai Mu called the cubs over and instructed Chi, stay with TT and don't wander off. Chi nodded, don't worry. I'm not like Han Qing. With Bai Mu departing with the 4 cubs towards the forest, Su Cha and Chi basked in the sunlight at the cave entrance. After washing the dishes, Han Qing stepped outside and noticed, did Bai Mu take the cubs to the forest? Why didn't he take me? He began to chase after them. Chi coldly commanded, come back. Today it's just the 2 of us at home. You must stay. Han Qing complet. Sitting quietly beside Su Cha. Chi positioned himself to envelop Su Cha in his embrace, and as she played with his tail, she remarked, everyone seems so busy today. Chi gently caressed her cheek. I'll keep you company, Su Su. Su Cha tightened her hold on Chi, relishing his coolness. I'll take a nap. Jiareminit quietly holding her. At the foot of the mountain, a beast man stealthily departed towards the forest, stopping at a hidden cave. Elder. The 3 individuals inside have left, but there's a venomous snake and a silver frost wolf nearby. The venomous snake is troublesome. The elder emerged. Then lure the young female out. We must bring her back today. The surrounding beastmen lowered their heads, awaiting orders. The elder squinted. Send someone to convey a message to the 10th elder. Have them devise a way to draw the young female out, or to take away the venomous snake. I didn't expect to find a venomous snake that could transform. The beastmen quietly departed, while the elder headed toward the lion tribe, knowing time was of the essence. They must secure the young female today to avoid prolonged troubles. Unaware of the impending danger, Su Cha peacefully leaned against Chi, basking in the warm sunlight. Suddenly, a group of beastmen approached, and upon seeing them, Chi swiftly carried Su Cha inside, while Han Qing stood at the cave entrance, addressing the intruders. Sabai is not here. The beastmen urgently explained, but our elder has fallen ill and is unconscious. What should we do? Han Qing replied nonchalantly. Then go find Sabai. I don't treat illnesses. Chi frowned at the noise disturbing Su Cha's slumber, preparing to confront the intruders. Han Qing entered, suggesting, I'll take them to the tribe to find Sabai. You stay here with Su Su. They're quite bothersome. Chi nodded, be careful. The anxious beastmen pulled Han Qing away in haste, and once they were gone, Chi finally carried Su Cha outside. At the foot of the mountain, the elder excitedly declared, what a fine opportunity. You all go and bring the young female down. The beastmen exchanged glances, apprehensive, but there's still the venomous snake. We cannot overpower the elder. The elder handed them a vial of dark red liquid. It's merely a venomous snake that can transform. When you reach halfway up the mountain, open this and let it waft for a moment. It will render you unconscious. A venomous snake that cannot transform is nothing to fear. Now go. We must secure the young female today. The beastmen, clutching the vial, transformed and began to ascend. Upon reaching the halfway point, they opened the vial, and a small snake lunged forward, striking at Chi. Holding Su Cha tightly. Chi observed the small snake with a smirk, igniting a fireball in his palm and throwing it. You seek death. The snake disintegrated into ashes. And Chi looked down at Su Cha, relieved she hadn't woken. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and recalled the earlier liquid. The snake beastmen, seeing Chi collapse, leaped forward to seize the young female and began their descent. The elder, upon catching a glimpse of Su Su's beauty, chuckled. No wonder she is surrounded by powerful protectors. Let us go. He draped a black robe over Su Cha, and they ventured deeper into the forest. Chapter 229. Scattering for survival. Bai Mu was the first to return, noticing Chi Yi lying at the cave entrance. Frowning, he approached, realizing Su Cha was missing. He crouched down and attempted to wake Chi Yi, but no matter what he did, he remained unresponsive. Bai Mu carried Chi Yi inside and transformed into his beast form, unleashing a powerful roar to summon the others. Sabai remained in the cave of the beast god, while Xian Qing, upon hearing the roar from the mountaintop, sprang to his feet. It's Bai Mu. With that, he soared downwards. Several individuals swiftly converged to inquire of Bai Mu what has transpired. Bai Mu narrowed his eyes, responding, you ventured forth, and the little female has vanished. Han Qing, alarmed, exclaimed, where is Chi Yi? Was he not home? Upon entering, Bai Mu and the others beheld the unconscious Chi Yi. He cannot be roused, Bai Mu stated. Sube approached. bending down to detect a peculiar odor emanating from Qi. This is the venom of the toxic serpent, specifically designed to counteract the transformation into a jiao. It appears our departure today was no mere coincidence. They have likely been monitoring us all along. Han Qing regarded Qi, who was now uncontrollably undergoing his beast transformation, with horns sprouting from his head and scales becoming increasingly sharp and dark. Qianqing glanced at Qi and remarked, "This poison accelerates Qi's transformation into a jiao. If he fails to complete the transformation, he will remain in a hibernation state. However, should he succeed, he will awaken some latent power and elevate his rank." In the forest, the Grand Elder also sensed the tiger's roar and paused. "It seems they have discovered our presence. Let us change direction and proceed towards Yuliansheng." With that, he headed off in an unexpected direction. Bai Mu and the others, encircling Qi Yi, felt the chilling aura he exuded. Bai Mu turned to Qianqing, asking, "Can we assist him?" Qianqing shook his head. "He is in the midst of bloodline fusion. We cannot help him. Thus, we are short one ally." Those who took Su Su are undoubtedly aware of this, which is why they diverted Han Qing. So Bai crouched down, suggesting, "Let's carry him to a room. We must search for Su Su." The others quickly lent their assistance, though they were momentarily taken aback by the cold emanating from Qi Yi. Han Qing interjected, "Allow me." With that, he lifted Qi Yi and placed him upon the bed. Bai Mu instructed, "Let's split up to search." Qianqing nodded. "I will summon the clan's folk for assistance. So Bai, you should join me. It is unlikely we can find her with just the four of us. We must ensure that those guarding the Beast God Temple do not leave the tribe." So Bai nodded, and the group dispersed. Soon, the warriors of the Xianyu tribe and the Lion tribe set out. Within the Lion tribe, the 10th elder lay weakly upon his bed. "It seems the Grand Elder has succeeded. We shall remain here for now." The nearby warriors nodded in agreement. An individual approached the cave entrance. Addressing those from the Beast God Temple, "The tribe is currently unsettled. We have come to protect the elders." The 10th elder, leaning against the stone bed, coughed. "What has occurred? You seem in a hurry. Do you require our assistance from the Beast God Temple?" The warrior at the entrance declined, choosing instead to quietly guard the entrance. The 10th elder paid it no mind and resumed resting, truly injured. The Grand Elder in the forest gazed skyward. "We must hasten. Follow me." He proceeded towards the highest mountain in the forest, soon reaching a cave overrun with vines. Without a change in expression, the Grand Elder entered. "This leads to another forest, but there are many forks inside, so stay close to me." He tore off a vine, tying it around his wrist and handing it to those behind him. "Bind yourselves." After a brief wait, they ventured inside, where Su Cha remained unconscious, concealed within the dark cloak. The system within her mind was in a frantic turmoil, desperate to escape. Bai Mu and his companions quickly searched the vicinity, and Kong Qing also led his clan's folk to assist. Everyone was aware that Su Cha was missing, while the cubs were left at Gua Er's home. Qianqing searched far and wide, but found nothing. After a full day of searching, the four gathered in the cold cave at night, where Qie's room was sealed beneath a thick layer of ice. The cubs had been returned, yet their anxiety over Su Cha's disappearance was palpable, and Han Qing wept while holding the cubs. Qianqing, frustrated, kicked Han Qing lightly. "Stop crying. It is vexing. Ce bipon dialou. We do not know who has taken her." Bai Mu queried, "Could it be the people from the Beast God Temple?" So Bai replied, "I have sent someone to observe. They cannot leave." Qianqing consoled the four cubs in his arms. "Are there any nearby tribes? Could they have taken the little female?" So Bai nodded. "There are a few." He then stood and moved toward the exit. Qianqing called after him, "Let us go together, Han Qing. You stay behind to care for the cubs." Han Qing, clutching the four young ones, tearfully watched the three depart, glancing back at Qie's room. "Please wake up. Su Su is missing, and you remain asleep." The cubs surrounded Han Qing, attempting to comfort him. Inside the room, Qie had become a solid block of ice. The fire beast soul within him was slowly igniting, melting the surrounding ice, with his horns growing ever sharper and his scales gleaming. At dawn, Bai Mu and the others returned, dejected. Han Qing rushed to meet them. "What news?" So Bai shook his head. "No, we have searched all nearby tribes." Han Qing lowered his head. "I am sorry. It is all my fault." Bai Mu squatted down, embracing his cubs in silence, while Qianqing remarked to Han Qing, "Were it not for the fear of Su Su's anger upon her return, I would have a strong desire to strike you down." So Bai's ears perked as he noticed the ice in Qi Ye's room melting. The others turned their attention to the sight. The ice was growing thinner, revealing a flickering light within. Bai Mu moved the cubs a bit farther away. Is Qi Yi transforming into a Jiao? Xian Qing expressed surprise. So soon? Transforming into a Jiao typically takes a long time. Years at most, months at the least. That is why he would resort to such a method. I never expected Qi Yi to succeed in just a day and a night. Suddenly, a dragon with long horns and glistening black scales burst forth, soaring majestically through the sky. Xian Qing remarked, "At last, he has awakened." After flying for a while, Qi Yi descended. So Bai noted that he had already attained a 5-star fire beast soul, just one level below Xian Qing. Bai Mu inquired what transpired. Qi Yi replied, "It was those from the beast god temple who took Su Su. They administered a type of red liquid to me, and I lost consciousness." Xian Qing immediately struck the cold air beside him. Indeed, who else in this world possesses dragon's blood? We must head to Yu Liangcheng at once. Bai Mu bent down to embrace the 4 cubs. I must step out for a while. You all must behave and wait for me to bring your mother back. The cubs nuzzled against Bai Mu, displaying utmost obedience. So Bai suggested, "Let us leave Bao and the others at Guaer's home for a while. I will have Chuan Gu deliver food." Xian Qing countered, "Guaer is pregnant. I fear she may not care for the cubs properly. I believe it best to take them back to the Xian Yu tribe for a time." Just then, Chuan Gu entered. "I will take care of them. You all hurry along." Xian Qing looked to Bai Mu, who nodded in agreement. "Very well. I will have Fei Yu bring food down. The 4 cubs are at a critical growth stage." So Bai nodded, entrusting the cubs to Chuan Gu. "I appreciate your help. We do not know when we will return." Bai Mu approached, patting Chuan Gu's shoulder. "Bai Chun, Bai Xing, Bai Yang, and Bai Yu are in your capable hands." Chuan Gu affirmed, "Rest assured. I will ensure they are well-fed and plump. Now go, and return swiftly." Bai Mu and his companions quickened their pace towards Yu Liangcheng, while Chuan Gu gazed down at the 4 pairs of glistening eyes, sighing, "Behave yourselves. Your father is off to find your mother." He turned to see Chuan Gu digging a small hole beside Bai's cave, intending to move his belongings there for easier cub care. At that moment, Fei Yu also arrived, carrying fresh meat. He was not surprised to see Chuan Gu, for Elder Xian Qing had already informed him. The two sat together in the living room, roasting meat and tearing it apart to feed the cubs. Once finished, Fei Yu sighed in relief. "That exhausted me. Hunting is not nearly as tiring." Chuan Gu, more attentive, quickly fetched water from the kitchen to feed the cubs before beginning his own meal. Indeed, caring for 4 half-grown cubs is quite taxing. Fei Yu nodded. "I will make it a point to come down more frequently." The two quietly observed the cubs as they devoured the meat. Meanwhile, Bai Mu and his companions hastened towards Yu Liangcheng, accompanied by individuals from the Beast God Temple. Xian Qing glanced at the people from the Beast God Temple. The Grand Elder must consider them expendable, or he would not have abandoned them. "We cannot move quickly while carrying them." Qi nodded. "Let's dispose of them." Bai Mu agreed. The 10th Elder immediately pleaded for mercy. "Do not kill me. I know of a secret passage into the Beast God Temple." Bai emitted a soft sound of surprise. "Who can discern the veracity of your claims? Even the denizens of the Shoshindian are begging for mercy." The 10th Elder immediately interjected with palpable anxiety. "It is true. I chanced upon the Grand Elder entering beneath the statue of the Beast God." Xuan Qing clicked his tongue, and together with Qi Ye, they dragged the others away to dispose of them. Qi Ye set fire to the remnants until nothing remained. A gust of wind swept through, erasing every trace of ash. Bai Mu gazed skyward at the midday sun. "It is noon. Let us eat something before we continue our journey." The others had no objections and began consuming raw provisions as they resumed their trek. The Grand Elder, accompanied by Su Cha, took a shortcut and had already reached the territory of the Yue Liangcheng, planning to settle Su Cha there until nightfall before entering the Shoshindian. Su Cha finally awakened, roused by the system's electric pulse. The world around her was enveloped in darkness, and it felt as though someone was carrying her. The system sighed with relief. "This potion is remarkably potent. I've been shocking you for an entire day and night, and only now have you awakened upon reaching the Yue Liangcheng." Su Cha, feeling utterly drained, murmured, "The Yue Liangcheng? Could it be that I have been captured by the notorious Bai Mu and his companions?" The system grunted. "We must devise an escape plan, or we shall meet our demise here." Su Cha lamented. Chapter 230, The Escape from Xiao. Su Cha sensed that she was finally set down, and as light returned to her vision, she squinted to behold her captor, ordinary beastmen, with the most conspicuous among them being an individual clad in a black robe, wielding a verdant scepter. The Grand Elder smiled warmly at her. "You are awake, little female. I apologize for the manner in which you have been uprooted from your home. I merely wish to request your assistance. Do not be afraid. Sucha kept her head lowered in silence. The Grand Elder approached with the scepter, its gem pulsating like boiling water. He then retracted the scepter. I am aware you are the healer of beast souls. The entire continent shall depend on you in the future. How magnificent it is! Everyone shall remember your contributions. Sucha, gritting her teeth in agitation, retorted, Magnificent? You should be the one to take on that burden. The system, anxious, urged her. Su, do not provoke him. We must focus on our escape. Bai Mu and the others will take time to arrive. Sucha immediately fell silent, her anxiety about her abdomen growing. The Grand Elder, still smiling, ordered the snake beastmen to prepare food for her. When night falls, we shall traverse the secret passage into the Shoshin Dian and host a grand blessing ceremony tonight. Upon hearing this, Sucha panicked. If they proceeded so swiftly, she might become a corpse before Bai Mu could rescue her. This is disastrous. We are doomed to perish here. The system echoed her distress. This wretched villain is in such a hurry. It appears we must escape tonight. Leaning against the stone walls, Sucha peered outside. It was daytime, and people were moving about. She was presumably within the confines of the Yue Liang Cheng, unaware of the fate of Bai Mu and his companions. The Grand Elder sat nearby, stroking the scepter, suddenly rising to approach Sucha and unsheathing a bone, cutting into her palm without a word. Blood gushed forth, and the Grand Elder eagerly caught it with the scepter's gem, which ominously absorbed the crimson liquid. Sucha grimaced in pain as the Grand Elder, having collected the blood, turned his attention to examining the gem, watching the mingling of the two bloodstreams. Bound once more, Sucha could only watch as blood flowed freely until the snake beastmen returned to bandage her wounds. She nibbled on raw meat while surveying her surroundings. This was the Grand Elder's domain, and she had likely been recaptured the moment she attempted to flee, struggling to swallow the raw flesh. She nearly retched until the snake beastmen finally offered her some sweet fruits. After consuming one, she discreetly hid another for later, knowing the Grand Elder was cold-hearted and would gladly eliminate her. The system chimed in her mind. Su, there must be another healer of beast souls within the Yue Liangcheng. He will surely release us tonight. We must find a way to escape, as we cannot leave during the day. A small female like you would be easily captured. Sucha leaned against the corner, appearing to sleep, but was actually conversing with the system. All right, do take note of the secret passage's location. I shall be blind to it at night. The system assured her she could rest easy. They would not perish just yet. In a state between wakefulness and slumber, she dared not fall into a deep sleep, fearing the Grand Elder might approach and strike her once more. However, her palm had already healed, concealed beneath the hide binding it. Several snake beastmen were tasked with watching over her, while the Grand Elder, fixated on the sun, stood up the moment it began to set. We must not delay. Enshrouded in a black cloak, the snake beastmen led Sucha and followed the Grand Elder into an inconspicuous corpse house, descending through an opening in the floor. Sucha felt as though they had walked for an eternity, winding through numerous turns until they finally glimpsed the light. As her black cloak was removed, she beheld a colossal stone statue at the center, its features indistinct, yet a green heart-shaped stone occupied the spot where its heart should be. The Grand Elder instructed the snake beastmen to prepare for the blessing ceremony, leaving only Sucha and himself. He approached the statue and pressed upon it, revealing a gaping pit. He exclaimed joyfully, I have returned, Xiao. See, I have indeed found you. Roughly, he yanked Sucha forward for those inside to see. Sucha then clearly observed the beastman within. It was a striking male, perhaps due to prolonged exposure to darkness, his skin pale, adorned with a pair of colorful deer antlers, and his red eyes met hers with an alluring gaze. Xiao's expression remained placid. Is that so? The Grand Elder, incensed by Xiao's demeanor, forcefully tossed Sucha onto him. Regardless, you two must be sacrificed tonight. I have prepared 99 cubs for the occasion. With that, he departed, leaving the statue unsealed. Sucha landed atop Xiao, but felt no pain as she slowly sat up to regard the individual beneath her. You are the healer of beast souls. Why are your antlers colorful? Xiao reclined on the hide, gazing at the stars. I am a Jiusalu. Turn around, and I shall free your bindings. Sucha complied, feeling him gnawing at her restraints. Soon, she was able to move within the confines of the pit. Xiao remained expressionless. Do not search any longer. There is no escape. The Grand Elder intends to cast us into the furnace tonight. He has awaited this day far too long and will not permit any interruptions. Sucha widened her eyes in realization. No wonder he is so eager. He wishes to sacrifice me immediately. Do you not desire to escape? If we delay any longer, we will perish here. Xiao shook his head. I too have grown weary of life. Death would be a relief. Come here. Sucha crouched beside him as his warm palm rested on her abdomen, swiftly healing her minor wounds and providing a sense of comfort. Her injuries scabbed over under his touch. To her astonishment, Xiao restored her completely. He chuckled softly. The Jiusalu inherently possesses the ability to heal beast souls. Could it be that you are also a Jiusalu? Sucha hesitated before responding. How then were you captured by the Grand Elder? Xiao's gaze turned distant. It has been so long that I have forgotten. Sucha gazed at the increasingly full moon overhead. The Grand Elder is likely waiting for the full moon. We must act swiftly. Sucha noticed the iron chains binding Xiao's wrists and ankles. The key must be with the Grand Elder. Xiao affectionately leaned against her. It is in his chamber. Sucha urged Xiao to crouch so that she might step on him to reach the key. Xiao looked at her. You will return, yes? Sucha nodded and then dashed away, the system guiding her within her mind. Before long, she arrived at the Grand Elder's alchemical chamber, where numerous cages held cubs of various tribes, their cries deafening. The Grand Elder, engrossed in his work by the furnace, failed to notice her entrance. Sucha's eyes fell upon the key resting on the table, and suddenly, a voice emerged in her mind. Su, hurry. This is a transformation I conjured. It will only last a moment. The other cubs cried louder upon spotting Sucha, but the Grand Elder remained oblivious, muttering as he added materials to the fire. Sucha successfully seized the key and made her exit. Xiao, witnessing Sucha's return, leaned on her even more. Open it, following the system's guidance. Sucha led them out of the Shoshindian. Sucha supported Xiao Kai and discovered just how tall he was as they stood amidst the forest bordering Yuliangcheng. Exhausted from their journey, the two sat down. Xiao, crouching, offered, let me carry you. Sucha shook her head. We must leave. What will happen to the cubs? Xiao tilted his head innocently. They will be fine. After all, we are the bait. We must be placed in the mix before the cubs can be eliminated. Sucha breathed a sigh of relief. All right then. Let us depart first and return to rescue them later. Xiao hoisted Sucha onto his back and ventured deeper into the forest. There is one among them. A cub of the Sun City Beast King. We can summon him for help. Sucha wrapped her arms around Xiao. Have you ever attempted to escape before? Xiao nodded. After one attempt, I lost the desire to flee. He merely takes a bit of my blood from time to time, and I grew too lazy to escape afterward. Sucha gazed up at the round moon in the sky. This is bad. They have surely realized our escape, and we need to find a place to hide. Xiao continued to walk slowly. It is futile. The staff in his possession can locate us. Sucha was startled. Wasn't this akin to having a tracker? She hurriedly called for the system in her mind, but received no response. After a while, the system finally spoke. Su, I just borrowed some items from other systems. You both must quickly consume these pills. The Grand Elder is already searching Yuliangcheng. 2 brown pills appeared in Sucha's hand. She immediately swallowed one and handed the other to Xiao. Take this, and the Grand Elder will be unable to find us. Xiao wasted no time in consuming it. They were close to Sun City, and given the animosity between Yuliangcheng and Sun City, their only option was to head toward Sun City. Observing Xiao carry her, Sucha suggested, let me walk for a bit. Xiao set her down and transformed into his beast form, revealing a robust 9-colored deer with stunning antlers. Sucha felt his beast form was too conspicuous. Hurry and change back. Let us walk instead. Your beast form is too eye-catching. Xiao nodded, but continued to hold her, yearning for closeness. Sucha assumed Xiao was overly dependent on her due to his long confinement, so she paid it no mind, even as he maintained a faintly aloof demeanor. They successfully reached Sun City without being captured. Along the way, Xiao hunted a few creatures, exchanging their pelts for a dilapidated stone hut in Sun City. Sucha was astonished. This was comparable to the housing prices in Beijing, where even a toilet would cost hundreds of thousands. Xiao entered to tidy up the place, and Sucha hung a piece of hide at the entrance to block their view. They were both exhausted after the past few days. The two lay down on a pile of grass to rest, and Sucha quickly fell asleep. Xiao gazed at her, gently stroking her hair, unable to tear his eyes away. They remained safe in Sun City for 2 days, and upon sensing no disturbances, they felt brave enough to venture outside. However, they heard that Yuliangcheng had been burned down, allegedly by a black fire-breathing dragon. Sucha felt a pang of disappointment, convinced it was not by Mu and the others. Xiao adorned Sucha with a string of small shells, cradling her in his arms. Sucha, surprised, asked, where did these come from? Xiao pointed ahead, and to her astonishment, she recognized the merman, Jianxi. Yet, she did not wish to reveal her presence to others, so she concealed herself in Xiao's embrace as they returned. As Su Cha contemplated that the Grand Elder could no longer track her, she decided to seek out Bai Mu and the others. Upon returning to the stone hut, she promptly stated, Xiao, I need to go find my companions. What about you? Xiao blinked in confusion. Can I accompany you, Xiaosu? Su Cha looked at him. Aren't you going to find your kin? You have been away from home for so long. Don't you wish to return? Xiao shook his head. I cannot find my clan. Reluctantly, Su Cha decided to take Xiao with her, and they planned to set off early the next morning. Xiao's colorful hair was too striking, so Su Cha wrapped it in a piece of hide. That night, as they lay together, the sounds outside were quite raucous. Unable to sleep, Su Cha quietly lifted a corner of the hide to peek outside. It was pitch black, but she heard voices approaching and feared it was the Grand Elder in pursuit. Instantly, she crouched nervously behind the hide, realizing they were merely passing by. Xiao pulled Su Cha closer, placing her on his body. Sleep. I will keep watch. With a wave of relaxation, Su Cha quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Su Cha opened her eyes to see Xiao's pale chest, and, feeling awkward, she released her grip and shifted to the side, gazing outwards. Xiao, squinting, sat up Xiaosu. Su Cha responded with a soft hum, looking at the sunlight streaming in, pondering how Bai Mu and the cubs were faring. She then lowered her gaze to her stomach. Xiao offered her some fruit. Eat a little first. I will go hunting later. Su Cha shook her head. Let us eat and then depart. I remember the way home. As she spoke, she called for the system in her mind to inquire about Bai Mu and the others. The system hesitated. Su, I can only see what is around you. They're too far away. Su Cha nodded and fell silent as Xiao embraced her. Will Xiao Su take me home? Su Cha replied, Jis. But you can also leave if you wish, or you can wait until I find Bai Mu. I can then help you find your clan. Xiao, with his eyes still half closed, held on to Su Cha without uttering a word, allowing her to tend to his hair. After they left, Su Cha suddenly noticed a few snake beast men at the entrance of Sun City and abruptly pulled Xiao to turn away. Xiao simply lifted Su Cha into his arms. What is wrong? Thanks to the covering of his hair, he was less noticeable, but Su Cha sighed. The snake beast men from Yulongcheng are at the city gate. We can't get out now. The Grand Elder is clever. He must have guessed we were hiding in Sun City, but is too cautious to brazenly infiltrate. Xiao calmly replied, Then shall we return to the stone hut? I did not register, so the hut is still ours. Su Cha glanced toward Jianxi in the distance, and, feeling adventurous, suggested, Let us go to the Merman tribe. Xiao carried Su Cha over, and due to the large beast hide covering his head, Jianxi did not react. Su Cha was uncertain if he remembered her, or if he would help. However, a few mermen mistook Xiao for someone returning to purchase goods and enthusiastically introduced themselves. Su Cha lowered the hide to reveal Jianxi, whose fair skin and wavy blue hair shone, adorned with a sparkling blue gem on his forehead and bright, finely chiseled features. He exclaimed, Jianxi. Jianxi immediately pushed past his companions, incredulous as he gazed upon the petite and pitiful female before him. Despite her disheveled appearance, she was undeniably beautiful, and he looked at her with hopeful anticipation. Unable to contain himself, Jianxi rushed forward to embrace her. Su, I thought I would never see you again. Did they treat you poorly? Su Cha's voice trembled with emotion. I need your help. Can you assist me? Xiao, feeling pushed aside, was unhappy. His lips pressed tightly as he prepared to intervene. Jianxi addressed his companions. I will return to the stone hut first, and proceeded to lead Su Cha back. On their way, Su Cha briefly recounted the events that transpired, omitting Xiao's identity and her beast soul, uncertain of Jianxi's willingness to. Compared to Su Cha's modest stone hut, Jianxi's was quite spacious, well-ventilated, and featured a separate room with a stone bed. She held onto Su Cha's hand, reluctant to let go. Since meeting her, his heart had been captivated, and he intended to return home to tell his family of his pursuit of Su Cha. However, both his father and mother disapproved of him seeking a female from the land. Nervously, Su Cha looked at Jianxi. Can you help me find Bai Mu and the Lion tribe at Rock Mountain, and tell him I'm in Sun City? She nodded eagerly, of course. But I want to be your beast husband. Su Cha gently caressed her stomach. I'm sorry, Jianxi, but I already have 5 beast husbands. Once I find them, I will surely thank you. Jianxi firmly refused. Su, since our last meeting, I have longed to find you. This time, I will not let you go. Su Cha gazed at Jianxi before speaking. But don't you think it's unfair? I cannot offer you my complete love, and besides, I already have 5 beast husbands and 4 young ones. Currently, I am with child. Jianxi, upon hearing this, became even more excited. Then can you give birth to this litter for me? Su. He quickly added, the grand elder of Yuliangcheng is quite fearful. If I happen to be captured this time, I would still be willing. Please, Su, just grant me this once. I simply wish to be your partner. Su Cha remained silent, pondering the situation. After all, why should Jianxi assist her? The system in her mind urged her on. Su. This is a rare and handsome male, a merman no less. Why not accept him? After all, you already have 5. What harm could one more do? Raising her gaze to Jianxi, Su Cha finally replied, I agree. Jianxi nodded eagerly. Then let us mate now. I understand that you may not be in a mood, but I simply desire to imprint my beast mark upon you, so I can leave with peace of mind. Su Cha hesitated, glancing at Xiao before looking back at Jianxi, gritting her teeth as she stood up to speak a few words to Xiao, instructing him to wait outside. Jianxi embraced Su Cha, leading her towards the bed, his nervousness evident as he swallowed hard. Su, I know your body is not at ease right now, but I will be very gentle. At that moment, Su Cha was not in the right state of mind. However, her body, thoroughly trained by Bai Mu and the others, reacted involuntarily. Jianxi, witnessing this, was filled with joy. His inexperienced movements, paired with Su Cha's restrained demeanor, led to a hasty conclusion. A beast mark resembling a human body entwined with a fishtail appeared around her navel. Jianxi lowered his head to kiss it gently. I am now Su's beast husband, and you must not show favoritism. He then stepped out to fetch warm water for Su Cha to check her condition. Upon entering, Xiao found Su Cha lost in thought, wrapped in a beast hide. He had just heard sounds of their mating, and his body had reacted as well. Xiao spoke up. I also wish to be Xiao Su's partner. Only partners can be together forever, right? Su Cha lifted her gaze, shaking her head. No, you will understand in the future. After Jian, she returned with warm water to help Su Cha clean herself. He noticed her weakness and quickly urged her to lie down and rest. I will go greet my companions. You two stay here and wait for my return. Lying on the bed, unable to lift her hands, Su Cha looked at Jianxi. Thank you. Jianxi, filled with concern, leaned down to kiss her. Close your eyes and rest for a while. Perhaps when you open them, I will be back. The past few days had left her mentally strained. She had not rested or eaten well, and after Jianxi's recent activities, her body could no longer endure, leading her swiftly into a deep slumber. Jianxi turned to Xiao. Take good care of Su. With that, he left. After exchanging a few words with his companions, Jianxi exited the Sun City, where indeed, numerous snake beast men awaited at the city gates. He adorned himself with pearls and shells, brazenly making his way toward the Lion clan. Yet he had to pass through Yuliangcheng. He feared that Bai Mu and the others might also come looking for Su, causing them to miss each other. By the time Jianxi reached Yuliangcheng, night had fallen. In his beast form, he found it inconvenient to navigate the land and could only rest there for the night. However, the place appeared rather dilapidated. Yuliangcheng, once more luxurious than Sun City, now looked so rundown. Observing the chaos within, Jianxi decided against exchanging crystal stones and instead sought refuge in a stone house. Suddenly, a large hand from the shadows tightened around Jianxi's throat, dragging him towards another stone house. As he prepared to retaliate, he recognized Bai Mu, who bared his fangs and bit Xianxi. Bai Mu turned to Jianxi, frowning, release him. Upon hearing this, Xianxi tossed Jianxi aside. Why do you carry Su's scent? Jianxi coughed lightly. I am also Su's partner, Jianxi of the Merman tribe. This revelation rendered everyone silent. Bai Mu urgently inquired. Where is the little female? Is she injured? Surrounded by a group, Bai handed Jianxi some water. Speak. Jianxi addressed the 5 of them. I encountered Su in Sun City. She was very weak and with a male companion, guarded by snake beastmen from Yuliangcheng, unable to leave. She instructed me to find Bai Mu at Rock Mountain. Bai immediately asked, anxious, very weak? Is she injured? Jianxi shook his head. No wounds, just her spirit is not well. You must hurry to Sun City. Su is forlorn. Perhaps seeing you will brighten her mood. Bai Mu rose. Let's go immediately. No wonder we could not find her after waiting here for days. Qi added, I will take Bai Mu and Bai. Xianqing, you take Jianxi and Hanqing. Fly faster. Xianqing made no objections, as everyone was eager to see the little female without delay. Before departing, Qi set fire to the beast god temple. And while everyone busied themselves with extinguishing the flames, They completely overlooked Qianqing and the others' departure. Before dawn, they arrived at the forest at the entrance of Sun City, halting to enter on foot, as flying was prohibited within the city. Bai Mu and his companions walked in openly, and the snake beastmen at the entrance dared not stop them, quickly running off to inform the Grand Elder. Jian, she led them to the stone house, where Xiao sat quietly beside Su Cha, who was peacefully asleep. Suddenly, a group of beastmen burst through the door. Bai Mu immediately spotted the frail figure lying on the bed, her belly slightly swollen, indicating her fragility. Zibai Puset Tao, upvoting Su Cha, and they all wished to avoid waking her. Suddenly, Xiao spoke. Little Su has been asleep for a day. The group was startled, and Zibai stepped forward to gently shake her. Su, wake up. Receiving no response, Bai Mu moved closer, cradling Su Cha. Cha, it's time to go home. Wake up. Su Cha drowsily opened her eyes and weakly murmured, Bai Mu, I'm not dreaming, am I? She reached out to touch Bai Mu, but her hand fell weakly. The others felt a pang of jealousy. Amidst them all, only Bai Mu elicited a response. Xiao approached and lightly touched Su Cha's forehead, a stream of colorful light emanating from his fingertips into her body. Instantly, Su Cha's complexion visibly brightened. Qianqing frowned at the sight of the beastman's colorful hair. The group refrained from interrupting until Xiao withdrew his hand and spoke. So little Su was ill. I thought she simply wished to sleep and did not wake her. Su Cha immediately felt invigorated, excitedly embracing Bai Mu. I miss you all so much. I haven't eaten or slept well these past few days, and I've lost weight. The group quickly surrounded her, comforting her until her emotions stabilized, while Xiao remained quietly by her side. Out of the corner of her eye, Su Cha glanced at Xiao and said, This is Xiao, the healing beast spirit that the Grand Elder has kept imprisoned. I help him escape, and the Grand Elder must be furious. Qianqing nodded. I did not expect him to be a Jiusei Lu. It is said that the Jiusei Lu clan is very mysterious, an embodiment of the beast god, yet no one has ever seen one. It is rumored that they reside in the Beast God Valley. Su Cha immediately inquired, Where's the Beast God Valley? We must return Xiao. Qianqing shook his head. No one knows. The group turned their gaze to Xiao, unsure of how he had come to be there. Calmly, Xiao responded, I do not remember. My memories are sealed. With no other options, Su Cha lamented, rubbing her growling stomach as she looked at Bai Mu. I am hungry. The others hurried out to prepare food, while Jian she had mysteriously vanished. Bai Mu, and Xiao remained in the stone house. Qianqing, Qi Yi, and Han Qing returned with various foods. Qi Yi remarked, There are many more snake beastmen behind us. It seems the Grand Elder is pursuing. Bai frowned. He brazenly parades so many people in Sun City. It appears he has no intention of hiding. As Su Cha enjoyed the delicious roasted meat, she stated, He has captured many young ones, including the offspring of the Beast King of Sun City. Bai Mu nodded. Let us eat our fill and rest well. We shall handle these matters. Su Cha nestled against Bai Mu's chest. I want to sleep with you. I am scared. Consequently, they all ended up sleeping in the stone house, leaving two to keep watch. Chapter 232, A Widespread Illness. The next day, Su Cha woke in Bai Mu's embrace, opening her eyes to find 6 figures surrounding her. Qianqing hurried over upon seeing her awake, gently caressing her delicate face, expressing concern over her weight loss. Su Cha, upon hearing this, instinctively touched her own face. Through their interactions over the past few days, she realized that their hunting skills were lacking, leading them to mostly consume fruits. Bai Mu lifted Su Cha, helping her into her clothes, assuring her, There won't be another time. I am sorry, Cha. Ji ye aprurochit. Kneeling before Su Cha to help her put on her shoes, admitting, It is all my fault for not taking care of Su. Once Su Cha was properly dressed, Qianqing came over to style her hair. With a smile, Su Cha addressed the 6 of them. It's all right, their schemes are too numerous to guard against. Qianqing replied affirmatively. Later, we will seek out the Beast King, Xiangyu. Bai Mu nodded. Dealing with the elder requires more than just us. Sabai carried Su Cha outside, remarking, Let's have breakfast first. Su's stomach is growling. Instantly, the 6 followed suit, with Xiao silently trailing behind. After breakfast, Jinchi mentioned that some clan members needed to see him and left. As they reached the palace entrance, a beastman approached, respectfully conversing with Qianqing before leading them inside. In the grand hall, Su Cha met the Beast King, Xiangyu, a muscular man who looked capable of crushing her with a single hand. Upon glancing at Su Cha, he quickly averted his gaze, retreating into Bai Mu's embrace, not daring to set foot on the ground. The group engaged in conversation with the Beast King, while Su Cha felt a lingering gaze upon her. Recognizing Xianqing, the Beast King frowned. Indeed, my offspring has gone missing. You know how difficult it is to bear young in the Xiang clan. It took me many years to have just one, only to find it was captured by the elder. His gaze shifted to Xiao, particularly noting his vibrant, multicolored hair. Xianqing leaned back in his chair, affirming, "The elder captured my female. This is Xiao, the nine-colored deer, who escaped with her." The Beast King gasped, "The nine-colored deer? How'd he end up here?" He stood and circled around Xiao, who remained expressionless, until his gaze suddenly landed on Qi Yi. Dragon? Qi Yi, playing with Su Cha's fingers, ignored him. Xianqing pulled Xiang Yu back. "Jiao Long, let's focus on serious matters. No need for theatrics." Xiang Yu scrutinized the group, noting their extraordinary nature. Even Xianqing had taken in Xiao, and he grew curious about the unseen female, though the Baihu Beastman concealed her well. At that moment, a Beastman rushed in, exclaiming, "Beast King, an illness has emerged near Yuliang City, and many surrounding tribes have been infected." Su Cha furrowed her brows at this news. The speed of transmission was alarming. Was it plague? Could it be the elders doing? The Beast King sprang to his feet. "We must immediately head to Yuliang City to save the people. There are many young ones in the Beast God Temple." Su Cha urgently called out, "You should wear a mask. It will reduce the risk of infection." The Beast King, intrigued by her clear voice, leaned forward to look. But Sabai immediately stood in front of him, stating, "I can make the masks. Let us not delay." The Beast King reluctantly arranged for their stay and hurried away with Sabai. In the spacious room, Su Cha turned to Xiao. "Do you have a solution for this plague?" Xiao hesitated for a moment. "I am unsure. We must try." Su Cha leaned against Bai Mu's chest. "Once we rescue the young ones, we will see how they handle it." I didn't expect the elder to be so deranged. Meanwhile, at Yuliang City, the elder began recklessly poisoning the area, leading to a rapid onset of illness among many beastmen who then sought refuge at the Beast God Temple, effectively ensuring their voluntary sacrifices, a twisted plan that echoed with maniacal laughter throughout the temple. Within half a day, numerous beastmen from the tribes surrounding Yuliang City fell ill, their bodies covered in red spots, feeling dizzy and weak, but not dying. The contagion spread swiftly. Su Cha consulted her system, which provided a method of rejection along with a prescription. She then performed the Beast God dance, donning an ornate ancient dress and mask. Holding the prescription, Su Cha looked at Bai Mu. "When Sabai returns, give him this prescription, and I will perform the Beast God dance in the center of the Sun City to pray for blessings." Xianqing was the first to object. "The prescription is acceptable, but the dance is out of the question. It could cost you your life with so many spectators." Bai Mu immediately echoed, "No way. Su Cha smiled through his shooting. It's all right. I will be fine." At that moment, Xiao spoke up. "I believe I can perform the Beast God dance as well. I can join you, Xiao Su." Su Cha was taken aback, and the system explained, "The nine-colored deer is indeed an incarnation of the Beast God. Such abilities are inherent in their lineage. And it is unusual for Xiao to be here, unaware of how he ended up in the hands of a lunatic." Su Cha nodded. "Alright." Soon, Sabai returned, stating, "The elder has completely lost his mind, poisoning everywhere. Fortunately, our tribe is far away, but many snake beastmen are headed towards Sun City." Xianqing replied, "Is this leading to a confrontation?" Sabai nodded. "The Beast King is counting the beast soldiers. This time, we will eliminate the elder once and for all." Su Cha handed the prescription to Sabai. "This can cure the spreading illness." Sabai, intrigued, took it and began studying it. At that moment, the Beast King entered, expressing surprise. "I did not expect the elder to have so many snake beast soldiers. I need your assistance." Xianqing agreed. "Leave Bai Mu and Qi Yi to guard Su Su. The rest of us will go." The Beast King turned to Xiao. Su Cha interjected. "Xiao has other matters to attend to." Hearing this, the Beast King departed with Sabai, Han Qing, and Xianqing, while Bai Mu and Qi Yi remained steadfastly by Su Cha's side. In the room, Xiao sat quietly, legs crossed, his gaze fixed on Xiao Su. Su Cha, feeling a slight headache, pondered aloud. "What will we do after this, Xiao? We cannot find the Beast God Valley." Bai Mu was about to speak when Xiao quickly asserted, "I do not want to leave. I want to stay with Xiao Su." Qi silently played with Su Cha's fingers. "The Beast God Valley seems to be deep in the ocean. Only the Dragon Clan or Xianqing could traverse that sea. There should be an island that is the Beast God Valley." Su Cha looked at Qi Yi. "How do you know this?" Qi Yi shook his head. "It suddenly came to mind, but it's quite vague." Su Cha responded with a soft, "Oh," when suddenly a commotion erupted outside. It appeared chaos had ensued. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and the elder, shrouded in black smoke, appeared at the threshold with a smile. Xiao, long time no see. Have you turned bad? Running off with someone, and look who's here. Little female, Su, a chill ran down Su Cha's spine as she gazed at the unnaturally cheerful elder at the door. Bai Mu and Qi Yi positioned themselves protectively behind Su Cha, questioning, has he been possessed? How is there still magic on the continent? The elder swiftly approached Qi Yi. Just a little transaction with them. Don't be alarmed. Just let them out to take a look. Once I capture Xiao and Su, I will unify the continent and then lift the seal. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Su Cha. Qi instantly engaged the elder in combat, while Bai Mu helped by throwing thunderballs to assist. The elder handled it with ease, growing impatient with Bai Mu's presence and enveloping Qi Yi in a cloud of black smoke, which began to gnaw at him. Jia ignited in flames, realizing it was not smoke but black demons with sharp teeth attacking him. The flames deterred them, yet they continued to pursue Qi Yi closely. Inside, Xiao and Bai Mu had vanished, prompting him to chase after them. Bai Mu, carrying Su Cha, ran swiftly to regroup with Xianqing, while the elder followed leisurely. As if playing with a cat, it seemed as though everything was under his control. The sky grew darker, and more black smoke emerged, swirling around the beastman. And in an instant, a living beastman was reduced to a mere skeleton. Everyone soon realized the horror concealed within the black smoke. The Beast King shouted urgently, "Get inside the city, quickly!" The black smoke chose not to pursue, but instead targeted the snake beastmen, who, having laughed with glee, were now engulfed in despair. The elder merely smiled at the unfolding chaos. Su Cha felt a wave of nausea, and as Bai Mu led her to reunite with Xianqing, she immediately expelled the contents of her stomach. These ominous black smokes exhibit a complete lack of humanity, indiscriminately surrounding any orc they encounter. It recalls the words of the Great Elder, suggesting that these may have emerged from the realm of demons. Bai Mu shared the matters concerning the demon realm with the Beast King and his companions. Enraged, the Beast King remarked, "This madness is unforgivable. The seal of the demon realm is the divine power and flesh of the beast god, which has secured the tranquility of the desolate continent." Xianqing furrowed his brow, stating, "Demons are devoid of humanity, as you have just witnessed, and we lack the beast god this time." Sabai offered water for Su Cha to rinse her mouth, while Qi hurried over, relieved to find Su Cha unharmed. "It's good that you're fine," he sighed. Chapter 233, diverting attention from the captured Xiao. After a brief pause, Su Cha approached and inquired, "Where's the entrance to the demon realm?" Xiang Yu frowned. "I only know of one entrance at a distant volcano. Beyond that, I'm afraid only the Great Elder would know. Such matters are generally overseen by Yuliang City." Su Cha responded with a non-committal sound, and Bai Mu embraced her, saying, "But even if we locate the volcano, we still cannot seal the entrance." Xianqing stroked his chin, glancing at Xiao. Perhaps he could be of assistance. Su Cha turned her gaze towards Xiao, but Xiao is not the beast god. How can he seal the entrance? Xiao stood beside Su Cha, appearing innocent and bewildered, remaining silent. Bai Mu looked up at Xianqing. "You have a solution?" Xianqing shook his head. "I'm uncertain. It depends on the size of the cave. I recall that the beast god perished there. How would the Great Elder know its dimensions?" Su Cha shrugged. "The Great Elder has prepared for so long. Surely he can find it. However, now it is unclear what his intentions are. Isn't he aiming to dominate the orc continent? Why would he release demons, which could lead to the obliteration of the entire land?" Xiangju interrupted Su Cha, stating, "He does not aim to rule the orc world, but seeks to become the new beast god, governing the desolate continent, invincible and eternal." Su Cha frowned, pondering the system for any viable solutions. The most terrifying threat remains the demons. If the volcano is not found, they will only multiply. Jia quietly protected Su Xihia, refraining from joining their discussion, while Xiao stood like a statue nearby. Concerned for the Bao and the others, Su Cha asked, "Where have Sabai and Han Qing gone?" Xiang Yu's expression darkened. "They have taken the bee soldiers to a nearby tribe of Yuliang City to brew medicine." Sabai mentioned he had developed a formula. Su Cha speculated they must have left with the formula, hoping she could safely return to the sea. Bai Mu gently patted her head. "Do not worry. Sabai will manage." At that moment, an orc approached. "My king, we have rescued all the cubs." A glimmer of good news brightened Xiang Yu's mood. "Excellent. Ensure they hide well. Do not let the Great Elder find them." The orc nodded and withdrew, leaving the others exchanging anxious glances. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a dark void opened beneath Bai Mu's feet, causing him and Su Cha to plummet. Qi leaped in after them. Xianqing and Xiao pursued. But Xiangyu was blocked by Xianqing. You stay here and watch over the city. We will pursue them. With that, the group vanished into the pitch-black abyss. Xiangyu peered into the chasm. The Great Elder is relentless, even thinking of burrowing through the ground. Truly insane. Bai Mu held Su Cha tightly as numerous small insects urged them forward. Aware that Su Cha could not see in the dark, he sought to comfort her. Do not fear. Hold on to me tightly. We will be safe once we exit the cave. Nervously clutching Bai Mu, Su Cha dared not move, fearful of encountering something unwelcome. Behind them, Qi transformed into his beast form, moving with remarkable speed. Soon, he spotted Bai Mu and Su Cha being pushed along by a swarm of insects, their surroundings teeming with them, and Su Cha's complexion turned pale. Qi's heart raced, spurring him to move even faster, exhaling flames that incinerated many of the pests. Yet they still did not relent in their pursuit of Bai Mu and Su Cha. Consequently, Qi had no choice but to hasten further, enveloping them in a protective blaze. As Su Cha caught a whiff of roasting flesh, the cacophony around her hinted at the grim reality, eliciting a wave of nausea that she struggled to suppress, fearing she might vomit on Bai Mu. The system gleefully chimed in. Su, would you like me to adjust the view for you? It smells quite delectable. Su Cha weakly declined. I do not want that. Ahead, a glimmer of light appeared, leading Qi Yi and Bai Mu to forge ahead. Upon reaching the outside of the Sun City, Su Cha opened her eyes to see the faces of Qi Yi and Bai Mu. Are you both all right? Qi Yi shook his head, just as Xianqing and Xiao jumped down as well. Let us wait for them here. Su Cha took a deep breath. All right. The three sat beneath a large tree for quite some time, yet Xianqing and Xiao had not emerged. Bai Mu frowned. Are there branching paths inside? Why haven't they come out yet? Suddenly, a voice from above called out. Xianqing. Everyone looked up to see Xianqing hovering high above. Qi stood and shouted for him. Hearing the call, Xianqing immediately descended and, upon spotting Su Cha intact, spoke. The Great Elder has captured Xiao. I'm searching for them. There are too many forks in the cave. Su Cha tightened her grip around Bai Mu's neck. It seems the Great Elder's objective this time is Xiao. He deliberately diverted our attention. Xianqing spoke gravely. The situation is becoming increasingly complex. We must not allow the Great Elder to succeed, or the desolate continent shall face destruction. Qi declared coldly. I shall not leave Su's side, not for a moment. Bai Mu held Su Cha close. Let's return to Sun City and gather the Beast King to mount a rescue. Xianqing led them as they soared towards Sun City to rendezvous with the Beast King. Chapter 234. The villain is eager to cook under duress. Within the Beast King's palace in Sun City, Xiangyu felt a throbbing headache upon hearing Xianqing's account. How could he have been captured? I thought he appeared formidable with his colorful appearance. Xianqing touched his nose. Xiao is indeed quite adept at healing beast souls. They have never witnessed him in battle. Su Cha nestled in Bai Mu's embrace. We must rescue Xiao and locate the volcano. Our only hope for sealing it lies with him. Xiangyu nodded. Isn't the sacrifice supposed to require 99 cubs? I have hidden them, so we should not find them for now. Su Cha agreed. Then let us split up. We shall search for the volcano while also rescuing him. Volcanoes are generally located in barren areas, so let us start from these. Xianqing patted Su Cha's head. Very clever. We shall follow Su's plan. Xiangyu addressed the trio. We are lacking in manpower. Perhaps one of you should accompany me. Qi remained silent, fixated on Su Cha, while Xianqing lowered his head, touching his nose. Bai Mu, holding Su Cha, firmly rejected. I must stay by Cha's side. Finally, Xianqing stepped forward. Very well. I shall go rescue Xiao, while you all search for the volcano. Su Cha waved at him. Be careful. The Great Elder is cunning, employing dark and noxious potions. Xianqing surveyed his pristine attire. If I get dirty, I will not be going. Su Cha quickly covered her mouth, watching as Xianqing led the orcs towards Yuliang City. Now, only Bai Mu and Qi Yi remained by her side. Xiangyu spoke from his position. I have dispatched someone to locate the volcano. Let's also search separately, but remain vigilant. Su Cha was astonished to see Xiangyu transform into a colossal elephant, its size impressive, with prominent tusks that stirred up clouds of dust as it moved. Bai Mu couldn't help but chuckle at her expression. Xiangyu's beast form is that of an elephant. Due to his large size, he seldom transforms, but this time he has no choice. Su Cha nodded. Let us search for the volcano and devise a means to seal it. Otherwise, the influx of black demons will become unbearable. Qi affirmed, I will take you both with me. Transforming into his beast form, Su Cha beamed at the majestic dragon, and Bai Mu lifted her onto his back as the three ascended higher in search of the volcano below. Su Janisin Bai Mu Mda. Calling out to the system, can you assist me in locating the sealing entrance? The system paused. Su, I can only see what is around you. My vision is limited to what your eyes can perceive. Su Cha remained undeterred. No worries. With our numbers, we are bound to find it. She meticulously scanned the trees below. Suddenly, Qi descended toward a specific location, and as Bai Mu landed with Su Cha, they immediately felt the ground beneath them was scorching hot. Qi remarked, there are flames beneath this mountain. I discovered it previously. Su Cha frowned. Beneath the ground? Shouldn't it be at the volcano's mouth? Bai Mu held Su Cha close, suggesting, it may not be necessary. Let us search together. Qi transformed into his beast form. No, it is filthy below. I shall investigate alone. Su Cha, her temper flaring, retorted, aren't you afraid of the heat? We could simply descend together. Qi insisted on going alone, unwilling to let the foul stench of darkness taint her fair skin, and descended without room for descent. Bai Mu gently reassured Su Cha. Let us wait here. Qi is already transformed into a jiao and should be less sensitive to the flames. Nodding, Su Cha leaned against the great tree, the heat palpable as they awaited Qi Yi in silence. Bai Mu plucked a leaf to fan her, and Su Cha leaned in to kiss the corner of his mouth. Bai Mu could not help but smile, as if time had momentarily ceased, only to be shattered by an unwelcome intrusion. Bai Mu swiftly shielded Su Cha, narrowly avoiding a cascade of serpentine beasts that slithered down from the tree, hissing ominously. Su Cha's scalp prickled at the sight, for she held a deep-seated fear of snakes. The serpentine creatures launched an attack on Bai Mu, who found himself surrounded, unable to free his hands while holding Su Cha, and soon felt a sharp bite on his calf. Su Cha urged him, let me down, otherwise we are at a disadvantage. Bai Mu felt weak, the venom taking its toll, and with no way for Qi Yi to assist, he could only flee while carrying Su Cha. The serpentine beasts, sensing their chance, surrounded the white tiger, their vertical pupils fixated on the female atop his back. Su Cha whispered in Bai Mu's ear, are you all right? Bai Mu summoned his strength, shaking his head to dispel the fog of weakness. I am fine. We can only hold on until Qi Yi arrives. He placed Su Cha in the center and charged at the nearest serpent beast. The creatures, fixated on Su Cha, seized every opportunity to lunge at her. Bai Mu had already slain more than 10 of the serpentine beasts, his once pristine white fur now stained crimson, his wounds multiplying and his mind growing hazy. Su Cha bit her lip, clutching the horn knife Bai Mu had gifted her, as events unfolded too swiftly for Qi Yi to intervene. Gradually, Bai Mu's limbs grew unresponsive, and he collapsed, the elder appearing suddenly to whisk Su Cha away. Bai Mu fell into a pool of foul blood, helplessly watching as Su Cha was taken, and he rose abruptly, crackling with purple lightning, trembling as he pursued her, the number of serpentine beasts multiplying, his steps growing heavier. Eventually, his legs could lift no longer, and he fell into the sanguine pool, unable to discern whether it was the blood of the serpent beasts or his own. The blood flowed increasingly, resembling a small river towards the entrance of the dark river, where Qi wrestled free from the serpentine beasts and ascended, only to be met with a harrowing sight. The forest was littered with severed trees and the corpses of serpent beasts. Qi let out a roar, following the trail of blood until he halted abruptly. Before him lay a crimson lake, surrounded by segments of serpentine bodies. In the center, a white tiger struggled to rise. Qi Yi, incited by fury, approached the white tiger. Lifting it, where is Su? Bai Mu coughed up blood. Hurry and pursue. Head towards Yuliangsheng. Qi Yi took 2 steps forward, then returned, flinging Bai Mu onto his back and soaring towards Yuliangsheng. Su Cha, enveloped in darkness, felt the weight of a black cloak and could not help but speak. Qi Yi and the others will come to rescue me soon. You will not succeed. The elder laughed maniacally. We shall see whose speed prevails. My cauldron is already heated. Su Cha could not suppress a grimace. Why are you so obstinate? Patience is a virtue. The elder struck her forehead with his staff. Fear not, soon. Xiao shall keep you company, ensuring you do not feel lonely. Su Cha sensed their swift movements, yet her vision was obscured, prompting her to call upon the system for assistance. The system responded with resignation. Su, if you cannot see me, I cannot see you either. Su Cha Saith. I suppose we must await our fate. With the elders' speed, Bai Mu and the others may not arrive in time, and I might find myself in boiling oil. The system offered words of comfort. Su Cha, unable to see, could only wait for an opportunity to devise a plan. In the Moonlight City, the moonlight bathed the statue of the beast god, while the elders stood beneath a large, round cauldron inscribed with intricate ancient scriptures. As a beast man stoked the fire beneath it, Su Cha and Xiao, bound nearby, observed the elders' meticulous preparations. This is disastrous. Xiao remained silent. Is death truly so terrifying? Su Cha frowned. Of course it is. If I die, I shall never taste delicious food again or see Bai Mu and the others. Perhaps I will even die a gruesome death. Xiao gazed up at the moonlight. Little Su will not die. His voice was so soft that Su Cha did not hear him. She discreetly began to cut the beast skin binding her hands. Her eyes fixed on the elder as he danced and chanted, while the surrounding serpent men knelt in reverence, too fearful to look up. The atmosphere was undeniably eerie, as if they were about to be cast into the cauldron at any moment. Su Cha was so anxious that her palms grew clammy, just as the elder approached. Bouncing with glee, Su Cha quickly concealed the horn knife and addressed the elder. Bai Mu and the others have arrived. Do you think they will succeed tonight? The elder pressed his staff against her cheek and forehead. No one can thwart me. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, open the lid and place them inside. The sacrifice shall commence. Su Cha protested, but you still need younglings. It cannot just be us two. Immediately, a beast man rose to take them and cast them into the cauldron. As soon as Su Cha entered, she was scalded. Help. I am truly going to die. The system quickly provided her with 2 pills. Hurry, consume these. Su Cha handed one to Xiao, and, as they swallowed, the heat dissipated, allowing them to relax within the cauldron. What shall we do? Are they truly going to refine us? Su Cha asked. Xiao responded softly, it seems so. Peering through a small opening, Su Cha saw the bright moonlight outside. The elder donned a sinister mask and danced with his staff. Suddenly, she spotted Qi Yi and Bai Mu. She wanted to call out, but the lid would not budge. Jia descended, his eyes instantly turning crimson at the sight of the boiling cauldron, and he unleashed a fierce assault. Bai Mu's first stained red as he roared and lunged at the elder. The sacrifice was interrupted, and the elder, enraged, waved his hand, summoning a cloud of black smoke and serpent men. At that moment, the door was kicked open, and Xianxing led a group of beastmen, engaging in combat with the serpent beasts. Suddenly, the lid was flung open, and Su Cha immediately saw Su Bai. He cradled Su Cha, examining her closely. Are you unharmed? Were you injured? Su Cha, noticing Su Bai's burned fingers, could not hold back her tears. You are hurt. Su Bai embraced her tightly. It is nothing. Xiao managed to crawl out on his own, assisted by Han Qing. Su Cha looked at Han Qing in surprise. You have leveled up. Han Qing nodded and reached out to touch Su Cha. Do you feel any better? Su Cha felt the coldness of his hand and nodded. Much better. Su Bai and Han Qing shielded Su Cha, and before long, Jianxi appeared, accompanied by a striking female with long blue hair. Upon seeing Su Cha, Jianxi rushed over, examining her closely. Are you all right? She also touched Su Cha's belly. Su Cha shook her head. While the female behind Jian, she spoke. I am Jianyu, his sister. Su Cha acknowledged Jianyu, who wielded a sharp bone knife, as she deftly dispatched a nearby serpent man with a cold, fierce expression. In the chaos of the beast god temple, Su Bai and the others protected Su Cha as they attempted to escape. The elder bellowed. None of you are permitted to leave. The sacrifice must succeed tonight. As he struck the ground with his staff, clouds of black smoke erupted, attacking indiscriminately. Su Cha glanced up. He has truly lost his mind. Xiao nodded. He has been mad for some time. Now no one could escape, and gradually, the serpent beasts ceased their attacks, scattering in panic, only to be consumed by the dark magic. Xianxing and the others formed a protective circle around Su Cha. Observing the fallen beastmen scattered across the ground, Su Cha urgently called to the system. Is there any way out? The system hesitated before responding. There is. Before vanishing from sight. Soon, the orcs lay dead, blood pooling around them, leaving only Xianxing, Bai Mu, Su Bai, Jia, Han Qing, and Jinxi, along with Jinyue, who supported Xiao. Han Qing and Bai Mu's fur was stained crimson, and they stood in the blood-soaked beast god temple, an eerie sight indeed. The grand elder cackled. Well, now it is just you left. As he spoke, the black demons circled around them. Chia and Su Bai unleashed flames, yet the black demon appeared unafraid of Su Bai's fire. Encroaching from his direction, A subtle glow suddenly emanated from Xiao, unnoticed by everyone except Jinhua, who curiously gazed at the striking orc. Chia narrowed his eyes. Someone had to eliminate him, or they would soon be utterly exhausted. Chia could not leave, while Baimu and Xianqing, along with Hanqing, attacked the Grand Elder from 3 directions. Sabai swiftly snatched the staff from the Grand Elder's grasp and returned to Su Cha's side. In Su Cha's hands appeared an ancient gown and a strangely colored mask. She donned them with an air of detachment as she took the staff from Sabai. Sabai regarded Su Cha at that moment, her demeanor cold, her gaze frigid, a chill creeping from his feet to his head. Xiao also suddenly manifested an intricate, ancient outfit and a 7-colored mask, vibrant and alive, as he slowly approached Su Cha. Sabai and Jianqi felt a sudden pang in their hearts, instinctively reaching out to grasp Su Cha, who soared into the air. Jinhua hurriedly pulled her brother back. "Don't go over there." Sabai collapsed to the ground, watching helplessly as the garment slipped from his hands. The Grand Elder struggled, and were it not for the black demons surrounding him, he would have been swiftly dispatched by Baimu and the others. Suddenly, the Grand Elder paused, his gaze fixed on the 2 figures floating in the moonlight. "Beast God, Beast Master." "No, I am the Beast God. It is I." Xianqing and the others also looked up, as if a white platform held Su Cha and Xiao aloft. At that moment, Su Cha was breathtakingly beautiful, clad in an ancient dark red gown, her mask obscuring her eyes, yet her gaze brimmed with tears, akin to a deity pitying the suffering of all beings. Xianqing watched as the trees surrounding the moonlight city began to wither. Su Cha bent, turned her wrist, and rose, the bells on her ankles chiming. Beside her, Xiao, resembling a devoted follower, reached out to cradle Su Cha's elevated foot, sincerely kissing it. With each leap Su Cha took, the surrounding flora began to wilt, and upon sighting her, the black demons hastily fled. The moon transformed into 2, illuminating Su Cha. The glow radiated across the land. The Grand Elder, unwilling to accept defeat, was pierced through the heart by Xuanqing's claw and crushed, his eyes wide with disbelief as they fixated on Su Cha in his final moments. Exhausted, Xianqing and the others collapsed in the pool of blood, gazing up at Su Cha suspended above them. Their eyelids grew heavy and closed involuntarily. When they reopened their eyes, dawn had arrived, the sun high in the sky. They instantly leapt up, searching for Su Cha. The blood on the ground had dried, and the once thriving plants lay wilted. Suddenly, Baimu shouted as he emerged from a corner, cradling Su Cha in his arms, with Xiao beside him. At that moment, the door swung open, and the Beast King entered. Looking at them, the black demons have vanished. What transpired last night? The surrounding orcs seem inexplicably healed. Xianqing looked down at Su Cha. It was Xiao. His prayers have worked. Now that he is well, we will take the little female back home. As they spoke, the group hurried away, while the Beast King scratched his head, feeling as though he had forgotten something, surveying the chaos left behind. At Yinshur Mountain, within the Lion Tribe's cave, Tabai had gone to attend to matters, and upon seeing Chuangu, Jinhua immediately vanished with him. On the bed, Baimu and the others gazed despondently at the 2 lying on the large bed, their complexions rosy yet unresponsive. This marked the 3rd day since their return from Moonlight City. Xianqing, worried, touched Su Cha's belly. "What should we do? Did Su Cha use her healing magic to save everyone?" Baimu nodded, and suddenly Xiao's finger twitched, slowly opening his eyes to meet several pairs of red-rimmed gazes. Xianqing swiftly pulled Xiao up. "You're awake. Can you save Su Cha? Since that night, you have remained unconscious." Xiao nodded and supported Su Cha upright, his porcelain-white fingers pressing against her forehead. "Beast God, it is time to awaken." Upon hearing Xiao's words, the others dared not interrupt, until Su Cha opened her eyes and dove into Baimu's embrace. The group sighed in relief, grateful that their partner had returned. Su Cha's stomach growled. "I am so hungry. You all haven't fed me." Baimu, overjoyed, lifted Su Cha and stepped outside. "All right, what do you want to eat?" Xianqing and the others happily gathered in the living room to roast meat, and it was then that Su Cha recounted the events of that night. Hanqing touched her head. "Will Su Cha leave us now that she has become a beast god?" Instantly, the others fixed their anxious gazes on her, fearing she might vanish at any moment. Su Cha shook her head. "As long as I wish, I can go anywhere in the wasteland. I am still Su Cha. Being a beast god is merely a title." After saying this, she pointed at Xiao. "From now on, he is part of the family too, so no bullying, all right?" The 7 of them nodded vigorously, embracing and kissing Su Cha. At that moment, Chuanggu and Jinyu entered, and Sabai suddenly exclaimed, "This is the mermaid clan female who abandoned you." Chuanggu's gaze was fixed on Jinyu, nodding. "Yia would never abandon me." Jinxi's expression twisted. "Is that why you insisted on coming along?" Chuanggu immediately pulled Jinyu behind him. "Don't blame Yia. If there's a fight, take me instead." Fearing for Chuanggu's safety, Jinyu quickly took him away. Su Cha woke, and life resumed as before, filled with humor and joy. The 7 of them, along with their young ones, continued to plant trees daily. Hanqing gazed at the barren land. "How long must we plant?" Chia, exhausted from watering, lay in the river pretending to be dead. Su Cha comfortably settled by the riverbank, her pregnant belly prominent, eating fruit while watching the 7 of them plant trees. "This is all to save you. Hurry up and plant." Xianqing snapped his fingers. "I have a plan. Wait for me here." Sabai also called upon his kin to begin planting. After a while, Xianqing returned, declaring, "I have spoken with Xiangyu. Large-scale tree planting will commence across the continent. We saved everyone, so now everyone must plant." Su Cha beamed, nodding, "You always have a solution." Suddenly, Chia tossed a multitude of fish into the air, and everyone rushed to collect them, with Su Cha joyfully exclaiming, "Tonight, we feast on grilled fish." Bai Mu, along with DeBeo and the others, gently replied, "All right, I will prepare it." Their tale does not conclude here. It will continue to unfold. However, we shall pause our writing here, as their lives carry on. Let us also look ahead, wishing all viewers prosperity, beauty, and smooth sailing in all endeavors. Until we meet again in the next story.